Once a modern, chosen worker on the blue planet, he found himself traversing into a world intertwined with various American television dramas after receiving a profound cultivation inheritance amidst the upheaval of the universe. Driven by the desire to survive the cataclysmic events of the future and attain an invincible immortality, he resorted to every means necessary, even if it meant descending into the dark path of demonic practices. Iron Man exclaimed, "Damn it! Which demon has sacrificed an entire city's lives?" Superman Clark questioned, "Who is it? Who has exploited my genes to obliterate countless planets?" Zhou Hong lamented, "I do not understand. I am merely an ordinary, mediocre, reclusive young man." Chapter 1. The Beginning of the Journey and the Blood Array. This book bears no reflection on any real individuals or events. Any resemblance is purely coincidental. Please refrain from drawing personal connections. As this is my inaugural attempt at novel writing, I kindly ask for your understanding regarding any shortcomings. For those who are disinterested, feel free to divert your attention elsewhere. The inspiration for this narrative stems from my profound admiration for the beloved immortal master, alongside my reflections on the myriad adverse influences of recent Marvel films upon myself and our world, hence the creation of this tale. You might even label me an extreme nationalist or a staunch societal protector. Feel free to leave your minds behind here. In the universe 1000001, on Earth within the Milky Way, in a modest 3-story building located in Washington's Chinatown, the third-floor room is furnished neatly. Behind a 1.5-meter-wide bookshelf lies a hidden door, leading to a narrow space of approximately 3 square meters. This space houses a complex 6-pointed star formation, the other end of which connects to a vast underground chamber nearly 600 square meters beneath the rocky layers. In this subterranean domain, various disordered props are scattered, contrasting sharply with the meticulously arranged biological bodies and entrails, including various ferocious beasts and humans. Additionally, in one corner of this principal area, there are 4 rooms, the largest being 70 square meters, filled with thousands of diverse books. Among these, numerous tomes on various esoteric and mystical subjects abound, and seated at a desk on the right side is a young Chinese man in his 20s with black hair and eyes. This young man diligently sketches symbols and materials, crafted from blood, while murmuring, "Soon, soon. The array is nearly complete. I just need to activate the blood refinement array on the night of the full moon, when the stars align. At that moment, the array will harness the power of moonlight and starlight to operate automatically. With the essence and souls of 1,000,000 people, I shall forge supreme blood and soul elixirs, enabling me to reach the foundational realm and attain self-preservation and concealment." He. This young man is named Zhou Hong, age 21, a citizen of Xia country. His father, Zhou Yuan, served as an assistant to a diplomat and moved to America a decade ago for work. Due to his father's long hours, Zhou Hong and his mother, Yi Jing, relocated to Washington for education. Yi Jing owns a large supermarket in Chinatown, and the family enjoys a comfortable standard of living, affording them this 3-story residence. Originally from a rural background on Earth, Zhou Hong, like many others, pursued education through to college before becoming an investigator of haunted houses. At the age of 29, he faced an attack from a shadowy figure in a remote villa, coinciding with an earthquake. In a fateful moment, the shadow was struck by a collapsing beam, and although it sustained minor injuries, it delayed its attack long enough for Zhou Hong to seize the opportunity and wield its weapon, only to inflict minimal damage. Knowing that the blade in the shadow's grasp could sever anything, he quickly grabbed a small bag from the figure and fled, but the earthquake's ferocity caused the villa to collapse, burying both him and the shadow deep within the mountains. His blood stained the bag and the blade, and as a blinding light flickered in his eyes, he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in a new world, inhabiting the body of a 10-year-old boy who shared his name. After 3 years in Xia country, he relocated with his parents to America for further studies. During his time in Xia, Zhou Hong felt disoriented, unable to distinguish between reality and dreams, and sensed an indescribable discomfort permeating the world around him. Have you ever witnessed a Chinese individual with black hair and yellow skin, from a 3-year-old child to an elderly person, fluently conversing in English? Have you seen rural and urban dwellers in Xia relying primarily on bread and milk for sustenance? Even in urban centers, statues of Captain America stand prominently. After 3 years of absorbing the memories of the young Yi Hong, Zhou Hong felt an intensified unease. The customs of life were overwhelmingly American. Even the greetings among acquaintances were characterized by American-style embraces. Initially, he adapted to his new life without any signs of a traveler's system or extraordinary abilities. Though he thought a decade of youth would not be a loss, on his first day in America, after disembarking from the plane, he experienced a sharp pain in his head and lost consciousness. Upon awakening in an American hospital, Zhou Hong received information from two entities within his mind. He had fully awakened, merging all his previous memories with his current reality, realizing he existed in a world that was a blend of various American dramas, Marvel, and DC universes. Chapter 2. The Perilous World and the Inheritance. In this amalgamated television universe, countless mysteries lie hidden from ordinary eyes. After assimilating memories, Zhou Hong's learning abilities surged remarkably, enabling him to delve into the dark web by the tender age of 13, seeking knowledge he desperately desired. Through his investigations, he discovered that the shadows of this world harbored werewolves and vampires, and various forbidden places existed within uninhabited jungles and regions across nations. Each year, countless adventurers ventured into these forbidden lands, only to vanish without a trace. Places like the Bermuda Triangle, the Amazon rainforest, and the depths of the North and South Poles. The mysterious Atlantic Ocean, the Mariana Trench, and reports of various mutants occasionally surfaced in the media. Moreover, myth and legend seemed to flicker into existence, while the dark web revealed thousands of photographs and videos of extraterrestrial encounters. It could be said that for an ordinary person to survive in this world is nothing short of miraculous. Zhou Hong's family, as representatives of Xia's government abroad, were fortunate to avoid the chaotic incidents that plague this free nation of America, where gunfire echoes daily. Zhou Hong chanced upon an article in the newspaper regarding Tony Stark and his Stark Industries, intertwined with Wayne Enterprises in Gotham City, alongside reports of an extraterrestrial spacecraft crash in Metropolis during the divine conflict of World War II. Confronted with a slew of catastrophic events that threatened global annihilation, Zhou Hong found himself teetering on the brink of despair. As an ordinary individual devoid of any extraordinary abilities or systems, he grappled with the daunting question of survival in this tumultuous world. While some might argue that myriad opportunities and superpowers exist within this realm, such as the Hulk's serum or Superman's essence, the reality for an average person, particularly someone from Xia country, was that proximity to the formidable military, supernatural forces, and clandestine organizations of America could swiftly culminate in demise. Fortunately, Zhou Hong possessed two remarkable treasures within his mind: a vast, approximately 1,000 cubic foot Qianquan bag and a fragment of the legendary amber blade, forged from the mythological Qiu's essence, known as the Demon Blade. Within the Qianquan bag lay two significant heritage jade slips and a corpse, representing the Taoist cultivation legacy and the demonic cultivation tradition, respectively. Initially, Zhou Hong intended to pursue the Taoist path. However, upon commencing his practice, he discovered that while the spiritual energy in this world was vibrant, it was also remarkably scarce. Calculating the requirements for reaching the third tier of Qi refinement, he realized it would take at least a decade. Given that the year was already 1999, the impending events of 2009, including the emergence of Iron Man and subsequent global crises, loomed ominously. Although Zhou Hong remained indifferent to the fate of the world, his own survival was at stake. He could not afford to perish in obscurity after having been granted a second chance at life. Thus, after achieving the first tier of Qi refinement through the Taoist foundational techniques, he began to cultivate demonic powers in the lower Dantian. Perhaps due to the unsettling nature of this world, Zhou Hong developed an illusory perception of reality. Initially, he relied on the blood and flesh of livestock and wild animals for his cultivation, yet these sources failed to significantly enhance his progress. Despite being swifter than the Taoist methods, the growth rate remained unsatisfactory. Life in America, characterized by gunfights and a culture of zero-sum purchases, was fraught with peril. One fateful day, while commuting to school, he was threatened with knives and firearms. Upon witnessing the menacing glint in their eyes, Zhou Hong acted decisively, utilizing his school supplies to effortlessly eliminate four assailants. To preempt any repercussions, he employed the blood demon technique to extract all blood, flesh, and vitality from the thugs. That very night, he swiftly progressed from the late third tier to the mid-fourth tier of Qi refinement, with the demonic cultivation methods proving remarkably effective. Having resided in America for a decade, Zhou Hong never attended university. After graduating high school, he dedicated himself entirely to cultivation. Throughout these 10 years, he incessantly absorbed the essence of livestock and wild creatures. Coupled with an intensifying sense of existential urgency, he began to focus on his own kind, having slain and utilized thousands of humans for his cultivation. This continuous disappearance of individuals in urban and rural areas had led to Zhou Hong becoming infamously known as the killing demon in America, as evidenced by distant witnesses and recorded footage. Despite living with his parents over the past 10 years, Zhou Hong was perceived by Zhou Yuan and Yi Jing as a mere high school graduate, a slacker wallowing in idleness at home. They would only catch fleeting glimpses of him during dinner, where he appeared disheveled and unkempt. Neighbors were only vaguely aware of the presence of a son named Zhou Hong, rarely encountering him except during essential outings to procure basic necessities. Throughout these 10 years, various herbal shops in Chinatown and shipments of red sandstones and other materials from Xia country had mysteriously vanished. Initially, this sparked significant concern, but as numerous authorities and police investigations yielded no leads, the matter faded into obscurity. Particularly, an incident 6.5 years prior, when Zhou Hong was still relatively weak, involved a conflict between mutants that escalated into a clash on Chinatown. That day, at least 100 compatriots from Xia country were injured or killed. This event further solidified Zhou Hong's resolve to expedite his cultivation through demonic practices. Chapter 3. Returning to school on September 1st, 2008, a decade after moving from the land of summer to America, Zhou Hong had accompanied his parents several times back to the land of summer to visit relatives and friends from his hometown. Zhou Hong remained undeterred in his quest within the land of summer, seeking the language and various traditions that were deeply rooted in his bloodline. However, with each search came a growing sense of disappointment that edged toward despair. During his last visit to Longhu Mountain 4 years ago, he was confronted with the absence of the Taoist priest's residence he had remembered. Instead, what stood before him was a sorcerer's abode clad in black robes, which sent his heart into a state of utter madness. From that moment on, Zhou Hong felt as if he had become a stagnant pool, devoid of any ripples. In America, he cultivated his inner self with the souls of the living, feeling a subtle sense of satisfaction. It seemed to him that the existence of all living beings was but an illusion akin to that of mere ants. Since 4 years ago, his magical prowess had accelerated, and he became increasingly adept at harnessing the life force of both the living and the dead. This continued until 2 years ago, when he reached the pinnacle of the 12th level of Qi refinement. After that, no resource or material could propel him further. Through the knowledge stored in his mind, he devised an ambitious plan to refine a city full of living souls, utilizing a spirit-gathering array as a foundation, supplemented by a basic illusion array, and further fueled by the moonlight array and star-gathering array. He laid out a grand blood refinement array across the city of Klin, alongside an alchemical furnace array beneath the central square. Now, he merely awaited the full moon on the 16th day of the lunar month, October 8th, when the powers of moonlight and starlight would peak. At that moment, by activating the array, he could refine exquisite blood and soul elixirs from 1 million living souls. This day was significant not only for the celestial alignment, but also because public attention would be captivated by Tony Stark's monumental transformation into Iron Man. At that time, both the ordinary populace and the extraordinary world would be focused on Tony Stark, coinciding with the aftermath of the Hulk and Abominations battle in New York. No one would suspect or interfere with his grand scheme. With the refined elixirs from 1 million souls, Zhou Hong would surely break through to the foundational realm, allowing him to activate the shards of the Amber Blade, the legendary unique trait of the Demon Blade, even the ancient one from the Marvel Universe. Utilizing the Time Stone to probe the rivers of time would be unable to detect him due to this unique legendary trait, allowing him to shroud himself in complete secrecy. At that moment, Zhou Hong would be free to wield all the resources of this world for his cultivation, rather than treading cautiously to avoid detection. At 8:30 in the evening, while Zhou Hong was inscribing symbols in the basement, he heard a knock at the door. Through the camera he had installed, he saw his mother, Yi Qing, at the door of his third-floor room, calling him down for dinner. He swiftly completed the talisman he had been working on and returned to his third-floor room via the teleportation array. After casting a cleansing spell to rid himself of the blood and grime from the basement, he opened the door to find a woman clad in a red qipao. Her figure slender yet well-proportioned, with a delicate face adorned with peach blossom eyes, a graceful nose, and cherry lips. Beneath her lips lay a beauty mark that added to her allure, revealing her to be a woman of no more than 30. This enchanting woman was none other than Zhou Hong's mother, Yi Qing. Before Zhou Hong could speak, his mother, with her seemingly innate American English, said, "Hi Hong, my dear son, It's time for dinner. The unexpected American English stirred a profound discomfort within Zhou Hong. Yet, having lived in this amalgamated world for a decade, he managed a calm response. All right, Qing, my mother, I will come down for dinner. As he spoke, Zhou Hong had already bypassed Yi Qing and began descending the stairs. Just as he was about to continue, Yi Qing's voice called out from behind. Hong, your father has been in a rather poor mood lately, perhaps due to your prolonged absence from school. If he suggests you attend college, I hope you will heed his advice. Zhou Hong paused on the stairs, contemplating for a moment before gently nodding and replying. Okay. Yi Qing's face brightened at his response as she quickly approached and placed a hand on his shoulder, asking Hong, weren't you previously resistant to going back to school? Why the sudden agreement today? I just find staying at home rather dull. Perhaps going to school is a worthwhile choice. Alternatively, I could seek a part-time job. Good. I'm thrilled that you think this way. Going to school or working is indeed an excellent choice. As they conversed, they reached the living room where a table was set with 3 dishes and soup, but instead of rice or steamed buns, the staple was sandwiches. This was yet another aspect that made Zhou Hong feel uncomfortable. Why, in a seemingly normal meal, was a staple food such as sandwiches or bread? At the head of the table sat Zhou Hong's father, Zhou Yuan, already dressed in a suit and perusing the latest edition of the New York Times. Although Zhou Yuan appeared a bit portly, hints of his past good looks as a handsome young man were still discernible. Perhaps years of office work had taken a toll on him, leading to a burgeoning beer belly. As Zhou Hong and Yi Qing took their seats beside Zhou Yuan, ready to begin their meal, Zhou Yuan set down his newspaper on the sofa behind him and, with a somewhat displeased expression, spoke. Hong, what do you occupy yourself with all day in your room? At your age, you should be out enjoying life, studying, and channeling your youthful energy, rather than idling at home. To that end, I have arranged for you to attend a private university through my American friends. By the end of September, you should go to school and make some friends. All right, Father, I will follow your guidance and suggestions regarding my schooling. Chapter 4. Realms and Power. The family continued to enjoy dinner together, engaging in light conversation. After the meal, Yi Qing rose to clean up the dishes, while Zhou Yuan returned to his study, resuming his work without further discussion. Zhou Hong observed his mother bustling in the kitchen and his father retreating to his study. He then declared, I'm going to wash up and sleep. Without waiting for a response, he ascended the stairs to his room, locked the door behind him, and activated the teleportation array hidden within his bookshelf, returning to the subterranean space 600 meters below. He chose not to inscribe any further talismans, but instead sank into a nearby recliner, lost in thought. My agreement to return to school is aimed at assuaging my parents' concerns and allowing Zhou Hong to completely shed any unusual suspicions. After all, who would suspect a typical student from a private university in a land of summer, possessing an unassailable alibi, could have the capacity for murder and concealment? Reclining in the chair, Zhou Hong chuckled softly to himself. After all, I am merely a perfectly ordinary student from the land of summer. The one who will attend school is just a paper effigy crafted in my likeness. With a gentle wave of his hand, he activated all the formations within the underground space, including but not limited to the illusion formation, concealment formation, and the basic heavenly mechanism interference formation. After meticulously reviewing his plans to ensure nothing was overlooked, he resumed his task of drawing talismans. 3 days passed in this manner, and during dinner, Zhou Yuan, handed an envelope to Zhou Hong, saying, this is the admission letter from a private university that I had a friend arrange for you. It's called Meixiao Private University, located not far from here, near Chinatown. The majority of the students, there are Chinese Americans or international students from Xia country. The school opens on September 9th, and you will have someone to guide you then. After receiving the letter, Zhou Hong acknowledged, I will be there on time. In the early hours of the morning, while taking a break from drawing talismans in the underground space, Zhou Hong occasionally reflected on his situation. If this world, or rather his current life, remained undisturbed, he might have chosen to pursue Taoist cultivation quietly. Perhaps those who could dedicate themselves to studies or cultivation in peace would find a path in Taoism commendable. However, the thought of being in such a strange yet familiar world filled him with discomfort. The looming crises and myriad events from parallel universes ignited a profound sense of urgency within him, as the specter of reboot or destruction loomed large. Currently, Zhou Hong had reached the pinnacle of the 12th level of qi refinement, and his demonic cultivation was categorized into various stages: qi refinement, foundation establishment. 9 transformations of golden core, primordial spirit immortal, heavenly immortal, and true immortal, among others. The 9 stages revealed that the first level of qi refinement merely granted a perception of qi, but the second level allowed one to conjure a fireball the size of a basketball, with explosive power akin to that of a standard grenade. In the third level, physical strength could reach 10 tons, and in the fourth level, strength doubled, enabling the practitioner to wield elemental spells, conjuring a blue fireball of barrel size with an explosive force equivalent to a high explosive grenade, reaching temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Upon reaching the 9th level of qi refinement, physical strength soared to over 3,000 tons, allowing the use of elemental escape techniques, manifesting a white fire dragon over 10 meters long that could obliterate a building. With a terrifying temperature of 5,000 degrees, capable of melting steel instantaneously. This underground space was established 4 years ago when he attained the 9th level of qi refinement. Now, having achieved the peak of the 12th level, Zhou Hong estimated his physical strength to surpass 10,000 tons. He felt confident that he could obliterate a small city with ease, and with the various formations he had learned, he could even destroy a city like Klin City, home to 1 million inhabitants. Zhou Hong shook his head gently, muttering to himself, No, I must remain low-key. This world is not like the cinematic Marvel universe. While not as exaggerated as the comic realms, it is not to be underestimated. I must at least reach the golden core stage before making a splash. With that thought, he immersed himself back into his research on talismans. As September 9th, 2008, dawned, Zhou Mu, Yi Jing, knocked on Zhou Hong's door, reminding him that today marked the beginning of his schooling. After a bland sandwich for breakfast, Zhou Hong bid farewell to his parents and set off toward the university with a small backpack. Given that this private school was founded by a prominent Chinese-American figure and situated on the outskirts of Chinatown, Zhou Hong and his parents decided he would commute daily rather than reside on campus, so he carried little with him. On the first day of school, to blend in, Zhou Hong decided to employ his true appearance. As he arrived at Meisha Private University on his bicycle, he observed the throngs of students entering the campus. The sight of numerous Asian female students in revealing shorts and well-built male students adorned with tattoos made him furrow his brow. So this is what Chinese Americans look like. He then used his flip phone to contact Li He, the liaison arranged by Zhou Fu, Zhou Yuan. 3 minutes later, a middle-aged, portly Chinese man in his 40s or 50s approached Zhou Hong. After a brief introduction and pleasantries, Li He guided Zhou Hong to his class. Throughout the journey, it was mostly Li He speaking while Zhou Hong listened, absorbing the essential information. Li He had immigrated during the 1960s, as his grandfather was a traditional Chinese doctor, the only one in Chinatown at the time, which granted him considerable respect. This private school was established by his uncle after marrying the daughter of a local councilman. Currently, his uncle served as the principal, while Li held the position of vice principal, with the school primarily catering to overseas Chinese from Chinatown. The institution was founded out of compassion for Chinese students who faced bullying while studying abroad. Upon reaching the classroom door, Li pointed inside, where only 4 or 5 students were present, and said, Zhou Hong, this is your history class. Historically, this department has had few students, and this year is no different. As long as you don't falter during these 4 years, you will surely graduate. Remember to study diligently. I will leave you here. Your counselor will arrive soon for introductions. I must prepare for the student's arrival. If you need anything, feel free to come find me. With that, Li departed. Zhou Hong nodded and entered the history class. As he stepped inside, the 4 male and 1 female students looked up, their interest waning upon seeing Zhou Hong's long hair that covered his brow, thick black-rimmed glasses, and slender frame. They quickly returned to their tasks. Zhou Hong had no intention of greeting anyone. He chose an inconspicuous spot in the last row and sat down. For some reason, ever since he began his cultivation journey, he had developed an aversion to conversing with ordinary people. Even his parents' inquiries were met with vague murmurs. He would merely nod at neighbors, relatives, and old friends when they crossed paths. As time passed, the classroom gradually filled, and as the bell rang to signal the start of class, the discussions quieted. Just then, Zhou Hong sensed a subtle, yet intriguing energy approaching the classroom door. When the door swung open, the students beheld a mixed-race woman, seemingly in her 20s or 30s. She had long, dark hair, but her striking blue eyes stood out. Her face bore the angular features of a Westerner, yet her soft, gentle traits hinted at Eastern heritage. Typically, such a blend might not be considered conventionally attractive, but the fusion of Eastern and Western beauty in her visage emanated a captivating allure. Beneath her delicate nose lay a pair of slightly fuller lips, contrasting with those of many Easterners. Dressed in an elegant teacher's suit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, the button on her chest seemed almost overwhelmed, as if it could burst open at any moment. As she approached the podium in the classroom, a sudden uproar of discussion erupted among the students. "Wow, is this our counselor?" She asked, stunning. "Gentlemen, we are indeed fortunate. I have my eye on her. Don't even think of competing with me. Why is such a beautiful woman here? She should just disappear." Zhou Hong observed the expressions and demeanor of his classmates, while his nascent consciousness revealed the myriad of dark, malevolent thoughts swirling around the room. This was the genesis of desire and malicious intent. At the podium, after writing her name Li Shui on the blackboard, the counselor addressed the students. "Dear students, my name is Li Shui, and I will be your counselor as well as the principal teacher of the history department. I hope you will all engage earnestly in your studies. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me. Today marks the first day of the new semester, and we shall begin by introducing ourselves. Starting from the first desk on the right, please come up one by one." A striking Asian female student in revealing hot pants confidently walked to the podium for her introduction. "Hello, everyone. My name is Annie Xia. I thoroughly enjoy vigorous activities such as swimming, running, and working out. Feel free to join me anytime." After her introduction, Annie threw a flirtatious glance at the audience before sauntering back to her seat. With Annie leading the way, other students also took to the stage for their introductions, some even flaunting their physiques, while robust white or mixed-race students showcased their fitness with impressive poses. When it was Zhou Hong's turn, he simply stated his name and added that he preferred quietude, then leisurely returned to the back of the classroom. Perhaps due to his long hair, slender frame, and thick black glasses, he remained largely unnoticed. During his introduction, hardly anyone paid attention to him, which suited Zhou Hong just fine. The only person who captured his interest was the counselor at the podium. He sensed a faint yet peculiar power emanating from her, accompanied by a cold aura reminiscent of ice and snow, cold yet fragile. This force, though minuscule, struck him as exceptionally unique. With his head bowed, Zhou Hong sat in his seat, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, aware of the divine entities lurking in this world and the numerous formidable figures that emerged. He had developed a habit of concealing his presence before stepping out of his subterranean research space at home. The fragments of the amber blade helped him remain undetected by the ever-watchful eyes of powerful beings, including the Ancient One. At that moment, Zhou Hong's mind wandered to the thought of abducting Li Shui for experimentation. I wonder if capturing her would reveal the nature and origin of that power. What a splendid subject for research. Steady yourself. Once I reach the foundation building stage and acquire self-defense capabilities, I can commence my training and studies. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the excitement of new acquaintances led to hushed conversations, leaving no one to notice Zhou Hong's quiet, solitary figure in the corner. Ding, 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 ding. As time passed, the school day concluded, and Zhou Hong was the last to exit the classroom after everyone else had left. Even after living in this world for more than a decade, he could not shake the memories of his original life. For him, this world existed merely in the realm of film and television, a mere illusion of reality. Perhaps just a dream, a dying person's fantasy. Yet, none of that mattered. To Zhou Hong, even within a dream, he would pursue the path of immortality, unafraid of walking it alone, for eternity is inherently solitary. Chapter 6. The beginning of everything that evening. Upon returning home from school, the clock struck 4:30. Readers, be content. We still have the Gaokao to change our fates. Only the foolish would believe in the vacuous joys of foreign education. Those with any semblance of influence or ability have been rigorously training their offspring since childhood. It is only those who have given up or selected their successors who engage in such foolish education. Casting a glance at the empty house, Zhou Hong paid it no mind and headed straight to his room on the third floor. Uncharacteristically, he did not descend into the underground research lab. Instead, he sat at his desk and opened his computer to review recent significant events. Washington Post, Issue 8, 2008, Tony Stark returns. New York Times, Issue 16, The Backbone of Stark Industries. Clinton Real-Time News, Suspected Alien Creature, the Green Beast. Zhou Hong sat at his computer, arms crossed, resting his chin on his hand, pondering deeply. Tony Stark has returned. It won't be long before he announces himself as Iron Man Excellent. Let the world's attention focus on Tony Stark. This will ensure my plans are foolproof. Ha ha ha. Oh, could this green beast be the Hulk? Perfect. Let these events capture global attention. As he sat at his desk, thoughts raced through his mind, his eyes gleaming with excitement. During dinner that night, Zhou's parents, rarely lingering after their meal, inquired about his daily life at school. Upon hearing about his experiences, they encouraged him to make more friends and to be more outgoing. Unbeknownst to them, their seemingly unremarkable child, who lived like a reclusive hermit, had already committed countless heinous acts, with a death toll surpassing 10,000. And the number of creatures he had bred, from rabbits, chickens, pigs, and cows to enormous snakes, sharks, and whales, countless. Suddenly, Zhou's father, Zhou Yuan, shifted his tone and solemnly warned, "Things are quite unsettled in America lately, with various incidents occurring. Be cautious when you go out and steer clear of danger." Zhou's mother, Yi Jing, echoed his sentiments, advising Zhou Hong, "Hong, my child, please be vigilant in the coming days, whether going to or returning from school. Do not linger on the road. You've seen the news. It's either a shooting or a terror attack. Stay in crowded places and be mindful of your safety. Understood?" "All right, I understand. I'm full now. I'll head back to my room." Zhou Hong returned to his room and immediately made his way to the underground research facility. He infused his vital energy into the core of the formation, and instantly, the walls of the underground laboratory were adorned with countless ethereal inscriptions and illustrations. These runes and images were composed of a variety of concealed, sturdy, and isolating formations, rendering the existence of this underground space undetectable even to energy detectors, radars, and other reconnaissance instruments. Upon entering the underground research area, Zhou Hong donned a research suit and mask, and in an instant, his originally dark hair transformed into a golden hue, his pupils shifted to a striking blue, and he diminished in height by 5 centimeters, his physique becoming more robust and corpulent, resembling that of a typical researcher. He strode directly into another room, where the space within far exceeded the central area of the laboratory. Inside were prison-like chambers constructed of alloys, housing various creatures in slumber, including humans. These entities were the result of Zhou Hong's deception over the past 4 years, utilizing paper manipulation techniques at home while capturing diverse biological specimens from around the globe for experimentation. The humans were akin to individuals like Li Shui, possessing innate energy or abilities, as well as mutants. As for their state of slumber, it was simply due to the fact that all beings consume minimal energy while asleep, making it easier to confine them. Furthermore, apart from animals and plants, all humans and mutants have been subjected to Zhou Hong's curses or administered with various toxins and parasitic insects, ensuring absolute control over all experimental subjects. Zhou Hong walked straight to the final room of the prison, which was the only one where 7 individuals lay in slumber. He had cast spells upon these 7 using his own blood, implanting his consciousness into their minds, hypnotizing them daily. Naturally, various toxins and parasitic insects were indispensable to guarantee success, all in pursuit of immortality. With a clap, the 7 slowly awakened. As Zhou Hong opened the door, they knelt before him with the reverence of devoted disciples. "Supreme and omnipotent Lord, my master, how may we serve you?" Zhou Hong retrieved 21 gemstones of 7 different colors, casting them before the 7 and proclaiming, "The time has come for your service. Heed the voices in your minds. Each of you shall take 3 energy stones and place one in the corresponding formation center to guard its periphery before October 7th. All is for the divine will. Yes, supreme and omnipotent God, we shall fulfill your will, even at the cost of our lives." "Excellent. You truly are the most loyal servants of the divine. Go forth, and you shall bask in the radiance of the deity and attain immortality." With that, Zhou Hong led the 7 to the leftmost corner of the underground laboratory, where a teleportation formation resided, connecting to another underground research facility in New York City. After sending the 7 away, Zhou Hong proceeded to the largest room among all the chambers. This room measured 100 meters in length, width, and height, filled with intersecting steel columns. And within its confines lurked a terrifying beast resembling a lizard, towering at 40 meters and stretching 85 meters in length. With claws akin to those of a tiger and a beak lined with jagged teeth, its grotesque body was marred by tumors that periodically ruptured, oozing dark green pus. while a serpent-like tail extended behind it. Its limbs were remarkably powerful, and had it not been for the steel columns restricting its movement, the beast could have caused tremendous upheaval with the slightest motion. Even with its eyes shut, its formidable and fearsome form left a profound impression. As if sensing Zhou Hong's presence, the beast's massive eyes abruptly opened, revealing a gaze filled with blood-red fury. Yet within the depths of its eyes, Zhou Hong discerned a flicker of rationality and an indescribable hatred, exactly what he desired. Ha ha ha, my most successful experiment, the war beast. I have complete control over it now. Soon, it will be time to announce the birth of the most powerful biological weapon of the Robert and Edward family. Once the subsequent experiments succeed, we can mass-produce it. This will herald the era of the Howard family's dominance over the world. Ha ha ha, roar. The beast's eyes momentarily reflected a hint of mockery and hatred before swiftly retreating, as if it had never manifested at all, echoing Zhou Hong's roar. Its boundless rage and hatred blazed fiercely within. Chapter 7. A warning from a mind. Once Zhou Hong's figure vanished into the boundless darkness of the laboratory. The previously dormant beast reopened its eyes. However, this time, they were devoid of mindless frenzy and slaughter, filled instead with a cold, rational hatred. Its growl resonated with an unspeakable vengeance. Roar. Robert, Edward. The Edward family. Just wait. I will kill each and every one of you. Damn it. Thankfully, the chip in my brain cannot entirely erase my consciousness. Otherwise, I would be left with nothing but a thirst for carnage. Curse the Edward family. With that, the beast closed its eyes once more, resuming its slumber. Why not struggle to escape? Countless attempts to break free had only resulted in futility, as the metallic columns surrounding it rendered any exertion of strength impossible. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong had returned to his original appearance with black hair and eyes in the underground research facility. The visage he had assumed earlier was inspired by Anthony Edward Stark. Known as Tony Stark, the future Iron Man, modified to appear older, thus resembling Tony Stark's father. This guise, combined with the prior experiments involving human modification and the infusion of animal genes, birthed the ferocious and grotesque beast. Once unleashed in New York's city center, the creature, with its meager intellect and singular drive for destruction, would rampage through Stark Industries, drawing global attention. Moreover, the beast's capability to articulate human speech would raise suspicions about whether the Edward family was indeed developing biological weapons. In that moment, the big shit would not merely be metaphorical. On the other side, in a seaside villa's basement, Tony Stark, engrossed in creating the freezing apparatus for Mark II, suddenly felt an icy malevolence, causing him to sneeze several times. In the realm of the Summer Kingdom's Kunlun Mountains, once the ancestral ground of Taoism, now a sanctuary for sorcerers known as Kamartaj. In a library, the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, appeared pallid, initially seated on the carpet. A sudden trickle of crimson escaped from the corner of her mouth. Upon opening her eyes, they reflected a profound sense of helplessness. Cough. 10 years ago, an anomaly in the river of time caused a grievous injury when I attempted to glimpse its flow using the time stone. A blade of unknown origin struck me, leaving me severely wounded, and now the time stone bears a fracture. Alas, my current magical and arcane powers are insufficient to probe the globe, let alone continue my inquiries into the river of time. Now, my mind is besieged by frantic warnings, foreboding the arrival of otherworldly foes. Although I do not sense an immediate threat to myself, vigilance is paramount. Ancient One swiftly summoned a disciple standing outside, exclaiming, "Kristen, hasten to summon Master Wong. I have urgent matters to discuss." The golden-haired, blue-eyed mage outside promptly complied, opening a portal that led to the sanctum in Hong Kong, where Master Wong served as the guardian of the temple. Master Wong, amongst the few Asian mages of the Kunlun sect, stood out as one of the few capable of independently safeguarding the sanctum aside from the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One. Upon encountering Kristen emerging from the portal, Master Wong, noticing his anxious demeanor, inquired, "What transpires that brings such urgency?" Kristen relayed Ancient One's command. "Master Wong, the supreme sorcerer requests your presence." "Very well, I shall proceed at once. Please remain here and coordinate with the other mages to guard the sanctum. I will ensure someone comes to relieve you shortly." "Understood, Master Wong." As Master Wong stepped through the portal back to Kunlun's Kamartaj, Ancient One had been awaiting him in the library for some time. Upon his arrival, Master Wang hastily bowed. "What is thy command, Supreme Sorcerer?" "Wang, I sense an impending crisis in New York, instigated by malevolent forces from beyond. I am unable to depart at this moment. You must lead a team of mages to New York. Besides assisting the local archmage in safeguarding the sanctum, it is imperative that you swiftly ascertain the origin of these otherworldly demons. Is it true that even you cannot discern the source of these demons, Supreme Sorcerer? 10 years ago, I was grievously wounded while probing the river of time, and with the dimensional demon stirring restlessly, I am hindered from leaving. I implore you to cleanse the malevolence from New York City." "Very well. I shall lead a contingent of mages to New York immediately." As Master Wang guided his team of over 10 mages through the portal to the sanctum in New York, Ancient One, standing atop a dais, gazed with concern at their departure. "May all proceed smoothly. Otherwise, the future remains uncertain." On the afternoon of October 5th, at 4 o'clock, the citizens of New York City once again felt the terror of extraordinary powers, as a colossal claw, nearly 10 meters in length, emerged from the yellow sigil. Followed by a grotesque head and a terrifying roar, the crowd was thrown into chaos, with many bleeding from their orifices and the faint-hearted collapsing in a stupor. When the monstrous form fully materialized, the onlookers were struck by its terrifying size. Over 80 meters in length and endowed with immense strength, a mere swipe of its claw could obliterate several vehicles, and its powerful tail could effortlessly send cars flying. The most horrifying aspect of the beast was the pus-filled sores bursting, corroding the ground beneath, resulting in numerous casualties within mere moments, an echo of the previous clash between the Hulk and Abomination. Yet this outcome bore a far graver threat. 3 minutes later, as the street lay in ruins, the remaining populace dwindled, leaving behind a scene reminiscent of a battlefield, littered with debris. Having vented its rage, the monstrous beast paused its indiscriminate destruction. The mindless fury momentarily faded, replaced by a clear intent fueled by rage and resentment. "Roar, Edward!" With a thunderous roar, the remaining structure shattered, and the terrifying beast surged towards the unmistakable Stark Industries. As the monstrous entity rampaged, it left devastation in its wake, demolishing skyscrapers, luxury apartments, and city streets alike. Meanwhile, the police arrived belatedly, with the NYPD chief surveying the chaos, his expression a mix of despair and resignation. The enormity of the situation loomed, and he feared he might soon face repercussions. In the midst of organizing police efforts to assist hospitals and ambulances, a group of tall, broad-shouldered men in black suits emerged from shadowy corner. The leader among them, Nick, unfurled his credentials before Chief Avery Clinton, stating, "Mr. Director, these matters are beyond your jurisdiction. From now on, the Bureau of Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack, and Logistics will take over." "Why? If this falls under your authority, why have you only now made an appearance? What were you doing while that wretched monster wreaked havoc?" "Mr. Director, I believe I need not explain. Your superiors will convey the necessary information to you. For now, you are simply required to comply with our directives." With that, the leading agent spoke into a small communication device affixed to his chest. "Carlson, Natasha, Barton, Risen Hill, Barbara, Melinda, May, I need all information regarding this street, every shop, and every individual who has been here. Even the minutiae of their childhood attire must be uncovered." "Received, Director," Natasha acknowledged. Carlson received. Barton received. After concluding his communications, Nick Fury turned to those beside him and instructed, "You all, take several teams and procure all surveillance footage from this entire street." "Understood, Director." Nick Fury, the director of the Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack, and Logistics Bureau, commonly referred to as SHIELD, gazed upon the utterly devastated street, murmuring to himself, "All forces must be contained. My plan was indeed correct. There should be no reason for Congress to refuse this matter. It must be submitted to Congress upon our return. It is time to awaken Captain America. We require his assistance." At this moment, the colossal beast, covered in oozing sores and sporting claws reminiscent of an eagle's, had traversed several streets, instigating widespread panic. It now faced the iconic building of Stark Industries. In the beast's eyes burned an overwhelming fury, and as its rage intensified, it seemed to recall the latent power hidden within its genes. Gathering energy, a faint glow ignited within its maw. Upon reaching a zenith of power, It unleashed a thunderous roar directed at Stark Industries, and in an instant, flames erupted skyward from its dinosaur-like jaws, piercing through the edifice of Stark Industries. The beast, seemingly unsatisfied with the devastation it had wrought, swung its massive claws in further destruction. As dusk approached, the employees within Stark Tower were preparing to leave when they were suddenly assaulted by the beast. In mere minutes, the entire structure lay in ruins. When Tony Stark donned his Mark II armor and sped to the scene, he beheld the once proud Stark Tower now reduced to chaos. Echoing with the cries of employees seeking salvation, alongside the terrifying roars of the beast amidst the debris. Iron Man, Tony Stark, raised his energy cannons in fury, swiftly powering them up. As the formidable energy beam struck the beast, it merely created a small rupture at its waist, not even half a meter wide. To a creature measuring over 80 meters in length, such damage was akin to a mere mosquito bite. Yet, this slight discomfort drew the beast's attention to Tony Stark. Suspended in midair. In a fateful decision, Tony Stark foolishly retracted his iron mask, revealing his visage, and mockingly taunted, "Hey there, big fella! Did the zoo lose track of you?" As the beast's gaze fell upon the airborne Tony Stark, its massive pupils constricted, rapidly coursing with blood. "Edward, at last, I have found you. You shall perish." As the beast roared these words, the surviving onlookers were left in stunned disbelief. This terrifying monster could articulate human speech? Tony Stark's expression shifted to one of grave concern. If the creature were merely a mindless beast, it would pose a minor inconvenience, though it could inflict some minor wounds. Time would ultimately wear it down. However, the fact that this monstrous entity could speak indicated a significant level of intelligence, suggesting that it understood tactics and was aware of its vulnerabilities, making it far more challenging to defeat. Nonetheless, Tony remained steadfast, responding, "Hey there, big guy. I don't believe we've crossed paths before. You're making me quite irritable." Ha ha ha. Tony Stark, Edward family. The transformation I endured is all you're doing. I was once an ordinary mutant, but your experiments turned me into this abomination. Today, I shall ensure your demise. You all shall perish. Wait. Stark Industries has never conducted biological experiments. How could we possibly have created such a creature? However, the beast's reason had been eclipsed by rage, rendering it deaf to Iron Man's reassurances. Swiftly, it raised its right claw, aiming to strike at Tony Stark. Iron Man, caught off guard in midair, was sent hurtling backward for dozens of meters until he crashed through 2 buildings before finally coming to a halt. Chapter 9. The Arrival of the Superhuman. The Beast Flees. As the beast barreled through the structure towards the grounded Tony Stark, he adeptly dodged with the assistance of Jarvis and unleashed a full barrage of firepower, launching every small missile from his shoulder. The beast, sensing imminent danger, shielded itself with its forelimbs. The missiles struck the creature, which was equipped with Stark Industries' latest Jersen missiles, powerful enough to obliterate a small hill. Yet upon impact, the missiles merely tore the beast's flesh, leaving it wounded but not incapacitated. As the smoke cleared, Tony Stark beheld the beast sprawled on the ground, its body riddled with gaping wounds. As Tony approached the fallen creature, it appeared to sense peril. Suddenly soaring into the air, the beast, once incapacitated, now unleashed a massive claw aimed at the spot where Tony Stark had just been. Suspended 100 meters above the ground, Tony discovered through Jarvis that the creature's wounds were healing at an alarming rate. Clearly, its earlier incapacitation had been feigned. The beast grinned, revealing its cavernous maw. "Huh, I was so close to catching you." Tony Stark, hovering in midair, realized the predicament was becoming increasingly dire. The beast's immense size, coupled with its considerable intelligence, rendered it a formidable opponent. A direct confrontation seemed futile. Thus, Tony resolved to engage the creature in dialogue, hoping to glean some information. "Big fella, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. The Edward Stark Group has never engaged in biogenetics. Could this be a mistake? A misunderstanding? You may deceive others, but I witnessed a person resembling you conducting experiments on my body. I trust only what I have seen. Yes, you. Today, the Edward family will face annihilation. Mark my words, even God himself cannot intervene." Tony Stark's expression grew grave within his armor, prompting him to urgently inquire of Jarvis. "Jarvis, please investigate whether Stark Industries has ever conducted any projects related to biogenetics or biological research." "Certainly, sir." Jarvis promptly accessed all internal information from Stark Industries. completing the query in less than 10 seconds. Boss, there are no research projects related to biochemistry or biology within our group. Hey, everyone, I have a detailed document that records all the data from our group's experimental bases. I can show you. I assure you, there are no experiments concerning biochemistry or biology. This is a misunderstanding. However, the colossal beast, consumed by rage, paid no heed to Tony Stark's words. With a swift motion, it struck down, slamming the armored Tony Stark in Mark II to the ground. Inside Mark II, despite the protective shock absorption system, Tony Stark was still knocked unconscious by the beast's blow, while the subsystem Jarvis desperately called out for him. As the beast raised its sharp and terrifying claw to deliver another crushing blow to the fallen Tony Stark, the earth quaked under the force, creating a crater several meters deep, sending shockwaves that shattered the already dilapidated windows of nearby buildings. A tremendous force, invisible to the naked eye, struck the beast's grotesque face, propelling it backward over 100 meters. The beast crashed into a 50 or 60-meter tall building, causing chaos among the hundreds of onlookers inside, many of whom were injured or killed, while others cried out for help, coughing blood. The beast, disoriented from the sudden impact, experienced a brief moment of dizziness. The immense power that could send its massive form flying was truly terrifying. However, the beast, with its tough hide, quickly extricated itself from the wreckage. As the dust settled, a tall figure clad in a black bodysuit, adorned with an emblem on his chest and a flowing red cape, floated gracefully in the air. It's Superman. He has come to save us. Superman. Superman. The crowd erupted in fervent excitement. For the people of America, Superman epitomized a divine savior, an undefeated legend akin to the Son of God. Yet, the furious beast's wrath intensified, its surface temperature rising to alarming levels until it ignited in a terrifying blaze. The flames grew hotter, and the beast let out a wretched howl of agony. The surrounding populace, overwhelmed by the creature's suffering, bled from their mouths, noses, and ears. The beast's massive form gradually diminished under the increasingly oppressive heat. Meanwhile, Superman, suspended in mid-air, adopted a grave expression, sensing the formidable life force emanating from the beast amidst the flames. As the creature shrank to 4 meters in height, its form became fully visible within the inferno. Far away, in a subterranean laboratory in Washington's Chinatown, Zhou Hong observed the scene unfolding, a faint smile curling his lips. Oh, the fusion of mystical and scientific biochemistry has resulted in a creature capable of a second-phase transformation. No. This is an unstable second form, derived from the combination of mystical forces and mutant powers carried within the genes. It seems I have a new direction for my experiments, merging scientific cultivation with mutant genetic power and the curses of mysticism, transitioning from instability to stability. Perhaps when I reach the golden core stage and grasp the power of the laws, I could create the monstrous deities or enigmas from my memories. Ha! How intriguing. Come forth. Let the power of all living beings oppose me. Allow me to add a touch of amusement to this eternal journey. Meanwhile, Superman, utilizing his superior vision, finally discerned the beast's second form amidst the flames. Once towering at over 80 meters, it now stood upright at over 5 meters, its body streamlined, with well-defined muscles and a face resembling that of a lizard. Its crimson tongue flicked hungrily. A thick tail swayed behind it, creating the appearance of a fiery behemoth against the backdrop of flames. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath the lizard-like beast fractured, fissures spreading out over 100 meters. Before Superman could react, the lizard beast struck him with a powerful punch, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters, demolishing buildings in its wake. The lizard beast, relentless in its assault, pounced upon Superman, pressing his head into the ground, delivering blow after blow. 80. The beast continued its relentless barrage when a crimson beam shot up from the crater, launching the unsuspecting lizard beast into the air. Fortunately, the lizard's robust defenses prevented it from being pierced, but the searing heat of Superman's heat vision scorched its skin to char. After sending the lizard beast flying, Superman leaped up, unleashing a devastating punch that sent it crashing to the ground. As the lizard beast hit the earth, Superman dove down with another powerful strike. The force of the blow drove the lizard beast deep into the ground, creating a massive crater spanning 300 meters. Buildings within thousands of meters crumbled as if shaken by an earthquake, and the already injured Tony Stark was flung several meters away. The lizard beast, refusing to yield, retaliated by springing up and delivering a punch that sent Superman crashing into a skyscraper. After landing, the lizard beast used the ground's force to leap up, pursuing Superman into the towering structure. Alas, the 200-meter skyscraper succumbed to their fierce battle, collapsing under the strain. Moments later, Superman was thrown onto a car, and just as he prepared to rise and continue his fight with the lizard beast, he was jolted back to reality by the cries of the distressed citizens nearby. Surveying the ruins of the city, Superman's heart sank at the sight of countless citizens in tattered clothes, their faces etched with despair. With his superhuman strength, hearing, and perception, he sensed the multitude of cries for help emanating from the debris. Regaining his composure, Superman resolved to act. As the lizard beast charged toward him at supersonic speed, he merely raised his hand to block its ferocious punch. Clark's eyes flared with red heat vision, the temperature soaring so intensely that the ground within several dozen meters melted into lava. In the next instant, his heat vision sliced through the beast's thick arm, severing it cleanly. With a firm grip, he yanked the lizard beast's tail, wrenching it off amidst its agonizing screams. Subsequently, Superman unleashed a powerful punch that pierced the lizard beast's chest, creating a gaping hole. Seeing the lizard beast's heart cease beating, Superman turned his attention to the urgent task of rescuing the citizens. The gaping wound in the chest of the fallen lizard orc pulsated with flesh and blood, healing completely in under 2 minutes. Its severed right arm and tail regrew anew. As Superman was rescuing the civilians, he suddenly turned around, sensing something amiss, only to see the lizard orc that had previously collapsed. Without even retrieving its severed hand and tail from the ground, it dashed into the giant pit, disappearing into the exposed underground waterway at an astonishing speed. Chapter 10. Reactions from all sides on the morning of October 6th, people around the world were in an uproar. On the afternoon of October 5th, a significant event transpired in one of the most bustling cities in America, New York. The clash between the Hulk and the Abomination obliterated half a street, and with the American government and military sealing off information, only a select few were aware of the fierce battle between the two. However, the terrifying and grotesque lizard giant's confrontation with Iron Man Tony Stark and Superman Cal was impossible to conceal. The ferocious lizard giant's battle with Superman Cal wreaked havoc on buildings and streets, resulting in thousands of deaths and tens of thousands injured. 1/3 of New York City lay in ruins, with direct and indirect economic losses reaching trillions. Countries around the globe with satellite surveillance could witness the unfolding of this battle. National leaders convened high-level meetings in hopes of equipping their armed forces or organizations with means to respond effectively. In the American White House, the president summoned military generals, strategists, security officials, the Department of Defense, the Strategic Resource Defense Initiative, SHIELD, and various other department heads for a meeting in a lavish conference room. At that moment, President Barack Obama, seated at the head of the table, pointed at the video projected from satellite surveillance, showing the lizard giant's devastating blows against Superman, which had destroyed an area of several hundred meters. He addressed the high-ranking officials below him, asking, "Ladies and gentlemen, what measures do we possess to confront such superhumans and monsters? Do not tell me you are powerless. Every year, the funding you report escalates, and now I require a weapon or method capable of addressing superhumans and monsters. Let's hear your suggestions." The leaders of various departments exchanged glances in the awkward silence. In this tense atmosphere, Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, stood up under the scrutiny of the gathered leaders, holding a stack of blue folders. After distributing the documents to the department heads, he addressed President Obama. "Mr. President, this is our strategy and plan at SHIELD for dealing with supernatural events, which we have dubbed the Revenge Plan. We are also activating our newly developed aerospace carrier. We will utilize our orbital satellites to monitor the globe, enabling us to respond promptly to supernatural occurrences." Following this, Fury elaborated on the details of the Revenge Plan, including various responses and personnel allocations, and subsequently requested funding from the Secretary of the Treasury. Meanwhile, General Roosevelt from the military also distributed documents to the department leaders. After Nick Fury concluded, he took the stage to address the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our military department's secret initiative the Super Soldier Program. It has begun to bear fruit, forming a team of 20 super soldiers. We have also acquired the genes of the lizard monster and Superman from yesterday's disaster. With a batch of funding, we can create a countermeasure against the lizard monster and Superman. Simultaneously, the leaders of the Xi'an nation convened high-ranking military and spearhead officials for a similar meeting. The Empire of the Rising Sun also called for a roundtable discussion with the military regarding the same matters. Intelligence agencies worldwide were fervently working to return the lizard, monster, and Superman's genetic materials or blood collected from the battle yesterday. At this moment, the world truly entered an era of rampant chaos. Nations across the globe fervently embarked on plans for extraordinary or superweapons. Meanwhile, our shadowy figure, Zhou Hong, was in an underground laboratory, using tracking and water mirror techniques to observe the changes in the lizard giant. Not bad, not bad. Combining the mutated lizard from Sakura Nation with fire element mutants. And the early blood genes of Wolverine, along with genetic extract from Beast Hank, creates a being that can contend with the so-called God of Man, Superman Cow. Although ultimately obliterated by the enraged Superman Cow, it remains a relatively successful experiment. Zhou Hong rose and approached the secret laboratory, gazing at the embryos cultivated within a circular glass tank, unable to suppress a villainous laugh. Ha ha ha! Can this being, engineered from Superman's genes, combined with the mutated lizard and Wolverine's serum, defeat Superman Cow? Ha ha ha! Chuckling, he glanced at another embryo, halfway through its creation. This one was a fusion of Doomsday's genes, the Hulk's genes, and the mutated lizard's genes. Initially, he intended to incorporate Wolverine's genes and cancer viruses, seeking to replicate Deadpool's true immortality. Yet regrettably, 3 super genes were the limit. Any addition of another biological gene would lead to genetic collapse and annihilation, a conclusion drawn from hundreds of experiments. Enough. Although these creatures, once created, are formidable, they are merely insignificant components of my grand plan. Ultimately, they are but external forces. Even if these beings could effortlessly destroy the planet in the future, they remain mere mortals. If this plan succeeds, I shall retrieve several items and attain the golden elixir realm. Ha ha ha! The cosmic cube, the god seed, the heart of the sun. August 16th comes swiftly. I can hardly wait. In this dark underground laboratory, Zhou Hong's hearty laughter reverberated, mingling with the anguished cries of animals and the curses and pleas of various humans, creating a stark contrast within the shadows. Not far from the American coastline, there lay a small island. This was a property purchased by Tony Stark over a decade ago, where he built a villa perched on the edge of a cliff, his largest private research base. In the basement of the villa, various precious instruments and materials were meticulously arranged within the underground laboratory. With bandages wrapped around his head and right arm, Tony Stark appeared pale and haggard, yet his eyes burned with an unquenchable fire. Since regaining consciousness after being knocked out by the lizard monster in New York City, he had immersed himself in the research lab, attending only to essential needs. JARVIS. Initiate the construction of the Colossus model. Certainly, sir. GARVIS. Synchronize the frequencies of 10 arc reactors into the Colossus model. Understood, sir. ARVIS. Simulate the probability of the Colossus model defeating the lizard monster. Sir, the win rate of the Titan 1 against the lizard monster's first form is merely 30. This is attributable to the formidable, self-healing abilities of the lizard monster, along with its robust muscle and tissue defenses. Conversely, the Titan 1's win rate against the lizard monster's second form stands at a dismal 0, as the second form possesses extraordinary speed and agility, with strength and speed magnified to tenfold that of the first form. Jarvis, please inform the invited biochemistry professors and researchers to expedite their study on the suppression of healing weapons using the genetic material obtained on site. Additionally, let them know that the research funding will be increased tenfold. Understood, sir. I will notify them immediately. Moreover, Jarvis, what is the status of the vibranium procurement data? I offered a bounty for an exchange for adamantium. Sir, we have successfully acquired 700 grams of vibranium. However, due to a lack of a synthesis formula, no grams of adamantium have been procured. We only have the 1 kilogram your father left behind. Jarvis, based on my father's research notes, recalculate the proportions of adamantium for further study. Jarvis, compile and analyze Superman's data to ascertain his vulnerabilities. In the heart of New York City, The recent battle had left Tony Stark, the Iron Man, deeply unsettled. The satellite surveillance footage from Stark Industries revealed the immense destructive power exhibited by Superman in his confrontation with the lizard monster, intensifying Stark's anxiety over safety. Following a brief medical treatment, he hurried back to his underground laboratory, tirelessly dedicating himself to devising strategies to counter the lizard monster and Superman. Chapter 11 begins as night fell. The moon hovered near its fullness over the city of Klin. Ball and his 4 companions strolled along Klin Street, the most vibrant thoroughfare, which was bustling during the day but desolate at night. The reason for their nocturnal venture was not only to earn a bit of pocket money, but also to scout nearby shops for potential plunder. Ball, a frail 25-year-old black youth, had grown up in a poverty-stricken and cramped household. His father was a drug addict, and his mother was a gambler, paying no heed to the well-being of her children. With 3 younger siblings caught in a cycle of theft and vice, Ball was inevitably drawn into a life of crime. This evening, after indulging in excessive drinking and consuming powdered substances, Ball felt emboldened and eager to embark on a heist. As a low-ranking member of the Black Snake Gang, his position was not a result of skill or prowess, but rather due to the fact that he had placed his 12-year-old sister into the care of a mid-level gang officer. With their minds clouded by intoxication, they paid little mind to the recent spate of disappearances plaguing Klin. They continued to boast loudly in the deserted streets, exchanging crude banter about their intentions and aspirations. "Sully, tonight we shall make a significant score, proving our worth to the boss and the Godfather. Who knows? We might ascend to prominent positions within the Black Snake Gang." "Absolutely. Once we rise to prominence, I'll have my little brothers help us take down the Wild Dog Gang, establishing the Black Snake Gang as the sole power in Billy District. Ball, when are we going to pay a visit to your home? I can't forget your mother's voluptuous figure. Indeed, Ball, your sister Leah has a body as exquisite as a black pearl. Damn it, my mother is already over 57. You scoundrels are unbelievable. Come on, Ball, don't pretend. Right. Damn, you lot are incorrigible. But you're right, once we pull off this big score, I'll take you all there, but it will be as before. You know what I mean? Hey. Understood, Ball." As Ball and his companions continued their raucous laughter and discussions about future exploits, a frail shadow lurked in the darkness behind them as they stumbled into a dim alley. Within moments, their laughter was replaced by shouts of anger and desperate pleas for mercy. When silence fell, the sounds of footsteps and dragging objects echoed through the alley, soon fading away, leaving only a trail of blood behind. On the rooftop of a large shopping mall in Klin's city center, dozens of lifeless bodies lay sprawled, their throats slit without a single drop of blood spilled. Nearby, their blood had been used to inscribe a sprawling ritualistic pattern, glowing ominously in crimson. At the center, a tall figure, hunched over a basin filled with blood, meticulously inscribed symbols. 10 minutes later, the figure completed its work and produced a white crystal from its dark suit, placing it within the central slot of the ritual. As the figure raised its head, its eye sockets were voids of darkness, devoid of features like a faceless specter. From the pocket of its suit, the figure retrieved a yellow talisman, dripped 2 drops of blood onto it, and uttered, "Supreme Being, the task has been accomplished." The talisman spontaneously ignited, reducing to ash. Simultaneously, similar occurrences transpired at the 4 cardinal points of Klin City. The towering black figure silently melded into the shadows, becoming one with the darkness. In the underground research facility of Washington's Chinatown, Zhou Hong, who had just completed an experiment, sensed a disturbance. He calmly focused on the embryo formed from the fusion of Superman and the Hulk's blood serum, casting intricate seals and energy compression arrays into its being. This night, America was eerily calm. Even the usual underground transactions of illicit substances and weaponry were notably scarce. Overhead, heavy clouds loomed, creating a somber atmosphere. A sense of foreboding enveloped many powerful superheroes, as if an impending calamity was imminent. In Metropolis, Superman soared through the skies at near light speed, his senses tingling with an unsettling urgency. What crisis is manifesting that instills such a profound sense of danger within me? Even during the last encounter with Doomsday, I never felt this level of anxiety. In a grand villa in New York, Tony Stark's expression was grave. Once again, this ominous feeling returns. It was the same sensation I had an hour before the lizard monster's emergence. "Jarvis, Activate all city surveillance systems and any available satellite monitoring to investigate anomalies across all American cities. Far away, in the mystical realm of Kunlun Mountain, the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, was awakened from her meditative state by the same unsettling premonition. After the last incident involving the Time Stone, she hesitated to peer into the timeline again. With a heavy heart, the Ancient One gazed at the Time Stone, murmuring, "This is a warning from the Great Will. It feels as though a force of evil and destruction is stirring to life." Far away in an ancient temple in India, the visage of Robert Bruce Banner was intermittently illuminated by a green glow, a harbinger of the heavy atmosphere of unease that engulfed the globe, instilling a profound sense of impending doom within the Hulk. In Gotham City, a bastion of American virtue, Batman Wayne was likewise ensnared by this pervasive anxiety, repeatedly scrutinizing the satellite surveillance feeds. Meanwhile, in an underground laboratory, Zhou Hong was similarly disrupted from his tranquility by the weighty ambience. His hands moved with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, calculating with fervor. Is it a warning from the will of the planet? What significance does it hold? No one can thwart my ambitions. Upon concluding his calculations, Zhou Hong immersed himself once more in the cultivation of embryos, the cornerstone of his foundational cultivation plan and a crucial element for his aspirations. It was imperative to avoid the reckless consumption of life forms merely to refine blood pills and soul pills. The foundational realm was stratified into 3 phases, each with 9 levels, and the energy required for breakthroughs in the later stages escalated to more than tenfold. Should he attempt to transcend from the 8th to the 9th level of the foundational realm, it was likely that few cities in America would remain intact. The indiscriminate use of lives for the creation of blood and soul pills would inevitably attract the attention of the deities from the cosmos, who were ever watchful of this planet. Thus, Zhou Hong cultivated embryos derived from the potent blood serum of extraordinary beings on this planet, nurturing them to absorb the Sun's energy. The resulting energies, along with their physical and spiritual essences, would eventually be sent into space for further absorption. The quality and quantity of the energies from these extraordinary beings far surpassing those of ordinary humans. Cackling. Chapter 12, Global Panic, October 16th. In a villa on Shack Street in Klin City, a neighborhood of affluence, the matriarch of the Wong family was busily preparing gear for a forthcoming excursion with her affluent companions. While Wang Hanqing perused the latest edition of the American Times at the dining table, their son and daughter were ensconced in their respective rooms, engrossed in their tablets. 5 years prior, the family had relocated from Xiagua to the heartland of America, Klin City, which they deemed a sanctuary. Wang Hanqing had once served as the deputy mayor of Diyuan City in Xiagua. Although he had been sentenced to prison for corruption, timely intelligence allowed him to orchestrate an escape for his family and himself, transferring their assets to America. With the illicit gains acquired through his malfeasance, they now reveled in a life of luxury. Recently, Wang Hanqing had intentions of having his children return to Xiagua post-graduation, cloaked in the guise of returnees, to further capitalize on their fortunes. As the family slumbered, at midnight, the moon shone resplendently, reaching its zenith of brilliance for the year. The stars surrounding the full moon twinkled in its luminous glow. In the center and quadrants surrounding Klin City, 5 formations etched in blood-concealed figures shrouded in darkness, placing a crystal at the heart of the formation. The moment the crystal made contact with the formation, a crimson glow surged forth rapidly, enveloping the entirety of Klin City. From the vantage of satellite surveillance above, only a surging crimson light was discernible, devoid of any other anomalies. The million souls in Klin City succumbed to slumber beneath the crimson shroud, as a colossal formation above absorbed the energies of the moonlight and starlight. Its movements languid yet purposeful. Once the temperature within the city escalated to 40 degrees Celsius, all carbon-based life forms ignited in crimson flames. Yet within the city, all beings merely perceived a gentle warmth, sinking deeper into their dreams, unaware of the impending doom. Outside the city, neither satellites nor the naked eye detected any irregularities. The scene was one of tranquility and serenity. At 3 in the morning, and at the subterranean research facility in Washington, Zhou Hong received a jade box from a faceless man clad in a black suit. With a mere wave of his hand, the faceless man transformed into a paper figure, retreating into Zhou Hong's storage bag. Upon opening the jade box, Zhou Hong beheld two pills, each the size of a longan, distinguished by their differing hues. One pill, a vibrant crimson akin to blooming roses, exuded an enticing aroma. The other, a grayish-black, released a scent that provoked involuntary salivation. These pills were the fruits of a city as populous, distilled into blood and soul pills. Ha ha ha! It is done. I possess the exquisite blood and soul pills. I shall attain the supreme, foundational realm. I will ascend above the heavens. Perhaps I could even become a transcendent being of unparalleled grace. Ha ha ha! As he spoke, Zhou Hong produced a small statue, merely 10 centimeters in height, remarkably resembling himself. After casting a spell upon the statue, it radiated light, gradually enlarging until it mirrored Zhou Hong perfectly. Go forth. For now, you shall live in my stead. I have transferred my memories to you. Henceforth, you need not await my guidance. With that, Zhou Hong dispatched the statue, now transformed into a replica of himself, into the bedroom on the ground floor. This statue is slightly more effective than a paper figure, yet it can only sustain for 15 days. It appears I must swiftly consume the pills to break through to the foundational realm. Zhou Hong then settled into a spirit-gathering array, activating the formation, and swallowed the blood and soul pills, commencing their refinement. In the external world, dawn approached. A passenger plane, en route from Vegas to Klin City, was mere half an hour from its destination. When the captain attempted to communicate with the airport staff, he received no response. Subsequent attempts to contact Klin City's signal tower also yielded silence. However, as a captain of the new era in America, he would not be deterred by such trivialities. Drawing upon his extensive flying experience, he successfully landed the aircraft at Klin City's airport, despite dwindling fuel reserves. Though minor malfunctions occurred during the descent, resulting in some casualties, they were deemed negligible. As the weary and injured passengers disembarked, they were met with an eerie silence. Upon entering the terminal, they encountered disarrayed garments strewn across the floor, a haunting testament to humanity's previous presence within Klin City's airport, now devoid of life. On that very day, the vicinity of Klin City was sealed off by military forces, barring all entry. The upper echelons of the United States were summoned to the White House. Iron Man, Tony Stark, hovered atop the commercial edifice in Klin City, commanding Jarvis to conduct repeated scans. Above Klin City, Superman Kal floated in midair, employing his supervision and hearing to probe into the city's condition. Above the clouds, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, along with several Grand Sorcerers from the Makataiji, arrived overhead, her demeanor grave. Without the presence of hell or dimensional demons, not even the aura of divine beings from the cosmos. I cannot fathom who could silently erase an entire city's life overnight. In the shadows, all capable superheroes and villains in America were employing various abilities or monetary resources to investigate the situation in Klin City. In less than half a day, the entirety of Klin City's population vanished overnight, with only heaps of clothing scattered on the ground or left on beds, serving as grim testimony to the once vibrant lives that existed there. This shocking news spread throughout the United States. Fear gripped the nation as gunfire erupted in cities and towns, with rampant looting occurring at all hours. Some extremists stormed bustling streets and crowds, unleashing a hail of bullets, resulting in numerous casualties. By the following day, the world was aware of the shocking incident of the entire population of Klin City disappearing without a trace. Global astonishment ensued, with citizens of various countries living in trepidation. In a single night, no one realized what had transpired. An entire city of over 1 million souls, countless lives, had quietly extinguished. No one could guarantee that their own city would not be next. No one wished to perish without understanding the reason. In the aftermath of the Klin City incident, world leaders convened for a marathon video conference lasting a day and a night. Ultimately, they signed a protocol on mutual assistance among superhumans, after which news ceased to emerge. The American side, in collaboration with major powers on the planet, issued a notification attributing the deaths of Klin City citizens to a gas leak from a biotechnology company and signed a mutual supervision agreement concerning biochemical experiments with various nations. Furthermore, the implicated biotechnology company faced a ban and was ordered to compensate the affected populace. Following the news release, citizens across the globe took to the streets, with the United States experiencing the most severe unrest, resulting in fatalities among the demonstrators. Chapter 13. Classification of power. I am merely an ordinary worker, driven by the spirit of labor. I intend to persist in writing this book until its conclusion. I do not rely on writing novels for income. Instead, I earn a living by working in a factory. Thus, updates may be infrequent, but I shall endeavor to write whenever time permits. This is my second book. My first was a tumultuous experience that left me quite disheartened. I barely reached 100,000 words before I was denied a publishing contract, which was quite distressing. This book represents my final act of defiance. Whether or not I secure a contract, I will write it to completion, though the word count may be modest. After all this time, I just recalled that I had not aligned the classification of powers in my cultivation system with that of the Marvel Universe. Thus, I hastily provide this patch for everyone's understanding. The cultivation levels I have written should be considered as mid to high tier within the context of the primal chaos world. For those who wish to critique, kindly exit and seek your answers elsewhere. In my perspective, the cultivation power or the mid-tier of the primal chaos world possesses destructive capabilities at least equivalent to my own level. The 12 levels of chi cultivation correspond to Earth level. The foundation establishment stage aligns with the sub-father level. A peak foundation establishment cultivator can devastate an entire continent. The golden core stage corresponds to the father level. A weak golden core cultivator, combined with supernatural abilities and magical artifacts, can annihilate a planet. Aligning with a weaker father level. A 4-turn golden core can obliterate a solar system, corresponding to the mid-tier father level. A 7-turn golden core can destroy a small galaxy, aligning with the powerful father level. A perfected 9-turn golden core can annihilate a large galaxy, corresponding to the strongest father level and some weaker individual universes. The primordial spirit Earth, immortal, capable of opening celestial realms, corresponds to the individual universe level. The 9 heavens celestial immortal, at the 9th level, corresponds to the multiverse. Beneath the 3,000 worlds corresponds to the super universe level. Reaching the virtual threshold of the 3,000 worlds corresponds to the omnipotent universe level. The 9 heavens celestial immortal represents an infinite potential for growth. The true self, celestial immortal, attains the supreme through the realization of the true self, transcending in any world. Except in the higher or supreme tier of the primal chaos. It denotes a transcendent level. This aligns with the powerful beings outside the Marvel Universe and the CD worlds. There exists a notion within the Marvel Universe that it constitutes the dream of an unparalleled being, while the one above all, Oye, embodies the will within that dream universe, controlling the creation and destruction of the omnipotent universe. Oye is akin to the manifestation of a person's will while dreaming. When the omnipotent universe collapses, it is akin to the dissolution of a dream, and thus the dream's master awakens. One may consider the identity of this dream's master to be Stan Lee. The true self, celestial immortal in the cultivation system, represents the crystallization of the true self amidst the boundless and infinite realms. Upon absorbing sufficient true self energy, one can transcend the illusory realm and the dream, achieving the true realm of the true self. Unique and singular. The true self, celestial immortal, embodies the essence of existence and non-existence. The power levels in this book's cultivation system also draw inspiration from the primal chaos of the ancient serpent, supreme primal chaos, mythological primal chaos, Taoist mythology, and Taoist mythology. Honestly, I personally believe that the power systems and concepts in the primal chaos of the ancient serpent and heavens, starting with the transmission of the innate 5-tie Great Luo method, are truly remarkable. For those who may not fully understand the high-tier or supreme primal chaos world power systems, I sincerely recommend exploring them. I am confident that upon completion, you will find the systems of and the Blue and White Society or Dragon Talisman to be comparatively lacking. If there remains any uncertainty, seek out for further clarity on the strength and prestige comparisons. Chapter 14. Foundation establishment and strategic planning since the disappearance of over 1 million citizens of Klin City overnight, leaving only piles of clothing as evidence of the once thriving urban life. Subsequent statements from various nations, led by America, framed the incident as a deepened corporate gas leak event. While the majority of the planet's populace remained skeptical, a small fraction deduced through subtle clues that this was a supernatural occurrence. leaders, and superheroes who possessed a deeper understanding of Klin City's situation, as well as the existence of dimensional demons and sorcerers. Speculated that the 5 residual formations surrounding Klin City indicated a potential sacrificial ritual orchestrated by cultists or demonic entities. However, time inevitably marches on, and the lives of ordinary citizens must persist. Just a week later, aside from occasional mentions of condolences in the news or newspapers, the only individuals who recalled the former vibrancy of Klin City were those with relatives or friends among the vanished. Within an underground laboratory on Chinatown, Washington, a pivotal moment had arrived for Zhou Hong, who was on the brink of a breakthrough. Through the refinement of premium blood and soul elixirs, he now possessed sufficient energy for his advancement. He simply needed to unify the true energy in his dantian by refining it with the divine soul from the Purple Mansion, and, through compression, convert the true energy into liquid essence to harmonize his divine soul with his intent. In the realm of foundation establishment, there exists the adage of 100 days of foundation, which signifies that through daily practice, one can forge steel from iron. Once the true energy merges with the spirit to give birth to the liquid essence, one enters the stage of foundational cultivation known as the 100 days of establishment. During this period, interruptions are permissible, ultimately condensing all one's true energy into a single drop of liquid essence. The energy and soul force required for this process are immensely formidable, which explains the necessity for the sacrificial refinement of an entire city filled with millions. If the energy is sufficient, the foundation can be established within 100 days. However, those lacking in energy may require decades, even centuries, for completion. This 100 days of establishment involves the thorough integration of true energy and spirit, allowing one to wield the essence with the ease and precision of an extension of oneself. Following this, the successful attainment of the foundational realm is achieved. In the subsequent time, merely absorbing energy and spiritual aura will naturally lead one to the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. After 100 days, Zhou Hong opened his eyes in the basement, emanating a captivating divine light. A shift in his aura turned the leisure garments he had worn for 100 days to ashes, floating 3 yards away. With a gesture, he summoned neatly packaged attire from a nearby cabinet, which automatically adorned him. Gazing into a water mirror, he observed his form, approximately 178 meters tall, no longer the frail figure of the past, but instead possessing a slightly more robust countenance. His hair had grown to shoulder length during this 100 days. Zhou Hong did not rush to alter his appearance. Rather, he tidied himself slightly before resuming his seated meditation, organizing and refining his strength. That night, as a majority of the populace slumbered, Zhou Hong summoned his external puppet clone. After absorbing its memories, he waved his right hand, and his attire reverted to the unkempt appearance of his puppet clone prior to its transformation. Through the recollection of his clone's memories, he learned that during his 100 days of seclusion, the United States had entered a state of heightened military readiness. The military had ruthlessly struck against criminal elements lurking in the city's dark corners, rendering America eerily quiet at night. In just the initial month, thousands of incidents involving emptied magazines occurred across the nation, prompting widespread outrage on social media platforms like Twitter, followed by incessant protests. Ultimately, as the situation escalated, apologies were issued and dismissals occurred, resolving the turmoil into manageable proportions. The American populace, alongside citizens worldwide, gradually began to forget the incident in Klin City amidst the ongoing conflicts and demonstrations. Zhou Hong's family, being part of the Chinese embassy in the United States, continued their daily routines of work and school unaffected, largely due to Zhou Hong's reclusive and introverted nature. During this 100-day period, another significant event transpired, the clash between Batman and Superman, which culminated in the emergence of Doomsday, engineered by Luthor using General Zod's DNA. This epic battle devastated much of Gotham City, resulting in the mutual demise of Superman and Doomsday. Since the advent of Iron Man, supernatural occurrences have proliferated globally. The sudden devastation of Klin City and the Superman incident made it abundantly clear to the public and governments worldwide the dangers and terrors posed by extraordinary powers. Now, Zhou Hong had reached the foundational realm, his strength vastly exceeding the peak of qi refinement by more than tenfold. It could be said that he could effortlessly obliterate a large city. His power now rivaled that of Superman, and if he utilized his full strength in conjunction with formations and magical artifacts, he could even contend with the formidable Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange. However, Zhou Hong's prowess remained merely at the early stages of foundational cultivation, with only 100 drops of true essence in his dantian. To reach the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, the true essence within must expand to the size of a vast lake, while those of extraordinary talent might attain an internal sea at this stage. It is evident that the amount of spiritual energy or essence required to achieve the peak is staggering. Zhou Hong no longer desired to refine living beings for cultivation, as it was akin to a drop in the bucket. Relying solely on this method would likely have the planet's life forms. This planet serves as the nexus of the universe, with countless influential figures holding contingencies or pawns here. A careless move could lead to dire consequences for Zhou Hong, who was still at the foundational stage. Thus, his forthcoming plan involved scheming around major events in pursuit of the cosmic cube or the space stone as his primary source of energy. If that proved unfeasible, he would resort to employing clones of Superman or the Hulk, enhanced with Wolverine's abilities, to create formidable life forms and absorb their essence for his cultivation. What should I do next? Yes. Achieving the pinnacle of foundational cultivation merely requires time. Now I should strategize towards attaining the golden core. To accomplish the golden core realm, a seed of divine power is necessary, and it seems there is one at the center of this planet. Additionally, understanding the seed of laws is fortuitous, as that artifact at the planet's core seems to possess the power of laws. The remaining heart of the sun requires reaching the spirit realm, so there is no immediate need to plan for that. Within the depths of Blue Star's core lies a celestial entity known as the sleeping celestial deity Tiamat. This being is colossal and, upon refinement, could serve as a seed of divine power. According to the lore, Tiamat is akin to a creator deity, indicating that it possesses a fragment of creative power. If Zhou Hong were to extract the power of laws from the sleeping celestial deity Tiamat and refine it into a seed of laws, this would be a branch of the path of creation, the power of Genesis. If combined with the 5 elements path and the path of destruction, the future of the great Tao would be boundless. Chapter 15. The Path of Demonic Cultivation. Now, Zhou Hong, having reached the early stages of demonic cultivation, possesses strength that allows him to navigate Blue Star without provoking the most formidable powerhouses, such as the enigmatic Dr. Manhattan, the child prodigy Franklin Richards, the charming Lucifer from the CD universe, and the drug-addicted Sentinel from Marvel, individuals capable of obliterating worlds with a mere whim. Even in the face of formidable entities like the Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange, the ancient mutant Apocalypse, the awakened Hulk, various incarnations of Superman, and the Western deities such as Zeus and Ares from the CD universe, Zhou Hong could ensure his safety by setting up formations if he were to find himself outmatched. Additionally, he could now harness the unique properties of the heavenly demon blade forged from fragments of the Tiger Soul Blade, enabling him to activate its uniqueness. This attribute is imperceptible even to the omnipotent creator deities of the universe, let alone lesser gods and artifacts beneath such exalted beings. This uniqueness renders the past and future invisible, existing solely in the present moment. Zhou Hong no longer fears being divined or having his future and past causations uncovered, as he has transcended the confines of time altogether. Next, he would cultivate the genes of Superman and Doomsday alongside those of a mutated lizard embryo. Time drifted by slowly as Zhou Hong immersed himself in his work within the basement. 6 months later, one afternoon, Zhou Hong found himself outside the basement for a rare occasion, enjoying bubble tea and singing a little tune in Chinatown. During these 6 months, his true essence had barely increased to 110 drops. In total, he had only managed to condense an additional 10 drops throughout this half year, underscoring the arduous nature of cultivation. At this rate of daily practice, it would likely take another 100 years to break through to the mid-foundational stage. Upon reaching the foundational realm, even the slightest breakthrough can lead to a monumental shift in strength. Upon advancing to the golden core stage, the disparity becomes even more unfathomable, with each transformation yielding a geometric increase in power. Over the past 6 months, aside from essential cultivation and the study of extraordinary embryonic development, Zhou Hong had also utilized sorcery to infiltrate SHIELD employing soul-searching and mind control techniques to manipulate several high-ranking officials in an attempt to seize the Space Stone, albeit to no avail. Regrettably, the security level of Director Nick Fury was exceedingly high, with no less than 10 individuals in constant attendance for protection. Had it not been for the fear of drawing undue attention from prominent figures, Zhou Hong would have long since taken control of the entire SHILD. Nonetheless, this half-year period yielded considerable gains through the practice of demonic arts and the utilization of living beings' blood and soul power. He managed to address the deficiencies in his realm and mental state. By seeking the orthodox cultivation legacy within his storage pouch, he finally discovered a balanced and harmonious technique. The Heaven and Earth Qi Refining Method. Mastering the Heaven and Earth Qi Refining Method to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage allows for the continuation into the subsequent cultivation technique. Heaven and Earth Great Trend Spirit Condensation Method. This enables the Golden Core to merge with the cosmic void, subsequently harnessing the universal momentum and emotions of all beings to crystallize into the primordial spirit, thus achieving the status of a celestial being in the realm of primordial spirits. The bloodthirsty urges became inconsequential. The critical concern was the frequent emergence of thoughts regarding world annihilation within his mind. The side effects of demonic cultivation often lead to a loss of self, with the risk of ultimately becoming sustenance for others. Zhou Hong's solution was straightforward. Over the span of 6 months, he had utilized the high-level cultivation of the demonic technique Blood Demon Great Method to propel his practice of the Taoist cultivation path, Heaven and Earth Qi Refining Method, and had now attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement. In subsequent cultivation, the primary focus would be on the orthodox Heaven and Earth Qi Refining Method, transforming the true essence within into its teachings. Originally, the demonic method, Blood Demon Great Method, was merely a means to endure the earlier stages of weakness. Now, Zhou Hong felt remarkably alert, his mind free from the incessant thoughts of bloodlust and annihilation. On the bustling streets of Ireland, a scene of tranquility unfolded as people came and went. Zhou Hong savored his milk tea, relishing the gentle breeze and the music playing in the CAF, embodying the essence of a beautiful and serene life. After spending a blissful and peaceful time on Ireland Street, Zhou Hong gradually made his way back to Chinatown. Today, his spirits were high. However, it was a shame that this was the free land of America, a melting pot of various television worlds, where disruptions to a peaceful existence were never in short supply. As he approached Chinatown, just 2 intersections away, the time was already nearing 7 o'clock in the evening, and pedestrian traffic had dwindled. This was the hour when diverse individuals began to emerge and engage in activities. While sipping his milk tea, Zhou Hong found himself surrounded by 6 gang members of varying skin tones. "Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, hand over all your money. Otherwise, you will experience our fervent hospitality." "Fuck. Pick, why waste time talking? Just search him." "Haha, yellow-skinned monkey. Empty your pockets for me." The 6 lanky youths, each over 6 feet tall, dragged Zhou Hong into a nearby alley. Zhou Hong, who had been suppressing his bloodthirsty impulses, found himself at a loss for words. Such a clear and pleasant day, with ideal temperatures, was sullied by this incident. However, Zhou Hong said nothing, merely feigning fear as he pitifully emptied his belongings onto the ground. "I'm sorry, please don't hurt me. Everything I have is right here. Take it all. Just don't harm me." "Ha ha ha, Pixie. We told you the yellow-skinned monkey is easy to bully." "Exactly, just a little intimidation, and he's given up everything." "Ha ha ha ha." Perhaps out of appreciation for Zhou Hong's cooperation, the gang members did not harm him, merely shoving him a few times before swaggering off with his possessions. When no one was watching, Zhou Hong discreetly conjured a transparent seal with his fingertips, dividing it into 6 marks that landed on the gang members, who were then discussing where to spend their evening. After completing his task, Zhou Hong feigned panic and hurried into the street, deliberately choosing well-lit pathways or those with security cameras. Upon returning home, Zhou Hong avoided attracting the attention of his parents and quickly retreated upstairs. "Sigh, how could such a peaceful and perfect day be marred by this? I was all set to fully transition to orthodox cultivation. Family, who understands? Why does this upright, kind-hearted youth always encounter such lowly scum?" Chapter 16. Returning to campus the next morning, Zhou Hong sat at the dining table, his complexion rosy and his spirit invigorated. "Oh, dear Hong, you seem quite lively today. Indeed, the weather is splendid and I don't have to go to school. Do you have any plans for today? Oh, I was thinking of going out for a stroll. Is that all right? Sure, just be careful outside. All right, I'm heading out. Another peaceful and fulfilling day lay ahead. On the third day, Zhou Hong, who rarely attended school in his true form, took a seat at the back of the classroom, squinting as he observed teacher Li Shui conducting a lesson. In just 7 or 8 months, the energy within this woman has surged tenfold. I wonder what has transpired during this time to cause such a significant change in her physique and energy. It seems I must find time to take her back for thorough research. Meanwhile, in Washington, outside the Han family residence on Enroué Street, police tape had been erected, and a crowd of onlookers had gathered. Nearby, a newcomer inquired of a bystander who had been at the scene for some time. Hey, Annie, what happened at the Han residence? Why is there so much police activity? Oh my God, Hank, the entire Han family of 6 is gone. Oh dear God, how tragic. Inside the Han household, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury frowned deeply, his expression grim as he surveyed the skeletal remains of the Han family, ranging from the elderly in their 60s to children merely 7 or 8 years old. In his earpiece, reports from Black Widow Natasha and Hawkeye Barton came through. Director Fury, there have been a total of 6 cases throughout the city with identical methods. The bodies are all reduced to mere skin and bones, totaling 48 deaths, including this incident. Investigate the recent activities of all the deceased within the past month, including what they were involved in and where they went. Then compile all materials for the analysis team. Director, we've identified their identities. They were all members of local gangs and their families, typically engaging in street brawls and extortion at night, along with substance abuse. Additionally, these 6 gang members have committed 3 robberies and engaged in 2 gang fights this month. Oh, and they go out to abuse substances every night. Oh, for crying out loud, can't these societal scum behave just a little and give me some peace? Also, sir, I've been working for 10 consecutive months now. Shouldn't I be granted a break? Once again, Natasha's voice of complaint echoed in Fury's earpiece. Natasha, once this case is resolved, I shall double your bonus and grant you an additional half-month of leave. Sir, what about me? Shouldn't I also be entitled to a break? Fury had just pacified Natasha when he was met with Hawkeye Barton's plaintive tone. Come on, Barton. Didn't you just take 5 days off last month? You're finished. No bonus for you this month. Oh, heavens. Sir, you can't do this. Enough, Barton. Tell Phil Coulson to stop trailing the captain and to promptly contact our Avengers Initiative personnel to inform them that we have a mission. Understood, sir. May. Instruct the agents to transport these items to headquarters so our superheroes can examine them. Yes, sir. Having made the necessary arrangements, Nick hurriedly exited Hanrich's residence and boarded a black sedan, heading back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to preside over the inaugural meeting for the Avengers Initiative. At 3 in the afternoon, within the conference room of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York City, a vast conference table was surrounded by superheroes. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. Iron Man, Tony Stark. Captain America, Steve Rogers. The Hulk, Bruce Banner. Thor, son of Odin. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Hawkeye, Clint Barton. These were the original members of the Avengers Initiative. Among them, Captain America, Steve Rogers, had just awakened from his frozen slumber, while Bruce Banner had only recently emerged from the events in India. Thor, son of Odin, had fortuitously returned to Earth in search of the Space Stone and coincidentally received S.H.I.E.L.D.'s invitation. Iron Man, Tony Stark, casually fiddled with the documents on the table, regarding Nick Fury with disdain. Is this what you call a formidable team? A pretty vase? A muscle-bound relic from the Middle Ages? And a hunter armed with a bow and arrow? What use are these individuals? The words of Tony Stark ignited fury among those present, for each individual held their own pride, with the exception of Bruce Banner, who lowered his gaze in fear. The first to lose restraint was Thor, raising his arm above his head to summon Mjolnir, conjuring thunder and lightning. Damn Midgardian, are you mocking the honor of Thor? Son of Odin. Oh, right, the thunder god. Yet you can still be struck down by lightning. Curse it. Today, I shall show you what the wrath of Thor truly means. Enough, Tony and you too, Thor. We are here to discuss the handling of supernatural events, not to engage in a quarrel. Oh, so a relic clad in a costume can join us now? Damn it, Tony. I shall teach you how to respect your elders in place of your father. Teach me? Why? Because of your posterior clad in a costume. A moment of silence ensued. only to escalate into a more heated argument, with voices of discontent echoing throughout the conference room. Seated at the head of the table, Nick Fury observed the escalating chaos brought forth by Tony Stark, his expression darkening until only the bloodshot whites of his eyes were visible. Enough! Everyone, cease this madness. I summoned you here to unite against the unknown forces, not to witness a verbal duel. Currently, we do not even know who our enemy is or what they are capable of, and you are bickering. Now let us move on. I shall yield the floor to Maria Hill, who will present all the gathered clues. At that moment, a woman in her 20s or 30s of Asian descent entered, carrying a stack of documents. After distributing the files, she took a USB drive from her pocket and plugged it into the computer, projecting a presentation onto the screen. Maria Hill directed her pointer at the screen, addressing everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the clues we at SHIELD have amassed through considerable time, effort, and resources. We have discovered that similar cases have occurred 7 years ago, resulting in the tragic loss of over 1,000 lives. Although no similar incidents have transpired in subsequent years, the number of missing persons has escalated to over 50,000. Recently, the catastrophic events in Clint City claimed the lives of over 132,000 individuals. The methods employed exhibit an 80 similarity, leading us to believe that this is the work of the same organization or a powerful individual. Oh, really? ISNT, your so-called strategic agency, supposed to have monitored the globe for decades? How is it that no one has been apprehended after all these years? It's utterly laughable. Enough, Tony. The tragedy in Clint City is no longer just an ordinary case. If this continues, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Chapter 17. Mental alert within the SHIELD conference room. The atmosphere grew increasingly somber, perhaps due to the mention of the Clint City disaster. Even Thor, upon returning from Asgard, had heard of the calamity that befell over 1 million people in Clint City. Ultimately, it was Tony Stark who broke the silence, all right? I don't wish to bicker any longer. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it means to be the most intelligent and charismatic man. JARVIS. Take control of the National Police and SHIELD networks, and commence filtering all missing persons and similar cases from 7 years ago to the present, by time and location. Understood, sir. Initiating network takeover. Connection established, records created, and preliminary filtering underway. JARVIS. Now allow the use of all auxiliary computers. Begin screening all relevant videos for the cases. Forwarding ordinary missing persons cases to the police network, and chronologically organizing all unknown missing persons cases. Sir, all unknown missing persons cases have been transmitted to your computer. In less than half an hour, JARVIS utilized its formidable computational power to deliver the results to Tony Stark's computer. At this moment, Tony Stark straightened his attire and rose, addressing those present in the conference room. Now allow me to show you how I, Tonymorphous Stark, shall solve cases that have remained unsolved for nearly a decade. First, let us highlight the initial case, which occurred in Washington, D.C. From there, we can deduce that the majority of missing or similar cases have transpired within and around Washington, D.C. This leads us to believe that the suspect resides in Washington, D.C., and we can narrow the focus down to the areas of Chinatown, Clinton Street, and Walton Street. By analyzing the timeline of the initial incident alongside surveillance footage, coupled with the subsequent surge in criminal activities, one can arrive at a singular conclusion. There exists but one suspect. Moreover, I surmise that this individual is continuously evolving in strength. Initially, the scale of their actions was modest, but it has since escalated to a staggering number of over 20. It is even plausible that the recent events in Clint City may also be attributed to this same perpetrator. With these words, Tony Stark gestured emphatically at the map, where he had been incessantly marking red circles, connecting them to reveal a pattern to the assembled group. Silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned to director Nick Fury of SHIELD, their expressions unmistakably questioning how Tony Stark had managed to derive insights in less than half an hour that SHIELD had failed to uncover over many years. Fury's countenance darkened further, oscillating from confusion to existential doubt. Eventually, he clapped his hands to regain the room's attention and stated, "Since we have ascertained the general location of our suspect, we shall commence reviewing the surveillance footage from the past 7 years within those 3 blocks. Concurrently, We will deploy numerous agents to infiltrate the area in search of any suspicious individuals. The remaining members of the Avengers will remain on standby, maintaining communication. While I ask you, Tony, to expedite the investigation into the suspect. As the Avengers were engaged in strategizing their operations, our protagonist, Zhou Hong, was in a dimly lit basement, dragging a bound human figure onto an operating table. The contours of the body revealed it to be a woman, his mentor, Li Shui. Zhou Hong had not intended to take action today, but after casting a tracking spell on Li Shui during class, he discovered by evening that she was rapidly departing the city, with her life force visibly waning. This was a precious subject for research. He could not afford to lose it. Thus, after a brief disguise, he swiftly made his way to her location. Upon arrival, he found that Li Shui was not alone. She was accompanied by a blonde, blue-eyed individual leading a small group of 5 mutants, currently engaged in a fierce battle against a heavily armed squad of 30 or so soldiers. The battlefield was chaotic, with shells, small missiles, and bullets flying haphazardly. The mutant leader unleashed searing lasers from his eyes, slicing through human bodies, armored vehicles, trees, and buildings, all while emanating an aura of terrifying heat. The other mutants employed their unique abilities, showcasing immense strength, the power to separate their limbs, and bodies enveloped in impenetrable rock, while Li Shui lay unconscious, struck by a bullet. Upon Zhou Hong's arrival at the scene, he was elated. Initially, he had intended to capture only Li Shui, but he unexpectedly acquired 4 additional invaluable subjects for his research. Without hesitation, Zhou Hong immobilized all life forms present, subsequently rendering Li Shui and the other mutants unconscious. The remaining armed team was drained completely, as Zhou Hong saw them as resources for his cultivation. Though their quantity was minimal, even the smallest gain was worthwhile. Moments later, the once chaotic battlefield lay strewn with over 40 lifeless bodies. Zhou Hong had become discerning. He sought only to absorb their essence and soul power, dismissing any extraneous remnants. Back in the basement, Zhou Hong confined the mutants in a secure chamber. He then isolated Li Shui, placing her on a research table. After staunching her bleeding, he proceeded to undress her, admiring her skin, smooth and white as milk, and her curvaceous figure. Zhou Hong's eyes gleamed, not from lust, but from the perspective of a connoisseur of rare materials. To Zhou Hong, all life in this world was an illusion, akin to how an ordinary individual perceives characters within novels or animated tales. His aspirations in this realm were twofold: to pursue eternal life and to explore the origins of the unknown. The genesis of mutants, as Zhou Hong had learned from previous comics, was orchestrated by the Celestial Assembly. Yet, he remained perplexed as to how they could create such vastly different mutants and the mechanisms behind this creation. The disparity among mutants was akin to the chasm between planets and the cosmos. The weaker mutants possessed only a slight enhancement in strength, while the more powerful ones reached levels capable of rebooting the multiverse. Zhou Hong's fervor for capturing mutants stemmed from his desire to study the X gene within them. Ostensibly labeled as the X gene, its abilities transcended mere classification, reaching the realm of rules. Zhou Hong's current objective was to extract the X gene from the mutants, with the intent of discerning whether it indeed represented the power of the rules. It is noteworthy that even a cultivator of his caliber must reach the pinnacle of foundational cultivation before engaging with the laws, comprehending the power of the rules as it crystallizes into seeds. Subsequently, during the condensation of the golden core, these rule seeds are merged with the spirit, nurturing within the core until one ultimately achieves mastery of magical power. The magical power embodies the strength imbued with the essence of the laws. When the rule seed and spirit unite, and the core reaches perfection, one transcends into the primordial spirit. The X gene of mutants harbors the essence of the laws. Thus, by extracting it and grasping the inherent power of the rules, Zhou Hong would eliminate the need for futile searches. Just as Zhou Hong prepared to dissect Li Shui, an unsettling sensation washed over him, a slight foreboding of danger. This was the first time since his cultivation began that he experienced such a feeling. Chapter 18. A melange of travelers. As Zhou Hong readied himself for the dissection of his experimental subject, he found himself in a state of disquiet. Upon reaching the foundational cultivation stage, one's spirit becomes immensely powerful, capable of faintly sensing the threads of destiny, thus precluding any illusions. Gazing at Li Shui as porcelain skin and voluptuous form, Zhou Hong licked his lips and remarked, "Ah, dear teacher, do not fret. I shall be with you shortly." Hey, hey, hey. He produced 2 paper figures, infusing them with his essence, transforming them into perfect replicas of himself. Go. Activate all the formations within the basement. The other will replace me in the bedroom and document any anomalies. The paper figures obediently complied with their tasks. I think of you to the point of heartbreak. My love for you flows like a river of tears. Yet, why do you remain oblivious to my affections? My heart is devoted to you, unwilling to part. Zhou Hong hummed a tune, extending his long fingers from between Li Shui's bosom down to her lower abdomen. As he caressed her, it was as if a blade had sliced through her flesh. He gently reached within to extract small samples of tissue from her heart, liver, and kidneys, placing them into pre-prepared containers. He did not bother to stitch her up. With bloodied hands, he pressed against her forehead and invoked the soul-searching technique. After a while, memories of Li Shui began to surface in his mind. 6 months prior, during a holiday, Li Shui had been returning from Xavier's school for gifted youngsters with fellow mutants when she was drawn to a martial arts dojo nestled in the corner of Chinatown. Upon entering, she was captivated by the overwhelming prowess displayed by the martial artist Yi Hao and subsequently took him as her master. Subsequently, Yi Hao transmitted the Ice Heaven Divine skill to Li Shui. Particularly during her training at the Haotian Martial Arts School, her comprehension doubled, and within merely 6 months, she cultivated the Ice Heaven Divine skill to the 3rd realm, enabling her to instantaneously freeze 1,000 meters when combined with her unique abilities. Thereafter, Li Shui recommended the Haotian Martial Arts School to her mutant companions. The institution now boasts over 40 members, among whom the most formidable is undoubtedly the mutant Aurora Monroe, known as Storm, who possesses the ability to manipulate weather and control various elements. Coupled with her training at the Haotian Martial Arts School, which compensated for her physical weaknesses, she could obliterate a small city with her full power. The recent military encirclement was primarily due to the team being armed with suppressive bullets and advanced high-tech weaponry effective against mutants. Upon receiving the memories, Zhou Hong opened his bright eyes. It appeared that he was not the sole traveler in this world. Based on the memories of Yi Hao, the head of the Haotian Martial Arts School, Zhou Hong could nearly ascertain the nature of Yi Hao's unique advantages. This type of advantage, characterized by establishing a martial arts school or remaining within one, typically aligns with system-like narratives wherein teaching students yields reciprocal abilities. From Li Shui's recollections over the past 6 months, Zhou Hong could envision that Yi Hao likely operated under a system of return or imparting knowledge. Each time a disciple from the martial arts school achieved a breakthrough or enhanced their powers, Li Shui sensed Yi Hao growing stronger. Currently, the Haotian Martial Arts School has even welcomed members from the Avengers and the Justice League. Zhou Hong found it perplexing that 99 of travelers who found themselves in the worlds of Marvel or the Justice League, irrespective of their unique advantages or systems, invariably ended up in the free nation of America to impart their teachings. While one might attribute this phenomenon to luck or being a chosen one, the majority of these individuals practiced martial arts or cultivation. If they were to journey to the Summer Kingdom, they might find that the locals, with a foundational understanding, could potentially advance even more swiftly. Why, then, did all travelers gravitate towards America, imparting martial and cultivation legacies that the Summer Kingdom lacked? Was it a matter of unworthiness on the part of the Summer Kingdom? Moreover, within the memories, there was not a single individual from the Summer Kingdom in the Haotian Martial Arts School. Li Shui was the sole person of Summer descent. An absurdity in Zhou Hong's eyes. Seated at a table, Zhou Hong tapped his fingers rhythmically, and after organizing his memories, he waved his hand, restoring Li Shui's body. With the presence of Yi Hao, the traveler and head of the Haotian Martial Arts School, it was likely that any significant incident involving the disciples would be detected by the system. Furthermore, with the hidden presence of the heavenly demon blade and numerous formations, a little study would pose no immediate danger, but should Li Shui perish, it would undoubtedly be discovered. Enough of this. They have lingered here too long. It is prudent to extract a small amount of blood or tissue and return them. My current strength is insufficient. I shall address it later, Zhou Hong resolved, promptly placing the remaining mutants on the experimental table. After extracting their blood and tissue, he erased their memories from the previous day. He then waved his hand, transporting the group back to the site of their previous confrontation, discarding them approximately 100 kilometers away, and left them to their fates. Upon returning to the laboratory, Zhou Hong reviewed Li Shui's memories once more, this time with utmost diligence, meticulously examining each detail and ultimately uncovered some significant information. In addition to the vivid memories of Yi Hao, there were events that ordinary individuals remained oblivious to. In January of this year, a biotechnology company emerged in New York, reportedly headed by a descendant of the Summer Kingdom, unveiling products such as bioweapons featuring tyrants and biosoldiers. In early February, an eerie incident occurred in Fuzhou, America, where anyone who had viewed a particular videotape or photograph of a bizarre humanoid was found murdered, resulting in thousands of fatalities. Although the American authorities managed to suppress the incident, whispers of it circulated among the populace. Moreover, it was rumored that Iron Man Tony Stark, Captain America Steve Rogers, and Gotham's Batman each received exquisite armor one day, granting them formidable close combat capabilities and the ability to manipulate various elements in battle. The revelations from Li Shui's memories left Zhou Hong astounded. What chaos was unfolding? The mere recounting of these events confirmed that this world resembled a chaotic amalgamation of Marvel and Justice League narratives. Additionally, these travelers possessed systems, while Zhou Hong, through high-level cultivation, felt unperturbed by such systems. It was essential to reach a golden core stage to remain unaffected by the most rudimentary systems. More advanced systems would necessitate a realm beyond the primordial spirit. As for ultimate or divine systems, one would need to attain the true self or true immortal realm to withstand their influence. To avoid an inexplicable demise, Zhou Hong contemplated calculating the circumstances before determining his next course of action, particularly the reasons behind his earlier unease. After cleansing himself, he seated himself in meditation, preparing to invoke his spiritual power for divination. As the calculations progressed, his fingers moved with increasing speed, and his previously rosy but somewhat pallid complexion turned ashen. Moments later, he trembled, blood trickling from his mouth. Opening his weary eyes, a flicker of joy appeared on his face. Although he divined that he would soon be located and exposed, he still had time to react. While this information alone should not have caused Zhou Hong distress, an attempt to communicate with the will of Earth and assess the strength of these travelers caused a jolt from the Earth's will, resulting in a minor spiritual injury. Nevertheless, the overall outcome was encouraging. He had not yet been exposed, but if Zhou Hong failed to prepare adequately, he might soon find himself besieged by numerous superheroes. Zhou Hong hurried to the cultivation chamber within the laboratory, where over 30 developing embryos resided, most of which had matured. He swiftly transported more than 20 completed experimental subjects under the cover of night to Blackstone Park in America. These experimental subjects had been cultivated using the serum from Superman Clark's blood. Now, each subject was the size of a 12 or 13-year-old child. He systematically erased their consciousness before dividing his own spirit into 26 strands, which he implanted into the minds of the experimental subjects. Light alone is insufficient for security. Within the minds of the experimental subjects, various forbidden techniques were employed, merging their souls with their blood into the heads of the subjects. This way, should any abnormalities arise, the soul could detonate the blood within. This blood belonged to foundational realm beings. Once detonated, its power rivaled that of high explosives. Regardless of physical defenses, the head remains a perpetual vulnerability for any organism, unless one can survive without it. Upon completing these preparations, Zhou Hong hurriedly awakened all the experimental subjects, transmitting the necessary tasks into their minds through their souls. Though they were indeed alive, their consciousness had been erased, rendering them capable of receiving only the most rudimentary instructions. After receiving their orders, the experimental subjects activated their inherent Kryptonian life force fields to achieve invisibility, then ascended rapidly into the outer expanse of space. These subjects would soar from Earth towards the sun, absorbing the power of the yellow star along their journey. Ultimately, once they had gathered sufficient energy from the sun's surface, they would return to Earth. At that juncture, their cellular energy would reach an unfathomable level, enabling Zhou Hong to conduct experiments to absorb the flesh and blood energy from the subjects without resistance. The energy from a single subject could equate to that of hundreds of thousands of lives. Given ample time, a serum from a single Superman could surpass the combined essence of all life on Earth. Zhou Hong watched as the Superman serum subjects swiftly departed Earth, envisioning a future devoid of energy shortages for cultivation. A smile crept across his face, one that echoed the laughter of a quintessential villain, as he sensed through their souls that all Superman experimental subjects had begun absorbing energy from the yellow sun. Zhou Hong transformed into a mist of blood, vanishing within Blackstone Park. Less than 10 minutes after Zhou Hong's disappearance, several figures appeared at the site where the experimental subjects had vanished. Among them was Superman Clark, who gazed intently at the empty space previously occupied by the subjects. The area still bore the containers used for cultivating the Superman serum subjects. I distinctly felt the presence of Kryptonian blood here, which closely resembles my own power. Which of my cells has been cloned into these beings? Soon, 3 others arrived. The first was a handsome, robust youth clad in a purple martial arts uniform. The second was an elegant young man in a black suit, exuding a noble aura. The third wore a white tracksuit and radiated a vibrant, sunny disposition. These 3 youths from the summer realm were Yi Hao, the head of Haotian Martial Arts School, Lin Tian, the president of the Biochemical Technology Company, and Lu Ming, the chairman of the Foundation Organization. The 3 travelers eyed each other warily in this moment. They recognized the presence of unfamiliar, yet formidable summer figures within the familiar Marvel universe, leading any astute individual to deduce their identities. Yi Hao, after a moment of scrutiny, spoke first. Ahem, fellow brothers, I trust we all sense the immense energy fluctuations that led us here. The swiftness of our arrival suggests we are of similar strength. Shall we introduce ourselves? I am Hao, currently running a Wing Chun school in Chinatown, just an ordinary martial artist. Ha ha ha. Following his introduction, he gave a slight bow. Lin Tan, the president of the Biochemical Technology Protection Company, observed before addressing the others. Well said. I am Robert Lin, the vice president of Ling Tian Group. I was fortunate to acquire a minor ability during my experiments. Just luck, pure luck. Lastly, the chairman of the Foundation organization joined in. Huh? We are all on the same side. I'm Alder Liu, a researcher at the Life Foundation. Recently, I developed some mutant abilities through sheer luck during my experiments. Nothing to speak of. Hee hee. As the introductions concluded, an awkward silence enveloped the air as the 3 exchanged glances, leading to a series of uncomfortable chuckles. Ah, you all carry on. I shall take my leave. There's nothing suspicious here anyway. Ah, indeed. Until next time. Ultimately, the 3 quickly vanished into the night, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Nearly 15 minutes later, the clouds above parted, revealing a massive airborne mothership. On the ground, numerous agents began to appear. As the agents surrounded the scene, several advanced helicopters emerged from the mothership, landing to reveal a variety of figures. Nick Fury inquired, Tony, can you connect to the satellite and see what transpired here? Tony Stark replied, I fear not. I tried earlier, but the area was disrupted by energy interference, rendering it unidentifiable. Oh, what a waste of a trip. Not entirely, though. The residual energy indicates a high-energy response belonging to Superman's biological signature. Thor Odinson remarked. What does that imply? Could it be the work of Superman? Thor, you ought to enhance your intellect. Watch your words, you rascal. Let us pause. Tony means that someone has cloned something using Superman's genes or cellular structure. It seems there are indeed some intelligent minds here. Well, since we cannot glean anything further, let us withdraw. While Tony Stark bickered with his fellow Avengers, he continuously scrutinized the satellite footage, seemingly making a discovery that prompted the others to remain silent. Okay, we have a new revelation. Although the satellite above cannot provide a view, nearby satellites have yielded results. The first to appear after the energy explosion was Superman, and shortly thereafter, 3 rapid figures arrived at the scene. Moreover, their speed exceeded the sound barrier. It appears we have much to attend to in the future. As the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. continued their investigation at Blackstone Park, Zhou Hong had already returned to his underground research facility in Chinatown, Washington City, gazing upon the now largely vacant cultivation laboratory. The diminutive forms within the several incubating containers came into view. Zhou Hong, lost in contemplation, hastened the cultivation process. At a certain moment, as if recollecting something pivotal, Zhou Hong promptly set aside his current task. His muscles twisted and contorted, transforming him into a middle-aged Caucasian with golden hair and blue eyes. He stepped into a profound, shadowy chamber, the very place where the initial experimental subjects were confined. Reaching the innermost depths of the chamber, which had once been utilized to imprison reptilian monstrosities, Zhou Hong noted the absence of the massive metal columns that had restrained the creatures. Only the solid metallic experimentation table remained at the center, seamlessly integrated with the floor. Upon this table lay a 5-meter-tall, humanoid reptilian creature, a remnant of the lizard monster that had assaulted New York City over 6 months prior. Now, he existed in a state of semi-anthropoid evolution. Zhou Hong recalled that this creature was originally named Arthur, a mere Delta-class mutant with rudimentary regenerative capabilities, only slightly superior to an ordinary human. A few years ago, on a fateful night, Zhou Hong had rendered him unconscious with a single blow and brought him to this underground facility. Subsequently, Zhou Hong had procured the blood of a mutated lizard and a dash of fire elemental essence, ultimately crafting the lizard monster. Over 6 months ago, Zhou Hong had assumed the guise of a member of the Edward family, leading this lizard beast to mistakenly believe he was part of that lineage. Subsequently, he had unleashed it upon New York City, culminating in Arthur's transformation during a confrontation with Superman. Though Arthur could not rival Clark Kent's prowess, his exhibited abilities surpassed those of 90% of the extraordinary beings on Earth. Zhou Hong realized that extricating himself from the ensuing chaos was no longer an option. His previous calculations suggested that he had already exposed himself, rendering any hope of being forgotten by the world futile. Thus, it was imperative to exploit Arthur once more. To prevent Arthur from being swiftly vanquished by the now formidable Superman, Zhou Hong resolved to enhance him further. He planned to inscribe the Great Sun Diamond Mantra upon Arthur, a sigil capable of absorbing solar energy and converting it into protective armor for the body. At that moment, Arthur, the lizard monstrosity, hovered between consciousness and oblivion. As Zhou Hong engraved the mantra upon him, the pain jolted Arthur awake. Glaring at his tormentor, the architect of his grotesque transformation, Arthur's reptilian visage twisted in rage, his deep-seated hatred surging like an unrelenting tide within him. Given the slightest opportunity, Arthur would rend his assailant to shreds. However, Zhou Hong had anticipated Arthur's resistance and fury, having previously sealed his mouth with a special material. Upon completing the inscribing of the Great Sun Diamond Mantra, Zhou Hong retrieved a syringe crafted from a unique metal, injecting the purple-black liquid into Arthur's arm. Once the procedure was complete, he paid no heed to the impotent rage of the lizard beast. Closing the door behind him as he exited the chamber, Zhou Hong strolled through the corridor, where anguished cries and curses echoed from the surrounding cells. Perhaps due to a sense of resolution regarding the consequences ahead, Zhou Hong stood in the corridor, observing the bizarre array of experimental subjects confined within their cages. In a gentle tone, he addressed the creatures within, saying, "Congratulations, today my spirits are high, since you have ceased to possess any value for my purposes. In these final moments, contribute to my journey towards eternity. It shall be your ultimate honor. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Zhou Hong's words, the inmates erupted into a cacophony of despair, some cursing him in hopeless rage, while others, crushed and desperate, pleaded for mercy. Zhou Hong, however, remained unperturbed by their plight. Extending his arms, he summoned a tremendous force, activating the sigils previously inscribed upon them. One by one, the experimental subjects disintegrated like sand, dissipating into the shadows of their confinement. As tranquility returned, Zhou Hong turned inward, realizing his essence had now reached a remarkable 150 drops of true energy. This was due to the meticulous nurturing he had provided to these subjects, including administering energy-absorbing elixirs that allowed their bodies to perpetually draw from the natural elements. It could be said that these few dozen subjects collectively embodied the life force equivalent to that of Small Town. Indeed, this feels quite satisfactory. My diligent care has not been in vain, he chuckled. Time is ample, and my energy is abundant. From this moment forth, the world shall know only the reclusive, ineffectual student Zhou Hong. Meanwhile, that insatiable, terrifying demon shall soon meet its demise at the hands of justice as champions. Once again, the superheroes shall save the world. Let's extend our fervent and loyal blessings to the heroes of salvation. Chapter 21. The storm approaches, Time is ample, and my energy is abundant. From this moment forth, the world shall know only the reclusive, ineffectual student Zhou Hong. Meanwhile, that insatiable, terrifying demon shall soon meet its demise at the hands of justice as champions. Once again, the superheroes shall save the world. Let us extend our fervent and loyal blessings to the heroes of salvation. Dear Wanda, the last time you eluded me, but now I have solidified my foundation. Where shall you run this time? 2 years prior, Zhou Hong, having just reached the latter stages of chi refinement, had been overly ambitious, attempting to capture the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, to siphon her chaotic magical power for his future advancement. However, he had been met with a sudden awakening from Wanda, resulting in a severe thrashing that nearly cost him everything. As dawn broke, Zhou Hong concealed himself on the deck of a cloaked airborne aircraft carrier above New York City. Unbeknownst to him, many unfamiliar faces had appeared on the streets near Chinatown. 3 nearby streets had been cordoned off by armed forces. Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone, especially those who are reputed to be the smartest in the world. The area has been swiftly locked down. Perhaps even the individual himself has been identified. However, there's no choice. In my earlier weakness, I lacked the spells and powers to shield against satellites above. But that matters little. After all, it is merely a physical form. I can cultivate clones at will. It is time to reclaim my original bloodline. Meanwhile, on the ground, armed agents from SHI, D, and the military had intended to methodically clear the vicinity, ensuring everything proceeded quietly. Within the aircraft carrier above the city, SHIELD, Director Nick Fury, General Roosevelt, and numerous advisors gathered gravely in the conference room, observing the progress on the ground through the carrier's projections. Numerous superheroes and the Avengers remained vigilant around Zhou Hong's residence. The rapid identification of suspects in similar cases was largely due to Iron Man Tony Stark's super artificial intelligence, JARVIS, which had tirelessly sifted through 7 years' worth of surveillance footage. Ultimately, a clue was discovered in a video from 6.5 years ago. At that time, Zhou Hong was exceedingly vulnerable, lacking any formidable spells to conceal himself. An inadvertent moment captured by a surveillance camera at a corner revealed his presence. Although efforts were made to destroy the footage afterward, artificial intelligence can trace anything that once existed. It was from this lead that Tony Stark discerned Zhou Hong's presence around the crime scene in the early stages. Just last night, after confirming this information, he promptly notified the higher-ups at SHIELD and the military, leading to the formulation of the Demon Extermination Plan. This initiated the current operation to encircle and apprehend him. The original plan was to clear the surrounding populace. However, this is the free nation of America, and the more the government attempts to restrict actions, the more the citizens seem inclined to oppose them. The agreement was to discreetly enter the village without drawing attention. Regrettably, only a small fraction of the residents evacuated under the armed personnel's guidance, while the majority remained obstinately within their homes. Some even confronted the armed individuals, brandishing American-style weapons and forcibly ejecting them from their residences. The leaders of SHIELD and the military were left with profound headaches upon witnessing this scenario. Nevertheless, they resolved to proceed with the Demon Extermination Plan. After all, they had already stirred the hornet's nest, and the ramifications of allowing Zhou Hong to escape would be catastrophic. Unbeknownst to them, the very person they sought to capture was nonchalantly seated at their headquarters, observing their every move as they executed their plan. In the early morning of Chinatown, families were preparing for their usual monotonous routines. The arrival of armed forces and agents shattered the tranquil calm as they forcefully invaded homes, expelling the residents. This treatment starkly contrasted the purported ideals of equality and freedom professed by the American populace. Even the superheroes and the Avengers seemed oblivious to the discrepancies. At that moment, SHIELD and the military had completely surrounded Zhou Hong's residence, employing satellite surveillance and artificial intelligence to ensure no individuals could enter or exit during this operation. Once everything was in place, the superheroes, unable to contain themselves, charged in, with the likes of Thor and the Monkey King forcefully kicking down the door. As numerous superheroes and Avengers stormed in, they were greeted by the sight of Zhou Hong's family, consisting of 3 individuals and a small yellow dog, calmly enjoying breakfast at the table. Their intrusion failed to disrupt the family's elegant morning routine. Faced with the indifference of Zhou Hong's family, the superheroes displayed visible anger. However, none dared to escalate the confrontation. Zhou Hong regarded the intruders, the likes of Thor, the Monkey King, Storm, Cyclops, Hulk, Spider-Man, Hawkeye, Black Widow, Wonder Woman, Captain Marvel, Falcon, Ant-Man, among others. Over 20 superheroes had already entered the hall. When Iron Man, Tony Stark, finally stepped in, he addressed Zhou Hong directly. "Zhou Hong, is it? Your time has come. According to American law, you are under arrest for the crimes you have committed, facing an eternity of imprisonment." As Zhou Hong leisurely set down his chopsticks while breakfasting, he delicately wiped his lips with a napkin, exuding the elegance of a noble scion. "Oh, I thought you would find me sooner. I never imagined it would take you nearly 7 years. F you. Do you have any idea what you have done all these years? How many lives you have shattered? Families torn apart? You beast. You deserve not just imprisonment, but to suffer a fate worse than death. You scoundrel. Go to hell, you damned yellow monkey." Faced with the furious insults and curses from the superheroes, Zhou Hong remained composed at the table, casually scratching his ear and flicking his fingers dismissively. "And then what? The law in America does not permit the death penalty. What can you do to me? Come and kill me right here." The superheroes exchanged glances, seemingly prepared for this moment. Each activated their abilities, some controlling the situation while others prepared to unleash their powers. As the battle commenced, Iron Man and Captain America explained, "We will not allow you to enter prison. You, the scum of the earth, the demon from hell, are unworthy. What follows will be our confrontation with a murderous fiend. And in the chaos, we may inadvertently eliminate this monster on the spot. So die, you wretched killer." No one considered, or seemed to care, about Zhou Hong's parents seated at the table. In their eyes, as long as they could eliminate Zhou Hong, the loss of anyone else was inconsequential. At the table, Zhou Hong remained unhurried as the onslaught of superheroes and Avengers descended upon him. Under a barrage of firepower and energy attacks, smoke billowed forth, and it took 3 minutes before the assault ceased. The superheroes retreated outside the residence, and the 3-story building could no longer withstand the assault, collapsing with a thunderous crash. When the dust settled, the superheroes found themselves hundreds of meters away, their attacks having obliterated all structures within a 200-meter radius, leaving gaping craters and fissures in the ground. As the smoke cleared, they beheld Zhou Hong, unscathed at the dining table, eliciting expressions of terror from the gathered heroes. Some with keen eyes noticed the gruesome remnants of Zhou Hong's family strewn about, prompting one to scornfully remark, "Is this the so-called killer demon?" He had the power to protect his family, yet watched them perish. Truly a cold-blooded monster. Huh, such a demon should not exist in this world. Zhou Hong, with a relaxed demeanor, regarded the superheroes, unfazed by the loss of his parents. He even summoned flames, incinerating the remnants on the floor into ash. Without engaging in conversation, he crossed his legs and reclined in his chair, seemingly awaiting further aggression. Yet the superheroes persisted, mercilessly mocking Zhou Hong. Suddenly, 2 sharp sounds pierced the air around Zhou Hong. 2 daggers made from a special metal sliced through the atmosphere, only to be effortlessly deflected by an invisible shield surrounding him. When their attack failed, the assailants dashed away in an instant, followed by a barrage of incendiary rounds and various munitions, including armor-piercing projectiles raining down from the sky, launched by an aerial carrier. Clearly, they comprehended that conventional attacks could not harm Zhou Hong, leading them to resort to deploying heavy artillery within a residential area, all in a desperate bid to eliminate him. After all, it is an institutional framework of a nation. How could there be no preparation? Or how could there be merely this one contingency plan? The thunderous sounds echoed continuously, accompanied by intense flashes of light illuminating the once vibrant Chinatown. Flames soared into the sky as missiles were relentlessly bombarding the area where Zhou Hong was located, launched by the aerial aircraft carrier above. Everyone believed that no one could emerge unscathed amidst such a persistent barrage of explosions, save for the extraterrestrial hero, Clark. A defensive barrier shimmered within a 10-foot radius around Zhou Hong. Despite the incessant detonations, the barriers shattered one after another, ultimately failing to provide complete protection. After all, this was humanity's most formidable conventional weapon, aside from nuclear arms. The superheroes had long since aided one another in fleeing to several thousand meters away, gazing in astonishment at the relentless explosions within that radius, incredulous that such heavy artillery was deployed against a single individual in a bustling urban area, truly a manifestation of madness. Minutes later, as hundreds of missiles were finally expended, the dust began to settle. Within the aircraft carrier high above, the senior officials of S.H.I.E.L.D. and military commanders looked on in terror at the battered figure of Zhou Hong amidst the ruins. In contrast to the high-ranking officials above, the superheroes on the ground appeared even more beleaguered. This was the most potent firepower available, excluding humanity's forbidden weapons, and after a continuous 10-minute assault, they had failed to eliminate this terrifying embodiment of death. Some superheroes, with weaker mental fortitude, trembled and collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? Such formidable firepower couldn't kill this demon of death. Shut up, you fool. Everyone, do not be afraid. Though he is still alive, we can all see his body is already marred by wounds from the explosions. If we unite our strength, we can surely defeat him. Iron Man, Tony Stark, scolded the surrounding superheroes with frustration. Although Zhou Hong was now covered in injuries, he remained unfazed, arms wide open, facing the multitude of superheroes with a calm smile, exclaiming loudly, "Oh, really? You believe you can kill me? If you think so, then come. Try to kill me. Ha ha ha." Unable to contain themselves any longer, the superheroes charged towards Zhou Hong in unison. The first to strike was the speedster, Quicksilver, who had acquired super speed powers after being caught in a storm during an experiment, capable of reaching speeds up to 10 times the speed of sound. As Quicksilver swung a punch towards Zhou Hong's cheek, Zhou Hong caught his fist and flung him back towards the charging Thor Odinson. Thor quickly retracted his hammer and embraced Quicksilver, but the force of the throw was so great that both were sent tumbling over 100 meters. Quicksilver, struck by the immense impact, suffered broken ribs and collapsed, bleeding, while Thor, relying on his robust physique, endured minimal injury. Meanwhile, other superheroes launched their attacks as well. Zhou Hong dodged swiftly, but the sheer volume of strikes made it impossible to evade entirely. Eventually, bolts of lightning and energy strikes hit him, sending him flying several meters. As Zhou Hong was propelled away, he seized the momentum to close in on Beastman, delivering a powerful punch to his chest that sent him flying. He then leaped and struck the head of the strongman, the overwhelming force driving him into the ground, leaving him momentarily dazed. Zhou Hong then unleashed his speed to its utmost, resembling a tiger among sheep, striking down the approaching superheroes with each punch and kick. Just as Zhou Hong evaded Captain America's shield and aimed to punch him down, Thor hurled his hammer from behind, knocking Zhou Hong off balance. The colossal hammer, crackling with lightning, shattered Zhou Hong's left arm. After recalling the hammer, Thor raised it once more, delivering a thunderous strike upon Zhou Hong's head, sending him reeling and causing him to spit forth a mouthful of dark crimson blood. The remaining superheroes, witnessing this, regained their confidence and intensified their assault on Zhou Hong. At this moment, Zhou Hong quickly supported his broken left arm with his right hand, snapping it back into place. He bent down to dodge Captain America's shield, then sprang up to intercept the might of the Power Man's punch with his left hand while blocking Quicksilver's charge with his right. However, he was then met with a powerful kick from Iron Man, staggering him back a step, only to be sent flying again by a punch from the Hulk. As Zhou Hong was airborne, he was struck by a barrage of lightning and energy attacks summoned by Storm and Thor, crashing to the ground. Just as he attempted to rise, he was knocked down once more by the rapidly approaching Flying Man. With a fierce expression, Zhou Hong spat a mouthful of vital blood into his right hand and, using it as a conduit, summoned a storm of dark clouds, unleashing a deluge of lightning that enveloped the surrounding area for miles. This attack left over a dozen weaker superheroes severely injured, their flesh charred, with the acrid scent of burnt carbon wafting through the air. Even Thor and Storm were momentarily incapacitated by the onslaught, with Thor wary of further electric strikes. Iron Man's suit flickered with electric energy, showing signs of being on the verge of disintegration. However, after this powerful strike, Zhou Hong found himself struggling to remain upright, ultimately kneeling on the ground. With great effort, he grasped Captain America's shield and struck it against the Hulk's face, but his diminished strength resulted in considerably less damage. Just as he prepared to continue his assault, Captain America, fueled by immense willpower, charged and knocked Zhou Hong down. Like the final straw that broke the camel's back, Zhou Hong attempted to rise, but found himself too weak to do so, collapsing back to the ground. Thus concluded the Demon Extermination Plan, executed in unison by numerous renowned superheroes, military personnel, and SHIELD Avengers. Concealed in the clouds above, Zhou Hong looked down contemptuously at the defeated form of his earthly vessel, scoffing at the superheroes below. Barbarians are indeed barbarians. A bunch of crude savages, forever reliant on brute force and simplistic energy attacks. Foolish creatures. Chapter 23. Faking death like the final straw that broke the camel's back, Zhou Hong attempted to rise, only to find himself too weak to do so, collapsing back to the ground. Thus, the demon extermination plan, executed by a coalition of renowned superheroes, military personnel, and S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Avengers came to a close. High above, amidst the clouds, Zhou Hong nodded in satisfaction. Experiencing a blockbuster from the sidelines is exhilarating. Yet, this so-called band of superheroes is utterly inept. Fortunately, I managed to reclaim a significant portion of my true essence. Otherwise, these superheroes would have perished completely. He decided to stop watching. It had lost its appeal. The demon extermination plan had consumed immense resources, resulting in losses amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars, with numerous superheroes, agents, and armed personnel suffering heavy casualties. In the aftermath, statistics revealed that 8 superheroes, including Power Man, the Monkey King, and the Wandering Swordmaster, had perished. Storm, Quicksilver, Power Man, Falcon, and others were left severely injured and unconscious. The incident resulted in the deaths of as many as 300 armed soldiers and agents. This significant event captured the attention of global powers, and even the United States, in its attempts to conceal the truth, could not escape exposure by individuals with extraordinary abilities who infiltrated surrounding surveillance and satellites. In a bid to divert the attention of its citizens, the American government accused the Chinese government during a press conference, alleging that the Eastern superpower harbored malicious intentions by placing such dangerous individuals on American soil, clearly intending to undermine national security. The Eastern nation firmly denied the existence of such matters and accused the American government of irresponsibly deflecting blame. Thus commenced a phase of mutual finger-pointing between the two superpowers. As the leading nations on Earth, it was improbable that they would plunge into global warfare over this issue. Instead, they engaged in a war of words. In an apparent effort to provide the American public with a sense of accountability, the U.S. government announced that the trial of Zhou Hong would be broadcast live to the nation 1 month later, featuring all participating superheroes and the highest court officials at the Supreme Court in New York. When news of this reached the world, it sparked an outcry among the global populace. American citizens expressed their sentiments online, exclaiming, "Look, our mighty American superheroes have once again saved the world. And oh my God, it's unfathomable that such a murderous fiend truly exists." Others called for divine retribution, insisting that such a being should be condemned to eternal damnation. Meanwhile, citizens of the Eastern nation engaged in discussions of their own, pondering, how did this person achieve such power? That moment unleashed terrifying lightning across a 1,000-meter radius. My God, is this forbidden magic? They lauded their nation's sorcerers for inflicting such heavy losses on American heroes. As the world buzzed with discourse regarding this monumental event, it was akin to a large-scale war, with a number of participants exceeding 10,000. This also marked the first united operation of America's renowned superheroes. The long-anticipated day of judgment arrived, and those with the means tuned in to live broadcasts on their devices, while others gathered to watch on television. The chat rooms overflowed with comments, and despite the overwhelming traffic, the issue of lagging was resolved thanks to contributions from various nations and conglomerates providing countless servers. No one wished to miss this momentous trial, given that the crisis posed a threat to both national and global safety. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, the chat rooms fell silent, a directive from governments worldwide. The previously blacked-out broadcast gradually came into focus, revealing the enormous temporary courthouse erected by the American government, utilizing dozens of construction teams over the course of half a month. Spanning thousands of square meters, this venue could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. Government representatives from around the world took their seats in the front rows, followed by representatives from various conglomerates, religious figures, and finally the general public and live broadcasting equipment. The courtroom was filled to capacity. To ensure the trial proceeded smoothly, the presiding judge and court officials comprised individuals of diverse ethnicities. The Chief Judge, Robert, the highest-ranking judge of the Supreme Court, took the stage and struck his gavel, commanding silence. The trial is now in session. He declared, "The prosecution will present the charges against the defendant, Zhou Hong." "Thank you, Your Honor. I will now read the charges brought forth by the American government and representatives of the public," an attorney began. "We seek a minimum sentence of 100,000 years imprisonment and the maximum penalty of death for the defendant, Zhou Hong. The charges stem from the events of October 16th of last year, when Zhou Hong utilized a magical array to collude with demons, resulting in the sacrificial disappearance of 326,842 American citizens in the city of Klin, including the elderly, children, and women. Over the past 7 years, excluding Klin, a total of 97,000 additional deaths have been attributed to him. The evidence is substantial, including eyewitness accounts and divine testimony from God and Jesus." The trial continued until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, culminating in a worldwide vote overseen by representatives of the public and court officials. The final verdict was delivered. For the gravest crimes ever committed, Zhou Hong, the most vile of humanity, a bloodthirsty butcher devoid of humanity, was sentenced to extreme execution by live immolation, under the watchful eyes of the global populace. Bound to a cross, Zhou Hong had already suffered the breaking of his limbs and had been injected with enough anesthetic to incapacitate 100 elephants. Yet, he remained unfazed, laughing maniacally without uttering a word, merely reveling in his deranged laughter. Onlookers considered him a madman. How could one devoid of emotion face death with such maniacal mirth? Ordinary flames proved insufficient to consume Zhou Hong's form. Ultimately, the task fell to the superhero known as the Human Torch, who initially exerted all his might, generating temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees, merely singeing Zhou Hong's hair with no effect on his body. Feeling insulted, the Human Torch unleashed unprecedented potential, reaching temperatures above 7,000 degrees, gradually incinerating Zhou Hong's form. This marked the first time in human history that such an extreme punishment had been witnessed by the global populace. Under the gaze of the world, Zhou Hong was bound to the cross, drenched in gasoline, and ignited, burning for 3 entire hours until reduced to ashes. As the trial concluded and the broadcast ended, countless viewers remained in the chat rooms, discussing the harrowing events. "Oh my God, how did such a young child end up on this path?" One lamented, "How can one possibly excuse the sins of such a monstrous fiend?" Another questioned, while others expressed their disdain for any notion of mercy. Time, however, has a way of erasing all memories. Even the most significant events eventually fade into oblivion. The ordinary populace continued their lives, occasionally recalling the trial, but such thoughts were swiftly drowned out by the daily trials of existence. Chapter 24. The union of body and soul. The ordinary populace continued their lives, occasionally recalling the past, but such thoughts were soon submerged beneath the weight of daily concerns. Ultimately, Zhou Hong was left with the infamous title of the most malevolent person and the record of the first universal trial day. A year later, in the mountainous border region of the Eastern Nation, near the convergence of Yun and Gue, deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, in a valley surrounded by mountains, a narrow stream approximately 1 meter wide cascades rapidly into a pool about 20 meters wide after tumbling over a steep cliff. Not far from the tranquil pool stands a thatched cottage, flanked by plots of precious medicinal herbs, enclosed by a rustic fence. The vibrant colors of the herbs surrounding the cottage exude a sense of vitality, while the rich aroma of the medicinal plants fills the air with an invigorating essence. On one side of the field, Zhou Hong sits cross-legged on a stone slab with a tall, golden-haired, blue-eyed man, his hand resting on the man's crown. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupts from Zhou Hong, only to be swiftly reined in. Moments later, the golden-haired man's body rapidly withers, resembling a deflated balloon, his face contorted in agony. Ultimately, his towering figure disintegrates into dust, swept away by the wind. Zhou Hong remains seated, cultivating and absorbing the formidable energy he has just acquired. A year has flown by so swiftly. This marks the 10th clone. After a full year basking under the sun, it has only allowed me to break through to the mid-foundation stage. The energy required moving forward grows ever more immense. Even absorbing all the energy from the clones is far from sufficient. These Superman clones are rather inadequate. After just a year of absorbing energy from the sun, their cells nearly collapse from the excess. Wait, it could be due to the life codes within Superman Clark. Or perhaps the world's consciousness dictates that the universe can only harbor one complete Superman. Regardless, neither scenario is particularly favorable for me. It appears that the remaining clones must await their fate on Mars. For now, it is time to solidify his own power. Since feigning death amidst the world judgment a year ago, Zhou Hong has returned from America to the heart of the mountainous region bordering Yun and Gue. Over the past year, he has gradually transformed his practice of the blood demon technique into the fundamental qi cultivation method. Initially, he had resorted to the blood demon technique due to his weakness and the slow pace of conventional cultivation. Recently, the drawbacks of the blood demon technique have begun to manifest, leading to bouts of inexplicable rage and bloodlust. It is essential to remember that he was once a peace-loving individual. What? You assert that I once refined an entire city as populace? Please, I merely guided them towards immortality, integrating them into my being. My essence is inherently benevolent. After all, since arriving in this world, I have continuously received accolades. I'm a certified model citizen by American standards. Zhou Hong rises, strolling towards the mountain's base, where a massive boulder, approximately 10 meters wide, obstructs his path. Ignoring the boulder, he strides forward, and upon contact, the stone ripples, causing Zhou Hong to vanish within it. After a brief darkness, he emerges into a vast chamber filled with various items and experimental subjects previously gathered in Washington, D.C. The centerpiece that captures Zhou Hong's attention is the largest cultivation tank in the hall, containing a single drop of vibrant red blood. Throughout the past year, Zhou Hong has devoted the majority of his time and energy to this solitary drop of blood. Despite investing 90 of his resources and efforts, no significant progress has been made. Gazing intently at the drop of blood, Zhou Hong's resolve solidifies, as if he has made a crucial decision. He carefully extracts a small portion of the blood and stows it away, along with the elemental energies he has collected over time, merging 5 elemental powers into the blood. With a single step, he exits the cave and traverses vast distances to arrive at the capital city of Guizhou. Nandu. Upon reaching the skies above Nandu, he expands his consciousness, first enveloping the entire city before extending outward. After spreading his awareness for over 1,000 miles, he selects a humble family in a remote village within Guizhou. Time is of the essence. He swiftly accelerates towards their dwelling. The formation of embryonic life occurs within a mere 15 minutes. Once gestation begins, the soul forms shortly thereafter, necessitating Zhou Hong's timely arrival before the soul's inception. Upon arrival, he surveys the surroundings and the family environment, then directly infuses his former life's blood and elemental essence into the nascent embryo. After completing this, Zhou Hong invests 90 of his primordial soul and half of his true essence into the embryo. Henceforth, he will exist as a projection, while the true self undergoes gestation, embodying a perfect union of body and soul. Despite being a soul from another world, whose merger into this life was fortuitous, the original body will never truly belong to him. Regardless of the heights he may attain, the lingering imperfection will always exist. Currently, his cultivation level remains relatively low, rendering the hindrances less apparent. However, once he reaches the golden core stage, the disconnection between body and soul may impede his grasp of the foundational laws. Furthermore, the rapid cultivation techniques he employed have adversely affected his body, leaving it unstable and susceptible to hidden flaws. Having completed these tasks, Zhou Hong's projection returns to the depths of the mountains. He then begins planning for the resources needed by his true self. Zhou Hong swiftly summons the Superman clones recuperating on Mars. After absorbing their energy, he achieves the mid-foundation stage. He then returns to the laboratory, releasing the remaining Superman clones to continue absorbing solar energy. As for the other experimental subjects, they have become redundant, for Zhou Hong has already gathered sufficient elemental primordial power through various mutated beings captured previously. This power has been integrated into his former blood and is now nurturing new life. Once this body matures, it will embody the elemental spirit root of the Huang Emperor's lineage from his past life. To acquire this elemental power, Zhou Hong has captured over 1,000 mutated individuals. Though these experimental subjects are now obsolete, he intends to extract their final remnants. After packaging them, Zhou Hong's projection discreetly flies for a full 15 minutes until reaching the skies above a small island. Upon arriving at the coastline, He retrieves a small lizard toy from his storage space, intricately inscribed with dozens of arrays and seals. What a beautiful, harmonious, and blissful coastline. Certainly. I must place a little trinket here. Chapter 25. Releasing toys across the world. What a beautiful, harmonious, and blissful coastline. Certainly. I must place a little trinket here. Zhou Hong releases the seal on the small lizard and tosses it into the ocean. The lizard flails its limbs in the air, but upon contact with the radiated waters, its body begins to swell, transforming into a more fearsome visage. According to the speed at which this radiation-absorbing key grows, coupled with sufficient nutrients, it is estimated that it could reach a height of 100 meters in less than a month. After casting the small lizard into the ocean, Zhou Hong disregarded it and continued his westward flight. Upon arriving at the coastline of America, he began to search within his storage space for suitable toys. After a brief search yielding unsatisfactory results, he suddenly recalled something. With a snap of his fingers to his forehead, he unearthed a humanoid lizard doll from the depths of his storage space. This humanoid lizard, named Arthur, was the very creature that caused chaos in New York. Had it not been for Superman Clark's assistance in the end, New York City would have likely faced destruction at Arthur's hands. Zhou Hong unsealed the humanoid lizard, leaving only the final barrier, which was time-restricted and could last only for a month. What actions the humanoid lizard Arthur would undertake after this period would no longer concern Zhou Hong. To Zhou Hong, this world felt exceedingly dull. Familiar with the plot and developments of this realm, it seemed as though he could accomplish anything, devoid of any challenge. The toys he created were intended to inject a sense of excitement into his life. Having discarded the small, humanoid lizard, Zhou Hong proceeded to release a portion of oceanic creature-shaped toys into the water. Upon entering the American mainland, he scattered humanoid and beast toys, some in urban areas and others in desolate outskirts. He was reminded of the Avengers, who had once sought to eliminate his avatar, now basking in the adoration of the world. This was intolerable. Witnessing their comfort, he felt compelled to give them something to occupy their time. Thus, Zhou Hong ventured to the Avengers Tower, where it seemed that the supervillains captured by the Avengers were imprisoned underground. Stealthily infiltrating the facility, he encountered numerous security personnel and impenetrable doors that required special clearance. However, Zhou Hong effortlessly bypassed them using his elemental evasion techniques. Observing the supervillains, some hulking and others grotesque, confined within metallic cells forged from special alloys, a subtle smile graced Zhou Hong's lips. With a wave of his hand, he cloaked all surveillance cameras and sensors with illusions, revealing himself. Surprisingly, it was not the patrolling armed guards who first noticed him, but rather the majority of the supervillains within the prison. As these notorious individuals attempted to create chaos through silent communication to attract the guards' attention, Zhou Hong nodded in satisfaction, swiftly dispatching the guards with a flick of his wrist. Disregarding the supervillains' flattery and clamor, he clapped his hands to draw attention and gestured for silence. The esteemed individuals confined here are truly rare talents. I shall not linger on pleasantries. Here, I offer you a chance at freedom, but only 10 of you will be granted this opportunity. Your performance will determine your fate. Before the inmates could savor the prospect of freedom, Zhou Hong's words incited their wrath. Damn it, you filthy wretch. Once I'm free, I'll have your head. You yellow-skinned monkey, I'll ensure you regret this. You think we're just your playthings? Zhou Hong paid no heed to the inmates' curses, merely gesturing with his hand, causing several of the most vulgar offenders to be crushed into a bloody pulp. This sudden display of power silenced the room, leaving the remaining inmates tense and wary of one another. Clearly, you understand my intentions. Let the proceedings commence, he stated, drawing 2 lines in the air with his fingers as if wielding a sword, severing the barriers of all cells. With a resounding crash, the cells collapsed. Zhou Hong produced a lounge chair from his storage and settled down, producing milk tea and sunflower seeds, indulging himself in front of the captivated audience. As he sipped his tea, he remarked, "What are you waiting for? Begin." The remaining inmates, over 100 in total, seemed emboldened by an unknown source of courage, exchanging glances before seizing the broken metal rods and charging at Zhou Hong. Yet, as they approached within 3 yards, they collided with an invisible wall, unable to advance further. Realizing their predicament, the inmates, all ruthless and cunning, quickly turned on each other. Some were pierced by their comrades' attacks, collapsing to the ground while clutching their wounds. "My God, why are you doing this, Pick? Hey, Hombeck, Have you forgotten our shared nights of revelry? Damn you, Nork. You've betrayed our love. I curse you to suffer. As those on the ground cursed and railed, the victorious inmates shifted their focus to the nearest cellmate. Zhou Hong, reclining in his chair, continued to eat and drink, casually commenting on the unfolding chaos. Hey, you there, the one with the red bird, a fine job reaching in. Truly, a disciple of Kakashi. And you, the one with the cat tattoo, do you lack weapons? Why resort to biting? Oh my, look over there. That little old man is smearing blood on himself, pretending to be dead. The inmates could hardly suppress their laughter, recognizing their own moral failings compared to Zhou Hong's audacity. The old man, now smeared in blood, rose without a care, hurling curses at Zhou Hong. Yet, Zhou Hong remained unfazed, as if the cacophony of insults fell on deaf ears. In less than 3 minutes, nearly all the prisoners lay slain, leaving only 10 survivors, with just one old man among them. It must be noted that this old man possessed remarkable skills. During the final assault by 3 individuals, he managed to retaliate and fell to before escaping to the side. The remaining prisoners, invigorated by the thrill of violence, contemplated further carnage until Zhou Hong's applause roused them from their bloodlust. The sight before them was a crimson-stained battlefield, littered with dismembered limbs and corpses. As the tension dissipated, the last 10 inmates collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, grateful to have survived. At some point, Zhou Hong had gathered his chair and milk tea, producing 10 syringes from his pocket and tossing them onto the bloodied floor. You have all heard of mutants or inhumans. These syringes contain serums derived from their blood. Once registered, you will gain formidable mutant abilities or powers. I will assist you in breaching all security doors. What happens afterward is no longer my concern. I hope to witness a grand performance. Do not disappoint me. I shall assist you in breaching all the security gates. What transpires thereafter, whether you escape or not, is of no concern to me. I hope to witness a splendid performance. Do not disappoint me. You have 3 minutes to prepare. In 3 minutes, the agents of S.H.I.L.D. will uncover everything that has transpired here. As Zhou Hong's words lingered in the air, the remaining 10 individuals rushed forward, seizing the blood-stained syringes without hesitation and injecting the contents into their own bodies. The pain was excruciating. After administering the serum, the 10 were besieged by an agony akin to having their bones crushed inch by inch, writhing on the ground while their anguished cries echoed throughout the subterranean prison. Oh, I forgot to mention, this serum also enhances physical abilities. The effects are quite remarkable, albeit a tad painful. Ha ha ha. Regrettably, the writhing individuals, tormented by their suffering, could scarcely comprehend Zhou Hong's words. The intensity of the pain surged and dissipated swiftly. Within 2 minutes, they had transformed into muscular behemoths, their enhanced physiques surpassing their previous capabilities by at least 5-fold, each acquiring unique powers. Zhou Hong had concocted this serum so many times that he could no longer recall the full array of abilities it bestowed. He could only await their subsequent manifestations. After lingering in the prison for another minute, he observed the 10 individuals familiarizing themselves with their newfound capabilities. Some radiated intense heat, spewing flames, while others, with a mere wave of their hands, unleashed a torrent of frigid air that froze everything in its path. Some became wholly metallic, impervious to blades and bullets, while others commanded the winds, soaring through the air and unleashing invisible blades of wind to cleave through all. A minute later, as they were still acclimating to their powers, the piercing alarm bells reverberated throughout the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Security gates slammed shut, and red alarm lights flashed frantically. One could even hear the hurried assembly of armed personnel and agents below. All right, 3 minutes have elapsed. It is now time for your performance, Zhou Hong declared, swinging his fist to shatter the heavy alloy security doors. After breaching the gates, he gradually faded from sight within the underground prison. Ha ha ha, what immense power! I feel capable of obliterating all the superheroes. I shall make that Black Widow kneel before me. This proclamation came from a muscular black man, the only survivor among them. Black Pick, your idea is splendid. Let's ascend and eliminate those beautiful female agents. Hey, hey, hey. This was voiced by a redneck adorned with countless animal tattoos. Unfortunately, aside from these 2, the other 8, who had narrowly escaped death, regarded the duo with disdainful glances, perceiving them as foolish, driven solely by their newfound power and desires. The two simpletons charged ahead, eager to unleash their newfound vigor. Meanwhile, the remaining 8 huddled together, deliberating on how to escape SHILD. When the two fools turned back, sensing something amiss, they were met with the derisive gazes of their companions, only to be instantly mowed down by a barrage of bullets. Reduced to mere pulp. Hanku, it's your turn now. All right, mates, watch me. With that, the muscular man named Hanku surged forward, activating his abilities and transforming into metal. Bullets ricocheted off Hanku's body, unable to penetrate his defenses, merely producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. By the gods! Go, go, go! Bring me the rocket launcher. Let S obliterate these bastards. SHILD agents, witnessing the impervious Hanku charging towards them, frantically called for heavy firepower to suppress him. Hanku, like a tiger among sheep, reached the frontline agents, using his indomitable metallic body to batter them into a bloody mess. Once Hanku shattered the agents' formation, the remaining 7 surged forth, unleashing their abilities and reaping the lives of the agents. In no time, all the agents present were slain. Just as they prepared to press onward, reinforcements arrived, forcing them back. Hanku, quickly, continue your assault and eliminate these wretched agents. Whoa, who the hell was that? Someone just hit my backside. Soon, the 8 criminals utilized their abilities to reach the ground level of the SHIELD headquarters. However, just as they were about to burst forth, the Avengers team had already arrived to assist. As Hanku intended to push forward with his metallic form, he was struck back by a powerful shockwave. The newcomer was none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark. Oh, what a cool look you got there, buddy. You didn't have such impressive abilities when we apprehended you earlier. Care to share what transpired inside? Damn it, Tony. They are merely the dregs of society. No need for chit-chat, just arrest them. Whatever happened, we will find out later. Captain America, Steve Rogers, curtly interrupted, hurling his vibranium shield forcefully, knocking Hank back down. Iron Man, Tony Stark, shot a disgruntled glance at Captain America, irritated that his moment had been undermined, yet he did not oppose the assault, as they were still allies for the time being. Captain America, utilizing his enhanced abilities, managed to hold off the metallic Hanku and a white man capable of manipulating the earth. Despite the apparent danger, he handled the situation with relative ease. Meanwhile, Iron Man faced dire straits, besieged by 5 adversaries, and within half a minute, his armor was rendered inoperative. He was forced to utilize the remnants of his energy to ascend into the air, seeking to escape the fray. Just as he ascended, he was struck down by the wind-manipulating redneck. Fortunately, Hulk, Bruce Banner, and Thor Odinson arrived just in time to prevent a fatal outcome. This incident only deepened Tony Stark's resentment towards Captain America, as he had hoped to apprehend the criminals once the Avengers were fully assembled. But Captain Rogers had interrupted his plans. Hulk and Thor, being the powerhouses of the early Avengers, were impervious to the combined might of the 8 criminals. Despite their best efforts, could not inflict any harm upon them. Ultimately, just as the Avengers' headquarters teetered on the brink of destruction, they succeeded in subduing the fleeing 8. From the clouds, Zhou Hong gazed down at the defeated supervillains and shook his head, remarking, "Trash is merely trash." I initially believed they would pose a significant challenge to the Avengers, but they turned out to be utterly inept. With a flick of his hand, Zhou Hong extracted the powers from the 8 bodies. As the translucent energy was drawn forth, the fallen supervillains succumbed silently to death. After all, Zhou Hong never engaged in unprofitable ventures. These abilities were merely engines, requiring their life force as fuel to activate. After accomplishing all of this, Zhou Hong resumed his travels across the globe, scattering small toys whenever he encountered pleasing locales. He held no interest in the subsequent affairs of the Avengers. They would never suspect that the Zhou Hong, previously thought to be deceased, could still orchestrate events. Chapter 27. The Resurgence of Taoism upon completing his tasks. Zhou Hong continued his globe-trotting adventures, casting small toys in attractive places. As for the Avengers' ensuing endeavors, he was utterly indifferent, assured that they would never suspect the return of the supposedly dead Zhou Hong. By the time the Avengers finally dealt with the escaped supercriminals, Zhou Hong had already released his final octopus, adorned with a shark's head, in Australia. Like a benevolent benefactor working anonymously, he quietly returned to the vast mountains, where he resumed the creation of Superman clones. this time intending to categorize them into several distinct classifications. The previous clones had been failures, only able to endure a year of solar energy at the sun's surface. This time, he resolved to learn from past mistakes and discern the differences between pure and mixed Superman clones. As Zhou Hong embarked on his research into clones, time flowed steadily onward. Over a year later, in a remote mountain village in the Guizhou region, the Zhou family had relocated there 2 centuries ago to escape the ravages of war. However, fate was not kind. More than a century prior, the entire Central Plains fell under the rule of barbaric invaders. Political corruption ensued, leading to internal oppression and external weakness. Ultimately, the Great Qian dynasty collapsed under the weight of successive, unequal treaties. Better to be a peaceful dog than a man in chaos encapsulates the plight of ordinary people during turbulent times. Fortunately, amidst the turmoil and ignorance of the era, generations of aspiring youths awakened to their calling. This passionate youth bravely plunged into the chaos, eventually heralding the arrival of the Great Wen Ancestor. Under the Great Wen Ancestor's guidance, during an era marked by ignorance among the populace, greed among merchants, and apathy among the masses, a vibrant red flame ignited across the entire Central Plains, reminiscent of a spark that could ignite a fire. At that time, the ancestors of the Zhou family, like the spirited youth, fervently joined the heroic struggle against oppression. When the red flags filled the Central Plains, they heeded the call of the one ancestor, returning to the mountains to cultivate agriculture. On this day, Zhou family village buzzed with excitement, as the youngest yet most senior member, Zhou Jian, celebrated a 100-day feast for a newborn. As the elder of the village, Zhou Jian led the villagers in planting fruit trees, guiding them toward prosperity and a better life, enhancing his family's prestige within the community. Once all the guests were seated, Zhou Jian's wife, Wang Shui, emerged from the house cradling a delicate infant. Amidst the cheers and astonished gazes, the traditional Zhou ceremony commenced. During this ritual, the exquisite infant seemed to instinctively choose a target, crawling directly to a wooden sword placed before him and grasping it tightly. The Zhou ceremony was merely a formality. The subsequent naming was the true focus. Just as Zhou Jian's esteemed grandfather, a former soldier, prepared to consult a dictionary for the infant's name, Zhou Hong's avatar, appearing as a venerable elder clad in a Taoist robe and adorned with a jade hairpin, entered the feast. Wuliang Tianzuan, esteemed fellows, I am a master of the Tai Xian Temple at Tianshan Yujing Peak, Xianyangzi. Last night, I observed the celestial phenomena and felt a connection with this child, destined to be my disciple. I hope you will grant me this request. Wuliang Tianzuan, Zhou Jian's grandfather, Zhou Weizhou, hurriedly rose to welcome him. Esteemed elder, may I inquire as to your purpose? And what profession do you hold? Surely you cannot expect us to acquiesce to your request upon your mere utterance. Greetings, elder. I have descended the mountain to accept a disciple. As a Taoist, I represent the Taoist tradition that has thrived in the Central Plains since antiquity. However, over a century ago, during the chaos, we Taoists descended to expel foreign invaders, resulting in the near extinction of our lineage. You may verify this through the national network. This time, I have come for this child, gifted with extraordinary talents and a connection to my Taoist lineage, hence my boldness in requesting to take him as my disciple. I hope for your understanding. After Zhou Weizhou conveyed the information he had found online, he warmly welcomed Zhou Hong's avatar to the esteemed position. Aston must have. Please forgive our caution. We only seek to avoid any missteps. Haha. Thus, with the villagers of Zhou family village extending their warm hospitality, everything proceeded smoothly. They agreed to return for Zhou Hong when he turned 6 to bring him back to the temple for training. During this period, a display of miraculous powers was inevitable. After Zhou Hong's avatar utilized a heavenly lightning technique to level a mountain peak 3 miles away, everything became even more favorable. Moreover, Zhou Hong's avatar, Xianyangzi, conferred a name upon him, Hong. The character Hong signifies fortune and prosperity, and it also connotes greatness. A person of great fortune implies an expansive future. Furthermore, Xianyangzi emphasized to the villagers that Zhou Hong was a precocious child, often referred to as the awakened one, and that nothing he did should be viewed through conventional lenses. Whatever Zhou Hong undertook, they should not be overly astonished. Upon hearing Xianyangzi's words, the villagers appeared enlightened, exclaiming No wonder this child does not cry like other infants. He is indeed gifted and awakened. Indeed, look how quietly he sits, unlike ordinary babies who wail incessantly. What do you know? I knew from the start that this child was extraordinary, but you all dismissed my insights. Bah, what did you ever say that? I was the first to realize it. Our little ancestor is destined for great fortune. May he bless me to gain admission to a prestigious university this year. Enough, enough. What a ruckus. Are we to make a spectacle for our esteemed guest? Silence, everyone. Today is a momentous occasion for Zhou family village. We are graced with great fortune. Let's not neglect our guests. Come, esteemed master. Please take the honored seat as we commence the 100-day banquet. After all was concluded, Zhou Hong's avatar returned to Taishan Temple on Tianshan Yujing Peak. The identity of Xianyangzi was derived from Zhou Hong's extensive research, during which he discovered the historical existence of Taoism. This ancient tradition had almost faced extinction over a century ago. Xianyangzi had perished 10 years earlier in the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains while searching for herbs, killed by a ferocious tiger. Fortunately, this calamity went unnoticed, granting Zhou Hong's avatar the opportunity to step into this role. Through a series of strategic maneuvers, coupled with a touch of hypnosis, he effortlessly ascended to the position of the last temple master, the only Taoist temple verifiable in this world, which had nearly lost its lineage. As for the reason behind his journey to accept a disciple, in order to grant Zhou Hong ample time for freedom, when one distinguishes oneself from others, one is often labeled a monster. However, when one possesses valid reasons and innate talent that set them apart, they are regarded as a genius. This also serves the purpose of allowing Zhou Hong to undergo a recultivation before the innate energy within him dissipates, thereby forging a more profound and potent foundation in his cultivation. Chapter 28. 2 years to obtain the cosmic cube to provide Zhou Hong with sufficient time for freedom. When one is different from others, one is deemed a monster. Yet, when one possesses legitimate reasons and exceptional talent that differentiate them, they are hailed as a genius. Furthermore, this is intended to enable Zhou Hong to recultivate before the innate energy within him fades away. After his recultivation, he will establish a more substantial and powerful foundation. Now transformed into an infant, Zhou Hong has begun acquiring disciples through his avatars, thereby achieving greater freedom. Regardless of his actions, his family remains unperturbed. Even if he sits quietly on his bed each day without a sound, others merely attribute it to his extraordinary gifts. Little do they know that Zhou Hong has embarked on his journey of recultivation. From the moment he was conceived, he has possessed the 9 tiers of true essence cultivated within this world as nourishment. In his mother's womb, he absorbed only innate energy, relying entirely on the true essence from his foundational realm for growth. It can be said that were it not for the constraints of the world, Zhou Hong might have been born as an innate deity of earth. Nevertheless, he now exists as a semi-innate being. This semi-innate constitution ranks as the strongest physique beneath that of innate deities. From birth, he possesses the strength to deliver a blow exceeding 100 tons. And after 3 months of absorption and growth, he now strikes with a force of 1,000 tons. 99% of the foundational true essence is utilized to solidify his physical foundation, with less than 1% dedicated to enhancing his strength. Time eludes the grasp of cultivation. Within merely 2 years, Zhou Hong has ascended once more to the pinnacle of qi refinement, building upon his previous foundation, which has grown even more profound and powerful. The passage of 2 years not only marks Zhou Hong's ascent, but also a world enriched with diversity, as his avatars have scattered toys across the globe, leaving nations in a state of heightened military readiness. The unluckiest of all, however, are in the small nation where an ordinary mutated lizard, after undergoing enhancement and absorbing radiation energy, grew to a staggering height of 200 meters and weighed 160,000 tons. Last summer, the nation amassed a significant portion of its self-defense forces, relocating resources to prepare for a siege against the mutated lizard dubbed Godzilla at the nuclear power station. In an unfortunate turn of events, an unknown individual triggered the nuclear plant, allowing Godzilla to feast to its heart's content. Subsequently, the mutated lizard established its lair at the nuclear facility, refusing to vacate. With no alternatives, the small nation sought assistance from its adoptive father, America, the United States dispatched 2 aircraft carrier fleets, armed with a plethora of heavy artillery. Yet, conventional weapons merely tickled the beast, while atomic bombs serve as a buffet for Godzilla. The American forces dared not engage. Ultimately, it was Superman Clark who could no longer stand idly by. Rushing to provide aid, he battled the mutated lizard for an entire day and night, and with the assistance of Thor, the god of thunder, Wonder Woman Diana, Iron Man Tony Stark piloting the giant mech, they finally vanquished Godzilla, sinking it to the ocean's depths. The victory was glorious, the outcome favorable. The process and losses were inconsequential, overshadowed by a volcanic eruption that engulfed 3 nearby cities in flames. With half of the island submerged and the other half experiencing earthquakes exceeding magnitude 8 or 9. Half of the island's populace vanished without a trace. This event prompted nations worldwide to mourn for the island, with many providing substantial aid and resources. The Great Eastern Nation organized a nationwide donation campaign, ultimately gathering a significant amount of clothing to send to the island, sparing its inhabitants from the biting cold of winter, even though it was merely early summer. After maintaining order on the island for over a month, the 2 American carrier groups orderly withdrew as they prepared to cross the Pacific back to the mainland, only to be ambushed by a colossal octopus. When this creature, known to the world as the Kraken, emerged from the depths to attack the carrier fleet, its tentacles stretched for over 1,000 meters, leaving the crews in a state of shock. Fortunately, due to the recent surge in global anomalies, the American Department of Defense and various superheroes remained vigilant. Ultimately, after the Kraken sank 1 aircraft carrier and 10 destroyers, agile superheroes arrived to drive it away, albeit at a significant cost to the American fleet. Over the span of these 2 years, countries around the world were captivated by monstrous and bizarre creatures. This has allowed Zhou Hong's true self to flourish during this period. In the autumn of 2012, under clear skies and a refreshing breeze, across the Pacific from the Great Eastern Nation, in New York City, America, the Asgardian princess Loki utilized the spatial teleportation ability of the cosmic cube to arrive at the SHIELD research base. Through her scepter, Loki successfully controlled Dr. Selvig, Hawkeye, and others, absconding with the cosmic cube. In the aftermath, Nick Fury tirelessly sought out powerful superheroes, assembling Iron Man, Captain America, the Hulk, Thor, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Wonder Woman Diana, the Flash, and other members of the Justice League. With the inclusion of Justice League members, the previous Avengers team disbanded, forming a new Guardians alliance. However, as the team was newly assembled and under Loki's influence aboard the airship, the conflicts among the superheroes escalated. As the heroes began to bicker and point fingers, they discovered that SHIELD was utilizing the cube to develop large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Just as they were embroiled in discord, Hawkeye, under Loki's control, pinpointed the airship's location and fired an explosive arrow, detonating the airship's 3rd engine. This event finally united the superheroes against a common foe. As Iron Man approached the damaged engine, the agitated Dr. Banner transformed uncontrollably into the Hulk, leading to a chaotic brawl. Ultimately, Loki's cunning plan succeeded, installing a spatial portal atop Stark Tower. A multitude of Chitauri forces surged through the portal, launching a ferocious bombardment on the city. The reasons for the alien invasion remain unclear, yet the global military forces appeared merely spectators, while the superheroes ultimately saved Earth and the world. In summary, through the concerted efforts of all members of the Guardians Alliance, they successfully defeated Loki and the Chitauri army. As the superheroes engaged in battle around the portal, Zhou Hong's avatar employed a myriad of concealment techniques, including invisibility, obscurity, sealing, suffocation, and cardiac arrest, among others, to diminish his presence and remain hidden. Zhou Hong's avatar boldly disregarded all the superheroes and approached the cosmic cube, ignoring the immense energy it released. He took out a pseudo-cosmic cube of his own creation and stealthily swapped it with a genuine one. Not fully satisfied, he drew energy from the cosmic cube and infused it into the counterfeit. Only after saturating the fake cosmic cube with energy did he leisurely vanish into the streets of New York City. Chapter 29. 6 years as the war reached a fever pitch, Superman Clark swiftly arrived to provide support. Following his entry onto the battlefield, the tide turned decisively in favor of the heroes. Superman Clark positioned himself directly beneath the portal, utilizing his heat vision to obliterate everything in sight. Subsequently, he took the time to destroy the teleportation device. From there, events unfolded as expected. The schemes of the trickster god Loki were thwarted, and he was taken away by Thor along with the fake cosmic cube to face judgment in Asgard, perhaps due to unique circumstances. This alien invasion was only known to the leading powers across the globe. Nations lacking formidable military might and their own satellites were left oblivious to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the powerful nations united to pressure America, demanding at least the remnants of alien technology or weaponry for research. Following this, countries worldwide fell into a state of silence, each diligently studying the technology of the Chitauri army. Far across the ocean, in the remote mountainous village of Zhoujia, within the eastern nation of Guizhou, Zhou Hong's true self received the cosmic cube from his avatar and instructed it to bring him to the Taoist temple for cultivation. Subsequently, he smoothly arrived at Tai Xian Temple, where he entered into seclusion for his training. As time passed, Zhou Hong's strength grew exponentially. In 2014, Captain America, with the assistance of Black Widow Natasha, Falcon Sam Wilson, and Nick Fury, dismantled Hydra's InSight program. At that time, Zhou Hong, through the absorption of the seemingly boundless energy from the cosmic cube, reached the mid-stage of foundation building. In 2015, the Avengers destroyed Hydra's base in Sokovia, reclaiming the Mind Stone. Tony Stark and Bruce Banner inadvertently created Ultron, only to be countered by the Defenders alongside the traitorous Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch Wanda, leading to Ultron's downfall. Hulk went missing. By the end of 2015, Zhou Hong had reached the pinnacle of mid-stage foundation building. In 2016, Stephen Strange suffered a car accident, resulting in the devastation of his hands, prompting him to seek help in Nepal at Kamartaj. He subsequently studied magic under the Ancient One. Zhou Hong progressed to the late stage of foundation building. By 2017, Stephen Strange acquired the Eye of Agamotto and the Cloak of Levitation, ultimately becoming Doctor Strange. That same year, Odin perished, Hela was unleashed, and Thor's hammer was destroyed, leading to Ragnarok as Hela's whereabouts became unknown. Asgard vanished, and Thor's journey to Earth was interrupted by Thanos. Zhou Hong achieved the pinnacle of foundation building that year, having just turned 7. He had never contemplated participating in the significant events of the Marvel or CD worlds, nor did he harbor any interest. For Zhou Hong, even amidst catastrophic disasters or apocalyptic scenarios, as long as his cultivation remained unaffected, everything else was trivial. Even if the eternal Thanos snapped his fingers to obliterate the universe, it would not impact him in the slightest. After all, with the existence of the Amber Blade's fragments and the Tiangong Blade, as long as the universe did not descend into chaos, nothing could hinder Zhou Hong's training. It was after Zhou Hong reached the pinnacle of foundation building that, one spring day in the Eastern Nation, he traveled to Alaska with materials collected over the years by his avatars. Zhou Hong then proceeded to split his soul into 10 clones of Superman Clark, leading them to search for nearby volcanoes. After a brief search, they finally located a volcanic crater, and Zhou Hong instructed all his avatars to bring the materials before entering the volcano together. As they delved deep into the earth, they eventually encountered a colossal, majestic being slumbering within the earth's core. Zhou Hong carefully sensed the being's essence and confirmed that the deity Tiamat was still in slumber. Although fully formed, the time for its awakening had yet to arrive. Relieved, Zhou Hong swiftly instructed his avatars to place the materials in their designated locations. Zhou Hong then flew to Tiamat's forehead and performed a sealing technique, inscribing numerous seals into her brow. Once everything was prepared, Zhou Hong sat cross-legged atop the deity's forehead, awaiting the outcome. A month later, the 10 clones of Superman Clark had inscribed intricate formations across the enormous divine body and carved a massive furnace formation beneath the deity. Zhou Hong's avatar, Xuanyangzi, approached him, holding a storage bag. Without delay, Zhou Hong accepted the bag and opened it to reveal the toys he had scattered previously. They were no longer sealed, but had been shrunk to a minuscule size, now lively and animated within the storage bag. After confirming the completion of the formation with his divine sense, Zhou Hong ordered all avatars except Xuanyangzi to stand guard outside, preventing any interruptions. With the Tiangong Blade, he entered the deity's mind through her eye and extracted a small shard. He then took out various bizarre creatures from the storage bag, confirming through his spiritual sense that they had absorbed ample fear. Enlarging their bodies, he executed a swift strike, letting the blood imbued with their fear seep into the intricate formation patterns. One by one, the creatures were consumed until the last of them had been utilized, effectively dousing every formation in their blood. Zhou Hong then retrieved the Tiangong blade, instructing his avatar Xuanyangzi to continuously channel energy from the cosmic cube into the Tiangong blade without pause. Initially, the energy flowed into the blade like water through a pipe, and the Tiangong blade, ravenous for energy, gradually swelled from a pipe-sized form to a torrent akin to a mighty river cascading into the ocean. Minutes turned into hours as the energy from the cosmic cube was absorbed relentlessly. Fortunately, the cosmic cube's energy was nearly limitless. As long as the universe endured, it would remain abundant. Otherwise, given the rate at which the Tiangong blade absorbed energy, even a star might prove insufficient. After 3 full days, the Tiangong blade finally completed its absorption, while the Infinity Stone, the space gem, shrank in size. This time, the demon blade was finally activated temporarily, swirling excitedly around Zhou Hong, swaying from side to side. All right. Once this is done, I assure you that in the near future, you will be able to maintain this state for a long time. For now, please help me shield the chaotic heavenly mechanisms, so that no one will know what has transpired here. Seeing the excited demon blade, Zhou Hong hastily reassured it. Having undergone initial recognition and nurtured through the flesh and blood of his past life, the demon blade was already in sync with Zhou Hong's thoughts and understood the significance of this moment, managing to suppress its desire to unleash its unique capabilities. Without any visible action, the demon blade merely emanated an invisible energy that stirred the surrounding space. Then, it seemed as though both the demon blade and Zhou Hong had transcended the material realm, their vision elevating from a lower dimension to a higher one, ultimately detaching from the universe and existing independently beyond it. Chapter 30. Before departure with no apparent movement, the demon blade continued to radiate an intangible energy that reverberated through the surrounding space. Subsequently, it seemed as though Zhou Hong and everything within a 1,000-mile radius had transcended the earthly realm, their vision soaring from a lower dimension to a higher one, eventually detaching from the universe and becoming independent of it. After all was accomplished, the demon blade appeared to have lost its vitality, its spirit diminished significantly. Merely floating in the void, Zhou Hong understood that even the demon blade, which absorbed infinite sustaining energy, could not maintain this state for long. He quickly activated the array on the divine being Tiamat, which ignited the enormous body of the divine entity in a blazing crimson flame. Within the flames, images of fear and the wails of dying beings flickered. As the blood-red flames grew larger, the colossal figure of the divine being seemed to sense something, showing faint signs of awakening. However, Zhou Hong never acted without preparation. The sealing technique he had imposed on the divine being's forehead prevented its will from awakening. Additionally, part of the array inscribed on the divine being transformed into flowing blood ribbons that bound its slightly trembling form, freezing it in the void. Afterward, Zhou Hong, wielding the demon blade and the space gem, arrived at the center of the array beneath the divine being. He then cast the lifeless body of a drained creature into the array. He embedded the space gem from the infinity gem into the center of the array, infusing its energy to activate the array, transforming it into a colossal alchemical furnace. The immense furnace absorbed the divine being's gigantic form, and through the energy drawn from the space gem, it generated roaring flames, refining the divine being's body within the furnace. For 3 days and nights, the great member of the divine assembly, known as the god of sleep, creator god, and lord of creation, Tiamat, was quietly and silently refined within the furnace. When the array ceased to function and the vast furnace dissipated, the divine being's nearly 1,000-mile tall form vanished, leaving only 2 dragon-eye-sized elixirs in the void. One elixir gleamed with a golden hue, inscribed with an image resembling a deity. Despite its diminutive size, it exuded an overwhelming divine pressure that rippled through the void. This was the seed of divine power, containing the essence of the heavenly laws derived from the refining of the divine being's body. The other elixir shone silver-white, surrounded by cloud-like ripples, evoking the birth and growth of life within the cosmos, captivating all who beheld it. This was the seed of the laws obtained through the refinement of the divine being's authority and principles. Zhou Hong grasped both elixirs in his hand, his gaze filled with excitement and his face flushed with greed as he stared at them. Without hesitation, he swallowed both elixirs. Though he could not directly refine them at present, he could seal them within his dantian. As a quintessential youth of the era, he had encountered numerous narratives in novels and films where individuals faced unexpected theft of their hard-earned gains. Only what he had consumed would belong to him. After completing all of this, Zhou Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then took the demon blade and gently stroked its blade, speaking softly to it. "My dear blade, the task is complete. We can return now. Let us hasten our departure." The sentient blade trembled slightly, and once again, invisible ripples emanated into the void, returning their vision to the world filled with magma. Looking at the space that had once been filled with the divine being's form, now rendered vacant after his refinement, Zhou Hong shook his head and retrieved a small fragment of the divine being he had prepared earlier. He infused it with sufficient energy and enlarged it to fit the original location of the divine body. Although smaller than the original, it did not diminish the essence of the divine being radiating from the shard. The mere emanation of the divine essence was sufficient to confuse the divine assembly senses, unless they came personally to scrutinize the scene. Once assured of his concealment, Zhou Hong swiftly returned to the Taishian temple on Yujing Peak. He raised his index finger before him, activating the true void technique to condense a drop of blood, which he gently blew upon, allowing the crimson blood to fall to the ground. In a flash of smoke, a boy identical to Zhou Hong, eyes closed, appeared before him. Using the creative power from the seed of laws within his dantian, he awakened the boy's consciousness. He then extracted memories of Zhou family village from his mind, eliminating his own thoughts and instead simulating the emotions of familial love from Zhou family village, implanting them into the boy's consciousness. Zhou Hong lovingly ruffled the boy's hair and said, "From this day forth, you shall be Zhou Hong from Zhou family village in the mountainous region of Guizhou, Dongfangxia country. You possess 1,000th of my current strength, which is sufficient for you to accomplish anything on this planet. Thus, I can rest assured and venture into the cosmic expanse to cultivate and enhance my power." Subsequently, Zhou Hong retracted all fragments of his soul power. At this moment, he became a complete entity. After resting for a night in the back mountain of Taishian Temple, Zhou Hong stealthily flew to New York City in America. Soon, he arrived atop the current Defenders Alliance Tower, previously the Avengers Tower, remaining invisible as he entered the building and made his way to the training room within. At this time, the training room was occupied by Captain America, Hawkeye Barton, Black Widow Natasha, Falcon, and Spider-Man Peter, all engaged in their training. Captain America and his friend Bucky were vigorously sparring, while Peter swung on ropes and Falcon practiced flying and dodging obstacles. Meanwhile, Black Widow Natasha and Hawkeye Barton sat together, chatting. Everything felt serene and tranquil. Suddenly, Captain Steve Rogers and Bucky, who were sparring, froze mid-charge, unable to move. The first to sense the anomaly was Peter Parker, the little spider who abruptly clung to the ceiling from his swing, eyes alertly fixed on the entrance. Following him, Hawkeye Barton quickly pulled Black Widow Natasha behind him, retrieving his bow and arrow, watching the entrance warily. "Hey, little spider, what's going on with you and Barton?" This question came from Falcon, who, oblivious to the danger, noticed the unusual behavior of Peter Parker and Hawkeye. As the elite agent Black Widow, Natasha, was pulled behind Hawkeye, she instinctively drew her handgun, alert and vigilant. Falcon observed Spider-Man and Hawkeye, both on high alert, glaring at the entrance, furious for their failure to sense the looming danger in time. He bellowed, "Who the hell is playing tricks? Show yourself now. Captain, Bucky, move quickly." Falcon's urgent call went unanswered by Captain America and his friend Bucky. Instead, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, shot out 2 strands of webbing that adhered to the upper bodies of Captain America and Bucky, attempting to pull them closer to him. However, as he exerted force, only the upper halves of Captain America and Bucky, symbolizing the very essence of American liberty, were dragged to Spider-Man's side. In an instant, as their bodies separated, blood gushed forth from 4 severed points, and their entrails spilled onto the floor. It was only then that Captain America and Bucky comprehended the agony of their severed bodies, their upper halves writhing in pain upon the ground. Spider-Man, Natasha, Hawkeye, and Falcon stood frozen, trembling in fear at the gruesome sight before them. Peter felt his spider sense prickling, warning him of the unknown peril, sending chills down his spine. "Oh my God, what's happening?" The anguished cries of Captain America and Bucky mingled with the frantic shouts of Falcon and Spider-Man, filling the training room with terror. Fortunately, as a top-tier agent, Black Widow was the first to react, attempting to contact SHO agents via her radio. Just as she was about to retrieve her wireless earpiece to notify her colleagues, Zhou Hong, standing at the door, furrowed his brow and directed his hands toward the training room, unleashing an invisible, terrifying force that bore down upon the space. In an instant, Natasha, Hawkeye, Falcon, and Spider-Man were crushed beneath the weight of that ominous pressure, blood splattering throughout the training room, organs and viscera staining the floor and walls. Afterward, Zhou Hong silently vanished from SHILD. Half a minute later, Tony Stark, engrossed in a seaside villa, was about to instruct JARVIS to retrieve nanomaterials when a flash of light severed his head, leaving his body to tremble in a state of unconsciousness, unaware of what had befallen him. JARVIS, observing the scene through surveillance, could only report an insignificant glow before Tony's headless body collapsed to the ground. Sir, no response. Conducting self-scan. Scan complete. No anomalies detected. Calling for an ambulance. Lock down the entire villa. Contact armed personnel. Alert Ms. Peggy. Then JARVIS. Witnessed the head of Iron Man, Tony Stark, being seized by an unseen force before swiftly vanishing. The alarm and calls for help echoed throughout the villa, while chaos erupted outside. Within half a minute, a circular flash illuminated the interior of Iron Man's residence, and Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, appeared in the lab. His eyes filled with urgency as he beheld Tony Stark's lifeless form. Being the successor of the Sorcerer Supreme and possessing the ability to glimpse future timelines, he understood the monumental significance of Iron Man's future role. As Dr. Strange prepared to activate the Time Stone to reverse time and revive Tony, another subtle flash of light appeared behind him. In that moment, the Sorcerer Supreme, Stephen Strange, found his head severed, rolling 3 times on the ground. Still retaining a flicker of consciousness, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror, his lips moving silently in a futile attempt to speak. Zhou Hong, shrouded in invisibility, collected the Time Stone from the ground before vanishing. After the fall of the gods, Thor led the Asgardians to migrate to Fuzhou, where he now sat inebriated, lost in his cups. A flash of light severed his head, and his body disappeared. Half an hour later, the entirety of America was on high alert. Aircraft carriers and satellites monitoring the ground. The casualties among America's superheroes reached 90%, and on that day, former President Walter Trask, the Secretary of Defense, and the Secretary of State were also assassinated, leaving only their headless corpses behind. On the same day, 2 military bases in America were attacked and destroyed, resulting in the deaths of over 10,000 armed personnel. The mightiest superhero, Superman Clark, was ambushed from behind. Had it not been for the Flash's timely warning from the future, he too would have suffered the same fate. However, in evading the lethal blow, he lost his entire left arm. As Zhou Hong contemplated pursuing Superman, an overwhelming, chilling aura emanated from the void, accompanied by an oppressive force, revealing a faint glimpse of the iconic golden S symbol of the Kryptonians, compelling Zhou Hong to abandon his attack. Hours later, the orchestrator of this chaos, Zhou Hong, had already utilized the Space Stone to transport himself deep into the mountains of the Eastern Xia Kingdom. After adjusting his attire, he approached a picturesque hill, carrying a blood-soaked sack. Atop the hill stood 2 nearby graves, their inscriptions reading, "The grave of the Eastern Xia Kingdom diplomat and unfilial son, Zhou Hong's mother, Zhou Yuan and Yi Qing." Notably, the gravestones bore the date of September 2008. In truth, Zhou Hong's parents had perished during the American assault on the Xia Kingdom embassy in September 2008. At that time, Zhou Hong lacked the strength to save them. Nevertheless, he had collected their cellular tissues and employed woodcraft to activate them, impersonating his parents to deceive outsiders. Subsequently, he utilized the biological material gathered from them to clone their bodies. Thus, on that fateful day, when the superheroes besieged Zhou Hong, he felt no regard for their safety. Yet, they were his biological parents in this world. Regardless of his feelings towards them, the debt of life and nurturing could not be ignored. Therefore, before leaving this planet, Zhou Hong ensured that all those involved in that day's attack, along with every military base and personnel related to the embassy assault, met their demise at his hands. Now, Zhou Hong approached their graves, carefully placing their severed heads before the tombstones. He also set out offerings of water and wine, lighting 3 incense sticks and bowing 3 times in reverence. Chapter 32. The Seed of the Sun. Thus, before departing from this planet, Zhou Hong eliminated all the superheroes who had participated in the siege that day, as well as all military bases and personnel involved in the attack on the embassy. Arriving at their graves, he placed their heads before the tombs and offered water and wine. After lighting 3 incense sticks, he bowed 3 times as a gesture of respect. Once he had completed his offerings, Zhou Hong sat before the graves, his gaze penetrating the sky as if he could perceive the celestial wonders beyond. After a prolonged silence, he addressed the 2 graves. Thank you for the gift of life. Though I am not your son, I have occupied his body. In the past, I endeavored to fulfill the role of a good son. Now, having caused turmoil in America on your behalf, I believe I have repaid your kindness. By the way, 2 years ago, I cloned an infant using your son's cellular material and entrusted him to an orphanage. I also provided him with some means of self-protection, ensuring that your bloodline remains intact. From this moment on, our fates are entirely severed. Do you remember? There was a time when I was quite deranged. That was when I first realized this was the cinematic world of America. I believed everything was an illusion. I tried everything, even enduring pain akin to death and deep hypnosis, yet I could not return to my original world. This realm feels so real that I can hardly discern truth from illusion. But none of that matters now. Whether this world is real or not is irrelevant to me. Even in an illusory world, as long as my cultivation reaches the true immortal realm, then all past lives and this existence, regardless of which world or the entire myriad of realms, will be mere illusions to me. At that point, I shall become the sole reality. As evening descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhou Hong rose from his musings before the graves, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and bid his final farewell to the tombs. It has been a long time since I have spoken so much. This is my first heartfelt expression in this world, and it shall be my last. The mountains are high and the roads long. Farewell. With that, Zhou Hong transformed into a streak of rainbow light, vanishing into the mountains. He did not utilize the space gem for teleportation. Instead, Zhou Hong, at the peak of foundational cultivation, flew at sublight speed out of the solar system, reveling in the breathtaking beauty of the boundless starry sky. After an indeterminate duration of flight, having grown weary of the cosmic vistas, Zhou Hong employed the space gem to transport himself to the surface of a star in a neighboring star system. This location was only about 3 light years from Proxima Centauri. The massive star, in its youth, possessed a mass at least 10 times that of the Earth's sun. Within this star's small system, there were 8 planets of varying sizes. Among them, 3 planets from the star harbored one that nurtured humanoid life. This planet had developed a steam-powered civilization. Standing on the surface of the star, Zhou Hong gazed at the azure life-bearing planet nearby, then looked back at the radiant star before him, nodding in satisfaction. It was sufficient. Not all stars could be refined into seeds of the sun. Only those within a galaxy that hosted planets capable of sustaining life and emanating the light of vitality could be transformed into such seeds. From his storage bag, he retrieved the severed arm of Superman Clark and the corpse of Thor Odinson. Lacking a furnace for refining elixirs or artifacts, Zhou Hong could only inscribe the array of the heavenly furnace to create what he desired. It seemed the next step was to find suitable metals or materials to forge his own alchemical furnace. After inscribing the furnace array on Superman's severed arm and Thor's corpse, he activated the array by channeling energy from Space Gem, subsequently adding the essence of the Earth's fire and the Earth fire crystals obtained from deep within the Earth. The furnace array absorbed the energy from the Space Gem and the heat emitted by the sun, gradually increasing in temperature. Once it reached a critical point, Superman's severed arm and Thor's corpse slowly dissolved into a flesh-colored liquid. Under Zhou Hong's guidance, this liquid was infused with the essence of the Earth fire, merging with the Earth fire crystals. After the Earth fire crystals absorbed the flesh-colored liquid, they transformed into a reddish-yellow hue. Following Zhou Hong's continuous refinement for a day and night, the crystals gradually coalesced into a bead the size of an egg. At this juncture, Zhou Hong began to cast various incantations, imprinting them onto the bead. The purpose of creating this bead was to fashion a fire avoidance pearl. Initially, He had pondered over which materials to use to craft a pearl capable of delving into the depths of the star. However, upon realizing that both Superman Clark and Thor Odinson could withstand the internal temperatures of a star, he had an epiphany. This was indeed the divinely chosen material for crafting the fire avoidance pearl. After 3 days and nights of relentless forging, Hongmeng finally produced a fire avoidance pearl capable of withstanding the flames and heat of the sun's core. He then sat cross-legged on the star's surface to recover. Tentatively channeling his true essence into the fire avoidance pearl, he discovered that only half of his true essence was needed to sustain the pearl for an entire day. Nodding in satisfaction, he declared, "Haha. Initially, I was troubled about how to find materials to create the fire avoidance pearl. I never anticipated that utilizing the bodies of Superman Clark and Thor Odinson would yield even superior results. I truly am a prodigy in cultivation. Hee." 3 days later, Zhou Hong, holding the fire avoidance pearl, entered the star. As he approached the surface, the raging flames and heat waves surged toward him, yet were repelled by the pearl, maintaining a safe distance of 10 feet. Witnessing the pearl's formidable power, Zhou Hong hesitated no longer and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading toward the star's core. At sublight speed, Zhou Hong flew for a full 10 minutes before reaching the heart of the star. There, he encountered a massive red crystal, measuring 1,000 feet across, emanating golden flames. The temperature had soared to several hundred million degrees, accompanied by violent atomic collisions that reverberated around him. Just moments ago, a clone of Superman Clark had been sent forth to touch the golden flames, only to be reduced to ash in an instant. This demonstrated the terror of the flames and the extreme temperatures present. Zhou Hong sensed that even with the energy from the space gem as a supplement, the rate at which the fire avoidance pearl absorbed energy indicated he would not be able to endure for long. After all, he needed to convert the energy from the space gem back into true essence before channeling it into the pearl. Quickly, he retrieved the crystals he had gathered from deep within the Earth's core, arranging them according to the positions and orientations of the refining array surrounding the star's core crystal. Then, he took the heavenly demon blade, using it as a conduit to channel a substantial amount of true essence to activate the refining array. As the refining array came to life, the crystals began to emit radiant light, enveloping the core of the sun. The core crystal of the sun, under the influence of the refining array, began to shrink at an imperceptible rate. After a full 81 days, as Zhou Hong's foundational peak reached the brink of exhaustion in his vast sea of true essence, the core of the solar star, once colossal, was finally refined into a sphere the size of a longan fruit. At this moment, the sphere still emitted temperatures soaring into the tens of thousands of degrees. Yet when compared to the previous hundreds of millions of degrees, it seemed utterly insignificant. Upon retrieving the sun's seed, which was forged from the solar core, and storing it in his spatial bag, an overwhelming gravitational force surged from the location of the former solar core, a consequence of the collapse of the star after its core had been extracted. Such a collapsing force was so terrifying that even the mighty Clark Kent would be torn apart by its relentless pull. Zhou Hong dared not linger. After all, the fire avoidance pearl could withstand only temperatures and flames, not this dreadful collapsing force. He promptly activated the spatial gem, transporting himself to the void beyond the solar system. Observing as the entire star gradually contracted like a deflating balloon, the immense star grew smaller. The internal gravitational pull intensified, slowly ensnaring the planets within the solar system. Even those planets, situated billions of miles away from the center, felt a faint yet progressively stronger tug. All the planets within this solar system were succumbing to the influence of the star's collapse, visibly being drawn into its core. Zhou Hong watched the life planet on the verge of being engulfed, witnessing the humanoid intelligent beings facing calamities, floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, triggered by the planet's departure from its orbit. With a faint sigh, he contemplated that at the current rate, the planet would not be entirely consumed for at least another week. Alas, I am indeed too kind-hearted. I cannot bear to witness billions of lives quietly extinguished in the face of disaster. Very well, since I cannot save your planet and your lives, let me assist in your liberation. What can I say? It is yet another day of altruistic endeavor. Zhou Hong retrieved the heavenly demon blade and the spatial gem, pressing the gem against the blade to maximize its absorption. He then hurled the heavenly demon blade towards the life planet, Communicating with the blade through his spirit, he instructed, "Esteemed heavenly demon blade, please gather the souls of all intelligent beings within this life planet, and do not waste those physical bodies. Collect them within your inner space." Moreover, it seems this life planet possesses a nascent planetary will. Let's also gather that essence, for it too is a form of life. Upon receiving Zhou Hong's message, the heavenly demon blade quivered slightly, indicating its understanding. As it approached the life planet, the blade divided, multiplying exponentially until it enveloped the entire sphere. Countless blades surged forth, piercing the intelligent beings within the planet, rendering them limp before their corporeal forms vanished from the surface. Even the smallest of creatures were not spared. As their souls and bodies were collected, in merely 15 minutes, no life remained on the planet. The ethereal forms of the heavenly demon blade converged towards its core, each absorption causing the blade to grow incrementally. Once all ethereal forms were absorbed, the blade had expanded to a staggering 30,000 miles in length. This immense black gold blade loomed in the vastness of space, striking down upon the life planet with a ferocious blow, unleashing a terrifying and razor-sharp energy that cleaved the colossal planet in two. As the planet, with a diameter exceeding 100,000 kilometers, split, 3-meter tall, nebulous cloud of chaos emerged at its core, signifying the manifestation of its nascent planetary will. However, it was swiftly consumed by the heavenly demon blade. Having completed this task, the blade rapidly shrank to a mere 1.20 meters, reappearing in Zhou Hong's hand in the blink of an eye. Zhou Hong gazed at the blade, now stained crimson from the slaughter of billions of beings, faintly perceiving the tormented faces of souls struggling to break free from its grasp. Gently caressing the bloody blade, he felt the viscous essence coursing along its surface and nodded in satisfaction. Without a glance back at the impending destruction of the solar system, he infused true essence into the spatial gem to activate it, and a portal materialized. Stepping through, he vanished into the boundless cosmos. On the opposite end of the Milky Way, in the galaxy's periphery, there existed a vast expanse devoid of life for thousands of light years. On a planet perpetually shrouded in ice, with temperatures plummeting to minus 150 degrees Celsius, a rift in space appeared atop a glacier. Zhou Hong, clad in Taoist robes, stepped forth. Expanding his consciousness to envelop the entire planet in search of anomalies, he found none. He then reached down into the vast ground, excavating a wide tunnel that plunged deep into the Earth's core. Diving into the passage, he descended to the depths, where he swiftly crafted a chamber measuring 1,000 feet in size. He then dispatched all his Superman clones, equipped with array materials, to set up formations, while Zhou Hong's true self lay in the subterranean space, resting and adjusting his state. Meanwhile, the Superman clone, occupied by Zhou Hong's spirit, navigated the expansive frozen planet at remarkable speed, arranging the materials in the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and 4 cardinal directions. Regrettably, due to a lack of resources, he could only establish a grand illusion array stretching 10,000 miles and a defensive array spanning 10 miles. Once the massive illusion array was in place, the clone returned at great speed to Zhou Hong's side. Sitting cross-legged upon a jade platform, Zhou Hong opened his eyes, which sparkled with an unusual light as he regarded the surrounding clones occupied by his spirit. To transcend into the golden core realm, he must maintain a state of completeness, necessitating the retrieval of the spirits from these divided souls and avatars. The unity of body and spirit must be absolute. Otherwise, the process of forming the golden core would be hindered by the disconnect, leading to an incomplete understanding of the heavenly laws and a likely failure in the endeavor. This explains the historical failure rate exceeding 90% for those who, after usurping a body, attempt to cultivate anew and form a golden core. Even those who succeed often find themselves weaker than before. Thus, Zhou Hong's gathering of all his avatars was to reclaim the spirits dwelling within them. Sitting cross-legged upon the jade mat, Zhou Hong nodded at all his avatars, and with that gesture, 11 avatars, including Xunyangzi, released a silvery gray mist from their foreheads. As the 11 streams of silvery mist emerged and entered Zhou Hong's brow, receiving the fragments of their souls, Zhou Hong did not even open his eyes as he recalled the 11 avatars lying on the ground back into his storage space. Once all the fragments of the souls were collected, Zhou Hong focused intently on refining them, striving to eliminate any discrepancies between the fragments and his true self. The prolonged separation of the soul fragments from his body could lead to differences arising from their interactions with the external world. To eradicate such differences, it was imperative to enhance the quality of the soul fragments, a task that demanded unwavering diligence, for it pertained to the completeness of his spirit. Zhou Hong began by incinerating the retrieved soul fragments with the true essence fire within him, extracting their memories and impurities until they were reduced to ashes. Subsequently, he enveloped the separated fragments with his divine essence, gradually assimilating them until they reached a state of perfection. This was a laborious endeavor. The process of refining the soul fragments with true essence fire alone took 7 days and nights, while aligning all the soul fragments with the essence of his true spirit consumed a full 3 months. After 3 months, Zhou Hong opened his eyes, revealing an expression devoid of any tumult. He had concealed all extraordinary traits, appearing as an ordinary yet spirited youth. This reflected the state achieved when one's physical body and spirit attained completeness. Previously, even with the finest disguise, the imperfections in body and soul would inadvertently emanate an aura of distinction. Rising from the jade mat, Zhou Hong stretched his limbs. The harmony of body and spirit is indeed delightful. This state of completeness feels as serene as a common person free from calamities, ailments, or pain. It is time to prepare for my breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. I wonder how long this secluded advancement will take. Forget it. I shall first step outside to refresh my spirit and return to a state of equilibrium. Zhou Hong emerged from the underground chamber, gazing upon the boundless ice and snow landscape. He stepped forth into the frigid expanse, clad in a thin gray robe. The harsh winds, exceeding level 20, mixed with gray-white snow swept towards him, but the vitality emanating from his perfected foundational stage gradually diminished the chill, transforming the icy gust into a gentle spring breeze as it reached him. High upon the towering glacial mountains, the icy terrain, fierce storms, and eternally overcast skies loomed overhead. A figure clad in a simple yet elegant Taoist robe, with long hair bound by a red wooden crown, stood amidst the snow-laden peaks. A scene reminiscent of a celestial being traversing a snowy realm. 9 days later, a relaxed Zhou Hong returned to the underground chamber, whereupon he indulged in a deep slumber for 3 days and nights. Upon awakening, he retrieved a large wooden tub from his storage space, prepared boiling water, and filled the tub accordingly before shedding his garments for a cleansing bath. After bathing, he set the table, lit incense, and offered exotic beast meat as a tribute. Lacking images of deities, he hung nothing. However, Zhou Hong meticulously arranged his attire and performed 3 respectful bows. O 3 clear Dao ancestors, today, Zhou Hong of the Yanwang lineage seeks to forge a golden core. I beseech the 3 clear Dao ancestors to bless me in achieving the great Dao golden core. I, Zhou Hong, humbly request your favor. Following a series of intricate rituals, Zhou Hong settled onto the jade mat to engage in his golden core cultivation. His spirit was wholly immersed in the ocean of true essence within his dantian, gradually merging and refining his essence. As he refined and integrated, the once ethereal spirit gained tangible substance, coalescing and strengthening. Once the spirit fully merged with the true essence, it became as robust as the physical body, ultimately fusing with it. During this period, Zhou Hong hastily swallowed the seeds of the creation path obtained through refining the slumbering celestial god and the creator god Tiamat. With the fire born from the fusion of his spirit and true essence, he proceeded to refine the lost seeds. After 3 months, he finally fully refined the lost seeds, followed by comprehending the powers contained within them. As he pondered, he utilized the lost seeds as a foundation, continually condensing his spirit and true essence around them until they compressed into a core. Subsequently, he consumed the sun's seed, using it as a crucible for further refinement. The sun's seed, radiating light and warmth and bestowing life upon the world, infused its power into the nascent golden core. Thus, a golden core was formed, imbued with the power of the laws and the life force akin to that of the sun. Henceforth, his lifespan would be as enduring as that of a star, and his strength would rival the sun itself. At the moment Zhou Hong achieved his golden core, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Countless snowflakes surged from the depths of the underground chamber, which lay hundreds of thousands of fathoms below. A fissure opened above him, connecting directly to the surface. From the perspective of the cosmos, the once distant frozen planet, revolving around the sun, displayed countless intersecting and unfathomable cracks across its surface. The entire frozen world shattered like a red-hot glass or plunged into icy water, erupting into a stunning display of fireworks in the starry expanse. Fortunately, a protective formation spanning 10 miles had been established around him, safeguarding the area at the moment of the planet's destruction. After all, Zhou Hong was at a critical juncture in his golden core formation. Should the planet's shattering waves disrupt his process, the consequences could be dire. In the realm of cultivation, tribulations during golden core formation typically manifested as thunder tribulations and heart demon tribulations. However, in this comic universe, the notion of heavenly tribulations did not exist, so natural disasters would have to suffice. Now, with the planet fracturing and exploding, Zhou Hong narrowly evaded interruption in his golden core formation. The only challenge remaining was the heart demon tribulation, which would not vanish simply because he was not in a conventional cultivation world. In a village under the jurisdiction of Guizhou City in China, Zhou Hong awoke in a second-floor room of a 3-story building. He had experienced a lengthy and vivid dream. In this dream, he traversed an ancient world, living in an ordinary village. One day, he witnessed figures soaring through the sky, realizing it was a realm of extraordinary powers. Despite enduring countless hardships and traversing myriad landscapes, he was repeatedly rejected by various cultivation sects due to his low aptitude and comprehension, which limited his future prospects. At his wit's end, he fortuitously stumbled upon 2 cultivators vying for a spiritual herb. Miraculously, they perished together, leaving Zhou Hong to seize the opportunity. He concealed himself for 3 days and nights, and upon witnessing no movement from the 2, he cautiously emerged to strip them of their possessions, including their clothing, and swiftly escaped. Thus began a 5-year quest to gather information and knowledge on cultivation, from which he managed to glean a demonic cultivation technique from the spoils. Even with a technique renowned for its speed, Zhou Hong took 3 arduous years to reach the first level of qi refinement, underscoring the challenges posed by his inferior aptitude. In the pursuit of rapid cultivation, Zhou Hong initially resorted to using the blood and flesh of livestock and wild beasts, witnessing a remarkable acceleration in his progress. One fateful day, while traversing a mortal kingdom, he stumbled upon local tyrants mercilessly oppressing and beating innocent citizens. That night, under the cover of darkness, Zhou Hong infiltrated the tyrant's abode, ruthlessly slaying the entire family, from the aged patriarch of 80 to the tender 3-year-old child, even boiling the dogs in the yard for sustenance. Consumed by a frenzied bloodlust, the inherent flaws of his demonic cultivation techniques emerged, an insatiable craving for slaughter and blood, leading to a loss of self-control. He utilized the flesh and blood of the tyrant's family for his cultivation, spiraling into an uncontrollable abyss. Chapter 35. A life's journey. As his bloodlust grew, Zhou Hong found himself ensnared in the dark path of demonic cultivation, gradually transforming into a notorious murderer within the vast expanse of the immortal cultivation realm. After a millennium of relentless cultivation, he ultimately refined countless mortals and cultivators from an entire dynasty, only to face a cataclysmic heavenly retribution, enduring 10 days of torment before his soul was shattered. Upon awakening from this vivid dream, Zhou Hong recalled the experiences as if he had genuinely lived for over 1,000 years. He slapped his cheeks, reminding himself of his true identity as an ordinary college graduate who once fantasized about a life of transcendence and freedom. But this was merely a dream. With the dawn, he had to return to reality. Rising from his bed, he washed up and noticed a few strands of gray hair on his mother's head while her wrinkles deepened. A wave of guilt surged within him, though he found himself resisting this emotion. Zhou Hong's family was a typical farming household. His father worked odd jobs in town while his mother managed the household. They had painstakingly raised 4 children, with the eldest sisters now married, leaving Zhou Hong as the sole graduate. Now, having resigned from a low-paying job assigned by his school, he faced 2 months of idleness at home, subjected to the whispers of village folk regarding his dependency on his parents. Initially indifferent, the weight of their words began to affect him, prompting him to submit his resume online in search of temporary work. On this day, he once again sent out applications, and by noon, a company extended an invitation for an interview. Although it was merely an internship with a modest salary of 1,800, it offered accommodation and meals. That evening, Zhou Hong's father returned home, weary, and upon hearing of his son's interview, a rare smile broke through the weariness etched on his parents' faces. The following day, Zhou Hong successfully passed the interview, earning the title of a proud intern. As time passed, an unsettling discomfort began to take root within him. Each morning, memories of that fateful dream resurfaced, reminding him of the unfettered freedom enjoyed by the demonic cultivator, unburdened by societal constraints. The carefree days, like a fleeting breeze, lingered in his mind. Yet, life must go on. Dreams are but illusions. Enduring the trials of his internship led to the monotony of full-time employment, where the years slipped away unnoticed. As he approached his late 20s, familial pressure regarding his single status intensified. After several failed matchmaking attempts, the underlying reasons became apparent. His limited conversational skills led to mundane exchanges, leaving potential partners unimpressed. Despite his shortcomings, he eventually found a partner, a girl who had come to work in the factory with a visa from a neighboring country. They married and entered the cycle of daily life, which grew increasingly burdensome with the arrival of children. By 2089, as humanity began exploring the cosmos beyond the solar system, Zhou Hong, now in his twilight years, lay on his bed, surrounded by his descendants. A sense of discontent and internal conflict enveloped him as he drifted into darkness. In the next moment, Zhou Hong awoke in his rural home, having dreamt of traversing the realm of immortals, where he had become a reviled practitioner of demonic arts. Everything felt hauntingly familiar, as if the dream world were palpably real, each landscape and individual vivid in his memory. He reminded himself that life must persist, wakefulness, personal hygiene, and the submission of resumes. Work, life, marriage, and parenting all awaited him, only to find himself once again lying on that rural bed, nearing the end of his journey. This cycle of awakening and slumber continued, seemingly without end. Yet, with each iteration, the discomfort and cognitive dissonance grew more pronounced. During the 108th cycle, a profound realization struck Zhou Hong. He rummaged through his belongings, searching for a specific document, a certificate pertaining to psychological and emotional disorders. In the past, he had felt no sorrow at the passing of his grandparents, as if everything were ordinary. In that moment of clarity, he began to understand his condition. After scheduling an appointment with a psychologist, he underwent hypnosis and dialogue. The psychologist concluded that Zhou Hong exhibited signs of emotional detachment, a condition historically associated with cold-hearted individuals. In the dream realm, he was regarded as a natural cultivator, a prime candidate for the lineage of transcending emotions. Desperately seeking the elusive certificate, Zhou Hong erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, it's all a fabrication. Where am I now? Who am I? I am Zhou Hong. I am Zhou Hong. I am the Zhou Hong who has attained the peak of foundational cultivation and achieved the golden core." With reckless abandon, he dashed out into the countryside, his laughter drawing the attention of nearby villagers. He's lost his mind. Zhou Hong has gone mad. Oh, poor child, reduced to this state. Yes, Zhou Hong has succumbed to madness, haunted by the vivid memories of his parents and loved ones, anchored in the tangible reality of the modern world. In his dreams, every blade of grass and every object is as clear as day in the realm of cultivation. Coupled with the sudden emergence of a lone cultivator from the world of American comics, the haunting recollections of a massacre that claimed millions, and the visceral sensation of blood gushing forth while slaying superheroes, all these memories intertwine seamlessly. Three disparate lives and memories swirl chaotically within Zhou Hong's mind, creating a tumultuous storm of confusion. Who am I, truly? Ha ha ha. Who am I? Who can elucidate what is real and what is mere illusion? He cries out, "Can anyone tell me who I truly am?" Chapter 36, Golden Core and Desire. Who am I, truly? Ha ha ha. Who am I? Who can elucidate what is real and what is mere illusion? He exclaims, "Can anyone tell me who I truly am?" The murmurs of the villagers, the frantic and anxious expressions of his parents, the concern etched on his relatives' faces, all replay in Zhou Hong's mind. The sky darkens ominously, thunder rumbles, and a tempest brews. As he gazes around, the world seems to cycle through the seasons in an instant. The heavens shift, and a colossal crack appears in the sky, as if the world is fracturing into innumerable shards that scatter across the cosmic expanse, leading to the universe itself crumbling back into eternal darkness. In this abyss of darkness, a brilliant light suddenly illuminates the sky. Looking up, Zhou Hong beholds two blood-red suns, their crimson radiance growing larger and closer. Only when they reach a considerable size does he realize they are not suns at all, but rather the enormous eyes of some unknown entity. The power emanating from these colossal crimson orbs feels hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of the strength he encountered during the cycles of his dreams. This power reminds Zhou Hong of the second dream within his cyclical nightmares, the external heart demon of the cultivation world. Hey, what a lucky little creature you are, having survived the heart demon's influence during the dream cycles. Alas, due to my pact with the divine, I cannot intervene personally. Otherwise, I would relish the opportunity to savor your delectable essence. However, not all is lost. Little one, you ventured into a realm devoid of any external heart demons. Hey, I have now marked the essence of your world. From this moment forth, it shall be my grazing ground. Hey, until we meet again, little one. Zhou Hong stands frozen, paralyzed by fear, too timid to utter a word. In the presence of such a formidable being, he feels as insignificant as an ant, afraid to gamble on whether this powerful entity would show him mercy. In a distant stellar system at the far end of the galaxy, opposite the solar system of Earth, a frozen expanse of land, roughly 10 miles in size, drifts through the starry void. Upon this frozen terrain stands a long-haired youth clad in a Taoist robe, exposed to the frigid and dark cosmos without any protection. The youth slowly opens his eyes, exhaling a long breath tinged with trepidation. The aftermath of the planetary destruction almost interrupted Zhou Hong's process of forming his golden core, followed by the heart demon dragging him into an endless cycle of nightmarish dreams without any means of defense. The tribulation he faced transformed into a natural disaster, yet he navigated it relatively smoothly. However, the heart demon's trial was nothing short of terrifying. The incessant cycles of dreams, devoid of any external interference, forced him to rely solely on his willpower to endure. In the end, the heart demon manifested within his consciousness, and Zhou Hong sensed its true power, which was utterly formidable. Even at the level of the primordial spirit and earth immortal, one would feel diminutive before such a heart demon. It is likely that even the most ordinary of celestial beings would struggle against it. Furthermore, the heart demon's final words hinted at its ability to traverse realms. It would not be long before it arrived in this world. Based on Zhou Hong's understanding of the powerful beings within this realm, it is evident that they lack any semblance of true will or resolve. They acquire immense power through various fortuitous encounters rather than through cultivation or enlightenment, resulting in their feeble mental states. Should they encounter an avatar of the heart demon, they would likely succumb to its influence. However, this holds no concern for Zhou Hong, as he has risen through the ranks of demonic cultivation, merely facing a slight inconvenience. Upon awakening, Zhou Hong emanates an overwhelming aura, radiating warmth and light akin to that of the sun. As he moves, the very fabric of space trembles, halting the drifting meteors and shattered planets in their tracks. This is the power of a nascent golden core infused with the essence of a stellar sun, bestowing upon him the sensation of being able to crush planets effortlessly. Without hesitation, Zhou Hong propels himself through the cosmos, traversing at speeds that seem to defy the constraints of this world, as if he were unbound by any limits. Memories of the cultivation world flash through his mind. Even the speed of a primordial spirit is restricted to the speed of light, necessitating the use of teleportation arrays for travel. In contrast, the laws of this world impose no such limitations on velocity. Zhou Hong feels as though he could effortlessly surpass the speed of light, even reverse time through sheer velocity. For one who understands the intricacies of the cultivation world, this is nothing short of astonishing. In the cultivation realm, no matter how swift one may become, even transcending the speed of light a billionfold, it is impossible to touch or reverse time. A thought crosses Zhou Hong's mind. The spatial, temporal, and spiritual rules of this world lay bare before him, as if he could grasp the mechanisms of these laws with but a modicum of focus. If cultivators from the cultivation world were to arrive here, they would surely be overwhelmed with excitement. After all, not everyone possesses opportunities akin to Zhou Hong's, who has refined a dormant celestial being to acquire a seed of law. In the cultivation world, one must gradually comprehend the laws until they crystallize within their mind. Moreover, no one in the cultivation realm could ever refine a celestial sun that births life and carries the essence of fortune. Suppressing these thoughts, Zhou Hong approaches a planet with a diameter exceeding 200,000 kilometers. Channeling the powers of his golden core, he invokes the celestial law of the cosmos, and in an instant, he perceives his vision expanding as the planet shrinks before him. When he feels his golden core operating at its zenith, the objects before him cease to transform. Through comparative observation, Zhou Hong realizes that his celestial law has reached an astonishing height of 1 million zhang. What does 1 million zhang represent? It is equivalent to 333 kilometers. Although still minuscule compared to the life-bearing planet before him, Zhou Hong feels as if the planet is a hollow bubble, ready to burst with a mere poke. To validate his hypothesis, Zhou Hong gently strikes the 200,000 kilometer planet with a fist. Upon impact, the collision unleashes a silent yet powerful wave, shattering the surrounding meteors into fragments. The immense force rendered the planet momentarily motionless, only to shatter it into countless fragments akin to a watermelon smashed to pieces, with the colossal debris drifting through the dark expanse of the cosmos. Is this the power of the Golden Core stage? Truly formidable. Previously, entering a star required the aid of a fire avoidance pearl. Yet I sense I could now obliterate a star. Ha 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 ha. Such formidable power, prolonged lifespan, and unparalleled speed. These have always been my aspirations. Alas, it is still insufficient. I remain inadequate, not yet capable of carefree, eternal life. Only by attaining the realm of true self and true immortal can one genuinely achieve true immortality. Endowed with psychological and emotional impediments, Zhou Hong perceives the emotional lives of ordinary individuals, possessing empathy yet unable to genuinely feel for all. Only desire ignites feelings within Zhou Hong, but for one endowed with transcendent power, wealth, authority, and beauty no longer stoke his cravings. Now, the only thing that can evoke desire in Zhou Hong is the promise of carefree, eternal life. Chapter 37. Establishing the world S. Trends. The only source of emotion for Zhou Hong is desire, yet for one with powers that surpass the mundane, wealth, authority. An allure failed to ignite his yearnings. The only desire that stirs within him now is the quest for eternal freedom. Those afflicted with emotional detachment are both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunate in that they are spared the anguish of others' suffering and the sorrow of separation from loved ones. Yet unfortunate in that their insatiable greed remains eternally unfulfilled. As Zhou Hong delved deeper into the core of the star without any protection, he allowed the explosive energies capable of incinerating space and tearing apart molecules to erupt around him, his garments having already turned to ash upon contact with the star's surface. At that moment, amidst the star's core, the extreme heat and ceaseless atomic collisions brought him no discomfort. Rather, they enveloped him in a peculiar sense of comfort, having refined the core of a sun within himself. In the star's core, Zhou Hong felt as if he were a dragon in the sea, or a tiger returned to its mountain home, utterly at ease. Thus, he lay naked at the heart of the star, languid and unwilling to move. A month later, refreshed and mentally invigorated, Zhou Hong finally stretched. He had adjusted his body and spirit to their most comfortable and fullest state, coupled with the golden core within him absorbing both the sun's essence and external solar energies. Zhou Hong had officially entered the golden core realm. The next step was to undergo the 9 transformations of the golden core, each transformation vastly different in strength. To achieve each transformation, an abundance of spiritual energy was necessary, as well as the momentum of the world's operations to nurture the golden core. To use momentum for this purpose, one must ascertain the future direction and outcomes of the world's dynamics. In the realm of cultivation, powerful sect disciples typically undertake this step within the scope of their sect's influence, selecting a vast and boundless cultivation nation to determine whether the cultivation dynasty will face ruin or prosperity. Afterward, they would integrate with a national cultivation fortune, assisting the emperor of a cultivation dynasty. When the emperor abdicates after millennia or the dynasty collapses, it is then that the 9 transformations of the golden core culminate in the birth of the Taoist original spirit. In contrast, Lone cultivators can only serve as offerings to the cultivation dynasty, achieving the weakest form of the 9 transformations through generations of servitude to mortal dynasties. In this cosmic realm, devoid of the Tao and cultivators, Zhou Hong could unleash his potential, shaping the trajectory of a universe to achieve the 9 transformations of the golden core and give rise to the Taoist original spirit. Given the greater challenge in fostering a prosperous world than in facilitating its destruction, Zhou Hong determined a fate of annihilation for this universe, requiring only to merge the golden core into the cosmic void and subsequently drive the universe toward destruction to nurture his golden core. When a universe meets its demise, that will mark Zhou Hong's ascendance to the Taoist original spirit and Earth immortal status. Presently, the Milky Way, where Zhou Hong resides, stands as the universe's epicenter, with Earth under the scrutiny of numerous cosmic deities and beings beyond the universe. Zhou Hong is yet unprepared to confront entities of singular cosmic or greater caliber. Thus, he refrains from causing disturbances within this star system. After once more activating the space gem, Zhou Hong arrived on a desolate planet at the universe's periphery, resembling a barren wasteland. This region is a nascent galaxy, less than 1 billion years old, in stark contrast to the planets at the universe's core, appearing significantly younger, yet harboring even scarcer life. Zhou Hong utilized the void refinement technique to merge his golden core into the galaxy, as his current golden core lacked the strength to expand throughout the entire universe, necessitating its initial integration into the vastness of a single galaxy. Another year passed, and the golden core fully assimilated into the void of the galaxy. At the moment of complete integration, an invisible wave emanated from the golden core at speed surpassing light, swiftly affecting the entirety of the galaxy. Next, Zhou Hong would utilize this galaxy as a foundation, nurturing the golden core through the annihilation of its life forms. Once the golden core flourished, he would merge it with the voids of surrounding galaxies repeatedly. When the entirety of the cosmic void is infused with the golden core, it will signify the completion of the 9 transformations, and upon the universe's destruction, the Taoist original spirit will be realized. After the golden core's power integrated into the galaxy's void, Zhou Hong inscribed a colossal fusion array spanning over 10,000 miles upon the surface of the planet. He then extracted all the remains from a life planet collected by the celestial demon blade in a neighboring galaxy and deposited them within the array. What does it signify to gather the remains of an entire life planet, regardless of size? It is beyond mere mountains of corpses. It can only be likened to an ocean formed from pile bodies. Within the array, the remains rose to towering heights like a mountain. He infused the array with the power of his golden core laws to activate it. A vast expanse of crimson and azure flames engulfed all the remains, incinerating them not to ash, but melting them into massive clumps of flesh. These hundreds of enormous flesh masses, resembling animals skinned alive, were drenched in blood, their flesh and sinew grotesquely exposed, evoking disgust, fear, and dread at a mere glance. Under the array's influence, the hundreds of massive flesh clumps gradually drew together, ultimately forming a singular mass with a diameter of 10,000 miles. Subsequently, Zhou Hong extracted the planetary consciousness of the life planet and cast it into the grotesque mass. Upon the planet's destruction, its consciousness would plunge into chaos. Now, the planetary consciousness would instinctively seek growth, absorbing all life forms amidst the turmoil. Once the planetary consciousness fully merged with the flesh mass, giving rise to a new life form, Zhou Hong injected the serum super regeneration, extracted from the mutant Wolverine on Earth, into the core of the mass, bestowing upon the flesh the formidable powers derived from the mutant. Finally, he imprinted his mark upon the core of the flesh mass, declaring it his own. From this day forth, your name shall be Blood and Flesh Sovereign, Red Earth. Go forth and unite with the living beings of this world, leading them towards eternal life. The Blood and Flesh Master, known as Red Earth, possesses an array of formidable abilities, including the power of flight among the stars, rapid regeneration, steel-like resilience, immense strength, the fusion of flesh, flames, and parasitic capabilities, among countless others. However, the most terrifying ability is that of division and derivation. Even a single cell can regenerate through parasitic flesh entities. bestowing extraordinary powers upon them. After deploying the blood and flesh master to a nearby planet, Zhou Hong crafted the souls of the beings from a neighboring life planet, merging millions of souls with a fragment of planetary consciousness to give rise to a ghostly entity named the Soul Master, or Soul Lord. He endowed the Soul Lord with myriad abilities, including the capacity for countless avatars, possession, intangibility, thought manipulation, gravity control, and the essence of soul fire. Due to its origin from countless souls, the Soul Lord's consciousness is chaotic and disordered, driven by an instinctual compulsion to devour and assimilate all souls. Thus, we find a tangible flesh and blood creature, alongside an ethereal soul entity, centered around the core of planetary will, bestowing upon them the potential for divinity. After accomplishing all this, Zhou Hong realized he was left with nothing to do. The mere energy of spiritual essence was insufficient for his cultivation to progress. Only by aligning with the cosmic trends could he enhance his powers. The fate of this universe, destined for destruction, had become irreversible. Yet, the thought of Zhou Hong single-handedly instigating the universe's demise seemed utterly unattainable. To put into perspective, the known universe stretches across 800 trillion light-years. Even a being of cosmic caliber would require considerable time to obliterate it. As a cultivator tasked with harnessing the cosmic momentum, Zhou Hong could only facilitate the universe's development, remaining an observer rather than an active participant. This left him with nothing to do but wait for others to enact the destruction of the universe. Thus, Zhou Hong found himself aimlessly gazing at the starry expanse of this desolate planet. With a sudden clap, he declared, "Since I find myself with nothing to do and boredom has taken hold, why not return to Earth and stir up some mischief? After all, the universe is bound for destruction. I might as well provide the superheroes with a challenge, treating them as mere playthings to pass the time. Let us proceed. Hee. Dear superheroes, I come to enhance your performance." Without hesitation, he activated the space gem, transporting himself to the periphery of the solar system within the Milky Way. Upon arrival, as he contemplated his return to Earth, he suddenly remembered something important. Blast it! Now that I've returned home, how could I neglect to bring gifts for the family? Despite having eliminated most of the Avengers, the Titans of the Justice League still remained. Additionally, numerous formidable beings across the globe warranted a bit of troublesome interference. Zhou Hong then discovered a small stellar system at the edge of the galaxy, retrieved a clone of Superman, and extracted a fragment of chaotic planetary consciousness, injecting it into the clone's mind. He also procured various monstrous cells from his storage and injected them into the Superman clone. Having reached the Golden Core realm and wielding the foundational principles of creation, Zhou Hong was more than capable of merging the diverse monster cells within the Superman clone without fear of genetic collapse. He then delved into the small star to refine its core, integrating it into the Superman clone. Thus emerged a creature with a humanoid form, a lizard-like visage, two demonic horns atop its head, a lizard's tail, eagle-like talons, and sharp spines running from its waist to the crown of its head. Within its being lay the core of a star, providing it with ample energy. Hey. With all the powers of Superman, near-infinite regenerative abilities, an indestructible body, a chaotic and bloodthirsty nature, and beast-like instincts, my gift is ready for the superheroes of Earth. Wrapping the creature in meteorite material, he propelled it toward America. Ha! Hee. Concealed upon the moon, Zhou Hong cackled in delight, as if this were the only way to mask the void within his psyche. For Zhou Hong, the pursuit of immortality was a goal, while boredom was a torment. As one who struggled with emotional connectivity, deriving amusement from chaos was his only solace. On Earth, 2.5 years had passed since the tragedy that befell American leaders, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, and a majority of superheroes. The assassination of numerous superheroes and the subsequent targeting of American leaders plunged the nation into further chaos. Day and night, the land of America was rife with zero-cost purchases. Bank heists, shootings, explosions, murder, arson, and rampant crime. The global situation grew tenser as America, in an attempt to distract the populace, nearly ignited a world war. Ultimately, the attacks against American leaders and superheroes were blamed on the Taliban and Hydra. A month after these events, major American financial conglomerates reached a consensus, electing Old Pedunky as the temporary leader of America. The extraordinary forces, led by Yi Hao, the head of the Haotian Martial Arts Academy, alongside the president of the Foundation and the Biotech Protection Company, as well as the Mutant Academy, stepped forward to restore order in America. Subsequently, with the aid of the Haotian Martial Arts Academy, the Foundation, and the Biotech Protection Company, Nick Fury, director of SHALD, managed to rescue the deceased superheroes from the past timeline with the assistance of the Flash, Batman Wayne, and Dr. Pym by utilizing Pym particles to enter the quantum realm. Resurrected superheroes, led by Iron Man Tony Stark, discovered that the orchestrator of their demise was none other than Zhou Hong, the murderous demon presumed dead. Through satellites and radar, they pinpointed Zhou Hong's temporary residence deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains and located his parents' graves. After confirming Zhou Hong's departure from Earth, they vented their fury by destroying Zhou Hong's dwelling and his parents' graves before returning to America. A year prior, Thanos and his Dark Army invaded Earth, seeking to claim the space and time stones during a critical moment when the Avengers were overwhelmed. Superman Clark descended like a deity, single-handedly vanquishing most of the Dark Army and nearly defeating Thanos. Had it not been for Thanos using the Power Stone to hurl a 20-kilometer-wide meteor toward Earth, forcing Superman to prioritize saving the planet over pursuing Thanos, the latter would not have escaped. Although Thanos fled, his Dark Army was obliterated on the battlefield. Afterward, everything seemed to revert to the beginning. Captain Marvel, Carol, has returned with alarming news from the cosmos. The cosmic tyrant, the eternal titan Thanos, has allied with the new god Darkseid, preparing yet another invasion of Earth. This revelation has left the Earth's superheroes utterly astounded. In the end, Thor, the god of thunder, was compelled to leave Earth in search of the homeland of the gods, seeking assistance from the ancient deities Zeus and Ra. Presently, Earth can be described as a realm where divine beings and mortals coexist, as extraordinary humans and ordinary people strive together to repel the invasion of the eternal titan Thanos and the new god Darkseid. However, it is inevitable that conflicts arise among the extraordinary forces, the ancient deities, the old gods, and mortals. The return of the old gods is something that the powerful nations of Earth dread, for no faction desires the presence of divine beings looming over them, not even religious organizations. Only the mythical, ethereal deities are regarded as true gods. Those manifesting in reality are merely pretenders among extraordinary beings. Were it not for the looming threat of Thanos and Darkseid, Earth might have already erupted into an unprecedented conflict of extraordinary proportions. As the forces in the cosmos have yet to invade, the powers on Earth are akin to gunpowder, just awaiting a spark to ignite. Now, Zhou Hong has summoned forth a formidable entity that no faction or individual can contend with, perhaps signaling the beginning of an alliance among Earth's factions against a common foe. Chapter 39. A planet on the brink of collapse as the cosmic forces remain at bay. The various factions on Earth are akin to a powder keg, waiting for a single spark to set them ablaze. Zhou Hong has brought forth a creature so formidable that no entity or individual can stand against it, possibly marking the commencement of a united front among Earth's powers. In the evening, in the bustling financial district of New York City, where the vibrancy of America is palpable, other areas fall into darkness after 10 o'clock, but here, the financial hub remains lively, even at midnight. Rarely do incidents of theft or violence occur in this affluent enclave, as it is a gathering place for the elite and wealthy. Even the city's largest gang, the Gold Hand, refrains from stirring trouble in this locale. The streets are awash with light, and although the sky is pitch black, the well-dressed throngs move gracefully about. Among them are even some striking girls from impoverished backgrounds, adorned splendidly as they seek affluent suitors. Today marks the last night of revelry for Kate Roosevelt before her impending marriage to the younger scion of the Chai family. As a scion of the Roosevelt lineage, she has no autonomy in choosing her spouse. Typically, members of prominent families undergo rigorous training before marriage, adhering strictly to familial protocols. Yet, Kate Roosevelt has always been rebellious, frequently staying out all night, indulging in drink, bar hopping, and engaging in fights, thereby rendering herself somewhat marginalized within her family. Her union with the younger Chai son serves merely as a gesture of goodwill between the two families. Half an hour prior, Kate had arranged to spend her final night with 6 robust men of varying ethnicities at a 6-star hotel. As she lamented her impending constraints while holding a bottle aloft on the rooftop, she gazed skyward. A meteor, ablaze with fiery brilliance, hurtled toward New York City, growing larger and closer, instilling dread in Kate's heart. A piercing scream erupted from her lips, shattering the refined atmosphere of the elite gathering on the hotel rooftop. The guests frowned, bewildered that such an uncouth sound could emerge from a place so civilized and noble. Undeterred by the disdainful gazes, Kate pointed at the descending meteor, her fear unabated as she dashed toward the rooftop's exit, desperate to flee the scene. The wealthy and elite, following her gaze, saw the meteor barreling toward the six-star hotel, their composure fracturing into panic as they abandoned their companions, scrambling for the exit. Alas, their speed was no match for the meteoric force. The robust and agile elite pushed through the crowd, racing toward the exit, yet they overlooked the fact that they were on the rooftop of a six-star establishment, towering over 100 stories. The colossal meteor collided with the hotel, obliterating it in an instant. The towering structure crumbled, crashing down to create a 5-meter-deep crater in the ground below, transforming the once bustling financial district of New York City into a desolate wasteland. A series of catastrophic explosions and the collapse of buildings ensued, leading to gas leaks and fires erupting across the area. Emergency services, including ambulances, police, and nearby military units, arrived at the disaster site within minutes, racing to assist the elite of society, for they were the patrons of the powerful. As medical personnel began their rescue efforts amidst the chaos, the crater at the epicenter of the disaster pulsated with a foreboding heat. Suddenly, a monstrous creature emerged, revealing itself from the remnants of the meteor. Standing over 3 meters tall, with a lizard-like visage, demonic horns, a crocodilian tail, and sharp claws, its scaly body evoked the very essence of a demon. The lightly injured elite and affluent individuals, drawn by the commotion, unwittingly edged closer to the crater to observe. The bewildered creature, though simple-minded and disoriented, experienced a pang of hunger. It sensed that if it consumed all present, its hunger might be sated, allowing it to remain hidden from the world. As if compelled by instinct, the onlookers noticed the creature's mouth curling into a sinister grin. In a horrifying flash, several spectators were pierced by its razor-sharp claws. As the creature savored their severed heads, reveling in its feast, it began to fade from view. The crowd, now fully aware of the terror unfolding before them, erupted in frantic screams, scrambling over one another in a desperate bid to escape. Rescue teams and military personnel, realizing the gravity of the situation, raised their weapons and unleashed a hail of gunfire upon the beast. The cacophony of gunshots, the anguished cries of the terrified populace, and the creature's voracious munching resonated through the once thriving financial district. To the ordinary observer, the clatter of bullets striking the creature would be alarming, yet it hardly registered as a nuisance to the beast, which remained undeterred, impervious to the futile attacks of mere mortals. The corpse, held aloft, had been mercilessly riddled with bullets, transforming it into a grotesque pulp that significantly altered the flavor of his meal. Yet, the mingled scent of death and metal invigorated the creature, rendering the experience more tantalizing than a singular taste. Thus, the monster swiftly seized a few individuals standing in its path, consuming them just as their bodies were about to be obliterated by gunfire, savoring the fresh essence with a sound of satisfaction and delight. In that chaotic moment, the armed personnel firing upon the beast found themselves momentarily disoriented, uncertain whether to continue their barrage. However, the creature, driven by primal hunger, paid no mind to their hesitation, relentlessly pursuing its human prey amidst the fleeing civilians, police, and military personnel. In the heart of New York City, the financial epicenter of the United States, a scene of utter pandemonium unfolded. A towering, humanoid monster, standing over 3 meters tall, relentlessly hunted down its victims as terrified citizens scattered in every direction. Among them was a strikingly beautiful Caucasian woman, adorned in exquisite attire and sparkling pearls, who, in a state of disarray, hid behind a massive stone amidst the rubble. Her once impeccable makeup lay in ruins, sullied by dust and smoke, as she muttered prayers of desperation. "Oh my God, please save me. I, a beautiful and pristine girl, do not deserve to die here. I have yet to experience the life of the affluent." Kyla, born in the squalor of a dilapidated slum, had relied on her beauty and voluptuous figure to navigate the treacherous waters of society, believing herself to be superior in cleanliness and virtue. Though she had engaged in questionable games with her father and brother to secure funds for a prestigious education, her intentions were purely to forge connections with the wealthy. Now, at the age of 26, Kyla had amassed a multitude of lovers of varying complexions, with countless fleeting romances to her name. Yet, she remained convinced of her status as an exemplary and refined young woman. Dressed in a lavish gown and adorned with priceless jewels, she had ventured to the illustrious financial district of New York City, hoping to attract the attention of a wealthy elite for a single night that could alter her fate. Little did she anticipate the calamity that would descend upon her in the form of a meteorite, harboring a flesh-eating monster that devoured anyone in its path. Now, trapped in her hiding place, she could only pray for divine intervention or the arrival of a superhero. Suddenly, the concrete and steel shelter she occupied was uprooted by a massive, scaled hand. Kyla shrieked in terror at the sight of the beast's gaping maw, instinctively feigning death. Just as she believed her demise was imminent, the creature grasped her body, poised to take a bite, when it caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor emanating from her. With evident disdain, it discarded her as if she were refuse, seeking only the young and vibrant flesh that tantalized its senses. The repugnant stench that clung to her body was an affront to its discerning palate. As Kyla plummeted towards the unforgiving ground, she ceased her charade and screamed in terror. At the last moment, a flamboyant golden-red figure soared to her side, cradling her in his arms. "Fear not, fair lady. Iron Man, Tony Stark, has come to your rescue. Once I've vanquished this loathsome creature, how about we share a drink at a five-star hotel on Main Street?" The figure was none other than Tony Stark, clad in his nanotech armor. Upon securing Kyla, he was captivated by her exquisite features and voluptuous form, prompting him to remove his helmet, revealing his trademark mustache as he addressed her with charming gallantry. "Oh my, you are Iron Man, Tony Stark, the one featured on the billionaires list. Oh my goodness. Of course. That sounds delightful. Once I deal with this man-eating monster, shall we enjoy a splendid evening together?" "Absolutely. Please hurry." With a flourish, Stark set Kyla down, donned his helmet, and stepped forward, leaving her with a lingering impression of his audacious persona. The monster, currently feasting on the head of a robust man, stumbled as a laser blast struck it. Though the impact caused no significant harm, it disrupted its meal and incited its fury, angrily discarding the remains. The creature turned its attention towards Stark, its nostrils flaring as it caught the scent of the armored hero. The alloyed exoskeleton, infused with target elements, was an exquisite delicacy, hard on the outside, yet soft within, a veritable feast. The monster lunged at Stark's head with its massive jaws, but thanks to Jarvis's timely warning, Stark narrowly evaded the attack. However, a sizable chunk of flesh and nanometal was severed from his shoulder. The creature relished the taste of the metallic blood, its eyes gleaming with insatiable greed and desire. "Damn it, how is this beast so swift? Its teeth are razor sharp. Even my nanotech armor cannot withstand its assault." With pain etched across his features, Stark glared at the creature, which was savoring its prize. "Jarvis, engage full firepower. I will obliterate this wretched being." The armor on Stark's shoulders and arms opened, unleashing a barrage of small missiles that hurtled towards the creature. Each missile, composed of high-explosive liquid bombs, was capable of obliterating everything in its vicinity. Yet, the onslaught of 40 to 50 missiles merely coated the monster's scales in soot, failing to inflict any real damage. The creature, bombarded repeatedly, felt only slight jolts akin to a massage, yet was displeased by the ash that sullied its scales. With disdain and revulsion, the monstrous figure swiftly approached Iron Man, delivering a powerful blow that sent both him and his armor flying. Iron Man crashed through 10 residential buildings before finally embedding himself into a structural pillar of a skyscraper, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Fortunately, clad in his nanotech suit, Jarvis promptly reacted by enhancing the shock absorption system and reinforcing the armor's thickness, thus safeguarding Iron Man's body from the impact. Nevertheless, the relentless collisions with the buildings left Iron Man feeling dizzy, with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, nose, and ears. Struggling to rise, Iron Man utilized Jarvis's surveillance to observe that the creature bore no wounds, realizing that the earlier missile and laser attacks had proven ineffective against its formidable hide. He urgently instructed the artificial intelligence, "Jarvis, the shockwaves and missile strikes are futile. Initiate close combat protocols and enhance agility in defense." No sooner had Tony Stark spoken than the nanotech armor erupted with a surge of nanometal, doubling its thickness. The overall shape of the suit transformed into a more streamlined form, facilitating agile movements. The thrusters on his lower back and shoulders roared to life. From the back of the armor, sharp blades extended, crafted for vibranium and adamantium, exuding an aura of unparalleled sharpness and strength. As the creature sauntered towards Tony Stark, he demonstrated remarkable agility, soaring into the air to evade its attack, while simultaneously slashing across the creature's chest with the adamantium blades. The metallic sound of the blades scraping against the creature's scales resonated sharply in the air. Stark gazed in astonishment as a 10-centimeter gash appeared across the creature's chest. Though it had yet to breach the protective scales, the wound was merely a shallow mark, less than a centimeter deep, and healed completely in less than half a second. The creature, enraged, brushed its hand across the recently inflicted gash, its eyes ablaze with fury. The will of the planet itself had birthed countless beings, including gods, and now it was wounded by the hands of a mere mortal, albeit without shedding blood. Furious, the beast let out a deafening roar, its cry laced with immense pain, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy radiating outward from its core. The bones within its body cracked audibly as its back muscles tore apart, revealing wings reminiscent of a swan, ablaze with crimson flames and oozing golden blood. The 3-meter-long wings flapped effortlessly behind it, generating gusts of wind and searing heat that melted nearby stones and metals into molten iron and magma. The wings erupted in a conflagration, enveloping the creature in flames. As the blazing inferno gradually subsided, a figure emerged, standing at a height of 2.5 meters, embodying the elegance of a mythological figure. With a strikingly handsome visage and flowing crimson hair, the once hideous beast transformed into a stunning angel of myth. The gash inflicted by Iron Man had ignited an overwhelming rage within the creature, awakening fragmented memories of its origin. It was a product of the planet's will, a creation of the divine. Even a chaotic consciousness should not be harmed by mortals. Such was the pride of the planet's essence. Now, wounded by a mere mortal, it had attained its most perfect state, a fusion of Superman's clone, numerous monstrous genes, and mutant abilities, underpinned by the core crystal of the sun, had culminated in a flawless amalgamation. No longer a mindless beast, it had ascended to the status of the cosmic deity, the solar angel. I am the deity of the cosmos, the embodiment of the world's will. The solar angel, god of the sun, the monarch. The solar angel stood amidst the crimson ruins of the city, proclaiming its existence to the life of this planet. As it uttered its final title, the monarch, an overwhelming aura erupted from its being. With it, as the epicenter, a powerful wave of energy, accompanied by red flames, obliterated all surrounding structures, decimating a significant portion of New York City in an instant. Countless civilians suffered, melting into pools of blood amidst the searing heat. Iron Man, Tony Stark, evaded the energy blast and scorching heat thanks to Jarvis's detection, soaring into the stratosphere. The solar angel, Monarch, gazed down at him with an air of superiority, casually remarking, "Weak mortal, you should take pride in touching the form of a cosmic deity. Yet, your presence has sullied my divine essence. End your life, mortal. This is my gift to you as a being of cosmic divinity." From his lofty perch, Iron Man, Tony Stark, surveyed the devastated city of New York, his voice dripping with fury as he retorted, "You, a so-called deity, wreak havoc upon humanity's cities and lives, trampling the freedom of the American people. Even as a god, you shall face the justice of American law today." As he bellowed, he dove toward the solar angel, the thrusters on his suit igniting with unprecedented intensity, propelling him to speeds exceeding several dozen times the speed of sound. The reactor in his chest operated beyond its limits, charging the energy for his chest cannon. The devastation wrought by this strike equaled that of a low-yield nuclear explosion. Warning, warning. The current suit is operating beyond capacity and may disintegrate at any moment. Immediate reduction of energy output is advised. Warning, warning. The energy levels of the approaching life form are equivalent to a stellar explosion. The temperature surrounding the life form is excessively high. Retreat is advised. Tony Stark, undeterred by the warnings, maintained his acceleration toward the solar angel. Unbeknownst to Stark, while he perceived his speed as astounding, even surpassing hundreds of times the speed of sound. The solar angel viewed him through its divine golden gaze as nothing more than a sluggish tortoise. Moreover, the divine sight allowed it to foresee Stark's trajectory and the timing of his attack with remarkable clarity. With a mocking smile in its regal eyes, the solar angel leisurely raised its left hand, preparing to strike. As Iron Man plunged downward, it seemed as though he was automatically drawn to meet the palm of the Ultra Sun Angel. The reactor on his chest was struck with such formidable force that it sent Iron Man crashing into the ground. With a resounding crash, Iron Man was driven into the earth, creating a massive crater. The Ultra Sun Angel casually approached the severely damaged suit of armor. Lifting a boot transformed from its original monstrous form, poised to stamp down on Iron Man's head. Then, a streak of luminous energy hurtled toward the Ultra Sun Angel. The powerful surge forced the angel to halt its impending action, raising a hand to intercept the incoming force. Upon collision, the immense energy compelled the Ultra Sun Angel to regard the object before it with unexpected intrigue. It was an axe crackling with lightning, summoned and transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the towering figure standing amidst the ruins. Just as the Ultra Sun Angel turned to observe this figure, it was suddenly jolted back a step by a massive green creature that struck with great force. In a flash of white light, a somewhat slender young man with white hair and glasses rapidly whisked Tony Stark, the Iron Man, away from the debris. The Ultra Sun Angel surveyed the scene with a distinct amusement in its divine gaze, having witnessed every moment unfold with clarity. Now, as a newly ascended cosmic deity, it found the actions of these mere mortals, who were not even divine, entertaining, akin to a human attempting to exterminate an ant, only to be thwarted by a swarm of feeble ants. Deities remain indifferent to the demise of a human, just as humans overlook the accidental squashing of an ant. The entire episode merely sparked a flicker of interest within the Ultra Sun Angel, even if one of the meddlesome ants had the semblance of a demigod. Chapter 42. Guardians vs. Ultra Sun Angel. The indifference of the divine persisted, much like the oblivion of humanity towards the unintentional demise of ants. The recent events only piqued the Ultra Sun Angel's curiosity, particularly with one of the bothersome ants being a demigod. The Ultra Sun Angel leisurely floated into the air, gazing down at the multitude of superheroes without haste, eager to observe what amusement they might provide. Meanwhile, Iron Man, having been rescued at lightning speed by Quicksilver, found his damaged armor fully restored by nanometal. Over 20 superheroes had gathered at the scene, among them the formidable Thor, the Hulk, Captain America wielding Mjolnir, Captain Marvel, Scarlet Witch Wanda, Quicksilver, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Cyborg, Spider-Man Peter Parker, Falcon, Martian Manhunter, and Doctor Strange. These superheroes represented some of the most formidable forces on Earth. 2.5 years prior, they had been pulled from the threads of time, realizing that facing threats alone would lead to their downfall. Thus, Tony Stark, Iron Man, initiated the formation of the Earth's most powerful superhero alliance, the Guardians League. Superman, Clark, had sensed impending danger and flown to the sun's surface to absorb solar energy 2.5 years ago. Be cautious, everyone. Though this being is somewhat narcissistic and claims to be a deity, his strength is undeniably formidable, Tony Stark warned gravely to the assembled heroes. Tony, I've told you countless times that your iron shell is utterly useless. And now it's your uncle who's come to save you. Fury, can we please refrain from mentioning my uncle? You're merely a frozen relic from 70 years ago. Captain Marvel stood tall and proud, addressing Iron Man, Iron Shell Man. Allow me to demonstrate what a true cosmic hero is capable of. Enough bickering. I'll deal with this criminal who threatens to destroy New York City. Now, Guardians of Earth, assemble. Bring on a Brazilian beauty. You need not embarrass yourselves. Let me handle him. Captain Marvel erupted in a dazzling display of light, her indomitable spirit lifting her fists above her head as she soared toward the Ultra Sun Angel. Smack! Thud! Boom! Iron Man, Tony Stark. Everyone else. Captain Marvel was swiftly swatted away by the Ultra Sun Angel, crashing to the ground and creating yet another massive crater amidst the wreckage. Her robust physique and abundant energy allowed her to sustain minor injuries, yet she stood bewildered in the crater, grappling with the reality of her opponent's overwhelming strength. As the captain, renowned for traversing the cosmos and safeguarding countless worlds, found herself struck down on Earth. She pondered where she could possibly hide her shame if her cosmic adversaries discovered this humiliation. Refusing to submit, Captain Marvel rose once more, unleashing the vast energy within her and turning to her fellow superheroes. That was merely a blunder. Now, I'm going to get serious. Die, wretched criminal. With a powerful surge, she propelled herself once more toward the ultra-sun angel, the ground trembling beneath her. Then came another smack. Thud. Bang. This time, she lay on the ground for quite a while, struggling to stand. The ultra-sun angel, hovering high above, watched the heroes below with genuine interest, akin to an observer witnessing a swarm of ants attempting to assault an elephant. At that moment, the superheroes comprehended that no single individual or small group could possibly contend with a self-proclaimed divine being. The adversary is unlike any we have faced before. He is evidently formidable. Let us unite and bring this criminal to justice. Damn, enough. Bring on a Brazilian beauty. The superheroes surged forward en masse, indeed causing a modicum of trouble for the Ultra-Sun Angel, as their diverse abilities and cohesive teamwork began to take effect. Just as the Hulk had felled a charging opponent with a single punch, he was countered by Thor's Storm Axe. The most significant concern for the Ultra-Sun Angel came from Wonder Woman's Godfire Sword, a relic crafted by the ancient gods, capable of inflicting genuine harm if mishandled. Then there was Wanda's Chaos Magic, which could easily ensnare the Ultra-Sun Angel temporarily, followed by Doctor Strange unleashing a barrage of powerful spells. For a fleeting moment, the Guardians League gained a slight upper hand. However, among these heroes, only Thor, Scarlet Witch Wanda, Wonder Woman Diana, and Martian Manhunter could genuinely breach the defenses of the Ultra-Sun Angel. For the others, even their most potent blows merely succeeded in momentarily staggering the Angel for a mere 0.01 seconds. Enough, you insignificant ants. Even your acrobatics have their limits. How dare you use your meager abilities to mock a great deity? Prepare to face the consequences of trifling with the divine. Embrace the wrath of the Almighty. Upon uttering those words, the radiant angel erupted with a formidable aura that shattered the clouds above. Initially taken aback by the myriad capabilities of the heroes, the radiant angel had intended to observe how these mere mortals would dare to defy divine authority. However, now it found itself unexpectedly cornered and toyed with, feeling profoundly insulted as a deity. In its first act of aggression, the radiant angel targeted the Scarlet Witch Wanda. This wretched woman had continuously disrupted it with her enigmatic magic, leaving it in a state of disarray. The golden eye of God transformed into a fierce crimson, emitting a searing light that pierced through dimensions, striking the Scarlet Witch's magical barrier. In an instant, the barrier was obliterated, but fortunately, the vigilant Quicksilver redirected the assault just in time, causing the unleashed heat vision to carve an endless chasm into the ground, where molten rock bubbled under the intense heat. With the witch momentarily out of reach, the radiant angel shifted its focus to the lesser, yet bothersome superheroes. In a mere flash, it lunged forward, puncturing Spider-Man, Peter Parker's chest with a single blow. It then turned its attention to the Hulk, delivering a devastating punch that sent him crashing into the earth, creating a massive crater and tearing the surrounding ground asunder. Next, the radiant angel barreled into Thor, the god of thunder, while effortlessly hurling Captain Marvel several dozen kilometers away. This battle, unlike the previous skirmishes, truly showcased the might of a deity. Meanwhile, Iron Man, witnessing Peter Parker's pierced chest, cried out in dismay, "Peter!" As Peter lay on the ground, blood pouring from the gaping wound. Iron Man, who had nurtured this earnest and somewhat naive young man as a successor, felt an overwhelming surge of anger and hostility towards the enemy responsible for this atrocity. The Radiant Angel, entangled with Wonder Woman, Doctor Strange, and the Scarlet Witch, was momentarily restrained. Iron Man, seizing the opportunity, launched an attack with his adamantium-laced arm, aiming for the vulnerable Radiant Angel. Yet, the Angel, temporarily subdued, exhibited no movement in response to the incoming strike. Iron Man's powerful blow failed to pierce even the Angel's skin. Once freed from control, the Radiant Angel effortlessly tore Iron Man's arm, along with his armor, from his body, sending Tony Stark into a haze of excruciating pain. The Radiant Angel then hurled Iron Man's severed arm at the rushing Hulk, knocking him down. It then seized Iron Man's remaining body, yanking it forcefully, tearing the armor apart and leaving Iron Man as an armless hero, contemplating the imminent death of the hero he held in his grasp. Recovering from his momentary shock, Thor hurled his enchanted axe, the Stormbreaker, at the radiant angel, managing to push it back. However, as Thor attempted to reclaim his weapon, the radiant angel grasped it firmly. Reluctantly, Thor relinquished it, and the angel wielded the axe with devastating effect, cleaving the descending falcon in two with a single stroke. Seemingly displeased with its new weapon, the radiant angel tossed the Stormbreaker at Quicksilver, obliterating him in an instant. Brother! Wanda screamed in horror at the sight of her sibling's demise. Fueled by rage, she unleashed a torrent of chaotic magic, ensnaring the radiant angel in a powerful grip that tore at its very essence. The immense force inflicted pain upon even the celestial being, while the chaotic magic corroded its inner energy, causing the angel to struggle against Wanda's hold. Seeing this, Wonder Woman leaped into the air, channeling her strength into the Godfire's sword, aiming for the angel's head. The clash echoed louder than any metallic collision, yet the divine blade merely grazed the angel's scalp. In a swift reaction, the experienced warrior pulled back the sword, leveraging her divine power for a decisive strike aimed at the angel's neck. Feeling the pain from Wanda's control, the radiant angel could no longer maintain its stoic demeanor. The solar core within it erupted with unprecedented energy, shattering Wanda's grip. As Wonder Woman swung her sword, the angel, filled with fury, caught the blade, yanking it towards itself and sending Wonder Woman hurtling dozens of kilometers, crashing into a mountain. Next, it seized Captain America's shield, hurling it back at him. Even with his vibranium shield, Captain America was sent flying, colliding with a support pillar of a building, blood streaming from his wounds. The radiant angel then conjured a light spear crafted from solar energy, launching it towards the soaring falcon, piercing him through and obliterating his form in a brilliant flash. After momentarily repelling those around, the radiant angel ascended to the skies, gathering radiant energy to unleash upon the superheroes below in a relentless barrage. This time, the angel fought with a fervor that reflected the sun itself, each strike resonating with the power of a divine force. The cacophony of explosions echoed relentlessly, further ravaging the already devastated New York and its surrounding landscapes. After 10 minutes of relentless bombardment, the ground lay shrouded in dust, revealing deep craters that marred the once vibrant city. Iron Man was obliterated by a concentrated burst of solar energy, leaving no trace behind. Captain America, caught off guard during his fall, was also vaporized by the tremendous energy. Among the ranks of the once mighty superheroes, only Wonder Woman, Scarlet Witch, Thor, Hulk, Martian Manhunter, and Captain Marvel remained, while the others had perished in the fierce onslaught of energy unleashed by the Radiant Angel. Additionally, the New Yorkers who could not evacuate were obliterated from existence by the relentless bombardments. This series of eruptions resulted in the vanishing of millions of American lives. On the ground, the once mighty Wonder Woman, Diana, lay in tatters, unable to grasp her divine sword and shield, collapsing helplessly. The formidable figure of the Hulk, reduced to a gruesome state, found even his remarkable healing abilities depleted, leaving him with wounds that could not mend. Scarlet Witch Wanda barely managed to shield herself with chaotic magic, only to succumb to exhaustion and lose consciousness. As for Thor, the god of thunder, his Asgardian armor was ravaged by the terrifying heat and explosive energy, revealing a body marked by soot yet still muscular and imposing. Kneeling, he bled profusely from his mouth and nose. Just then, the Radiant Angel descended from the heavens, beckoning to the divine sword that Diana could no longer hold, which was then drawn into the Radiant Angel's grasp. With a majestic presence, wielding the divine sword and adorned with blazing angelic wings, the Radiant Angel approached Thor. Raising the sword, it prepared to sever Thor's head. Suddenly, a streak of light shot across the sky, plummeting downward. It was a cylindrical object, and all present, save the Radiant Angel, recognized it as a nuclear weapon. Faced with humanity's ultimate weapon, the fallen superheroes displayed expressions of fury and dread. Even the mightiest beings fear death. Superheroes and deities are no exceptions. Observing the fear in the eyes of those on the ground, the Radiant Angel inquired, perplexed, "Why do you, who have transcended your former insignificance, tremble at the mere weapons of humanity, though you still remain insignificant? Today, I shall demonstrate the true power of the divine." With the divine sword in its right hand and the colossal hand of energy in its left, the radiant angel grasped the rapidly descending nuclear weapon. A gentle squeeze from its left hand mirrored the action of the colossal hand, producing a sound reminiscent of a mere puff of air. When the radiant angel opened its left hand, it was empty, devoid of even dust. Witnessing the nuclear weapon vanish in an instant at the radiant angel's command, the remaining superheroes, including Wonder Woman, exhaled in relief, only to be met with a renewed terror on their faces. Is this the ultimate weapon of humanity that you fear? It is nothing to be concerned about. Just as the radiant angel intended to strike at them with a divine sword, the clear skies darkened ominously, and a wide beam of purple lightning struck the ruins of New York City. In response, the radiant angel's eyes gleamed with anticipation, as if sensing something intriguing. Subsequently, brilliant streaks of light rapidly descended, transforming into figures clad in golden armor. Chapter 44. The Old Gods and the New Gods, as the radiant angel continued its advance with the divine sword. The once clear sky transformed into a mass of dark clouds. A beam of purple lightning struck the heart of New York's devastation. In that moment, the radiant angel's expression shifted to one of eager curiosity, as if it had sensed an intriguing presence. Bright streaks of light cascaded down, gradually revealing figures adorned in golden armor. The radiant angel stood still, encircled by these descending lights. In the city of the Inhumans on the far side of the moon, Zhou Hong, who was observing and selecting materials, felt a stirring and turned his gaze toward a luxurious villa in the suburbs of Washington, D.C., in America. How fascinating! The heart of a young man, numb with hatred and grief, tormented by the struggle between the desire to live and the wish to die, yearning for genuine familial affection, yet feeling utterly powerless. My dear boy, when you acquire sufficient strength and have traversed the depths of despair, what will you choose to do? Prepare yourself for a grand spectacle. An uninteresting life requires something spectacular to alleviate the monotony. Zhou Hong divided a portion of cells extracted from the master of flesh, Red Earth, and directed them toward an underground laboratory in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. Inside the subterranean lab, brightly illuminated by harsh lights, a surgical table restrained a young Asian boy, around 17 or 18 years of age. The youth lay there, feeling the pain of his chest being opened and organs extracted, yet his face reflected a jaded numbness, devoid of the youthful vigor one would expect. As the procedure concluded, an unknown liquid was injected into his body. As he lay weakly in the cramped chamber, a deep, resonant voice echoed in his ear. Do you feel despair for this world? Do you wish to avenge those who have wronged you? Or perhaps change the order of this world so that those like you no longer suffer? Embrace me. Let us merge into one. And from this moment forth, you shall wield the power of the divine. You may act as you please, for no one shall harm you. The frail boy, struggling to open his eyes, began to show a flicker of light within them, since his mutant identity was revealed by his gambling. Alcohol-abusing parents 2.5 years ago, he had witnessed their faces transform into masks of cruelty as they left with smiles, having received their reward. In this dark chamber, under the stark and chilling lights of the surgical table, he was subjected to regular blood draws, bone marrow extractions, and various injections of dubious substances every couple of weeks. Initially, he attempted to resist, but was swiftly beaten into submission. Later, he begged for mercy, only to be met with derisive laughter from those conducting the experiments. Gradually, he became numb, with only the excruciating pain reminding him that he was still alive. His body frequently mutated, and he often coughed blood, fainting from the strain. For over a year, he had not uttered a single word, nor had he cried out in pain or shown any emotion. He had forgotten his name, only recalling a happy childhood spent in an ancient Eastern nation, surrounded by loving grandparents. The voice resonating in his mind stirred something within him. The deep, steady voice softened. Once we unite, you will possess unparalleled strength. Do you not wish to return to the other side of the sea and visit your beloved family? They have aged so much, perhaps their time is limited. Do you not wish to be by their side in their final moments? The boy's eyes began to sparkle with life, fueled by a longing desire. He yearned to return to a tranquil, joyous existence. The words he wished to express morphed into incoherent sounds, as 2 years had rendered him forgetful of how to speak. Since you have already consented, let us unite as one. to utterly obliterate this filthy darkness that has brought you to the brink of suffering. A crimson morsel, no larger than a thumb, appeared before the youth, gradually descending onto his chest, seeping into the wound that, despite being stitched, still oozed blood. Once fully integrated, an extraordinary energy revitalized the youth's battered body, restoring it to its former state. This energy transformed his emaciated form, inflating it as if pumped with air, and his complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. Within his mind echoed incomprehensible yet seemingly comprehensible words. Blood, flesh, master. The youth sensed an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his revitalized physique. His mouth slowly opened, the corners lifting in a silent, parched smile. A formidable aura, accompanied by immense energy, erupted from within him. The once impenetrable metallic chamber around him was torn asunder, fragments exploding outward. The vast underground laboratory was awash in the blaring red lights of alarms as armed personnel scrambled with firearms, tension palpable in the air. The once thriving city of New York lay in ruins, pockmarked with craters. A towering figure hovered in the air, magnificent angelic wings of crimson fluttering gently behind him, wielding a sword of flame with divine light. Surrounding him were golden warriors clad in resplendent armor. As dawn broke, the sun's brilliant rays illuminated the devastated city, casting the angelic figure in an even more divine and majestic light. Amidst the wreckage of towering buildings, thunder rumbled as a colossal figure clad in platinum armor sat upon a throne formed of lightning. This was Zeus, the king of the gods in Western mythology, sovereign of the skies and thunder. In the heavens above, 3 majestic white steeds pulled an ornate chariot. A regal figure donned in a golden white robe, crowned with a diadem radiating divine light, sat upon a chariot graced with a radiant miniature sun that illuminated the entire sky. He was Ra, the first-generation divine king of Egypt, revered as a deity equal to the gods. To the east stood a figure clad in armor, a warrior's robe, and a jade mask, sword at his waist, standing resolutely in the void. This was the eastern deity, the ruler of the Kunlun divine realm, the Jade Emperor. This convergence of gods was summoned by a cosmic force, uniting them to confront the alien deity that threatened their world, either to repel or see it fall. Are these the ancient deities of this planet? In this grand tide of time, the old gods shall be swept into oblivion. In this new era, only our reborn deities shall guide all beings toward an infinite future. Zeus, the Olympian king, directed his thunderous spear toward the celestial angel, proclaiming, "Distant deity from another world, lay down your arms and depart from this sacred homeland of the gods, never to return. Should you comply, we shall show you mercy. If you refuse, you shall face the wrath of the gods, forever bound to this land, your soul tormented by our divine flames for 100,000 years. Speak now, alien deity. Will you choose peace or war?" A group of gods dwelling in a well. You are unworthy of my surrender. Then prepare to face the judgment of the gods. As the last word left his lips, the skies erupted with a myriad of shooting lights. Thunder cracking as lightning filled the void. The west blazed with a heat akin to the sun descending upon the earth. In the east, thunder rumbled as a domineering will descended, casting a dark and foreboding shadow over the sky. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the imminent threat of a cataclysmic battle between the gods palpable. Each deity present possessed the power to annihilate a planet, should they engage in conflict. Earth would be utterly devastated by the aftermath of their clash. As the celestial angel and the gods elevated their might to its zenith, wielding their divine artifacts, the earth was suddenly overshadowed by a colossal figure, its mere head rivaling that of a massive planet, glimmering with metallic sheen, and 6 unfathomable voids marking its visage. The arrival was none other than Jamie, an analyst from the Celestial Assembly. Cease this at once. The supreme existence forbids your continued conflict. No deity wielding power may fall before the final confrontation. This is the will of the Supreme. The supreme existence watches over this planet, and all gods should be aware of its significance. You have defied the will of the Supreme. The great being has decreed your imprisonment for 10,000 years. Once haughty, the gods now knelt before the Celestial Assembly. Respected celestial lords, it is he, this newborn deity, who wreaks havoc on the planet under the gaze of the Supreme. We were left with no choice but to intervene. Zeus, kneeling, pointed at the celestial angel, addressing the celestial assembly above. At Zeus's direction, their attention turned to the celestial angel, whose empty eyes shone with an inexplicable brilliance. A newborn deity? A mere entity devoid of any dominion dares to extinguish the pieces of the Supreme's game upon a planet under its watch? You court your own demise. The mighty celestial deity extended a finger toward the celestial angel's position on Earth. All beings and deities on the planet felt the weight of that colossal pillar descending upon their very souls. The immense pressure and inner dread left all life on the planet gasping for air. Upon the arrival of the celestial assembly, the only remaining being suspended in the air, the celestial angel faced the impending onslaught with neither fear nor trepidation, but rather an expression of madness and anticipation. The celestial angel's proud figure slightly bowed, waves of immense energy radiating from his being, sending powerful gusts that toppled the remnants of the city. From his back, 2 additional wings sprouted, completing his form as a 3-winged seraph. In this moment, the energy emanating from the celestial angel rivaled that of a star and at full force. He could annihilate an entire star system. A radiant angel of extreme sunlight, bearing a frenzied expression, charged unhesitatingly towards the towering pillars that descended from the cosmos. A blinding light illuminated the entirety of the solar system to which Earth belongs. This angel, akin to a perfect being, vanished without a trace, leaving only the ruins of cities across the American landscape as a grim reminder of its passage. The deities from various pantheons, still kneeling, viewed the overwhelming might of their adversary with growing dread as Jamie, a member of the celestial assembly, effortlessly obliterated their formidable foe. O great and revered celestial, the architect of destruction that has laid waste to the planet under the gaze of the great existence has been erased by your hand. We shall return at once to the homeland of the divine, awaiting your summons. After the annihilation of the angel of extreme sunlight, Jamie, the analyst of the celestial assembly, disregarded the deities on Earth, and with a mere wave of his hand, transported all living beings back to the Elysium, the abode of the divine. Jamie's gaze fell upon the remnants of superheroes, shattered and scattered amidst the ruins of Earth. Invisible lines of code flickered in his eyes. A ripple traversed the void of the starry sky, giving rise to a new rift in space. A gem, as large as a basin, materialized within the vastness of the cosmos. Jamie seized the green gem, activating it, which conjured an ethereal river of time that floated in the celestial expanse, revealing the fierce battle between the angel of extreme sunlight and the guardians of America. Reaching into the phantom river, Jamie extracted the dying American superheroes from the threads of time. After reviving them from the past, he solemnly warned the weary heroes seated upon the ground. This marks the second instance of your revival by the time gem. There shall not be a third. Should you be resurrected again from the past, the very fabric of time shall unravel, leading to the erasure of the present by the great existence. Tread carefully. With that, Jamie, whose form surpassed that of a planet, vanished into the cosmos. Once Jamie disappeared, a blue gem silently appeared beside the sword of divine fire on the ground. The guardians, seated despondently, wore expressions of dismay and fear. Their disappointment stemmed from the belief that the Guardians' alliance was capable of safeguarding Earth, only to be utterly defeated in a single sweep. Their fear arose from the haunting memories of death that lingered in their minds. The superheroes silently surveyed the desolate ruins of New York City, their faces pale as they rose to their feet. A single battle had transformed a metropolis of millions into a wasteland, with countless lives lost and bodies unaccounted for, leaving a few million survivors in dire straits. Peter Parker, the once vibrant and youthful Spider-Man, posed a soul-searching query. What have we truly protected? We have safeguarded nothing. Since joining your ranks, I have failed to watch over my neighbors properly. I cannot bear it any longer. I am meant to guard the ordinary lives in the shadows of the city. Hearing Peter's lament, Iron Man approached and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his expression heavy with gravity. Do not despair, young one. Have faith that one day we shall grow strong enough to protect the Earth. These trials are merely stepping stones on our path to strength. At the very least, we can confront formidable invaders and destroyers without fear. Indeed, we have faced defeat this time, but it does not signify that we shall falter again. Remember, true heroes are never vanquished by hardship. Encouraged by the superhero's words, Peter Parker gradually rekindled his lost spirit. Wonder Woman, Diana, picked up the sword of divine fire and noticed the blue gem radiating immense energy. She inquired of her companions, "Hey, everyone, this blue stone is brimming with power. Does anyone know what it is?" Iron Man, Tony Stark, regarded the blue gem uncertainly. "That stone you speak of may very well be one of the infinity stones we lost, sought after by the Eternal Titan last year." Captain America furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. "Wasn't this object taken away from Earth over 2.5 years ago? How has it returned?" "Uncertain. Perhaps that colossal celestial being brought it back. After all, you witnessed his immense power and the gigantic time gem he possessed." Iron Man, also troubled, voiced his doubts. "Perhaps, but something feels amiss, as if a sinister plot is afoot." "Captain and Iron Man, you are overthinking it. Who could dare to scheme before such a powerful celestial? Regardless of how this gem came to be here, we must treat it with utmost caution. From now on, we shall seal it away in the deepest vault reserved for hazardous materials. No one is to touch it." "Understood. I will inform Nick accordingly." "No, I do not trust that black-hearted rogue. He has previously used this gem to research energy weapons. There is no guarantee he won't continue to pursue such studies." Tony Stark scrutinized the space gem he had taken from Diana and asserted, "Let me secure it in a vault located 2,000 meters underground. The only access will be through our Guardian's headquarters, ensuring no one can quietly seize it." Having made the necessary arrangements, the group awaited the arrival of the SHIELD aircraft. Once aboard, they slumped into their seats, motionless. Even as Nick Fury inquired, no one responded. Upon returning to the Guardian's branch in a nearby city, they exchanged no pleasantries and retreated to their respective rooms, locking the doors behind them. Meanwhile, in a lavish villa nestled within an expensive enclave in Washington, the once pristine laboratory in the basement lay in disarray, its orderly surfaces marred by shattered equipment. The sporadic sound of gunfire echoed through the spacious underground chamber, muffled by the soundproofing of the structure, failing to reach the surface. Bang! Bang! The sporadic shots rang out, accompanied by cries of curses and pleas for mercy. "Monster! Damn monster! What a terrifying creature! Mommy, I want to go home. Devil! A demon from hell! Surely, our sins have summoned this beast to drag us into the abyss. Oh dear, this is not my doing. I am merely a delivery person. While I may have cursed you monsters, I am truly innocent." At the far end of the underground lab, dozens of researchers clad in crisp white lab coats huddled in a cramped storage area, surrounded by armed personnel wielding handguns and rifles. The armed guards continuously fired into the dark corridor, their voices echoing with rage and pleas for salvation. The flashes of gunfire illuminated the corridor, revealing a massive mass of flesh that filled the passageway. A grotesque mass, akin to a colossal, writhing conglomeration of muscle tissue still saturated with uncoagulated blood, presents a nauseating sight that evokes revulsion at a mere glance. Countless bullets penetrate this fleshly mass, splattering bits of gore, only to be expelled again by the immense mass itself. The ejected fragments, once cast aside, are swiftly reabsorbed, reintegrating into the monstrous body. Emerging from this grotesque entity are faces of various ages and genders, each contorted in expressions of anguish and despair. The researchers huddled in the warehouse recognized these faces all too well. They belonged to colleagues who perished in the underground laboratory, unable to escape the chaos, as well as subjects confined within its depths. In the aftermath of Experiment 250's rampage, armed personnel rushed to assess the situation. What followed was a cacophony of gunfire and alarms, culminating in the utter devastation of the facility. The transformation was swift and brutal. All who failed to escape, including both researchers and armed guards, were consumed by the ravenous Experiment 250, culminating in the creation of this repulsive, colossal mass that now dominated the lab. Disregarding the bullets that struck its form, the abomination inched toward the remaining survivors in the subterranean laboratory. "Damnable creature, the times have changed. I'll bring you down with a rocket launcher," shouted a soldier of African descent, hoisting a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher and taking aim down the corridor. A blinding flash and a violent explosion followed, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. When they dared to look again, they beheld a crater of 1/2 meter carved into the grotesque mass, yet the flesh around it writhed and reformed. returning to its original state as it continued its relentless advance. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Come on, you damn monster. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The remaining armed personnel, fully aware of their impending doom, pulled the pins from their grenades and charged toward the undulating mass. The lab erupted in a series of deafening explosions. Yet, when the last echoes of destruction faded, the massive flesh entity resumed its slow crawl toward the researchers in the warehouse. The air filled with anguished screams and wails, abruptly silenced as the grotesque mass devoured every vestige of life within the laboratory. Darkness engulfed the entire facility. Before long, a violent tremor shook the underground lab, only to be followed by an eerie stillness. The next morning, at John S. Farm in a small town in Washington state, the old cowboy arose early, mounting his steed to procure a week's worth of liquor from the local convenience store. Townsfolk greeted him warmly as he passed. In his youth, John had been a renowned cowboy, celebrated for his imposing stature, handsome visage, and nearly perfect marksmanship. He had single-handedly vanquished a vampire that had terrorized the town for decades, earning the title of local hero and securing fine spirits at a fraction of the usual cost. As he journeyed back, humming an old cowboy tune, he spotted a dark, humanoid figure nestled in the grass. Cautiously, he approached, shotgun in hand, calling out, "Who's there? Show yourself or I'll shoot." After several unanswered calls, John summoned his courage and discovered a 16 or 17-year-old Asian youth, marred by numerous scratches and whip marks, confirming the boy's faint breath. John felt a surge of compassion and carefully lifted the curled-up figure, placing him on his horse to take him home. As they rode back, John's gaze often flickered with a mix of pity and insatiable greed toward the boy on his horse. Chapter 47. The transformation of the golden elixir. The youth bore many scars and marks of abuse. After confirming his breath, John, filled with compassion, cradled the Asian boy and placed him on his horse, determined to take him home. On the return journey, John's eyes occasionally glinted with a blend of sorrow and avarice as he regarded the boy. On the far side of the moon, above the city of the otherworldly beings, Zhou Hong surveyed the inhabitants, noting that black and white individuals comprised 99% of the population, while the remaining yellow beings were either ineffectual or the oppressive remnants of their kind. Ah, this world indeed thrives on subtlety, insinuation, and discrimination, pervasive everywhere. He mused. I am powerless on earth, hindered by a gaggle of inferior beings. But in this wretched place, I still have some agency. Zhou Hong extended his hand into the void, drawing forth a fist-sized chunk of flesh from a distant planet known for consuming life. With delicate precision, he divided this repugnant mass into thousands of pieces, silently scattering them over the city. He then rendered himself invisible and infiltrated the palace of the otherworldly king, Blackback King, who sat upon a grand throne amidst a council of nobles. Silently approaching from behind, Zhou Hong gently tapped the back of the king's head. The king, who had been half asleep, stirred, his eyes clouded with confusion. Turning toward his queen, Medusa, who was about to inquire about her husband, the king suddenly opened his mouth wide. A devastating sonic wave erupted forth, obliterating the unprepared queen into mere fragments. The nobles in attendance stood aghast, frozen in horror as madness overtook them, their faces pale and bewildered. Those with quicker reflexes attempted to flee, but their speed paled in comparison to the destructive force unleashed by the Blackback King. With a twist of his head, the king unleashed another devastating wave, ensuring not a single noble or guard remained alive, all meeting their demise without a trace. From above, the scattered remnants of flesh drifted down, landing precisely on every living being of the otherworldly race. What followed was a nightmarish transformation. Their hair fell away, and their skin ruptured, spilling blood as they collapsed in agony upon the ground. Those devoid of skin writhed in pain, unable to control their bodies as an unknown force compelled them to crawl toward the heart of the city, fully aware of the excruciating torment tearing through their very bones. When the first body, drenched in blood and exposed muscle tissue, arrived at the heart of the city, it drew in those around it, including the entirety of the city, into a grotesque fusion with the controlling form. One by one, they gravitated towards the center. Gradually, they leaned against one another, some even climbing atop the gory flesh below. The crowd swelled, the assembly of bodies growing larger with each passing moment. Eventually, all the denizens of this strange race congregated at the city's core, culminating in a grotesque mass of flesh measuring 200 meters in diameter. After a violent convulsion, the beings dissolved into soft, flabby chunks of meat. These soft masses adhered to one another, merging into a singular entity. Zhou Hong, hovering above the city of the aberrant race, exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, such a city, devoid of purpose, ought not to exist in this world. The games of my past life were right. Refuse belongs in the trash bin. Now this feels much better, doesn't it? He pondered for a moment, realizing that even refuse holds some value, especially when it consists of capable entities, forming a colossal waste. If that young boy on Earth were to amalgamate the abilities and energies of this collection, he might rival the divine Superman. After all, this mass was composed of the bodies and energies of thousands of different abilities from the aberrant race. Zhou Hong compacted this immense mass into a fist-sized form and hurled it towards a small, rain-soaked town in America. Simultaneously, on a desolate planet devoid of life, a force erupted that influenced the very laws of the universe. Amid a mountain range stretching for thousands of miles, shrouded in dust and rock. From this lifeless wasteland, the first signs of verdant life emerged. A youth clad in a pale green robe slightly opened his eyes, sensing the sudden, rapid movement of the golden core within him. The laws and supernatural powers it contained coalesced, enriching the core, rendering it more substantial and authentic. How did I suddenly reach the pinnacle of the first transformation? It has barely been a week. Why does this cultivation of the golden core feel different from what the records detailed? Never mind, I shan't dwell on this. I never anticipated that the impact of the creative laws birthed through destruction would be so profound. It seems I can no longer remain on this planet. No, this entire star system. After hastily erasing all traces, the youth transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the rejuvenating planet and speeding into the vast cosmos. In a star system at the edge of the universe, life was scarce. Countless stars in their juvenile stage extinguished, planets shattered, leaving only a cluster of grotesque flesh at the periphery of the system, eclipsing the size of the star system itself. This repugnant mass flickered towards a neighboring star system, propelled by a spatial teleportation-like ability. Trailing behind this mass was a vast cloud of darkness, swirling with thick black mist. This was the Lord of Flesh and the Soul Pillar, two entities created by Zhou Hong, working in tandem, one melting and merging all corporeal forms, while the other harvested the souls emitted in the wake of this dissolution. In less than a week, utilizing its immense body and indestructible form, it rapidly dissolved life, absorbing the planets one by one. The souls were swiftly consumed by the Soul Pillar, transforming the entire star system into a desolate zone of lifelessness. When it was several thousand light years from its neighboring kin, the massive streak of light and its accompanying cloud abruptly halted. Receiving a directive from its creator, it trembled violently, dividing itself into 8 parts that swiftly flickered and teleported towards various star systems. Chapter 48. Hope and Despair in a Remote Town in Washington, Earth. Old John carried the unconscious yellow-skinned boy he had found along the way down to the basement. This basement had once been a place where young John imprisoned abducted boys and girls. Old John harbored a secret. The vampire in the depths of the forest was not slain by him. Years ago, the town's most beautiful maiden, Alice, prayed to all the young cowboys in the town, promising to marry whoever could vanquish the vampire before she was sacrificed along with 9 other girls. Young John, infatuated with the enchanting Alice, sought to muster the courage to confront the creature. However, he was captured and violated for 3 days and nights before he could even catch a glimpse of the vampire. Upon escaping the forest and returning home, John, racked with pain, uncovered a forbidden relic left by his grandfather, a demonic summoning contract. He sacrificed his beloved steed, dousing the summoning circle with its blood. Overwhelmed with humiliation and rage, young John signed a year-long contract with a demon, granting him power in exchange for 3 pure youths. Afterward, he successfully vanquished the vampire in the forest and captured the creature's servant, turning the tables on his tormentor. Young Alice honored her promise and wed John, who had become a hero and the leader of the cowboys. Years later, Alice stumbled upon John's dark secret regarding the youths he sacrificed to the demon. Terrified, she fled to the town, alerting her family and the residents about John's deeds, intending to report him. That very night, Alice and her family were burned alive in their home by the townsfolk, who had long known John's secret and had tried to kill him. But each attempt had been thwarted by the demon's power. They had since agreed to only sacrifice individuals from outside the town. For decades, each year, adventurous youths visiting the town mysteriously vanished, while the residents remained complicit in concealing these occurrences. Now, as the annual sacrifice to the demon approached, old John had secretly captured 3 vibrant, beautiful young girls a month prior. Yet, since the demon required pure youths, he dared not use real weapons. The boy he found today could easily replace one of the girls. Old John had his eye on one particularly striking girl named Lena, and with a suitable replacement now at hand, he felt satisfied. After binding the youth to the pillar, old John made a special trip to town to purchase some supplements. Returning home to indulge in a lavish dinner and several bottles of exquisitely balanced wine. Staggering drunkenly, old John made his way to the basement. Meanwhile, the previously unconscious boy had awakened and, after struggling to communicate with the similarly imprisoned girls, began to grasp the gravity of their predicament. Yet, clinging to the last vestiges of his humanity, the boy pleaded with the inebriated old John. "Grandfather, could you spare me?" With a dismissive chuckle, old John replied, "Ha ha ha, spare you? How could I possibly enjoy the company of this lovely lady beside me? Such a youthful and alluring figure. Accept your fate, ha ha ha. Younger brother Moyon, I told you not to plead with such a beast. He has long since lost his humanity. He is merely a dying wretch." Anna, filled with rage, berated old John. With a resounding slap, old John struck Anna. Incensed by her words that reminded him of that fateful night when Alice had slapped him and called him a beast after he sought to explain himself. In a fit of fury, old John disregarded the presence of others and violently tore Anna's clothing, revealing her youthful, pristine, and curvaceous form. Overwhelmed by the sight of such an enticing figure, old John hastily shed his own garments, oblivious to the frantic mutterings of the bound summer youth, who was desperately exclaiming, "No, please no. Why? Why must I endure this again? Damn it, I only wished for a mundane life. Why must I be relentlessly forced into this?" Old John, having dragged Anna to a nearby table, pressed her upper body down, preparing to remove her revealing shorts. Suddenly, a rusted iron rod, no thicker than a thumb, pierced through old John's skull. The intense pain compelled old John to turn toward the source of the attack, only to find the summer youth, who had been bound to the pillar, now wielding another iron rod, standing defiantly before the 2 other girls. "A bit painful, isn't it? Damn monkey, why do you resist being sacrificed to the great demon? Just accept your fate." "Ah, but I suppose this adds some excitement to my hunt." Despite the rod embedded in his head, old John advanced step by step toward the youth. The 2 girls stood frozen in shock at the unfolding scene. What had happened to their world? What began as a simple adventure had turned into a nightmare. First, a male classmate was shot. Then they were captured and told they would be sacrificed to a demon from hell. After enduring nearly a month of confinement and torture, a mere ordinary summer youth had somehow managed to break free from chains as thick as a finger, demonstrating strength sufficient to pierce a man's skull with an iron rod. The beast, now impaled, had not immediately succumbed to death, but instead approached them, albeit in pain. What had become of their reality? Were they the ones driven mad? Or was the world itself askew? Moyong, the summer youth who had escaped the laboratory, turned to the 3 girls and whispered, "Close your eyes. Whatever unfolds next, it will be difficult for me if you witness it." The 3 girls obediently shut their eyes, prioritizing their survival over their curiosity. What followed was a violent upheaval as they felt something damp and warm wrap around them, lifting them from their underground prison. After casting the 3 girls out of the basement, Moyong's body began to swell, his once loose clothing tearing apart under the expanding mass. Moyong transformed into a towering figure, muscles bulging and veins prominent, standing a height of 2.5 meters, with dozens of blood-soaked appendages sprouting from his back like grotesque, infantile limbs. Old John, now free from the iron rod, donned a denim outfit, a careless smile gracing his face as he faced Moyong, an embodiment of righteousness against the embodiment of evil. Flames ignited upon old John's form, and wielding a spear forged from hellfire, he charged at Moyong. This infernal power granted to old John by the demons could incinerate souls and consume anything combustible. Moyong stood resolute, seemingly indifferent to the oncoming assault. However, the numerous appendages behind him lunged forth, binding old John's limbs with unyielding force. With a mere exertion, old John found himself suspended in midair, spread-eagled. Unfazed, he scoffed. "Ha ha, you underestimate the flames I wield. This is hellfire. It can burn everything, including souls. You have willingly walked into your demise. Prepare to suffer." The hellfire coursed through the tendrils, restraining old John, its terrifying heat igniting the bloodied appendages, causing them to sizzle and pop. Before long, the flames spread to Ma Yang's own body. He grimaced at the searing agony. The pain transmitted through his nerves to his brain. What? Where was the promised agony of soul burning? He felt less pain than when he had been dissected and revived by researchers in that dark, oppressive laboratory. Old John, initially amused by the flames licking at Ma Yang's form, expected the boy to falter under such torment and relinquish control of the tendrils, allowing him to escape. Confusion etched on his face. He exclaimed, "Impossible! Why do you wear that expression? This is the pain of burning souls. No one could possibly endure it. You must be feigning. Huh? Is this pain? If this is what you call suffering, then what of the agony I endured when my parents sold me? What of the torment I faced in the laboratory? Dissected and stitched back together repeatedly?" With a face devoid of emotion, Ma Yang seemed to mockingly question himself. As he finished speaking, anger surged through him, and with a fierce tug, the tendrils tore old John's limbs apart. With his limbs severed, old John collapsed, writhing in agony, his upper body squirming like a worm on the ground. "Enough of the charade. I know hellfire can restore your body." Upon hearing this, old John ceased his pained howls, and hellfire erupted from his heart. Within mere seconds, his severed limbs regenerated. Old John flexed his newly grown limbs, grinning provocatively at Mu Yang, saying, "What if you know? I am now an immortal being. As long as the flames of hell exist, you can never kill me." "Aha! Is that so? I do not believe it." With a stoic expression, Mu Yang manipulated the tentacles behind him, transforming them into vicious maws with sharp teeth that tightly bound old John once more. The tentacles, armed with their menacing fangs, savagely tore at old John's body. As dozens of tentacles bit into him, intense pain coursed through his entire being, eliciting anguished cries from old John. Yet, where he was bitten, the flames of hell burned and healed him, creating a relentless cycle that gradually diminished the fire consuming him. The demon from hell that had made a pact with old John was not a lord of hell, and the flames required energy to mend injuries. After merely 100 iterations, the hellfire flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing completely. Watching the flames that were about to die out, old John sensed his impending demise and, gritting through the agony of the bites, pleaded with Mu Yang. Spare my life. I do not want to die. Please grant me a reprieve." Mu Yang remained indifferent, standing motionless as he continued to command the tentacles to devour old John entirely, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind. The three girls who had escaped to the surface did not flee immediately. Instead, they listened to the commotion from the basement and, after a brief discussion, dispersed to find makeshift weapons for defense. When Mu Yang emerged from the basement, having reverted to his youthful appearance, he encountered a scene that startled him. Three young girls, visibly tense, brandished kitchen knives, axes, and a hunting rifle they had found, pointed at the basement's entrance. Upon seeing Mu Yang, they sighed in relief and lowered their weapons. With a stiff smile, Mu Yang reassured them, "Do not worry. The matter has been resolved." Overcome with joy, the three girls embraced each other, their words tumbling out in a flurry of excitement for having escaped a dire fate. "Oh my God, I'm alive. Anna, I must tell you, I have always liked you." Mu Yang. The one who had declared her feelings was none other than Lena, initially targeted by old John, but who had redirected her focus to Anna after a heated exchange sparked by Anna's insult. A sudden hush fell over the room as Anna stared incredulously at Lena's confession, then glanced with a perplexed expression at Lillian beside her. Anna had always regarded Lena as a close friend. Although Lena frequently exhibited affectionate gestures, Anna had assumed they were merely signs of a strong friendship. Meanwhile, Lillian appeared heartbroken, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at Lena. Only Mu Yang, an outsider to this emotional turmoil, stood in bewilderment, grappling with the expressions on their faces. What was the nature of their relationship? A love triangle? Mu Yang, still on the cusp of adulthood, found himself utterly confounded. Although he had endured hardships beyond the experience of others, his mind was still that of an adolescent. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Mu Yang interrupted the girl's tangled emotions. His form swelled into that of a towering figure. The previously bloodied tentacles now transformed into monstrous appendages ablaze with black flames from hell. This was the essence of hellfire he had acquired after consuming old John S. Hart. Disregarding the girl's fearful expressions, Mu Yang emotionlessly peeled off 3 small pieces of flesh from his body and extended them towards the girls, stating, "I cannot trust you. I have faced betrayal before and refuse to endure such agony again. Before you lies a choice. Either merge with what I offer and become allies, or be consumed by me here. Now tell me your decision. Time is of the essence. You have but 1 minute to contemplate." The girl stood frozen, petrified by the transformation of the once handsome youth into a creature of tentacles. "You have 30 seconds left to decide." Noticing their paralysis, Mu Yang frowned and urged them. "Brother Mu, please let us go. We can vow never to speak of what transpired today." Anna, the most assertive among them, timidly inquired. The other 2 girls nodded in agreement, assuring, "We will uphold our promise. We swear not to disclose what happened today." Mu Yang regarded them with indifference. "It seems you have made your choice. Farewell." As the tentacles, ablaze with hellfire, encircled the 3 girls, preparing to pierce their bodies, Anna shouted, "Wait. We agree to merge with what you offer." "Anna, no. Lena, we have no other choice. And I am young. I do not wish to die. And Lillian, do not forget about your family in Black State." "Lena, do we not promise to help Lillian find her family together?" "Very well." Ultimately, the 3 girls reached a consensus and approached Mu Yang, accepting the 3 small pieces of flesh he offered. "We consent. What must we do now?" Seeing their resolute expressions, Mu Yang felt an inexplicable amusement. "Swallow them." Or, the girls, suppressing their nausea, pinched their noses and swallowed the pieces whole. "Or press them to your foreheads." "Ugh. Ugh." The 3 girls simultaneously retched, attempting to expel the contents of their stomachs. Finding no way to rid themselves of the flesh within, they despondently glared at Mu Yang with expressions of distress. Once he observed that the 3 girls had ingested the pieces, Mu Yang reverted to his youthful appearance. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny, he shrugged, saying, "I hadn't even finished my sentence before you rushed to swallow them. Now you blame me?" The girls internally berated him countless times for his audacity, yet they dared not express their irritation too openly, fully aware that his earlier actions had demonstrated a rather ruthless disposition. As she noticed their lingering, sorrowful gazes upon her, Mo Yang resolved to divert their attention while also determining whether they could genuinely be her allies. "All right, since you have become part of us, we now have an important task at hand," she declared. "What is it?" they inquired. "From the memories I absorbed from that old beast. The residents of that small town capture or hunt young adventurers who come here for leisure every year. This has persisted for nearly 70 years, and countless youths have suffered here. Our objective is to completely eradicate these malevolent and cruel townsfolk. You will be responsible for this task." Upon hearing the vile actions of the townspeople, who preyed on young explorers, the girls were filled with immense rage. However, when Mo Yang suggested that they take action themselves, they displayed signs of refusal and hesitation. Anna was particularly forthright in her objection. "No, Mo Yang, although we are enraged by their actions, we cannot take it upon ourselves to kill them. That would violate the law. Indeed, besides, we lack the capability." Seeing that the girls had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, Mo Yang's expression hardened. "You may choose not to act, but I will consume you here, and I shall personally eliminate every last inhabitant of that town, even down to the last dog. As for your claim of being incapable, rest assured, from the moment you ingested what you just did, you acquired powers akin to mine. Though you may not rival me, you are certainly capable of slaying an entire town's populace. Consider this. For 70 long years, 3 innocent youths must be sacrificed to the demons each year. What the ordinary townsfolk? Over 70 years, how many lives of outsiders have been lost here? The number is unfathomable. Are you willing to sacrifice your lives for such a slaughterhouse of a town?" After Mo Yang's impassioned speech, doubt crept onto the faces of the 3 girls. Noticing their hesitation, Mo Yang revealed her tentacles, which were ablaze with hellfire. All right, I will go. We will go. Wait, we will go and eliminate everyone in that town right now. See, wasn't it better to agree sooner? Must I reveal my little treasures? Let us not have this happen again. Since its establishment, Andaltown has existed for nearly a century, and over the years, its population has grown to over 3,000. No one could have anticipated that beneath the facade of a peaceful and friendly community lay a place that devours its visitors without remorse. Every year, travelers venturing here for adventure inexplicably vanish. In Idle Town, no one is innocent. Even a small child may lure someone into their home or a carefully crafted trap with a pure smile, only to cruelly take their life. As the trio of young, vibrant girls approached the town's entrance, the lively atmosphere seemed to momentarily freeze. The gazes of the townsfolk, filled with greed and malice, fixated on the girls, only to swiftly revert to friendly or innocent expressions. The three beautiful girls sensed the underlying hostility in those gazes, yet the abrupt change made it seem almost illusory. As compassion stirred within them, they hesitated, pondering whether to act now. A charming boy of about 6 or 7 approached, his large, sparkling eyes wide with innocence. "Beautiful big sisters, are you here on vacation?" Anna knelt down, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair as she replied, "Yes, little one, you are quite adorable." The boy compliant allowed Anna to touzle his soft hair, his pure eyes blinking as if relishing the moment. "Would you like to join our barbecue party? Our town is hosting one tonight, and we've invited many friends." "Sure, thank you. Shall I take you to my home to rest a bit?" The barbecue preparations will take some time. It won't start until nightfall. With a radiant smile, the boy took Anna's hand and led them towards his house. In the fleeting moment when the boy turned, his innocent smile began to take on an eerie quality. The townsfolk watching as the boy led the girls away displayed subtle hints of regret and sorrow. Regret for not taking the initiative and sorrow for the loss of potential prey. Before long, the charming boy brought Anna and her companions to the front of his home. "Here is my house," he exclaimed, pointing at a 4-story villa with a garden. "My parents have gone out to prepare for tonight's barbecue. Come on, I'll take you inside." "Wow, little Raybo, your house is so luxurious, with such a large backyard and garden. Of course, you can play as much as you want at our house tonight. Feel free to do anything." "Thank you, little Raybo." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the town, Mo Yang held a fist-sized, flesh-colored orb in her hand. Initially intending to follow the girls into the town, she was once again guided by a mysterious voice to a pit on the town's periphery. Upon touching the orb, she instantly comprehended its origin and purpose. If the flesh she merged with in the laboratory was the seed of the blood and flesh lord's power scattered upon the earth, then this orb represented a fragment of that very energy and capability. Sensing the insatiable desire in her mind to fuse with the orb, Mo Yang recognized her yearning for immense power, having learned the importance of strength through her past experiences. Without hesitation, she made a 20-centimeter incision into her chest, exposing bone, and pressed the orb firmly against the wound, forcing it into her body. As the wound absorbed the orb's energy, her body instinctively generated countless tiny tendrils to envelop it, pulling it towards her heart with fervor. Mo Yang stood still, eyes closed, feeling the surge of power and myriad abilities as they coursed through her. She could distinctly sense that she now possessed thousands of different capabilities. Setting aside the lesser abilities, those more potent powers she felt could truly be described as godlike. The incomprehensibly powerful physical strength capable of tearing the earth asunder, alongside the formidable abilities that could obliterate the continents of Earth. If I am not a deity, then who else could claim such a title? What, then, am I truly waiting for? Am I to rely on those 3 cowardly parasites to resolve this predicament themselves? In the past, I could not have been deemed a strong individual, thus the weak banded together for survival. Yet now, endowed with such immense power, I no longer require any companions. The strong shall always walk alone. Ha ha ha. With a maniacal grin plastered across his face, Mo Yang strode toward the small town, each step causing his form to swell. When he was less than 1,000 meters from the town, he had grown to a staggering height of over 1,000 meters. Mo Yang's towering figure cast a shadow that completely enveloped the entire town. His body was now adorned with writhing tentacles that resembled the girth of an adult's arm. Each tentacle ended in a maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Unbeknownst to Mo Yang, as he began to merge with the flesh of the blood and flesh lord, the chaotic madness gradually began to infiltrate his consciousness. After all, power comes at a cost. The principle of equal exchange governs all things. That which is freely given often carries a far greater price. The residents of Andal Town, shrouded in shadow, initially believed that the sun was merely obscured by clouds. It was not until a trembling individual pointed at the giant and screamed in terror that the gravity of their situation dawned upon them. Panic spread as they realized they were being scrutinized by a colossal creature, its body teeming with tentacles. Gulp! A parched throat swallowed hard. The body felt weak and feeble. Andal Town was now enveloped in an eerie silence. Crash! An unknown object clattered to the ground, shattering the oppressive quiet. Everyone began to flee in a frenzy, for they could clearly see the murky madness and delirium lurking in the eyes of the enormous beast before them. No, Mo Yang, you promised us we would take action. You cannot do this. Indeed, Mo Yang, you must have misunderstood. The residents of this town are incredibly friendly and warm-hearted Americans. They are not the malevolent beings you claim them to be. Anna, Lena, and Lillian stared in disbelief. It was clear he had instructed them to come and handle things themselves. It was evident that the townspeople were kind-hearted and welcoming. Surely, it would suffice to identify old John's accomplices. Why must he annihilate and kill everyone in the town? Mo Yang observed the scattering humans beneath him, who seemed smaller than ants, their panic palpable. Yet, 3 of these insignificant beings dared to confront him. He released an unintelligible chuckle. Hith hith. Inviting you to resolve this was merely a means to secure a companion to assist me in leaving America. It was also an opportunity for your survival. Yet, not only have you failed to fulfill this, but you have also dared to question me. On what grounds do you presume to claim such entitlement? Truly, I should have harbored not even the slightest hope for the people of this land. Now, nothing else matters. With such power, no one can hinder my return to my homeland, to that place where I am cherished. Thus, you have forfeited your chance at survival. It is time to end this. As Mo Yang uttered his final word, an arm stretching hundreds of meters reached out, unleashing a multitude of sharp tentacles that ensnared the fleeing townsfolk with precision. At the ends of the tentacles, the tooth-lined maws bit into the captured residents, a tremendous suction drawing them into a lifeless husk. In the garden of a villa within the town, Anna and her companions sat despondently on the lush grass, utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. The once gentle youth who had comforted them mere moments ago had transformed dramatically in such a short span. Even though they had received a portion of Mo Yang's power, they would have had a chance to escape prior, but now, with his exaggerated size, strength, and the precise control of his tentacles, hope was utterly extinguished. Their only option was to wait for death. You once had a chance, but your misguided compassion led to your downfall. So do not blame me. I merely wish to lead the ordinary life of a typical boy. If blame is to be assigned, let fall upon those who sold me and those who tormented me in that laboratory. With a swift motion, 3 robust tentacles pierced through the chests of the 3 girls, followed by a bite to the neck of the pure-hearted maiden. In less than 10 seconds, the vibrant young women were reduced to 3 withered skeletal husks. In under a minute, every living being in Andal Town, from the friliest elder to the tiniest newborn kitten, had succumbed to a state of desiccated remains. To ensure there were no voids or basements left untouched, Mo Yang took a few bounding steps throughout the town, content only when the earth beneath Andal Town had collapsed several meters before he nodded in satisfaction and prepared to depart. Meanwhile, in the heart of Washington, D.C., the Guardians Alliance headquarters was engulfed by the blaring sound of alarms. Recently revived superheroes emerged from their chambers, their faces etched with fatigue. Chapter 52. The incomplete Silver Superman. To ensure there were no voids or basements left untouched, Mo Yang took a few bounding steps throughout the town, content only when the earth beneath Andal Town had collapsed several meters before he nodded in satisfaction and prepared to depart. Meanwhile, in the heart of Washington, D.C., the Guardians Alliance headquarters was engulfed by the blaring sound of alarms. Recently revived superheroes emerged from their chambers, their faces etched with fatigue. Iron Man, Tony Stark, pushed open the door to the conference room, finding it already filled with people. Director Nick, what calamity has befallen us now? Can we not enjoy a moment of peace? Tony Stark, initially at a loss for words, found himself unable to restrain his complaints upon seeing the serious expression on Nick Fury's face. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I truly did not intend to disturb your rest. But there is a matter of utmost urgency that may concern the very survival of America. Tony Stark casually seated himself, propping his feet on the conference table, fiddling with the desk ornaments as he asked nonchalantly, "Oh, is that so? Another matter threatening America's existence? Why does it seem that such crises arise daily? You must remember that just yesterday we were dispatched as easily as flies. If not for that celestial being, I doubt you would still see us. And yet, we have had less than 5 hours of rest since. All right, Tony, it is my fault for disturbing your rest. But now I believe we should take a look at this. Nick Fury, not wishing to provoke the agitated Tony Stark further, rose from his seat and pressed a button before him. A holographic projection appeared above the conference table, depicting the scene of Mo Yang's towering figure demolishing Andaltown. From the projection, Tony Stark could already ascertain that this was no mere prank or doctored image, yet he could not resist making a quip. Oh wow, what a colossal giant. This film looks remarkably realistic. Could you tell me its title? I'll be sure to watch it. Tony, do you truly believe that I summoned you all to this grave occasion merely to watch a film? This is a video transmitted from satellite surveillance, and it is currently unfolding in a small town near our city. Moreover, residents within hundreds of miles have witnessed it. Tony Stark, with a glimmer of despair in his eyes, spoke as if mocking his own sentiments. What can we possibly do? You saw it. Based on the size of the object in the footage, that colossal entity stands at least 1,000 meters tall. Do you understand what that signifies? It implies that its physical strength far surpasses that of diamond, and it might even exceed the hardness of adamantium. How are we to confront such a monster? Are we to court death? Let us not forget, we have already perished once. Indeed, it is true, for you are the only one present who has not tasted death. As Tony Stark's agitation escalated, he ultimately lost all semblance of rationality, shouting within the confines of the conference room. The assembled superheroes were taken aback by this display, yet they comprehended the depth of Stark's emotional turmoil. After all, they had all faced death, not once but twice. Furthermore, the colossal celestial being had previously stated that the Time Stone could no longer be utilized to rescue them. Any attempt to manipulate the timeline would result in catastrophic consequences for the entire world. Nick Fury, realizing the weight of Stark's outburst, softened his tone. Ahem, the reason I called you here was to discuss whether we should summon the Superman who is basking in the sun. He seems to be the only one capable of addressing this predicament. The superheroes exchanged glances, acknowledging that this might be the sole viable solution. Reluctantly, their eyes shifted toward Diana, the Wonder Woman, seated at the head of the conference table, for she alone could reach out to that individual. Understood. Allow me to step out and make a call. Wonder Woman Diana retreated to her quarters, retrieving a specially modified satellite phone, dialing a number marked with a bat emblem. Moments later, Diana returned to the conference room, addressing the assembly. I am currently in contact with Superman. He should arrive at the scene shortly. Should we adjust the satellite surveillance to observe the situation? As Iron Man, Tony Stark connected his corporation's satellite to the Guardian's conference room. The video displayed the colossal creature, Mu Yang, transformed into a 1,000-meter-tall behemoth, sensing danger with his heightened abilities. He gazed intently at the position of the sun, his expression grave. From Earth's perspective, a small black dot rapidly magnified in the central position of the sun, as if something were hurtling towards Earth at an astonishing speed from the solar body. Despite it being evening, when temperatures would typically begin to cool, the heat was intensifying and the air became increasingly stifling. A figure tore through the cloud-laden sky, arriving before the gigantic tentacled monster hovering in midair. It was Superman, Clark Kent, yet he had undergone a profound transformation. While his physique remained unchanged, his golden locks and the faint silver glow emanating from him, coupled with the distorted space surrounding him, testified to his immense power. After 2.5 years, Superman had deliberated with Bruce Wayne, recognizing that only by enhancing his strength could he better confront external threats and safeguard the Earth and the United States. Having delved deep into the sun for the past 2.5 years, absorbing its formidable energy, Superman had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Mu Yang, observing his once-admired hero, felt a complex mix of emotions, resolutely clenching his massive fists, extending his hundreds of meters long arm to strike Superman. Boom! Upon impact, the surrounding void trembled as a thunderous sound reverberated for miles. The ground, supported by Mu Yang's titanic strength, buckled under the force, leaving a vast crater where he stood. The tremors echoed for hundreds of kilometers, mimicking the aftermath of a violent earthquake, causing fragile structures to collapse. Mu Yang felt the immense force reverberating through his fist and could not help but furrow his brow. Though he had not unleashed his full might, this strike should have obliterated a sprawling city, yet his fist met no resistance. Suddenly, his danger sense detected an imminent threat. Before he could react, an overwhelming force struck his left cheek, propelling his massive form thousands of meters into the air before crashing down. Though it was merely a single position's distance, it was enough to astonish Mu Yang. Realizing something, flames of hellfire ignited across Mu Yang's colossal form, accompanied by a dense steam that even Superman's extraordinary vision could not penetrate. In the next moment, the steam dissipated, revealing Mu Yang restored to his normal height. The earlier blow from Superman had illuminated the drawbacks of his gigantic form. While his strength and speed remained formidable, his agility and reflexes were significantly hampered by his size. Despite foreseeing the enemy's attack, the delay in his massive body's reactions hindered his ability to evade. Feeling his body reach its peak in responsiveness, agility, speed, and strength, Mu Yang broke into a wild, manic laughter. "Come forth, my once-admired superhero. Let us engage in a true battle." Ha ha. Supplementary note. The mythical legacy bearer Hong, upon achieving his true self and transcending to a celestial existence, Zhou Hong departed from the Western worldview, entering a realm of chaos. As he traversed this void, Zhou Hong sensed an enigmatic calling, compelling him to press onward. Yet within this chaos, there existed no concepts of direction, nor time, and even the notion of existence began to erode. Here, it seemed that all was non-existent. Even Zhou Hong, having attained the true self realm, felt his essence being gradually worn away by the chaos. If this continued, his profound truth would eventually be consumed by the void, leading to the obliteration of his past, present, and future. This was the nature of chaos, capable of eroding all. In the absence of temporal understanding, Zhou Hong was unaware of how long he had wandered, perhaps an instant or, conversely, an eternity. The vague sensation intensified until, at last, Zhou Hong beheld a cluster of palatial structures rising amidst the chaos. These edifices, constructed from unknown materials, appeared impervious to the ravages of the void. Each palace radiated an aura reminiscent of an entire cosmos, instilling in Zhou Hong an overwhelming sense of dread. At a loss before the palace's entrance, Zhou Hong watched as the grand doors swung open, revealing a young girl clad in simple attire who approached him and offered a slight bow. "Friend Zhou, my esteemed master has foreseen your arrival here. Please, allow me to escort you for a conversation. Great Celestial Venerable, may I inquire as to the identity of your esteemed master?" The young girl stood tall and proud, responding to Zhou Hong with an air of superiority. "My esteemed master is none other than the ancestor of the primordial path, the pioneer of the great path of the primordial, the grand master of the original primordial, the head of the Primordial Transcendence Academy, the supreme holy, great celestial venerable Hong, a figure who illuminates the infinite realms beyond and possesses an unparalleled legacy in mythology." "What? Huh?" The young girl's chest puffed out even further, her face radiating with immense pride, as if urging Zhou Hong to offer his compliments to her esteemed master. However, Zhou Hong genuinely had no knowledge of who Hong was. He only recognized the name Hong Jun Laozu. Observing Zhou Hong's expression, the young girl realized that he was entirely unfamiliar with her esteemed master. "Never mind, it's evident you hail from a lesser place, unaware of the significance of a figure of mythic renown. Come, let us proceed to meet my esteemed master." "Very well, thank you, my friend." The young disciple summoned a cloud, allowing Zhou Hong to stand upon it, while continuously chattering away. Quickly, you must know, our esteemed master's palace is vast. With your current cultivation, it would take you eons to traverse to the other end of the palace. Each room is akin to an entire celestial realm. Only I can guide you there in a timely manner." As they traveled, Zhou Hong absorbed the incessant chatter of the young disciple and began to glean a rudimentary understanding of the place. This was the branch of the Primordial Transcendence Academy, which recruited fortunate individuals from the myriad realms every epoch. To graduate from here, one must achieve the state of half-transcendence, attaining the unique true self amidst the celestial realms. The esteemed master referred to by the young disciple was none other than Hong Jun, the ancestor of the primordial path, though this title was only from his past. Having transcended the vast primordial realms, he was now known simply as Hong. Before Zhou Hong could delved deeper into the young disciple's revelations. She informed him that they had arrived. Chapter 53. What is justice? Feeling an exhilarating peak in his reflexes, agility, speed, and strength, Mo Yang erupted into a manic laughter. Come forth, the superhero I once idolized. Let us commence a true battle. Ha ha ha. With that, Mo Yang bent his legs slightly, and in the next moment, he forcefully propelled himself from the ground, creating a massive crater as he shot upwards, launching a punch directly at Superman Clark's face. Boom! Superman Clark, with his superhuman reflexes, swiftly countered with a punch of his own, the two fists colliding with a thunderous explosion that dispersed the clouds above. After the initial clash, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, each strike resonating with power comparable to a nuclear explosion or even greater. They seemed unsatisfied with aerial combat, descending to the ground before soaring back into the sky. From the skies above Andale Town to Washington, and then from Washington to Florida, they collided hundreds of times each second. Everywhere they passed, the aftermath of their clashes obliterated everything in their wake. Cities crumbled to ruins, forests turned to wastelands, and the earth itself was torn asunder. The three continents of America bore the brunt of their relentless combat, leaving immense craters in their path, while the atmosphere strained under the pressure, producing sharp, tearing sounds. At that moment, the Guardian Tower in Washington was reduced to rubble amid their tumultuous struggle. Superheroes hurriedly retreated to underground shelters. Onlookers gazed at the titanic clash above, realizing that the force unleashed was beyond human capability. It was akin to the might of deities from myth. Yet, the fierce battle had devastated the three continents of America, and attempts to contact Superman amidst the chaos proved futile, as nothing could withstand the residual shockwaves of their conflict. In the sky, Superman Clark caught Mo Yang's incoming punch, reversing the hold and hurling him into a towering mountain 3,000 meters high. With a thunderous crash, the mountain collapsed, and a volcano erupted, sending forth underground eruptions. Just as Superman contemplated pursuing Mo Yang, he was suddenly overwhelmed by the cries of despair and anguish from the American populace. He abruptly halted, realizing the devastation wrought by their battle. With his superhuman vision, he beheld countless citizens of the three continents, bereaved and numb, sitting amidst the ruins of their homes. At that moment, a beeping sound emanated from the extraterrestrial communication device, which had remained relatively intact on his chest. Superman Clark quickly activated the communicator, hearing Batman's urgent voice on the other end. Superman, you finally answered. Listen, this cannot continue. If you both persist in battling within America, the entirety of this free land will be devastated by your conflict. You must lure him away or transport the fight to space. And remember, if you cannot take him to space, at least do not engage in battle on American soil. Anywhere else is acceptable, but not here. Listening to Batman's grave and serious admonition, Superman Clark pondered for a moment before nodding solemnly. Understood. I will follow your advice. With the communicator still active, he placed it back against his chest, his expression grave as he faced the approaching Mo Yang, ignoring the fierce punches and allowing them to strike his chest. He then embraced Mo Yang and surged toward the cosmos at incredible speed. Upon witnessing Superman Clark's unusual behavior, Mo Yang seemed to grasp his intent, yet he would not allow Superman to achieve his goal, as this was his own battleground of torment. Mo Yang thrashed violently, attempting to break free from Superman's grasp. However, the power of Superman, nearly evolved into a silver Superman, was immeasurable. The arms holding him were as unyielding as adamantine. In desperation, Mo Yang expanded his body, transforming his formerly human-sized form into a colossal 10 meters, narrowly escaping Superman's hold. Yet, Superman, recalling Batman's caution, could not take Mo Yang into space. Instead, he opted to expel him from the free land of America. First, he delivered a punch to the now enlarged Mo Yang, sending him flying over 100 kilometers away, then pursued him in a flash, delivering another kick that propelled him another 100 kilometers, before pressing him against his abdomen and soaring beyond the borders of America. Mo Yang, aware of Superman Clark's intent, retaliated with a vicious elbow strike to Superman's back while being propelled outward. Though this caused Superman considerable trouble, he steadfastly carried Mo Yang to a vast prairie on the continent of Africa, crashing him into a canyon that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. They were now over 10,000 kilometers away from America, and Superman Clark, having accomplished his task, exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Mo Yang, pinned against the canyon, refrained from retaliating against Superman. Extracting his body from the crevice of the canyon and returning to his normal form, he stepped forward, treading upon the void, until he stood before Superman Clark. With a grin that revealed his pearly white teeth, he gazed at Superman, who spoke in an ambiguous tone, and asked Superman, "Do you recall the words I uttered when we first met? Ha ha ha. You have always been the superhero I admired most. 2.5 years ago, I even dreamed of acquiring powers to become a hero like you. Ha ha ha. Truly, I am quite the jest. Ha ha ha." Superman Clark was taken aback. Despite their fierce battle, his adversary chose to inquire about him rather than launch a counterattack during his moment of weakness. With a grave expression, Superman asked, "If you have idolized superheroes from the beginning, why, upon gaining power, did you not endeavor to become a hero for the people, but instead wielded your strength to mercilessly slaughter the innocent?" Upon hearing Superman's words, Mo Yang erupted in laughter, a mocking tone evident in his mirth. "Ha ha ha. A superhero? Indeed. You wonder why I did not become a superhero? Ha ha ha. Why? Is it not because of America? Do you know what I have endured over these past 2.5 years? The politicians and military personnel of America have incessantly dissected my body, studying me again and again." As he spoke, 2 murky tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes, contrasting with his laughter. 2.5 years. Time and time again, I wished to escape, yet they dragged me back. I sought mercy, only to receive even more brutal beatings and derision. What's more tragic is that I discovered some of your so-called superheroes acting as bodyguard for the researchers. Is this your notion of a superhero? Ha ha. Superman fell silent, understanding the grim reality Mo Yang had endured. He was aware that such atrocities had long plagued America, yet felt powerless to effect change. In the past, his superhuman hearing had caught numerous cries for help. He had been passionate and impulsive, recklessly destroying research facilities to rescue those subjected to experimentation. Yet, the consequence of his actions was that no matter how many he saved, an unseen force would inevitably recapture them, leading to even more extreme experiments and suffering. After once again destroying a research facility, he found himself surrounded by the military. From that moment on, he recognized the puppeteer behind the scenes. Yet, he felt powerless to alter the course of events. Superman had often pondered whether, with his unparalleled strength on Earth, he could decisively change everything. However, he realized that the implementation of such a plan would cost countless lives and shatter numerous families. Thus, he hesitated, knowing he lacked the resolve to make that choice. Even his super hearing became a seldom used tool. As long as he could silence the incessant cries for help, he could evade the burden of responsibility. Mo Yang approached Superman Clark without any defenses, gripping his collar and demanding answers. "So when we, those who genuinely need your help, call out to you from the shadows, where are you?" As the last word left his lips, Mo Yang, filled with rage, yanked Superman's collar with one hand while throwing a punch at his face with the other. That furious blow failed to send Superman flying or draw blood, akin to a mere mortal's fist striking against steel. Yet, that seemingly feeble punch caused Superman Clark to stagger and fall to the ground, his once mighty frame now slightly bent. The indomitable spirit in his eyes began to crumble under the weight of that powerless fist, especially as he recognized that the man before him had called out for him countless times in despair. Guilt surged within him. "I am sorry. In my attempt to escape reality, I feigned ignorance to your pleas for help, resulting in all of this. I can no longer face you or those I could have saved. I'm truly sorry. However, you must not cruelly slaughter thousands of innocent residents in a small town. That has crossed my line." Superman, initially filled with remorse, felt fury rise within him at the mention of Mo Yang's atrocities. His eyes sharpened, and he retaliated with a powerful punch, sending Mo Yang flying 100 kilometers into a small city. The tremendous force propelled Mo Yang through the city, and due to the speed of his flight, he broke the sound barrier, carving a wide chasm hundreds of meters deep. As Mo Yang gazed at the destruction he had wrought, and then at Superman Clark, who stood 100 kilometers away, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. A wild laugh escaped his lips, growing increasingly manic. "Ha ha, ha ha ha." Seemingly unsatisfied with just laughter, Mo Yang plopped down on the ground, pounding the earth as he cackled. Tears streamed down his face, dripping onto the ground. Yet with each laugh, he felt an increasing sense of liberation. Superman Clark, having flown down to confront him, observed Mo Yang's erratic behavior and furrowed his brow. What is so amusing? Do you not feel remorse for your sins? How can you laugh so wildly? Mo Yang paid no heed to Superman's presence, continuing his maniacal laughter. After a while, as if finally releasing the pin-up emotions, he rose to his feet, his expression devoid of mirth as he addressed Superman Clark. I'm not laughing at anything. I merely find myself ridiculous. Now that I have laughed enough, are you prepared for what comes next? Superman Clark sensed a distinct change in the man before him. Although his aura and appearance remained unchanged, something profound had shifted, eluding his comprehension. Prepared for what? Mo Yang suddenly lifted his gaze, fierce determination igniting within his eyes as he spoke each word deliberately. Of course, I am ready for a battle to the death. Come, let me witness what a so-called superhero truly embodies. Dark, hellish flames ignited across Mo Yang's body, his once mundane form rapidly ascending to a height of 1,000 meters. His colossal frame causing the clouds to encircle around his chest. From his back sprouted numerous thick, fiery tendrils, ablaze with infernal flames. To the black populace of the continent, Mo Yang resembled a monstrous deity from the realms of cosmic horror, his immense form surrounded by writhing tendrils of hellfire, compelling them to kneel in reverence, muttering incomprehensible incantations. Father, Father. Superman Clark, witnessing Mu Yang transform into such a colossal figure, spoke with a mocking tone. No matter how you change, you remain no match for me. Surrender now, and I shall escort you back to America to face justice. Huh, such fine words. I fear the only judgment I will face is being confined in a sunless research facility for endless experimentation. Now I see what your so-called superheroes truly are. Do you believe I would still trust you? Prepare to meet your demise. Mu Yang's enormous mouth opened wide, unleashing an invisible sound wave that surged towards Superman Clark in a fan-like spread, a devastating sonic blast akin to that of the Inhuman King, Black Bolt. Wherever the sound wave passed, it obliterated all in its path, rendering even Superman, with his steel-like physique, unable to withstand its might. Mu Yang's immense size and formidable body amplified the destructiveness of the sound wave to an unprecedented level, erasing an entire nation from the map of Black Continent with a single blast. Clark, witnessing this, was filled with indignation. He exhaled a frigid breath capable of freezing an entire city, yet the slow spread of the freezing air allowed Mu Yang to evade it. Consequently, the city behind the unharmed Mu Yang was transformed into a frozen wasteland, every living being turned into lifeless ice sculptures, devoid of any vitality. Mu Yang, deliberately positioned before the frozen city, threw a punch at Superman. Clark retaliated with his heat vision, prompting Mu Yang to swiftly dodge, redirecting the heat beam towards the icy city. Puffed, puffed, hiss. The heat vision cleaved through the frozen metropolis, splitting all structures and inhabitants in two. This only further enraged Superman Clark. The two engaged in another fierce battle, which now transitioned from America to the Black Continent, with neither holding back, resulting in even greater devastation. In merely half an hour, over a dozen nations on the Black Continent vanished from Earth, leaving millions homeless and countless casualties in their wake. Beep, beep. A series of electronic beeps emanated from Superman's chest. Ah, damn it. You dare to resist. Look at the destruction you've wrought. I shall not let you go unpunished. The communicator on his chest pulled the furious Superman back to reality. Gazing upon the obliterated nations of the Black Continent and the countless homeless individuals, Clark erupted in rage. Ha! This is unbearable. Know that all this is your doing. I was merely trying to avoid cities and rural areas. Yet you relentlessly attacked populated regions. Is this what a superhero is? This is the essence of a superhero. Superhero, the god of mankind, Superman Clark. You cannot kill me. If this continues, you will entirely annihilate the African continent, and it will be your doing, not mine. Ha ha. Ha. Superman Clark, now overwhelmed with concern, realized he had nearly exhausted his strength, yet still failed to subdue Mu Yang. Moreover, the words of this individual rang true. If this continued, even if he shattered the Black Continent, he might still not capture him. Could he allow this individual, guilty of unspeakable crimes in America, to roam free? Meanwhile, the Guardians of the Universe, now able to communicate with extraterrestrial high-tech devices, were also troubled. If even Superman Clark, who had basked in the sun for 2.5 years, could not subdue Mu Yang, what was the point of their considerable efforts and the immense losses incurred? In the conference room, Nick Fury surveyed the assembled superheroes, raising a question. Gentlemen, ladies, if even Superman Clark cannot resolve this, what should we do? Suddenly, Iron Man Tony Stark recalled something and swiftly turned to Black Widow Natasha beside him, saying, Natasha, please contact the owner of the Hao Ian Martial Arts Academy, Yi Hao. I believe he would be more than willing to assist in this matter. Additionally, Director Fury, you should reach out to the president of the Biotech Corporation, Lin Tian. I suspect he would find the criminal's physiology quite intriguing. As for me, I shall contact the president of the fund organization, Lu Ming. Furthermore, the armor that Batman and I have been developing has yielded results. I trust you will soon witness the true power of the armor from a decade ago. I intend to demonstrate to the world that America remains the strongest guardian of Earth. Indeed, how could we forget those who have collaborated with us? With their formidable strength, they can undoubtedly assist Superman Clark in apprehending the criminal. Tony Stark clapped his hands together, placing them on the table, addressing the assembly now. We must take immediate action. I will utilize the power of the armor to help Superman stall the criminal, and I hope you can swiftly gather our allies. Let's rise once more for America to stand atop the world. With that, Tony Stark was the first to exit the conference room, taking the underground elevator down to a secret chamber 2,000 meters below ground, where a unique prisoner was held. Though referred to as a prisoner, he was actually a human with extraordinary powers, having once rescued Tony Stark from the clutches of the 10 Rings in the desert using the armor's strength. Why was he confined 2,000 meters underground? It was because his power was overwhelmingly potent. Iron Man, Tony Stark, could never forget the supreme, regal strength akin to the sun at the center of the world. Recognizing this power, Tony Stark collaborated with Batman to locate the armor's owner. The smartest minds united, and within 3 days, they successfully pinpointed the individual. Upon discovering that the armor's owner was a frail, powerless individual of Hispanic descent, they seized the opportunity and, while he was unguarded, rendered him unconscious and brought him here. Now, after a decade of research, Tony Stark and Batman Wayne had extracted the bloodline power from his body. Tony Stark approached the young Hispanic man, disregarding the hatred, regret, and fury in his eyes, and took a syringe to extract a vial of blood. After collecting the blood, he navigated through multiple security checkpoints to a secure chamber, retrieving a golden, ornate belt adorned with 5 different symbols, before ascending to the rooftop of the Guardian's Tower, where he donned the belt and infused it with the young man's blood. Tony Stark felt the call of the sun in space, radiating a brilliant golden light, with the majestic silhouette of the exquisite armor looming around him. This magnificent armor incorporated features from 5 different sets, including dragon heads, eagle wings, tiger shoulders, mastiff backs, and rhinoceros legs. The primary hue is golden, symbolizing the Emperor's supreme authority, accented with silver embellishments. The bodysuit is adorned in black and purple, with critical areas such as the eye mask and shield accentuated in red. Emblazoned on the belt and knee sections are the contrasting black and white yin-yang taiji symbols, while the 8 yellow dots surrounding the belt, along with the fiery dragon, wind hawk, black rhinoceros, and snow mastiff insignias, represent the 8 trigrams and the 5 elements. As a beam of light, surpassing the speed of light, emanates from the sun in the starry sky, poised to enter Earth. The armor is on the verge of materializing from the ethereal realm. On the moon, a certain individual, sensing a familiar power awakening on Earth, discovers that it is triggered by a person exhibiting distinctly Western traits. This ignites the elemental forces within him, and as the solar rays approach within mere kilometers of Tony Stark, they suddenly veer off towards the unseen moon. Atop the rooftop, Tony Stark stands with outstretched arms, eyes slightly squinted in anticipation of receiving the power from the celestial sun. However, he is taken aback as the redirected solar energy beams leave him in bewilderment. Could it be that Qin Ziyang's bloodline lacks potency? No, I must extract a few more vials. Iron Man, Tony Stark, descends to the basement to extract several more vials of blood before returning to the rooftop, ready to summon the ultimate armor's power. Yet this time, the response is even less than before. At least previously he had garnered a reaction from the sun, But now, not even a whisper of energy is forthcoming. What on earth is going wrong? Why did I have such a strong premonition of success just moments ago? I was so close to summoning a force akin to that of the heavens and the earth. Damn it, what am I to do now? While Tony Stark struggles with his endeavors, Black Widow Natasha successfully establishes contact with Yi Hao, the master of Haotian martial arts, and Lin Tian, the president of the Life Protection Technology Company. SHIELD. Director Nick Fury also manages to reach the president of the Life Foundation. The three have agreed to intervene and assist Superman in subduing the criminals ravaging the African continent. Tony Stark returns to the conference room with a grim demeanor, ignoring those present, and after confirming with Natasha and Nick, he silently retreats to his chamber, instructing JARVIS to relay the visuals to his personal computer. In the continent of Black Africa, a colossal creature towering over 1,000 meters, a tentacle giant, deftly shifts its body, unleashing a searing laser beam across a bustling city. The intense heat and unparalleled cutting power cleave the city in twain. Suspended in the air, Superman has lost all reason, unleashing his full arsenal of abilities. Despite inflicting countless wounds upon the massive form of Moyo, his formidable healing factor restores him, while any damage he evades wreaks havoc upon the populace of the African continent. If this continues, it seems that before Moyo can be apprehended and judged, the entire continent will face utter annihilation. With a single punch, Moyo sends Superman Clark flying into a mountain range. As he strides forward to pursue, a dragon-shaped illusion descends from the sky, striking the unprepared Moyo and sending him hurtling 100 miles away. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, a young man clad in black attire with long hair appears, emblazoned with a prominent Hao on his chest. This newcomer is none other than Yi Hao, the master of Haotian martial arts. To the right of the fallen Moyo, a colossal green monster, adorned with bony spikes and towering hundreds of meters, seizes one of Moyo's legs with its powerful arms, effortlessly hurling the 1,000-meter giant several kilometers into a vast canyon, causing the ground to shatter upon impact. This green behemoth is none other than Lin Tian, the secret weapon of the Life Protection Technology Company, enhanced with Superman Serum, the Hulk Serum, and the Blacklight Virus. Before Moyo can rise, a diminutive yet fearsome creature, attempting to gnaw at his arm, is sent flying by Moyo's swat, only to reform instantaneously, its body expanding and its metallic scales multiplying until it transforms into a monstrous entity over 600 meters in length. This creature is the Life Foundation's containment subject, known as the Indestructible Abomination, SCP-682. With a slight exertion, Moyo manages to swat the now enlarged SCP-682 away, gazing at the two individuals and two monsters closing in on him. Moyo grins widely, revealing his gleaming white teeth. What? Unable to defeat me, you called for reinforcements? I couldn't care less. Come on, let me see how you intend to slay me. This time, I will give it my all. From 10,000 meters above, Yi Hao, with a righteous expression, declares to Moyo, you have violated the laws of America. Now I shall represent justice and bring you to account. Seeing the slightly older Asian youth before him boldly utter such words without a hint of hesitation causes Moyo to struggle to contain his laughter. Ha! I can't take it anymore. Ha ha! What a fine example of a new generation American youth. Then you shall perish. Moyo's laughter abruptly transforms as he unleashes the powers of the Inhuman King, Black Bat King, sending a destructive sound wave hurtling toward Yi Hao. However, Yi Hao sidesteps the attack with a deft maneuver, and just as Moyo plans to continue his assault, he is unexpectedly struck to the ground by a well-prepared Superman. With a thunderous crash, Moyo's massive form tumbles down, his heightened senses alerting him to an imminent threat. He swiftly rolls aside, narrowly evading the atomic ray spewed forth from the green behemoth. Though Moyo escapes, the capital and palace of the country of Yusufi, 200 kilometers behind him, do not. Obliterated in the atomic explosion. Even as Moyo dodges, SCP-682 manages to sink its teeth into his thigh, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Although Moyo swiftly retaliates and flattens SCP-682 into a pancake, the creature's regenerative abilities render it insignificant. In the next moment, SCP-682 undergoes further evolution, towering over 1,000 meters and surpassing Moyo in height. now capable of unleashing terrifying energy attacks. Each movement of this gigantic figure triggers tremors across the land for dozens of kilometers. In an instant, Moyo finds himself overwhelmed by two individuals and two monsters. Despite possessing thousands of formidable abilities, he faces adversaries renowned as the gods among men. Superman Clark, the enigmatic master of Haotian martial arts Yi Hao, and the terrifying Green Behemoth. Alongside the true monster among monsters, SCP-682. Although Mo Yang was able to temporarily withstand the assault of four enemies. Everyone observing this battle understood that the outcome was already decided. No one could escape and scathe from the hands of four beings comparable to deities. When Mo Yang was pinned to the ground by the indomitable abyssal lizard, and subsequently frozen and controlled by the chilling breath of the Superman. The overwhelming heat vision of Superman. The atomic breath charged within the maw of the biochemical protection company's colossal creature. And the accumulating energy within the abyssal lizard culminated in a devastating display of power. The master of Haotian martial arts, Yi Hao, unleashed a dragon-shaped true energy that soared over 10,000 meters. The primordial breath, the immense dragon energy, the searing heat vision at tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. And the energy breath all converged upon the frozen figure of Mo Yang. The sheer magnitude of the energy unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, rendering even the most powerful atomic bomb insignificant in its wake. A blinding light compelled both the humans and the monstrous entities present to shield their eyes. And following the thunderous explosion, all that remained was a vast crater several thousand meters deep and hundreds of kilometers wide. The entire Black Continent was irrevocably shattered into 10 smaller land masses as ocean waters surged through the vast fissures of the African continent, pouring into the gaping void. The battle concluded, and the superheroes emerged victorious. Distant in America, the superheroes watching this clash rose in unison, celebrating the arrival of triumph. Victory had been achieved. The outcome was paramount, the journey insignificant. Now, with life on the Black Continent precariously hanging by a thread, whether anyone could survive the subsequent explosion of tremendous energy was of little consequence. However, in the days that followed, a global tally revealed to the populace that had it not been for the African diaspora in various nations, the Black ethnic group might have faced complete annihilation. Even television stations rejoiced in broadcasting the superheroes of America once again saving the world. Since this event was precipitated by the registered mutant Mo Yang, a wave of anti-mutant demonstrations erupted among the humanoid Black populations worldwide. On the streets of America, countless individuals rallied in front of government buildings, holding banners imploring the eradication of all mutants on Earth to prevent another tragedy akin to the disintegration of the Black Continent. As for what Mo Yang had endured, or why he had transformed into such a being, no one seemed to care. The public only knew that the mutant Mo Yang had leveraged his formidable powers to obliterate 3 cities in America, causing millions of casualties, before fleeing to the Black Continent to unleash his abilities, nearly leading to the extinction of his own kind. The few remaining members of the Black ethnic group sought to establish laws for the protection of their kind in their respective nations, hoping to affirm their status as a precious demographic in the global landscape. Some smaller nations, compelled by circumstance, enacted such protective laws, but the more powerful nations disregarded these pleas, opting instead to imprison the disruptive members of the Black ethnic group. Thus, the world tumultuously passed a fortnight, as people became once more ensnared by the troubles of daily life. In merely 2 weeks, the monumental event of the Black Continent's destruction was overshadowed by a deluge of information. Now, apart from the scattered remnants of the African population still striving to capture public attention through various means, life continued bustling as usual. In a remote mountain nook of South City, Summer Country, where only a handful of families resided, the inhabitants rose with the sun and retired at dusk, largely oblivious to the events unfolding on the internet, consumed as they were by the demands of daily survival. One evening, a pale-faced youth of 16 or 17, burdened with a backpack and pulling a suitcase, jumped from an ox cart. Along the way, villagers returning from the fields greeted him warmly. The youth, ever polite, smiled and nodded in response, reaching out to greet the elders among them. He ambled along until he arrived at a rather old dwelling, where he spotted a silver-haired grandmother sunning corn in front of the house. In that moment, The lifeless expression on his face transformed, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his lips quivering as he yearned to call out, yet found himself rendered speechless. It was only when the elderly woman noticed the boy standing beneath the longan tree that her trembling hands failed to hold the wooden spatula, and her legs wobbled as she approached him, gently caressing his cheek with her quivering hands, tears of clarity streaming down her clouded gaze. "Little Yang, how have you grown so thin? Have you not been well? Tell Grandma. Are your parents treating you poorly? Oh dear, why are you crying? Begin now. No more tears. Come, Grandma will take you to eat your favorite rice bananas from when you were little." Chapter 57. The Elder of the Divine Mountain. A month later, within the Guardian's Tower in Washington, a 10-centimeter strand of hair infiltrated from the far side of the moon, descending into a subterranean chamber 2,000 meters deep. Upon entering a secret room, it finally located its target, a young man bound to a laboratory table by iron chains. The young man appeared to be around 23 or 24, with black hair and eyes, an elegant visage, yet a frail physique. His pallid face and sunken cheeks adorned with numerous needle marks, signifying that he was indeed the one sought. The strand of hair silently approached the back of the young man's head and gently pierced it, merging into the dense locks of hair. Rad Ziyang, Qin Ziyang. In a hazy state, the unconscious Qin Ziyang vaguely perceived someone calling his name, struggling to open his eyes, yet the weight of his eyelids rendered him powerless. Desperately, he attempted to awaken, as if expending the last of his vitality, his breath quickening, and his heartbeat gradually fading into silence. Beep, 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 beep. The system responsible for sustaining Qin Ziyang's life began flashing red lights, accompanied by an ear-piercing alarm echoing throughout the underground laboratory. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, engaged in a discussion with Black Widow Natasha regarding the interrelationships of life creation research, was abruptly interrupted by Jarvis. At such a critical juncture, Tony Stark was understandably infuriated. "Jarvis, you better provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, I shall certainly trim your source code." "Sir, the subject you have imprisoned in the underground laboratory is on the brink of death. The life support system is doing its utmost to sustain him, but it cannot hold out much longer." "Blast it." Startled, Tony Stark leapt from his bed, inadvertently jabbing his waist into Black Widow Natasha's throat, though her professionalism saved the moment. "Oh, ah." Wincing in agony, Tony Stark clutched his groin, his face contorted in distress. Nevertheless, he endured the pain, swiftly donning his attire, and promptly took the elevator down to the laboratory 2,000 meters below. Even with the elevator ride, it took nearly 5 minutes to reach the underground lab. By the time Tony Stark arrived, Qin Ziyang was teetering on the edge of life. A frantic series of cardiac resuscitation, ECG monitoring, life support systems, and nutrient infusion ensued, ultimately managing to salvage Qin Ziyang's life. By the stones. "Jarvis, why was there so little nutrient solution in the life support system?" "It was nearly insufficient to maintain basic bodily functions. From now on, we shall increase the nutrient solution by 50%. This will not only sustain basic survival needs, but also enhance his hematopoietic capabilities. I refuse to believe that my brilliant mind cannot deduce the conditions for summoning the ultimate armor." "Understood, sir. I will increase the nutrient solution for Subject 1 from now on." Perhaps due to Qin Ziyang's near-death state, this time, Tony Stark did not draw any blood. After the rescue, he merely offered a few instructions before departing. "Ziyang, Qin Ziyang." In the dimly lit laboratory, the drowsy Qin Ziyang once again heard a faint calling. In a space devoid of light, shrouded in darkness, Qin Ziyang stood motionless, his face expressionless and numb. Upon feeling that distant call again, a subtle change flickered across Qin Ziyang's impassive visage. A hint of warmth emanated from that ethereal summons, prompting him instinctively to move toward its source. With just one step, it felt as though he had crossed from the depths of night into the dawn, and the moment he beheld the light. The years spent in that shadowy realm jolted his dulled mind awake. Before him lay a realm brimming with warmth and light, trees casting shade, verdant mountains, and flowing waters. A magnificent waterfall cascading into a serene pool. In this enchanting scenery, a kaleidoscopic world unfolded. At that moment, a long-lost expression graced Qin Ziyang's face. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply the essence of light, reveling in the blissful experience. A silver-haired elder clad in battle robes appeared silently beside Qin Ziyang, scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze as he basked in the radiance. After a full minute, the elder finally interrupted Qin Ziyang's reverie. So, you are the summoner of this generation's armor? Aside from your meager bloodline, you possess no remarkable attributes. Furthermore, your bloodline is tainted with the remnants of a barbaric lineage. It's no wonder your body is so frail and your spirit so diminished. Startled, Qin Ziyang eyed the elderly figure with caution, a flicker of fear evident in his gaze. Seeing Qin Ziyang's expression, the elder's face contorted with ire. What does that look? As a summoner of the heavenly armor, you dare to show fear. It seems the heavenly armor must be blind to have chosen you as its summoner. Ignoring the elder's reprimand, Qin Ziyang retorted, "Who are you? What do you want?" The elder stroked his long, wispy beard and responded with a sense of pride. "Who am I? I am a fragment of the consciousness of the first-generation supreme armor summoner. As the summoner, how could you not recognize this? It only proves that you are truly the most worthless of the worthless." Hearing the elder's words, Qin Ziyang was filled with sorrow and indignation, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "What do you know? Do you have any idea how I've lived these past years? I crossed into this world with dreams of heroism, only to be deceived and plunged into darkness. I was abducted and brought to this laboratory, where they incessantly drained my blood and marrow. Do you think I wanted this?" The elder regarded Qin Ziyang with disdain, his eyes betraying a contempt that left Qin Ziyang feeling ashamed. "Huh, you believed others too easily. As a result, you were exploited and now you shed tears to hide your faults. Do you think those tears evoke pity? No, they invite scorn. Do you know why the Emperor armor is called the Emperor armor? It is because emperors are never saviors. Remember this. The Emperor is the sovereign of all, the embodiment of the heavenly way. If anyone deceives or torments you, then you must eradicate them, even to the extent of obliterating the world they inhabit." With a pained expression, Qin Ziyang spoke to the elder, "But I am currently bound tightly within this laboratory, unable to move, and my body is so weak that even if I summon the Emperor armor, I couldn't defeat a trained ordinary person." With a resounding slap, the elder struck Qin Ziyang on the head, frustration evident on his face. He then formed hand seals, directing his energy toward Qin Ziyang's brow. "That is precisely why I say your bloodline is both diluted and muddled. To think you could only summon the embryonic form of the Emperor armor. You cannot even conjure its initial form. From this moment forth, I shall teach you to cultivate. This is the technique Emperor's Heart method specifically designed to purify the 5 elements bloodline. From this moment on, you shall train 24 hours a day, morning for cultivating the technique to purify your bloodline, afternoon for my instruction in mental fortitude and body refinement, and evening for honing your combat skills and mastering the summoning of the armor, familiarizing yourself with its capabilities. You may only rest for 2 hours each day until you achieve the status of a high-tier bloodline summoner." Qin Ziyang had sensed the connection of their bloodlines upon the elder's arrival. Having watched the armor series, he was now certain that this silver-haired elder was indeed the remnant consciousness of the heavenly armor. Chapter 58, Cultivation and Escape. From this moment on, you shall train 24 hours a day, morning for cultivating the technique to purify your bloodline, afternoon for my instruction in mental fortitude and body refinement, and evening for honing your combat skills and mastering the summoning of the armor, familiarizing yourself with its capabilities. You may only rest for 2 hours each day until you achieve the status of a high-tier bloodline summoner. Qin Ziyang had sensed the connection of their bloodlines upon the elder's arrival. Having watched the armor series, he was now certain that this silver-haired elder was indeed the remnant consciousness of the heavenly armor. At present, the space shared by Qin Ziyang and the elder was a realm where the ethereal and the real coexisted, infused with an abundance of luminous energy. Initially, Qin Ziyang could only practice the Emperor's Heart method to purify his bloodline, unable even to summon the armor with his mind, let alone refine his body through mental focus. However, as his mastery of the Emperor's Heart method deepened and his mental prowess grew, he finally succeeded in summoning the initial form of the Emperor armor with his thoughts. After a month of rigorous training, he was finally able to refine his body through mental exertion. During this month, each day was filled with relentless practice, punctuated by the elder's vigorous training sessions. The elder explained that enduring the blows would strengthen his mental resolve. At first, Qin Ziyang was skeptical, but after experiencing the training, he indeed felt his mental fortitude grow, leading him to embrace the elder's rigorous methods with enthusiasm. One day, Tony Stark returned to the underground laboratory, and upon seeing Qin Xiang's visibly improved complexion and restored health, a smile spread across his face. Only a healthy Qin Xiang could provide ample blood and marrow for research into the power of summoning armor. However, being a clever and cautious individual, Tony Stark immediately reviewed all medical records and nutrient solution compositions from this period, noticing that aside from the obvious absorption of a nutrient solution by Qin Xiang, there were no other anomalies. He instructed JARVIS to revert the nutrient solution to its original dosage and requested surveillance footage from this time frame for thorough examination. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang, feigning sleep, sensed Stark's suspicions through his mental acuity and quickly suppressed his heartbeat, pretending to be in a deep slumber. Upon returning to the realm of light, a visibly anxious Qin Xiang implored the elderly sage of the mountain, who was meditating with his eyes closed. "Elder sage, what should I do? I've barely regained a fraction of my strength and was almost discovered. If this continues, I fear I may not complete my cultivation in time. If that despicable villain finds me, I might lose even the hope of escape." With a sharp crack, the sage delivered a stinging slap to Qin Xiang's face, expressing his frustration. "Have you forgotten your willpower? This is the essence of mental fortitude. Unlike the psychic forces of those mutants outside, it cannot be detected. You can easily conceal your body's essence with your willpower, rendering any instruments or your external appearance undetectable." Rubbing his stinging head, Qin Xiang muttered, "Why must you slap me to make your point? My mind is already easily deceived, and this only complicates matters." Another resounding slap echoed through the air. "What are you still doing here? Hurry and train your willpower. Stop acting like a useless layabout." "All right, I'm going right now." Qin Xiang turned and ascended the mountain to cultivate, unaware of the strange, almost sinister smile that crept across the sage's face as he turned away. I must say, this head has a delightful feel to it. But this cultivation physique is rather disappointing. A month has passed, and yet he has not even reached the rudimentary level. I cannot afford to wait that long. I must contact my true self and see if I can procure some essence of the 5 elements." As he spoke, the sage's form gradually faded, vanishing into the ether. Simultaneously, a peculiar glimmer flickered through a hair at the back of Qin Xiang's head before disappearing into obscurity. In a desolate city on the far side of the moon, a ripple of energy surged through the void at the city's center, and a drop of bright red blood vanished into the lunar surface. The following day, while Qin Xiang was diligently honing his willpower, the elderly sage once again knocked him to the ground with a powerful slap. In an unseen moment, a red light shot from the sage's hand into Qin Xiang's head. "What is this? After a month of training, you still cannot achieve the small success level? You are the most incompetent armor summoner I have ever encountered. What are you staring at? Get back to training, you fool." A week later, Qin Xiang stood atop the mountain, hands on his hips, laughing maniacally as the dawn broke. I am indeed a super genius. In less than a week, I have advanced from the entry level to the peak of small success. Who else can claim such a feat? Why are you laughing? You imbecile. You are celebrating such a minor achievement? And after taking so long, get back to your training." With that, the sage delivered another resounding slap to Qin Xiang's head, infusing him with a unique power to accelerate the merging of his blood. On that day, after a successful bank heist, Tony Stark basked in the adoration of the crowd before seeking out Black Widow Natasha for a private conversation. Feeling satisfied and invigorated, he made his way to the underground laboratory. Upon entering the lab, Tony Stark proceeded to the chamber where Qin Xiang was restrained. Seeing Qin Xiang's eyes, now filled with vitality rather than the usual dullness, Tony's mood lifted, and he smiled as he inquired, "Oh, poor child, you have finally opened your eyes. What are your thoughts? Just reveal the secret to summoning that armor, and I will set you free." Iron Man, Tony Stark, do you really believe I would trust your words? It was I who rescued you from the desert and provided you with powerful armor. And what did I receive in return? I was truly blind to have believed you. Oh dear, Xiang, how can you think so of me? I acted for your own good. At such a young age, you wielded immense power that, if uncontrolled, could threaten the safety of America and the entire world. My actions were for the sake of justice, and I cannot believe you fail to understand my intentions. Spitting at Tony Stark's feet, Qin Ziyang retorted. You need not say more. Everyone claims you are a true superhero, but to me, you are merely a vile opportunist. To label you a hypocrite would be a disservice to true hypocrites. Unfazed, Tony wiped the spit from his face with a smile. It matters not. One day, everyone will understand my purpose. As for the strongest armor you can summon, I am on the verge of mastering the method to summon it completely. For now, just cooperate with my research. Suddenly, a cacophony of clattering metal rang through the lab as a series of alloy plates shattered and fell to the ground. Tony Stark stared in disbelief as he witnessed Qin Zhang effortlessly break free from the restraints that were designed to withstand hundreds of tons of force. Panicking, Tony attempted to flee, but Qin Zhang, faster than he could react, seized him by the collar and slammed him against the wall, causing him to crumple to the floor. The force of the impact fractured several bones within Tony's body, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Qin Ziyang delivered a powerful kick to Tony's abdomen, once again sending him crashing against the wall, this time rendering Tony unconscious. Chapter 59. The Emperor's Battle Armor and Dr. Manhattan with a swift motion. Qin Zhang seized Tony Stark by the hair, hoisting him up and delivering a series of punishing blows until Tony was reduced to a state of utter helplessness. Huh. So you thought you could deceive me. Smack. You think you can imprison me. Smack. You wish to drain my blood. Slap. 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 What a delight. With a menacing grin, Qin Zhang retrieved a massive iron rod from a nearby rack, his eyes glinting with a dangerous yet captivating allure. Please no. Oh God. No. Ugh. Savoring his handiwork, Qin Ziyang nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his talent. As he stepped into the elevator, ready to leave, the sage within Qin Ziyang's mind shook his head in disbelief at the chaos unfolding. Indeed, a worthless fool, faced with deceit and torment from his enemies. He merely meted out a slight punishment. Such a person seems to serve no purpose. I shall take matters into my own hands. A seemingly inconspicuous hair at the back of Qin Ziyang's head suddenly pierced into his skull with a slight force. He felt a momentary sting as if bitten by a mosquito, and then he was plunged into eternal darkness. After a while, Qin Ziyang opened his eyes. No longer did they hold the youthful, naive gaze of a boy. Instead, they were filled with cold indifference and rampant madness. This time, Qin Ziyang strode out of the still-open elevator, grasping the air with one hand as a magnificent golden sword materialized from the void into his grasp. He approached Tony Stark unhurriedly and swung the sword down toward Stark's neck. Just as the golden blade was about to make contact, Qin Ziyang found himself frozen in place. Time itself suspended in that very moment. A profound terror and crisis flickered wildly in his mind as a blue light began to emanate around Tony Stark, creating an eerily silent atmosphere. Suddenly, a naked, expressionless blue man appeared in the laboratory 2,000 meters underground. At that instant, space itself became utterly still, as though time had come to a halt. Crack! Crack! The blue man sensed an invisible sound, and a hint of surprise crossed his otherwise impassive face. This was clearly the sound of someone manipulating time and space during the suspension. Within the frozen Qin Ziyang, a burst of golden light erupted, coalescing into an exquisite suit of armor, embodying immense and unparalleled power in the void. The ethereal golden armor formed perfectly around Qin Ziyang, and under the influence of this supreme force, time and space resumed their flow. Clad in the exalted heavenly emperor armor, with the emperor sword in one hand and the aurora shield in the other, Qin Ziyang emanated an overwhelming aura that astonished even the elder of the divine mountain, who had been controlling his physical form. The quality and dominion of this power were far beyond that of the golden core he had previously manifested. Now, he felt that with just a slight increase in force, he could obliterate the entire earth while remaining immune to all powers beneath this dimension. Qin Ziyang sensed an unseen gaze upon him, but he lacked the energy to investigate its source, as the presence of the blue aberration still posed a minor threat. He pointed his sword at the bizarre blue man, unleashing an overwhelming force that caused the entire 2,000-meter underground research facility to tremble. Do you intend to stop me, Dr. Manhattan? The suddenly appeared blue man was none other than the most formidable mortal, Dr. Manhattan, who held dominion over the quantum realm and was nearly omnipotent within this universe, even capable of restarting it. Dr. Manhattan regarded Qin Ziyang with an air of supreme arrogance and spoke slowly. Tony Stark cannot die. His existence is crucial for the future. If you kill him, A terrifying force will descend upon this planet. Thus, I have come to prevent you. Huh, and what of it? Since he dared to deceive me and imprison and torment me, he must face his just retribution. As for the blue sphere beneath my feet, I care not. This Tony Stark is as good as dead. Furthermore, everyone can die. Why should he be exempt? On what grounds? Tell me on what grounds? Dr. Manhattan maintained his lofty demeanor, as if everything lay within his grasp. Sorry, you cannot move him. With a languid gesture, Dr. Manhattan transported both Qin Ziyang and himself beyond the galaxy, into the starry void. Qin Ziyang understood that unless he dealt with Dr. Manhattan, he would never be able to kill Tony Stark, but eliminating Manhattan was no simple task. After all, Dr. Manhattan could rewrite the molecules of anything at will, traverse time and space, and even restart the universe. Yet, he was no pushover. He was the ruler of the luminous universe in the five-dimensional world. Were this not the world of American comics, his status in the realm of armored warriors would allow him to crush Manhattan effortlessly. Alas, this was indeed the realm of American comics, devoid of the support from the luminous universe, rendering the supreme capabilities of the Heavenly Emperor armor ineffective. Qin Zhang gripped the Emperor Aurora sword and reached the pinnacle of his speed, charging towards Dr. Manhattan. With a downward stroke, a sword aura surged forth, piercing through Dr. Manhattan and continuing unabated to cleave a distant planet in twain, culminating in a spectacular explosion akin to a brilliant firework. However, the bisected body of Dr. Manhattan immediately restored itself through the power of his quantum form. At that moment, Dr. Manhattan utilized his abilities to suspend time around Qin Ziyang, attempting to decompose the armor he wore through molecular disintegration. Yet, the Emperor armor was an embodiment of the heavenly Tao, rendering the mere suspension of time ineffective against it. A simple meditative gesture was nullified under the interaction of suspended time, and molecular disintegration proved utterly futile against the armor that was not a product of this world. Realizing that molecular disintegration had no effect on Qin Ziyang's armor, Dr. Manhattan commanded dozens of planets, each exceeding 100,000 kilometers, to hurl towards Qin Ziyang. Faced with this onslaught, Qin Ziyang wielded the Emperor Aurora sword, effortlessly slicing through the approaching planets. After exchanging several moves in the starry expanse, both recognized the futility of their efforts against one another. Confronted with the nearly insurmountable quantum realm and form, Qin Ziyang combined the Aurora shield and sword to forge the Emperor War Halberd, unleashing his ultimate technique, the Emperor's Demon Extermination Slash. This final move, executed by the ultimate Emperor armor, possessed the power to shatter an incomprehensibly vast galaxy. In the face of the Emperor's Demon Extermination Slash, the immense luminous dragon formed from the radiant energies and dimensional pressures struck fear into Dr. Manhattan. He expanded his quantum field to its limits, channeling cosmic energy to create a massive blue barrier. Within this shield, Dr. Manhattan could even forge a pocket universe. But now it was employed to defend against the impending colossal war dragon. The majestic golden dragon collided with a blue barrier of quantum energy, unleashing colossal energy waves that rippled through numerous nearby star systems. Chapter 60. The multiversal incarnation and the Emperor armor at the center of the energy collision. The golden luminescent energy intertwined and countered with the quantum blue energy, creating an entangled dance. As this energy entanglement dissipated, a formidable gravitational force gradually emerged, ultimately forming a colossal black hole with a diameter of several million kilometers. At this moment, Qin Ziyang, clad in Imperial armor, and Dr. Manhattan, the god of quantum, were nearly depleted of their energy. The majestic armor adorning Qin Ziyang began to fade, teetering on the brink of losing its form. Similarly, Dr. Manhattan's quantum essence was on the verge of collapse, his body gradually becoming more corporeal. The immense black hole, with its overwhelming gravitational pull, drew in all celestial bodies around it. Even light could not escape its grasp. As the black hole commenced its consumption of nearby planets, it began to expand at a visible rate, growing to a volume of 1 light-year within less than an hour. If left unchecked, this rapidly expanding black hole could consume the entire universe. This monumental disturbance captured the attention of powerful beings throughout the cosmos. Weaker deities and entities appeared pale and terrified, witnessing the chaotic scene wrought by these two formidable beings. their hearts filled with dread. Even the mightiest of gods felt a twinge of fear, as this power was capable of annihilating galaxies and reshaping the universe. Even a certain individual in an unknown galaxy sensed the upheaval occurring here. However, this particular individual felt a sense of delight rather than alarm, for such a mere pawn could instigate a cosmic restart or annihilation. It would indeed be a cause for celebration. The destructive force born from the potential obliteration of a universe was substantial enough to coalesce the nascent spirit of his golden elixir. Of course, the sixth among the six. This individual understood that the complete destruction of the universe was an impossibility, as the ultimate battle between the multiverse deities and the omnipotent cosmic deities had yet to commence. In a relatively stable universe, annihilation could not occur at this juncture. Only hypothetical scenarios destined for destruction or dark universes could face oblivion without the gaze of the omnipotent cosmic deity. At that moment, Qin Xiang and Dr. Manhattan continued to expend their last reserves of energy to resist the black hole's pull, striving to avoid being consumed. Suddenly, under the watchful eyes of numerous powerful beings and deities, time and space began to solidify. All celestial bodies and galaxies in motion were suspended in time. In the dark cosmos, a colossal figure materialized above the starry expanse. This magnificent golden deity, whose grandeur could not be quantified, dwarfed the surrounding planets, with countless galaxies swirling around him, enhancing his divine stature. The golden deity possessed three faces, representing justice, need, and vengeance. A fourth face was blank, and his form appeared semi-transparent, with vast circular universes floating within his divine essence. The visitor was none other than the Judicator from the Marvel Universe, the supreme omnipotent cosmic deity of the Life Tribunal. Although he had manifested only a mere avatar from the multiverse, his true form was far too immense. Even a multiverse reduced to the size of his fingertip. It was an extreme limitation to descend as an avatar into this universe. The colossal Life Tribunal extended a finger, resembling a strand of the Milky Way, and gently touched the enormous black hole, which was emanating a terrifying gravitational force. Instantly, the black hole dissipated into the cosmic void. The Life Tribunal then directed its face of justice towards the depleted cosmic god, Dr. Manhattan, as its vast maw slowly opened. Cosmic Quantum God Manhattan, you have blatantly violated the accord among cosmic deities, engaging in divine conflict that has led to death and an imbalance of life. Now I, representing the justice of the universe, shall imprison you in the cosmic abyss until the final battle arrives. Upon uttering this, the Life Tribunal pointed at Manhattan, and time flowed backward as galaxies reversed. Dr. Manhattan plummeted towards the so-called rootless darkness of the universe, where the eternal abyss lay hidden in darkness. After adjudicating the quantum-bodied Manhattan, the Life Tribunal turned its equal visage towards Qin Xiang, adorned in the Emperor's armor of the heavenly path. With lips sealed, it addressed Qin Xiang word by word. Ruler of the radiant universe from another world, deity of the dimensions, you have transgressed the laws of the omnipotent universe. Now, in the name of balance, justice, and equality, I excommunicate you. The ancient entity controlling Qin Xiang's body was gently swept away by a wave of golden, sacred, and supreme power vanishing from within him. When Qin Xiang opened his eyes once more, they shone with divine radiance, exuding an aura of unparalleled supremacy. His essence and stature seemed to transcend all, as if the worlds and all things merely served as his backdrop. I never anticipated that my presence in this realm would be detected so swiftly. I am not a deity who cannot bear defeat. If I must depart, I hope to return to this world for another visit. I shall take my leave now. I trust that when we meet again, you will still speak to me in this manner. As Qin Xiang spoke, his words blended dominion with nobility, laced with a palpable threat directed at the Life Tribunal. Upon finishing, he transformed into a magnificent golden dragon, rivaling the Life Tribunal in grandeur, and charged towards the edge of the universe. The Life Tribunal's immense head observed as the dragon's head erupted from the cosmos, its golden tail shimmering with noble radiance, magnifying in the deity's gaze. With a resounding crack, the regal tail made violent contact with the Life Tribunal's face of justice. The Life Tribunal was stunned. All powerful beings and deities within this universe stood in shock. Countless multiverse deities, along with manifestations of the omnipotent cosmic deity and the omnipotent cosmic rules, were equally astounded. This was the life tribunal in the current omnipotent universe. Aside from the supreme creator deity and the architect of the omnipotent universe, none surpassed its magnificence. Even the first celestial and the so-called Lucifer, possessing 2/3 of divine power, fell short in comparison. And now, under the scrutiny of all cosmic deities and omnipotent forces, someone had audaciously slapped its face. This was nothing short of inconceivable. Yet, despite the shock, the life tribunal dared not voice any complaint, merely watching as the golden dragon vanished into the cosmos, its true form witnessing the dragon's disappearance throughout the omnipotent universe. Only then did the life tribunal direct its 3 pairs of differently colored, yet collectively furious eyes at all the deities within the omnipotent universe. The true embodiment of the life tribunal radiated an immensely powerful judgment domain, enveloping the entire omnipotent universe, instantly erasing the memories of all deities beneath its dominion. After completing this act, the life tribunal's true form dissipated into the cosmos. Beyond the omnipotent universe lay a void, where an elderly man clad in white linen and another in a suit with a mustache confronted a domineering middle-aged man in golden dragon robes. Alongside the golden dragon at his side, in the boundless universe of omnipotence, the esteemed golden dragon traversed through myriad multiverses, ultimately arriving beyond the realm of omnipotence. A middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon robe, his expression devoid of emotion, beckoned the golden dragon back into his being. Once the dragon was reabsorbed, the man in the regal robe turned his gaze toward the distant white-haired elder and the large-headed old man, smiling as he addressed them. "Do not be so solemn. I merely beheld such a colossal cluster of universes for the first time in the void, and, driven by curiosity, wished to explore within. You see, I did not even enter personally, but merely dispatched a fragment of my essence to experience it. Since you do not welcome my presence, I shall take my leave." The omniscient and omnipotent supreme deity, along with the creator of the omnipotent universe, exchanged grave glances, silently scrutinizing the man in the dragon robe. This middle-aged man stood as an equal to them. Although they could jointly suppress him, they were acutely aware of the menacing golden dragon lurking nearby. Beyond their external adversaries, within the omnipotent universe, they faced their own formidable foes, monstrous beasts capable of devouring all, as well as imprisoned beneath the infinite abyss of hell. Thus, the 2 supreme deities, capable of creating the omnipotent universe, appeared together to thwart the man before them. It was not until he vanished into the vast, endless void that they felt reassured enough to return to their universe. In the boundless void, the man adorned in the opulent dragon robe absorbed the memories of the golden dragon. This act had become his sole source of amusement after he transcended the original armored universe by vanquishing the Dark Emperor corresponding to light. The transcendence, being exceedingly powerful and conspicuous, drew the attention of the creators of worlds and the resistance of the will of the universe. Currently, they could only enter worlds through avatars, experiencing all that the realms had to offer. By understanding the paths of various worlds, they sought to validate their own grand paths and elevate their own destinies. Upon absorbing the avatar's memories and insights into the world, the middle-aged man noticed signs of interference upon the avatar, a flicker of curiosity crossing his visage. An incongruous presence in this world? Typically, ordinary traversers or system-bearers strive to conceal their disconnection from the realm. Could they be a pawn of a certain formidable figure, or perhaps a bait set by them? Alas, it is of no concern to me. After all, such figures are beyond my reach. It is best to seek new worlds to affirm my own path. With that, the domineering middle-aged man gradually faded from the vast void, his voice diminishing into silence. In Universe 1000001, on countless desolate planets, identical faces of Zhou Hong sought to conceal their existence after a fragment of their soul was extinguished by Qin Ziang. At this moment, a handsome young man with black hair and eyes appeared at the edge of a snow-covered cliff on Warmir Star. As he materialized, a peculiar figure clad in a black bodysuit emerged from a nearby cave. Had it not been for the unmistakable eyes and teeth, one might have mistaken him for a red skeleton. He was none other than the infamous Red Skull, founder of Hydra. The young man, disregarding Red Skull's presence. Shouted at the cliff, "Soul Gem, I know you possess consciousness. I require you to manifest before me without hesitation." Red Skull, observing the young man's fervor for the Soul Gem, stepped forward to caution him. "Esteemed warrior, the Soul Gem is no ordinary jewel. Acquiring it demands the sacrifice of a beloved one. Otherwise, it shall remain forever concealed." "Huh, is that so? I refuse to believe it. Soul Gem, if you do not appear within half a minute, I shall obliterate this planet. Once I locate you, prepare to be consumed by the flames of hell that birth your very essence." In the next moment, Red Skull stood agape, watching as the Soul Gem floated up from the depths of the cliff. "No, wasn't a sacrifice supposed to be necessary? You are making my previous statement seem utterly foolish." The young man, unfazed, grasped the Soul Gem and vanished from Warmir's star, leaving Red Skull standing alone in bewilderment. A month later, on Azure Blue Star, an unspeakable massacre unfolded. The orchestrator of this massacre was none other than Thanos, the Eternal Titan, also known as the Mad Titan, whose power had reached the pinnacle of the demigod level. Once, Thanos was a member of the Eternal race residing on Titan, but due to resource scarcity, the planet fell into utter desolation. This experience instilled in him a profound understanding of the conflict between population growth and finite resources, leading him to conclude that the universe's resources were limited while the population continued to expand infinitely. If this continued, it would inevitably culminate in a cataclysmic galactic war. To validate his theory, Thanos conducted experiments on Gamera's homeworld, Zia Barii, reducing its population to rejuvenate the planet, further solidifying his conviction. Based on this theory and experimental outcomes, Thanos asserted that only by eradicating half of all life in the universe could the remaining beings live better lives, achieving balance and sustainability. From that moment forth, Thanos embarked on his cosmic slaughter. By chance, he learned of the Infinite Stone's capabilities, prompting him to seek the stones to enact true cosmic equilibrium. Seated upon the throne of the galaxy, Thanos observed as his reformed Dark Legion indiscriminately slaughtered the inhabitants of Azure Blue Star. For Thanos, only indiscriminate slaughter could achieve genuine fairness, never altering his approach based on whether the victim was an infant, an elder, a man or woman, a commoner or noble. This was Thanos' notion of fairness. Suddenly, he turned to a tall, striking young man with black hair and eyes standing at his right side, asking, "Yi Tian, witnessing this scene, do you perceive me as cruel?" The handsome young man, Yi Tian, bowed slightly, his tone smooth and flattering as he replied, "My Lord Thanos, how can this be deemed cruelty? Those who think so simply do not understand you. They have not experienced the devastation caused by resource scarcity leading to war. However, I am different. I have witnessed it, and thus I wholeheartedly endorse and admire your grand vision. Moreover, you are the universe's most impartial judge, regardless of age or status. You treat all equally. That is why I, Yi Tian, have brought the Infinite Stones to ally with you, to eliminate wars ignited by resource scarcity, preserving life." Thanos, pleased by Yi Tian's admiration, nodded in satisfaction. After all, few could resist the praise from a peer of equal might. Seeing Thanos in good spirits, Yi Tian seized the opportunity to inquire, "My Lord Thanos, when shall we and Darkseid venture to Earth in the Milky Way to secure the final Soul Gem? At that moment, we shall realize the ideal of cosmic balance." Chapter 62. The Dawn of Infinite War. Thanos gently caressed the infinity gauntlet adorning his left hand, which was embedded with 5 infinity stones representing time, space, soul, power, and reality. With a smile, he responded to Yi Tian's words. "Haha, Yi Tian, why do I feel that you are even more anxious than I am?" The handsome young man, Yi Tian, replied with a grin, "Lord Thanos, it is primarily because wars are erupting throughout the universe at all times due to energy depletion. The sooner we implement the cosmic balance plan, the fewer wars we will have over energy. Just thinking about it makes me a bit impatient." Thanos was thoroughly pleased with Yi Tian's response, showing no signs of his status as the cosmic overlord, and growing increasingly fond of Yi Tian's demeanor. After all, it is not easy to find a like-minded idealist. Even his adopted daughter, Gamora, opposed his cosmic balance plan and had even sneaked away secretly. Thanos gently stroked the stones on the infinity gauntlet, speaking softly as if answering Yi Tian, yet more as if conversing with himself. Soon, in less than half a month, Darkseid will no longer need to gather the mother boxes. He is currently engaged in large-scale transformations. All we need to do is defeat the superhero teams on Earth, and then we will achieve true cosmic balance. Upon hearing Thanos' reply, Yi Tian's smile blossomed even brighter. Seemingly recalling something, he bent slightly and addressed Thanos. Lord Thanos, when the time comes for you to wield the Infinity Stones, please do not consider us. Even if we are erased by the Infinity Stones, it matters not. To be part of such a grand plan is our honor, and if we are erased, it is our destiny. Good, good, ha ha ha. Yi Tian, my friend, you truly understand me best. Rest assured, when the time comes, I shall treat everyone equally, myself included. For this is our destiny. Yi Tian, let us depart. This planet has already achieved population and resource balance. Now we can return and begin our preparations. This time, no one shall hinder me from fulfilling my destiny. Yes, Lord Thanos, we shall undoubtedly realize the envisioned cosmic balance. Certainly, but for now, I wish to observe whether this planet achieves the desired effect after our indiscriminate slaughter of half its inhabitants. Therefore, Lord Thanos, please return first. Yi Tian responded, bowing in agreement behind Thanos. Ha ha ha. Very well, Yi Tian. Observe closely. Everything will unfold as we envision. After Thanos spoke, he departed aboard his spaceship with the Dark Legion, leaving Yi Tian alone with the remaining intelligent life on the Azure planet. The smile that had graced Yi Tian's face faded as he turned to face the remaining life on the Azure planet, his eyes now cold and indifferent. Ha ha! I am rather benevolent and cannot bear to see others separated from their loved ones. Moreover, neglecting the corpses of your relatives may lead to a dreadful plague, and the wandering souls might give rise to terrifying malevolent spirits. To prevent future calamities and to allow for the reunion of loved ones, I must inconvenience you. You see, I have considered so much for you. Shouldn't you repay me? Yi Tian, or perhaps another, took out a small flag embroidered with mountains, rivers, stars, and luxurious palaces. Tossing it into the sky, the small flag billowed in the wind, rapidly expanding to a colossal size. It emitted an invisible force, drawing in all the souls scattered across the planet. The living intelligent beings, influenced by this force, also found their souls escaping their bodies, absorbed by the flag. Having completed this, he retrieved a twisted mass of flesh, casting it upon a corpse before ignoring it and vanishing from the Azure planet. Upon contact, the twisted flesh quickly merged with the corpse, and soon the skin fell away, revealing a blood-soaked form, muscles and veins exposed. From the back of the corpse, muscles split open, sprouting dozens of slender tendrils that gently swayed as if sensing something, as if detecting the existence it required. The tendrils paused for a moment and then shot forth like bullets, piercing the surrounding corpses. In less than half a minute, the penetrated corpses similarly shed their skin, revealing numerous bloodied forms that sprouted countless tendrils, which in turn pierced the nearby corpses. This cycle repeated, and within a day, all the corpses on the planet underwent transformation. They then began to gravitate towards the first transformed corpse. Each transformed corpse that approached the original would collapse, becoming a mass of flesh, merging with the first transformed body. Half a day later, a colossal sphere of flesh, 10,000 miles in diameter, formed, endowed with the innate abilities to survive in space, rapid flight, a steel body, energy beams, energy attacks, and the powers of division, parasitism, and fusion. This gigantic flesh monster sensed the existence of its mother and prepared to traverse the cosmos to merge with it, but received a message from the mother to seek out life planets and devour all living flesh. Along with the received message, a chaotic consciousness from the mother integrated into the core of the flesh monster, being a fragment of the consciousness from a life planet. The flesh monster quickly sensed the locations of nearby life planets. With a clear objective, the flesh monster swiftly departed the planet, racing towards a nearby life planet. Meanwhile, in an unknown star system within the universe, a star larger than the sun by a billionfold radiated an energy capable of obliterating the entire star system, accompanied by a fleeting aura of creation. A figure clad in simple robes emanated a formidable presence, causing the planets within the supergiant star system to cease their rotations. In the next moment, the figure vanished without a trace, as if the previous aura and pressure had been but an illusion. leaving only the supernatural calamities triggered by the halted rotations of the planets as proof of the events that transpired. On the other hand, Yetion had returned to Thanos' spaceship, reporting back to Thanos before retreating to his temporary quarters on the ship. Currently, Thanos' ship was en route to Apocalypse Darkseid's stronghold. 3 days later, aboard Thanos' spacecraft, Yetion observed a continuous stream of spaceships escorting various cosmic races into Apocalypse. These were the cosmic races that Darkseid intended to transform into parademons. It could be said that if Earth were not defended by those powerful superheroes, the Parademon army alone would suffice to conquer it entirely. After all, each of these parademons possessed a physique rivaling that of a super soldier serum-enhanced Captain America, along with flying capabilities and cutting-edge high-tech weaponry. At that moment, Darkseid had already transformed no less than trillions of parademons on Apocalypse. As long as Superman, Captain Marvel, Martian Manhunter, Thor, and Shazam were entangled, the rest would be left to those parademons. Apocalypse, the dominion of Darkseid's father, Yuga Khan, is a planet governed by the new cosmic deity. Darkseid, originally the second prince of Apocalypse, found himself embroiled in treachery when his elder brother, Drax, claimed to have discovered the formidable Omega effect. Seizing the opportunity, Darkseid stealthily attacked Drax, appropriating the Omega effect for himself and acquiring terrifying power. Subsequently, Yuga Khan became ensnared within the Source Wall while seeking its secrets, leaving Apocalypse under the rule of his wife, Queen Hegra. During this tumultuous time, Darkseid fell deeply in love with a female scientist named Suli. In a bid to prevent their son from being tainted, Hegra orchestrated Suli's assassination, an act that incited fatal retribution from Darkseid, leading to Hegra's demise at the hands of Desaad, Darkseid's loyal servant. Devastated by the loss of his beloved, Darkseid renounced all emotions and usurped both the throne and divinity of Apocalypse. His uncle, the Desaad, submitted to Darkseid as the prevailing force of the planet, assuming the role of military commander and leading an endless army of parademons in their cosmic conquests. Currently, Thanos and Darkseid are poised to launch an assault on Earth. Thanos seeks to achieve a balance of cosmic resources and population, while Darkseid yearns for vengeance for an affront suffered 30 millennia prior, intending to conquer Earth in the process. Yetion, a figure who encounters Darkseid for the first time, observes the Titan's imposing stature of over 2 meters, clad in armor forged from the universe's strange metals. Were it not for the simian visage devoid of hair, he might be perceived as a formidable cosmic warrior. Allegedly, Darkseid exists as a multiversal entity, with this incarnation merely a fraction of his true self. Yetion, with a mere flicker of perception, discerns that Darkseid's internal energy exceeds the 4th transformation of the Golden Core stage, alongside his mastery over cosmic divine authority and the Omega effect. Should he engage in direct combat with someone like Zhou Hong, also at the 4th transformation, neither might prevail. However, with proper preparation, Darkseid could potentially eliminate Zhou before he even sets eyes upon him. After all, every cultivator possesses treasures or knowledge of formations. Not to mention the uniquely characteristic Demon Blade and the Blood and Flesh Lord crafted by Zhou Hong, along with the recently completed Billions-level Soul Banners. It is conceivable that Darkseid could be ensnared within one of these Soul Banners, becoming a combatant therein. Nevertheless, as Darkseid is currently an ally of Yetion and Thanos, the latter cannot act against him while both Titans engage in cordial discourse. One is a cosmic overlord, the director of universal family planning, while the other is a new god intent on overthrowing the old gods to establish a new order. Notably, they bear striking similarities in height and appearance. The conversation between these two titans naturally excludes Yetion, yet as a senior enforcer and ally of Thanos, he roams Apocalypse with a degree of freedom. Seizing the opportunity presented by their discussion, Yetion casually ventures to the base for the transformation of parademons. From a vantage point, he observes countless parademons transporting various life forms from the universe into the base, whereupon a beam of orange light flashes, converting all touched life into winged parademons. Yetion's curiosity is piqued by this transformative ray, but just as he contemplates further investigation, he receives a mental summons from Thanos. It appears that Thanos and Darkseid have concluded their discussions and established a timeline for the assault on Earth. Yetion is instructed to return to the cosmic warship to deliberate on the operational strategy for the impending attack. Reluctantly, Yetion complies, returning to Thanos' warship, where he respectfully bows before inquiring, "My Lord Thanos, may I inquire about the purpose of your summons?" Seated upon his throne, Thanos appears in high spirits, a smile breaking through his typically stoic demeanor. "Indeed, I have reached an agreement with Darkseid. We shall launch a full-scale assault on Earth in 5 days. This time, we must eliminate all obstacles. The execution of our cosmic balance plan is imminent." Ha! Yi Tian shares in the anticipation of this cosmic balance initiative, but is suddenly reminded of an age-old question. Smiling, he poses, "My Lord Thanos, I have long harbored a query that I wonder if I might express." Intrigued, Thanos waves his hand, inviting him to speak. "Pray, share your thoughts, Yi Tian. What could cause such hesitation?" Scratching his head, Yi Tian articulates his ponderings. "My Lord Thanos, given our advanced technology, which allows us to traverse the cosmos freely, why do we not simply construct a weapon capable of obliterating planets, or an energy cannon? Surely, our technological prowess could accomplish this." This inquiry momentarily stumps Thanos. Yet his extensive experience in the cosmos allows him to provide insight. In truth, many civilizations within our universe are capable of easily forging planet-destroying weapons. However, in ancient times, 2 super civilizations waged war, resulting in the destruction of countless planets. Perhaps the supreme beings, unwilling to witness such devastation, employed an unknown force capable of altering the very rules of existence, erasing all weapons of planet-destroying caliber. They established a law prohibiting the creation of such weapons henceforth. This explains why our current universe lacks any planet-destroying weaponry. Consequently, all civilizations have redirected their focus towards the technological might of extraordinary individuals. After all, the edicts of the supreme beings cannot be defied. Thus, we must creatively merge technology with extraordinary power to reach above the planet-destroying threshold. Ah, I see. No wonder so many advanced civilizations devote themselves to the study of technology and extraordinary power. Thank you for your enlightening explanation, Lord Thanos. Your knowledge is truly profound. I understand now. Thanos nods in satisfaction at Yi Tian's flattery. Very well, it is time for you to prepare. Your assistance will be required when we strike Earth. Go forth. As Yi Tian departs the warship's grand hall, he returns to his quarters to ready himself for the impending operation. After all, the might of Earth's defenders is not limited to those Thanos has previously encountered. If the opposition were but Superman, Captain Marvel, and Wonder Woman, they would pose little challenge. The true threat lies in the concealed powerhouses and the seemingly invincible mutants. Most notably, there is one mutant of Omega level and beyond, Jean Grey, the Phoenix. While many recognize Jean as an Omega level mutant, they remain oblivious to the Phoenix Force's multiversal prowess. Should it manifest, even Darkseid's true form would find itself in peril. Fortuitously, Zhou Hong has already devised a preliminary counter-strategy, which appears promising. By adhering to the plan, they can ensure that Jean is rendered unable to partake in this conflict. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. After a long day of classes, as night fell, Yi Tian, pretending to sleep, witnessed the window being opened by an unseen force. Soon after, the enchanting figure of Teacher Qin entered, her lips betraying the humiliation she felt as tears streamed down her cheeks. Yet another sleepless night ensued. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months later, Qin Galei, imbued with the essence of a phoenix, awoke one morning to discover a new vitality blossoming within her. She was pregnant. Chapter 65. The beginning of infinite warfare on a bright noon. With clear skies and radiant sunshine, Yi Tian and Qin Galei exited her office after their lunch break. As they parted ways, Qin tenderly smoothed Yi Tian's slightly wrinkled collar. At that moment, the faculty and students of Xavier Academy were blissfully immersed in their peaceful and stable lives. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the tranquility. The azure sky was torn apart by a colossal rift, visible from every corner of the earth. From within this dark chasm emerged a gargantuan starship, its metallic surface glistening ominously. The cold, massive cannon of the ship began to gather a faint silvery energy. Before the nations of the earth could react, the cannon discharged a blinding beam of light that illuminated the entire northern hemisphere. Boom! Florida was obliterated from the map, the explosive force triggering seismic tremors exceeding 7.2 on the Richter scale. The energy beam transformed the region into a gaping chasm, thousands of meters deep and hundreds of kilometers wide. Throughout America, both urban and rural landscapes crumbled under the shockwave and tremors. This single strike resulted in the vaporization of millions. After that devastating shot, the colossal starship recharged its cannon with silvery energy once more. However, before it could fire again, a brilliant golden beam surged from the ruins of New York City, piercing the sky. It broke through multiple sound barriers in an instant, penetrating the starship's hull. The golden light danced around the starship, drilling through the unyielding metal, igniting flames across its surface while brilliant flashes erupted from the breaches. Only a few seconds later did the echoes of the explosions reach the ground. The massive starship, after enduring the relentless assault of the golden beam and a series of detonations, could no longer maintain its balance and plummeted from the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the ship struck an unknown small town, burying it beneath the cold, metallic wreckage. The golden light in the sky was none other than Captain Marvel, the cosmic superhero of America. Yet, instead of reveling in her triumph over the starship, she gazed solemnly at the ominous rift, revealing the vast expanse of the cosmos beyond. A brilliant light flickered in the dark sky, signaling the emergence of countless other starships, each representing a formidable fleet far surpassing Earth's technology. The immense starship that had just been vanquished was merely a vanguard. The true main force was now revealed. Even Captain Marvel, seasoned by numerous cosmic battles, felt a surge of trepidation. The sheer number of starships was daunting. Even if she could destroy them, she would likely exhaust her energy without making a dent. Fortunately, upon realizing the scale of the invasion, she had already contacted various teams of cosmic superheroes, including the Green Lantern Corps and the Sinestro Corps. Now, her sole objective was to stall for time. In the White House, President Old Padenk, trembling in his pajamas, retrieved his phone from his pocket with quaking hands and snapped a blurry photograph of the myriad starships within the rift. He then took a clearer selfie, his wrinkled face filling the frame, and typed a message. To the citizens of free America, we are under alien invasion. As your president, I pledge to stand firm with you. Please like this post. Your support will embolden me to resist the extraterrestrial threat. With a click, he confirmed the post. Then, he shouted to his bodyguards, "Oh, thank you. What are you standing around for? Hurry and escort me to the safest shelter. Do you want the greatest leader in American history to perish at the hands of aliens?" His bodyguards rolled their eyes in exasperation, swiftly ushering the greatest leader deeper into the White House and down an elevator to a shelter 500 meters underground. Even in the safe house, Old Padenk felt uneasy and immediately pulled Defense Secretary Frieda aside, inquiring, "Did you see the enormous pit in Florida? It's several thousand meters deep. Don't tell me this shelter is the deepest in all of America. I'm the smartest leader America has ever had. No one can deceive me. Now, take me to the safest place in this great nation." Frieda, tugged by her tie, nervously wiped the sweat from her brow and stammered, "Mr. President, this is indeed the best shelter our government has. But calm down, I know of another place, a secret shelter developed by the Guardians, over 2,000 meters underground. We could take you there now. Why didn't you say so sooner? Are you hoping I'll be gone so you can take my place? Not a chance in this lifetime. What are you waiting for? Let me there. Yes, yes." Frieda hurriedly guided the president out of the underground shelter towards the Guardians' secret hideaway. In Gotham City, within the depths of the Batcave, Batman, Wayne, anxiously pressed a red button. A quantum pulse surged from one of Wayne Enterprises' satellites orbiting Earth, aimed at the blazing star in the cosmos. Deep within the solar system, a tall, powerful figure basked in the sun's boundless energy. Suddenly awakened by the communication device, crafted from a special metal embedded in his chest, his eyes shot open, and a beam of white light emanated from him, shattering a massive asteroid drawn by the sun's gravitational pull from over 100,000 kilometers away. The figure in the sun is none other than Superman Clark, with the communicator on his chest being the very device he had previously entrusted to Batman. This was to ensure that, in the event of a significant catastrophe on Earth, he could be contacted promptly. Now, the communicator has roused him, indicating that a monumental disaster has occurred, one that even the Guardians Alliance cannot resolve. Superman Clark feels the immense power coursing through him, his eyes radiating confidence. The faint silvery glow that once emanated from his being has entirely vanished. He now embodies the essence of a newly formed Silver Superman, though he has yet to reach the pinnacle of Silver Superman's potential. He possesses the capability to obliterate the entire sun with ease. Moreover, Superman Clark can sense that he is continuously growing stronger. Given enough time and faith, he believes he can harness the sun's energy to achieve infinite strength. Superman then directs his gaze toward Earth, his superhuman senses piercing through vast distances and dimensions, allowing him to clearly perceive the colossal rifts in space and the countless interstellar warships within them. A faint smile graces Superman's face as he swiftly returns to the land of America. Chapter 66. Infinite War Won on Earth within the Space Rift. The forward warships of the interstellar fleet slowly turn their cannon mouths, bright lights igniting at their tips, shining like brilliant stars in the night sky. The warships are charging their weapons. Once fully charged, a single volley could annihilate half of Earth's territory. Faced with such a formidable fleet, even Captain Marvel cannot help but feel powerless. While she might survive the onslaught, America would be doomed. Just as despair begins to engulf her, a gleaming axe infused with endless lightning hurtles from the skies of America, swiftly cleaving through a smaller interstellar warship. As the vessel explodes in the cosmos, the axe lands in the hands of a newly arrived figure. It is Thor, the god of thunder, come to aid. Simultaneously, a hulking figure with a grotesque visage and green skin unleashes scorching heat vision, slicing several interstellar ships in half. With unparalleled speed and strength, he decimates the surrounding fleet with powerful punches. This is Martian Manhunter, whose abilities closely mirror those of Superman Clark. While slightly less potent in various aspects, he is far more versatile. Soon after, a multitude of powerful superheroes ascend from the ground, employing various methods to destroy the interstellar warships emerging from the rift. With the likes of Firestorm, Cyborg, Aquaman, Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, Wanda, Vision, Wonder Woman, Supergirl, and The Flash, over 100 superheroes materialize in the skies above America. With their sheer numbers and diverse powers, they momentarily halt the advance of the colossal interstellar fleet. In the rear of the fleet, aboard a gargantuan spacecraft, the cosmic overlord Thanos sits upon his throne. Upon witnessing Vision's emergence, a surge of excitement crosses his face. He even reaches for his double-edged sword, eager to personally retrieve the Mind Stone, but is promptly halted by the timely intervention of Yetion. Master Thanos, there are numerous powerful superheroes and teams on Earth. Instead of confronting them directly, we should deplete their strength with our minions and artillery. When they are exhausted, that will be the moment to seize the Mind Stone. Thanos ponders Yetion's words, finding them reasonable. He retracts his sword and returns to his regal throne, his gaze fixated on Vision, particularly the stone upon his forehead, which ignites within him a fierce longing and excitement. Boom! Bang! With a series of explosive sounds, thousands of interstellar warships in the front lines are obliterated, their formation shattered. Thanos and Yetion are drawn to the brilliant explosions illuminating the starry sky, only to discover that it is Superman Clark rapidly dismantling the fleet of warships. Indeed, the Superman of Earth is the mightiest of superheroes, a true deity among mortals. Within a mere 5 minutes, Superman Clark, wielding unmatched speed and the devastating power of the sun, has destroyed tens of thousands of interstellar ships in the cosmos. If he continues his rampage unchecked, it is likely that within half a day, all interstellar warships will be completely annihilated. Just as Superman Clark prepares to press on, a towering figure with a bestial visage, Darkseid, launches himself from flagship, delivering a powerful punch that sends Superman Clark hurtling away. This strike is driven not only by a desire for vengeance for the events of 30,000 years prior, but primarily targets Clark, as the Kryptonians had thwarted Darkseid's ambitions of universal domination. That failure has remained etched in Darkseid's memory. The overwhelming force propels Superman Clark backward, crashing into a small moon with a diameter of 50,000 kilometers, shattering it into fragments before colliding with a nearby planet. However, Superman Clark's formidable steel body renders him impervious to harm. The blow merely affects him through inertia. Unwilling to accept defeat, Superman swiftly rises and darts straight toward Darkseid. The latter, infuriated to see Superman unscathed and charging at him, prepares to respond with a punch of his own, defying the fearsome speed and strength of his opponent. The two titanic beings collide in the expanse of space, and though sound cannot travel in the cosmic void, the sheer force of their impact would be enough to shatter worlds. The resulting shockwaves obliterate surrounding asteroids and warships within thousands of kilometers. Thanos and Yi Tian observe the clash of these monstrous entities from the deck of the cosmic warship. Given their comparable speed and strength, both are terrifying. Within the millions of kilometers surrounding their battle, no object remains immune to their destructive force. After all, either of these titans could obliterate stars with a mere flick of their wrists. Unless Thanos dons the Infinity Gauntlet, he stands no chance against either of these formidable beings. With Darkseid currently restraining Superman Clark, the superheroes on Earth lack the overwhelming power necessary to dismantle the interstellar fleet's formation. Hence, under the command of various officers, the fleet reestablishes its formation and resumes its assault on Earth. At this moment, the battlefield is locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Professor X has established a telepathic link with Magneto overseas. After extensive persuasion and elucidation of the stakes, Magneto agrees to join the X-Men in their support of the battling superheroes. Just as the X-Men prepare to board the Blackbird for the battlefield, they realize that one of their previously confirmed members, Jean Grey, is missing. After Cyclops reports this to Professor X, the latter perceives an anomaly and promptly uses his telepathy to search for Jean Grey, extending his reach from the entire school to the city, then the continent, and finally across the globe. Yet, no trace of Jean Grey can be found. In a moment of desperation, Professor X reluctantly allowed Cyclops Scott to lead the X-Men to provide support, while Jean Grey would have to wait until the alien invasion was repelled before she could be sought after. Little did the X-Men know that Jean Grey had already been stripped of her powers and hidden away by Yi Tian. Within the confines of a church in a small town, Jean, bound by her wrists, glared furiously at the elegantly smoking youth, Yi Tian. "You are not Yi Tian. Who are you? What have you done to him?" Yi Tian exhaled the smoke languorously, eyes half closed, playfully appraising Jean's alluring figure until her rage ignited. He finally spoke. "I am Yi Tian, yet not entirely. You may refer to me as Zhou Hong. Yes, the very Zhou Hong who caused the disappearance of 1,000,000 souls in a city over a decade ago. As for my current state, I am merely a projection. You must be wondering how I managed to evade Professor X's mental probe, correct? It's simple. Erase memories and fabricate plausible recollections of events that transpired." Observing the striking red-haired woman struggling against her bonds, Zhou Hong's projection, Yi Tian, smirked slightly. "Do not waste your energy trying to escape. This is a 5-elements cycle seal. The intricate array inscribed upon you harnesses your energy to maintain balance. Unless I choose to release it, no amount of power you unleash will be of any consequence. For now, simply enjoy the spectacle. To prevent you from interfering with my grand scheme, I sacrifice my purity. Alas, I am now tainted. I am no longer innocent. Boo-hoo." As he lamented his lost innocence, Zhou Hong's projection wept tears of humiliation, yet his lips curled into an irrepressible grin. Chapter 67. Infinite War 2. Jean Grey regarded the faux Yi Tian with disdain, but her attempts to summon her powers proved futile, leaving her bewildered by the mechanics at play. Zhou Hong, indifferent to her struggles, casually indulged in the milk tea and fruits he had seized amidst the chaos, occasionally offering Jean a bite, while Zhou Hong's projection reveled in his comfortable situation. The superheroes on Earth faced dire straits. Confronted by interstellar warships emerging from rifts in space, each hero remained vigilant, wary of sudden cosmic assaults from within the fissures. The invaders had unleashed Thanos' Dark Army alongside Darkseid's minions. Each soldier, regardless of rank, possessed physical capabilities that rivaled human limits. Without his vibranium shield and Mjolnir, Captain America would be hard-pressed to maintain such standards. Now, the superheroes found themselves contending with billions of these formidable foes, alongside over 1 billion Dark Soldiers. Even with their enhanced physiques and powers, the heroes struggled, gasping for breath. Despite support from global military forces, their efforts yielded little. Technology paled in comparison to the stark disparity in physical prowess. Within merely an hour, these reinforcements suffered severe casualties, with even the weaker superheroes falling on the battlefield, often leaving behind no intact remains. Superman Clark and Darkseid continued their titanic clash in a distant galaxy, their battles reducing entire planets to rubble, with victory still uncertain. Perceiving the superheroes' exhaustion, Thanos seized the moment, brandishing a double-edged blade and leading his dark cadre into battle. Following Thanos, Yi Tian remained composed, his gaze fixated on the ongoing conflict, particularly on Vision, adorned with the Mind Stone. Regardless of the battle's outcome, be it a triumph for the superheroes or a repulsion of the invasion, as long as he acquired the Mind Stone, Yi Tian would fulfill his mission. At that moment, Thanos leapt from the flagship, empowered by the Space Stone, delivering a devastating blow to Martian Manhunter. The force of the strike nearly severed the hero's arm, inflicting grievous harm despite his timely evasion. Meanwhile, the Parademons, under the command of the formidable Facade, faced Wonder Woman and Aquaman, barely holding their ground without Superman's assistance. With Thanos' forces bolstered, and Yi Tian lurking in the shadows, the balance of power shifted. Yi Tian capitalized on the chaos, targeting injured superheroes to enhance his advantage. Although the superheroes numbered many, true experts were scarce, and the overwhelming presence of parademons and dark soldiers further strained their capabilities. As time passed, the superheroes' disadvantages intensified, and since Yi Tian's involvement, their losses soared. The superheroes soon recognized Yi Tian's elusive presence, realizing his propensity for sudden strikes amidst their fervent combat. After deliberation, they resolved to dispatch the versatile Scarlet Witch, Wanda, to neutralize Yi Tian. Initially, Captain Marvel was the primary choice, but her vital role in countering Thanos left her too occupied to assist. As Yi Tian dodged the chaotic energy sphere Wanda hurled at him, he grinned, evading to position himself above her, executing a swift kick. However, Wanda's magical shield thwarted his attempt. Unfazed, Yi Tian retreated, redirecting his focus toward the Hulk, only to find Wanda preemptively shielding him while simultaneously launching an energy blast to repel Yi Tian. Displaying a facade of resignation, Yi Tian did not relent, pivoting towards Hawkeye and Natasha, unleashing a barrage of throwing knives while charging a powerful punch at Natasha. Yi Tian's simultaneous assault on both left him skeptical of Wanda's ability to defend against two targets at once. Ultimately, he was left disappointed. Wanda indeed managed to protect both, resulting in a stalemate. However, Yi Tian would not be so easily thwarted. Just as the two continued their game of stealth and defense, Yi Tian's body flickered, vanishing from everyone's sight as if he had teleported. Then came a piercing scream. Captain America, who was besieging Thanos, felt a dagger plunge into his waist before he too disappeared. It was then that the numerous superheroes realized they had underestimated Yi Tian. They had never imagined that Yi Tian, who initially seemed merely faster than average, could actually teleport, complicating matters significantly. Before the superheroes could react, Falcon, entangled in a struggle with a creature, had one of his wings severed by a dagger that had suddenly appeared from behind. Without the balance provided by his wing, Falcon plummeted from hundreds of meters above, crashing to the ground with a sickening thud. Though he did not become a mere smear of flesh, he succumbed instantly. Wanda, who was supposed to keep an eye on Yi Tian, displayed a look of regret, realizing that she alone could not guard against him, and thus sought help from her fellow heroes. His speed is too great, and he can teleport. I can't keep up with him. We need another fast one to help deal with him. Vision, who was busy dismantling an invading starship through a spatial rift, heard Wanda's plea for assistance. He immediately turned to Captain Marvel and Thor, saying, "Captain Marvel, Thor, hold the line here. I will go below to assist Wanda in neutralizing that sneak. Once I have dealt with him, I will return to support you." Without waiting for a response, Vision plunged through the rift back to the battlefield on Earth, directing his efforts toward Yi Tian, who was in the midst of a stealth attack on Quake, Daisy Johnson. At that moment, Yi Tian had teleported behind Daisy, ready to strike with his glimmering dagger. However, just as he was about to deliver the blow, a metallic arm materialized before him, seizing the dagger with a firm grip. The sound of metal scraping echoed as the sharp dagger slid against Vision's metallic arm. Though Yi Tian's dagger was forged from precious metals of the cosmos, it was futile against Vision's vibranium form. He attempted to withdraw his dagger, but Vision's grip was unyielding, leaving Yi Tian no choice but to teleport away. Yet, facing Vision, who possessed an array of abilities including laser vision, teleportation, phasing, super strength, and super speed, Yi Tian found it impossible to escape. Chapter 68. Infinite War 3. The two figures, one pursuing and the other executing stealthy attacks, flickered across the battlefield. Yi Tian could not shake Vision, yet neither could Vision catch him. Just as Yi Tian thought they were at an impasse, Wanda, who had been previously ignored, seized the moment. As Yi Tian teleported to evade Vision's pursuit, a sudden sense of danger surged in his mind. Wanda, with Vision's assistance, had anticipated Yi Tian's teleportation location and unleashed an even larger and darker magical projectile aimed directly at him. As Yi Tian had just completed his teleportation and was still regaining his balance, he faced this energy-laden spell with resignation. The magical projectile halted in midair, mere centimeters from Yi Tian's face. Yi Tian extended his hand and gently grasped the spell, which was as powerful as a missile, crushing it into luminous particles that vanished into the ether. Vision, who had planned to capitalize on Yi Tian being caught off guard by the explosion, was taken aback upon witnessing Yi Tian destroy the spell. Before he could react, Yi Tian seized Vision's fist. Looking up, Vision saw Yi Tian grasping his fist with one hand while the other was poised to strike his forehead. With a resounding thud, Vision's indestructible vibranium head was knocked askew, and the force sent him tumbling backward. "Ah, I was merely hoping to play with you, but your sneak attack lacks honor. Attacking this old man of 10+ years. You leave me no choice but to unleash my full power. Now I must get serious. Come, let's see if you can withstand me." Seeing Yi Tian, who had been relentlessly pursuing him, suddenly grow so formidable, Wanda's expression shifted from shock to grave concern. Yi Tian stretched his body leisurely before adopting an offensive stance. And in an instant, his attack was upon Wanda. Wanda hurriedly conjured a magical shield, but before it could fully envelop her, Yi Tian's leg struck the barrier. The once robust shield held for only a few seconds before shattering under the force of his kick. As the shield broke apart, Yi Tian's powerful strike was about to land on Wanda when Vision, who had been knocked back, teleported in front of her to push her away. The kick collided with Vision's chest, producing a tremendous sound that reverberated across the battlefield. Vision was sent flying, crashing into a mountain 100 kilometers away, and upon impact, obliterated the entire peak, continuing through several more before finally coming to a halt. Even Vision's vibranium form could not withstand such a force. Cracks appeared where he had been struck. Had Vision not intervened to push Wanda out of harm's way, she would likely have been reduced to mere pulp by that kick. Meanwhile, Wanda, pushed aside by Vision, was rendered speechless by the sheer power of the blow, collapsing to the ground. With Vision incapacitated, Yi Tian saw no one to impede his advance and strode toward the fallen Wanda. Wanda, trembling in fear as Yi Tian approached, felt herself weaken, unable to rise, and could only crawl backward on her hands and feet. Yet, in the next moment, Yi Tian had crossed the distance, arriving behind her in an instant. Imitating the moves of Kizuru from One Piece, his leg glimmered with a radiant light, mimicking the effects of the Pika Pika no Mi. As he leered and muttered, "Wow, what a terrifying magic. I almost met my end." Despite this, his raised leg hesitated to descend as he pondered the still unchanged battlefield, filled with confusion. Why have they not yet appeared? It doesn't make sense. Wanda is unparalleled in beauty and form, a quintessential heroine in countless stories. How can she be on the brink of defeat, yet the protagonists have yet to show themselves? Have my preparations been in vain, or have they sensed something amiss, which is why they hesitate to emerge? Enough of this. I shall not be deterred. I will eliminate Wanda first, and then deal with that Kryptonian Supergirl. If they do not show up soon, I shall simply annihilate the entire universe. Ha ha! Having concluded his thoughts, Yi Tian wasted no time in launching a fierce strike toward the incapacitated Wanda. With a resounding crash, the space trembled violently, and the ground shook as dust was kicked up into the air. Once the dust settled, a strikingly handsome and imposing figure, clad in magnificent training attire, knelt on one knee, arms crossed, successfully blocking Yi Tian's formidable kick. The one who arrives is none other than Yi Hao, the master of the Haotian martial arts school. Behind him stands Li Shui, the familiar teacher of Zhou Hong, along with Yi Tian, accompanied by hundreds of martial artists clad in training attire, each effortlessly unleashing waves of genuine energy that stretch for thousands of zhong. While the sheer destructive power of these warriors may not be overwhelming, their agility allows them to dart about with remarkable finesse, each capable of dispatching dozens of demonic entities or soldiers from the Dark Legion with ease. Simultaneously, The battlefield witnesses a monumental shift as helicopters and transport planes surge in from the south, delivering cargo containers that are ruthlessly torn open by their occupants upon landing. Inside these containers are biochemically enhanced beings, either tyrants or serum-injected hulks, each equipped with cutting-edge weaponry, and upon their emergence, they swiftly clear entire areas of foes. One particularly striking figure leaps from an aircraft adorned with a 3 red 3 white umbrella insignia, transforming upon landing into a gargantuan green behemoth towering hundreds of meters high. With a thunderous clap of its massive hands, it generates an immense shockwave that obliterates all demonic entities and Dark Legion soldiers within a 100-kilometer radius. Additionally, from the north emerge several peculiar entities, some donned in medieval garb yet sporting beak-like visages, others resembling resilient, crawling lizards that evolve countermeasures in response to attacks, and a slender, over 2-meter-tall figure concealing its face. Trailing behind these oddities is a strikingly handsome man clad in an exquisite suit, though he appears to be an innocuous, charming youth. With a mere wave of his hand, it seems he can incinerate entire legions of demonic forces and dark soldiers within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. These three factions herald the long-anticipated arrival of the Traversers. In preparation for their presence, Zhou Hong had long since retreated to the cosmic fringes to elude the gaze of the system or other formidable entities. Currently, only Zhou Hong's thousands of avatars and tens of thousands of paper effigies remain on Earth, strategically positioned within the solar system, having established a complex array to ensure their safety, with additional formations set up around thousands of neighboring star systems. Given the presence of these three individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, it is prudent to exercise utmost caution. Now that they have finally appeared, Zhou Hong perceives them as mere nuisances. What truly warrants his careful consideration is the systems and powers they possess. Yi Tian gazes at the handsome man who has thwarted his assault, then glances towards the two Traversers who are currently overpowering Thanos, and reluctantly retreats to the edge of the battlefield. He also keeps an eye out for opportunities to ambush Vision. Should he succeed, the subsequent acquisition of the Mind Stone would become significantly easier. Chapter 69. Infinite Warfare 4. As the three Traversers join the fray with their respective factions, the battlefield transforms from a one-sided affair into a fierce contest, momentarily stifling the advance of the demonic army and Dark Legion, hinting at a potential counteroffensive towards the spatial rift. On the side of the superheroes, the tide turns with the arrival of Lin Tian, the president of the Bioengineering Corporation, and Lu Ming, the chairman of the Foundation, finally managing to suppress the formidable Thanos wielding 5 Infinity Stones. After all, the power of the Infinity Stones cannot reach beyond a universal scale unless all 6 are present, and currently, Thanos possesses only 5, limiting his prowess to that of a mid-tier celestial being. However, Yi Tian is reluctant to reveal his true strength, as doing so would raise Thanos' suspicions, and his actual plans hinge on Thanos' actions. Yi Tian merely hopes that Thanos can endure a little longer, at least until he secures the Mind Stone. After Yi Tian withdraws, Yi Hao gently assists Wanda, who had just been shielded from an attack, and expresses his concern, asking, "Wanda, are you unhurt?" Wanda, still shaken, rises with Yi Hao's help, and upon hearing his inquiry, waves her hands anxiously, saying, I'm fine. Thankfully you arrived, or I wouldn't know what to do." Yi Hao pats his chest reassuringly, indicating that all is well, then casts a fierce glare at Yi Tian, who is retreating. "Wanda, do not worry. I will teach that scoundrel who harmed you a harsh lesson. Trust in my Chinese kung fu." With that, Yi Hao uses the spatial abilities granted by the system to teleport and catch up to Yi Tian, unleashing a powerful kick infused with genuine energy, accompanied by the roar of a dragon. However, Yi Tian is not so easily caught off guard. He swiftly retreats to evade Yi Hao's attack and counterattacks with a kick, which is deftly blocked by Yi Hao's crossed arms. Yi Hao, naturally unwilling to relent, launches a powerful Arhut fist aimed at Yi Tian's face. Yi Tian deftly sidesteps the potentially disfiguring blow and retaliates with a claw-like strike toward Yi Hao's neck, a hit that would inflict severe damage if landed. Yet, as a master of numerous martial arts, Yi Hao exhibits remarkable agility, employing a snake wrap technique to ensnare Yi Tian's forearm and effortlessly neutralizing his offensive. Thus, the two engage in a back-and-forth exchange, each delivering blows that, to an outsider, seemed devoid of destructive force, lacking any semblance of true power. However, the two are acutely aware of the peril lurking within their duel. The absence of destruction around them is due to their utmost restraint and meticulous control over their own powers and energy. Any contact or hit could result in devastating injuries or internal damage. Minor injuries could lead to disability, while severe ones could result in death. As they continue their exchange on the battlefield, Yihao remains oblivious to how Yi Tian is gradually steering the fight closer to Thanos' domain. The closer they get to Thanos' battleground, the greater the risk, as their mutual attacks could easily lead to deviations in their strikes amidst the chaotic energy surging from the central conflict. Nearby, the battlefield surrounding Thanos erupts with colossal clashes. The shockwaves capable of shattering everything in their vicinity, forcing both Yi Tian and Yihao to divert their attention to evade the fallout of the primary confrontation. Upon reaching Thanos' side, Yi Tian finds himself compelled to endure attacks from other superheroes and the two other traversers. At that moment, Lin Tian and Lu Ming, the other two traversers, prepare to unleash a formidable combined assault on Thanos, inadvertently positioning themselves in close proximity to one another. Observing this, Yi Tian, beset by the relentless onslaught of superheroes and traversers, seizes the opportunity as his eyes gleam with anticipation. The moment has arrived. The power of the golden core within him erupts, sending the surrounding superheroes reeling back, even causing Yihao to stagger from the sudden outburst. This is precisely the moment Yi Tian has been waiting for. He swiftly unleashes 5 paper effigies, each carrying a shard of crystal. Then, he manifests an unprecedented level of strength, delivering a solid kick to Yihao's chest, propelling him towards Lin Tian and Lu Ming, and then commands the 5 paper effigies with a thunderous shout, "Attack!" Yihao, having been kicked aside by Yi Tian, finds himself colliding with Lin Tian and Lu Ming. As fellow traversers, they dominate the confrontation against Thanos, while he is left to contend with a mere minion of Thanos, unexpectedly finding himself overpowered by a minor adversary. Now, having been unceremoniously kicked and landing beside Lin Tian and Lu Ming, Yihao's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though he had lost considerable face. He quickly performed a graceful leap, offering an awkward smile to Lin Tian and Lu Ming. Yihao then turned, his expression darkening. He was resolutely determined to avenge himself on that little Karami after he dealt with the situation at hand. Just as he was about to cast a fierce glare at the little creature, he noticed 5 paper-like figures suddenly materializing around him, Lin Tian and Lu Ming. These paper figures swiftly thrust crystals into the ground, which then erupted in a dazzling light. As the light faded, the crystals rapidly formed a peculiar pattern. Before Yihao, Lin Tian, and Lu Ming could fully comprehend the situation, a brilliant flash enveloped them, followed by a momentary darkness. When they regained their sight, the scenery and environment around them had drastically transformed. What once was a bright day on Earth had turned into a desolate, shadowy landscape. Upon glancing up, they realized the starry sky had also altered. This unmistakable shift in their surroundings indicated that they were no longer on Earth. The ground where they had been transported bore 5 shattered crystals, remnants of their arrival. In this moment, Yihao, along with Lin Tian and Lu Ming, felt a growing sense of panic. Yihao hastily summoned the system within his mind, exclaiming, "System, come forth. I have been transported to an unknown star domain. Utilize your positioning capabilities to bring me back to Earth immediately." System acknowledged. Initiating transport. With his eyes closed, Yihao felt a sudden jolt coursing through his body. Yet the next moment, everything returned to normal. He opened his eyes only to find himself still on this unfamiliar planet. Urgently, he inquired within his mind, "System, what is happening? Why have I not been transported back to Earth? I need to confront Thanos and save the planet." Beep. Upon system analysis, the space-time of this star system has been sealed. Spatial transport is currently unavailable. You must either run or fly beyond the restricted area, or alternatively, utilize prohibited transport. However, the points required for this option are substantial, and your current points are insufficient. Upon receiving this information, Yihao's expression darkened completely, his face contorting with rage. Unable to restrain himself, he unleashed a torrent of curses upon the system. "You useless system, did you not claim that I could return to the martial arts hall from any location? Now, a mere space-time restriction renders you impotent. You are truly a worthless system. Forget it. I'll find a way myself. Relying on you will take an eternity. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and Lu Ming were bewildered by the situation. After a moment of silence, their expressions gradually turned grim. Had Zhou Hong witnessed this scenario, he would have realized they were all attempting to contact their systems or powers. Unfortunately, Zhou Hong had anticipated this, sealing the space-time of the entire star system and reinforcing the stability of the space, preventing them from exceeding the speed of light. At their current pace, it would take them at least a day and night to escape the restricted star domain. By the time they exited the sealed area and attempted to return to Earth using their systems or powers, the battle would have long concluded. After all, even Zhou Hong, at the Golden Core level, would find it impossible to eliminate a traveler armed with a system, unless he reached the realm of the celestial spirit. Only then would he possess the means to extract the system from within them. At that point, the travelers, stripped of their systems, would be utterly powerless, while Zhou Hong, relying solely on his cultivation, could easily manipulate them at will. Chapter 70. Infinite Warfare V on the Other Side. Numerous superheroes watched in dismay as the formidable reinforcements they had just summoned vanished without a trace in a flash of light, worry etched across their faces. In contrast, Thanos and his Dark Army let out a collective sigh of relief. The two human foes they had recently faced were overwhelmingly powerful, managing to maintain a firm grip against the formidable Thanos. With the absence of these two formidable allies, the situation reverted to its original state. As long as they remained composed, they could systematically eliminate this so-called group of superheroes, paving the way for Thanos' grand design. With renewed confidence, Thanos seized the opportunity amidst the chaos among Earth's inhabitants, intensifying his assault. Mars Hunter, Iron Man, Captain America, with Mjolnir, and Black Panther scrambled to fend off Thanos' onslaught. Yet against the might of a Thanos equipped with 5 Infinity Stones, they could only retreat. As for Yi Tian, he resumed his stealthy tactics on the battlefield, recently witnessing a wild wasp being hurled by Ebony Maw's telekinesis. Yi Tian quietly slipped over, using his hand as a blade to slice through Wasp's throat. The wasp, having been cast to the ground by Ebony Maw, felt a sudden chill at her throat, followed by excruciating pain and a loss of bodily warmth. Daisy the wasp laboriously raised her hand to touch her throat, only to find a warm liquid flowing from the wound. Her eyes widened in disbelief, shock, and terror as her pupils dilated, consciousness spiraling into eternal darkness. Yi Tian moved stealthily across the battlefield, dispatching anyone who fell or was injured with silent precision. Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye Barton, the repeatedly resurrected Falcon, Spider-Man Peter Parker, and Bucky, Captain America's comrade, along with Valkyrie and all other non-core superheroes, fell victim to Yi Tian's lethal approach. Naturally, Yi Tian had also attempted to silently eliminate several key superheroes, but to his dismay, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he felt a threatening force from the void, a manifestation of the world's will. Initially, Yi Tian considered using his golden core strength to break through this will suppression and forcibly eliminate Iron Man, Captain America, and other principal superheroes. However, as he attempted to act, he felt his own will being drawn into an infinite abyss by an unseen force. Faced with the situation, Yi Tian had no choice but to relent. Yet, he was not without recourse. While he could not eliminate the superheroes under the watchful eye of the world's will, others could, and Yi Tian stood firmly on their side. Due to Yi Tian's presence, the superhero faction suffered significant losses, with more than a dozen superheroes falling prey to Yi Tian's treachery, exacerbating the speed of their defeat. On the battlefield, the resounding explosions and clashing weapons echoed endlessly. The entire nation of America had devolved into chaos, with its residents nearly decimated and its military entirely routed, fleeing in disarray. Darkseid's demon-like army and Thanos' Dark Legion roamed throughout America, seeking any remaining survivors. Encountering Darkseid's forces was relatively fortunate. They merely captured individuals to transform into demons. However, being caught by Thanos' Dark Army meant a swift execution by energy weapons. At the center of the Earth battlefield, Thanos, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet embedded with 5 Infinity Stones, had firmly seized the upper hand. Even with Captain Marvel abandoning her mission to destroy the starships within the spatial rift to return for support, she could only barely hold her ground. In truth, Captain Marvel's power was not insignificant. Against Thanos, while she might not emerge victorious, she could at least hold her own. Yet, she found herself hindered by a group of incompetent allies. Iron Man, Tony Stark's armor, is now severely damaged. Even the reserve of nanometals cannot fully restore it. Only the essential components and weapons can be prioritized for repair. Captain America is in an even worse state. His attire, adorned with the flag of America, has been ravaged by the fires of battle. His shield, crafted by vibranium, has been shattered into pieces by Thanos. Even MJ Lilner, the hammer that boasts the universe's toughest metal, meticulously forged by the Dwarven Master, has had two corners cleaved off by Thanos' double-edged sword. Thor Odinson, the god of thunder, despite his formidable Asgardian physique and wielding the powerful Stormbreaker, can only barely assist Captain Marvel in fending off Thanos' onslaught. In contrast to the Earth's superheroes, Thanos feels remarkably at ease in battle, effortlessly dealing with the numerous formidable heroes arrayed against him. Although Captain Marvel's persistent harassment and Thor's relentless support are somewhat bothersome, Thanos remains focused. He skillfully deflects Captain Marvel and Thor's attacks while targeting the injured Iron Man, Tony Stark, and Captain America. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel and Thor, striving to protect Iron Man and Captain America, unwittingly allow Thanos to seize the opportunity to strike at them. Among Earth's superheroes, the Martian Manhunter, the most powerful after Superman, is currently struggling with severe injuries as he attempts to destroy the interstellar warships aiming to breach Earth. But the sheer number of these ships prevents him from providing aid to the battlefield. The nation of America has been reduced to ruins, its surface riddled with craters and chaos from relentless bombardments. In the remnants of a city, Vision is laboriously flying in search of the Guardian's base. His vibranium body has been compromised, shattered at the chest by a kick from Etion. In order to repair himself, he must find a life pod to replace his vibranium, which is only available at the Guardian's base, a fact that drives him to navigate from the edge of the battlefield to the city's ruins. With his enhanced vision, Vision locates the Guardian's base and hastens toward it. But as he flies halfway, a figure suddenly teleports above him and delivers a powerful kick to his back. Clang! Whoosh! The tremendous force impacts Vision at his waist, sending him crashing uncontrollably to the ground. Boom! The sturdy concrete building is penetrated as Vision's vibranium body creates a massive crater hundreds of meters deep and several kilometers wide. Before Vision can recover, the figure descends, stomping on his chest, driving the already deep crater an additional 200 meters downwards. Vision's previously cracked chest is utterly crushed. Upon lifting his gaze, Vision realizes that the assailant is Etion, who had fought against him moments before. Staring intently at Etion, Vision struggles to speak, stammering, "You are also a human from Earth. Why do you assist Thanos in invading Earth?" Etion gazes at Vision with profound intensity, his expression devoid of emotion. Ignoring Vision's query, he grips Vision's arms and, with a swift motion, tears them apart. As an artificial intelligence, Vision feels no pain, even as his arms are severed, and he attempts to reason with Etion. However, Etion does not grant him the chance to speak further, instead placing his foot on Vision's neck, severing his head. Etion then seizes Vision's head and crushes the vibranium at his forehead, extracting the Mind Stone embedded there. Having acquired what he desired, Etion unhesitatingly reduces Vision's head to a mass of scrap metal, discarding it into the deep crater before soaring away. Chapter 71. The End of Infinite War. When Etion returns to the main battlefield on Earth with the Mind Stone, he finds that Thanos has already subdued the Earth's superheroes. Etion is perplexed as to why Thanos does not eliminate them entirely. It seems that all villains and superheroes in this world share a common belief in their overwhelming power to dominate everything, convinced that no one can reverse their fate. At this point, Etion feels exasperated, knowing it no longer concerns him, as long as it does not impede the execution of his ultimate plan. Upon his return, Etion witnesses Thanos, brimming with dominance, standing on the fallen Thor, his left hand gripping the double-edged sword while the right holds Captain Marvel by the neck. Lifted high above the ground, surrounded by incapacitated superheroes. This scene continues until Etion approaches. Realizing that Thanos is rambling on about his experiences and his plan for balancing the universe's population and resources, Tony Stark, You're not the only one cursed by knowledge. Thanos declares, my homeland, Titan, was ravaged by conflict due to overpopulation and insufficient resources. Thus, I have discerned the truth of the universe. I once experimented with erasing half of a planet's life. Ultimately, my experiment succeeded. That planet revitalized. Yetion thinks, what are you talking about? There is no need for this. Why not simply eliminate these people? I lack the means to act against those who are the focus of the world's will. But if I had the opportunity, I would strike without hesitation. It is only at the onset of the infinite war that Yetion comprehends why his original self could eliminate the world's will's focal points. It was due to the presence of the heavenly demon blade. Now, as a mere avatar, he possesses no means to counter the world's will. Thanos has vanquished the Earth's superhero alliance, and, instead of exterminating them, is attempting to persuade them to accept his ideology. Brother, this is the typical trope. In the end, they stage a comeback, rendering all our efforts futile. Can we not be more decisive? More resolute? Sighing, feeling exhausted, Yetion approaches Thanos, delivering a gentle kick that sends the kneeling Tony Stark 2 meters away, without malice, as this light kick would not attract the world's will's attention. Bowing to present the Mind Stone before Thanos. Lord Thanos, I have acquired the Mind Stone. Now, I offer it to you, so that together we may witness the universe achieve true balance. Upon seeing the Mind Stone, Thanos ceases his lecturing of Earth's superheroes, flinging Captain Marvel aside before striding toward Yetion to claim the Mind Stone. Noticing Thor beneath his foot as an obstruction, he kicks him away before joyfully taking the Mind Stone from Yetion's hands. Thanos raises the Mind Stone above his head, admiring it for a moment before lifting his right hand, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet. As he brings the Mind Stone close, it seamlessly embeds itself into the gauntlet. With the addition of the Mind Stone, the Infinity Gauntlet erupted in a brilliant light, a surge of colorful energy coursing from the gauntlet into Thanos' being. Powerful, invincible, and omnipotent. This was the exhilarating sensation that the complete Infinity Gauntlet bestowed upon Thanos, who reveled in the strength it granted him. After a considerable time, Thanos emerged from his stupor, for while the allure of power was captivating, his ambitions and convictions remained unwavering. To achieve his goals, Thanos was willing to sacrifice everyone, including himself. After all, the feeling derived from mere external power was trivial. Tilting his head, Thanos scrutinized the Infinity Gauntlet adorning his right hand, feeling the strength surge within him while simultaneously solidifying his resolve and objectives. Gradually, he articulated a long-buried thought. This is the power of the cosmic Infinity Stones, the true omnipotent force. With merely a snap of my fingers, half of all life in the universe will be eradicated without distinction. There will be no more annihilation caused by overpopulation and resource scarcity. Perhaps you do not understand now, but in the future, you will be grateful for my actions. For I am destiny. Thanos raised his right hand high, and under the gaze of all the superheroes on Earth, his thumb gently rested upon his middle finger. Just as he was about to snap, Superman, Clark, who should have been battling Darkseid, suddenly appeared before Thanos, one hand grasping the head of a hairless gorilla, while the other effortlessly held Thanos' hand, preventing the snap from occurring. With his steel-like physique, Superman had become even more indomitable after absorbing solar energy, growing ever more powerful with the passage of time. The head he held was that of the new god Darkseid. Initially, Darkseid may have been able to contend with Superman, but now the Silver Superman was simply too formidable. No energy was required. With the mere passage of time, he could grow infinitely stronger. Even Thanos wielding 6 Infinity Stones could not withstand Superman's superhuman strength, for Thanos had merely acquired the powers of the Infinity Stones, not an augmentation of his own abilities. At that moment, Superman Clark floated mid-air, one hand gripping the bloodied head of a god, the other clutching Thanos' hand adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet. He radiated an unmatched aura and an unfathomable might, resembling a true deity descending upon the world. After thwarting Thanos' plan to annihilate half of the universe with a snap, Superman coldly inquired, "What did you just say? Your destiny? You are mistaken. The beings of the universe deserve the right to choose freely, not to be judged by you on whether they should be eliminated. Now, you shall face the judgment of the Earth Federation." As he spoke, Superman Clark intensified his grip, leaving a shallow imprint on Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet. Seeing his ultimate goal slipping away, Thanos' fury ignited. He strained to break free from Superman's grasp while his left hand swung forcefully at Superman Clark's face. Facing Thanos' full force, Superman Clark did not flinch, allowing Thanos' fist to strike his chiseled visage. With a resounding thud, crack, Thanos' powerful blow landed on Superman's face, producing a tremendous impact sound. However, Superman remained unscathed, while Thanos' hand fractured upon colliding with Superman's indestructible body. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, a doppelganger of Zhou Hong, felt his objective nearing completion only to be thwarted by Superman at a critical moment, causing his irritation to bubble. Seizing the opportunity while Superman was focused on Thanos, he unleashed an unprecedented potential, igniting his body in a crimson flame, a manifestation of his own life force and vitality to gain immense strength. Then, Yi Tian surged forward at terrifying speed, colliding with Superman Clark suspended in midair. In that instant, even Superman's invulnerable form was sent flying several miles. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Lord Thanos, quickly use the Infinity Stones. I will hold back Superman Clark. Everything is worth it for the balance of the universe. Lord Thanos, hurry. This is the only opportunity we have. We must achieve the cosmic equilibrium we envision." After declaring this, Yi Tian crashed into Superman Clark, sending them both tumbling into a mountain, collapsing the range that stretched for thousands of meters. Thanos watched as Yi Tian bore Superman Clark away, flames of crimson flickering around him. Sensing the life force emanating from Yi Tian visibly deteriorating, a flicker of emotion welled within Thanos. "Yi Tian, my dear friend, rest assured, our vision shall surely come to fruition." Snap! This time, Thanos no longer lingered in hesitation or obsession. He executed a simple snap. As the sound of the snap reverberated across the battleground on Earth, an invisible wave emanated from the Infinity Stones on Thanos' gauntlet, activating the cosmic rules to commence the erasure of the universe. Chapter 72. The Annihilation of the Cosmos Snap. Yi Tian, burning with life potential, heard the snap resonating from the heart of the battlefield, as he felt the power of the Infinity Stones mobilizing the entire cosmic order. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, releasing his hold on Superman Clark. Observing the regret etched on Superman Clark's face after Thanos successfully snapped his fingers, Yi Tian ceased to conceal his triumph. "Ha ha ha, it worked. The plan has succeeded. My mission is complete. What a magnificent sight it is to behold the celestial spirit born from the world's destruction. Ha ha ha. Alas, from the moment I was separated, it was destined. My true self. How I long for this." As the final words escaped Yi Tian's lips, his body could no longer withstand the consequences of burning his potential and vitality, crumbling to ashes, scattered by a gentle breeze across the collapsed mountains. Superman Clark gazed at the unfolding scene, unable to suppress his confusion, furrowing his brow. For Thanos' snap seemed to have yielded no discernible effect. Disregarding these thoughts, Superman swiftly returned to Thanos' location. On the other side, after executing the snap, Thanos was met with a powerful backlash coursing from the Infinity Gauntlet, spreading throughout his body. His form began to carbonize and dissolve. The formidable physique granted by the eternal race of Titan allowed Thanos to momentarily retain his head, though his face contorted in pain and confusion, unable to comprehend why. After utilizing the Infinity Gauntlet to snap, not a single being on Earth had perished. Instead, he was consumed by the overwhelming backlash, reduced to ashes. Moreover, the Infinity Gauntlet was utterly destroyed, with the 6 Infinity Stones embedded within it shattering into countless fragments, which then disintegrated into dust, scattering into the air. Thus, Thanos' remaining head, bearing a visage of confusion and anguish, too was transformed into ash. The superheroes on Earth could only exchange bewildered glances at this turn of events. The grand invasion by Thanos and Darkseid had not only resulted in their own catastrophic losses, but had also culminated in their utter obliteration. All for the sake of a simple snap. The snap had indeed been executed, yet, according to observations and calculations by Jarvis, not a single human remained lost on Earth. What then is their true purpose? Are they merely seeking death? They remain oblivious and perplexed. Yet, the paramount concern now is that the leader of the invaders has perished. What remains for them to confront are merely the demon-like forces and the dark legions that accompanied their arrival. Moreover, with the destruction of the space gem, The rifts in the sky above Earth have also sealed. This indicates that the only invaders left on Earth are the demon-like entities and the Dark Legions. At this moment, Superman Clark has returned. Faced with the disarray of the invader forces, devoid of command and leadership, Superman, along with Captain Marvel, Martian Manhunter, and Thor, can effortlessly clear vast areas with a mere display of their powers. Additionally, the military forces of various nations have mobilized, and superheroes with extraordinary abilities have joined the fray to expel the invaders. Within a mere half-day, apart from those demon-like beings and the prominent leaders of the Dark Legions who have chosen to conceal themselves in anticipation of danger, nearly all of the invaders have been eliminated. In the aftermath of this battle, nations around the world are grappling with varying degrees of loss, silently tending to their wounds while striving to restore their livelihoods and economies. The United States, as the principal battleground, has seen its populace decimated, with the entire nation having been ravaged by the onslaught of cosmic warships, leaving no standing structures intact. Fortunately, the multitude of superheroes in America has prevented other nations from taking advantage of their misfortune. While countries around the globe nurse their wounds and superheroes strive to maintain order and rescue civilians on the fringes of the cosmos, influenced by the boundless power of the Infinity Stones, the edges of the universe are visibly collapsing towards the center. In the void at the heart of the universe, a youth clad in simple robes materializes, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, as he allows his essence to gradually disintegrate into the dust, merging with the golden elixir within the void. As the universe contracts, the golden elixir continuously absorbs the destructive forces unleashed by the universe's demise. The first to sense the anomaly are the embodiments of cosmic laws, including death, eternity, devourer, annihilation, and the endless. These deities, as embodiments of the universe as concepts, are naturally the first to perceive changes within it. However, these cosmic entities have existed since the dawn of the universe, having endured countless cycles of cosmic rebirth. Thus, the destruction or renewal of the universe is merely a segment of their game. Subsequently, the powerful beings of the universe, such as the Collector and the Cosmic Guardian Merlin, also perceive the shift. Although they possess extraordinary strength exceeding that of multiple universes, they regard the cycle of destruction and rebirth as mere consequences of cosmic errors. As for the celestial beings, they are but incarnations of the original or multiversal deities, and upon realizing the impending destruction of this universe, they have relinquished their oversight and returned to their true forms. As time passes, the speed of the universe's collapse accelerates. Initially discernible to the naked eye, the contraction now exceeds the speed of light by hundreds of times within mere hours. Should this trend persist, it may soon defy even the description of light speed. Earth, the planet at the center of this cosmic turmoil, is not positioned at the true center of the universe. Rather, it serves as a nexus for the cosmic will or the multiversal omnipotence connecting various dimensions, remaining ensconced in the wilderness of the cosmos. In just a matter of hours, the contraction has begun to absorb all matter into the universe's primordial singularity, with countless celestial bodies and galaxies being drawn closer together, now affecting Earth itself. The entire Milky Way, too, is being pulled toward this singularity by the formidable force of collapse. The imbalance caused by this cosmic contraction has led to natural disasters on Earth, with volcanic eruptions and tsunamis sweeping across continents and cities. The once thriving nation of Japan was unexpectedly awakened by massive volcanic eruptions during the night, only to be engulfed entirely by relentless deluges, leaving it forever submerged and silenced. Soon, even this small planet will cease to exist, as the chaotic gravitational pull of the cosmic singularity will shatter the entire Milky Way, leaving neither this small planet nor even the solar system intact. At this moment, in a dilapidated church in America, the youth Yi Tian feels the disconnection from his essence. Yet he remains corporeal, realizing that the plan has reached fruition. Now, he must confront the dilemma posed by the woman before him. Killing her is not an option. Should the Phoenix Force sense a lethal threat, it would unleash its full wrath. If it were the Dark Phoenix, that would be manageable, for the Dark Phoenix embodies annihilation. However, if she were to transform into the White Phoenix, the implications could be dire, for the White Phoenix possesses the power to reboot the multiverse. Chapter 73. Creation born from destruction ultimately, Yi Tian could not conceive a solution that would satisfy both sides. He would leave it to fate. For even as an accomplished celestial being, he is but a product of a singular universe, albeit a substantial one. Furthermore, the collapse and reformation of the universe are now inevitable, with Earth beginning to feel the repercussions, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis ravaging the land. In these final moments, Yi Tian strides towards Jean Grey. As she gazes at him with confusion, he unties the ropes binding her hands. Just as Jean attempts to voice her bewilderment, he cups her face and kisses her tenderly. Jean, faced with the boy who has deceived her, resists fiercely, struggling to push him away. Yet, unbeknownst to her, this kiss serves to draw her attention while he discreetly unbinds the seals restraining her powers. In that moment of liberation, as Jean instinctively seeks to channel her abilities, she succeeds for the first time. A surge of potent telekinetic and telepathic energy erupts from Jean, sending Yi Tian crashing into a stone pillar. With a resounding crash, Yi Tian is knocked unconscious against the pillar. Jean gazes in disbelief at her hands, astonished that her powers, previously dormant, have suddenly returned. In her panic, she rushes to Yi Tian's side. Yi, what's wrong? Wake up, wake up. In her distress, she anticipated that her power would launch Yi Tian away, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. As she shakes him, his form suddenly dissipates into dust, carried away by a gentle breeze, leaving behind only a vibrant drop of blood floating in the air. Yeah, how could this happen? His body was so strong. How could he simply vanish from being knocked away? Jean Grey could not accept the ephemeral nature of Yi Tian's existence. Her spirit was stirred, and she ceased to suppress the power of the phoenix within her. The terrifying black-red phoenix force erupted from her being. This formidable black-red phoenix energy expanded relentlessly, obliterating all matter it touched. Within mere moments, the entirety of North and South America vanished from the earth. All who could not escape, mutants, anomalies, superhumans, were reduced to mere ashes. Only the more powerful superheroes, such as Superman Clark, The Flash, Captain Marvel, Thor, Martian Manhunter, and Scarlet, which Wanda managed to flee the Americas in time. Others, including Iron Man, Captain America, Cyborg, and Aquaman, were eradicated by the Black-Red Phoenix Force. In that singular moment, what Zhou Hong had long desired but was perpetually thwarted by the will of the world was accomplished. If Zhou Hong were to discover this, he would likely feel immense regret, pondering that had he known, he should have simply sought out Jean Grey and exercised some control to obliterate the entirety of America. After erasing North and South America, Jean Grey appeared to regain some semblance of rationality. With a cold expression, she collected the drop of blood left behind by Yi Tian's dissolution, sensing a familiar essence within it, a sinister smile creeping onto her icy visage. Yi Tian? Or Zhou Hong? It matters not. I shall find you. Jean Grey burst forth from the earth, gazing at the celestial bodies colliding and fracturing in the starry expanse. And without hesitation, she propelled herself towards the edge of the universe. The superheroes who had escaped from the Americas beheld the apocalyptic visage of the cosmos, feeling the omnipresent, formidable gravitational pull. They finally comprehended the repercussions of Thanos' final snap. They had not anticipated it would lead to the universe's annihilation. Yet it was too late to voice any concerns. Among the escaped superheroes, perhaps only Superman Clark and The Flash stood a chance of escaping this universe. Confronted with the scene before them, Superman Clark and The Flash endeavored to exceed the speed of light, attempting to traverse time and return to the past to thwart Thanos. However, the universe's destruction and subsequent rebirth had become an irrevocable fate. Not even an acceleration of 100 times the speed of light could breach the temporal barrier. As if an unknown force interfered with the laws of time in the vast cosmos. Faced with this predicament, Superman and The Flash ultimately resolved to lead the other escaping superheroes in a bid to flee this universe. As they approached the cosmic fringes, striving to breach the universal barrier, they discovered that even the seemingly omnipotent Superman could not penetrate it. Normally, even The Flash could effortlessly traverse cosmic barriers to reach another universe. Yet now, despite the presence of both The Flash and Superman, their combined efforts could not budge the fortified universal barrier. However, escaping this impending cataclysm was their sole hope. They could only attempt it repeatedly. Ultimately, as the universe compressed to a mere 10 light years, its mass reached an unfathomable magnitude. Within this cosmos, aside from Superman Clark, no other life could endure. The immense gravitational force and density rendered even the superhuman body of Superman immobile, and he could only stand by helplessly as his form was crushed by the overwhelming density. A day later, the infinitely vast and immeasurable universe vanished, leaving behind a singularity smaller than atomic particles, a remnant of the universe's inception and its ultimate demise. In the multiverse and omniversal realms, the disappearance of a universe may not elicit concern. However, the obliterated universe was one created by the supreme, omnipotent God and OAA. Although other parallel universes existed, this particular universe was undeniably unique. For both the supreme, omnipotent God and the all-powerful OAA, as well as other existences, had placed their pieces within this universe. Thus, countless omniversal deities and celestial beings from the multiverse now focus their gaze upon the shattered universe 100001. After thorough observation, they discerned anomalies. Within that infinitesimal singularity, a golden orb, existing between reality and illusion, absorbed all aspects of the universe, including its rules and existential principles. This golden orb was Zhou Hong's golden elixir, now representing all that Zhou Hong was, as his Tao body had fully merged within. The deities observing the destruction of universe 100001 perceived within Zhou Hong's golden elixir the concepts and rules of universal existence. And although they could not discern its nature, they understood it to be an artifact capable of comprehending the omnipotent essence. Despite being deities of the multiverse, capable of effortlessly creating countless dimensions, they could not forge a truly existent universe. The disparity in power among the omniversal beings stemmed from their mastery of the concepts and principles of cosmic existence, enabling them to create universes at will. Before them lay the essence of a universe's concept and existential principles. Acquiring this treasure and understanding its principles would pave the way to becoming an omniversal powerhouse, an opportunity no aspiring deity could afford to overlook. Thus, the deities who discovered the golden elixir sprang into action, racing toward the cosmic singularity. Just as the celestial beings were about to touch the golden elixir, a youthful Taoist figure, eyes closed, manifested within the orb. Chapter 74. The omnipotent universes will strikes the young Taoist figure slowly opened his eyes, a mystical radiance emanating from them. This apparition was none other than Zhou Hong's primordial spirit. And as the golden elixir continued to absorb the momentum and existential concepts birthed from the universe's destruction, the figure grew increasingly solidified. Zhou Hong's primordial spirit observed the multitude of omniversal deities rushing toward him, a slight smirk gracing his lips. From the universe's primordial singularity, countless monstrous tendrils emerged, striking with a velocity beyond the comprehension of the divine beings. Those pierced by the tendrils were gripped by terror, realizing their divine powers and existential principles were being siphoned away. Upon this revelation, panic washed over them. If it were merely their divine powers being absorbed, they could still leverage the multiverse's rules and concepts to revive after death. However, if their existential principles were entirely consumed, they would be rendered irretrievable. The multiversal deities struggled vehemently, yet their efforts proved futile. They were but celestial beings within the multiverse, their strength only surpassing that of individual universes but falling short of true multiversal deities. Genuine multiversal deities could create entire multiversal worlds, referred to as the masters or creators of the multiverse. In the face of Zhou Hong, a being of gargantuan cosmic prowess, they were nothing more than ants, easily expendable. Initially, Zhou Hong believed that nurturing his primordial spirit amidst the destructive force of a universe was a remarkable feat. Yet he was astonished to find so many benevolent souls presenting him with sustenance. Now, he is not only capable of directly nurturing his primordial spirit through the destructive forces of a universe and the principles of existence, but can also cultivate an entire colossal universe within his golden core by absorbing the divine powers and authorities of the celestial beings across these multiverses. With a universe golden core gestating within him, his energy is inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Even when faced with the masters of the multiverse, he can retreat with ease, even if he cannot contest their might. After all, within this all-encompassing universe, Nearly all multiverses created by their masters exist externally, except for the Life Tribunal, the Infinite Family, and the deities embodying the Marvel concept. At this moment, with his golden core primordial spirit already nurtured, and with these celestial beings of the multiverse presenting themselves, Zhou Hong's primordial spirit has solidified to a substantial form. Moreover, the golden core envelopes the singularity of 1,0,0,0,0,0,1 universes, preparing to use this singularity as the cornerstone for his internal golden core. The primordial spirit swiftly refines the cosmic singularity, achieving complete control over it, while the golden core begins to infuse the singularity with the power of creation. The singularity essentially represents a point of perfect balance. As the power of creation flows in, it disrupts this balance, initiating a qualitative transformation within the golden core. Unlike the initial cosmic explosion, which was a simple and violent event, the power of creation from the golden core starts to reverse the process, rapidly expanding from a point of infinite mass until it eventually spreads to a size of 100,000 light-years, approximately the size of the Milky Way, before gradually slowing down. It could have continued to expand rapidly, but as the struggles of hundreds of celestial beings ceased, the external powers from the multiverse also halted. If you were to rely solely on the golden core's supply for the expansion of the internal universe, it would normally proceed at a rate of 1 light-year per day. At such a pace, it would take an indeterminate amount of time to form a super-large singular universe, and Zhou Hong, having experienced rapid ascension, found this speed intolerable. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the massive universes in the void. Zhou Hong was not greedy. He only needed 100 singular universes as within a multiverse. Singular universes are as plentiful as grains of sand, and no one would care about the fate of a mere 100. In the astonished eyes of the surrounding celestial beings, Zhou Hong pierced through the barriers of over 100 universes with the tendrils sprouting from his golden core, absorbing everything from those singular universes, including their energy and existence. During this absorption, countless superheroes and cosmic deities from the breached universes fought valiantly against him. Yet they were up against Zhou Hong, who had already attained primordial spirit celestial status. Any being that had not transcended the singular universe was but an ant in the presence of Zhou Hong, a primordial spirit celestial. Even if they exhausted every strong force within their universe, they could not sever the tendrils that delved deep into their cosmos. The celestial beings of the multiverse watched in horror, retreating in fright. It was beyond their capacity to contend with the hundreds of singular universes, let alone Zhou Hong. However, just as Zhou Hong was gaining momentum, an enormous hand emerged from beyond the multiverse, dwarfing a universe trillions of light-years in size, rendering it as insignificant as a marble. Zhou Hong was horrified. Unlike the celestial beings of the multiverse, who saw merely a colossal hand, Zhou Hong perceived it as the embodiment of the will of the omnipotent universe. This was akin to the celestial will of a grand world. Could it be? In this all-encompassing universe, where countless multiverses exist, and within each multiverse, innumerable singular universes reside, he was merely absorbing a trivial 100 singular universes. Was it necessary to take such grave notice? If only the Life Tribunal or the Arbiter had appeared. Instead, he was confronted with the will of the omnipotent universe. This was the true apex deity beneath the omniscient and omnipotent OAA. Though the Life Tribunal represented the omniscient OAA, it could not compare to the will of the omnipotent universe. After all, the Life Tribunal only commanded a fraction of the powers of this omnipotent universe. Faced with the will of the omnipotent universe, Zhou Hong felt a surge of unwillingness within. Was his path reaching its end? He could not accept it. In less than 20 years, Zhou Hong had attained the realm of primordial spirit celestial. Given just another 5 years, he could ascend to the celestial realm. By then, with the prowess of a 9th-tier celestial, he would not only shatter multiversal barriers, but also the omnipotent universe. 5 years. Just 5 years. As Zhou Hong watched the colossal hand, a manifestation of the rules and concepts of the omnipotent universe, draw closer, a violent fury ignited in his eyes. A frenzied resolve surged within him. To obstruct one's path to enlightenment is akin to killing one's parents. If you will not allow me peace, do not expect to remain unscathed. I, Zhou Hong, may fall today, but I shall take a piece of you with me. Celestial demon blade, come forth. The celestial demon blade materialized in his hands, its dark red blade gleaming ominously, and a torrent of dark energy surged forth from it, engulfing the surroundings. Zhou Hong unleashed the celestial technique to manifest the heavens and earth, his form soaring to an astonishing height of 1,000,000 light years. The celestial demon blade in his grasp expanded to dozens of thousands of light years. Yet, even at a height of 1,000,000 light years, Zhou Hong appeared as insignificant as a grain of sand against the colossal hand, even less than the singular universe beside him. The difference between 1,000,000 light years and a singular universe was akin to that of an ant beside an egg. Nevertheless, Zhou Hong remained undeterred, for he made a startling discovery. Although his form, magnified by the technique, was somewhat insubstantial, that colossal hand was even less solid than his manifestation. It appeared grand and sacred, yet bore an air of emptiness. Zhou Hong lifted the celestial demon blade above his head, channeling all his strength into it, and a burst of black light erupted. It plunged the surrounding thousands of singular universes into darkness. This black light represented the blade's ability to devour all, transforming them into energy for its own use, as the celestial beings of the multiverse and the cosmos gradually disintegrated within its embrace. As the colossal hand approached, merely a starry river away from him, Zhou Hong could not afford to ponder whether the celestial demon blade had absorbed enough energy. He steeled himself and swung towards one of the fingers of the giant hand. Chapter 75, Legacy and Pawns. As the celestial demon blade collided with the colossal hand, an intangible wave rippled outwards, akin to a droplet falling into a pond, creating a series of concentric ripples. There was no thunderous crash, nor cataclysmic destruction, only those ripples. As they passed through, caused all entities, including singular universes and celestial beings of the multiverse, to silently disintegrate into ash. The celestial beings and lords of the multiverse, witnessing the silent obliteration of universes and deities from a distance, were gripped with horror, retreating light years away, as the deities withdrew and hundreds of universes vanished. The point of collision left only a void in its wake. Once the celestial beings regained their composure and peered into the void, they beheld the intact colossal hand, while Zhou Hong's form, towering 1,000,000 light years high, had been shattered by the backlash of the collision. Forced back to his original size, Zhou Hong fell unconscious, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. The ability to survive a clash with the transcendent cosmic will at the level of the primordial spirit celestial being already signifies that Zhou Hong possesses an extraordinary combat prowess. After all, there exists an entire realm of disparity, a difference as vast as from 1 to infinity. Just as the colossal hand of the cosmic will descended upon Zhou Hong once more, a peculiar red light suddenly erupted from the tip of the celestial demon blade, which had been sent flying billions of light years away. Following this, a terrifying roar reverberated throughout the Marvel, DC, and the comprehensive omnipotent universes. This dreadful roar was sufficient to scatter the enormous hand of the cosmic will into fragments. From the enigmatic red light emanating from the celestial demon blade emerged a battle tiger, draped in crimson fur, with the character Wong emblazoned upon its forehead. Though the battle tiger stood merely 2.5 meters tall and measured over 6 meters in length, the aura it radiated eclipsed even that of the comprehensive, omnipotent universe. Moreover, the tiger's presence exuded a reality that transcended the world, possessing a unique characteristic of singularity within the fabric of time and space. The moment the battle tiger manifested, it stirred the highest deity and the omniscient Oe, who were still beyond the omnipotent universe. The supreme deity and Oe found themselves momentarily breathless under the weight of this newfound aura. Their expressions a blend of terror and an even more fervent exhilaration. Battling against the invisible pressure, the supreme deity exclaimed with a jubilant tone, "There is still a path ahead. Our current realm is not the end. There are further horizons to explore, haha." Oe, rarely displaying joy, nodded vigorously. "Indeed, our conjectures have proven correct. Beyond the omnipotent realm, there exists a path. We must hurry, even if we cannot behold it. We must experience the essence that exists beyond our highest omnipotence." The supreme deity nodded hastily anxiety etched upon his face. You are right. Such an existence may depart at any moment. We must not delay. With urgency, the supreme deity and the omnipotent OA, the architects of the two omnipotent universes, sped towards the comprehensive omnipotent universe. Within the comprehensive omnipotent universe, the celestial beings of the multiverse and the sovereign of the multiverse could only sense the genuine and unique essence of the battle tiger. Yet they were entirely oblivious to the overwhelming pressure that left even deities and OA gasping for breath. This was a discrepancy of dimensions, akin to an ant perceiving only creatures of similar scale while remaining blind to the form of humans or elephants. Their size and sensory limitations restricted their capacity to receive such information, rendering entities of human stature or greater as cataclysmic beings or deities from a higher dimension. The celestial beings and sovereigns of the multiverse were akin to ants striving to comprehend the presence of an elephant, futile in their efforts to grasp the weight of the aura that bore down upon them. As the battle tiger, cloaked in crimson fur, stretched its form within the vast void, it traversed the infinite distances of time and space to arrive beside Zhou Hong. After sniffing Zhou Hong's essence, its previously menacing gaze softened into one of disdain mingled with admiration. Is this truly one of the chosen inheritors selected by the master? His strength is pathetically weak. Yet to endure a strike from an embodiment of a medium-sized cosmic will within the realm of the primordial spirit celestial being without perishing is somewhat commendable. While scrutinizing Zhou Hong, the battle tiger suddenly sensed something amiss, its eyes widening. It swiftly recoiled, taking 2 steps back. Wait, apart from the Master's inheritance, there appear to be other marks of a similar caliber, and the presence of the Demon Lord's imprint is expected. Yet there are even more terrifying existences that have sown causality within his true spirit. This individual is far too dangerous. So many divine beings have intertwined their fates with him. I cannot discern whether this young man is fortunate or cursed by fate. I must swiftly report back to the master. After all, only a being of great divinity could withstand such an abundance of causality. If I inadvertently involve the master, the consequences could be dire. He may end up confined in a small dark room. The battle tiger's gaze swept across the omnipotent universe, fixating on the approaching deity and OAA, and with a determined flick of its eyes, it devised a plan. The blood-furred battle tiger extended its claw into Zhou Hong's primordial spirit, extracting a pure essence akin to an infinite abyss, and gently crushed it. Then, with a deft poke against the barrier beyond the omnipotent universe, it created a minuscule, imperceptible hole. After retracting the celestial demon blade back into Zhou Hong's being, it then swiped its paw against Zhou Hong, causing his form to dissipate within the omnipotent universe, before the battle tiger vanished from sight. As the approaching deity and OA sensed the disappearance of the supreme presence within the void, a twinge of regret crossed their faces, yet they hastily arrived at the scene. The two supreme creators of the omnipotent realms waved their hands, expelling the entire expanse of multiverse, including all celestial beings, from the void. In that very spot where the battle tiger had recently stood, the two supreme creators meticulously absorbed the lingering essence it left behind. However, unbeknownst to the deity and OAA, the moment the battle tiger punctured the small hole, it drew the attention of an elder clad in a black robe, existing infinitely beyond time and space. This elder in black was none other than the true form of the celestial demon Zhou Hong had encountered during his battle with the heart demon, or rather, the demon ancestor, Luo Ho. Ha ha ha, I found it. Speaking of which, this young man harbors many secrets. He managed to evade my mark, rendering me unable to locate the coordinates of that world. Hey, I wonder if my standing will rise after I seize that vast world. Ha ha ha, beloved world, I'm coming. Hee hee hee. The elder in black robe traversed infinite distances, vanishing into the void. Moments later, outside the comprehensive, omnipotent universe, the elder stood poised, surveying the three closely positioned omnipotent universes, delight bubbling within. Buy one, get two free? Is my fortune truly on the rise? It seems my path is flourishing. Not only are there 3 medium-sized worlds, but also numerous smaller worlds surrounding them. Once I dominate this cluster of worlds, even trading or forging alliances will yield more allies for me. Ha ha ha. Will my allies multiply? Returning to the primordial chaos will surely allow me to overshadow that old fellow Hong Jun's celestial alliance. At that time, I shall become the protagonist of this era's reincarnation, with Hong Jun playing the role of my disciple. Ha ha ha. Luo Ho indulged in fantasies of becoming the protagonist of the heavenly path, envisioning Hong Jun as his acolyte. Little did he know, he was already being scrutinized by dozens of eyes emerging from the chaos, one of which belonged to an elder clad in a yellow robe with golden edges, his hair white as snow. Chapter 76. Reconstructing the Golden Core universe, the myriad eyes from the chaos bore down upon the self-indulgent demon ancestor with a mocking glint. Within an unremarkable traditional Chinese courtyard nestled in the unknown chaos, a dignified man donned in a robe of 9 dragons played chess with a genial, ordinary old Taoist. After making a move, the imposing middle-aged man suddenly turned to the old Taoist and inquired, "Tao, ancestor, are you not going to intervene?" The old Taoist stroked his ethereal beard, a cryptic smile gracing his face, seemingly responding to a question that had not been asked. Otherwise, who knows if that is indeed the incarnation of Rahu? It could very well be a tree or a stone. Don't you agree, Heavenly Emperor? The middle-aged man could only laugh awkwardly to mask the embarrassment in his eyes, hurriedly nodding in agreement. Indeed, indeed, what I loathe the most are those deceitful ones who wear false identities. Who doesn't know that I, the Heavenly Emperor, am the purest of deities? I share no common ground with such scoundrels. The old Taoist, with a hint of mockery, gazed into the void beyond the chaos. Poor Rahu, always taking the blame. I wonder who threw this one on him. Alas, in the midst of a vast, white void, a youth clad in simple robes wandered aimlessly, his eyes devoid of focus. The boy was Zhou Hong, who had fallen into a coma after a clash with the omnipotent will of the universe. When Zhou Hong awoke, he found himself engulfed in the boundless void. The first thing he did was to assess the condition of his inner Golden Core universe and the injuries to his body. To his dismay, he was taken aback by the state he discovered. The Golden Core universe, which was originally about 100,000 light-years in size and possessed a mass even greater than that of an independent universe, was now on the brink of collapse after his confrontation with the omnipotent will of the universe. All celestial bodies within the Golden Core universe had shattered in the collision with the omnipotent will. Now, not a single intact celestial body could be found. However, the fragmentation of celestial bodies was not the gravest issue. The most pressing concern was that the rules and concepts within the Golden Core universe had become utterly chaotic. Even if he wished to reconstruct the celestial bodies, he would first need to untangle these rules and concepts. Yet this was a complex endeavor. For all the rules and concepts within the Golden Core universe were intertwined, and some essential rules were even missing. Even if Zhou Hong could forcibly condense celestial bodies within the Golden Core universe, the resulting spheres would merely be hollow shells. It would be an extraordinary feat just to maintain the form of a planet, let alone give birth to life. Faced with such a predicament, Zhou Hong found himself at a loss. Unless he abandoned the Golden Core universe, he would be unable to harness the power and rules of the universe. However, if he chose to abandon it, he would likely fall from his current realm of spiritual transcendence, and the nature of the void would erode his existence. Without the concept of the universe or any real attributes, survival in the void was simply impossible. Moreover, the concept of the universe would also be eroded within the void, leading to its cyclical nature. Only by achieving the true self and true immortality could one ensure eternal existence amidst the vast emptiness. Yet, with only the realm of spiritual transcendence, Zhou Hong possessed no true attributes. Currently, the only thing that allowed him to survive in the void was the concept of the universe. As Zhou Hong pondered over potential solutions, a flash of insight struck him, revealing a perfect resolution. Instead of attempting to reorganize the rules and concepts, he could simply return to the cosmic singularity. Since the laws of the universe were already disordered, there was no need for rectification. This way, he could at least retain the concept of existence within the Golden Core universe, and what transpired thereafter would be left to fate. Realizing this, Zhou Hong began to restore his spirit and mind. Only by healing the wounds of his stars and spirit could he subsequently channel the energies within the Golden Core universe. Uncertain of how much time had passed, time held no meaning in the void. Zhou Hong felt as though an eternity had elapsed before he finally restored his spirit to its pre-injury state. After restoring his spirit, Zhou Hong took a moment to rest in the vast void. This slumber was remarkably refreshing, and upon awakening, he felt invigorated. Even the injuries to his mind had healed. Feeling in excellent condition, Zhou Hong recognized the opportune moment to undertake the reconstruction of his inner universe following its destruction. He allowed his spirit to enter the golden core universe, and as he did, he discovered he could perfectly control everything within it. However, he remained powerless against the chaotic rules and concepts. It was as if these rules and concepts were foreign entities, though they had always existed within the golden core universe. They operated under independent rules. Upon reflection, Zhou Hong understood that while this universe resided within his golden core, it was initially a singular universe from the omnipotent universe of Marvel. After its destruction, it had transformed into a cosmic singularity. He had merely incorporated the cosmic singularity into the golden core, giving rise to the golden core universe. Yet, he still belonged to the Marvel universe, not one of his own creation. His previous achievement of spiritual transcendence was merely a stroke of luck, placing him among those cultivators in the grand world of cultivation whose foundations were unstable and whose realms were superficial. Zhou Hong felt as though he were not part of the cultivation system in the grand world, but rather akin to the celestial deities or creators in the omnipotent universe of Marvel, possessing a universe yet only able to manipulate energy or singular rules. Conversely, cultivators in the grand world relied entirely on their abilities to develop or create a world within the golden core. It was a process of bringing forth something from nothing, one of complete mastery, where the notion of being unable to control everything was non-existent. Now, with the golden core universe shattered by the omnipotent will of the universe, the rules and concepts within have been entirely disrupted, merging into a chaotic yet newly possible universe. This represented a fresh restart, allowing Zhou Hong to reforge the rules and concepts of the universe, transforming those once belonging to the Marvel universe into his own. At this moment, Zhou Hong had no intention of dealing with the chaotic and merged rules. Instead, he directly drew upon the energy within the golden core universe to enhance his Tao body. As the energy within the golden core universe gradually diminished, Zhou Hong's Tao body underwent a monumental transformation. It is worth noting that the energy within Zhou Hong's golden core universe was equivalent to that of an entire singular universe, supplemented by the energies of hundreds of celestial deities from multiple universes and half the energies of countless singular universes. What magnitude of strength would his Tao body attain once all this energy was utilized for enhancement? Even Zhou Hong could not fathom it, as the sheer volume of energy was beyond calculation. As the energy fortified his form, Zhou Hong's Tao body, originally human-sized, visibly expanded under the nurturing of innumerable energies. 1 zhang, 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang, 100 li, 1,000 li, 1 million li, 1 light year, 10,000 light years, 100 million light years. Ultimately, Zhou Hong's Tao body reached an immeasurable height. At this point, if measured in light years, the zeros would surely reach astronomical proportions. Zhou Hong felt that his Tao body was terrifyingly powerful. If a specific measure were required, it was as if he could obliterate 10 universes with a single punch in the Marvel omnipotent universe. However, this was entirely reasonable, indeed. After all, he had absorbed the energies of over 100 universes. If he could not shatter a universe, that would truly be problematic. Once all the energy within the golden core universe was extracted, only the existence of the rules and concepts remained. Without the operation and balance of energy, the universe was compelled to compress itself into a new cosmic singularity. This time, Zhou Hong did not rush to catalyze the singularity into a new universe as he had before. Now, he had ample time to gradually refine the cosmic singularity. The process by which Zhou Hong refines the cosmic singularity is notably protracted. Initially, he gradually imbues the singularity with his own essence, ensuring that it becomes thoroughly infused with his spirit, thereby facilitating a more expedient refinement. However, this refinement is inherently dependent on the passage of time. Chapter 77. Sea Serpent and Octopus. This process resembles the forging of a personal sword. It begins with the collection of materials, followed by a gradual and meticulous refinement, during which he occasionally adds a drop of his own blood to ensure it is completely imbued with his essence. Only then can the sword's core be forged, culminating in the creation of a blade that is entirely his own. In the void, there are no rules or concepts of time, yet once life emerges, it establishes its own perception of time, thereby imposing the notion of its existence. In Zhou Hong's perception, 3,000 years have elapsed, and at this moment, the cosmic singularity within his golden core has been entirely refined, allowing him to catalyze its stabilization at will. Having fully refined the singularity, Zhou Hong is now poised to catalyze its acceleration in the formation of the world and universe. It is inconceivable for him to extract energy from his body once more to infuse it into the singularity, as this energy is now irrevocably marked by his primordial spirit. The energy within his body has lost its natural characteristics. While it can still be used to instigate cosmic formation, it lacks the intrinsic laws of heaven and earth. Should he utilize the refined energy from within himself, the resulting universe would entirely forsake its operational principles. Unless Zhou Hong's primordial spirit perpetually exerted control over the golden core universe, having previously suffered the repercussions of the golden core universe. Zhou Hong has diligently studied the nuances of cultivation in the void, keenly aware of the evident pitfalls in his practice. Thus, he rummaged through the items in his chinquan pouch. Millions of paper figures. Set aside. The Lord of Flesh and Blood. The Red Earth. Set aside. The Lord of Souls. The Soul Master. Set aside. The Soul Banner. Temporarily set aside. The Heaven Demon Blade. Held in hand. Numerous clones for various life forms, such as Superman, Doomsday, and the Hulk. Set aside. Precious metals from various comic book worlds. Unnecessary. Set aside. And there are 10 solar core crystal stones. This is precisely what I need. Regardless of their quantity, 10 solar cores should suffice to initially catalyze the universe. Although the nascent golden core universe may be pathetically small, it nonetheless constitutes a universe. Thus, Zhou Hong cast all 10 solar core crystal stones into the cosmic singularity of his golden core. With the infusion of energy, the singularity began to expand gradually. With a thunderous explosion, the cosmic singularity erupted, giving rise to a small universe, approximately 1 billion kilometers wide. This so-called small universe is merely a vast expanse of 1 billion kilometers, within which lies a continent of about 10 million kilometers, surrounded by the boundless darkness of space, amidst which smaller celestial fragments traverse their paths. Above the continent, a blazing star radiates warmth and vitality. At this moment, Zhou Hong finally felt a sense of relief. For what had formed within the golden core universe was precisely the world system cultivated by all practitioners in the grand realm of cultivation. In the grand realm of cultivation, a cosmic perspective does exist. However, all practitioners invariably opt for a continental world system rather than a cosmic one. Although Zhou Hong is unaware of the reasons behind this preference, he recognizes that he has yet to attain a sufficient height of understanding or wisdom. Thus, he must tread the well-worn path of those who came before him, for any misstep in the cultivation process could yield catastrophic consequences. After all, he lacks the qualifications and foundational strength to question the achievements of his predecessors, nor does he possess the capability to forge a new path in cultivation. Revived and re-establishing the golden core world, Zhou Hong feels a surge of excitement. He now truly embodies the strength of a primordial spirit at the earth immortal level, devoid of the previous sense of inadequacy. Having nurtured the universe sufficiently, Zhou Hong refrains from forcibly interfering with its natural operation, as the golden core world is now capable of functioning autonomously according to its intrinsic laws. Upon regaining his composure, Zhou Hong finds himself perplexed by events that transpired during his unconsciousness. Yet he possesses self-awareness. Not everyone can traverse realms, and merely surviving is a commendable outcome. To pry further could provoke formidable entities, rendering the pursuit futile. He resolves to focus on the present, leaving future matters for later consideration. After all, the eternal journey of leisure is yet to be completed, and he intends to savor the scenery along the way. Having attained clarity, Zhou Hong's once tense spirit relaxed. In a buoyant mood, Zhou Hong decides to embark on a journey through the void, seeking worlds or cosmic entities to absorb a modicum of energy, thereby expanding his golden core world. Zhou Hong harbors no greed. He merely wishes to absorb 1,000 or so cosmic worlds to elevate his golden core world to an ordinary small thousand world, a supersized single universe. Whether it can eventually grow into a medium thousand world, a multiverse, will require considerable time to cultivate gradually. With this resolve, Zhou Hong tidied his belongings and departed from his initial location, embarking on a quest through the boundless, rootless void in search of worlds. In the void, time is non-existent. Yet Zhou Hong's perception of time has become deeply ingrained. From an initial state of curiosity and excitement, he transitioned to numbness, ultimately drifting aimlessly in the void, his eyes devoid of life. During this journey, he encountered peculiar creatures, each more bizarre than the last, some grotesque, others breathtakingly divine. He even stumbled upon a repulsive entity reminiscent of Cthulhu. Upon observing these beings, Zhou Hong noted their eyes were fraught with confusion, devoid of any semblance of rationality. Yet, they exhibited wild aggression towards any creature, including their kin, engaging in frenzied battles to consume one another. Zhou Hong even glimpsed remnants of cosmic worlds caught between their teeth, some radiating vitality, while others were mere remnants of obliterated universes. These creatures seemed to feast upon the very fabric of cosmic worlds. Nonetheless, despite their ferocity, they could only submit to Zhou Hong, a colossal figure dwarfing even the universe itself. Initially, Zhou Hong found these creatures repulsive, but over time, the prolonged solitude in the void ignited a yearning for life. Not to mention ordinary monsters, he would even confront the most loathsome, decayed Cthulhu-like beings with fervor, unleashing a barrage of blows until they lay incapacitated. After rendering these grotesque entities immobile, he would shrink them down and carry them with him. When boredom struck in the vast void, he would extract one of these entities to vent his frustrations or simply to lighten his spirits. At first, Zhou Hong attempted to keep track of time, but upon realizing he had lingered in the void for 100,000 years, he gradually ceased his calculations. At one moment, after thoroughly incapacitating the 20th void creature he had summoned into his primordial spirit space, he returned it, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Alas, it is unbearable. In the past, these ephemeral creatures could still resist, providing me with some amusement. Now, they're all exceedingly docile. Even their muddled minds have become lucid. Once extracted, they merely huddle together, allowing me to strike at will. What joy is there in this? Clearly, they are all grotesque and repulsive, devoid of any rationality. Yet why do they not dare to resist? How disheartening. Zhou Hong continued his aimless wandering through the void, contemplating whether to indulge in a refreshing slumber here or to cast all those adorable beings from his spiritual realm into the golden core universe for a delightful bout of entertainment. Suddenly, he sensed a violent disturbance ahead in the void. Zhou Hong keenly detected the tumultuous fluctuations, his eyes sparkling with a perverse delight. Licking his parched lips, he vanished in an instant, driven by a lewd chuckle. Before long, Zhou Hong discovered the cause of the disturbance in the void. A massive sea serpent, its entire form cloaked in a grayish-white hue, was thrashing its colossal tail against a peculiar creature. The creature being struck was quite extraordinary, resembling a diminutive universe in size, bearing a humanoid shape with an octopus head adorned with devilish tentacles. Its rotund body, while not exactly unattractive, could only be described as endearingly grotesque. As the serpent's tail struck the plump body, it quivered delightfully, evoking a whimsical desire to hold it in one's palm and squeeze. Furthermore, Zhou Hong discerned that these two beings possessed clear consciousness, in stark contrast to the irrational monsters typically found in the void. Moreover, they radiated a divine brilliance. Zhou Hong could hear the sea serpent lamenting with each strike upon the octopus-like creature. "It's all your fault. I merely brushed against your body while frolicking in the void, only to be tainted by your divinity. Now, I have been cast out by the world and cannot return. Woe is me. I can't find my way home. Strike and cleanse. Strike and cleanse." Meanwhile, the octopus-like creature emitted melodious cries with each blow. To beings of comparable stature, these sounds were merely ordinary wails. But to those of a lower echelon, they might drive them mad, fervently worshipping the source of the sound. Though this creature was fundamentally a mere life form amidst the chaotic void, to the denizens of the cosmic realm, it embodied an unfathomable divine essence. Coupled with its inherent chaotic and disorderly divinity, upon entering the cosmic world, it faced resistance from the very essence of the universe, creating a rift between them. Thus, what was once merely a chaotic divine being transformed into a repugnant, disordered, malevolent, and obsessive entity within the cosmic realm. To Zhou Hong, it appeared as a delightfully adorable, plump octopus, but in the cosmic world, it represented a being capable of world destruction. Through his insight into the divine, Zhou Hong discerned their origins and names. One was Rumungandr, the world-encircling serpent from Norse mythology. It was the second offspring of Loki, the god of mischief, and the giantess Androbota, sibling to Fenrir and Hel. The other was Cthulhu, an evil entity from the Cthulhu mythos, known as the Great Old One, the Lord of Erlaya, a symbol of water within the elemental theories constructed by August William Derleth. From their interaction, it appeared that Rumungandr had encountered the Lord of Erlaya, Cthulhu, while frolicking in the void, inadvertently absorbing Cthulhu's essence, leading to its rejection by the Norse mythological world. Both mythological beings possessed considerable power, with the weakest among them at least cosmic in scale, though Rumungandr's size was particularly immense. Cthulhu, feeling a pang of guilt, refrained from resisting, though such resistance might have been futile. As Zhou Hong observed Rumungandr's tail striking Cthulhu's bouncy form, he felt an irresistible urge to caress that plump body. Thus, Zhou Hong transformed into a giant and approached the two mythological beings with a friendly greeting. "Greetings. I am but a lost traveler. Might I inquire about the path?" Rumungandr ceased its assault on Cthulhu, gazing quizzically at the gargantuan figure before it, its splendid and smooth tail brushing against its own head in a moment of endearing innocence. Cthulhu, sensing the cessation of the strikes, released its arms from its head, peering curiously at the colossal giant. Seeing the two adorably grotesque eyes, Zhou Hong suppressed his impatience and donned a gentle smile. "Ah, I merely wish to become acquainted with you. I harbor no malice. I assure you, I am a genuinely good person." In the vast void, a sudden, intense wave of energy surged forth. Melancholic cries echoed through the emptiness, relentless and heart-wrenching. The rhythmic yet powerful strikes continued for an eternity. After a considerable time, Zhou Hong, wearing a contented smile, continued his quest through the void, albeit with his hands preoccupied. His right hand cradled a small, plump orb, its texture remarkably soft and delightfully bouncy. His left hand grasped the tail of a small white serpent, caressing and stroking it. Its silky and smooth tail glimmered with a newfound sheen beneath his touch. The serpent, ensnared in his grasp, radiated humiliation, tears welling in its eyes, dripping into the vast void. As for the plump orb, it remained devoid of expression, exuding a sense of numbness and despair. "Today, I awaken with joy. My heart is light. I'm a cheerful little bee." Zhou Hong felt that ever since he ascended to the realm of the divine, even his fragmented emotions have been somewhat restored, intensifying his enthusiasm for amusement and spectacle. For instance, at this moment, the sheer delight of self-entertainment filled Zhou Hong with a sense of wonder, completely eclipsing the earlier monotony. 3 days later, Zhou Hong's keen eyes spotted a relatively large orb drifting through the void. As he approached, he discovered a rather dilapidated cluster of universes. Some of these universes were colossal, while others were merely the size of a starry sea, 1 billion light-years across. One even surpassed the immense single universes of the Marvel multiverse, radiating light bright enough to illuminate hundreds of surrounding universes. The smallest universe, despite its diminutive size, was particularly captivating, for its light outshone that of most ordinary universes. Why, then, was this cluster deemed dilapidated? It was because this cluster had lost its outer cosmic barriers. Soon enough, it would be eroded by the void. The time frame for this erosion could span millennia or even billions of years. After all, time is a non-entity in the void, relying solely on the passage of time within a cluster of universes. Perhaps fate itself was favoring Zhou Hong, for after wandering through the void for 3 days, he stumbled upon this somewhat battered cluster of universes, or rather, an incomplete multiverse. In this vast multiverse, the aura it exudes stands in stark contrast to the surrounding void. Yet it evokes in Zhou Hong a sense of both familiarity and distaste. Nevertheless, encountering a universe is a most delightful occurrence for him. After all, human beings require interaction, even if one is afflicted by emotional obstacles. Now, Zhou Hong faces 2 choices. One is to directly and violently absorb the energy from this cosmic cluster to expand the inner cosmos of his golden elixir. The second option is to first venture into this cosmic cluster explore its wonders, and then absorb the universal energy within. After contemplating for a while, Zhou Hong resolves to pursue both options simultaneously. He divides his primordial spirit into two. One will manipulate his main body to absorb the energy from the outer, damaged cosmic cluster, while the other will delve into the universe to explore, and once boredom dissipates, he shall absorb the entirety of the fractured multiverse. Having devised a solution, Zhou Hong promptly initiates action, first slicing a fragment from his primordial spirit. He then casts a multitude of seals and marks upon this fragment, applying over 100 spells. Only after this does he integrate the fragment into his body. This precaution arises from prior incidents where a fragment of the soul had devoured the main soul. Thus, Zhou Hong acts to safeguard against such a scenario. Once completed, he extracts a drop of his essence blood, allowing the primordial spirit to enter it, which gradually forms a corporeal body. After instructing the fragment of his primordial spirit to absorb the energy from the outer damaged universe, the main spirit commands the body form from his essence blood to immerse itself within the multiverse. Zhou Hong chooses the smallest universe, for it is rare to find such a diminutive yet resplendent cosmic entity outshining others, making it worthy of his exploration. Upon entering this universe, he discovers its uniqueness, as 3 planets within its galactic expanse radiate enchanting vitality. These 3 planets occupy a corner of the galaxy, separated by at least several tens of thousands of light years. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the environments of these planets are nearly identical, all situated at the edge of the galaxy as the 4th planet in their respective stellar systems, even sharing the same rotational period around their star. While other life-bearing planets exist within this small universe, their luminosity pales in comparison, barely reaching a fraction of the brilliance emitted by these 3 vibrant worlds. Zhou Hong envelopes this small universe with his spiritual awareness, eager to discern how merely 3 life planets can shine with such dazzling radiance. As his consciousness spreads through the cosmos, he comprehends the reason behind the distinctiveness of these 3 planets. They are familiar to him. One is embroiled in the blood feud of the 5 villages. Another belongs to the lineage of the oceanic pirate king. And the third is the soul society of a city, where he feels a sense of exceptional prowess. Upon recognizing these 3 familiar worlds, Zhou Hong's eyes glimmer with excitement. Although he currently craves cosmic energy to fortify the universe within his golden elixir, his primary concern remains the ennui of existence in the void. Even as a formidable primordial spirit immortal, enduring endless years in solitude is an insufferable ordeal. The desolation of the void is overwhelming. In the infinite stretch of time, it is exceedingly arduous for a primordial spirit immortal to seek out a universe brimming with life, as every universe or realm strives to conceal itself. Zhou Hong has drifted through the void for an indeterminate duration, nearly forgetting the visage of humanity, leading him to find even the likes of Yggdrasil and Cthulhu somewhat appealing. Upon realizing the nature of these 3 worlds, Zhou Hong understands why he previously felt both familiarity and aversion in this multiverse. After all, these 3 realms starkly contradict his worldview, and as products of the Ying nation, it would indeed be peculiar if he did not feel repulsed. Zhou Hong feels a surge of joy. Previously, he felt stifled by these notions, yet now that he has encountered them, he is determined to rectify their distorted perspectives. His first destination will be the world of Naruto, where he wishes to test whether Naruto, influenced by him, can still adhere to the path laid out by fate. Such worlds are the easiest to manipulate, as they represent an almost perfect existence. The perfect world signifies an immutable destiny and insurmountable limits, perpetually cycling along a fixed path. Since the world has reached perfection, it has irrevocably sealed the fates of its inhabitants and the boundaries it cannot transcend. The great Tao consists of 50, with heaven yielding 49. The one that eludes is humanity's limit, an opportunity for individuals to seek and grasp the faintest thread of destiny. A so-called perfect world is the epitome of imperfection. It can be complete, yet never entirely so. Much like the irrational number pi in the real world, one cannot calculate it to its end. Should pi possess a terminus, it would indicate the world's falsity. Similarly, humanity's ability to design game worlds arises from the established limits within those realms. Though Naruto has reached the point of becoming Hokage, a mere nudge along this universe's timeline will suffice. As Zhou Hong extracts a thread of time from the cosmic rules, he selects a pivotal moment and plunges into it. In the Naruto realm, the year is 55 in the Hidden Leaf Village. 5-year-old Naruto Uzumaki is consuming expired instant noodles and drinking spoiled milk, as everything is just beginning. That evening, having finished his meal, Naruto lies in bed, contemplating mischievous plans to capture the villagers' attention. As a child, his thoughts are simple. He seeks either care from others or to draw their gaze. Attention is all that matters to him. Lost in these thoughts, Naruto soon drifts into slumber. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong, cloaked in invisibility, arrives precisely at this moment. With a single scan, he identifies Naruto's residence. At this juncture, Zhou Hong has no intention of immediately guiding Naruto towards darkness. He wishes to observe for a while first. After all, anime and reality can differ. And perhaps there are aspects of Naruto's world that diverge from the traditional narrative. In a past life, it was believed that Naruto's character was influenced by divine intervention, leading him to prioritize protecting Konoha and aspiring to become Hokage. In the absence of clarity, meticulous observation is paramount. Zhou Hong, however, is not idle. As a modern, upstanding youth, he harbors dreams of becoming a capitalist, seizing opportunities for easy profit that are now within reach. Extending his ethereal hands, he subdues the nine tails within Naruto with a swift strike, then extracts a minuscule portion of its essence to store in a small sealing box. Having acquired the nine tails, he naturally cannot overlook Naruto's Uzumaki bloodline and Yang release. A mere fragment will suffice, ensuring the integrity of the bloodline remains intact. After acquiring all of Uzumaki Naruto's abilities, Zhou Hong could not remain idle. Stealthily, he infiltrated the prominent clans across the various ninja realms, extracting bits and pieces where he could. Half an hour later, Zhou Hong meticulously cataloged his findings. He possessed 10 shares each of the Uchiha bloodline and Sharingan, 10 pairs of the Hyuga bloodline and Byakugan, a compendium of ninjutsu, a forbidden scroll which included the reanimation jutsu and space-time ninjutsu. The Senju clans would release bloodline and cells, as well as various elemental techniques such as lava, ice, and water moon. He even managed to secure 2 portions from the Otsutsuki clan. Once he had gathered the diverse items, Zhou Hong took residence within Naruto's body to observe him. A week later, Naruto returned home, covered in mud, his expression a blend of disappointment and solitude. Though he felt the urge to weep, tears eluded him, and there was not a trace of resentment in his heart. Since Zhou Hong's invasion, each day unfolded similarly, leaving an unsettling impression of Naruto. It seemed that no matter the injustice he faced, tears would not fall. Yet, Zhou Hong discerned the truth. Naruto was being forcefully restrained from expressing his emotions. How could a mere 5-year-old endure such hardship without shedding tears? How could he harbor no resentment? Children are most susceptible to the influences of their environment and emotions. Perhaps it was truly the work of the god of deception, manipulating others' perceptions and feelings to exert control. Identifying the source of the problem made it considerably easier for Zhou Hong to devise a solution. Although the time was not yet right for a complete reversal, he could gradually erode the influence of the god of deception. After all, Naruto was just a child. If the effects were removed all at once, his emotional expressions and actions would inevitably attract the attention of Konoha's third Hokage. Thus, a gradual approach was essential to amplify Naruto's internal emotions, allowing him to express himself little by little, which would align with the natural order of things. A month later, when Naruto once again returned home, muddy and bruised, his emotions reached a breaking point, and he began to sob quietly. His feelings of injustice had peaked. 3 months passed, and Naruto lay on his bed, weeping uncontrollably. Exhausted, he cried until he fainted, and in his dreams, a seed of resentment began to silently take root. By the 5th month, although still covered in mud and bruises, Naruto could no longer find the tears to cry, save for a glimmer of hatred in his eyes. That night, as he drifted into slumber, he heard 2 voices that felt intimately familiar. One voice, gentle yet imbued with vitality, broke the silence. "Naruto, my little Naruto, I am so sorry. I left you to live alone in this world when you were just born. Do not worry. Your father and I have entrusted you to the third Hokage. He will take good care of you. My only regret is not being able to watch you grow or be by your side. But it is enough for me to know that my little Naruto lives happily. Your happiness is my greatest joy." Remember, your father and I will always love you. It is getting chilly, so make sure to drink. Here. A vast portion of the text is omitted. Once the gentle voice faded, a youthful, sunlit voice emerged. Naruto, I am your father. I am deeply sorry for not being able to be there for you as you grew. But I believe my little Naruto will grow into a strong man. Your mother and I do not have much time left. Remember, if you face difficulties, seek out the third Hokage. I have entrusted him with your care. Farewell, my son. Chapter 80. Descent into darkness and concealment. Nighttime enveloped the world as Naruto dreamt, his brow furrowed in distress, his face contorting in pain, only to shift into joy and tranquility. His emotions fluctuated incessantly. Mom and Dad, please don't go. It hurts so much. Every day, someone hits me. No, I am not a fox demon. Please don't hurt me. With a gasp, Naruto jolted awake, drenched in sweat. He surveyed his desolate bedroom, filled with dilapidated furniture scattered haphazardly, and once more, a profound sense of loneliness enveloped him. He instinctively curled into himself, wrapping the musty blanket tightly around him. Disappointment etched on his face. Why? Why does everyone call me a fox demon? I have never harmed anyone. Why do they all want to hurt me? Mom, Dad, where are you? Why did you abandon me? Everyone despises me. Everyone hates me. I feel so miserable. Why? Why must it be this way? Within Naruto's being, Zhou Hong smirked. Yes, it must unfold this way. If those who bully you consider themselves virtuous, then let us plunge into darkness, retaliating against those who bask in the light and claim righteousness. Otherwise, why should the victim endure such torment while the perpetrators easily receive forgiveness? Life may not always be smooth sailing, but must have a beginning and an end, mustn't it? Soon, when you exit the village, the true saga of revenge and complete transformation shall commence. I eagerly anticipate this grand performance. Uzumaki Naruto. Who is speaking? Show yourself. The sudden voice sent Naruto, already sensitive, into a greater panic. Do not be afraid. Do you not wish to know who your parents are and why the villagers despise you? At the mention of his parents, a flicker of excitement crossed Naruto's face, but recalling his experiences in the village, a hint of wariness emerged. Who are my mom and dad? Why do they abandon me? And who are you to know this? Who I am is of little significance. What truly matters is who your parents are and why you endure such treatment. That is the crux of the matter, is it not? Naturally, Naruto yearned to uncover the identities of his parents, but having grown up in Konoha, he was taught to remain vigilant. Then, tell me swiftly, who are my parents? If you dare deceive me, I will inform the third Hokage, and he will have you apprehended. Zhou Hong, residing within Naruto, observed the longing and caution etched on his face, a twinge of pity swelling within him. Alas, what a pitiful child. Fear not. I will help you end this suffering when the time is right. He then began to narrate Naruto's lineage, subtly weaving in a touch of hypnosis and suggestion. Scarcely worth mentioning. You are the son of the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Your father is Namikaze Minato, the illustrious Yellow Flash renowned throughout the ninja world. Your mother is Uzumaki Kushina, the host of the Nine Tails. They perished in their attempts to save Konoha. As for why the villagers harbor such disdain for you, it is merely because your parents sealed half of the Nine Tails within you, thus designating you as the Fox Demon. How laughable! Your parents were heroes of the Hidden Leaf Village, yet those they saved treat their offspring in such a manner. They entrusted you to the third Hokage. And not to mention, the legacy and home left by your parents should have sufficed for you to enjoy a fulfilling childhood. Yet, here you are devoid of anything, enduring daily bullying and violence. Moreover, let me share another piece of information. Your grandfather, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observes everything in the Hidden Leaf Village through a crystal. This means he is fully aware of all you have suffered. Do you understand why he remains indifferent to your plight? When Uzumaki Naruto first learned that his parents were the fourth Hokage, his face radiated with pride and surprise. However, upon discovering that they perished for the sake of the village, he could not contain his sorrow. Ultimately, when he realized that his most trusted grandfather, the third Hokage, was the one his parents had entrusted him to, yet he turned a blind eye to the bullying Naruto endured. His face reflected profound sadness and disappointment, mingled with a flicker of resentment buried deep within. It was evident that the indoctrination by the third Hokage had been remarkably effective over the years. Although he displayed signs of heartbreak and disillusionment, he did not harbor enough hatred. even questioning whether Zhou Hong was attempting to sow discord between him and his grandfather. Zhou Hong understood that it would not be easy to sway Naruto to oppose the Hidden Leaf Village with mere words. Nevertheless, he possessed ample patience and confidence, for the truth would one day be unveiled before Naruto, marking his moment of utter despair. Doubt alone was sufficient, once it took root. No matter what actions the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took afterward, Naruto would inevitably recall today's conversation. All that remained was to kindle a small flame. And Zhou Hong believed everything would unfold as he envisioned. Uzumaki Naruto, there is no need for me to deceive you. Reflect on the situation in the Hidden Leaf Village. Why have the first and second Hokages faded from memory, and why have their clans fallen into decline? This is merely a tactic employed by the third Hokage to weaken other prominent clans. The reason your parents fell victim to the Nine Tails was due to this very scheme. If you doubt me, just wait. I am certain the third Hokage will strike against the prominent clans once more. Perhaps before long, another clan will vanish from the Hidden Leaf Village. Although Naruto felt a twinge of doubt, the thought of the villagers who bullied him and the third Hokage, who had shown him care, naturally made him wary of Zhou Hong's words. I refuse to believe what you say. Grandpa Hiruzen is undoubtedly a good Hokage, and he would never act as you claim. Is that so? How about we make a wager? A wager? I don't disbelieve in Grandpa Hiruzen. I'm merely intrigued by your proposal. Hee. I won't expose your reluctance. Let us wager that within a year, a prominent clan in the Hidden Leaf Village will vanish. If I win, you must help me with the task. If I lose, I will grant you 3 wishes, and I assure you, I can fulfill any of them, even bringing your parents back to life. Very well, it's settled. But can you truly resurrect my parents? Upon hearing Zhou Hong's claim of being able to resurrect his parents, Naruto was unconcerned about the other conditions. For him, seeing his parents again would be the greatest joy. He hastily agreed before Zhou Hong could finish speaking. Of course, I know several methods to bring the dead back to life, and even your village possesses such techniques. What? Even our village has a way to resurrect the dead. Then why haven't they brought my parents and the first and second Hokages back to life? Their reluctance to resurrect stems mainly from a desire to maintain their power. Additionally, the methods of resurrection have their flaws. In any case, you are still young. When the time comes, you will understand. All right, our conversation ends here. Tomorrow morning, continue as you have been, without arousing any suspicion. We will wait for a year, and then everything will become clear. I shall take my leave. Hey, are you still there? Hello, are you there? Speak to me. Zhou Hong departed, leaving behind a mark on Naruto, enabling him to monitor Naruto's situation at any time. As Naruto called out, receiving no response, he slumped back onto his bed, dazed. The day's events were overwhelming for him to process. Gazing out at the silvery moonlight, he recalled how children his age in the Hidden Leaf Village had families and parents by their side, while he was left to face the cold night alone, his face betraying a sense of loss and sorrow. Chapter 81. Naruto and Hinata in the year of Konoha 58. Uzumaki Naruto had completed a year of schooling and had learned to refine chakra, thus creating a significant gap between himself and the ordinary villagers. No longer did any of his peers dare to bully him, for in this world of shinobi, the disparity between ninjas and ordinary folk is immense. Even a student who had just begun to refine chakra could effortlessly overpower a strong adult. Yet, despite the cessation of bullying, Naruto was far from comfortable. He now faced isolation from his peers and the villagers. Since his conversation with Zhou Hong a year ago, Naruto had become acutely aware of the disdain and hatred that the villagers and shinobi held towards him. However, this also led to the emergence of his soul friend, Hyuga Hinata. She was the only person who bore him no ill will. Though Naruto could not comprehend why Hinata fainted whenever he approached or spoke to her, this did not hinder his ability to sense her unabashed affection for him. One evening, after finishing dinner and preparing to rest, that familiar voice echoed once more. Uzumaki Naruto, you have grown considerably over the past year. Has this time been sufficient for you to grasp the hypocrisy and selfishness of the Hidden Leaf Village? Naruto's heart raced with excitement. He had awaited this day for so long. Hey, the year is up. When you plan to fulfill your promise and resurrect my parents? Zhou Hong's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. The young boy was still too naive. Haha, little Naruto, have you forgotten that we made our agreement after midnight last year? This means you must wait until tomorrow to claim your victory. However, unfortunately, Tonight, a prominent clan in the Hidden Leaf Village will meet its demise. I have come here to take you to witness the true darkness lurking within the upper echelons of the village. Upon hearing Zhou Hong's words, Naruto's expression dimmed, but he still could not believe that the third Hokage would ruthlessly eradicate an entire clan. That's impossible. You must be lying. Although the villagers treat me poorly, I believe they have their reasons. After all, I'm the son of the fourth Hokage. I will become Hokage one day. Hearing Naruto's declaration, Zhou Hong was genuinely taken aback. No, my dear brother, the truth is clearly laid out before you, and considering the relentless bullying you've endured, had it not been for the nine tails within you, I fear you would have perished long ago, and you still wish to forgive such people. Is it my worldview that is flawed, or is it your thinking that is problematic? Is it truly this explosive? Let us take a journey with Naruto Uzumaki to the Uchiha clan's ancestral grounds, to witness how they helplessly watched their clan be annihilated. Perhaps in that moment, Naruto may suddenly come to understand. This is precisely why Zhou Hong, having attained the status of a celestial being, no longer exhibits the same impatience as before. Otherwise, he would have already struck Naruto down with a single blow. I have never encountered such a mind-boggling fool, aside from those found in female-centric literature. Zhou Hong, in a state of invisibility, grasped Naruto by the back of his collar and ascended to hover above the Uchiha clan's territory, offering a panoramic view of the clan's domain. The Uchiha clan's territory, serving as the headquarters for the Konoha village's police department, is a pivotal site for maintaining internal security and stability. Yet tonight, the Uchiha grounds lay shrouded in silence. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a young boy wielding a blade, methodically slaying the Uchiha clansmen he encountered, all while the events unfolded in chilling silence. Even the faintest sounds were nearly inaudible. From a young boy's attire, it was evident that he was also a member of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clansman, lost in confusion, could scarcely fathom why the clan's young heir would embark on such a massacre of his own kin. Suspended in midair, Naruto Uzumaki wore a visage of terror and disbelief. From his vantage point, he perceived a reality clearer than any other. His fear and incredulity stemmed from Zhou Hong's use of a technique that granted him the ability to see and hear everything within a 10-mile radius. In Naruto's eyes, beyond the horrors unfolding within the Uchiha territory, he also beheld the presence of hundreds of Konoha's Umbu ninjas just outside the clan's domain. He even spotted the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking a pipe nearby, along with the lurking figure of Danzo. What transpired before him revealed the darkest corners of Konoha village, shattering the ideals he had clung to since childhood. Third Grandpa, why do you not intervene? Why allow them to turn on one another? We are all from the same village. Why? Naruto, overwhelmed with despair and numbness, directed his gaze towards the distant figure of the third Hokage. However, what he witnessed was the third Hokage, draped in a red and white Hokage cloak, leisurely removing his pipe from his mouth. Though his demeanor remained amiable, the slight smirk at the corner of his lips and the words that followed plunged Naruto into utter despair. The Uchiha? Blame yourselves for being too domineering. You never adapted. You could have merely allowed us to place some personnel in the police department. But it is precisely because of your obstinacy that I can incite discord. From this night forth, Konoha Ninja Village truly belongs to the era of the third Hokage. Naruto witnessed this scene with utter clarity and heard each word with stark precision. It was this moment that completely shattered the illusions within Naruto's heart, especially when he saw the young Uchiha plunge a blade into the very bodies of his own parents. Naruto could no longer bear the reality before him. The idyllic life he had envisioned was ruthlessly dismantled by that very boy. Naruto, a child who had yearned for parental love since his youth, now witnessed another child ending the lives of his loving parents. This was the true source of his madness. When it was all over, Zhou Hong observed the lifeless gaze of the young boy in his grasp, and his mood soured. Oh dear, how could I forget that a child cannot bear the cruelty of society? I seem to have broken him. What shall I do now? Who would have thought that the protagonist of this world could collapse so utterly from such a trivial blow? Surely he is a protagonist. Yet he proves to be so feeble. This disruption unsettled Zhou Hong's plans for amusement. He had intended for Naruto to defect and become the greatest terrorist in the ninja world. And yet now, his spirit lay in despair and ruin. While Zhou Hong felt a tinge of disappointment in the so-called protagonist, he resolved to carry out his plan for amusement to its conclusion. Zhou Hong promptly tossed Naruto back to his abode, then turned and flew beyond the confines of the world, extending his hand to once more alter the threads of fate. As he pulled, he muttered in complaint, "Why must you be so sensitive to hardship? Now I must busy myself again, ugh. Wretched protagonist." Ah, found it. Feeling that he had grasped what he sought, Zhou Hong withdrew, holding a swirling mass of grayish-white energy. Uzumaki Menma. Though he is but a phantom from the limited version of Infinite Tsukuyomi, he is still Uzumaki Naruto. He should suffice to replace that wretched protagonist. Gazing at the ethereal form of Uzumaki Menma, Zhou Hong stroked his smooth chin, a glint of mockery and a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. He then reached out to extract Naruto's memories from the ninja world. Using Uzumaki Menma as the focal point, he meticulously edited together memories of a blissful childhood with doting parents and friendly companions, while simultaneously implanting Naruto's tragic childhood memories into Menma's ephemeral soul. And that idyllic childhood was merely a beautiful dream conjured during one fateful day when he was beaten into unconsciousness by the villagers. A soul already tainted in darkness, a tragic childhood, and fantasies of a complete family. In the treacherous and deceitful Konoha village, the protagonist and the antagonist, a shared experience, yet divergent outcomes. I wonder what visual delight this will bring me. Ha ha ha. Just as Zhou Hong was about to merge the ethereal soul into Naruto's body, he suddenly recalled something. He retrieved a glowing red crystal from his storage space and inserted it into the phantom soul. Chapter 82. Menma's Awakening and the World of Navigation. The next morning, within Naruto's abode, he awoke with a throbbing headache. Two torrents of overwhelming information crashing into his mind, presenting vivid images before his eyes. One stream was filled with the slurs from the neighbor lady, the disdain of shopkeepers, and being pelted with stones by children on the street. Even the simple act of purchasing something required him to plead for pity, leaving him isolated. From childhood until now, he experienced a yearning for recognition and a desire to attract attention through mischief. The other stream, in stark contrast, showcased a childhood filled with parental affection and friendly companions, living a carefree existence each day. The interplay of these vivid frames caused Naruto's expression to oscillate between anger and sorrow, innocence and happiness. Upon absorbing all the information, Naruto gazed vacantly out the window. This was Konoha Ninja Village. It was not the Konoha of his cherished memories. Now, the soul within Naruto was no longer that of a 6- or 7-year-old child, but rather that of Uzumaki Menma, the one who would stir storms in the ninja world. Naruto rubbed his aching head, a trace of sardonic amusement gracing his features. Uzumaki Naruto? Such a familiar phrase. How long has it been since anyone called me Naruto? So am I now Uzumaki Menma or Uzumaki Naruto? It matters not. Whether Uzumaki Menma or Uzumaki Naruto is all the same. What is most important now is to collect a little interest. As for this rotten ninja village, I shall wait until my body matures before eradicating it completely. After all, a beautiful world should not permit such darkness to exist. For now, the priority is to conceal myself. As a person constantly under surveillance cannot hope to undergo a drastic transformation overnight, I must adhere to the habits of Uzumaki Naruto's former life. Above the hidden leaf village, Zhou Hong leisurely reclined on a fluffy white cloud, casting a satisfied glance at the somewhat content Uzumaki Naruto within his lodging. This is the demeanor of a true protagonist. Notions of repaying kindness with kindness can go to hell. Those who have not endured such trials have no right to forgiveness. It is only through the thrill of vengeance and the complete annihilation of foes that we, the worthy, find our purpose. Uzumaki Naruto, adhering to the habits of his former self, consumed tasteless, spoiled food and drank expired milk, his face adorned with a cheerful smile as he ventured to the ninja academy. Upon arriving at the academy, before even entering the classroom, he noticed his peers deliberately distancing themselves from him. A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, quickly suppressed. With feigned cheerfulness, he greeted his so-called companions, only to be met with silence and disdainful glares. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto realized the arduousness of his former life. The most repugnant aspect was not the overt bullying, but the insidious isolation and the ever-present expressions of contempt. Wearing a mask of insincerity, he surveyed the classroom, met only by the disdainful gazes of his classmates. Yet, when his gaze settled on a girl with shoulder-length hair, his false smile transformed into one of genuine innocence. Radiating warmth akin to the winter sun, this short-haired girl bore an uncanny resemblance to the comforting figure of his childhood, evoking memories of a time when she was sweet and shy, easily bullied yet endearing. As Uzumaki Naruto reminisced about the adorable, bashful Hinata of his youth, the image of a strikingly beautiful yet temperamental woman intruded upon his thoughts, sending a shiver down his spine. How could someone so charming and approachable in childhood transform into a fearless figure with a fiery temperament? Ah, how he longed for the days of the innocent little Hinata. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang, compelling Uzumaki Naruto to dutifully return to his seat, for the former self placed immense importance on ninja lessons, aspiring one day to earn recognition as Hokage through sheer strength. Though he could not fathom how his former self could harbor such daydreams after enduring such a troubled childhood, he acknowledged that these were simply his habits. He could not skip class outright, could he? As evening descended, Uzumaki Naruto returned to his lodging, fatigue evident in his demeanor, kicking aside the slippers that obstructed his path in a fit of rage. Damn it, how did the former self endure so many years? Each passing moment feels like torment. I could just destroy this filthy, rotten ninja village right now. Sigh, the crux of the matter lies in insufficient strength. After just one day, I can sense the presence of numerous elite ninjas around me, some with staggering amounts of chakra. I must endure a little longer, waiting for a mission to execute my escape. Otherwise, I will inevitably be repulsed by these foolish individuals, and in a moment of impulse, I might end up exterminating them all. In the skies above Konoha, Zhou Hong lay upon a fluffy white cloud, content with Uzumaki Naruto's actions throughout the day. After all, who could resist a seemingly bright and cheerful young man who concealed the depths of a dark and vengeful antagonist within? For Zhou Hong, the true commencement of events in the ninja world awaited a few more years. Observing that the time for disruption had not yet arrived, he felt a twinge of boredom. After spending an eternity in the vast expanse of the void, he yearned for some amusement. Thus, he inscribed a mark upon Uzumaki Naruto before soaring away from the ninja world, stepping into the skies of the pirate world. Upon arriving above the pirate world, Zhou Hong utilized his divine perception to scan the landscape, discovering that the world was on the precipice of the Great Marineford War, with merely 2 weeks remaining until the conflict erupted. This particular time frame was fortuitous for Zhou Hong, as the previous events had merely been childish play. It was only post-war that the true trajectory of the world would unfold. Gazing at the colossal pirate world, he recognized that only those who had truly visited could comprehend its nature, while reading manga or watching anime might not convey the bloodshed and darkness. Stepping into this realm revealed its true essence, a fitting ground for low-tier demonic cultivators. Perhaps, merely brandishing a black flag in this world could elevate it to a realm of immense power. Were those low-tier demonic cultivators, who relied on the blood and souls of the living, to arrive here, they could effortlessly ascend, becoming capable of shattering continents and obliterating the surface. This world's abundance of flesh, blood, and spiritual resources was unparalleled, ripe for exploitation. If a few low-tier Buddhist cultivators, relying on merit, were to come, merely purifying the souls and bodies of the noble class would suffice for them to achieve low-tier arhat status. Regrettably, they could not traverse to this world. Among the myriad impressions of the pirate world, Zhou Hong was most struck not by the protagonist, but by that singular man who unwaveringly pursued justice. Many might argue that his sense of justice was excessively extreme, with some branding him a lackey of the celestial dragons. Yet, this did not diminish Zhou Hong's admiration for that man. In chaotic times, stringent measures are often necessary. In this world, commoners and slaves were perpetually at risk of being gunned down by passing nobles or victimized by those who proclaimed freedom yet relentlessly slaughtered and plundered the resources of the innocent. Chapter 83. The past of a Kainu. Consider this. When you find yourself ensnared in this chaotic world, utterly devoid of self-defense capabilities and fall into despair, you suddenly discover a figure steadfastly committed to eradicating all pirates, despite his superiors and colleagues disagreeing with his sense of justice. He resolutely pursues his mission to the end, perhaps In his quest to eliminate pirates, he inadvertently harmed civilians and even fellow Marines. Yet in such a world, every powerful individual possesses the capability to obliterate islands and nations. Can they truly wage war without impacting the innocent on those islands? Zhou Hong even extended the timeline. And indeed, that man did not disappoint. Every pirate he encountered faced his fiery wrath, except for those with particularly troublesome abilities. None of the pirates he faced ever survived to enter Impel Down, solely to prevent those troublesome power users from resurfacing on the seas. Zhou Hong seldom encountered individuals he could genuinely respect. In the realm of Japanese anime, only a handful were worthy of his acknowledgement, and that man was one of them. To express his recognition, Zhou Hong ventured to a remote star system to retrieve an entire sun. Through sealing and transformation, he crafted it into an energy source that could be absorbed and utilized. In the North Sea of the pirate world, the coastal town of Gada Island lay in ruins, with severed limbs scattered and cries of pain and pleading echoing throughout. A tall, rugged middle-aged man clad in a General S. cloak coldly pulverized the skull of the last bloodied pirate with a single punch. A splash of crimson liquid, tinged with white, scattered in all directions. After confirming that no pirates remained standing, the resolute middle-aged man coldly sat amidst the ruins of a collapsed building. After a prolonged silence, a middle-aged naval colonel, whose white uniform was now stained red with blood, approached with a solemn expression to report to the man. Admiral Sakazuki, the Blood Cow pirates have been annihilated. We have confirmed the extermination of 300 pirates, including the notorious Blood Flow with a bounty of 380 million, as well as 2 vice captains and 20 officers from the Blood Cow pirates. The total bounty amounts to 26 billion. Our losses include 12 dead soldiers and 1 lieutenant, with 40 severely injured and 32 lightly wounded. This is the post-battle report following the suppression of the pirates retreating from the New World. Please provide instructions. The tall and robust middle-aged man, known as Sakazuki or Admiral Akainu, displayed a fleeting glimmer of emotion that others could not perceive after hearing the colonel's report. After a moment of contemplation, Admiral Akainu spoke coldly. Clean up the battlefield, ensure proper compensation for the fallen soldiers, and expedite the return of the injured to the ship for medical treatment. Furthermore, upon returning to headquarters, everyone is to double their training. To suffer such casualties from a mere Blood Cow pirates. These are the scum retreating from the New World. If we were to confront the formidable pirates of the New World, what would we do? Hence, upon our return, all personnel, including the injured, will undergo double training. The middle-aged naval colonel, drenched in cold sweat, bowed his head in guilt, listening to Sakazuki's admonitions. Yes, Admiral Sakazuki, we will ensure they double their training upon our return. Sakazuki nodded indifferently, gazing at the desolate town before him, and then turning back to the colonel. Report the situation to headquarters promptly. Additionally, inform the Royal Army that the pirates have been eliminated, allowing them to assist the civilians. Understood, Admiral Sakazuki. After giving his orders, Sakazuki strode back to the warship, his silhouette appearing somewhat desolate. Every time he witnessed the destruction of towns and the slaughter of innocents, memories of the day he lost his loved ones flooded back to him. He vividly recalled that fateful day 47 years ago when he was merely 6 years old, as pirates invaded his town. On that day, the pirates massacred everyone in the town and set it ablaze, claiming the lives of his parents. Since then, Akainu Sakazuki harbored a deep-seated hatred for pirates, beginning to hunt them near his hometown at a tender age. Yet, regardless of how many he killed, the number of pirate crews only multiplied, more and more pirates encroaching upon his hunting grounds. Realizing he could not eradicate them alone, he joined the Navy at the age of 23. Reflecting on his past experiences, Akainu couldn't help but gaze up at the azure sky, sadness flickering in his eyes. He turned back to the inferno engulfing the town, the ruins of the collapsed city, and the civilians, their faces numb and eyes vacant, sitting alone amidst the wreckage. Seeing such a scene weakened Akainu's legs. This was a recurring ailment for him. Every time he saw a town ablaze, it reminded him of the day his parents perished in the flames. Feeling the unsettling sensations in his body, his fists clenched, turning white, he quietly resolved to himself, I need power, the power to rid the seas of all this refuse. My body can no longer advance. leaving only the path to authority. The position of fleet admiral? I shall ascend to that rank. I must reach that position. Only then can I completely eradicate the filth of the seas. This time, as he walked toward the warship, Akainu appeared increasingly formidable, the salty sea breeze gently rustling his admiral's coat. A day later, Akainu returned to the naval headquarters with his fleet. Upon returning to his quarters, he sensed something amiss. Initially, he thought his daughter Hibari had returned, but something felt off. He knew Hibari's habits. Whenever she returned, she would prepare his favorite dishes in advance, waiting for him to enjoy a meal together. However, this time, no enticing aromas wafted through the air, and he could indeed sense another presence within the quarters. Yet, Akainu made no move, nor displayed any vigilance, for this was the naval headquarters, and he was the highest combatant of the Navy. There was no need for fear or caution. After all, Akainu was confident that even the legendary Whitebeard would not dare to brazenly invade the naval headquarters during his prime. Upon entering his quarters, he found Zhou Hong seated in the only chair at the desk. Akainu's first impression of Zhou Hong was that he appeared youthful and lacked the aura typical of those who traverse the seas. In all his years, everyone he encountered bore the scent of the ocean. He could see Zhou Hong clearly and even noticed his shadow on the ground. Yet his advanced perception yielded no insight, as if he were sensing mere air. Despite this, Akainu questioned Zhou Hong with resolve. "Who are you, young one?" "This is the residence of the Navy's admiral. Not a place for just anyone to intrude." Zhou Hong toyed with a pen on the desk, a relaxed smile gracing his face. He chuckled lightly at Akainu's cold demeanor. "Ah, young Akainu, I am a deity from beyond the stars, here to grant your wishes. Your cold expression and rigid tone are quite cool, you know." As Akainu listened to the familiar tone and words, anger gradually welled up within him, and thick white smoke began to emanate from his body, causing the temperature around him and in his private quarters to rise sharply. From Akainu's eyes, one could easily discern the raging fury within. If Zhou Hong persisted in speaking with such a tone and demeanor, he might soon encounter the wrath of a volcanic eruption. "Ah, I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously?" "Well, I'm just an ordinary traveler, not one of the infamous pirates of your world. I found your world intriguing, so I came here to explore. Thus you need not harbor such intense hostility towards me." Akainu held no trust in Zhou Hong's words. After all, who would allow an uninvited guest into their private quarters without consent? Though he sensed no immediate threat from Zhou Hong, Akainu remained tense, muscles taut, veins bulging, his haki and observation haki at their peak. Akainu's expression remained impassive, yet the gravity in his eyes deepened, his complexion darkening, as an even more formidable power began to coalesce within him. This was not the power of a devil fruit. It was the manifestation of Akainu's own haki, gathering strength. Someone had once told Akainu that Conqueror's haki was a power possessed only by those with the spirit of 1,000,000 to 1 and the might of a true king. Regarding this assertion, Akainu neither agreed nor disagreed. For him, the Conqueror's haki does not necessarily symbolize an absolute champion. He may not be the exception among millions, nor does he possess an unparalleled regal aura. From the very beginning, he never aspired to be a king or to unify a realm. His unwavering goal has always been to eradicate all the pirates, the detritus of the sea. As he pursued this goal, he came to realize that the so-called Conqueror's haki is merely an expression of belief or execution. When his conviction is sufficiently steadfast, even unbreakable, he will naturally come to master this so-called Conqueror's haki. Zhou Hong, standing opposite Akainu, also sensed the Conqueror's haki emanating from within Akainu's being. Though this power felt exceedingly weak to Zhou Hong, it undeniably conveyed an extreme conviction. Individuals who possess such unwavering beliefs are inherently pure. While a strong person may not necessarily be pure, a pure person is invariably strong. When one's inner conviction reaches a certain level, it compels them to steadfastly pursue their beliefs. Such individuals, regardless of the obstacles they encounter, will forge ahead without hesitation. However, it is essential to note that a pure person is not always a good person, for they may resort to any means necessary to achieve their ends, regardless of the cost. This is precisely why Zhou Hong holds Akainu in such high regard. Although Zhou Hong himself is not a purist, it does not prevent him from appreciating those who are. Observing Akainu's increasingly grave demeanor, Zhou Hong understood that if he continued to jest, Akainu might very well erupt uncontrollably. While Akainu's outburst might not have any significant impact, Zhou Hong could easily fortify his dwelling, rendering Akainu's full strength incapable of even stirring the dust. It would nonetheless create some inconvenience for Zhou Hong. After all, the spell of reinforcement requires some effort on his part. Why should he divert his focus to manipulate his powers when he could simply remain at ease? Moreover, Zhou Hong had no desire to confront Akainu, for it was a rare opportunity to encounter such a pure individual. With this thought in mind, Zhou Hong merely allowed a fraction of his life force to radiate outward. In an instant, a life force transcending the ordinary blossomed within Akainu's residence. Upon sensing this vitality, Akainu broke into a cold sweat. His body trembled uncontrollably. Even with his formidable will, he could not withstand the pressure exerted by this life force. The individual before him had not released any aggressive aura. Merely the weight of their life force rendered him powerless. It was as if he stood before the entirety of the world, a world that he now perceived as diminutive in comparison. Under this immense pressure, Akainu envisioned an infinitely colossal giant, emanating a sacred brilliance, with the divine gaze of a deity observing him from beyond the world. At that moment, he recalled Zhou Hong's earlier jest about being a god. The mere release of Zhou Hong's life force had elevated him to a status above the world. Now, Akainu harbored no doubts that this young man could effortlessly obliterate the entire world. Furthermore, this destruction was not akin to that of Whitebeard or the World Destroyer, Bondiwalt. Their claims of world destruction amounted to little more than the obliteration of an island. Yet this young boy, with just his life force, could potentially collapse the four seas and a new world entirely. Akainu also noticed that within the overwhelming life force and immeasurable pressure, his own residence exhibited no abnormalities, signifying the individual's absolute mastery over their powers. However, as swiftly as the extraordinary life force had surged, it dissipated, and the immense pressure vanished without a trace. Yet in that fleeting moment, time seemed to stretch interminably for Akainu. His back was drenched in cold sweat, but he still mustered the strength to stand. The apprehension in his expression faded, replaced by respect and awe. Even amidst such fear, his conviction sustained him, prompting him to voice his curiosity. All esteemed deities or powerful beings, may I inquire as to your purpose in this world, or your reason for being here? Zhou Hong observed how quickly Akainu regained his composure in the presence of his overwhelming life force, maintaining a commendable level of calm. Even Zhou Hong, who typically viewed himself as the center of the universe, found himself impressed by this individual. After all, not everyone possesses the composure to face a being of transcendent existence. Even Zhou Hong knew he would not maintain such a demeanor before a life form far beyond his realm. Though he had not fully unleashed his life force transcending the universe, it was sufficient to earn his admiration for Akainu's conviction. When one begins to appreciate another, their tone and demeanor invariably shift. There is no need for alarm. I have stated that I am merely a traveler in this world. I did not anticipate its depths of filth and darkness. You, Sakazuki, or rather Admiral Akainu, are the sole individual in this world worthy of my attention. While the darkness of this world is of no concern to me, my initial plan was simply to explore. However, your actions and beliefs have altered my intentions. For a pure individual, or one with a steadfast belief and goal, is a rarity even in other realms. Hearing the divine-like youth appreciate or recognize his ideals filled Akainu, usually so stoic, with a flicker of pride. After all, even the most indifferent individuals yearn for the acknowledgement of their strength. Upon learning that beyond this world lay others, a glimmer of desire crossed Akainu's face, but he quickly suppressed it, recalling that his own ambitions remained unfulfilled. Suppressing his inner yearning, Akainu questioned Zhou Hong with a look of confusion. Esteemed warrior, might I inquire why you seek out one as weak as I? Every change in Akainu's expression and gaze did not escape Zhou Hong's notice. Seeing him manage to stifle his inner longing only deepened Zhou Hong's admiration for this pure individual. In truth, I seek you to alter the trajectory of the world's fate, or rather, I wish to discern what choices you will make. As he spoke, Zhou Hong gestured toward the empty space on the table, causing a gem the size of a fingertip, radiating a golden-red glow, to materialize before them. Chapter 85. Akainu and Hibari. Zhou Hong sat calmly beside the table, pointing at the shimmering gem with a smile. This is a stone imbued with nearly limitless energy. You may refer to it as a divine gem. Possessing it would elevate you to the status of a deity in this world, granting you the power to effortlessly annihilate the entire realm. Of course, as you are aware, any power comes at a cost, and the price you must pay is to follow my every command from this point forward, even if it means decimating the entire world. Akainu gazed at the crimson gem on the table, his eyes reflecting profound desire and inner conflict. No one understands the significance of power better than he does. According to this young man's claims, if he were to acquire this divine gem, he would wield the true strength to obliterate worlds, making the fulfillment of his ambitions a trivial matter. Struggling stemmed from his fear, the fear that the individual before him, upon acquiring power, would control him and compel him to act against his own beliefs. Though the Akainu yearned for formidable strength to eradicate the pirates plaguing the world, he feared even more the possibility of being manipulated into actions he would later regret. Throughout the encounter, Akainu never imagined that the young man before him would deceive him. Among all the powerful beings he had encountered, those who were truly strong held no disdain for the truth. Zhou Hong, observing Akainu's indecision, understood the source of his hesitation. After all, Akainu's ultimate goal was to cleanse the world of pirates, and his reluctance was rooted in the fear that Zhou Hong might control him and thwart his quest. To alleviate Akainu's concerns, Zhou Hong spoke again. Akainu, there is no need for such anxiety. Whatever I wish to accomplish cannot be obstructed by anyone in this world. The reason I present this divine fragment is merely because I admire your purity, and I have no intention of interfering with any matters other than your own. I do not intend to impose a choice upon you. Whether you accept it or not is entirely up to you. I shall leave this here, and until you resolve the issues of this world, I will not compel you to act or interfere with your decisions. Upon finishing his words, Zhou Hong's figure transformed into a particle of light, dissipating within Akainu's abode. Although Zhou Hong had vanished, his words lingered in the air. Young Akainu, this divine fragment is simple to utilize. Just consume it whole. I hope you do not disappoint me. Once you have harnessed this divine power to achieve your goals, I shall return. At that time, you shall become my divine prodigy. When Zhou Hong's voice finally faded, Akainu snapped back to reality. He had yet to process the implications of Zhou Hong's words, instinctively employing his observation haki to search for the young man's presence. This was a habit he had maintained as a Navy officer for a long time, although he understood that his haki might prove ineffective against Zhou Hong. It was a long-standing instinct. As expected, he found nothing, yet disappointment did not wash over him. The life force emanating from the young deity had hinted at a vast disparity in their vitality. It was only natural that he could not detect them. Capturing the presence of one who claimed divinity would have been the anomaly. Once he regained his composure, Akainu silently seated himself in a chair, his vacant eyes processing the sights and sounds he had just experienced. Other worlds, the deity of the traveling realm, an unparalleled life force, a divine fragment capable of bestowing godly power. Each revelation, potent enough to astonish the entire pirate world, swirled chaotically in Akainu's mind. Every piece of information capable of leaving an indelible mark upon him. It was only when darkness enveloped the dwelling and hunger gnawed at his stomach that he was jolted back to reality, suppressing the tumult of thoughts. Akainu's gaze fixated on the crystalline stone, emitting a faint golden-red glow on the table, hesitation flickering in his eyes before being replaced by resolve. He reached out to grasp the crystal, scrutinizing it closely, feeling the sacred radiance and warmth it radiated, a mysterious significance crossing his mind. Is this the divine fragment that grants one the power of a deity? While it is undeniably tempting, I still wish to rely on my own strength to achieve my ultimate goal. Moreover, with this in my possession, the world government and pirates? Perhaps my earlier speculations can be further explored. World government, do not let me down. Hey Dad, dinner's ready. What have you been doing in there for so long? Aren't you hungry? Hurry up, the food will get cold. Just as Akainu was lost in thought regarding the divine fragment, a melodic female voice from outside interrupted his reverie. Upon recognizing the voice, a fleeting softness appeared on Akainu's typically stoic face, quickly veiled by his usual cold demeanor. All right, I'm coming. Akainu tucked the glowing divine fragment into his embrace and turned, vanishing into the darkness of his abode. This time, however, his posture appeared more resolute. and even his strides bore a newfound determination. Outside, a vibrant young girl with golden hair and a red jacket was joyfully placing the final dish on the dining table. She was none other than Akainu's daughter, Yunk. Originally, Yunk was merely the child of one of Akainu's old subordinates. After years of acquaintance, they shared a common goal: to eradicate every pirate from the seas. However, following the death of her father during a confrontation with a notorious pirate, Yunk, who had narrowly escaped a massacre as a child, found herself without guardians. Akainu, unwilling to send her to an orphanage, took her in to care for her. To his surprise, in just over a decade, the once snot-nosed child had blossomed into a young woman, occasionally daring to refer to him as Old Deng, a name even his former superiors had never dared to utter. Perhaps only this girl, who had lived with him for over 10 years, possessed the audacity to address him thus, tempering his sternness. As Akainu emerged from his study to join Yunk at the table, his rigid face once again faced her playful teasing. "Hey, Dad, can you relax a bit at home? I've told you so many times to lighten up. With that stern face of yours, anyone who doesn't know would think I've upset you again." Due to his nature, or perhaps the influence of his childhood, Akainu's face remained perpetually cold and impassive. Hearing Yunk's words, he could only muster a resigned expression, yet even that brief flicker softened his features. If the others in the Navy were to witness this moment, they would be utterly astonished, for in their minds, the Akainu admiral was eternally stern and unyielding, never showing such warmth or other emotions. Nevertheless, even with this fleeting softness, Yunk continued her playful jibes, which Akainu chose to ignore as he silently engaged in his meal. Just as Akainu and Yunk relished the rare opportunity for a family dinner, a loud and robust voice echoed from outside the courtyard. "Admiral Akainu, Marshal Sengoku requests your presence in the conference room. There is a significant matter to announce." Upon hearing the summons, Akainu's expression darkened. This was a rare occasion to enjoy a meal with Yunk, and despite both being part of the Navy headquarters, their duties often kept them apart. Since Yunk graduated from the Naval Academy, their work commitments had frequently prevented them from seeing each other, sometimes even stretching to 6 months without a shared meal. Yunk also felt a twinge of frustration. Having just returned from completing a mission, she had carved out precious time to dine with her father. Unexpectedly, just as the meal was served and only a morsel had been consumed, a naval communications officer interrupted the moment. Fortunately, Yunka understood that Akainu, being one of the highest combat powers within the Navy and one of the most influential figures in the headquarters, was perpetually burdened with countless responsibilities. Such interruptions were not uncommon for Yunka. She could only grumble while still supporting Akainu in prioritizing his work. Nonetheless, a hint of grievance lingered in her tone. Go on. I can manage dining alone. We can find a better time to enjoy a meal together next time." Seeing his adopted daughter speak in such a manner, Akainu did not rise immediately. Rather, he hastened his movements, devouring the contents of his bowl in large bites, even clearing several dishes from the table before wiping his mouth and making his way to the door. As he reached the threshold, Akainu paused momentarily, mouth agape, as if to utter something, yet the words remained unspoken. After a brief hesitation, he resumed his stride toward the conference room. Meanwhile, Yunka, though seemingly engrossed in her meal, kept a watchful eye on Akainu's silhouette. After half a year apart, they had finally managed to share a meal, yet due to duty, they exchanged scarcely a few words. She noted the rare concern of her usually work-focused guardian as he lingered at the door. Suppressing her emotions, Yunka quietly finished her meal, tidied up, and sat in the courtyard for a spell. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour passed when she regained her senses. She glanced at the time and the closed door, letting out a soft sigh. After organizing her belongings, she turned and disappeared into the night. Returning to half an hour earlier, Akainu's tall figure approached the conference room door. Disturbed by the rare family gathering, his mood soured, and he did not knock, but instead pushed the door open. Inside the conference room sat Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the naval hero Vice Admiral Garp, Chief of Staff Crane, and the 2 other admirals, Kizuru and Akiji, already settled in their respective seats, alongside several other distinguished vice admirals. As Akainu entered, most of the attendees turned their attention to his imposing presence. He surveyed the room, spotting Fleet Admiral Sengoku with a grave expression, clutching documents. Vice Admiral Garp with a sullen demeanor, yet indulging in his beloved donuts. Akiji reclining lazily with half-closed eyes, Kizu nonchalantly trimming his nails while casually seated. And Chief of Staff Crane, though aged and wrinkled, wore a serious countenance. With a singular focus on eradicating all pirates, Akainu frowned at his colleagues. He could not fathom why his fellow high-ranking naval officers exhibited such lethargy. Despite their formidable strength, their efforts in combating piracy seemed half-hearted, often showing mercy to their adversaries. Should not the vile and nefarious scum of the seas be dealt with decisively? Would sparing them truly prevent further harm to innocent civilians? Yet, as merely a vice-admiral, he was powerless to intervene with those of equal or superior rank, forced to abide by their actions. This was precisely why Akainu aspired to become fleet admiral. Only by assuming the highest command could he instigate a change in the conduct of those beneath him. Only then could he hope to galvanize the Navy to commit fully to the eradication of piracy. For now, as a vice-admiral, his only recourse was to comply with the orders from above. With this thought, Akainu strode purposefully to his designated seat and pulled out the chair. Next to him sat Kizaru, still engrossed in nail care. Akainu held a degree of respect for Kizaru, though he did not entirely agree with his methods. Unlike his aversion towards Sengoku and Akiji, Kizaru, during most pirate hunts, proved reliable, executing orders with diligence, though he lacked the fervor for extermination that characterized Akainu's approach. In stark contrast, the pacifist faction, led by Sengoku and Akiji, often prioritized capturing pirates alive, which significantly escalated casualties among naval personnel. Indeed, Akiji, supported by Sengoku, spent most of his time stationed at the headquarters, rarely taking the initiative to venture out and confront piracy without direct orders. This behavior incited Akainu's disdain. The notion that mercy towards enemies could lead to greater losses among their ranks was, in his eyes, utterly unforgivable. Soldiers could die for the sake of war, but unnecessary casualties due to misplaced compassion were intolerable. What Akainu sought were individuals who would stop at nothing to obliterate pirates, willing to sacrifice everything, including their own lives, for that purpose. On the day, he became an impediment to his comrades' ability to effectively eliminate pirates. He hoped his colleagues would tread upon him without hesitation to annihilate their foes. If the aversion to incurring significant losses due to the desire to capture pirates alive left Akainu feeling disgusted, the lack of proactive measures against piracy left him feeling ashamed. As a member of the Navy, in a time when pirates roamed freely and many young individuals took pride in becoming pirates, it was disgraceful that none among them took the initiative to lead their fleets in a battle against piracy, instead passively waiting for orders to respond only after towns were besieged. This was exemplified earlier that day when Akainu, leading his fleet to quell the pirate threat, encountered the Blood Bowl pirates attacking coastal towns. His proactive measures were the only reason they managed to thwart the marauding pirates. Otherwise, they would have awaited a bounty notice from headquarters after the townsfolk had been slaughtered and their wealth plundered before sending reinforcements to confront the Blood Bowl pirates. They failed to recognize that if the Navy were to take the initiative and consistently engage in pirate eradication, it could prevent the emergence of more pirates. This was the underlying reason why the Hawks held the Doves in contempt. The Hawks, led by Akainu, outnumbered the Doves and exhibited greater combat effectiveness in the fight against piracy, primarily because most Hawk members were survivors of pirate massacres and plunder. Thus, it was only natural for the Hawks to harbor a deeper animosity towards pirates, treating them with far greater ruthlessness. Chapter 87. The War at the Summit. However, at the moment he came into contact with this divine fragment, he could feel the nobility and seemingly omnipotent power it possessed. And suddenly a piece of information appeared in his mind. By merely swallowing this crystal or divine fragment, he could obtain a lifespan that transcends his own world and the power to annihilate everything. Sensing the strength that the divine fragment could bestow upon him, Akainu couldn't help but squint his eyes. If he could truly possess such power, would it not enable him to alter the current situation or even realize his ultimate ambitions? Looking around, he noted that those who had come to this gathering were all high-ranking officers of the Navy headquarters, with only a few allies like Doberman and the likes by his side. On the opposing side, however, stood figures such as Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Garp Akiji, and a dozen elite vice-admirals, not to mention the inclination of various logistics commanders, including Admiral Tsuru and her sister, to side with them. Only Kizaru and a handful of vice-admirals remained neutral, but that was merely temporary. No one could predict when they might sway to one side or the other. Just as Akainu was lost in thought, Fleet Admiral Sengoku rapped his knuckles on the table, directly divulging the agenda of the day's meeting. Sengoku stood at the head of the conference table, his expression grave and serious as he announced, "The reason for gathering you all here today concerns the execution of the Pirate King Roger's malevolent bloodline, Ace. After thorough research by the General Staff and the headquarters, it has been approved by the world government that his public execution will take place in 2 weeks." Hearing this news, Akainu was taken aback. He had been completely unaware of the capture of Roger's son, what had led to his arrest, when had it occurred. Moreover, when he first heard the news, he observed the reactions of those around him. It was evident that, aside from himself, the other admirals seemed to be well informed about the matter, with even some elite vice admirals from the opposing faction showing no signs of surprise. Such a significant event, and yet he, a high-ranking admiral, was only just learning of it. The expressions of his peers indicated they had long been prepared for this. With this in mind, Akainu slammed his hands on the table, rising to his feet, and pointed at the elite vice admirals who appear to have prior knowledge, demanding of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, "Admiral Sengoku, why was I not informed of such a monumental issue beforehand? These elite vice admirals from the headquarters seem to know more than I do. Even my subordinate vice admirals received no word." Before Sengoku could respond, Akiji, who had been seated nearby, seemed to anticipate Akinu's inquiry and languidly spoke from his chair. "Admiral Sakazuki, Admiral Sengoku did not notify you because you were out on a mission. It was necessary to keep the information contained to prevent any leaks. Furthermore, it's not too late to inform you now. I hope you can empathize with Admiral Sengoku's predicament. After all, this aligns with the wishes of the world government." Upon hearing Akiji's words, Akainu's expression darkened further. The notion of confidentiality and the world government's directives felt like mere excuses to him. "Even if I were on a mission, why did my elite vice admirals receive no updates? Yet your fleet was already informed." Akiji, caught off guard by Akainu's unabashed accusation, found himself momentarily speechless. Typically, even when Akainu was furious, he would merely appear somber and intimidating. Today, however, he seemed unrestrained. Ultimately, Akiji could only retort, "This was mandated by the world government." Akainu responded with a cold snort, his gaze fixated on Fleet Admiral Sengoku, clearly demanding an explanation. While the doves may have been supported by Sengoku, his overt favoritism as Fleet Admiral was unbecoming. Sengoku, with his white hair and goat-like beard, felt the weight of Akainu's piercing gaze and turned his head away, visibly unnerved. The atmosphere in the Navy headquarters conference room grew heavy. Both the Dove and Hawk factions among the elite vice admirals trembled, even their breaths becoming noticeably quieter. The elite vice admirals aligned with Akainu, such as the Spider, appeared troubled but secretly admired Akainu's boldness, thinking, truly, Admiral Sakazuki, when he gets angry, he spares no one, not even Sengoku. We have not followed the wrong leader. How impressive. Ultimately, it was Fleet Admiral Sengoku who could no longer withstand Akainu's gaze. After a couple of awkward coughs, he feigned ignorance of Akainu's presence and retrieved the operational plan. Ahem. The purpose of today's meeting is primarily to discuss the operational plan for the execution day. Irrelevant matters can be addressed later. I will now read the operational plan. It is now certain that, given Whitebeard's regard for those he calls family, they will undoubtedly come to rescue the pirate Ace. Our objective in this operation is to completely annihilate the Whitebeard pirates at Navy headquarters. To this end, we have gathered over 100,000 elite Navy soldiers and several elite vice admirals. When combined with our Navy's 3 strongest forces, we will ensure the total destruction of the Whitebeard pirates. The specific details of the operational plan will be arranged by Admiral Tsuru. With her white hair and wrinkled visage, Tsuru trembled slightly as she began outlining the deployment plan. We will adopt a strategy of encirclement, executing this, and that the battle deployment meeting continued until midnight before concluding. As the doors of the conference room opened, a pensive and somber Garp was the first to emerge. He was followed by the languid Akiji and the indifferent Kizaru, with the elite vice admirals from various departments trailing behind. As Akainu pondered at the conference table, intending to confer with his subordinate vice admirals, he was called back by Sengoku, who said, "Sakazuki, stay behind. There is a task that requires your attention." Reluctantly, Akainu halted his departure and returned to his seat. After all, Sengoku was his direct superior and the highest commander of the Navy, leaving him with no choice but to comply with Sengoku's directives. Sengoku was acutely aware of the current situation within the Navy, though he had received hints from the world government indicating that he would soon be promoted from fleet admiral. The highest command would be selected from the three most powerful figures. In truth, only Akiji from the Dove faction and Akainu from the Hawk faction were truly eligible for this promotion. While Akiji had his supporters, the world government's 5 elders seemed to favor Akainu more. Initially, Sengoku intended to assign this task to a single vice admiral, but considering the competitive nature of the future fleet admiral selection, he decided to entrust this mission to Akainu. However, as Akainu contemplated Sengoku's plan, he felt a twinge of surprise. He had assumed that he alone would resort to any means necessary when confronting pirates. He was unprepared for Sengoku, with his thick brows and large eyes, to conceive the idea of using those close to Whitebeard to orchestrate a betrayal. It appeared that he had underestimated Sengoku, this stout figure. Yet, Akainu chose to remain silent, merely nodding to indicate his understanding before striding out of the conference room. After all, the reputation associated with eradicating pirates was merely a trifling concern to him. He was willing to sacrifice anything to eliminate all pirates from the seas. The next day, on an island in the New World, inhabited by only a small town, the formidable squad from the Whitebeard pirates arrived alone in a small canoe at the back of Chicken Island. He retrieved an envelope from within his garments, and upon reading the contents, his expression darkened, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. Why have you deceived us?" he exclaimed. "Father, you knew from the outset that the rumors were that Roger had slain me. Now you wish for me to risk my life alongside the current crew to save the son of our enemy." Ha ha ha. For a moment, Squard struggled to accept the shocking news, tears streaming down his face as he laughed madly, unleashing the pent-up emotions within him. After 10 minutes of uncontrolled laughter, he began to release his rage, which manifested in the destruction of all living beings on the island, including the small town that housed thousands. As a pirate who had survived since the era of Roger, he had long refrained from such wanton destruction after joining the Whitebeard pirates. Under Whitebeard's restraint, they could only eliminate a few rebels to set an example. Today, this unrestrained outburst brought him a long-lost sense of pleasure. Indeed, a pirate should revel in unbridled chaos. For such slaughter exemplifies true freedom. After leaving the ruins of the town, a middle-aged man, bloodied and battered, summoned the last of his strength to retrieve a transponder snail from his pocket. With his fading energy, he managed to utter a single phrase. Chicken Island, all residents ruthlessly slaughtered by the pirate squad. One survives. Justice will prevail. With that, the man succumbed to the chill of death, his body growing numb as he slipped into darkness. Far across the seas, in a naval intelligence room at Navy headquarters, Admiral Tsuru received a document from her subordinate. Upon discovering that this intelligence had been sent just before the informant's demise, her murky eyes flickered with a hint of emotion before quickly regaining their composure. For decades, such occurrences had been commonplace. Every piece of intel in this room had been bought with the lives of informants. Tsuru had long since grown accustomed to or numbed by the loss. Her only recourse was to inform her colleagues to discreetly archive the informant's number and ensure their family received the compensation owed. Meanwhile, she would lead the intelligence team in analyzing the source, content, and potential ramifications of the information. Both Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Akainu understood the implications of the intel. The seeds they had sown were beginning to sprout, and now they awaited the harvest. Time passed amid the tense preparations at Navy headquarters, as elite naval soldiers continually reinforced the base. Had it not been for the involvement of a Yonko-level pirate crew, the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy might not have deemed it necessary to mobilize such a force. However, given the delicate balance between the Navy and pirates, along with the current volatile maritime situation, no one could predict whether other Yonko-level pirates would intervene. Thus, the Navy treated this matter with utmost seriousness, deploying forces and firepower as though preparing for an assault by 3 Yonko-level crews simultaneously. On this day, the Navy forcibly summoned the warlords of the sea. However, due to Jinbei's refusal to confront Whitebeard in subsequent capture, as well as Crocodile's defeat at the hands of the Straw Hat Pirates and imprisonment in Impel Down, only the world's foremost swordsman Dracula Mihawk, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Boa Hancock, Bartholomew Kuma, Gecko Moria, and the newly appointed Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, attended the meeting. At that moment, they convened in a spacious parlor, where, despite the presence of stern-faced elite Navy personnel in every corner, the warlords reclined on leather sofas without a care in the world. What began as a simple pre-war mobilization meeting swiftly devolved into a farcical display when Doflamingo crushed his coffee cup in his hand. Surveying the room, Doflamingo pointed at a nearby naval soldier and smirked. "The Navy's cups are certainly not robust. Fetch me another." As the soldier bent down to gather the shards of the broken cup, Doflamingo flicked his fingers. In an instant, the fragments surged toward the soldier's neck with alarming speed. The soldier felt a searing pain as though a tempest had torn through him. Upon realizing what had transpired, he was struck by a chilling realization. His body succumbing to weakness as he collapsed to the ground in a cold sweat. The other warlords erupted in unrestrained laughter, reveling in the chaos. Among them, Blackbeard's laughter resounded the loudest as he mocked, "Ha! This is truly amusing." In the face of such chaos, the naval officers were largely paralyzed by fear. Their strength was inadequate to instill any semblance of caution in the warlords, let alone thwart them. Even the vice admiral who attempted to intervene could only shout impotently from a distance. Yet, Doflamingo showed no signs of restraint. Instead, he continued to manipulate his fingers in the air. The surrounding naval soldiers moved as if puppets, uncontrollably drawing their weapons and aiming them at the vice admiral positioned at the entrance. A sheen of cold sweat broke upon the vice admiral's brow. He had to concede that he was utterly powerless in this situation. Allowing pirates to run rampant within the Navy headquarters was an affront to the institution itself. All the warlords were eagerly anticipating the spectacle of the Navy's humiliation. They had long awaited this moment. After all, as some of the most notorious pirates across the seas, being forcibly summoned by the Navy only fueled their resentment. The atmosphere became increasingly uncomfortable for the Navy. Just then, Fleet Admiral Sengoku entered the parlor, accompanied by Garp and the Navy's three top powers, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, along with several elite vice admirals. The Tyrant Bear merely glanced up for a moment before resuming his focus on the book he had brought. Only Moonlight Moria and Marshal Blackbeard sat in their chairs, openly reveling in the spectacle. Meanwhile, the knight Daemon Don Quixote Doflamingo cast a wary gaze toward the Navy advisor, Crane, who stood behind Sengoku, aware that she possessed abilities that could inherently counter his own. Yet, Doflamingo persisted, continuing to manipulate the Navy soldiers into a chaotic melee. The other Navy commanders remained silent, but upon entering the reception hall, Akainu surveyed the disarray of the meeting, and his previously impassive countenance darkened instantaneously. A palpable pressure enveloped the reception hall. The air grew stiflingly hot, and under this invisible weight, it felt as though an underwater volcano was poised to erupt, instilling fear in the hearts of the 7 warlords present. The laughter of Moonlight Moria and Blackbeard abruptly ceased, a chill racing down their spines as the specter of death loomed ominously around them. Hawkeye Mihawk, the Emperor's Hancock, and Doflamingo also sensed this lethal threat, their gazes drawn to its source. Among them, Doflamingo felt the sensation most acutely. The looming specter of death reminded him of his powerless youth, watching his family perish one by one. Damn it, not this feeling again. Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, felt the overwhelming pressure and deadly threat wash over him, leaving his mind momentarily blank. When he regained his senses, cold sweat trickled down his back. Ha ha ha, such formidable pressure, even without any overt display of power. The sense of imminent danger is palpable. Is this the ultimate strength of the Navy headquarters? It feels even stronger than my old man at his peak. I wonder how he compares to my father in his prime. If only I could obtain his abilities. Ha ha ha. This was a thought Blackbeard dared not voice aloud. To do so would surely seal his fate within the Navy headquarters, perhaps even within this very reception hall. The other members of the 7 warlords, including Mihawk, were equally astonished by this pressure. They had previously lacked a clear understanding of the Admiral's true power, as formidable figures upon the seas. Aside from the 4 emperors and other extraordinary individuals, they believed themselves to be at the pinnacle of strength. Only now did they realize the vast chasm that separated them from the actual highest echelon of power, the sense of lethal threat making them feel as though they could be slain at any moment. For a brief moment, the reception hall fell into silence, with even the other high-ranking Navy officers casting incredulous glances at the sullen Akainu, who remained uncharacteristically silent. While the hierarchy of the three admirals had never been definitively established, it was generally accepted that their strengths were comparable. However, with Akainu's sudden eruption of silence, an invisible pressure settled over everyone. Coupled with his typically stern demeanor, it became apparent just how formidable Akainu truly was. Even Akiji and Kizuru felt the weight of Akainu's sudden intensity. They could hardly fathom how their peer could instill such a sense of threat in them. If Akainu were aware of their thoughts, he would likely scoff. After all, one of them was perpetually lazy, spending his days aimlessly cycling across the seas when not on duty. The other, preferring to lounge rather than engage in any semblance of self-discipline, often lamented about the challenges of life without ever taking proactive steps to maintain his vitality. As for Akainu, unless ordered by the Navy headquarters or on a mission, he was relentlessly pursuing pirates in the New World, frequently clashing with the various pirate factions therein. It was remarkable that such undisciplined individuals could even be considered peers given their prodigious talents. As the reception hall fell silent, Akainu's cold gaze fixed upon the sweating Doflamingo. Caught off guard, Doflamingo hesitated, his heart racing as he felt the pressure mount. The sensation intensified. What had begun as an intangible pressure now felt like a vice tightening around him. Under Akainu's icy stare, the specter of death became an inescapable presence in Doflamingo's mind. I will die. I will perish. How can there be someone so powerful? This overwhelming sense of threat and pressure has never been felt even in the face of Kaido. Move, body. Move. I am a man born to be a king. How can I concede to such trivial intimidation? Damn it, move. Even with all his strength and the might of his conqueror as Haki, Doflamingo could barely withstand the lethal pressure, just managing to regain a sliver of mobility. Once he collected himself, Doflamingo's first action was to swiftly retract the strings he had been controlling. As he did so, the pressure upon him lessened considerably. Akainu, observing that Doflamingo had ceased his treacherous actions, finally diverted his attention. As one of the most formidable admirals within the Navy headquarters, Akainu had no qualms about eliminating Doflamingo if he failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. He cared not for Doflamingo's status or the backing of the Five Elders. If provoked, he would eliminate the pirate without a second thought. Ahem, the purpose of convening you all here is quite simple, and I trust you are all aware of it. Sengoku, sensing the heavy atmosphere, stepped in to diffuse the tension. He understood Akainu's temperament. Allowing him to finish off Doflamingo would lead to significant complications. Doflamingo had been directly addressed by the Five Elders and given his former status as a celestial dragon. He was not someone to be recklessly disposed of. Reluctantly, Sengoku took it upon himself to break the ice, as he was the fleet admiral and Akainu's superior, and he needed to maintain some semblance of authority. Regardless of your individual motives for being here, you are hereby ordered to join us in the war against the Whitebeard pirates. This is a mandatory summons. Refusal is not an option. Of course, you may decline this summons, but consider carefully. The former warlord Jinbe has been removed from the Seven Warlords and is currently imprisoned in Impel Down. You may remain here at Navy headquarters or return to your territories, but you must report to Navy headquarters for the decisive battle within the stipulated time frame. Now that the meeting is concluded, I have merely conveyed the necessary information. I trust you all understand the consequences of noncompliance. With the meeting's agenda laid bare, Sengoku, along with Garp and others, turned to exit the reception hall. However, amidst the Navy ranks, one imposing figure remained motionless. That figure was Akainu, even in silence. He exuded an aura so profound that it demanded respect, despite not uttering a word or making a single move. Even his life force seemed to be suppressed to the point of being negligible. Yet, as long as he remained still, the remaining seven warlords dared not make a sound or attempt to depart. Observing the formidable figure of Akainu seated before them, the members of the seven warlords were acutely aware that he would not resort to violence against them within the Navy headquarters. Yet, a palpable sense of trepidation enveloped them. This marked the first occasion since their ascension to the ranks of the warlords that they faced such a stifling atmosphere from the Navy. Despite their discomfort, they dared not voice any grievances, nor could they allow their unease to manifest. After all, who among them was unaware of the ruthless nature of Admiral Akainu? He had left no survivors among the pirates he encountered, save for the four emperors. They had no doubt that were they not warlords, nor present at Navy headquarters, They would likely have been overwhelmed and perished at the hands of their adversary. This was the embodiment of the Navy's supreme power, a testament to the sheer might wielded by its highest-ranking officers. Once all Navy personnel had vacated the room, Akainu finally spoke, his voice resonating with authority. I do not care whether you reside within the Navy headquarters or return to your territories. You would do well to remain on your best behavior. Should I hear of any Navy soldiers harmed by your hands, you need not await the impending war. I will personally eradicate you vermin from the seas. As he uttered these words, Akainu's gaze bore down upon Don Quixote da Flamingo, casting a shadow of dread upon him once more. The atmosphere in the reception hall felt as though it were laden with explosives, the oppressive heat radiating from Akainu's fiery demeanor causing the temperature to soar dramatically. With that, Akainu relinquished his menacing aura and departed the reception hall with resolute strides. As he left, the tension within the room dissipated, prompting Doflamingo to draw in deep breaths. Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, wiped the cold sweat from his brow with one hand while raising a bottle of liquor to his lips with the other, laughing heartily. So this is the might of the Navy's supreme power. Truly terrifying. Hancock, the empress of the Kuja pirates, feigned indifference to her dampened back, her eyes gleaming with disdain and pride as she scoffed. Humph, what does strength matter? With my beauty, I could do as I please and be forgiven. The other warlords present were momentarily rendered speechless. What? Where does your confidence stem from? The warlords, all of whom had attained their positions through formidable strength and unwavering resolve, were left incredulous. Even Gecko Moria, who had previously been vanquished by Monkey D. Luffy, had once traversed the Grand Line. Had he not foolishly challenged Kaido of Beasts, he would have been among the most powerful pirate crews in the New World, second only to the Four Emperors. Despite his current decline having been defeated by Luffy, who lacked haki, Moria had not sunk into the depths of vanity. Surely, Hancock could not believe that the pinnacle of strength upon the seas would succumb to mere beauty. The others, unlike Hancock, possessed a basic understanding of their own capabilities and were well aware of the fearsome reputation of Akainu, known for his merciless eradication of pirates. It was said that no pirate had survived an encounter with him, and none had been heard of escaping from impelled down after being hunted by him. Upon hearing Hancock's words, the usually stoic Dracul Mihawk could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye. He who rarely spoke could no longer tolerate her arrogance and took his supreme sword to exit the reception hall. He feared that he might be infected by the folly of this narcissistic woman. The other warlords, witnessing Mihawk's departure, promptly followed suit, unwilling to endure the company of this foolishly self-absorbed figure any longer. Only Hancock remained, lost in her self-admiration. Indeed, no one can resist my beauty. I am unquestionably the most beautiful woman upon the seas. Time swiftly advanced to the day of the execution of Portgas D. Ace, the son of the pirate king, G.O.L.D. Roger. During this interim, significant events transpired, beginning with Admiral Kazuru's decisive strike against the 12 supernovas at Sabati Archipelago, decimating most of their ranks while a few fled in disarray. Subsequently, the Straw Hat crew, led by Luffy, faced the tyrannical Bartholomew Kuma, who sent them sprawling across the globe. After a brief period of absence, Luffy returned to wreak havoc within the world government's prison, Impel Down. In this monumental incident, Luffy liberated thousands of notorious pirates and criminals, reportedly leading them in a bid to assault Navy headquarters to rescue his brother, Ace. This series of extraordinary events delayed the arrival of elite Navy soldiers summoned from around the world, who had to remain vigilant against the escaped criminals from Impel Down. On this day, the execution of Ace commenced at Navy headquarters, Marineford, beneath a clear blue sky. The eyes of the world were fixed upon this moment. The Navy decided to broadcast the execution live via transponder snail. Seated on either side of the execution platform were Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the hero of the Navy, Monkey D. Garp, while directly beneath the platform sat the three admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kazu, on their ornate thrones. At the forefront of the platform stood Dracul Mihawk, Empress Hancock, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Gecko Moria. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach and Tyrant Kuma were notably absent. Blackbeard openly defied orders and failed to arrive on time, while Kuma had been captured following his assistance to the Straw Hats during the previous conflict at Sabati. Consequently, only 4 members of the 7 warlords were present. Amidst the vast assembly of elite Navy soldiers gathered in the square, Akainu maintained a heightened state of vigilance since his arrival at the execution platform, acutely attuned to his surroundings. In this state, he quickly discerned the peculiar relationship between the hero of the Navy Garp and the pirate ace, the son of Zhou Ld. Roger. It was astonishing that such a connection existed between a naval hero and a notorious pirate. Their exchanges suggested a long-standing familiarity, prompting Akainu to regard Garp with scorn. How could a revered hero of the Navy adopt the son of the pirate king and conceal it for so many years? Were the countless infants mistakenly killed during the government's pursuit of Roger's bloodline? Moreover, how could a Navy officer, after years of training, produce a pirate? Oh, and Garp's son, Dragon, had become the leader of the Revolutionary Army, while his grandson, Luffy, emerged as one of the most notorious supernovas. Now, it seemed that he was harboring a hidden grandson who had become a member of Whitebeard's family. Akainu truly questioned how this hero of the Navy had earned such a title. Any reasonably competent officer would not breed a pirate. Now, it seemed that he alone remained loyal to the Navy. Yet, despite his disdain, Akainu acknowledged that Garp still held the admiration of Navy personnel as the hero of the Navy. Thus, he could only await Garp's next course of action. If the naval hero Garp disregards the lives of naval soldiers for the sake of his adopted grandson, he must not blame Akainu for forgetting the gratitude of his former teachings. When it comes to pirates, only their complete annihilation can bring solace to the heart. Chapter 91. The War at Marineford V. Should the naval hero Garp dare to obstruct Akainu in his quest to eliminate pirates, Akainu would not hesitate to deal with him as well. As Akainu pondered the various relationships between Garp and Ace, the tranquil sea began to churn, and a hazy mist enveloped the horizon. Keen-eyed naval soldiers spotted rows of sails emerging from the fog. Look, pirates! Pirate ships are approaching. Instantly, chaos erupted among the numerous naval soldiers gathered in Marineford Square. A name speaks volumes. Whitebeard is renowned as the strongest man in the world of the seas, and his crew bears the title of one of the four emperors. Every naval officer present was well aware of his formidable reputation, especially with the sight of hundreds of massive pirate ships and the ominous silhouette of a towering giant lurking in the shadows, instilling trepidation in the hearts of the soldiers. Noticing this, Fleet Admiral Sengoku swiftly grasped a nearby transponder snail and declared loudly, "Silence. We are the Navy, bearers of the world's justice. Mere pirates are nothing. Have faith that justice will prevail." Upon hearing the Admiral's admonishment, the naval soldiers in Marineford Square regained their composure. After all, they were an elite force drawn from naval branches across the globe, their mental fortitude surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Once calm, they remembered that they were in the Navy's headquarters, a gathering of the finest from various branches, and thus shook off their fears, gripping their weapons tightly and preparing for battle. However, in a corner unnoticed by others, dissenting voices emerged. "Hey, there are too many pirates. How can we possibly win this war? Kobe, should we escape?" The trembling Barumabur clutched the pink-haired Kobe in fear. Kobe, feeling a dampness in his pants and cold sweat soaking his back, mustered every ounce of courage he had ever possessed and uttered the most cowardly words. "It's all right. There's nothing to fear. When a fight breaks out, we could just hide." As the fog over the sea thickened, the multitude of pirate ships gradually came into view, bizarre vessels rushing towards Marineford Square. While searching for the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the three admirals simultaneously turned their gaze toward the sea beneath them, their expressions growing more grave. Not far from the execution platform, the once calm inland sea began to bubble violently, followed by the sudden emergence of a whale-headed ship bursting forth from the water, enveloped in bubbles. Several other pirate ships surfaced in the same manner, revealing the flagship and subordinate vessels of the Whitebeard pirates. On the massive whale-headed ship, a colossal figure towering over 6 meters appeared at the bow. The moment this giant appeared, the fierce aura and terrifying pressure radiating from him instilled dread in the naval soldiers gathered on the square. "Ha ha ha! Let me see if my beloved son has been harmed." Ace, on the execution platform, felt a surge of hope upon seeing all members of the Whitebeard pirates gathered in one place. Sensing that rescue was near, Whitebeard plunged his massive sword into the ground, raised both hands into fists, and struck them down with tremendous force. This impact shattered the air in Marineford, sending tremors throughout the entire naval headquarters. On either side of Marineford Square, massive waves surged dozens of meters high, threatening to engulf the square in an instant. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, witnessing Whitebeard's powerful attack upon their first encounter, urgently shouted, "Be cautious. He is the strongest man in the world, possessing the power to destroy it." In contrast, the three admirals seated below the execution platform remained composed. It was only when the towering waves threatened to engulf Marineford Square that Akiji slowly rose from his chair. With a swift movement, he leaped into the air above the colossal waves, unleashing two massive pillars of ice from his hands. Ice Age. In the blink of an eye, the towering waves on either side transformed into frozen land, but Akiji did not stop there. He waved his hands, releasing countless ice arrows aimed at Whitebeard. However, with a mere punch, Whitebeard shattered the incoming ice arrows. The sheer force of his attack even affected Akiji, who barely evaded the blow. Ultimately, Akiji managed to escape Whitebeard's onslaught while simultaneously freezing the entire sea, trapping the pirate ships of the Whitebeard pirates in place. Yet, this provided an opportunity for the pirates, who abandoned their vessels and charged across the frozen sea towards the naval soldiers. Thus, the fierce battle erupted without warning. Kill! Charge, brothers! Save Ace! Damn you, sea trash! Do not think you can act recklessly here. On the high platform, Akainu observed the clash between tens of thousands of naval soldiers and pirates, even a naval vice-admirals engaging with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. The sounds of battle, screams, maniacal laughter, and clashing weapons reverberated throughout the naval headquarters. In a mere moment of contact, thousands on both sides perished. Meanwhile, Akiji and Kizaru, having tested Whitebeard's strength, found themselves entangled with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, unable to claim an advantage. Witnessing this, Akainu's expression darkened. He could hardly fathom that the two highest-ranking admirals of the Navy were entangled with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. With their power levels, one would expect them to dominate effortlessly, yet they were merely holding their ground or slightly gaining the upper hand. As for the formidable Whitebeard, he seemed unable to find a worthy opponent until Dracul Mihawk, feeling a sudden itch, drew his supreme blade and aimed a slash at Whitebeard. However, the attack was swiftly intercepted by Diamond Jozu, Whitebeard's 3rd Division commander. Seeing this, Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Gururara, my sons, charge ahead and rescue Ace." With a booming laugh, Whitebeard withdrew his sword from the ground, bent his legs slightly, and leaped down from the bow of the ship, landing heavily on the ice. With a swift motion, he brandished his sword, preparing to strike. In the next moment, a brilliant light flashed as he swung his sword, the air around him fracturing, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, recognizing Whitebeard's stance, understood that he was about to unleash his full power. Helpless against the distance that separated them, all Sengoku could do was shout, "The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, is about to strike. Everyone be cautious." As Whitebeard raised his sword for a powerful downward strike, a deep yet piercing voice resonated across the battlefield. "How can I allow you to act so recklessly? Mere pirates, daring to be so audacious here." Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, the formidable Admiral Akainu leapt high from his elevated position, his right hand transforming into a flowing stream of molten magma, from which billowed thick clouds of smoke as he aimed to strike down heavily upon Whitebeard. With a resounding crash, the ground quaked at the epicenter of the clash, sending shockwaves reverberating throughout the area. Nearby Navy soldiers and numerous pirates were flung backward by the force, crashing violently to the ground, blood streaming from their orifices. The fierce confrontation between the two titans had carved a massive crater in Marineford's plaza, with dust and debris shrouding the battlefield's center. As the smoke cleared, those present, momentarily stunned by the tremendous sound, began to discern the situation within. Chapter 92. The War at Marineford 6 at the heart of the battlefield. Within the depths of a 100-meter-wide pit, Admiral Akainu's eyes glowed red with fury, his rage palpable as both hands morphed into searing magma. On the opposite end, Whitebeard, leaning against his mighty blade, the Tsong Yun Chia, appeared to have been forced back several steps from the force of the impact. The Navy soldiers, witnessing Akainu's apparent upper hand in the exchange, felt a surge of morale as they sensed Whitebeard and his crew being pushed back a considerable distance. However, in truth, both warriors had suffered. Whitebeard, aged and no longer at the peak of his powers, found his old wounds flaring up in the clash against the currently formidable Akainu. To the onlookers, it seemed as though he had merely been pushed back a few meters, yet internally, he was struggling to withstand the strain. Conversely, Akainu had fully absorbed the impact of Whitebeard's charged strike. Despite being in his prime, he faced a legendary man once known as the world's strongest. Moreover, Akainu had launched his counterattack without adequate preparation, leading to his own injuries. He was now left spitting blood, though he grimly swallowed it back down. Whitebeard, one hand steadying his colossal blade, wiped the blood from his mouth, begrudgingly acknowledging that he was no longer at a zenith. Gururara, you magma brat. Don't get in my way. My great sword shows no mercy. Get lost, and stop hindering my quest to save my son. Yet Akainu was unyielding, the insult of being called a mere kid by a pirate igniting his fury further. You worthless scum of the seas. Who gave you the audacity to invade the Navy's headquarters? Since you have come, none of you shall leave here alive. You will all be buried here. It was rare for the normally taciturn Akainu to deliver such a lengthy proclamation, a testament to the blazing fury within him. Great eruption. Song Yun Xia. Boom. The two titans collided once again, causing the entire Navy headquarters to tremble, even shattering the ice created by Akiji's earlier attacks. However, this time, the outcome was unexpected. Akainu only stumbled back 2 steps, while Whitebeard was sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth as he was propelled backward several meters. Seizing the moment, Akainu taunted Whitebeard. You have grown old. In your youth, you might have inflicted wounds upon me, but now you can only watch as I execute your crew. Rising to his feet, Whitebeard could not endure Akainu's provocation. Enraged, he raised his sword, enveloping it with the power of his tremor fruit. Yet, Akainu merely remarked indifferently, if you continue your rampage, you will devastate this island. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Gururara, magma brat, then do your best to stop me. This strike will be just like the last. With fierce determination, Whitebeard swung his sword downward, channeling the tremor fruit's power and haki, causing the air around them to crack. The very island shook beneath the force of his attack. However, Akainu merely stood firm, hands in pockets, one foot planted on Whitebeard's Song Yunxia. They began a contest of strength. After exchanging taunts, they unleashed powerful blows upon each other, neither able to inflict true harm, resulting in a stalemate. Seeing his strikes ineffective against Akainu, Whitebeard began to utilize his tremor fruit powers to wreak havoc upon the surrounding structures, hoping to create an advantage for his crew. Observing the wanton destruction of the Navy headquarters, Akainu, unable to counteract the tremor fruit's capabilities, retaliated with a barrage of meteor-like molten fists descending from the sky. Countless magma fists rained down upon Whitebeard's fleet, sinking dozens of pirate ships, including the flagship. Realizing the futility of their current path, Whitebeard understood that should this continue, neither side would benefit. This was the enemy's stronghold, capable of reconstruction, while his own crew relied on their ships for escape. If all were destroyed, they would be left utterly vulnerable. Reluctantly, Whitebeard sought to halt Akainu's onslaught. Yet, age and the toll of the earlier battle weighed heavily upon him. Seizing an opportunity, Akainu's magma-encased fist struck Whitebeard's chest, creating a gaping wound. Staggering, Whitebeard leaned on his sword for support, barely managing to remain upright on one knee, gasping for breath. With Whitebeard gravely injured, Akainu recognized that the old man's demise was merely a matter of time. He chose to withdraw, returning to the execution platform, knowing that a dying Whitebeard would not pose a significant threat. However, Whitebeard's commanders were fiercely assaulting the platform, while Akiji and Kizaru engaged in a seemingly lackluster battle with Whitebeard's commanders, leaving only Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp overseeing the situation. Given their positions, it was unlikely they would intervene against ordinary pirates. Akainu had believed that severely wounding Whitebeard would give them a substantial advantage and allow them to effectively suppress the pirate crew's assault. Yet, upon returning to the platform, he was met with a sight that filled him with dismay. One of the Navy's top officers, Admiral Akiji, had been sent flying by Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Meanwhile, Admiral Kizaru appeared to be clearing away minor foes, but in reality, his attacks hardly struck anyone. In that moment, Akainu was engulfed in confusion. While he fought tooth and nail against the legendary Whitebeard, his comrades seemed to be merely toying with the enemy. A surge of unidentifiable rage welled up within him, nearly clouding his judgment, especially when he observed the Shichibukai, disregarding their identities and alliances, attacking Navy soldiers indiscriminately. Seizing upon this opportunity for release, Akainu leapt down from the execution platform, positioning himself behind the Shichibukai, Hancock, in the grip of searing heat. Flowing lava seemed poised to incinerate everything in its path. Shichibukai Hancock, did I not warn you before? Have I not given you enough face? How dare you lay a hand on a Navy soldier before me? The Empress Hancock, who was petrifying the surrounding Navy and pirate minions, heard a voice filled with fury from behind. Her movements halted, and beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. A chill surged through her, a sense of impending doom enveloping her heart as she turned to face the source of the threat. What met her gaze was a colossal fist of molten magma hurtling towards her, and in the next instant, a searing pain exploded in her chest. Chapter 93. The war at Marineford. With a single punch, Akainu sent Hancock crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater 2 meters deep and 6 meters wide. As the dust settled, Hancock lay sprawled on the ground, her arms shielding her face, her once enchanting figure now a pitiful sight. Had it not been for Hancock's quick reflexes in using her haki to cover her arms, that punch could have easily shattered the skull of the woman renowned as the world's most beautiful. Yet even so, the skin on the right side of her face was scorched away, leaving her left side still alluring, while the right side resembled charred flesh. The once stunning Empress Hancock now bore a visage half-human, half-demon. The proud and haughty Hancock, upon realizing her disfigurement, lost her erstwhile arrogance and crumpled into the crater, weeping in despair. Ah, my face! No! Damn you, Akainu! You will pay for my face! Akainu stood at the edge of the crater, looking down at Hancock with increasing indifference, his eyes filled with contempt. You are but a mere piece of garbage from the sea. How dare you disregard my warning? This is merely a lesson for you. Next time, I shall obliterate your head. Do not think that just because you're a Shichibukai summoned by the world government, you can defy the Navy. Otherwise, I shall bear the world government's wrath and bury you here. With that, Akainu turned and walked towards the next battlefield of the Shichibukai, leaving the beleaguered Empress Hancock trembling in the pit. When faced with the specter of death, all pride and arrogance are cast aside, and Hancock, hailed as the world's most beautiful, was no exception. On another battlefield, Gecko Moria was stealthily collecting the shadows of the Navy and pirates, but he was wise enough to remain vigilant while doing so. Firstly, he aimed to quickly notice the deaths of powerful foes, allowing him to gather their shadows without delay. Secondly, he was fully aware that this shadow collection was greatly despised. Exposure would invite a relentless pursuit. Moria had witnessed Hancock being struck down by Akainu and heard the latter's words clearly. Initially, he intended to quietly withdraw. However, upon seeing Akainu striding directly towards him, he felt an inexplicable sense of fatality, despite the absence of any overt threat. Yet, the multitude of shadows he had gathered, numbering in the thousands, emboldened him. What if he is an admiral? I am now the Super Moria with 10,000 shadows. Kulme, let me collect your shadow as well and embark once more on the journey of the Pirate King. As he spoke, Moria absorbed the power of the shadows. 100, 500, 1,000, 3,000, 6,000, 10,000. Come, let me witness the true might of the Navy. With each shadow absorbed from the fallen Navy and pirates, Moria's form rapidly expanded, soon reaching nearly 50 meters in height. This was a stature unattainable even by ordinary adult giants, even among the giants of the Navy headquarters. Few exceeded 30 meters. The colossal size imbued Moria with immense confidence, even giving rise to the delusion that he could slay an admiral. The Navy and pirates engaged in battle nearby, upon witnessing Moria's rapid growth, scrambled away in terror. Run! Moria has become a monster. Please spare me. Moria, gazing at the diminutive Navy and pirates around him, wore a wild and reckless grin as he continued to absorb the shadows of the living. He believed that with such immense size and unparalleled power, Akainu would surely be intimidated. Yet, Akainu remained calm, walking towards him with an expression devoid of emotion. His eyes fixated on Moria. Akainu's gaze, reminiscent of one looking upon a dead man, sent shivers down Moria's spine, rekindling his fear. Do not approach. Do you not see my formidable size and might? Stay back. Despite Moria's threats and intimidation, Akainu remained unperturbed. Steadily advancing, his steam began to rise from his body. The searing magma surged forth once more, raising the ambient temperature to unbearable levels. Moria, could no longer tolerate Akainu's dismissive stare, which reminded him of the scornful gaze he received after his defeat by Kaido. That feeling of helplessness ignited a fierce indignation within him, prompting Moria to raise his massive fist and strike at Akainu. Damn it, what does that look? Do you look down upon me? In an instant, his colossal fist generated violent winds that tore through the vicinity, even shattering nearby structures. Moria was certain this would be his most powerful strike yet, surpassing even Whitebeard's devastating blows. However, Akainu's expression remained unchanged, void of any concern. This hollow attack, lacking genuine power, was beneath his notice. It was merely a facade of strength, devoid of the requisite might. Magmat is flame. A calm, yet resolute voice resonated. Akainu's right arm transformed into searing molten magma, and with a slight buildup of energy, it erupted like a volcano, colliding with Moria's fist at over 3,000 degrees, an explosion of destructive force. Boom! Crack! The sounds of an explosion and shattering bones echoed simultaneously. After the clash, Moria lay charred and motionless on the ground, his arm twisted from the internal fractures. He lay there without a hint of movement. Had it not been for the faintest heartbeat, one might assume he had perished. Yet, Akainu showed no signs of relent, raising his magma-covered right hand once more to deliver a crushing blow to Moria's head. Crash! This time, Moria's body ceased even its faint heartbeat, and his breath gradually faded. Even his unique physiology could not withstand the devastation of that strike. As Moria collapsed, countless shadows fled from his body, and his once massive form, which had swelled to over 50 meters, deflated rapidly to its original size. Drag him away and imprison him. Once the war is over, we shall hand him over to Kizaru for further action. Akainu commanded nonchalantly to a nearby naval officer. Yes, Admiral Akainu. The officer promptly summoned nearby soldiers to carry the fallen Moria away. After all, Moria belonged to a peculiar race, and there might be potential utility in him for the Navy's research division. The ongoing battle on Marineford Square left both the Navy and the pirates stunned by this unexpected turn of events. No one anticipated that an admiral would engage one of the 7 warlords amidst the conflict with the Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, they were taken aback by how easily the colossal Moria fell. After a brief moment of shock, both sides recalled they were in the midst of a battlefield and resumed their fierce combat. As Akainu dealt with Moria, he intended to move to the next battlefield against another warlord, only to witness the remaining warlords already stirring up chaos against the Whitebeard pirates. Their previously unfettered demeanor was now replaced with palpable trepidation. In Chapter 94, Straw Hat Luffy and Ace, the remaining warlords, Doflamingo and Mihawk, found themselves under immense pressure from Akainu, forcing them to diligently eliminate the Whitebeard pirates' lesser foes. Despite their confidence in their superiority over Hancock and Moria, they realized they were not invulnerable to Akainu's decisive and ruthless strikes, which showed no regard for the world government. If Akainu targeted them, it seemed likely that even their combined efforts would yield little benefit. Thus, they opted to feign compliance, hoping to avoid unnecessary punishment. Noticing their prudence, Akainu refrained from further aggression, as he had a legitimate reason for his previous actions and could not push them toward the Whitebeard pirates' side. Just as Akainu contemplated returning to the execution platform, an impassioned cry rang out. Ace, I'm here to save you. Akainu swiftly turned to see a young pirate clad in a straw hat racing toward the execution platform. As he charged forward, both Navy and pirate forces inexplicably parted before him, followed by a throng of pirates and criminals. The Navy had previously managed to suppress the Whitebeard pirates, but this sudden influx of unidentified pirates and criminals escalated the pressure on the Navy soldiers. As the straw-hatted pirate dashed toward the platform, he passed by Admirals Akiji and Kizu, the Navy's highest combat powers, who were expected to thwart the pirates' rescue attempt. Yet, their interference seemed to inadvertently aid the Straw Hat pirates in their quest. Whether by kicking the Straw Hat pirate closer to the platform or accidentally propelling him toward it during their attempts to block him, the Admiral's actions were unmistakable. Akainu observed this unfolding scene with growing concern. Initially, he believed that Akiji and Kizaru were merely slacking off during the battle, but it became apparent that they were overtly assisting the pirate in rescuing the son of the Pirate King, Ace. For Akainu, who was unaware of the future trajectory of events, the actions of Akiji and Kizu made him question their suitability for the esteemed positions they held within the Navy. Despite their covert assistance, Akainu still doubted the straw-hatted pirates' ability to reach the execution platform, especially with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Gar present. Yet again, Akainu was left astounded. Sengoku chose to turn a blind eye and instead engaged with the lesser pirates nearby. While the legendary hero Garp was sent sprawling to the ground by a punch from the unassuming Straw Hat Pirate, the once weak Straw Hat Pirate, against all odds, ascended to the execution platform with the covert help of the Navy's highest combatants, successfully rescuing Ace, the son of the former Pirate King, Roger. Fury surged within Akainu, consuming his rationality. Just as he prepared to intervene, an oblivious pirate captain attempted to obstruct him. In response, Akainu swiftly dispatched the Whitebeard Pirates' 10th Division captain with a single blow. Akainu's wrath was palpable. Any pirate who dared to impede his path met with a swift and decisive end. His frustrations only intensified as he unleashed a barrage of volcanic fury, burying the obstructive pirates in his wake. Typically, Akainu could not tolerate the idea of capturing pirates alive, especially when the target was the son of the Pirate King. With the Straw Hat Pirates leading a mass escape from Impel Down, the repercussions of releasing such notorious criminals were all too clear. Only the dead can be free pirates. Factors that exacerbate the chaos of the seas must be eliminated swiftly and thoroughly. If the Whitebeard Pirates were to rescue Ace from the Navy's stronghold, the news would undoubtedly spread worldwide. How would the public perceive the Navy? Would they still trust the Navy to safeguard their lives? Would the youth still aspire to join the Navy? It was likely that, in such circumstances, many would take pride in becoming pirates. Considering that a mere Yonko crew could breach the Navy's headquarters and liberate a target marked for execution, this would send a clear message to the world. The Navy was far inferior to pirates. Consequently, the order of the seas would descend into further chaos, with pirates continually drawing in the populace, leaving those who sought a peaceful existence in peril. Thus, Akainu resolved that Ace must be executed and the Whitebeard Pirates thoroughly vanquished. Only in this way could the world regain faith in the Navy's ability to protect their safety and homeland. However, by the time Akainu reached the execution platform, the Straw Hat Pirate Luffy had already rescued Ace, and the two pirates had broken free from the encirclement of the Navy's top forces. With only the lower-ranking Navy soldiers left to impede their escape, how could a group devoid of devil fruit powers or hockey stand against two capable of wielding such abilities? As Akainu witnessed Ace preparing to flee from Marineford Square and return to his ship, he could not allow such a smooth escape. Yet, he found himself unable to match their speed. Thus, he resorted to taunting Pirate Ace. "You and Whitebeard's followers are nothing but failures." Upon hearing this, Ace halted abruptly, his face contorted with rage as he turned to Akainu and shouted, "What did you say? Take back your words." Seeing how easily Ace was provoked, Akainu felt emboldened and continued to escalate the tension. "Am I not right? Whitebeard is merely a remnant of a bygone era's failures." Ace seethed with rage. Flame Ring. With a thunderous roar, he ignited his body in a blaze of fire and charged directly at Akainu. With all his might, Ace unleashed a powerful strike, only for Akainu to effortlessly evade it, even taking a moment to glance at the nearby Straw Hat Luffy. His targets were not only the son of Pirate King Roger, Ace, but also the very active Straw Hat Luffy on the battlefield. He intended to eliminate both pirates right here. Ace relentlessly attacked Akainu, but every blow was deftly dodged, while Akainu continued to taunt and provoke him. The purpose of all this was to thoroughly infuriate Ace, inciting him to lose his rationality and engage in combat, thereby increasing the chances of capturing him alive. Then, Ace would be delivered to the execution platform, where he would be publicly executed, thus showcasing the Navy's power and authority. Chapter 95. The ambush on Akainu. After a brief skirmish with Ace, Akainu had firmly suppressed him, effectively sealing off any avenues of escape. Naturally, Ace would not resign himself to defeat. Regaining some semblance of composure, he harbored thoughts of retreat. In their next encounter, Ace used the force of Akainu's attack to step back, channeling his energy for his most formidable skill. Flame Emperor. Seething flames coalesced in Ace's hand, forming a colossal fireball that crackled as it ignited the surrounding air, resembling a supernova. With a shout, Ace hurled the blazing fireball, akin to a supernova, at Akainu. Faced with such an unreserved assault, Even Akainu did not dare to underestimate it. A careless mistake could tarnish his reputation as the Navy's top combatant. Dog of hell! Akainu's molten magma surged and compressed rapidly in his hand, revealing the red head of a hellish canine as he swung his arm. The magma-formed head of the infernal dog opened wide, lunging at Ace as the supernova-like fireball collided with it. Boom! The explosion reverberated across the Marineford Plaza, creating a massive 10-meter crater at the point of impact. As the dust settled, the scene was unveiled before the eyes of the spectators. Admiral Akainu stood nonchalantly at the edge of the crater, while Ace, the son of Pirate King Roger, lay gravely injured at its center. After the clash, Akainu realized that Ace was no longer capable of fighting or fleeing. With Ace's escape rendered impossible, Akainu turned his attention to another individual. Ace, Rubber Rocket. Having injected himself with hormone boosters prior, Straw Hat Luffy, witnessing Ace's defeat, disregarded Ace's earlier plea for him to escape and charged toward Akainu, aiming to knock him away. Yet, a mere pirate lacking mastery over Haki and with only minimal development of his devil fruit powers could hardly stand against Akainu. With a mere sidestep, Akainu evaded Luffy's rubber rocket and casually delivered a kick that sent him flying several meters away. Akainu approached the fallen Luffy, molten magma swirling in his hand, poised to strike a finishing blow. Straw Hat Luffy, you, a mere insignificant pirate, were not worth my effort. Yet you dare to unleash criminals from Impel Down and assault the Navy headquarters for Whitebeard's sake. For such heinous crimes, regardless of who stands behind you, your journey ends here today. Dog of hell! At that moment, Straw Hat Luffy was completely stunned. He had never encountered such an overwhelming sense of oppression before. The formidable enemy before him was a stark contrast to his previous encounters. When they first met Admiral Akiji on an island, though he froze them all, it was after a brief exchange, and while the pressure was intense, Luffy had since grown stronger and evaded Akiji's attacks. Similarly, he had recently faced Admiral Kazuru, whose rapid and powerful strikes had failed to land a hit on him. Through this battlefield, encountering two of the Navy's mightiest admirals had not deterred him from rescuing Ace, leading Luffy to underestimate the strength of the admirals. However, he never anticipated that the grim-faced man before him, also an admiral, would possess the ability to strike him down without the same sense of pressure as the previous two. Akainu's casual attack was enough to utterly defeat him, instilling a palpable fear of death within Luffy. This sensation of impending doom paralyzed Luffy, rendering him unable to move, his face pale and eyes wide with terror as he stared at the imminent assault. Thud! Cough! Cough! Luffy! Quickly! Escape! A warm liquid splattered across Luffy's face. When he struggled to open his eyes, he beheld Ace's form, his normally invulnerable Logia body now pierced by a massive hand, despite the flames still raging around Ace. Attempting to mend the gaping wound in his chest, blood gushed relentlessly from the fist-sized hole. Ace! Amidst the dense smoke enveloping the battlefield, Luffy's anguished cry echoed throughout the plaza, drawing the attention of all the pirates. Akainu slowly withdrew his fist from Ace's chest, carelessly incinerating the blood on his hand with his devil fruit powers. As Luffy scrambled to Ace's side, crying out for him to hold on, Akainu's icy demeanor grew colder, his hidden fury erupting. Ah, what a touching brotherly bond. Who would have thought that scum of the sea like you would possess such emotions? I had assumed you were only capable of pillaging and slaughtering. As the root of maritime chaos, you filth deserve to repent in hell. Dog of hell! This time, Akainu would not miss his mark. He would bury these two pirates here. Bang! Akainu felt a dull ache in his scalp. His attack was thwarted once again, this time by Marco the Phoenix, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division and the former warlord of the sea, Jinbei. Every time he sought to eliminate Straw Hat Luffy, someone intervened, causing Akainu a headache. Yet, he remained resolute in his intent to slay Luffy. Since this war began, Luffy's appearance always attracted hidden assistance to achieve his goals. Behind this support lay not only a vast network of connections, but also a more significant source of power. Such a presence would only render the already chaotic seas more brutal. When an individual is simultaneously protected by both the Navy and pirates, they become the greatest source of turmoil in this era. However, no matter how Akainu attacked, he was continuously thwarted by Marco and Jinbei, who would even sacrifice their own bodies to shield Straw Hat Luffy from certain doom. even as they were battered and bloodied by Akainu. The two steadfastly continued to protect the fallen Straw Hat Luffy. While Akainu was engaged in a fierce battle with Marco and Jinbe, their exchanges escalated into verbal assaults, with the three of them mocking one another, just as the indomitable Marco and the fierce Jinbe seemed on the brink of collapse. A sudden gasp startled Akainu from his concentrated fight. However, the moment of awakening came too late. Before Akainu could sense the impending danger with his observation haki, a searing pain erupted at the back of his head, followed by a tremendous force that drove him into the ground. As the surrounding pirates celebrated the fact that Whitebeard had knocked down Akainu, their shouts reverberated with awe at Whitebeard's might. "Father is furious. Everyone, get out of the way." Despite being one of the Navy's highest-ranking officers, Akainu found himself momentarily at a disadvantage due to Whitebeard's surprise attack, which had landed 2 heavy blows upon him. Yet, as a seasoned admiral, it was improbable for him to be easily subdued. He braced himself against Whitebeard's third punch, meeting it head-on with his skull. Chapter 96, Whitebeard Falls. Pirates in retreat. Enduring the excruciating pain throbbing in his forehead, Akainu clamped down on Whitebeard's movements with his right hand and unleashed his long-prepared magma dog upon Whitebeard's head. Boom! Whitebeard's skull shattered on one side. Akainu intended to seize the moment to leap and continue his assault, but he underestimated Whitebeard's resolve. Knowing that his demise was inevitable, Whitebeard disregarded his grievous wounds, focusing solely on ensuring the escape of as many members of his crew as possible. His only aim was to inflict severe damage upon the admiral before him, buying precious time for their escape. At the instant Akainu leaped, Whitebeard, gritting his teeth against the pain of his shattered skull, summoned the last vestiges of his strength and devil fruit power into his right hand, striking fiercely at Akainu's waist. This was Whitebeard's final, furious blow, fueled by the rage of losing his sons and the last remnants of his life force. Boom! Crack! Crack! The air in the Navy headquarters square shattered under the force of this tremendous quake, the impact resonating throughout the entire Navy base, splitting the island itself in two and causing the tall buildings to collapse. The power of this strike surpassed any previous attacks on the battlefield, almost reaching the apex of his strength. In that moment, Whitebeard truly embodied the title of the world's strongest man. His dying fury cleaved the very island of the Navy headquarters in half. Akainu, caught in the aftermath, plummeted into the fissure where turbulent seawater awaited him. As a devil fruit user, falling into the sea would render him powerless, stripping away his abilities while the water sapped his strength. Faced with such dire circumstances, Akainu endured the searing pain coursing through his body, gripping a massive rock that had fallen, allowing him a brief respite. As the rock plummeted into the sea, Akainu bent his legs slightly and leaped with all his might, using the rock's momentum to ascend to the jagged cliffs of the split island. Gazing up at the towering ground above, with boulders continually raining down, Akainu abandoned the idea of using Jeppo to ascend. If he were struck by a falling rock during his flight, the consequences would be dire. Though his body throbbed with pain, his monstrous physique, honed through years of battle, proved resilient. The pain was merely a sign of his body adjusting. He had not sustained critical injuries. Despite his stamina being considerably depleted for one of his extraordinary constitution, it was but a mere trifle. Unable to employ Jeppo to fly out of the chasm, Akainu resorted to using his magma abilities to carve a hole into the cliff face, gradually making his way upward. In less than a few minutes, he broke free from the fractured cliff, emerging on his solid ground. Upon his emergence, Akainu did not seek retribution against Whitebeard, who was already fatally wounded. Even with his extraordinary willpower, Whitebeard could not hold on much longer and would soon succumb to death. Given this, Akainu resolved to eliminate the remaining high-ranking members of the Whitebeard pirates, thereby minimizing casualties among the Navy soldiers. Yet, as soon as he broke through, he was encircled by the elite members of the Whitebeard pirates, including Marco, who had just been battling Akiji and Kizuru, as well as Diamond Jozu. Meanwhile, Akiji and Kizuru were busy dispatching the lesser foes that had fled from Impel Down. Choosing to ignore the encroaching assault of the Whitebeard pirates' commanders, Akainu remained steadfast. On the other side, Whitebeard, who was on the brink of death, faced the onslaught of the Blackbeard pirates. However, even in his dying moments, Whitebeard, the strongest pirate, continued to unleash devastating blows upon the colossal warships of the Blackbeard crew. Ultimately, he could not withstand the weight of his injuries. The shattered remnants of his skull rendered him incapable of coherent thought, and Blackbeard seized the opportunity, delivering a fatal blow. As Blackbeard ended Whitebeard's life, Akainu faced the coordinated assault of the Whitebeard pirates with unwavering resolve, single-handedly suppressing them even as he killed the 10th Division commander. With Whitebeard's demise at the hands of Blackbeard, the Whitebeard pirates crumbled completely. Yet in his final moments, Whitebeard uttered a proclamation that sent shockwaves throughout the world. The One Piece exists. With that final utterance, Whitebeard breathed his last. Blackbeard, seizing the moment, draped a black cloth over both himself and Whitebeard's corpse. When Blackbeard reemerged, he had acquired the power of the Quake fruit, laughing maniacally at his cunning success. Yet, in the next instant, reality struck him hard. A colossal golden Buddha appeared, and a shockwave sent Blackbeard crashing to the ground in agony. Despite possessing the Yami Yami no Mi to absorb damage, there was a limit to the pain his body could endure. Damn it, my body hurts. I wield the world's strongest destructive power. Sengoku, you force my hand. I will sink all of Marineford into the depths of the sea. Sengoku, unfazed by Blackbeard's grandiose threats, scoffed at the notion that a mere newcomer to the Quake fruit could stir up trouble against him, the fleet admiral. In response to Blackbeard's bluster, Sengoku unleashed a massive Buddha shockwave. Faced with Sengoku's attack, Blackbeard could only evade as best he could. Even with his unique body, he struggled to withstand the onslaught. Now, Blackbeard felt fortunate that he had not overreached in challenging the entire Navy headquarters. Even just against Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Garp, his crew was being thoroughly overwhelmed. Having just acquired the powers of the Tremor fruit, Blackbeard quickly regained his composure. However, escape seemed improbable, as Sengoku and Garp remained locked in fierce battle with them. The only opportunity for flight lay in waiting for the Navy's main forces to pursue the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, seizing the moment to slip away. Otherwise, if any other admirals diverted their attention towards him, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the tide had turned drastically. The death of Whitebeard had shattered the morale of his crew, compelling them to make a desperate dash towards the sea, seeking refuge aboard nearby pirate ships to escape the Navy's stronghold. Yet, Akainu would never allow them to flee the Navy's grasp unscathed. Soldiers, Whitebeard is dead, and the pirate King Roger's son, Ace, has been executed. Now is the time to eradicate the Whitebeard pirates. Justice shall prevail. Charge with me. Akainu's fervent declaration ignited a surge of enthusiasm among the remaining Navy forces, propelling them forward to hunt down the crumbling pirates. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. As long as the ice created by Akiji remained intact, they would eventually annihilate every last member of the Whitebeard pirates and the criminals emerging from Impel Down. Just as victory appeared imminent, a trembling voice, tinged with fear, rang out from within the Navy ranks. Everyone, please stop. Do not continue fighting. In the center of the battlefield stood a pink-haired Navy soldier, glasses perched on his nose, tears streaming down his face, his expression wrought with terror. You are wasting lives. Every soldier has family waiting for them to return home. In that moment, both the Navy and pirate factions were taken aback. The Navy personnel could hardly fathom having such a comrade amidst their ranks, just as they were on the brink of completely vanquishing the invading pirates. If they ceased their assault now, what would become of the Navy soldiers who had previously fallen in the fight against piracy? Would it all be rendered a farce? The pirates, on the other hand, were filled with a mix of joy and hope, for their defeat was all but assured, and should the fighting persist, they would undoubtedly face total annihilation at the hands of Navy. The emergence of such a cowardly ally in the Navy, while it remained uncertain whether they could genuinely halt the conflict, significantly disrupted the Navy's resolve to eliminate them. Akainu, having exerted considerable effort in this battle, could not tolerate the cowardice exhibited by Kobe, the runaway soldier. Why should they relent? The Navy had paid a steep price to drive the Whitebeard pirates to this point. Countless Navy soldiers had perished to achieve this outcome, and now, due to the shout of a coward, they were expected to show mercy on the battlefield. Moreover, this was being broadcast to the world, having already endured the destruction of their headquarters if they failed to completely eradicate the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy's reputation would suffer irreparable harm. A towering Akainu advanced a few steps, his gaze darkening as he fixed his eyes upon the cowardly soldier before him. Do you comprehend how many pirates would be eliminated by the downfall of the Whitebeard pirates? You only see the current scene and feel fear, trepidation, and despair. Do you not understand that if they are allowed to escape, countless innocent lives at sea will fall victim to their brutality? A righteous navy cannot harbor the likes of you. A mere coward like you shall face execution this very moment. The scent of sulfur began to waft from Akainu's right arm, a fearsome heat radiating around him. Even Kobe, 2 meters away, could feel the oppressive temperature, causing his pink hair to curl from the scorching air. Akainu's fist was raised, poised to strike Kobe's head. Kobe, kneeling on the ground, inconsolably weeping, could only stare in horror as the molten fist drew ever closer. Just as he braced for impact, a resounding thud echoed through the air. A Western-style longsword had intercepted Akainu's blow, and the newcomer was none other than Shanks, captain of the red-haired pirates, one of the 4 emperors. After halting Akainu's fist, Shanks turned to the kneeling Kobe and spoke, "You have done well, young Navy soldier. Your willingness to risk your life has brought forth a courageous moment that may alter the course of destiny." At Marineford, both Navy and pirate factions recognized the arrival of the legendary figure. It's red-haired Shanks, the 4 Emperor. What brings Shanks to this place? Before they could fully process Shanks' presence, the sound of cracking ice reached their ears. Turning to look, they beheld the pirate ship, the red-haired pirates Faust, slowly breaking through the ice. Members of the red-haired pirates emerged from the ship, positioning themselves protectively in front of the white-beard pirates. Even Blackbeard, who lay writhing in pain on the ground, ceased his movements. He was among those most eager to end the conflict, for he had only just acquired the powers of the Tremor fruit. Although he had previously been arrogant, the brutal beatings from Sengoku and Garp had forced him to confront reality. If he could bring an end to the hostilities and escape this hellish place, he would be exceedingly pleased. However, he silently vowed to remember this humiliation, promising himself to exact revenge for today's indignity once he fully mastered the Tremor fruit's abilities. In that moment, he dared not utter a word, uncertain if Shanks could indeed halt the war. After all, Shanks, while one of the 4 emperors, stood amidst the Navy's strongest forces, who had no reason to forego the opportunity to obliterate the white-beard pirates. The Navy, too, had ceased their pursuit of the white-beard pirates' remnants, for the reputation of the 4 emperors loomed large. They had already paid a heavy price in the battle against the white-beard pirates, and facing another emperor would be a daunting challenge. Shanks surveyed the 3 factions that had come to a standstill upon his arrival, a smile gracing his face. "Might I request a favor? Let this conflict come to an end." His deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the battlefield, his conqueror's haki elevating his presence to towering heights. "If anyone still wishes to continue this battle, let it be known that the red-haired pirates will take over. You shall confront our undeniable might." However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Akainu's right-hand man, Vice Admiral Doberman, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Shanks. "You, a mere pirate, have no right to demand that we cease our actions. Do you truly believe you can threaten every one of us at the Navy headquarters?" Seeing someone challenge him, Shanks felt a surge of indignation. How had he, one of the 4 emperors, been reduced to being scolded by a vice admiral? Throughout his years at sea, no one had ever dared to disregard him in such a manner. Even the 5 elders of the world government had shown him respect. How could a mere vice admiral dare to point fingers at him? Interrupting his moment of bravado, Shanks drew the sword from his waist, leveling its tip at Vice Admiral Doberman, as the terrifying aura of his conqueror's haki erupted forth. The overwhelming pressure caused beads of cold sweat to form on Doberman's brow. His once proud posture slightly hunched under the immense weight. Beside them, Akainu observed his ideological follower being suppressed by Shanks, and he was unwilling to accept such a humiliation. He strode toward Doberman, confronting Shanks directly. While others might fear Shanks or show him deference, Akainu was indifferent to such sentiments. He was eager to test whether a mere pirate could compel him, an admiral and the pinnacle of naval strength, to bow down. He was determined to uncover the strength of this youngest and most enigmatic of the 4 emperors, which seemed to command respect from all. Could it be that he possessed the powers of a face fruit that warranted such regard? Thus, Akainu stood resolutely before Doberman, facing off against Shanks. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, hinting at the resurgence of war, Sengoku, who wished to maintain equilibrium, hastily interjected, "Very well, I shall grant you enough. I absolutely refuse to compromise with mere scum of the seas. Today, the white-beard pirates shall be annihilated by the Navy, It matters not who comes. My word is Akainu stands. Seeing Sengoku begin to speak, Akainu swiftly interrupted, aware that if Sengoku uttered anything resembling concession, he would be rendered powerless. After all, Sengoku was the supreme commander of the Navy. Once his words were spoken, even Akainu would be obliged to comply. By interrupting now, he would merely face some criticism in the aftermath, but if he did not, he would be forced to watch the white-beard pirates depart with impunity. Shanks, observing Akainu's brazen interruption of Sengoku's conciliatory remarks, felt his previously affable expression darken. His conqueror's haki surged forth, instilling a paralyzing dread amongst the surrounding naval soldiers and pirates alike. Akainu, are you certain you wish to persist in this conflict? I must take everyone with me today. Should you refuse, the red-haired pirates will take matters into our own hands. Shanks's declaration prompted his crew members to draw their weapons, stepping forward with unwavering solidarity. So, Admiral Akainu, do you intend to declare war against the red-haired pirates? With his comrades standing resolutely behind him, Shanks's confidence surged. However, Akainu remained unfazed by this foolhardy display. Were the red-haired pirates, a mere band of pirates, dares to provoke the Navy headquarters? Not even the celestial dragons could take a single pirate away today. In Chapter 98, Akainu betting his life, Shanks regarded Akainu's audacity with growing displeasure. His usual invincible demeanor was challenged today. Though he typically held the title of a mere pirate captain among the four emperors, he harbored another identity, one of immeasurable nobility as a celestial dragon. Despite mingling with pirates and common folk, he harbored an innate pride, viewing his presence among those he deemed inferior as a monumental honor for them. To have someone reject his proposition and tarnish his dignity was a blatant affront to his noble heritage. He could scarcely recall the last time he had been refused, and the last person who had dared to defy him had been erased from existence alongside their entire nation. Furious, Shanks wrestled with the burning indignation within him. Yet he recognized that this was the Navy's stronghold, where their upper echelon remained largely intact. Engaging in a conflict with a resolute Navy was undoubtedly unwise. Nevertheless, his pride as a celestial dragon compelled him to address Admiral Akainu with a tone of condescension. Is this truly your decision, Admiral Akainu? You must understand that the red-haired pirates are not the fated remnant of Whitebeard. Are you truly willing to instigate a full-scale war against us? Akainu, as an admiral of the Navy, quickly discerned the underlying traps in Shanks' rhetoric and retaliated mercilessly. It is not the Navy that seeks a war with you. Rather, it is the red-haired pirates who impede our mission to eradicate the Whitebeard pirates. If you succeed, how shall the world perceive the Navy? Then the red-haired pirates shall take them away. Then let war commence. The justice of the Navy shall not be sullied. We shall bury the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates here today. The confrontation between Admiral Akainu and Shanks escalated, their mutual tension suggesting that combat was imminent. A voice, trembling with fear, broke through the battlefield. Admiral Akainu, please stop. We are all weary of this. Pirates have families too. Let us cease the bloodshed. The crowd turned to see the source of the voice. It was Kobe, the cowardly soldier rescued by Shanks. Shanks regarded Kobe with admiration for his bravery. Navy soldier, you are commendable. Your courage is truly praiseworthy. Kobe, basking in the rare compliment from the captain of the red-haired pirates, felt his cheeks flush with pride. How could anyone still maintain that the cowardly king's actions were justified? What kind of warped perspective allows one to believe that a soldier's desertion is acceptable? Akainu's gaze fell upon Kobe, his disdain palpable as he regarded the coward before him. The contempt he felt was akin to viewing refuse. Traitorous scum, it appears that my failure to dispatch you with a single blow has allowed you to develop delusions of grandeur. The sacrifices made by the entire Navy have led to this moment, which you dismiss as mere slaughter, and you dare to pity the families of pirates? Have you considered the families of those tormented by pirates? The civilians who have lost their parents, siblings, and kin, would they forgive the pirates for their suffering? Our just Navy does not require, nor will it tolerate, your kind of disgraceful betrayal. Today, I shall execute you on behalf of the entire Navy. With that declaration, Akainu raised his massive molten fist, poised to strike Kobe, who knelt in fear. Shanks could not allow Akainu to prevail. He swiftly interposed his sword before Kobe, stating, Akainu, this brave young man speaks the truth. The casualties on both sides have already been too great. The The balance of the sea must not be disrupted. Is that so? If I am determined to eliminate this Navy coward and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates? Shanks effortlessly parried Akainu's assault, his expression resolute as he replied, I will never allow you to continue this war. As long as I stand here, I will not permit you to take another pirate's life. Akainu chuckled softly, pushing Shanks away with force, fixing his unwavering gaze upon the armed Shanks. Red-haired, I, Sakazuki, swear upon the honor of an admiral. Today, not a single remnant of the Whitebeard pirates shall escape the Navy headquarters. Do you mean to protect their escape from the Navy headquarters? Then today, I will wager my very life to ensure their burial. Come forth, red-haired. Let us wager our lives in honor. I shall perish. You will lead them away from the Navy headquarters. You shall perish. Your red-haired pirates and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates will be buried here. Upon uttering these words, Akainu unleashed an overwhelming aura, dark red gas swirling around him, while arcs of black and red lightning framed him like a fiery demon descending upon the world. The sheer force of Akainu's presence caused the entire Marineford Plaza to tremble, and the debris at his feet levitated in response to his immense power. Waves of colossal energy radiated outward from Akainu, dispersing the smoke-filled battlefield, revealing the desolate scene for all to behold. This was the first time Akainu fully displayed his strength before the world, as well as the first time his conqueror's haki was unveiled. In this moment, even the renowned red-haired Shanks, famed for his conqueror's haki, appeared diminished in the face of Akainu's overwhelming presence. What might the aspirations of Shanks, who sought merely to inherit the will of the former pirate king, amount to against Akainu's unwavering resolve to eradicate all pirates? Could he rely solely on the legacy of the pirate king, or wager his very arm? If the narrative were to unfold as per the original story, Akainu, devoid of any extraordinary powers, might have been compelled to endure and allow Sengoku to liberate the Whitebeard pirates. Yet, the divine might he possessed instilled in him the confidence to gamble his life. If he could wager his very existence, then why not stake everything he had left? Akainu, bold enough to risk his life, was also audacious enough to gamble his freedom henceforth. On this battlefield, the outcome would depend on whose resolve proved more steadfast, for that individual would dictate the fate of the seas. Akainu had already wagered his life and future freedom. It remained to be seen if Shanks would dare to stake his own life against Akainu. Chapter 99. The Fall of the Whitebeard Pirates Navy Headquarters, Marineford Plaza. With his full might unleashed, Akainu resembled a demonic lord commanding molten lava, his entire being transformed into flowing magma. The previously concealed conqueror's haki now laid bare for all to witness. The terrifying aura of his conqueror's haki cast a shadow over the once bright sky, as purple lightning in the void resonated with the dark red sparks emanating from Akainu. Upon completely releasing his power, Akainu felt an unprecedented lightness in his body, as if he had shed a heavy burden. Sensing the surging strength within him, akin to a tempestuous ocean, Akainu opened his molten maw, the searing heat surrounding him in layers of crimson waves. Come forth, red-haired Shanks. Do you not wish to take command of the ensuing conflict? I shall wager my life to assert that the Navy's justice shall not be trampled upon. Shanks gazed at the formidable Admiral Akainu, his previously somber expression now laden with gravity and trepidation. In this moment, he felt as if he were confronting the legendary Captain Roger or the peak of Whitebeard. Even his own proud conqueror's haki appeared to pale before this man, who was a born king, a being of unparalleled nobility. To encounter someone whose conqueror's haki surpassed his own, coupled with an unyielding spirit, left Shanks astonished. Observing the Navy, invigorated and emboldened by Akainu's declarations, contrasted starkly with the dispirited members of the Whitebeard pirates behind him. Doubt flickered across Shanks' face, a moment of struggle flashing in his eyes. Shanks hesitated to gamble. He considered himself among the elite. As a celestial dragon, he could not risk himself for the sake of lowly pirates. Moreover, as the captain of one of the four emperors, he could not allow room for failure. He could never jeopardize the lives of his crew for the sake of the unrelated Whitebeard pirates. Should he engage the Navy's might, even he could not guarantee he would subdue an admiral entirely, let alone contend with the presence of Garp and Sengoku. While he held ample confidence in his own strength and that of his crew, facing the concentrated elite forces of the Navy made it impossible to assure a safe retreat. If he were entangled by one or two admirals, his crew would then face not only an admiral, but also the Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the legendary hero Garp. Furthermore, this was the Navy headquarters, teeming with numerous vice admirals. Should conflict erupt, his pirate crew would undoubtedly suffer severe losses. He was not yet noble enough to exchange his crew's lives for the escape of the White-Beard pirates, hence Shanks hesitated. It was precisely this hesitation that diminished his aura. When doubt crept into his heart, it signified fissures in his resolve and conviction. As a result, Shanks' conqueror's haki was completely subdued by Akainu. When one's demeanor weakens, it often leads to feelings of insecurity, yet Shanks yearned to counter Akainu's suppression. With renewed determination, Shanks unleashed his conqueror's haki in full force, the potent energy coalescing into a domain of dominance. This was an ability unique to the conqueror's haki, a testament to its most refined manifestation. Within this realm of supremacy, all forces, save for the wielder, would be subdued. Aside from the legendary Roger and the maritime sovereign Kurizumi, only Shanks himself possessed this extraordinary domain. However, Shanks' realm of supremacy failed to impact Akainu's overwhelming aura. If Shanks' conqueror's haki had crystallized into a domain of dominance, then Akainu's was an entirely different extreme. His conqueror's haki was not born of grandeur or nobility, nor was he a natural-born king. Akainu's conqueror's haki stemmed solely from an unyielding conviction, a manifestation of his spiritual strength. When he displayed this power, he was impervious to any suppression. Even the so-called realm of dominance felt like a gentle breeze to him. Nonetheless, the conqueror's haki was a potent force capable of influencing reality, even without deliberate control. The clash of their haki caused the surrounding navy and pirate foot soldiers to lose consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Neither side yielded, and the collision of their haki dispelled the dense clouds above. After a prolonged stalemate, it was ultimately Shanks who first made a concession. "Navy, I shall not take the members of the White-Beard pirates. However, I demand to take the others with me. This is my final concession. If you refuse the Navy's agreement, then my red-haired pirates will unite with all present pirates and others to declare war upon you. Now tell me your decision." Shanks' concession was unexpected for all, as there had never before been an instance of a four-emperor pirate crew yielding. Upon hearing Shanks' words, the members of the White-Beard pirates fell into a profound silence, their faces betraying despair. In contrast, the other pirates and the convicts who had escaped from Impel down wore expressions of relief. However, how could the embodiment of extreme and absolute justice, Akainu, possibly acquiesce to Shanks' demands? If it weren't for the fact that no one had the certainty to subdue the red-haired pirates, he would have relished the opportunity to bury them alongside their crew. Impossible. Shanks, do not be so arrogant. The Navy's justice does not permit you to enough. Akainu, I am still the highest commander of the Navy. I have agreed to Shanks' terms on behalf of the Navy headquarters. Now, Shanks, you may leave with the others, but all remnants of the White-Beard pirates must remain here. Akainu was unwilling to let the battle conclude in such a manner, fully aware that they possessed a decisive advantage and could easily capture the red-haired pirates. Had it not been for the prior battle where he alone exerted himself, if only Akiji and Kizuru had been a tad more earnest, the war would have concluded long ago. Now, all he needed to do was to hold Shanks at bay while Akiji and Kizuru intervened, ensuring absolute victory and the complete demise of the red-haired pirates. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we can still enough. Akainu, I am the highest commander of the Navy. You will regret this. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Bang. Please refer to the classic quote. Ultimately, Akainu could not alter Sengoku's decision. He was merely a Marine admiral. While Sengoku was the true arbiter of this battle, Shanks departed, taking with him Monkey D, Luffy, Jinbe, Buggy the Clown, and other formidable pirates. Meanwhile, the Blackbeard pirates seized this chance to slip away unnoticed, having come with arrogance, but leaving in utter disgrace. In the end, the battlefield was left with only the remnants of the White-Beard pirates and the scattered soldiers who had escaped from Impel Down. With an unquenchable fury boiling within him, Akainu surveyed the wreckage of the Navy headquarters, his anger escalating. Desperate for an outlet, he unleashed several meteor volcanoes upon the pirate remnants, engulfing tens of thousands of pirates and criminals within the fiery onslaught. After this catharsis, Akainu departed the battlefield without a backward glance, leaving behind a stunned Navy hierarchy and a mere few thousand pirates. Sengoku could only smile wryly, fully aware that the Navy could have apprehended all the pirates. But he needed to grant Shanks a measure of respect, or rather, to appease the Gorosei. Sengoku had long understood the nature of the relationship between Shanks and the Gorosei. In the eyes of the true elite, Shanks' identity was never secret. This was precisely why the red-haired pirates had never faced a concerted assault from the Navy. Chapter 100. Aftermath of the battle, what could one expect when Shanks held such a reputable status? As Sengoku remained lost in thought, Akainu returned to the battlefield once more. The onlookers, witnessing Akainu's dark demeanor, instinctively stepped aside, for no one wished to provoke the enraged admiral. Had they not noticed that the once mighty throng of pirates had dwindled to mere thousands? Returning to the scene, Akainu sees the kneeling figure of the cowardly King Kobe, a contemptuous and cold smile emerging on his previously grim visage. You disgrace of a navy. While all Marines are valiantly fighting, you choose to flee and dare to absolve the pirates of their crimes. Have you no thought for the anguish of those slain by pirates? The righteous Navy does not need scum like you. After the red-haired pirates had withdrawn, Kobe, believing himself to have narrowly escaped, never anticipated Akainu's return, solely to extinguish his life. In that moment, the timid and ineffectual Kobe was engulfed in despair and utter hopelessness. His will to survive reducing him to tears as he pleaded for mercy, his once normal visage now marred by anguish. No, I don't want to die. Please, Admiral Akainu. I truly did not mean it. Setting aside my faults, don't you have any blame, Admiral Akainu? After all, it was merely a minor incident. I merely made a mistake that any normal person could have made. Is that a crime? Akainu stared in disbelief at Kobe's astonishing words. What was this? What audacity! Such shocking rhetoric rendered Akainu momentarily speechless. His already dark expression deepened into an ominous scowl. Molten magma surged forth, enveloping Kobe in a massive red sphere. Screams of agony erupted from within the fiery cocoon, each cry igniting Akainu's irritation, his expression hardening as he clenched his fist. The once adult-sized molten sphere ceased its flow, compressing as though space itself had contracted, transforming into a size akin to that of an infant. The cacophony of screams abruptly ceased. When Akainu released his grip, the diminutive red mass fell onto the ravaged plaza, leaving behind a heap of charred bones. In that moment, both the remaining Navy soldiers and the lingering pirates trembled in fear, no one wishing to experience such a horrific demise. Akainu cast a scrutinizing gaze over the remaining pirates before snorting disdainfully and striding away from the battlefield. Once Akainu's figure vanished from sight, Sengoku finally regained his composure, issuing orders for the Navy to converge and eliminate the remaining pirates. Half an hour later, attention Navy, the war has concluded. We have achieved a resounding victory against the Whitebeard pirates. Justice prevails. With these words from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the unprecedented naval confrontation came to a definitive end. Cheers erupted from the Navy personnel, celebrating their victory and the survival of their comrades. In the ensuing hours, the soldiers of Navy headquarters busied themselves with repairing and restoring the dilapidated stronghold, while world newspapers extolled the Navy's triumph with accolades. For the other Navy soldiers and the populace worldwide, this marked an unparalleled victory, having utterly eradicated the Whitebeard pirates and even compelled the red-haired pirates to submit, an achievement never before realized. However, for Akainu, this was an immense humiliation. Moreover, he felt profound disappointment toward the current state of the Navy. It was a fundamental duty of the Navy to eradicate pirates. Even the so-called Yonko pirates were still just pirates. The upper echelons of the Navy had ultimately succumbed to decay. Had the other two admirals been earnest in their efforts, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates would never have awaited Shanks' arrival. Furthermore, had Shanks arrived while the three admirals united against him, the red-haired pirates would have never withstood even half an hour. Achieving the extermination of two Yonko crews would have rendered the remaining pirates of the seas utterly insignificant. Why is it that the seas are still plagued by the title of Yonko? Is it not because the Navy lacks the capacity to eliminate all pirate crews in one fell swoop? Had they not feared the possibility of the Yonko banding together, the Navy headquarters would have long possessed the means to eradicate them one by one. Of course, Akainu understood that completely eradicating all Yonko crews was impractical, as the current maritime situation was beyond the Navy's control. The current state of the maritime world is a consequence of the world government's indulgence. Only when the sea remains in a delicate balance between the Navy and pirates can the world government ensure that neither side poses a threat to its authority. Should one faction ever completely dominate the other, the world government would inevitably intervene. Take, for instance, the infamous Cyrus, the world's foremost pirate and sovereign of the seas. His pirate crew was a formidable assembly of the most powerful figures on the ocean. At that time, Cyrus posed a significant threat to the rule of the celestial dragons, prompting the world government to mobilize the Navy and the celestial dragons' elite guards to eradicate his pirate crew. Conversely, when the Navy becomes overly powerful or unified, the world government will also take action, such as reducing the Navy's funding or attempting to coerce, divide, and manipulate naval commanders. A prime example is Admiral Zephyr, who was revered throughout the Navy. Despite his ambitions, Akainu, fully aware of the machinations at play, could only bide his time until he attained the rank of Fleet Admiral, at which point he could engage in meaningful dialogue with the true rulers of the world government. However, now Akainu possesses the capacity to upend the current order. The reason he refrains from doing so is that, even if he single-handedly vanquishes all pirates, as long as the root cause remains unaddressed, new pirates will continually emerge. Thus, Akainu continues to feign obedience to the world government's commands, patiently awaiting the day he can stabilize the seas upon becoming Fleet Admiral. In due time, the fate of the ocean will no longer rest in the hands of the world government or the celestial dragons. Therefore, Akainu must endure for a little longer, though his patience will not be tested for much time. Prior to the Marineford War, Akainu had received subtle hints from the 5 elders of the world government. Regardless of the outcome of the war, Fleet Admiral Sengoku would relinquish his position, and the 5 elders had expressed their intention to support Akainu's ascension to the role of Fleet Admiral. The reason the 5 elders support Akainu lies in his previous unwavering compliance with their directives. Among the 3 admirals, Kazuru was disinterested in involvement, as he had grown accustomed to a laid-back approach. Meanwhile, Akiji aspired to become Fleet Admiral, despite having numerous supporters within the Navy, bolstered by the backing of Sengoku and Garp. Yet, Akiji's historical penchant for leniency, due to his compassionate nature, often led him to pay lip service to the government's orders. The world government and the 5 elders were acutely aware of these dynamics, which fueled their determination to support Akainu's ascension to Fleet Admiral, a result that aligned perfectly with Akainu's ambitions. Chapter 101. The contest for the position of Fleet Admiral. With the conclusion of the Marineford War, the naval headquarters hastened the restoration of its facilities. After a period of repairs, most of the damaged infrastructure was restored by the 20th day. On that morning, within the refurbished naval headquarters building, a grand conference room filled with all vice admirals and higher-ranking officers convened. Fleet Admiral Sengoku occupied the head of the table, with Akiji, Garp, and several prominent moderates seated beside him. To Sengoku's right sat Akainu and Kizuru, accompanied by the factions loyal to Akainu and Kizuru's neutral allies. The seating arrangement alone revealed that Akiji, supported by Sengoku, significantly outnumbered the Hawks and neutral parties within the naval headquarters. Once all senior naval officers had arrived, Fleet Admiral Sengoku placed his hands on the table and commenced the meeting. Now that everyone is present, let's have Brand New summarize the situation regarding the confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates. Vice Admiral Brand New opened the battle report and publicly recounted the statistics following the battle. In this war, the Navy suffered 15,000 casualties from our 100,000 elite soldiers, with 30,000 sustaining severe injuries and a remaining force of 55,000. We lost 3 vice admirals and 18 rear admirals, and our headquarters was severely damaged, with over 90% of our structures destroyed. More than 20 warships were sunk. This battle resulted in significant losses for the Navy, with direct economic damages amounting to. Despite the Navy's public triumph in annihilating the Whitebeard pirates, the toll taken was devastating. These were the elite soldiers summoned from all branches, and losing a third of their combat strength in a single engagement was catastrophic. This was merely against one of the 4 emperors, and Whitebeard was not even at his peak. The remaining 3 emperors were likely operating at their full strength, presenting an even greater challenge than Whitebeard's crew. The Navy's current troop strength would likely require 1 to 2 years to recuperate to its previous capacity. Thus, while the Navy appeared victorious in the confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates, The reality was that their losses were profound, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Most of the casualties were commissioned officers, each of whom represented the backbone of their respective divisions and would require considerable time to cultivate their combat readiness. Moreover, Whitebeard's final cry before his demise convinced the world that the treasure of the pirate king, Joe Roger, was indeed real. This assertion would only exacerbate the already volatile situation, likely prompting countless young adventurers to take to the seas, further exacerbating the chaos of the pirate era. Consequently, the Navy's engagement with the Whitebeard pirates ultimately resulted in a thorough defeat for the naval headquarters. While it momentarily quelled the pirates' arrogance, the territories left vacant by the fallen Whitebeard would inevitably ignite fierce competition among formidable pirates. In the aftermath, the Navy would have to confront an avalanche of new generation pirates. Perhaps due to his misjudgment, Fleet Admiral Sengoku unexpectedly announced his resignation. The initiation of this war was my command. Although we successfully eradicated the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy has suffered grievous losses, even jeopardizing our duty to maintain order at sea. Due to my erroneous orders, the Navy has incurred significant losses, and I can no longer continue in the role of Fleet Admiral. Prior to today, I submitted my letter of resignation to the world government. In my letter, I also recommended Admiral Akiji as my successor. If anyone has any objections regarding this matter, please voice them. Sengoku's resignation was anticipated by the senior naval officers present, as the circumstances leading up to the Marineford War had suggested such a conclusion. His age and lengthy tenure as Fleet Admiral, coupled with the presence of numerous direct subordinates, made it clear that the world government would not permit Sengoku to retain his position. However, they were taken aback by Sengoku's endorsement of Akiji for the role of Fleet Admiral. Even the moderates recognized that Akainu had been the most proactive in combating piracy throughout his years as an admiral. Regardless of the Navy's directives or the orders from the world government, Akainu had consistently executed his duties with unwavering resolve. In fact, prior to this battle, Akainu had achieved the most significant successes in eradicating pirates, establishing himself as the Navy's most accomplished figure. This starkly contrasted with Akiji's more lackadaisical approach and lack of major accomplishments. Unexpectedly, the Fleet Admiral Sengoku chose to endorse his protege, Akiji, rather than the diligent and accomplished Akainu. I concur with Sengoku's decision to appoint Akiji as the next commander of the Navy, and like Sengoku, I too shall retire soon. My position will be assumed by my deputy, Bogart, Karp stated wearily from below. After the loss of his grandson Ace in the Paramount War and the tumultuous events surrounding his other grandson, Luffy, he felt utterly fatigued and disinterested in further involvement with the Navy. In Karp's view, Akainu was the root cause of these calamities, and since Akiji was akin to a half-apprentice of his, it was only natural for him to support Akiji's ascension to the Navy's leadership. Following Karp's declaration, the Chief of Staff, Tsuru, promptly expressed her desire to retire as well. I shall not voice my opinion regarding the position of commander, but I am weary. Since both of them have decided to retire, I too shall not linger any longer, Tsuru remarked, neither supporting Akiji nor Akainu. She believed that regardless of who became the commander, the outcome would remain unchanged. As Chief of Staff, she had long seen through the machinations of the world government. Tsuru harbored doubts that Akiji's laid-back justice or Akainu's extreme justice could ever alter the Navy's entrenched systems and structures. Given the Navy's founding principles, it was destined to remain merely the armed force of the world government, or more bluntly, the dog of the celestial dragons. Well, if you're all retiring, should I retire too? Sigh, I just wish to step back now, Kizuru remarked with a nonchalant demeanor, only to be met with a sharp glare from Sengoku, causing him to quickly suppress his irreverent expression. I oppose this. Admiral Akiji, despite his previous missions and recent battlefield performance, pales in comparison to Admiral Akainu. Furthermore, Akiji lacks substantial experience in leading campaigns against the great pirates. How could he possibly assume the role of commander? Voiced Doberman, a steadfast supporter of Akainu. In Doberman's eyes, only Akainu's approach and attitude towards pirates could effectively lead the Navy, whereas Akiji and Sengoku's methods were akin to those of a Navy that was too sympathetic to pirates. Doberman cast a disdainful glance at Sengoku and Akiji, a look that bore both contempt and subtle disapproval. I also believe Admiral Akainu is the most suitable candidate for commander of a Navy. I second that. With Doberman leading the charge, various hawkish admirals, including Kamurasaki and Mole, voiced their support for Akainu. Meanwhile, the dovish faction, though outnumbered, was not to be outdone, echoing Sengoku's sentiments and asserting that Akiji was indeed more fit for the position. A heated debate ensued between the two factions. Chapter 102. Collision of ideologies. Even though the dovish faction had a larger number of supporters, the hawkish faction was predominantly composed of younger admirals or seasoned veterans who harbored a profound disdain for pirates. Conversely, the dovish faction largely comprised those nurtured by Sengoku and Carp during Sengoku's tenure as commander, resulting in a younger demographic. Thus, despite the numerical advantage of the dovish faction, the hawkish faction, led by Akainu's supporters, maintained the upper hand in the argument. At the center of this contention, both Akainu and Akiji refrained from interjecting. Yet their occasional glances revealed their fierce determination to claim the position of commander. Regardless of the heated exchanges, the ultimate decision regarding the commander's position would never rest solely with the admirals of the Navy. It would ultimately be determined by the world government. As the debate escalated and the hawkish faction solidified its dominance, Sengoku intervened to quell the discord. Enough. We shall conclude our discussion on the position of commander here today. As for who will assume the role, I will report to the Stone Tablet government for the world government's decision. Now this meeting is adjourned. As the session concluded, the high-ranking Navy officers departed. Akainu exchanged a subtle glance with Doberman before maintaining his composure and expressionless demeanor as he exited the Navy headquarters. However, upon leaving the headquarters, Akainu did not return to his quarters directly. Instead, he headed straight to his dedicated warship. Seated steadily in the ship's hull, he appeared to be awaiting someone. Before long, he was joined by Doberman, who announced, "Admiral Sakazuki, the commanders supporting your bid for commander have arrived. Do you have any instructions?" Doberman led the hawkish admirals into Akainu's warship hull. Akainu gestured for the seated admirals to take their places before addressing them. "I have summoned you to inform you that while the world government supports me for the position of commander, they will not allow me to ascend so easily. The ultimate decision will come after a confrontation between Akiji and myself. All of you are key figures in the Navy, and you should understand the nature of the world government. This conflict represents a clash of ideologies between Akiji and myself. If I prevail, there will be no further discussion. However, should I be defeated by Akiji, I will withdraw from the Navy." Before Akainu could finish his statement, Doberman and the other admirals hurriedly urged him to reconsider. "Admiral Sakazuki, you cannot leave the Navy. If you do, who will lead us in the fight against pirates? Indeed, are we to rely on that lazy Akiji?" "Absolutely. Admiral Sakazuki must not withdraw from the Navy." As his words were interrupted and the admirals clamored to retain him, Akainu felt a swell of satisfaction. Yet he insisted on completing his thoughts. "All I wish to convey is that if I cannot become the commander of the Navy, I will establish a new Navy upon my departure. This new Navy will no longer heed any directives from the world government, and its singular mandate will be the complete eradication of the detritus known as pirates from the seas. If Admiral Sakazuki leaves the Navy, I, Doberman, will gladly follow him." True to his loyalty, Doberman was unwavering. As long as he could accompany Admiral Sakazuki in the fight against pirates, he would go anywhere. "I too shall follow Admiral Sakazuki to the end." "Yes, me as well." In an instant, the admirals present declared their allegiance. Many among them had endured personal tragedies at the hands of pirates or had witnessed their atrocities, fostering an intense loathing for them. "Very well, I appreciate your sentiments. With your support, I shall undoubtedly triumph over Akiji and become the new commander of the Navy. At that time, I will lead the Navy in redefining order upon the seas. Justice shall prevail. Admiral Sakazuki shall triumph. Justice shall prevail. Admiral Sakazuki shall triumph." That night, within Sakazuki's residence, Akainu sat calmly in his study, his gaze fixed upon a crystalline object emitting a faint glow in his hand, his eyes betraying a flicker of hesitation. After a moment, his resolve solidified. "Is it Akiji? Should I lose to you, it would merely indicate that my conviction is insufficiently resolute. While this power may indeed be formidable, I firmly believe that my faith is far more steadfast than yours. It is far better suited for the future of the Navy." Half a month later, the 5 elders of the world government, as anticipated, expressed an even greater preference for Akainu, a testament to the efforts he had previously exerted in feigning composure. However, due to Akiji's joint endorsement from Sengoku and Garp, the five elders hastily resolved to pit Akainu against Akiji in a decisive battle, with the victor to ascend as the next fleet admiral of the Navy. Before long, both parties agreed upon the time and place for their confrontation. The chosen venue was Punk Hazard Island in the New World. Once a clandestine research base for the Navy's scientific department, it had now transformed into a desolate wasteland, devoid of life. Surrounding the island were dozens of Navy warships, their presence a testament to the significance of the impending clash, which would determine the future leadership of the Navy and its overarching direction. Aside from the elite vice admirals and Admiral Kazuru stationed at headquarters, all senior combatants of the Navy had gathered here, although the number of elite soldiers paled in comparison to the war of the summit. The upper echelon's combat strength had increased significantly. Even the long-absent former Admiral Zephyr was present, observing from aboard a Navy vessel. In the heart of the island, Akainu and Akiji faced each other. Though both had served as admirals for many years, their interactions had been limited. Akainu, a man of few words, adhered to the principle of action over rhetoric, believing it far more satisfying to eliminate a few pirates than to engage in idle chatter. Akiji, on the other hand, was a product of later influences, his sense of justice shaken by the ideals of the world government and the Navy. His brand of justice was not one of lethargy, but rather the profound uncertainty that accompanied his search for purpose. They did not immediately engage in battle, instead locking eyes in a tense stalemate. Perhaps due to his confusion, Akiji felt compelled to speak, striving to justify his chosen path. Sakazuki, although I have yet to discover my true sense of justice, I will not allow someone with your extreme ideology to lead the Navy into the abyss. Akiji's words bore a righteous fervor, as if he believed himself capable of steering the Navy towards a new order upon uttering them. As he spoke, an icy aura emanated from his being, gradually encasing the exposed rocks around him in frost. The overwhelming chill shattered the toxic miasma that hung over the island. Upon hearing Akiji's declaration, Akainu could not suppress a sardonic smile. Am I to lead the Navy into the abyss, regardless of the nature of my justice? I can at least guide the Navy in eradicating the wicked pirates. But what of you? With your dazed and lackadaisical brand of justice, what could you possibly accomplish? Will you have the Navy's soldiers napping under your command? At that moment, Akainu released no aura or force, yet his composed demeanor overshadowed Akiji entirely. Chapter 103. Clash of Ice and Fire. Akainu's mocking words darkened Akiji's expression. Yet, unwilling to concede, Akiji quickly retorted, accusing Akainu of being a pawn of the celestial dragons. And what of it? At least when I become fleet admiral, I will not reduce the Navy to mere servants of the celestial dragons, becoming their lapdog. Akiji's remarks pointedly accused Akainu of having always toiled to appease the celestial dragons. However, Akainu was not easily provoked. At least I remember the Navy's duty is to eradicate pirates. This ensures the safety of the civilians at sea. But what have you achieved in recent years? Have you ever actively sought out and eliminated pirates? You would even lift a finger when encountering them. You, Akiji, are nothing but a coward evading reality. You neither strive to change yourself nor your environment, merely wallowing in complaints without considering the need to exert effort for change. What right do you have to contend for the position of Fleet Admiral alongside me? Akainu's words struck deep, shattering Akiji's long-held pride. He had believed that by refraining from actively hunting pirates and ignoring the orders of the Navy and the world government, he could escape the truth of his role as a tool for the celestial dragons. Now, the reality he had so carefully concealed was ruthlessly unveiled by Akainu, inciting his fury. At least this way, I will not become a lapdog and pawn of the celestial dragons. But no matter how eloquently you speak, Sakazuki, you are merely a dog doing the bidding of the celestial dragons. Is that so? In my jurisdiction, pirates are continuously being eliminated, and the situation is gradually improving. But what about your territory? Your neglect only emboldens the pirates. You have never considered the lives of the civilians within your domain. That is why I call you an unmitigated coward. Akiji's inner turmoil and weakness were laid bare by Akainu's words, casting a shadow over his demeanor. What good is your talk? Ultimately, it is strength that decides everything. I have long heard the world proclaim you, Sakazuki, as the strongest of the three admirals. But do not forget, I am the youngest admiral in history to ascend through sheer strength. Now, Let me test the prowess of the so-called strongest admiral that the world reveres. Ice Age. Unable to endure Akainu's derision, Aokiji ultimately succumbed to his frustration. Lacking his own sense of justice, he resorted to the only avenue available, attempting to overpower Akainu through force. Both wielders of Logia-type devil fruits, Aokiji knew precisely how to manipulate the battlefield to his advantage. In a situation where their strengths were closely matched, transforming the environment to favor him would suppress Akainu's abilities. As Aokiji unleashed the powers of his ice fruit, a frigid gale spread rapidly, enveloping the entire island in a thick layer of ice within mere seconds. Even the sea, miles beyond the island's shores, succumbed to the icy grip. Having established favorable conditions for combat, Aokiji turned his attention to the unresponsive Akainu, feeling a surge of indignation at Akainu's stillness. Sakazuki, as a fellow user of a Logia-type devil fruit, you cannot be unaware of how to achieve victory through environmental manipulation. So, your current inaction is a sign of disdain towards me? Indeed, I look down upon you. I acknowledge your talent as the strongest among the three admirals. But your confusion and evasion ensure that the chasm between us remains unbridgeable. Aokiji, still young and naive to the complexities of human nature, failed to grasp the weight of Akainu's words. Akainu, seasoned and shrewd, had once provoked Ace into abandoning his escape and confronting him head-on during the War of the Summit with just a few words. The situation before them mirrored that moment. Aokiji was now losing his composure, driven by Akainu's taunts. With the initiative in the battlefield firmly in his grasp, Aokiji, having lost his cool, abandoned the strategy of slowly wearing down Akainu's stamina. Instead, he sought to defeat him swiftly. Blizzard Bird, a colossal ice bird, forged from the power of his freezing abilities, dove from the sky, hurtling towards Akainu below. Faced with a frozen avian creature exceeding several dozen meters in size, Akainu remained unfazed, effortlessly countering it with a single strike of his magma dog. With a thunderous roar, the immense collision and ensuing explosion resonated for miles around. High-ranking naval officers, stationed dozens of kilometers offshore, gazed at the impacted island, their hearts heavy with emotion. It has begun. I never anticipated that such a monumental display would arise from merely the onset of this conflict. Both Sengoku and Garp observed the island, illuminated by the flashes and sounds of continuous clashes, their expressions laden with grave concern. Garp, do you think we've grown old? The strength of these two rivals now rivals our own. Even Garp, the celebrated hero of the Navy, wore a serious expression in the face of the overwhelming assault. Yet, in his pride, he could not admit that he lacked confidence in overcoming the two combatants engaged in battle. Only you have aged. I am as spry as ever. I could fell these youngsters with a single blow. Sengoku cast a bemused glance at Garp's bravado, unable to suppress a mocking chuckle. Garp, incensed by the jest, retorted, what do you mean by that? Do you imply that I cannot best these youths? Just reflect on it yourself, Sengoku replied, choosing silence thereafter as he focused intently on the duel unfolding on the island. As the confrontation between Akainu and Aokiji intensified, both combatants unleashed their full might, transforming the island into a stark dichotomy. One side was engulfed in rolling magma, while the other morphed into a frozen expanse. Beyond the island, the sheer force of their clash sent colossal waves crashing against Navy warships stationed miles away, causing the sailors aboard to struggle for balance. Some Navy soldiers and officers, who had participated in the Marine headquarters battle, observed the tremendous upheaval on Punk Hazard Island, their expressions shifting from shock to melancholy. I must commend the admirals. Akainu's prowess is undeniable, having demonstrated his might during the Marineford conflict. Yet, why did Aokiji, possessing such formidable strength, refrain from showcasing his true capabilities against the Whitebeard pirates? Indeed, why did he not exert himself to eliminate the pirates, only to unleash his full power when contending for command against Akainu? If Aokiji had fought with such vigor during the Marineford conflict, perhaps many lives could have been spared. Why did he hold back against the pirates, only to confront Akainu with unwavering resolve? So, what prompted Sengoku and Garp to endorse Aokiji as the commander of the Navy? As these questions hung in the air, the soldiers who had witnessed the Marine headquarters battle exchanged glances filled with suspicion towards Sengoku and Garp. The astute vice admirals, overhearing the soldiers' murmurs, fell into contemplation. Indeed, why is that? The dovish vice admirals appeared somewhat flustered, while the hawkish vice admirals cast gleeful glances at their distressed counterparts. Chapter 104. The Doctrine of Absolute Justice. Former Admiral Zephyr marveled at the spectacle of his two disciples clashing on the island. He reflected on their strength and the devastation they wrought, feeling a profound sense of nostalgia for the two young rascals he had once bested in combat. Now grown into formidable warriors, Zephyr mused that even in his prime, he might not have matched their current prowess, perhaps even falling short. Listening to the soldiers' grievances, laced with evident resentment, he recognized the discontent surrounding the Marine headquarters battle. Though he had heard snippets of the grand event, the soldiers' discussions provided clarity regarding the circumstances. Upon learning of Akainu's solitary struggle against Whitebeard, wherein he had managed to severely injure the legendary pirate, Zephyr felt a swell of pride. However, hearing of Akiji's lackluster performance during the conflict, failing to assist Akainu against Whitebeard as commanders, filled him with ire as he cast a furious gaze at Sengoku and Garp aboard their warship. The anger in his eyes was unmistakable. Akiji had once been his most diligent disciple in combating pirates, second only to Akainu. After a brief hiatus from the Navy, he wondered how Akiji had transformed from a fervent adversary of piracy under Sengoku and Garp's guidance into this passive figure. Regret washed over Zephyr. He lamented not having taken Akiji with him when he left the Navy, realizing too late the potential he had relinquished to Sengoku and Garp. Meanwhile, Sengoku and Garp found themselves in a similarly uncomfortable position, acutely aware of the soldiers' murmurs regarding Akiji's performance. Their recommendation of Akiji for the position of Navy commander, despite his passivity during pirate extermination, now cast a shadow over their reputations. Even Garp, known for his carefree demeanor, felt the weight of the soldiers' scrutiny. He contemplated whether to punch a hole in the warship to escape the mounting tension. Previously, they had ardently endorsed Akiji for the position of fleet admiral, but now, the reality of Akiji's inaction during the Marine headquarters battle was undeniable. Sengoku and Garp found themselves in a quandary. On one hand, they hoped Akiji would triumph over Akainu and ascend to the role of Navy commander. On the other, they feared the resentment brewing among the soldiers and mid-level officers. Conversely, they did not wish for Akainu to become commander, as his ideology diverged significantly from their own. Among the observing naval officers, only Admiral Tsuru maintained her composure, having never overtly aligned herself with either faction. During the Marineford War, she had been orchestrating from the rear, thus lacking comprehensive insight into the events. Yet, she gleaned enough from fragmented conversations to form a general understanding, which is why she refrained from endorsing Akiji. However, Tsuru had traditionally aligned with Sengoku and Garp, leaving her in a position of neutrality. At this moment on Punk Hazard Island, Akainu and Akiji were locked in a fierce confrontation, each having unleashed their formidable Logia powers, rendering them evenly matched in their titanic clash. After a stalemate, Akainu relinquished his previous combat style, opting instead for a physical fighting method that combined his devil fruit abilities with haki. This approach proved beneficial due to its lower energy expenditure, yet it demanded greater physical prowess. Both combatants were renowned for their monstrous physiques, yet after awakening their natural powers, their training paths diverged. Akainu, though valuing his devil fruit abilities, was seasoned from years of hunting pirates in the New World, and thus understood the significance of physical strength and haki. He consistently engaged in dedicated physical training. Conversely, Akiji, despite his diligence under Zephyr, succumbed to a sense of moral ambiguity, leading to a languid disposition. Even when he did train, it was merely to maintain his current state. Coupled with Akainu's abundant combat experience, Akiji found himself at a disadvantage in close-quarters combat, quickly succumbing to Akainu's overwhelming pressure. Their fighting styles differed significantly. Akiji often chose to transform into his elemental form to mitigate damage from attacks, which, in turn, accelerated his energy depletion. Akainu, with his rich combat experience, preferred to withstand Akiji's strikes, only resorting to elemental transformation to evade Akiji's most potent blows infused with both devil fruit and haki. Recognizing his disadvantage in close combat, Akiji sought to distance himself from Akainu, leveraging his ice powers to strike from afar. However, Akainu was no easy adversary. Although his magma fruit relied on explosive power, he matched Akiji's long-range capabilities. If a single meteor could not resolve the situation, then 2 or 3 would suffice. As their powers clashed, the entire island trembled. Hundreds of meters of barren mountain were leveled, and the island surface was lower by several meters due to the explosions caused by the collision of ice and fire. Both wielders were natural disaster-level entities, and should they continue exchanging blows, it could take days to determine a victor. Akainu, unwilling to waste time, declared Akiji, "I do not wish to squander time with you here. I have many matters to attend to, and I shall resolve you now." Akiji's expression darkened upon hearing this, perceiving it as disdain. "Akainu, anyone can boast. Try defeating me now if you can." Kneeling, Akainu placed his hands on the ground, transforming them into endless magma that began to envelop everything around him. As Akiji observed curiously, intense tremors emanated from beneath the island, as if a colossal entity were stirring below. The tremors intensified, causing wide fissures to appear on the island's surface. The thick ice covering the surrounding sea shattered, unleashing massive waves that surged several dozen meters high. As the ice fractured, rivers of crimson magma swirled beneath the azure sea, causing fish and shrimp to float belly up, releasing an aroma of cooked seafood. Chapter 105. The lava colossus. The crimson waves beneath the sea signified the magma hidden deep below. With Akainu's command, the molten mass surged forth, blanketing the ocean's surface for miles in a fiery hue, casting a red glow across hundreds of kilometers of sky. At the island's center, fissures multiplied, and searing red magma began to flow forth. Within mere moments, the island was enveloped, with the magma from the depths merging with that above. "Akiji, are you prepared to witness my true strength?" Akainu taunted, bemused that Akiji had afforded him half a minute to summon the magma from below. If he were in Akiji's position, he would hardly have allowed such a window for his adversary. Yet, Akainu was undeterred by Akiji's thoughts. They were opponents now. "Akiji, in this state, I cannot even fathom my own strength. You better not perish." With that, Akainu transformed into a pool of magma, merging with the molten flow surging from beneath. As the magma ascended, it soon enveloped the entire island, melting even the previously frozen terrain. Akiji retreated swiftly, maintaining the thin layer of ice beneath him through his freezing powers. When Akiji glanced back at Akainu's former location, he beheld a towering pillar of magma reaching skyward, which gradually morphed into a colossal lava giant, towering over 1,000 meters tall. The immense figure caused the clouds to swirl around its chest. Akiji had encountered massive sea creatures before, yet none had instilled such overwhelming pressure upon him as this lava giant. This was not merely a matter of size. The pressure stemmed from something far more profound. Whereas their previous displays of awakened devil fruit powers could alter natural environments, the lava giant represented a transcendent evolution beyond mere awakening. A formidable new form. The lava giant's eyes, glowing like red suns, opened, emitting a fierce light that ignited the very air around it. Its cavernous maw opened, producing a sound that shattered the surrounding atmosphere. "Are you ready, Akiji? Let us see if you can withstand my next assault." Divine transformation. Cataclysmic eruption. The lava giant raised its immense arms, channeling magma from the island and sea into its colossal form. As the magma surged, the already gigantic fist swelled, and with a thunderous crash, it descended upon Akiji's vicinity. With a resounding boom, the massive fist collided with the island and sea, obliterating the already battered island and creating a chasm deep enough to reach the ocean floor. The impact generated towering waves that surged outward, reaching heights of several hundred meters. Half a minute earlier, aboard a distant naval vessel, all eyes, including those of Sengoku and Garp, were transfixed on the rising lava giant, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. This is utterly outrageous. This is the might of Admiral Sakazuki. Truly, he is the man I have always aspired to follow. Admiral Doberman of the Marine Elite gazed at the colossal lava giant rising from the distant island, his astonishment at Sakazuki's prowess mingling with an ineffable sense of admiration and pride. As the towering lava giant amassed the surging magma around it into a massive fist, he mused, Admiral Sakazuki, had he unleashed this technique during the battle at Marine headquarters, not only would Whitebeard and his crew have perished, but even the red-haired pirates would have faced annihilation beneath that single strike. "You fool, If Admiral Sakazuki were to employ this move, it wouldn't just be the pirates. Our entire Marine headquarters would likely be swallowed by the depths of the sea, just as the Marine soldiers, having come to observe, marveled at Akainu's power. An aged female voice reverberated through the communication lines connecting all the ships, startling everyone back to reality. Retreat. All personnel on the ships, heed this. Withdraw at once. Retreat as far as you can, quickly. Faced with such a dramatic scene, it was Admiral Tsuru who first grasped the potential devastation of that strike and urgently alerted the others. Fortunately, thanks to Tsuru's timely warning, the astonished onlookers snapped back to their senses, and those still dazed were roused by their companions. The officers aboard the Marine vessels swiftly directed the helmsman to maneuver the ships in a hasty retreat. After retreating a few dozen kilometers, the Marine personnel finally regained their composure and turned their gaze back toward the towering lava giant. As that immense fist descended, the island was obliterated. The azure sea was marred by a vast, profound vacuum. Witnessing the colossal waves hundreds of meters high surge outward, the Marines exhaled deeply, still shaken. Had Admiral Tsuru not issued her warning in time, they would surely have been consumed by those towering waves, their formidable ships submerged beneath the ocean's depths. Yet, once they regained their senses, dread settled in. No one believed Admiral Akiji could have survived such an onslaught, especially since the epicenter of the impact had created a vacuum stretching over 1,000 meters. How could Admiral Akiji, caught at the heart of the explosion, possibly have a chance to survive? Kong and Sengoku watched anxiously from their ship, their eyes fixated on the island, now swallowed by the sea. Akiji was, after all, like a half-disciple to them, and they had always held high hopes for him. Otherwise, they would not have recommended him as the new Marine commander. The once mighty Punk Hazard Island had now been utterly submerged, the tumultuous waters erasing all traces. Akainu, having dispelled the form of the lava giant, stood atop a colossal, charred sea creature, gasping for breath. This move had drained an immense amount of his stamina. Even with his so-called monstrous physique, he could not withstand such exhaustion. And after that strike, he was left devoid of combat capability, barely managing to utilize Jeppo to remain airborne and search for a foothold was the utmost limit of Akainu's physical endurance. The inspiration for his lava giant form had come from witnessing the world-circling giant during his encounter with Zhou Hong. That scene was so overwhelming that it lingered in Akainu's mind, and combining it with his ability to control magma led to the birth of the lava giant. Now utterly fatigued, Akainu gritted his teeth against his discomfort and tore into the flesh of the sea creature beneath him, devouring it voraciously. With the energy from the sea creature's body, he regained some mobility and then soared into the air to search for Akiji's whereabouts. A week later, Marine Commander Sengoku officially announced to the world his resignation from the position of Marine Chief. The next Marine Chief would be Admiral Sakazuki. Upon assuming Sengoku's role, Akainu delivered a speech that reverberated across the globe before a throng of media reporters. I am Sakazuki. I will henceforth serve as the Supreme Commander of the Marines. The Marines are the guardians of maritime order, while pirates are merely a band of brigands who prey upon the weak, pillaging and plundering. These mere pirates dare to defy the order of the seas, claiming dominion over territories, and even going so far as to crown themselves kings in the New World. They are lawless and unruly, just remnants of a bygone era. I hereby issue my first decree in the name of the Supreme Commander of the Marines. Within 1 year, a world recruitment drive will commence. Anyone aspiring to join the Marines or suffering from pirate oppression, harboring animosity towards pirates, regardless of race, age, or gender, may enlist. During the next 6 months, individuals can sign up to join the Marines, and based on their abilities and strengths, they will be granted ranks from private to vice admiral. Those whose character and strength meet certain standards may even be awarded the rank of admiral, the highest combat power of the Marines. 1 year from now, I will lead the entire Marine force to systematically eradicate all pirates from island to island across the seas. In the second year, we will march into the New World, sweeping the remnants of this era into the annals of history. After proclaiming his directives as the Supreme Commander of the Marines, Akainu disregarded the crowd and departed the announcement venue. His declaration at the Marine Chief handover ceremony sent shockwaves throughout the seas. In an instant, the maritime world was abuzz with excitement. The The populace rejoiced, wholeheartedly supporting Admiral Akainu's decision. Some even eagerly prepared to join the Marines and engage in the fight. In the West Sea, upon hearing the new Marine chief Akainu's inauguration speech, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, bearing 2 scars across his eyes, exhibited a subtle change in expression. Having witnessed the filth of this world, perhaps I should try my hand at cleansing the seas of all pirates. Even if the deeper darkness cannot be eradicated, I must endeavor to alter the current state. The following day, the man in the purple robe, armed with a formidable sword, arrived at the Marine recruitment station in the West Sea. The Marine soldier in charge of registrations looked at the middle-aged man with sightless eyes, somewhat taken aback, yet maintained a courteous demeanor as he inquired about the man's identity for registration. Name? Taguro Ikamaru. In the celestial expanse beyond the maritime world, Zhou Hong was immersed in the profound understanding of the universe's principles and the essence of existence at the very center of his cosmos. Lost in contemplation, Zhou Hong sensed a sudden shift. His previously closed eyes fluttered open slightly, a subtle smile gracing his face. Have you accepted it? It appears you have made your choice. Let me witness what your ultimate decision is amidst this world filled with despair and pessimism. With a single step, Zhou Hong traversed from the cosmic core to hover above the maritime world's planet. Gazing upon the beautiful azure sphere, Zhou Hong could not help but exclaim, "What a magnificent planet! One wonders if the despairing Akainu will leave this splendid world untouched. Indeed, to savor the spectacle, one must compel others to make arduous choices in their anguish." As night fell, within the naval headquarters of the maritime planet, Akainu found himself on the 3rd day of his tenure as the supreme commander of the Navy. In the dimly lit confines of his quarters, he held a golden-red divine crystal, his gaze heavy with contemplation. Akainu was reluctant to utilize this divine gem, for doing so would mean perpetual subservience to others. Before ascending to the role of naval commander, he had envisioned a future where he could eradicate pirates entirely and liberate the Navy from the clutches of the world government, transforming it into a purely naval organization. However, upon assuming command, he realized the simplicity of his former notions. Pirates were not so easily vanquished. Even if the existing ones were dealt with, new ones would perpetually emerge from the seas. Their existence served as a means for the world government to maintain balance on the ocean, a tool to restrain the Navy, and a safeguard for the interests of the celestial nobles, the celestial dragons. The world government would never permit the Navy to eradicate all pirates, for they would not allow the Navy to grow to a point where it could threaten their dominion. Thus, to completely eliminate piracy, one must break free from the world government's control and possess the means to resist it. Yet, now as the commander of the Navy, Akainu discovered the depths of the world government's hidden might. The army boasted commanders of equal caliber to the admirals, alongside the celestial dragons guard and their divine knightly order, not to mention the formidable power of the 5 elders. Most terrifying of all was the legendary weapon, the King of Destruction, held by the celestial dragons, alongside the enigmatic and ancient ruler of the celestial dragons, Imu. This was merely the surface of the world government's military strength, and what lay hidden was yet unknown to him, as he had only just taken on the mantle of the new naval commander. His understanding of the world government's foundation was still woefully inadequate. Yet, even the visible military might was enough to extinguish any hope of liberation from their grasp. Now, he could only place his hopes upon the object in his possession, the divine crystal as mentioned by the mysterious figure. Reflecting on his long-held ambitions and the newfound understanding of the world government, Akainu's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. He resolutely consumed the golden-red crystal. In that moment of profound ingestion, a flash of golden-red light enveloped him, and soon, Akainu vanished from his quarters. In the vastness of space beyond the maritime world, the eternal blazing sun illuminated countless planets, and today, the once quiet sun finally welcomed its master. Akainu felt a brilliant scarlet light flash, and when he regained his corporeal senses, he found himself enveloped in a warm radiance. As he slowly opened his eyes, he realized he was greeted not by the familiar sights, but by a fusion of 2 distinct visions. Surrounded by an infinite sea of flames of varying hues, Akainu felt an overwhelming warmth reminiscent of his childhood in his mother's embrace. Despite the intense heat, it was as if he innately commanded the flames. With his thoughts guiding his will, he endeavored to manipulate the surrounding inferno, which responded to his desires, swirling around him and forming intricate patterns. After half an hour of exhilarating experimentation, Akainu reluctantly ceased his fiery dance, recalling the two disparate perspectives he had just experienced. Attempting to transition to the other view, he succeeded effortlessly. In this perspective, he perceived himself as an immense fireball, a size so grand that it defied comprehension. Yet, he instinctively understood that this fireball was the sun, the radiant star that had illuminated the cosmos for eons. Moreover, from this vantage point, he could see unfathomable distances, as if the light emanating from the fireball had transformed every corner of the universe into his line of sight. Just as he was about to explore the infinite beyond, a swirling vortex of golden light enveloped him. When Akainu regained his sight, he found himself in a void, where the young deity who had bestowed upon him the golden red, divine crystal now stood before him. With an expression of curiosity, the youthful god regarded him, as though examining a novel plaything. It appears you have made your choice, Sakazuki. I grant you 10 years to navigate this world. After 10 years, I shall return to usher you into my realm. Before Akainu could voice his questions, Zhou Hong pointed towards his head, implanting all knowledge regarding the golden red divine crystal into Akainu's mind. With a mere wave of his hand, Akainu succumbed to unconsciousness, and when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself back in his quarters at the naval headquarters. As he absorbed the information flooding his mind and felt the warm, potent energy within him, Akainu could not help but marvel. Thus, by consuming the divine essence, I have become the true god of the sun. I can now freely manipulate the blazing sun that illuminates the world. The enigmatic space I just traversed was, in fact, the interior of the sun. The planets I witnessed were simply our world, devoid of life among the countless stars. Ha ha ha. So, this is the truth of our world. Our so-called power to obliterate it is akin to merely scratching its surface. Ha ha ha. Celestial dragons. World nobles. World government. Are you ready? Ha ha ha. In the naval headquarters, Akainu's manic laughter echoed through the night, reaching the ears of every Navy personnel and their families, resonating with the madness of their newly appointed Supreme Commander. Admiral, what is this? Has he lost his mind in the dead of night? In Sengoku's quarters, hearing Akainu's maniacal laughter, he could not help but smirk coldly. Huh. After becoming the naval commander, you uncover the truth of the world, and now you cannot accept it? Akainu, you are still far from understanding. You dare to challenge the world government's intention of maintaining balance upon the seas. Sengoku gazed out at the cold night sky, envisioning Akainu's despair and madness, a manifestation of his humiliation against the harsh realities of existence. A year later, in the plaza of the naval headquarters. A year ago, in this very place, the Navy assembled a formidable force of 100,000 elite soldiers, led by the esteemed Fleet Admiral Sengoku, to confront one of the notorious four emperors, the White-Beard Pirates. Now, once again, the Navy has gathered its troops, but this time the scale is even grander. 200,000 elite Navy soldiers have arrived from the four seas and the New World branches. Today marks the day when Fleet Admiral Akainu declares war on all pirates across the globe. Standing atop the highest platform in the square, Akainu gazes down at the disciplined and spirited assembly of 200,000 elite Navy soldiers, a palpable sense of pride etched across his face. Brave soldiers! A year ago, I proclaimed that we would eradicate all pirate crews from the seas. Today, we stand here to fulfill that declaration. Our duty as the Navy is to uphold order upon the ocean and protect the innocent civilians and merchants who traverse its waters. Yet, there exists a group that shouts slogans of freedom while willfully dismantling the very order we strive to maintain, committing acts of arson, murder, and plunder without remorse. They are the pirates, a remnant of a bygone era, the detritus of the seas. For various reasons, we have been unable to eliminate them thus far. But starting today, we, the Navy, shall declare war on all pirates. We shall restore peace and tranquility to the oceans. All malevolence shall be eradicated by our hands. Navy personnel, justice shall prevail. The Navy shall triumph. The more than 200,000 Navy soldiers in the square, stirred by Fleet Admiral Akainu's declaration, could not contain their fervor. Justice shall prevail. The Navy shall triumph. Justice shall prevail. The Navy shall triumph. Observing the high spirits of the soldiers below, Akainu allowed himself a rare smile, raising his hand to silence the fervent chants. I shall now read the combat orders. Order. Admiral Akiji shall lead 5,000 elite Navy soldiers to the North Sea, with 10 vice admirals accompanying him, to eradicate all pirates within 1 month. Order. Admiral Kizuru shall lead 5,000 elite Navy soldiers to the South Sea, with 10 vice admirals accompanying him, to eliminate all pirates within 1 month. Order. Admiral Fujitora shall lead a contingent of 10 vice admirals. Order. The former Navy Commander Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp shall lead a task force. The combat orders have been read. Now set sail. Justice shall prevail. Horns blared in the Navy headquarters harbor as massive naval vessels, laden with the elite forces summoned from various branches, set forth to eradicate all pirates from seas. Since morning, the incessant ringing of the transponder snail was answered by Akainu, the caller being the 5 elders, the highest authorities of the world government. Akainu, what do you think you are doing? We ordered you to cease operations against the pirates. How dare you defy the commands of the world government? With a sardonic smile, Akainu gazed at the frustrated visage of the 5 elders through the transponder snail. Saint Nasuger, I am the supreme commander of the Navy. All actions of the Navy are dictated by me. You have no authority to interfere in Navy affairs. Damn it. We should never have allowed you to ascend to the position of Navy commander. You dare defy the world government's orders? Prepare for the repercussions. Saint Nasuger, I shall await your sanctions right here. Without waiting for the 5 elders to respond, Akainu discarded the transponder snail into the depths of the sea. In the past year, Akainu had not idly wasted time. Utilizing his foresight as the sun god, he had already led the Navy's direct subordinates to plunder countless treasures, including gold and jewels from Skypiea. With the Navy's budget just recently allocated, the treasury at Navy headquarters was now overflowing with an abundance of berries and gold, sufficient to sustain the Navy for at least 5 years. This time frame would allow Akainu to topple the celestial dragons and establish a new world order. Chapter 108. Eradication of the 4 Emperor's pirates. After concluding his conversation with the transponder snail, Akainu summoned his aide, Yunka, to his side. The Navy headquarters and all branches may now commence the elimination of the world government spies. Remember, it must be executed swiftly and cleanly. Leave no one behind. Yunka had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Ever since she learned of Akainu's plans and objectives, she had been itching to reshape the world's order. Had Akainu not intervened, she would have already initiated the purge of the world government's spies a year prior. Now, with Akainu's directive, she promptly dashed to inform a covert unit stationed in various branches to proceed with the extermination of the world government's operatives. As the orders reached the secret units across the branches, a series of covert assassinations unfolded in the shadows of the Navy. Many of the world government spies were caught unawares, meeting their end in their sleep. Others, realizing the danger, attempted to resist, but they were overpowered by sheer numbers, beaten mercilessly by the Navy before their lives were extinguished. On the Red Line at Panga City, bang, Saint Nasuger, the financial warrior among the 5 elders, furiously hurled the report he held at the face of a CP0 agent. What do you mean? All our spies embedded in the Navy branches have been eliminated? How could you CP0 have failed to detect this and allow them to be purged? Saint, yes, it appears the Navy had been planning this all along. Bang, fools. Do you really need to tell me that? Immediately arrange for operatives to be reinserted into the Navy branches. If you fail again, you may as well take your own life. Yes, rest assured, Saint, we will deploy only the finest agents into the Navy branches and ensure they remain undetected. Once the CP0 agent exited the room, for tall, elderly figures emerged from the shadows, joining Nasuger, the highest authorities of the world government. The 5 elders were all present. Among them, the white-haired and bearded Saint Maz, wearing a worried expression, spoke up. Should we report the Navy's defiance of the world government's orders to Lord Emu? No need. They are merely the Navy. If we disturb Lord Emu over such trivial matters, who will bear the consequences? This remark came from Saint Saturn, the embodiment of scientific defense. In his view, the Navy was but a group of jesters, easily vanquished by the world government's advanced weaponry, army, and the celestial dragon's guards. After deliberation, the 5 elders decided to temporarily cut off the Navy's funding, waiting for the day when the Navy could no longer sustain itself, at which point they would remove Akainu from command. Seeming to regard the Navy as mere prey, the 5 elders paid little further attention. dispersing to attend to their own affairs. 1 month later, at the entrance to the New World, 200,000 elite Navy soldiers assembled alongside thousands of warships. On board a flagship, Fleet Admiral Akainu convened all admirals and above for a rudimentary, yet critical meeting on the deck. Akiji Kizaru, the Big Mom pirates shall be entrusted to your care. You must ensure their total annihilation. Upon receiving orders from Akainu, Akiji accepted them with fervor. A year prior, after Akainu unveiled his plans and aspirations, Akiji chose not to resign from the Navy as the original text suggested, but instead wholeheartedly embraced Akainu's brand of justice. Throughout the past year, witnessing the transformations within the Navy and Akainu's unwavering resolve to eradicate pirates, along with the stance taken against the world government, all contributed to Akiji's belief that under Akainu's leadership, the Navy would ascend to new heights in maintaining the order of the seas. Akiji rekindled his once fervent sense of justice. No longer lost, he found his powers, both his devil fruit abilities and haki, significantly enhanced. Fujitora, you will join Sengoku and Garp in eliminating the beast pirates in Wano. As for the red hair pirates, I shall personally deal with them. Colleagues, this is our final battle against piracy. I shall say no more. The realization of our goal to uphold peace across the seas rests upon this confrontation. Let's eradicate evil. Justice shall prevail. With that, the Navy, divided into 3 battalions, formally ventured into the New World. Meanwhile, the red-haired pirates were oblivious to the imminent threat of the Navy, reveling on an unnamed island in the New World. The following day, Akainu arrived alone at Waterstar Island, awaiting the arrival of the red-haired pirates. This island was historically significant as it was the last stop for Pirate King Roger before his journey to the final destination. And it was here that Shanks had parted ways with Roger. After becoming a Yonko, Shanks claimed this island as part of his territory, designating it as the final stronghold of the red-haired pirates. Anyone seeking to reach the ultimate destination would have to pass through Waterstar Island, where Shanks intended to intercept all who dared approach, saving only Luffy, whom he deemed acceptable. On the day in question, after concluding their festivities, the red-haired pirates returned to their stronghold, Waterstar Island. As Jesus Burgess, the crew's sharpshooter, set foot on the island, he suddenly froze, breaking into a cold sweat. Possessing an inherent ability for Kinbunchika haki, Jesus had an acute sense of impending danger. The moment he stepped onto the island, his intuition, never failing before, was in a frenzy, screaming warnings of grave peril that he could not ignore. Do not set foot on the island. Retreat, there is danger. As a sharpshooter, Jesus typically lingered at the back, so his distress went unnoticed by his comrades. Urgently, he shouted to his fellow crew members to flee Waterstar Island. Hearing his cries, Shanks and Ben Beckman halted their advance, their expressions turning grave as they gazed at the heart of the island. Having been companions for over a decade, they understood and trusted Jesus' instincts. If he sensed danger, it was indeed real. Who dares to intrude upon our island? Please reveal yourself, and do not frighten my crew. Shanks called out, attempting to draw forth the unknown threat. Shanks, I didn't expect your crew to possess such remarkable Kinbunchika haki, capable of sensing my presence beforehand. Akainu emerged from the dense foliage, casting a sly smile at the neatly arranged red-haired pirates. Akainu, what brings you to this island alone? Despite Akainu's solitary presence, Shanks remained on guard, recalling the immense pressure Akainu had exerted during the Marineford War a year prior. What else could I be here for but to rid the seas of you filthy pirates? None of you shall escape today. Massive eruption. After exchanging a few words, Akainu unleashed his attack, showcasing a degree of respect by not resorting to a surprise assault. As Shanks observed the colossal magma fist hurtling towards him and his crew, a grave expression crossed his face. Divine arrival. With a swift motion, Shanks unsheathed his sword, cleaving the oncoming magma fist. Boom! The severed magma fist crashed into the ground, generating a tremendous explosion and creating deep craters in the earth. Having deflected Akainu's attack, Shanks taunted, So, Admiral Akainu, have you come here all by yourself? You cannot hope to defeat the red-haired pirates alone. Is that so? I find it hard to believe that the red-haired pirates can escape my grasp. I have no time to waste. Prepare to meet your doom. Divine transformation, giant lava deity. With a thunderous roar, Akainu's body began to morph into magma, causing the island to tremble violently as it split apart. From the fissure, magma surged forth, forming a colossal pillar that shot skyward, ultimately transforming into a 3,000-meter-tall lava giant. The members of the red-haired pirates gazed in astonishment at the towering figure, and as the immense right hand of the lava giant began to rise, they realized escape was futile. Dominion of the conqueror, divine arrival, divine evasion, strike. Faced with the impending doom of the colossal hand, Shanks succumbed to a frenzy of desperation, unleashing a barrage of powerful attacks upon it. Yet, even their most devastating strikes yielded no more than ripples upon the flowing magma of Akainu's palm. I am the captain of the red-haired pirates, a noble celestial dragon. I cannot perish here. Break free. As despair gripped him, Shanks howled in frustration, striving with all his might to tear through the giant hand. However, against the overwhelming disparity of strength, all efforts were in vain. Akainu, a being renowned as a monster, had fortified his physique with the power of the sun after consuming the sun god's essence. Now, not merely the red-haired pirates, but even the combined might of the entire world could not inflict harm upon Akainu. Boom! The giant lava hand struck Waterstar Island with crushing force, submerging the already fractured land beneath the waves. The impact resonated for hundreds of miles, transforming the very location of Waterstar Island into a void. As the island and the red-haired pirates vanished, Akainu slowly withdrew his magma hand, and as it receded, the surrounding waters surged forth to fill the vast emptiness. In an instant, the sea erupted in colossal waves, surging and crashing, creating a tumultuous spectacle as the waters spread outward. Fortunately, there are no other islands nearby. Otherwise, even the mere aftershocks of that last strike could submerge the surrounding lands. The red-haired pirates, a mysterious and formidable crew on the seas, faced the admirably ruthless Admiral Akainu without any chance of retaliation. In a single encounter, the entire crew was annihilated within their stronghold. On the Red Line, in the holy land of Mariewa, the world government's headquarters and the residence of the celestial dragons, the five elders, the highest decision-making body of the world government, conduct their affairs here. Today, the financial warrior, Saint Nasus, suddenly sensed an anomaly in his chest and hastily retrieved the life card he kept close to his heart, only to find it reduced to a small handful of ashes. Impossible. Red-haired Shanks has been slain in such a short span. Who possesses the might to render Shanks incapable of even calling for help? Summon all scouts. We must uncover the identity of Shanks' killer. Yes, my lord. A CP-0 agent, donned in a white mask and attire, appeared instantaneously in the office, remaining silent throughout. Upon receiving the command, he uttered only a brief acknowledgement before vanishing from sight. Saint Nasus, having issued his orders, hurriedly convened a meeting of the five elders. Simultaneously, the agents of the world government across the globe sprang into action. In the New World, Whole Cake Island now lay in ruins, encased in ice by Admiral Akiji, rendering all vessels immobile. At the island's perimeter, tens of thousands of naval soldiers, led by their vice-admirals, were engaged in clearing out the pirates fleeing from the island. On Whole Cake Island, sounds of collision and explosions echoed, causing the entire land to tremble as though it might shatter and sink into the sea at any moment. The battle raged for 2.5 hours until the island finally fell silent. Admirals Akiji, Kizuru, Green Bull, and Admiral-in-Training Peach Rabbit emerged unscathed from the island, with Green Bull clutching a grotesque female head. To confront Charlotte Linlin, the Navy deployed its highest combatants. Faced with such overwhelming force, Linlin could barely mount a defense before Peach Rabbit seized an opening and beheaded her. Had it not been for Linlin's monstrous physique and the properties of her steel balloon, she would have struggled to last even an hour against the collective might of the four admirals. Among these formidable admirals, Akiji emerged virtually unscathed, with only a singed hole in his clothing. Kizuru remained entirely unharmed, his attire not even slightly wrinkled. Conversely, Green Bull bore the signs of battle with a swollen cheek and tattered clothing, while Peach Rabbit, though not as severely affected, was still covered in dust, her once pristine naval uniform somewhat compromised. Thus, the Big Mom Pirates, one of the four emperors that had dominated the New World for years, were obliterated by the Navy, without even a ripple of resistance. In Wano, the Beast Pirates, led by Kaido, suffered a similar fate, with all their commanders, including the three disasters, eradicated by the Navy, leaving only Kaido clinging to life through sheer physical resilience and his fruit abilities. Kaido faced the onslaught of the previous generation's Supreme Commander, Sengoku, the strongest Vice Admiral, Garp, and one of the new admirals, Fujitora, all formidable opponents. Each of these individuals possessed considerable strength, with even the least renowned among them, Fujitora, capable of engaging Kaido for an extended period thanks to his fruit abilities. When the Navy initially surrounded Wano, Kaido appeared indifferent, confident in his unparalleled physical strength and fruit abilities. However, upon seeing Sengoku and Garp at the forefront, he hesitated not a moment and transformed into an azure dragon, attempting to flee this perilous locale. Yet, just as he ascended, he was struck by a colossal meteor, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. What followed was a merciless and unprincipled assault by Garp and Sengoku. Even at his peak, Kaido found himself overwhelmed by their relentless blows. Whenever he attempted to fly away, the older warriors summoned meteors to rain down upon him. With no means of escape and unable to counterattack, Kaido was left in a position of passive suffering, devoid of any opportunity to retaliate. The conflict in Wano persisted for a grueling 3 days and nights. What was turned to battle was, in fact, Kaido enduring an unrelenting beating. Only after Kaido was rendered unconscious did Sengoku and Garp finally crush his head, bringing an end to the assault on the Beast Pirates. Thus, the once feared 4 emperors, who had dominated the seas, were all extinguished at the hands of the Navy. Chapter 110. Confrontation with the 5 elders in the year 1521 of the Marine era. Admiral Akainu led the elite forces of the Navy to obliterate the once mighty 4 emperors. The pirate world entered a new epoch. With the downfall of the 4 emperors, many pirates faded into hiding, fearful that their crews would be next to face obliteration. However, in the face of the colossal navy, no amount of concealment could alter their fate of being hunted down. Even the Straw Hat pirates found themselves imprisoned under the leadership of Garp and Akiji. Though they were initially slated for immediate execution, the pleas from Garp, Sengoku, Akiji, and other high-ranking naval officers resulted in their confinement in the lowest levels of impel down instead. Akainu, unwilling to see the Straw Hats cause a rift among the upper echelons of the Navy, opted for restraint. Had he still been a vice admiral, Akainu might have disregarded all opposition and executed the Straw Hats on the spot. However, upon ascending to the role of Navy commander, he could no longer act solely according to his own sense of justice. He had to consider the collective interests of the high-ranking officers. As for the world government, the Navy had long since severed ties, having extricated itself from their control over a year prior. While neither side publicly acknowledged this shift, they tacitly purged one another from their respective domains. Now, the pirate world was distinctly divided, with the world government, the Navy headquarters, and the Revolutionary Army quietly amassing strength, poised for the final confrontation. In 1523 of the Marine era, it was ultimately Akainu who fired the first shot. In a mere 3 months, the Navy conquered over a dozen kingdoms. In the ensuing period, under the leadership of high-ranking naval officers, the Navy relentlessly severed the world government's influence across the globe, forcing them to retreat to the Red Line. The Revolutionary Army, led by Dragon, was swiftly overwhelmed by the Navy, yet, due to Akainu's lack of direct involvement, Dragon managed to escape, eluding capture amidst the onslaught of Admiral Garp and others. In early October of the year 1523 of the sea calendar, Akainu found himself alone on the Red Line, gazing at the shrouded holy land of Mariewa, his brow furrowed slightly. Within Akainu's observation hockey, the anguished cries and pleas of countless slaves echoed throughout the Holy Land. His arrival bore no intent of stealth. Within mere moments, numerous shadowy figures emerged from the darkness surrounding him. These were members of the Celestial Dragons CP0 and the Knights of God, a formidable assembly exceeding several dozen, each radiating an aura rivaling that of a typical vice admiral. Among them, several leaders possessed strength that ranked among the finest of admirals. Such was the foundation of the world government, which could effortlessly summon nearly 100 admiral-level warriors. Upon surrounding Akainu, these powerful figures refrained from immediate action, instead blending into the shadows, biding their time. Akainu, too, was unhurried. He wished to observe what further stratagems the world government had at its disposal. The sound of wooden clogs echoed from the entrance of Mariewa, and 5 towering figures gradually emerged from the mist. As they approached, Akainu recognized them as the 5 elders. the decision-makers of the world government. Akainu, we never anticipated you would conceal yourself so thoroughly. Appointing you as the commander of the Navy was our gravest oversight, spoke the Justice Minister, St. Walpole. You have not merely misjudged me. I simply no longer wish to indulge your charade. I have come here today to eradicate your final vestiges of evil and to realize my absolute justice. With that declaration, a thick plume of smoke enveloped Akainu, and his hands transformed into searing magma. Seeing Akainu prepare for battle, Finance Minister St. Nasuger hastily intervened, attempting to sway him. Akainu, we admit our error, but you underestimate the resilience of the world government. There is no need for us to resort to violence. We can offer you everything you desire: wealth, power, beauty. You could even join us as the sixth decision-maker of the world government. Huh, you old fools underestimate me. With my current power and authority, what do I lack? I seek only to execute my final justice and purge you, the most vile and corrupt of this world. Disregarding the 5 elders' overtures, Akainu remained resolute. Even prior to his ascension to marshal, he had steadfastly upheld his sense of justice. Now, imbued with the essence of the sun god, he was even less susceptible to their temptations of wealth and power. His sole desire was to bury the world's aristocratic celestial dragons and establish a new world order. I have no inclination to converse with you. You wretches are unworthy of my words. Massive eruption. With a thunderous roar, Akainu's magma fist surged towards the nearest celestial dragon, unleashing a cataclysmic onslaught. The world government's forces, realizing Akainu's unyielding intent to obliterate them, retaliated with equal fervor. The clash of titans erupted within the holy land of Mariewa, igniting a cacophony of explosions and flames. The shockwaves from their confrontation dispelled the pervasive mist that had long enveloped the area, unveiling the once mysterious Pangda city, where opulent structures crumbled under the strain. The world nobles, unaccustomed to hardship and reveling in luxury, cried out in terror as they fled the scene. However, these powerless beings had no chance of survival amid the fierce battle, especially as Akainu had deliberately drawn the fight close to the celestial dragon's vicinity. Countless celestial dragons perished in the chaos, and even those attempting to escape were met with the Navy's ambush, lurking beneath the red line. After a day and night of relentless conflict, the once magnificent holy land of Mariewa lay in ruins, pockmarked with craters as if struck by meteorites. Akainu, empowered by the divine essence, ruthlessly slaughtered the celestial dragon guards and the Knights of God. Despite their admiral-level prowess, they fell before Akainu like lambs to the slaughter. In the aftermath, only Akainu and the 5 elders remained, engaged in a grueling battle, though it was less a struggle and more a one-sided massacre. What manner of creatures are you 5? You possess the powers of devil fruits, yet show no fear of sea stone or sea water's erosion. No matter how I tear you apart, you reassemble without a trace of injury. Are you even human? Grasping a massive sandworm, Akainu tore it asunder, discarding the halves disdainfully. Yet, as the torn pieces hit the ground, they scattered into fragments only to coalesce anew, reconstituting the sandworm intact. Akainu, we concede your might, far surpassing all who have come before, but you will never be able to kill us. Surrender. Your only path forward lies in joining us, spoke a half-human, half-horse creature composed entirely of bones. Join you? To become like you, neither human nor beast? I would rather confront the trouble of annihilating you. Moreover, I do not believe that after obliterating your very existence, you could resurrect, unleash the lava colossus. With a mighty roar, fissures erupted across the surface of the red line, spewing forth streams of molten magma. The scorching lava rapidly coalesced around Akainu, gradually forming a colossal lava giant towering over 5,000 meters. As the lava giant loomed above, it cast its gaze down upon the prostrate 5 elders, its cavernous mouth opening slowly. What were your words? I cannot kill you. And now, divine hellfire spear. From the depths, endless magma surged into the giant's right hand, compressing and coalescing into a crimson spear spanning thousands of meters. The lava giant aimed the spear at the 5 elders, thrusting it down with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the magma spear plunged into the red line. The ground split beneath the impact, creating a vast chasm that cleaved the land in two. The 5 elders had already been reduced to ashes beneath the relentless onslaught of the lava giant, leaving no remnants behind. The current might displayed by Akainu has ascended to the pinnacle of the world, or rather, this has reached the ultimate limit of power that the maritime realm can endure. Clap, clap, clap. Truly deserving of the title of the most formidable naval commander in history. You are indeed the most powerful human I have ever encountered in my lifetime. Yet alas, mortals remain mere mortals, incapable of transcending their limitations. You shall never extinguish our existence. Though the holy land of Mariehua has been obliterated, one region remained unshaken throughout. The garden where the most enigmatic im resides, a figure shrouded in mystery among the celestial dragons. A slightly hoarse female voice, imbued with admiration, echoed through that garden. At long last, the unfathomable im revealed her true visage. A graceful silhouette emerged, a woman adorned in a resplendent black robe trimmed with gold. Trailed by the ashes of the Gorosei, Akainu felt a twinge of uncertainty. That was the most potent strike capable of cleaving the red line in two. To think that even after the Gorosei's physical forms were annihilated, they could resurrect elsewhere, intact. This transcended the capabilities of a devil fruit. Perhaps the Gorosei were not mere humans who consumed devil fruits, but rather, they might indeed be demons within the very fruits themselves. Only such an explanation could account for their ability to resurrect infinitely. Of course, another possibility existed. They might not belong to this planet at all, but rather be visitors from another world. Observing the incessant prattle of the woman before him and the self-satisfied Gorosei behind her, Akainu felt a surge of irritation. What he had just employed was merely the power of a devil fruit. Though he regretted that his earlier strike had not vanquished the Gorosei, erasing them now would suffice. Akainu resolved to summon divine power, for the strength he had just wielded had already reached the limits of the devil fruit in this world. If such power could not eliminate them, he would have to resort to the might of the divine, transcending worldly boundaries. A golden-red radiance erupted from within Akainu, and the eternal sun above blazed forth. A golden beam shot down from the sun, striking Akainu's chest in an instant. The solar divine power flowed ceaselessly from the golden ray into Akainu's being, coalescing into a force capable of both annihilating and creating all things in existence. Holy, inviolable orbs of light began to emanate around Akainu. As he savored the divine energy coursing through him, he closed his eyes in rapture. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to the trembling, prostrate Gorosei and Im and felt an unexpected sense of ennui. Raising his hand, he extended a finger radiating with divine light, and a beam of holy, annihilating energy swiftly swept across the Gorosei and Im on the ground. In silence, the Gorosei and Im dissolved into nothingness at the molecular level, erased by Akainu's will. The puppeteers of the world, the shadowy figure Im and the supreme decision-makers, the Gorosei, had been obliterated by Akainu. After eliminating the hidden hand of the world government, Akainu retracted his divine power, returning to his usual form, and swiftly made his way back to the Navy headquarters. In the year 1524 of the Sea Era, the Navy had completely conquered all islands in the maritime world. Under Akainu's oppressive rule, the environment for pirates had been eradicated. Just when Akainu believed that everything would progress favorably, he discovered that all his efforts seemed to amount to mere cycles. Although he had eradicated the celestial dragons and aided the impoverished populace in overthrowing tyrannical monarchs, it appeared as if this world was ensnared in a tragic cycle. Despite Akainu's suppression, human hearts remained fickle. The destitute populace transformed into brutal criminals, once again rallying under the banner of freedom, convinced that as the victors in overthrowing tyrants, they should assume the mantle of nobility to lead the masses. Thus, they began to ruthlessly exploit the populace, oppressing the laborers anew. Even with Akainu and the Navy's repeated assistance in aiding the lower classes to topple their oppressors, the next leaders invariably mirrored the brutality of their predecessors. The world seemed to be caught in a colossal cycle, where the dragon-slaying youth ultimately became the very dragon he sought to vanquish. As the Navy ascended to become the foremost authority in maintaining global order, divergent ideologies and voices began to emerge within its ranks. They even aspired to re-establish the system of nobility, seeking to become the new celestial dragons after overthrowing the old ones. Everything appeared to revert to its origin. The oppressed populace, unable to bear the weight of oppression and poverty, once again took to the seas, becoming the new pirates, plunging the world into chaos anew. heralding the resurgence of the great pirate era. Even Monkey D. Luffy, long imprisoned and impelled down, seemingly sensed the cries of the world's people, unexpectedly transforming into the sun god Nika. However, this time, their rebellion was not against the celestial dragons, but rather against the high-ranking Navy officials who had come to dominate the world. Outside the realm of the maritime world, Akainu, clad in his Navy uniform, gazed upon the planet sinking into chaos once more, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. Having eradicated the pirates who committed atrocities at sea and the celestial dragons who oppressed the world's populace, and having led them to overthrow their exploitative nobility, why had nothing improved? The once exploited had morphed into the current exploiters, and the previously innocent populace, after toppling the malevolent nobility, now engaged in rampant slaughter and humiliation of the kind-hearted and innocent nobility. Regardless of whether they were commoners or nobles, they appeared indistinguishable. Once freedom and power reached a certain threshold, they unleashed the darkness hidden within their hearts. Thus, what significance remained in overthrowing the world government and the nobility that exploited the populace? Observing the Navy's high-ranking officials poised to become the new world nobility and the populace igniting endless carnage across the globe, Akainu suddenly felt that everything had lost its meaning. Was I wrong? It is not wrong to overthrow the world nobility that oppresses the populace. Granting the people freedom and wealth is not a mistake. The error lies solely in the cyclical nature of this world and the darkness concealed within human hearts. Therefore, I am not in the wrong. The absolute justice I uphold is not erroneous. If the world is flawed, then there is no need for a flawed existence. Upon this realization, Akainu gazed upon the azure pirate world with a look of compassion, and then his eyes were replaced with determination. An infinite radiance erupted from Akainu, the divine light illuminating his form, and in that moment, he truly comprehended the essence of divinity. In the next instant, Akainu directed his hand towards the beautiful azure pirate planet, channeling an energy imbued with the sun's boundless luminosity, gathering it within the cosmos. Boom! Like the eruption of solar flares from the sun, an immeasurable force burst forth from Akainu's hand, instantaneously piercing through the entirety of the pirate planet. Chapter 112. Akainu annihilates the ninja realm. Thus, the once radiant pirate planet shattered silently amidst the starlit expanse, taking with it all life within its core. Having completed this act, Akainu's countenance bore neither joy nor sorrow, as if the destruction of the pirate planet were merely a casual gesture. Is this your choice? Truly, it epitomizes absolute justice. As Akainu resolved to obliterate the pirate world, Zhou Hong had silently appeared beside him. My unwavering justice cannot save the world, so it must be destroyed. In this way, no indelible evil shall remain. Excellent. Truly worthy of my esteem. Your decision brings me great solace. However, our agreement must endure, since you have harnessed my divine essence. From this moment forth, you shall become a deity under my dominion. Now let us depart. I shall guide you to another realm to witness the birth of the next divine being. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Hong led Akainu through the cosmos, traversing countless star systems until they reached the outskirts of the ninja world. Do you see the planet below? This is the second world you are about to inhabit. Go forth and spread your justice across this realm. Zhou Hong gestured towards the ninja world. Yes, my lord. Akainu responded without hesitation, immediately merging with the sunlight as he descended through the atmosphere into the world of the Hokage. Upon his arrival in the ninja world, nearly a decade had passed since Zhou Hong's departure, and the Fourth Great Ninja War was in full swing. Although the development of the ninja world bore resemblance to the original storyline, significant changes were evident. For instance, Naruto Uzumaki had defected from Konoha, joining the Akatsuki, and through his formidable strength, he had ascended to become the organization's most powerful member. Even with Nagato exerting his full capabilities, he remained unable to defeat Naruto, who wielded the chakra of the Nine Tails and possessed Sage Mode, if their objectives had not aligned. And if Naruto had not needed to divert the attention of the strong from the ninja villages, he would have eliminated everyone in the Akatsuki and pursued his own path. The Fourth Great Ninja War was ignited entirely by Naruto Uzumaki. His goal was to utilize the Ten Tails to enact the infinite Tsukuyomi, seeking to resurrect his parents within that dream world. Meanwhile, the shadows lurking beneath Konoha were unveiled following Naruto's defection. The fall of the first and second Hokage's families left only Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan, while the Uchiha clan faced annihilation, leaving only Sasuke Uchiha alive. Kakashi Hitaki's father had sacrificed himself to save his comrades, ultimately succumbing to the village's scorn and taking his own life. These events plunged Konoha into prolonged chaos and internal strife, resulting in Tsunade leading a defeated Kakashi, Sasuke, and others in defection. Fortunately, the presence of numerous ancient clans prevented other ninja villages from exploiting their weakness. Akainu's arrival was amidst a battlefield surrounding a village that had already been decimated by a ninja army, leaving nearly 1,000 villagers slaughtered. As he surveyed the carnage, anger surged within him. The scene before him evoked memories of his own village being ravaged by pirate marauders. The corpses strewn across the ground and the flames consuming the dilapidated houses rekindled the pain of losing his loved ones to pirate brutality. Despite the passage of time and his newfound divine powers, the sight of burning corpses rendered Akainu's legs weak. With a grim expression, he remained silent, choosing not to tend to the fallen, but instead walked deliberately along the muddy path, seeking to understand this world through his own steps. As he journeyed, Akainu resembled a traveler passing through a world, refraining from interfering in its affairs, merely observing the unfolding tragedies. He witnessed powerful ninja mercilessly bullying defenseless civilians, as well as the cruelty and treachery amongst ordinary people. He even saw 6- or 7-year-old children wielding daggers, executing enemies without hesitation or compassion, and adult ninjas unflinchingly severing the heads of child ninjas. Akainu felt bewildered. What manner of world and warfare could compel the elite and the powerful to send children under 10 in a battle? In that moment, he perceived a striking similarity between the ruling forces of this world and the celestial dragons of his own pirate world. Perhaps they lacked the celestial dragon's blatant impunity and absence of empathy. Yet from Akainu's perspective, those who could consign children to their deaths on the battlefield were equally the root of all evil. On that day, as Akainu traversed a devastated village, he resembled an unsuspecting traveler seeking refuge from the drizzling rain in a decrepit house. In the dead of night, while contemplating with closed eyes, a glint of cold steel flashed as a child of about 7, bearing the insignia of a ninja, approached. Upon seeing Akainu resting, a cruel glimmer crossed the child's eyes. With no mercy, the child plunged a dagger toward Akainu's throat. Clang! The harsh sound of metal scraping against metal echoed throughout the dilapidated dwelling. The child, astonished to find their dagger had not even grazed Akainu's skin, contemplated retreat. However, a massive hand seized the child's head. Crack! Crack! Boom! The force of Akainu's grip crushed the child's skull, exploding it like a fallen watermelon. Crimson and white fluids burst forth under immense pressure, splattering the decrepit house. Fortunately, Akainu had preemptively utilized his powers to contain the viscous liquid outside his body. Gazing at the headless corpse of the child, a complex expression filled Akainu's eyes. After a deep sigh, he resumed his journey. A month later, the fourth great ninja war reached its climactic battle, with dense ranks of ninja armies clashing against the Akatsuki's clone forces. Akainu stood not far from the center of the fray, observing intently. This world bears an uncanny resemblance to my own pirate world. Ineffectual leaders, shadowy populace, and bloodthirsty ninjas. Most ludicrously, the so-called ninjas share nearly identical bloodline origins. This so-called war is merely an internal conflict among clans. It's truly absurd. Whether my pirate world or this ninja world, the human heart remains eternally dark. Evil can never be eradicated. Is there truly no realm of absolute peace? The world ought not to be this way. The common folk should not be subjected to the whims of the powerful. The weak deserve protection. The strong should be held accountable. As Akainu murmured these thoughts, divine radiance once again enveloped him, and his exploration of humanity led to a further elevation of his essence. The divine within him overpowered his humanity. When the divine fully consumed Akainu, he perceived all beings as equals. The hierarchies and orders of humanity ceased to exist in his eyes. Noble status and formidable power no longer constituted a disparity. The divine loves humanity, but the divine cherishes all beings and the world even more. Perhaps only when humanity vanishes will the world return to peace, devoid of notions of justice and evil. Upon grasping this sentiment, the ongoing conflict in the ninja world no longer captured Akainu's attention. He turned, radiating boundless divine light, soaring toward the blazing sun beyond the stars, traversing millions of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Once more, he felt enveloped by warmth, compassion, destruction, and creation, absorbing the incessant energy and the light that equally graced the world. With both hands directed toward the ninja world, Akainu silently unleashed the power of the sun to dissolve all in its path. In the realm of ninjas, all humans exposed to the sun's rays are obliterated by the searing power of the blazing sun. The once bustling planet, filled with smoke and ceaseless quarrels, has suddenly descended into silence, as if it had returned to an ancient era millions of years ago. In the absence of human existence and intervention, perhaps the creatures of this planet would thrive with even more vitality, devoid of the resource conflicts that plague so-called intelligent beings. Chapter 113. Speculation of the celestial spirit. After vanquishing all humans in the ninja world, the divine radiance surrounding Akainu reached its zenith. While the light of his humanity gradually faded, should the divine brilliance consume him entirely, Akainu would become the sun god of the universe, merging into the cosmic order and forsaking his self-awareness. During this transformation, Akainu's form began to fade, becoming increasingly transparent until he transformed into particles of light. This process is known in the realm of orthodox cultivation as the path to divinity. This is my subordinate. I cannot allow you to convert him into the cosmic order. Awaken. Just as Akainu was on the verge of losing his human essence and merging into the divine forces of the universe, Zhou Hong intervened, halting the process of his ethereal transformation. Zhou Hong could not permit the cosmic will to transform his valuable subordinate. If Akainu were to become part of the cosmic order, he would forever be unable to leave this universe. As the process was disrupted, Akainu regained consciousness. Upon sensing the abnormality within himself, he hastily distanced himself from the blazing sun, filled with dread at what had just transpired. Thank you, Lord God. Otherwise, I would have completely lost myself. No need for thanks. After all, you are my subordinate, and I shall not allow any other existence to transform you. Zhou Hong waved his hand dismissively, feeling somewhat jaded. To the universe, this multiverse appears to hold infinite possibilities, yet Zhou Hong found it rather monotonous. Despite the myriad transformations of characters and the astonishing anomalies of events, the underlying narrative remained singular. The growth and fates of individuals in the cosmos are eternally fixed. Their experiences and outcomes are almost indistinguishable. Characters may change, circumstances may evolve, and the world may constantly shift, but the ultimate conclusion is invariably the same. This realization left Zhou Hong feeling disenchanted. After the initial curiosity and wonder of new experiences, the perpetual sameness of the endings extinguished his interest. At this moment, he understood it was time for him to depart. Cultivators often linger for the thrill of novelty or pause to admire beautiful vistas, but once the flutter of their heart subsides, they must embark on the path to higher realms. Akainu, we must leave. This world holds no more of what I seek. It is time for us to journey towards new horizons. Yes, Lord God. Upon hearing of their departure from the world, Akainu felt a surge of curiosity. Having found disappointment in two worlds, he grew more intrigued by the prospect of traversing other realms. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Hong halted the flow of time and space in Akainu's vicinity, drawing him into the newly created pocket dimension. He then transformed into a streak of light, piercing through layers of the cosmos. In the void of space, a colossal and immeasurable divine being radiated supreme, sacred light, surrounded by an infinite multiverse. Countless tendrils of holy brilliance extended from the divine being into the boundless multiverse, continuously absorbing energy and conceptual rules from it. Deep within the multiverse, in an inconspicuous singular universe, a minuscule light broke through the barriers of the cosmos, instantaneously merging with the divine being's brow. As the small light entered the divine entity, the once closed eyes of the majestic being, who had been absorbing energy, opened to reveal their radiant sanctity. This magnificent being was none other than Zhou Hong's true form. Previously, during his reformation, he had channeled all cosmic material energy to strengthen his body, resulting in a severe deficiency of material energy in the newly established cosmic continent. Upon discovering this multiverse, he could not let the opportunity pass. Born in the void, he dispatched his celestial spirit to traverse the universe, while his true form absorbed the material energy of the multiverse. With the continuous influx of energy from the multiverse into his cosmic continent, the previously tens of thousands of light years of cosmic expanse expanded far beyond the limits of a singular universe. Even the vast single universes from the previous Marvel multiverse could not compare to the scale of Zhou Hong's singular universe within him. Logically, Zhou Hong, merely a celestial spirit, should correspond to his singular universe-level strength. Yet, for reasons unknown, the status of the celestial spirit he cultivated was immensely exalted, as if he perceived both singular and multiversal realms to exist on the same plane of hierarchy. It seemed that the singular universe of the celestial spirit represented the foundational force of the world, while the realms beneath it held no power. And the multiverse represented a continuum from one to infinite. Despite the vast disparity in world power, the essence remained unchanged, still a mere accumulation of power. It is crucial to understand that each breakthrough in the realms prior to the celestial spirit was a qualitative transformation. The Qi refinement stage marked the gradual ascent from the mundane to the extraordinary, while the foundation establishment stage involved utilizing the core of higher beings to transition the level of existence. Breaking through the golden core stage to the celestial spirit represented the merging of one's existence with the external universe, birthing a higher essence of life, akin to the universe itself. Each prior breakthrough signified a transformation in the level of existence. Yet the transition from celestial spirit to the heavenly immortal appeared merely as an accumulation of energy quantity, whether a single or an infinite number of times. Even with the seemingly boundless gulf between them, the qualitative status and essence of existence remained unchanged. Have I been mistaken in my previous understanding of the realm divisions? Where precisely lies the distinction between the earthly immortals and the heavenly immortals? Between heaven and earth? What separates them? Moreover, my inner universe has evidently surpassed the limits of a singular universe. Why do I now perceive that as long as sufficient energy persists, it could continue to grow infinitely? Is my universe truly just a singular one? Perplexed, Zhou Hong's eyes brimmed with confusion. Yet, the thought that a singular universe could dominate a multiverse gradually alleviated his bewilderment. Now, realizing he need not dwell on the unfathomable, he understood the pressing matter at hand was to absorb the material energy of the multiverse. Once the limits of his inner cosmic continent were reached, all questions would resolve themselves naturally. With the return of his celestial spirit, Zhou Hong's true form surged with strength, and the number of tendrils extending from his radiant being increased exponentially, enhancing the speed of absorption. Zhou Hong now recognized that this dilapidated multiverse teetered on the brink of collapse, as if its creator, the architect of the multiverse, had departed or perished. Otherwise, Zhou Hong's ability to absorb the material energy from the multiverse should have long drawn the attention of the multiversal sovereign. The absence of any intervention suggests that the sovereign has indeed fallen. Chapter 114. Anomalies and celestial beings having confirmed that the multiverse before him was devoid of a master, Zhou Hong felt increasingly at ease absorbing its material energy. The days of uninterrupted energy absorption are truly delightful. Unlike the omnipotent universe of Marvel, which merely consists of over 100 universes, as if it were necessary for the will of the omnipotent universe to intervene against a mere individual like me. Time stretched on, and Zhou Hong spent a millennium extracting every last essence from this desolate multiverse. Adhering to his principle of waste not, want not, he also absorbed the decayed remnants of the universe into his own internal cosmos, for even an empty shell constitutes a part of the universe's essence. As the entirety of the multiverse was drained, the golden elixir universe within Zhou Hong expanded to its utmost limit. This limitless expansion allowed Zhou Hong, as the progenitor of the golden elixir universe, to discern that it had grown beyond the bounds of description. In comparison, while a single universe within the Marvel Omnipotent Universe is known to span over 10 trillion light-years and continues to expand infinitely, such a colossal universe would merely be akin to a meteorite in his golden elixir universe. Moreover, Zhou Hong's golden elixir universe is a terrestrial realm akin to a round sky and square earth, with the landmass occupying 60% of the universe's space. To conceive of such a vast and immeasurable terrestrial world One can only imagine the robustness of the structure and rules within his golden elixir universe. In simpler terms, even a single weed growing on the continent of his golden elixir universe could serve as a miraculous herb within a Marvel universe, capable of reviving the dead. Zhou Hong now felt that, although he remained at the level of a heavenly being, he possessed combat prowess that could be deemed at least of a higher multiversal caliber within the Marvel universe. Of course, he could not claim to reach the level of infinite multiverses, as, in Zhou Hong's understanding, infinite multiverses signify absolute infinity, a strength that could almost contend with the supreme, omnipotent deity. The multiverse is a finite collection, while the infinite multiverse represents absolute infinity. The omnipotent universe is merely a conglomerate of infinite multiversal realms. Thus, it can be said that Zhou Hong himself had become a representation of the multiverse, his status now akin to that of a powerful entity within the Marvel universe. As long as he refrained from provoking external and omnipotent forces, he could gradually cultivate himself into a being of infinite multiversal strength. After fully absorbing the present Japanese anime multiverse, Zhou Hong embarked once more on a journey through the void. In the realm of emptiness, a perpetual whiteness enveloped him. Not even ordinary deities could endure the madness that ensued from prolonged exposure to such desolation. Zhou Hong was no exception. Despite occasionally capturing and tormenting chaotic entities from the void for relief, he could hardly withstand the timeless and existence-less journey. Bored and restless, Zhou Hong began to tinker with various peculiar items extracted from the anime multiverse, including 6,000 devil fruits from the world of pirates. After a brief analysis of their composition, he set about creating his own devil fruits, which transcended the limitations of surface-level attributes. Given that Zhou Hong's own existence surpassed the cosmic level, even the weakest creations he produced became profoundly mysterious and powerful due to their intrinsic nature. A seemingly ordinary boar-shaped devil fruit, once transformed by Zhou Hong, could achieve a size comparable to that of the Milky Way upon awakening. It is safe to say that these 6,000 modified, divine-crafted devil fruits could empower any mortal into a formidable deity within the cosmos. Once he completed the transformation of the devil fruits, Zhou Hong still found himself feeling bored and suddenly had a brilliant idea. He decided to encapsulate the chaotic entities he had captured from the void into 7 of the devil fruits through sealing and refining. These refined, chaotic beings, each one a malevolent entity that fed upon the cosmos, would risk reverting to mindless chaos if their willpower proved insufficient to withstand the corruptive influence of the chaotic essence. Zhou Hong intended to locate a new universe to send these devil fruits into, eager to see if anyone could withstand the taint of the chaotic power. However, while countless universes existed in the void, including numerous omnipotent realms, searching for a specific universe in the vast emptiness felt akin to fishing for a needle in an ocean. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed in the void, the concept of time had become hazy for Zhou Hong. Perhaps he spent merely a second in the void while millennia passed in the universe. Or he may have lingered for an eternity in the void while only a moment transpired in the cosmos. In this endless, vast emptiness, the only companions for Zhou Hong were a divine-hued, spicy snake and a plump, endearingly foolish octopus. One day, Zhou Hong was gripping the luminous, spicy snake as it squirmed in protest, while the portly octopus on his shoulder observed the writhing snake with a look of mocking challenge. This had become Zhou Hong's daily amusement in the void, finding joy in the antics between the spicy snake and the silly octopus. Noticing the spicy snake's indignant expression, Zhou Hong seized the opportunity to place both creatures together. The impatient spicy snake lunged at the octopus's tentacles with fervor. Roar! The silly octopus quickly ensnared the spicy snake with its other appendages, while the snake, despite being constricted, refused to relent, using its slender tail to strike vigorously at the octopus's head. Pop! Pop! Though the silly octopus lacked offensive power, its formidable defense rendered the snake's tail strikes akin to gently tapping jelly with a stick. As Zhou Hong reveled in the spectacle of their playful skirmish, he suddenly sensed an unusual stir within his soul, akin to the connection between his avatar and true self, yet separated by an ineffable barrier. It felt as if he were gazing into a mirror, where the reflection possessed its own consciousness. Upon realizing this anomaly, Zhou Hong's golden elixir universe emitted violent waves. And outside of this universe, a remarkably transparent cosmic silhouette began to take shape. As he beheld this transparent cosmic apparition, a flurry of thoughts cascaded through Zhou Hong's mind, illuminating his intellect with countless flashes of insight, each representing a fleeting conjecture. The luminous ideas collided and fused chaotically in his mind, and in a moment of clarity, Zhou Hong seized upon a thread of profound understanding. I understand now. Celestial beings. The nine heavens celestial realm is not contingent upon the quantity of universes within. It is the parallel worlds that the golden elixir universe itself evolves. The Tao begets one, one begets three beget all things return to the Tao. Why should I equate the cultivation system with the levels of the Western worldview? The two are fundamentally unrelated. Chapter 115. The Self and the Other. Zhou Hong has attained understanding. The path of the celestial immortal is not a journey through a multiverse or an infinite multiverse. Rather, it is the connection of the true self with the myriad selves across the heavens. To become a celestial immortal of the ninth heaven, one must sense the other self amidst the vastness of the heavens, subsequently seizing everything from that self and transforming it into a parallel within the golden elixir universe. The celestial immortals of the ninth heaven no longer concern themselves with the mastery of countless universes or the control of numerous conceptual rules. Even if Zhou Hong were to absorb endless cosmic energy and conceptual rules, he would still be unable to touch the realm of the ninth heaven celestial immortal. To ascend to the ninth heaven celestial immortal, one must pursue both the external and internal paths simultaneously to shatter the barriers of life's levels and origins. The external path connects with the myriad selves across the heavens, seizing everything from them and transmuting it into the internal path, thereby creating a parallel world within the golden elixir universe. For cultivators traverse a singular path. There exists no divergence of timelines born from mere thoughts and conjectures. The essence of their journey is uniquely singular. Since one cannot transform into countless parallel timelines, let the golden elixir universe bear the responsibility of innumerable parallel worlds, thus maintaining one's uniqueness while harnessing the power of infinite parallel realms. What Zhou Hong perceives as unusual is that the original fate of his other selves in alternate worlds has been altered. This is due to an outsider interfering with the original fate of the other selves. And since the fate of the true self and the other selves emerges from the same source, this disturbance has caused fluctuations in fate that alert Zhou Hong to the anomaly. So that's it. I truly ought to express my gratitude to the outsider who altered my fate. Without their interference, I would have remained oblivious to the key to breaking through to the ninth heaven celestial immortal for an indeterminate time. Fear not, outsider. I shall deliver a grand token of appreciation for the breakthrough opportunity you have provided. Hith. Zhou Hong quickly followed the direction of the fluctuations in fate. Though the fluctuations were fleeting, they allowed him to swiftly seize the opportunity, as long as he could connect with the fate of the other self. No matter how one might conceal or obliterate it, the link between the true self and the other self could not be severed. I found it. Hith. A new world, outsider, and a chance to transcend to celestial immortality. Here I come. Retrieving the spicy snack serpent and the adorably foolish octopus back into the golden elixir universe, Zhou Hong immediately soared toward the direction of the fate's fluctuations, moving with such speed that he tore through the void along the way. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It could have been an instant or a century. Eventually, Zhou Hong arrived at the location of the fate's fluctuations, his gaze alighting upon an expanse of nearly infinite multiverses, his eyes shimmering with delight. The multiverse before him formed a colossal, omnipotent cosmic entity, above which loomed an immense singular universe. The aura and essence emanating from those multiverses and that singular universe were evidently of the same origin. It was merely that the special universe had shattered, resulting in fragments that ultimately coalesced into the boundless multiverse below. Moreover, Zhou Hong sensed a familiar feeling within this multiverse, as if he had traversed this realm before. But now, Zhou Hong could afford no distractions. He was solely focused on swiftly locating his other self, seizing everything from them, and embarking upon the endless path to the ninth heaven, celestial immortal. Just as Zhou Hong intended to step into the cosmos, the special universe above seemed to awaken, morphing into an immense hand that barred him from entering the multiverse. A unique consciousness then permeated Zhou Hong's mind. Outsider, depart from here. My world does not welcome your presence. Sensing the overwhelming power radiating from the special universe, Zhou Hong dared not act recklessly. Who are you? Why do you obstruct my entry? I am the first firmament. All worlds and universes are but manifestations of my being. I shall not allow any outsiders to enter my cosmos. Depart immediately, or I shall be compelled to remove you by force. Recognizing the formidable presence and life level of the unique universe before him, Zhou Hong conceded, retreating to avoid conflict. Very well. I shall take my leave and refrain from disturbing you. Zhou Hong was unwilling to engage in conflict over trivial matters. After all, he possessed myriad ways to subtly infiltrate the realm. Moreover, upon witnessing the boundless multiverse, Zhou Hong had already envisioned it as his own cosmos. To provoke conflict with the first firmament and spark a battle would only result in the loss of resources essential for his future. Though Zhou Hong had to withdraw, he seized the opportunity to discreetly send a small box into the universe of his other self while the first firmament's attention was diverted. Within the box, Zhou Hong had carefully stored a small piece of flesh from the Blood Lord of the Red Earth, created in the omnipotent universe of the Marvel realm. As it originated from the Marvel universe, it inherently carried its essence, effectively masking any traces that would not belong to the Marvel cosmos. Having completed this covert task, Zhou Hong prepared for the descent of his consciousness. The descent of consciousness entailed forcibly overlaying the concepts of his other self through the connection between their minds, a method that rendered it undetectable to any existence. Of course, this approach had its drawbacks. He could not bring any power or items along, akin to starting anew with only memories. Fortunately, Zhou Hong had previously surreptitiously deposited the items he required into the universe of his other self. Otherwise, beginning anew would have taken an unfathomable amount of time. However, Zhou Hong had no other options left. His power had reached its limit within the realm of the primordial spirit celestial being, and the only means to grow stronger lay in obtaining special artifacts and treasures. Having distanced himself from the multiverse, Zhou Hong swiftly condensed his vast and imposing divine form, ultimately transforming into a minuscule photon that merged into the void. His consciousness then followed the threads of fate to locate his other self, gradually descending his self-awareness and memories upon them. In the Marvel Universe 101, a remarkably handsome and strikingly charismatic individual with yellow skin observed a group of white-skinned individuals with red necks mercilessly assaulting a young man of Asian descent from a relatively concealed corner. The striking figure felt a sense of satisfaction, as though a great vendetta had been avenged. System, are you certain he is the counterpart of that being? How could someone so powerful in the previous universe possess no abilities in this one, at most being merely knowledgeable? Beep. Yes, host. He is indeed the counterpart of that being. Please do not waste time on such trivial matters. Kindly activate the martial arts dojo swiftly. Your escape from the previous universe has depleted all your rewards and points. You now owe the system 300 million points. Please activate the dojo template to earn points quickly. The unparalleled handsome man could only smile bitterly upon hearing the system's words. In the previous universe, the shadowy hand behind the scenes had obliterated the entire cosmos. Had it not been for his formidable system, he too might have vanished alongside that universe. Even though the system aided him in escaping the impending doom, it reclaimed all the rewards and points he had previously accumulated, leaving him in debt to the system for 300 million points. Reflecting on this, the extraordinary handsome man, Yi Hao, cast a resentful glance at the young man sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. That entity is currently beyond my reach. For now, I shall vent my frustrations on you, my counterpart. One day, I shall ensure that the mastermind behind the destruction of the universe faces a reckoning, flaying his skin and burning his soul in the fires of hell for millennia to quell my rage. Chapter 116, Cackle, Cackle, Cackle. After Yi Hao departed, the group of pale-skinned, red-necked individuals, upon noticing their employer's absence, exchanged curses and kicked the motionless youth on the ground before preparing to leave the scene. Unbeknownst to them, as they turned, the young man lying on the ground, Xia Yi, subtly moved his fingers and gradually opened his eyes. Rubbing his throbbing temples, the young man slowly rose, his eyes glimmering with surprise and mockery. Oh dear, To encounter such a situation upon my arrival is quite a headache. Hey, you there, pale-skinned fellow. Were you the ones who just attacked me? Though his words were framed as a question, they carried an undeniable certainty. The departing pale-skinned individuals, startled by the voice behind them, turned to see the bloodied young man sporting a manic grin. That deranged and frenzied smile unnerved the very individuals who had just ganged up on him. Yet their anger flared at the thought of being intimidated by a mere yellow-skinned monkey. Damn monkey, would it not be better to lie still? You shall not escape us so easily. This time, we will ensure you are left utterly incapacitated. The leader of the pale-skinned group spoke with ire, snatching a baseball bat from his companion and striding towards Zhou Hong. As he raised the bat high, aimed at Zhou Hong's head, he felt a mix of trepidation and fury at the latter's maniacal grin. Bang! The swiftly approaching bat was seized by Zhou Hong. Despite the pale youth's desperate attempts to wrench it free, remained unyielding. With a swift motion, the young man pierced the pale youth's chest, forcefully hurling him to the ground. The sudden, excruciating pain in his chest left the pale youth bewildered. Glancing down, he saw a gaping, bloody hole, through which the crimson liquid flowed. Before he could utter another word, the encroaching darkness overwhelmed him, and with a thud, he collapsed lifelessly. The companions of the fallen youth, witnessing his sudden demise, were momentarily paralyzed by fear, a chill coursing through their veins. Damn it, you killed John. I will send you to hell to join him. The American youth, despite the gravity of the situation, summoned the courage to threaten Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong gazed at the approaching pale youths with a smile, akin to a spectator admiring a pack of ravenous dogs. With a slight retreat of his foot, he evaded one of the pale youth's swings, then, with fingers curled like claws, executed a lethal strike that shattered the heart of another. Observing the remaining 5 pale-skinned individuals, Zhou Hong offered a courteous smile before swiftly appearing behind one, delivering another fatal blow. Ah, God, save me. Ma, I want to go home. Half a minute later, Zhou Hong, bloodied yet content, licked his lips and sauntered out of the dark alley. One must admit, while these individuals may be scum, they still provide a modicum of energy. I never anticipated such warmth from these people upon my arrival in this world. They have bestowed upon me a rather grand gift. Truly, America is as passionate as they say. Once Zhou Hong departed, the alley returned to its previous silence. Half an hour later, 2 young men stumbled through the alley, oblivious to the ground beneath them until they inadvertently kicked something and fell. As they cursed, the dim light revealed the lifeless body on the ground. X2, a chorus of terrified screams pierced the stillness of the alley. Half an hour later, complete pandemonium. The blaring sirens echoed throughout the vicinity. Sheriff George surveyed the 7 corpses with a furrowed brow, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Nearby, a young forensic pathologist, her face twisted into a disturbing grin, remarked, "Oh my God, these individuals' chests have been shattered by some creature. I would love to meet that extraordinary murderer. I wonder what kind of physical structure allows one to crush a heart through the sternum." As she spoke, the eccentric pathologist licked her lips, clearly intrigued by the killer. Sheriff George, accustomed to her peculiar interests, noted that she only seemed to care about the most bizarre of murder cases. "George, do you think the killer consumed their hearts?" "It's possible. Look, there is some heart tissue residue here, which, based on my expertise, seems to have been bitten off." George understood that the forensic pathologist was the most skilled in New York, and her insights were often reliable. "Are you certain the residue on the ground is from teeth? If that is the case, New York may very well have a cannibalistic Hannibal on our hands." The forensic pathologist became even more animated at his assertion, as she relished investigating unusual cases. "Oh my God, do you think this cannibal is as cultured and polite as Hannibal from the television series? Just the thought excites me. I yearn for a close encounter with this cannibal." Sheriff George shivered at her words and thoughts. "All right, let us expedite the cleanup and preserve all evidence. Then we'll wrap up." George, bewildered by the pathologist's interests, was more focused on apprehending the true culprit. On the other side, Zhou Hong deliberately chose secluded paths devoid of surveillance cameras to return to his rented accommodation in America. After shedding his blood-stained clothing and washing himself, he donned a fresh set of casual attire and attentively absorbed the memories of his original self. After all, being new to this world necessitated an understanding of its intricacies to adeptly respond to various circumstances. Chapter 117. frenzied, training through the reception of the original self's memories. Zhou Hong finally gained a preliminary understanding of the relationship between this world and his predecessor. The original self was a citizen of the Xia kingdom, sharing the same name, Zhou Hong, and he was an orphan. Through sheer determination and academic talent, he gained admission to a prestigious university in Xia. Subsequently, he caught the attention of a domestic professor who secured him an opportunity to study abroad in America. Upon arriving in America, Zhou Hong discovered that not all foreign universities surpassed those in Xia. After 3 years of exchange study, he found a reality far removed from his imagined scholarly utopia. During his years in America, he observed that most students from Xia, who had the privilege to study abroad, were more inclined towards leisure and revelry rather than diligent study. As an orphan, the original self was acutely aware of his circumstances. The opportunity to exchange was hard-won. Thus, he seldom socialized, spending his days either in the classroom or quietly poring over materials in the library. This reticence led to his isolation from peers, but Zhou Hong remained unfazed. In his eyes, the only way to honor the expectations of his professors and the younger siblings in the orphanage was through diligent study. Today, he was unexpectedly accosted by a group of ruffians. Not wishing to provoke trouble, he surrendered his belongings, only to be met with further violence despite their acquisition of his money. With the memories now fully integrated, Zhou Hong understood that these thugs were merely pawns, placed there by someone seeking to instigate trouble for him. Although Zhou Hong was unaware of who orchestrated this predicament, he harbored no ill will. Instead, he felt gratitude. After all, without this interference, the original self's fate might not have diverged, thus granting him the chance to transcend to a higher realm. He resolved to express his thanks to his adversary, perhaps by offering small gifts or even a meeting with the omniscient deity. The original self's solitary life and interactions allowed Zhou Hong to remain inconspicuous, as the original was merely a quiet bookworm consumed by his studies, who would pay heed to a studious recluse. Therefore, Zhou Hong determined that as long as he maintained his distance from social engagements, he could evade scrutiny. His plan was to cultivate strength quietly, navigating the early days with caution and stability. Concerns about those capable of perceiving future timelines were dismissed, whether present or future. Should anyone dare confront Zhou Hong, he would not hesitate to retaliate fiercely. Only entities of immense power, such as embodiments of eternity or death, would pose a significant challenge. Against lesser beings, the outcome would be the same. Had it not been for the necessity to fulfill the original self's desires to fully inhabit his being, Zhou Hong would have unleashed chaos upon his arrival in this world. The original self's aspirations were neither to return home after completing his studies nor to amass great wealth, but rather to protect and assist the younger orphans in his care. The original self was not an ordinary individual, but rather a mutant endowed with a peculiar ability to accelerate the consumption of brain cells, thus enhancing his learning capacity. The orphanage he resided in was equally extraordinary, housing many mutants abandoned by their biological parents. Since his earliest memories, he had witnessed numerous older orphans vanish periodically. Although the director claimed they were adopted, each had assured him they would return after settling into their new homes. Yet, 2 decades had passed since he began to remember, and he had never seen any of the missing orphans return. Perhaps due to his unique abilities, even detection devices failed to uncover his mutation. Or perhaps his capabilities manifested merely as an exceptional intellect. This allowed him to thrive within the orphanage and ultimately gain admission to a prestigious university. Zhou Hong's yearning to protect his younger siblings stemmed from their shared experience of abandonment. Each of them, acutely aware of their circumstances, sought solace in their bonds with one another. "Rest assured, I shall protect the younger orphans," Zhou Hong whispered softly to the lingering spirit within him. At his words, his body trembled involuntarily, and the stubborn spirit gradually dissipated into transparency. Once the spirit had completely vanished, a silvery light emerged from the space it had occupied. In that moment, an overwhelming desire traversed the vastness of the cosmos, reaching Zhou Hong's consciousness. This essence embodies the fundamental existence of the original self. Merging it with my own will catalyze a transformation in my life essence. Alas, this fusion can only be achieved by fulfilling the original self's wishes. This tantalizing sensation is frustrating. I must enhance my strength swiftly to realize these desires, at which point this essence will willingly merge with me. How delightful it is to know that I am no longer the cautious weakling I once was. It is time for the world to witness the true nature of a demon cultivator. That evening, Zhou Hong donned a simple disguise, utilizing a modicum of energy to elevate his height to 2 meters, and with a few adjustments to his facial features, transformed into a towering Caucasian man. He then commandeered a borrowed mountain bike and ventured along secluded paths, exiting New York City. In Samtown, a small community of merely 2,000 inhabitants, the proximity to New York City, less than 100 kilometers, attracted many adventurous youth seeking thrills amidst the nearby wilderness. The town's economy largely thrived on these thrill seekers, who were typically well off and willing to spend generously on lodging and sustenance. As the holiday season drew near, a lively group of energetic youths flocked to Samtown in search of excitement, prompting the town to host a grand party in their honor. Zhou Hong, the son of a notorious gangster from New York, was well liked among the girls for his striking physique and charm. Today marked a class forest adventure organized by Sam, the son of a financial mogul, and everyone in the class attended, including the thrill-seeking Zhou Hong. Upon arriving in Samtown, they were warmly welcomed by the locals, culminating in a grand bonfire feast. Zhou Hong, known for his impressive drinking capabilities, was invited to dance and drink by several lovely young ladies, who even shared their room numbers with him. After being inundated with drinks by the girls, Zhou Hong felt a pressing need to relieve himself and slipped away into a nearby grove. As a wave of exhilaration washed over him, Zhou Hong sensed that tonight would unfold into an extraordinarily delightful evening. How splendid! Should I seek out Ailey or Lita tonight? Though there are others, they do not quite captivate me as they do. Ailey and Lita possess far more enticing figures. Perhaps it would be best to indulge in the company of all three. Having relieved himself, Zhou Hong, invigorated, fastened his trousers and hummed a delightful tune as he made his way back to the bonfire festivities. Suddenly, a piercing pain like a violent tearing surged through his chest. Chapter 118. The bustling town, feeling the sudden agony in his chest, Zhou Hong instinctively yearned to scream, but a robust hand swiftly covered his mouth. Crack! A bone-crunching sound echoed through the dim woods, savoring the metallic scent of blood. The burly figure of Zhou Hong was filled with a ravenous thirst. Brother, you smell delectable. Moments later, Zhou Hong emerged from the shadowy thicket, leaving behind a lifeless shell marked by sheer terror. Gazing at the brightly lit, jovial Samtown, Zhou Hong's malevolent eyes seemed to pierce through the veils, envisioning the crimson essence of the town's inhabitants. Ah, time is of the essence, and the task is daunting. I do not wish to resort to such measures, but alas, to expedite my ascension to the celestial realm, I must make sacrifices. However, consider it an honor to serve as a conduit to the infinite heavens. You shall become part of me, and I shall lead you to eternal realms. With a sinister chuckle, Zhou Hong infiltrated Samtown, transforming the living beings surrounding it into resources for his cultivation, those solitary thrill-seekers in the woods and outskirts of the town. In just a brief hunt at the town's periphery, Zhou Hong successfully broke through to the first stage of chi refinement. With his enhanced prowess, his hunting speed accelerated remarkably. After effortlessly dispatching the isolated individuals at the town's outskirts, Zhou Hong commenced his methodical infiltration, striking house after house. The townsfolk and the adventurous youths remained blissfully unaware of the mounting disappearances, continuing to revel around the grand bonfire, intoxicated and completely relaxed. The interactions between men and women grew increasingly passionate, with embraces and affectionate gestures becoming the norm. While they exuberantly released their uncontainable youthful energy, Zhou Hong had already hunted down the majority of the residents who remained at home, achieving the pinnacle of the first stage. By 11 o'clock, nearly half of the town's homes still awaited his attention. Concerned that the revelers might notice the oddities after the festivities, he resolved to act swiftly against those still enjoying the celebration. Venturing directly into the throng would surely prove futile. Thus, Zhou Hong opted to navigate the periphery, targeting those who wandered in a blissful haze. A middle-aged man named John, who had just been basking in the company of a young maiden, lingered at the bonfire's edge, reminiscing about her beauty while boasting to a neighbor about his recent exploits. Hanko, you cannot imagine how stunning that girl named Mei La is. Her flawless skin and voluptuous figure are utterly irresistible. John continued to prattle on, oblivious to the fact that his neighbor had been dragged into the woods by a formidable hand. When John eventually noticed his neighbor's absence, he assumed Han had simply departed early, as men of their age often felt fatigued after the exuberance of youth and retired to rest. Just as John contemplated seeking another young lady for a conversation about dreams and aspirations, a strong hand clamped over his mouth. Sensing suffocation, John struggled desperately, but a gentle pressure on his neck rendered him weak and numb. Soon, John felt an overwhelming force siphoning the blood from his body, and a searing pain enveloped him. In mere seconds, John succumbed to the agony, his eyes closing as he descended into eternal darkness. Zhou Hong, satisfied, withdrew his hands from John's lifeless chest. He no longer needed to consume flesh. He could now simply plunge his hands into a victim's chest to absorb their essence and blood. Observing the remaining revelers at the bonfire, still blissfully ignorant of the vanishing crowd, Zhou Hong decided it was time to act more decisively. With his newfound strength, while not yet impervious to bullets, he found evading them quite effortless. Thus, Zhou Hong made his presence known, striding confidently towards a couple lost in passionate embrace, casting an imposing shadow over them. In a swift motion, he pierced through their chests. Within just 5 seconds, they were reduced to mere husks. The booming speakers at the bonfire unleashed fervent music, drowning out the sounds of Zhou Hong's predatory actions. Yet, even amidst the cacophony, an observant youth with crimson hair, initially mulling over his girlfriend's flirtations with an older man, sensed something amiss. In a moment of clarity, he had just emerged from a heated encounter with an older woman when he encountered Zhou Hong, his legs trembling and an unpleasant odor wafting through the air. A sudden chill jolted the fearful youth back to reality. My hair! There's a murderer! A blood-curdling scream pierced through the raucous music, drawing the attention of the revelers, who turned to witness a horrific scene. A towering white man stood before them, his hands thrust through the chests of 2 terrified youths, their bodies deflating like punctured balloons before their wide eyes. My God, is he a demon? Run! There's a murderous demon. Zhou Hong, noticing he had been discovered, remained unfazed, instead turning to them with a polite smile. Good evening, everyone. I hope I haven't interrupted your joyous bonfire celebrations. My sincerest apologies. Please, continue to enjoy yourselves. However, Zhou Hong's cordial demeanor only solidified the crowd's belief that he was a deranged killer. Panic erupted among the remaining revelers, who fled in all directions, creating chaos as 2 individuals collided and fell in their haste to escape. In an alarming display of desperation, individuals pushed one another to the ground in a frantic attempt to escape, disregarding the bonds of camaraderie forged in times of intimacy. Yet, how could a mere throng of powerless commoners hope to flee before the might of cultivators? Zhou Hong, having just ascended to the 2nd tier of qi refining, now boasted a remarkable speed of 30 meters per second. As the panicking populace fled, he effortlessly sidestepped and appeared behind a resident who was gripped by fear, before plunging his hand into the man's chest. Chapter 119. Logan's trap. Zhou Hong then resembled a tiger among sheep, methodically hunting down his fleeing prey. The notion that ordinary people could evade cultivators was utterly absurd. Even a first-tier cultivator could overpower dozens of unarmed men, let alone Zhou Hong, who had now advanced to the 2nd tier. His true essence already belonged to the realm of divine beings, and in this newly claimed body, he possessed the strength of the 2nd tier of qi refining. A standard handgun would barely graze him, and the likelihood of being shot was nearly non-existent. As a seasoned hunter, Zhou Hong harbored no thoughts of amusement. He was acutely aware that, as a mere 2nd tier practitioner, he could encounter a warrior armed with a rocket launcher on American soil, in a land where firearms were commonplace. The safest method of hunting was to swiftly and decisively eliminate one's quarry without a hint of carelessness. Should a seemingly incapacitated prey draw a weapon unexpectedly, the humiliation would be unbearable, even without considering the potential repercussions of such foolishness. Though Zhou Hong was alone in this endeavor, he recognized that if he were to cross paths with another cultivator who sought to unearth his past, this moment could become a source of profound shame. Thus, he proceeded without hesitation, absorbing the essence of his victims, and swiftly traversed dozens of meters to confront another fleeing individual. In a mere 2 minutes, the bonfire square was left desolate, with Zhou Hong as the sole survivor. while his victims became mere husks. Not enough. Still insufficient. Hundreds of prey have only propelled me to the early stages of the second tier. To reach the third tier, I must seek out more quarry. Zhou Hong's gaze turned toward the houses of Sam Town, yet untouched by his presence. His eyes, devoid of joy or sorrow, reflected that the so-called malevolence or strangeness was merely a relative expression of emotion. When he perceived his actions as just, his heart was stripped of anything but determination. Everything hinged on the pursuit of power. Zhou Hong thus returned to the residential area of the small town, politely knocking on a door. "Is that you, Axe? Why are you back so early today?" A melodious voice rang from within, accompanied by the sound of slippers scuffling across the floor. With a click, the door swung open to reveal a stunningly beautiful young woman. Initially disappointed to find her husband absent, her demeanor shifted as she beheld the imposing figure before her, causing her to fidget awkwardly. Her once dreamy eyes now glistened, and a flush crept across her cheeks. "Sir, do you require assistance? Why not step inside for a moment and have a glass of water?" Zhou Hong, assuming the guise of a robust white man, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The sudden shift in her attitude left him somewhat dazed. However, he quickly regained his composure, donning a courteous smile. "Thank you, lovely lady. I happen to be in need of your assistance." Moments later, Zhou Hong emerged from the house, ensuring he wiped away any traces of lipstick from his face. "Ugh, how ridiculous. As soon as I entered, she was all over me. Little does she know, I'm a man of the new era. I cannot simply fall in her trap." Oof. With that, Zhou Hong proceeded to knock on the next door. Everything seemed to unfold remarkably smoothly, although a few homeowners exhibited caution and did not answer. Yet, with a gentle exertion, Zhou Hong forced his way through the doors, effortlessly dislodging them before executing a series of fluid movements within. In less than 2 hours, he had visited every house, leaving Sam Town enveloped in an eerie silence. Just as Zhou Hong prepared to depart, he encountered a scruffy middle-aged man clad in a tattered work uniform, his rugged features and disheveled hair strikingly familiar. Upon closer inspection, the man's overwhelming vitality and the echoes of distant memories compelled Zhou Hong to utter a legendary name. Wolverine Logan. The recently arrived Logan turned at the sound of his name, a chilling sensation coursing through him as he faced Zhou Hong's towering figure. The latent danger emanating from Zhou Hong stirred the claws hidden within his bones, instinctively poised for action. "Who are you? How do you know my name? And why do you exude such a murderous aura?" Zhou Hong shrugged, feigning helplessness as curiosity and mockery danced in his eyes. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you are a truly benevolent superhero, sensing my need for energy and delivering it to me on a silver platter. Since you've gone to such lengths, it would be rude of me not to accept your generous offering. Thank you, Wolverine Logan." Logan, perplexed by Zhou Hong's seemingly sincere gratitude, could detect no trace of goodwill in the tone, which dripped with malice. "What the hell are you saying? Clearly, you harbor ill intentions. Allow me to teach you the proper way to respect your elders." Logan spread his fingers wide, his adamantium claws gleaming coldly as he charged toward Zhou Hong. Upon reaching Zhou Hong, Logan aimed to slash open his chest with a downward strike. Yet, Zhou Hong deftly sidestepped, only to find Logan's other claw aiming for his side. Fortunately, Zhou Hong's heightened awareness allowed him to retreat just in time, narrowly dodging Logan's attack, an impressive feat for any ordinary person. Though unharmed, the need to step back underscored Logan's extensive combat experience, igniting a flicker of annoyance within Zhou Hong. "By the heavens, simply return with me to become a sustainable healer. Must you resort to violence? Even so, you managed to force me back 2 steps. It seems you are seeking death." Zhou Hong exclaimed furiously, astonished that a mere mutant lacking extraordinary physical capabilities could make him, a cultivator, retreat. Although he had never practiced any close combat skills, it did not imply he acknowledged his deficiencies in hand-to-hand combat. He would never permit anyone to push him back in the realm of fighting. With his anger boiling, Zhou Hong's gaze turned fierce as he invoked techniques beyond the second level of artifact refinement. 5-element escape technique, earth escape cage. He pointed at the ground beneath Wolverine, quickly snapping his fingers twice. The earth trembled, and the soil swiftly enveloped the bewildered Logan, leaving only his flat-headed visage exposed. In this predicament, Logan found himself utterly immobilized, unable to exert any force. his furious eyes fixated on the towering figure before him. Chapter 120. The Silent Town. Seeing Logan glare at him with such ferocity, Zhou Hong felt a wave of indignation. A mere Wolverine had forced him back. Now, he dared to glare at him with such contempt. Did he not realize the humiliation of making a cultivator retreat? Feeling somewhat wronged, Zhou Hong strode over to the bound Wolverine and raised his enormous palm high. Smack! Smack! He delivered 2 resounding slaps to Logan's face, akin to the smoothness of indulging in a delectable chocolate. How dare you insult me, a superhero? I shall tear you apart and feed you to the dogs. Release me, you wretched fiend. Let's engage in a duel of men. Trash, release me. Listening to Logan's monotonous and vulgar ranting, Zhou Hong grew weary, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Crack! He snapped Logan's neck. Finally, the world fell silent. Zhou Hong then hoisted Logan, whose neck was tilted to one side, onto the borrowed motorcycle and departed from Samtown. Yet, scarcely 10 kilometers from Samtown, Logan revived once more in the back seat. Reluctantly, Zhou Hong twisted Logan's neck again. However, with Logan's formidable healing abilities, he recovered swiftly, and each time he regained consciousness, he let out a thunderous roar. It was early morning, and most office workers had risen to prepare for their day. To prevent detection, Zhou Hong, unable to bear it any longer, stuffed a fist-sized rock into Logan's mouth. This way, even if he woke up, he would be unable to make sound. Coupled with the fact that his body was encased in hard soil, even the resilient Wolverine could not move a muscle. Finally, before the sun rose, Zhou Hong returned to his modest dwelling. As for the borrowed motorcycle, he had accidentally dropped it into a ditch on his way back. His rental unit was a mere 2-bedroom flat, leaving him troubled about where to confine Logan. Fortunately, being on the ground floor, Zhou Hong once again expended energy to utilize the earth escape technique, excavating an underground space approximately 10 meters deep and 6 meters wide. After tossing Logan inside, to prevent him from using his claws to dig his way out, Zhou Hong meticulously encased all of Logan's joints in stone, rendering him incapable of exerting any force or movement. However, before placing Logan into the makeshift prison, Zhou Hong had drained him of all his life energy, leaving Logan a mere bag of bones. Yet, in less than 10 seconds, Logan's skeletal form began to visibly regenerate under a mysterious force. His recovery is astonishingly rapid. What I require is your robust healing ability. As long as you can continuously regenerate, you shall serve as my perpetual energy source. Yet one alone cannot provide much. It seems I must find a means of cloning to accelerate my recovery speed. Once I locate that box, I can cultivate a source of immense energy. Ha ha ha. Upon returning to the surface, Zhou Hong took to the internet to ascertain the current state of the Marvel Universe. After thorough investigation, he confirmed that the timeline was situated at the onset of the Avengers, with Loki of Asgard yet to acquire the space gem. This period presented ample opportunities for calculations and maneuvers. If he could reach the Golden Core stage before the Avengers confronted Thanos, he could safeguard the siblings in the orphanage from Thanos' snap. Presumably, after merely one act of protection, the lingering attachment in his original self would dissipate, allowing him to harvest the entire universe. Moreover, this time, Zhou Hong had inhabited the body of a demonic cultivator, alleviating concerns about rapid breakthroughs leading to instability in his realm. Thus, he sought to expedite his cultivation with utmost urgency, for his original body could no longer enhance its strength. To break through, he needed to swiftly seize every advantage from his current incarnation. When he achieved the heavenly immortal realm, Zhou Hong would no longer fear omnipotent, universe-level powers within this Marvel universe. He could manipulate it as he pleased, even abstaining from beef. Furthermore, upon reaching the heavenly immortal realm, he would be more attuned to other worlds where his incarnations resided. However, the pressing issue remained a lack of funds. While establishing a laboratory was feasible, the equipment and various cultivation tanks required significant investment, which constituted the bulk of the experimental costs. Zhou Hong contemplated 2 methods to acquire funds: robbing a bank or seeking sponsorship. Robbing a bank posed too great a risk. Setting aside the countless superheroes in New York and America, even the stolen money would require careful laundering before it could be utilized. Thus, Zhou Hong opted for the latter approach, immediately considering Tony Stark. However, it was evident Stark would never sponsor him. Hence, he turned to his second choice, the most prominent crime lord in America, Kingpin. With a plan in mind, Zhou Hong promptly set his intentions into motion. Meanwhile, in Sam Town, at 10 o'clock that morning, a bus carrying over 20 youths in their teens and 20s arrived in the town. As the bus approached the service station, the driver, Jack, sensed something was amiss. Jack, a bus driver accustomed to the influx of students and adventure seekers during holidays, recognized this town as a reliable and safe haven. Typically, the town buzzed with lively sounds, but today it was eerily quiet, almost unsettling. Jack instructed the students to remain on the bus and not to wander, then retrieved a shotgun from beneath the dashboard, steeling himself before stepping out to investigate. He approached the service station entrance, brandishing the shotgun, and called out for anyone inside to come forth. "Joseph, where are you? Business is here. Joseph, Joseph, are you there?" After shouting for a while, Jack realized no one was responding. He looked at the tightly closed door and frowned, hesitating whether to break in to find his friend. Ultimately, Jack was determined to locate his old friend Joseph, as they had known each other for many years. Every holiday, Jack would drive tourists to their destination and make a detour to the service station to share a drink with Joseph. Bang! Jack shattered the lock of the door with a single shot, then kicked it open. However, upon entering, the sight that greeted him caused Jack to collapse in terror. Chapter 121. A gracious sponsorship from Kingpin. In a state of panic, Jack dropped the shotgun in his hands and scrambled out of the service area, making a beeline for the bus parked outside. As he boarded the bus, his legs weakened, causing him to stumble before the vehicle, but he hurriedly got up, shut the door tightly, and with trembling hands, started the engine. Ignoring the concerned inquiries from the students on the bus, Jack was solely focused on escaping the horrifying scene. Once he had driven a considerable distance away, he finally calmed down enough to call the police. Turning back to the students, he said, "Children, I apologize for your adventurous outing. I must take you back now. Please refrain from asking what I just witnessed. It was far too terrifying. It's best to avoid such adventures in the future." 2 hours later, the police arrived in Sam Town, following Jack's lead into the town to assess the situation. Before them, by the still warm bonfire, lay human skins, deflated like withered balloons, scattered across the town square. A wave of dread washed over them, chilling them to the core. For a moment, the officers hesitated to step further. This was clearly no ordinary case. It might well be a demonic curse. How could this be? Just yesterday, when we patrolled this town, everything was perfectly fine. How could it change so drastically overnight? This is beyond human capability. It must be the work of demons, hellish demons. One of the younger officers, unable to bear the horrific sight, collapsed to the ground. She could hardly believe it. A town that was once vibrant had overnight transformed into a scene of utter horror, with its inhabitants reduced to mere skins. In the end, the officers dared not venture further into the town and could only call for backup, maintaining a distant watch from the periphery. Half an hour later, they heard the sound of helicopters approaching, and upon looking up, they saw military helicopters, no fewer than 10, as the helicopters landed at the town's entrance. The leading helicopter's door opened, revealing a man resembling a black egg with a single eye, who approached the team to inquire about the situation. After gathering the information, the man, with an authoritative tone, addressed the officers. "This area is now under the jurisdiction of our Department of Homeland Security. You may leave. If you have any questions, direct them to your superior. Now, please vacate the premises immediately." Though his tone was rather brusque, the 20 or so officers felt a sense of gratitude towards him. They were merely hired policemen. While their pay was decent, it was not enough to risk their lives. The situation in the town was clearly beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Had it not been for their superiors' orders to remain on guard, they would have eagerly fled this perilous and terrifying place. Nick Fury, the head of SHIELD, specialized in international intelligence and responses to supernatural occurrences. His presence here was due to the police chief's report on the situation in Sam Town, which was subsequently relayed to the mayor of New York City, who then contacted SHIELD. Now, Nick had mobilized a SHIELD team and was eager to showcase the Avengers' capabilities, only to be presented with a case of supernatural crime. Thus, he hurriedly brought the Avengers team to the scene of the incident in Sam Town. Upon entering the town and witnessing the gruesome sight of human skins strewn across the ground, even Nick, who prided himself on his worldly experience, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Yet, as the leader of the operatives, Nick maintained his composure. reminding himself that a leader must never lose their poise in front of subordinates. While Nick managed to uphold his stoic facade, his team of agents struggled to maintain their composure in the face of such horror. The entire town's population of over 2,000 residents, along with the young adventurers, had all been reduced to mere skins overnight. Who could witness such a sight without succumbing to fear? Gather all physical evidence and collect everything that can be documented from the town. Natasha and Barton, you two will lead the evidence collection on site. Spare not even a hair. Tony, can you have JRVIS access satellite imagery to retrieve footage of what transpired here last night? Though dressed impeccably, Tony Stark's expression was one of concern regarding the scene. Nevertheless, given the gravity of the situation, he promptly agreed to Nick's orders. Absolutely. Give me half an hour. With a calm demeanor, Nick swiftly organized the agents to commence their investigation. Once Natasha and Tony had reviewed the surveillance footage, they were horrified by the sight of a towering, muscular white man with a savage grin, whose terrifying method of turning people into skins sent shivers down even the most seasoned agent spines. Could this man be a mutant? He certainly appears human, but his abilities resemble those of a mutant. Tony Stark inquired of Nick Fury. He is not a mutant, and no known mutant possesses the ability to turn entire towns' worth of people into skins. This technique is reminiscent of demonic practices. After all, demons are known to have an insatiable interest in both souls and flesh. Meanwhile, as the SHIELD agents and the Avengers debated the identity of the perpetrator, Zhou Hong had already sought out the underground Kingpin, to discuss collaboration and investment. Kingpin, the underground ruler of New York, was notoriously elusive. However, while Zhou Hong lacked the finesse to find people, he was adept at stirring trouble. By simply locating Kingpin's territory and confronting his henchmen with force, he was able to easily uncover Kingpin's lair. Zhou Hong had no time for a leisurely discussion about sponsorship with Kingpin. After all, such matters were not his forte. The negotiation involved Zhou Hong overpowering Kingpin and his 100-plus henchmen before showcasing his remarkable ability to catch bullets with his bare hands. After witnessing Zhou Hong's remarkable methods, Jean Bing immediately agreed to sponsor Zhou Hong's research, generously assuring that all materials, equipment, and funding would be entirely his responsibility. He further declared that all research outcomes would solely belong to Zhou Hong, without claiming any share for himself. Jean Bing's motivations were purely to contribute to the advancement of scientific research. Ultimately, with Jean Bing's unwavering support, a luxurious research facility was established under Zhou Hong's name in less than half a day. To ensure Zhou Hong's safety and conducive working environment, over 100 subordinates were dispatched to guard the research base at all times. Chapter 122, Cloning Wolverine as for SHIELD and the Avengers. Zhou Hong had no desire to engage with them. After all, in the original American comic universe, he had defeated them countless times, and now he sought only to regain his strength, which was his foremost priority. Though Zhou Hong enjoyed amusement, it was only in moments of extreme boredom that he sought entertainment. Once he had a goal, as long as no one genuinely offended him, he typically refrained from targeting others. Taking full advantage of the laboratory funded by Jean Bing, Zhou Hong swiftly moved all necessary equipment into the facility the very next day, even binding Wolverine, Logan, to the experimental table. Initially, Zhou Hong intended to clone Wolverine's genetic material, using the clones infused with rich life energy for his cultivation of demonic arts. However, upon securing Wolverine on the table, he discovered that Wolverine's healing abilities and life force should have been significantly more robust. Yet, Wolverine's body appeared to be in a state of decay, and his healing factor had greatly diminished. This weakened Wolverine was not the ideal cloning subject Zhou Hong sought. He contemplated abandoning Wolverine altogether, but after a thorough examination, he realized that the adamantium alloy within Wolverine's body was corroding him. Adamantium harbored severe metallic toxins, and while Wolverine was naturally capable of living for a millennium, the toxins had reduced his lifespan to merely 100 to 200 years. Unable to bear Logan's suffering from the relentless corrosion of adamantium toxins, and unwilling to forfeit such a valuable experimental subject, Zhou Hong resolved to extract the adamantium from Wolverine's body. While the process was somewhat brutal and the anesthesia was insufficient, Logan intermittently awoke in agony during the procedure, only to succumb to unconsciousness once more. Nevertheless, Zhou Hong undeniably aided Wolverine, for after extracting the adamantium, Logan's healing factors immediately exhibited remarkable regeneration capabilities. Within merely 5 minutes, Wolverine developed an entirely new skeletal structure, and his life energy began to replenish. Originally, Wolverine's vitality would have allowed him to live for a couple of centuries. But after the removal of the adamantium, his life energy surged, enabling him to potentially live for over 1,000 years. With Wolverine cells, now rich in life energy, Zhou Hong eagerly commenced his cloning experiments. In just a month, he successfully cloned hundreds of mature Wolverine specimens, each imbued with vast life energy. Absorbing the life energy from these hundreds of clones propelled Zhou Hong's cultivation to the 4th stage of qi refinement. It is noteworthy that previously, an entire town of over 2,000 individuals had only advanced him from the 1st to the 2nd stage. Even so, Zhou Hong remained dissatisfied with his cultivation speed, acknowledging that the energy requirements escalate significantly during later stages. However, this time he was practicing demonic techniques, following a path of devouring life. Did this mean he would need to refine entire cities once more? After some contemplation, he abandoned the idea, recognizing the complexities involved, setting up formations during a full moon and requiring celestial alignments to harness sufficient energy. Instead of engaging in such cumbersome endeavors, he considered cloning thousands more Wolverines, a task that would go unnoticed. The thought of life energy led him to ponder the Hulk. If he could inject Hulk-S cells into the clones, the resulting specimens would not only be rich in life energy, but also possess unlimited regenerative capabilities, perpetually reusable. Zhou Hong was intrigued by the physiology of these superhumans. Both Wolverine and others with healing abilities seemed to recover from injuries without depleting their own energy reserves. Their dietary needs appeared minimal, as if an inexhaustible source of energy sustained them. The Hulk drew energy from the depths of the abyss. Who provided it for Wolverine? Unable to decipher these mysteries, Zhou Hong chose to focus on enhancing the quality of his clones. If a single Wolverine clone was insufficient, he would incorporate the Hulk as well. After another week, Zhou Hong cloned an additional 1,000 Wolverine specimens. This time, rather than directly absorbing them, he employed psychological suggestion and hypnosis to control all the clones. Currently, with only the 4th stage of qi refinement, Zhou Hong lacked the strength to acquire Hulk's serum from the Avengers. Stealthy theft was equally implausible, given the serum's potential to create monstrous abominations, and S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly ensure Bruce Banner's safety. Moreover, Zhou Hong sought not just a drop or two of Hulk serum, but rather his entire body or a limb, to generate a sufficient quantity of clones. The only viable method to obtain Hulk's serum appeared to be through forceful acquisition. However, with his current capabilities, Zhou Hong was ill-equipped to confront the conventional might of the Hulk, hence the emergence of these 1,000 Wolverine clones. Each clone possessed formidable healing abilities, and once combat commenced, they would prove as indestructible as cockroaches, exhausting even the most powerful adversaries. At this moment, Loki, the Prince of Asgard, was causing turmoil on Earth. After a fierce battle, the American superhero team, the Avengers, successfully defeated the invading alien forces. They were now celebrating their victory in the Avengers Tower, having defended their planet. Despite the festive atmosphere, Tony Stark, donned in his Mark armor, remained in character as the superhero who had launched a nuclear weapon into space to save America. He felt a sense of pride and boasted at the banquet, "Gentlemen, today we vanquished the extraterrestrial invaders. Tell me, who was the one who ultimately saved you?" "It was I, Tony Stark. In the end, I sent the nuclear weapon that could have obliterated New York into the cosmos." The other members of the Avengers looked on at the self-satisfied Iron Man, their faces a portrait of resignation as they nodded in agreement. From Tony's demeanor, it was evident that he had indulged in libations, and the tumultuous battle earlier that day in New York had left the Avengers weary in both body and spirit. The betrayal from use military only exacerbated the situation, with Tony unhesitatingly opting to embrace the nuclear missile and propel it into space. Even as the energy reserves of his Mark suit dwindled perilously low, the arduous choices he faced, coupled with the heartache of parting from a loved one, were understood by all. Thus, during the evening's festivities, they silently acquiesced to Tony's boasting, recognizing that after such a harrowing ordeal, allowing him to vent was perhaps beneficial. As they continued to indulge Tony's self-aggrandizing antics, outside the Avengers Tower, over 1,000 imposing, brawny white men stealthily encircled the premises. Chapter 123, The Clone Army Versus. The Avengers suddenly, with a piercing sound, a clone of Wolverine slashed through the door of the Avengers Tower with its razor-sharp adamantium claws. As Zhou Hong issued the command to attack from a distance, hundreds of Wolverine clones surged into the building. The SHIELD agents on duty, seeing the armed intruders, drew their sidearms with practiced ease, aiming at the clones. "Who are you? Put down your weapons and raise your hands." The clone disregarded the agent's warning, charging forward. Realizing the invader's intent, the agent wasted no time and fired. Bang! Bang! The agent emptied his magazine in rapid succession, but to his astonishment, the intruder seemed impervious to the bullets. Though the rounds struck and blood spattered, the wounds were expelled from the clone's body almost instantaneously. An experienced agent, accustomed to various scenarios, recognized the futility of his efforts as the invaders continued their advance. He began to retreat, while simultaneously activating the alarm. The shrill sirens echoed throughout the Avengers Tower, alerting the reveling Avengers. Each member seized their weapons, including the inebriated Tony Stark, who swiftly sobered at the disturbance. Irritated at the interruption, he donned his suit and burst through a window. Upon spotting the identical intruders below, he charged his suit's energy and unleashed a brilliant laser cannon, instantly obliterating one of the advancing clones. The powerful beam pierced through the initial clone and continued to impale two others behind. However, before Tony could revel in his success, he was taken aback as the three clones, despite their grievous injuries, rose unfazed. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Tony swiftly altered his strategy. His suit transformed, revealing dozens of small missiles. With a flurry of launches, the missiles erupted, sending the clones sprawling amidst a chaotic spray of blood and flesh. Yet the Wolverine clones, resilient as ever, recovered within mere seconds, allowing the Avengers' armed personnel the precious moments needed to regroup. Over 100 seasoned SHIELD agents, armed with submachine guns, began to unleash a torrent of fire upon the oncoming clones. While their weapons inflicted minimal damage, they momentarily slowed the clones' relentless onslaught. As the Avengers joined the fray, the combined firepower successfully stymied the advance of the Wolverine clones, resulting in a tense standoff within the Grand Hall of the Avengers Tower. Among them stood the imposing figure of the Hulk, towering and green. Upon the Avengers' arrival, the clones had spotted Dr. Banner, launching a fierce assault despite the heavy fire. Hulk, sensing danger, seized control of Banner's body, transforming into the colossal green behemoth. With each thunderous strike, Hulk sent clones flying, while Iron Man hovered above, firing powerful repulsor blasts that felled clones with precision. Hawkeye, too, utilized modified explosive arrows, raining destruction upon the clustered foes. However, Captain America and Black Widow found themselves less effective, their super soldier enhancements proving inadequate against the formidable Wolverine clones. As the agents of SHIELD and the Avengers expended vast amounts of ammunition, the clones, with their remarkable healing abilities, remained undeterred. The relentless assault continued for half an hour until the agents' ammunition ran dry, leaving them vulnerable to the surging tide of clones that overwhelmed the Avengers Tower. Following Zhou Hong's orders, over 200 clones diverted to engage the Avengers, while the remaining 700 charged toward the fierce Hulk, undaunted by his might. Even after being struck by the mighty Hulk, his bones shattered. His body swiftly mended itself due to its formidable self-healing abilities, requiring less than half a minute to regain its former state before rejoining the onslaught against the Hulk. Moreover, the claws wielded by the clones were modified with adamantium metal by Zhou Hong, effortlessly slicing through the Hulk's powerful defenses. In no time, the Hulk was besieged by numerous clones, his body marred by wounds, green blood pouring forth in torrents. Even the typically fearless Hulk felt a twinge of dread in the face of this relentless, death-defying horde. Each clone resembled an indomitable pest, rising quickly after being felled, renewing their assault upon him. As his injuries accumulated, the Hulk's fear intensified. His sole desire was to escape this relentless barrage. At this moment, The Hulk found himself surrounded by an unending tide of clones, each one reaching out with their indomitable claws, intent on grasping his form. Chapter 124. The Hulk's Serum. With a thunderous roar, the frightened Hulk summoned all his strength to break free from the clones clinging to him. He then thrust his palms together with great force. A surge of invisible shockwaves radiated outward, sending every clone within a 200-meter radius hurtling away. Temporarily liberated from the clutches of the clones, the Hulk propelled himself upward with powerful leaps, soaring over 800 meters in an instant. With a resounding crash, he landed on the streets of Wall Street, New York City, creating a 3-meter-wide crater in the solid concrete. Without pausing, the Hulk pushed off again, leaping even farther. As he grew more adept, his speed increased, and within less than a minute, he vanished from the cityscape. The clones that had aimed to capture the Hulk found themselves merely knocked to the ground, and by the time they regained their footing, their quarry had already eluded them. The Wolverine clone, realizing the target had escaped New York City, stood bewildered. Fortunately, Zhou Hong was present to direct the clones from a distance. With the Hulk's flight, Zhou Hong ordered the clones to retreat from the Avengers' headquarters, coordinating their withdrawal. Zhou Hong, having recognized the Hulk's intentions when the shockwaves had swept through his surrounding clones, hastily placed a soul mark along the Hulk's escape route. This soul mark would allow Zhou Hong to pinpoint the Hulk's location, ensuring that even if the Hulk were to hide at the ends of the earth, he would still be detectable by Zhou Hong. Thus, after issuing the retreat order, Zhou Hong calmly followed the direction indicated by the soul mark, trailing behind the Hulk. Meanwhile, within the Avengers' headquarters, Iron Man Tony Stark and Captain America Steve found themselves at their wits' end. This recent influx of foes was not only fearless, but also possessed physical capabilities that pushed the limits of human potential. Coupled with their terrifying regenerative abilities and extensive combat experience, the team was caught off guard. Had the clones not followed the Hulk's escape, they might have faced grave consequences themselves. Hawkeye Barton, having exhausted his specialized arrows, was compelled to engage in close combat with the clones. He was taken aback by their rich combat experience and animalistic instincts. Hawkeye, whose skills were commendable, found himself struggling against a single clone, wary of the metallic claws that could erupt from its body. Earlier, he had witnessed one clone slice through the bulletproof glass that had shielded him. Despite this, Hawkeye sustained a gash on his chest. Had it not been for Black Widow Natasha's timely intervention with her firearm, the injury could have been far more severe. However, as the clones retreated alongside the Hulk, it became evident that their primary target was indeed the Hulk. Although the Avengers were uncertain of the motives behind this fixation on the Hulk, they were resolute in thwarting any plans to assault their headquarters. Simultaneously, DS reinforcements arrived swiftly at the Avengers' headquarters, but by the time they arrived, the intruders had already fled. Director Nick Fury, upon learning from the Avengers about the attackers' focus on the Hulk, quickly deduced their intent to acquire the Hulk's serum cells based on his years of espionage experience. It was not only the adversaries who coveted the Hulk's serum. Even within SHIELD, there were factions eager to obtain it. However, with Dr. Banner now part of their ranks, they had to suppress their ambitions for unauthorized research on the Hulk serum to maintain morale. At this moment, Nick Fury outwardly proclaimed his commitment to bringing the assailants to justice. Yet his attention remained fixated on the blood left behind by the injured Hulk. Having been besieged by hundreds of clones, the Hulk's body bore numerous lacerations from their metallic claws, leaving behind a significant pool of his blood. Upon his arrival, Nick Fury discreetly commanded SHIELD agents to collect the Hulk's blood left at the scene. As the head of SHIELD, established under the banner of America, Nick Fury understood the threat posed by the Hulk. Even a single vial of his serum could spawn a creature known as the Abomination. Previously, in New York, the Hulk had clashed with the Abomination, resulting in destruction that could only be likened to human missiles. Nothing could withstand their might. It was clear that the adversaries had acquired the Hulk's serum, and given the nature of the clones they deployed, it was evident they possessed the technology to mass-produce them. If they were to utilize this technology to create a continuous army of Hulks or Abominations, it would spell a global catastrophe. SHIELD was dedicated to safeguarding the world, and thus, Nick Fury immediately ordered the Avengers and SHIELD agents to uncover the identities of the assailants and prevent the creation of a monstrous army. At this juncture, The Avengers finally grasped why their foes targeted the Hulk. Though the Avengers had only recently formed, they were acutely aware of the Hulk's destructive potential. A single Hulk was already a formidable challenge. If an army of Hulks were to emerge, surrender would be the inevitable outcome. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the Avengers sprang into action. Black Widow Natasha produced a tracking scanner from her attire and handed it to Tony Stark. This is a tracker I discreetly placed on Dr. Banner while he was distracted. With this, we should be able to locate him swiftly. Iron Man, Tony Stark, although greatly disapproving of Natasha's decision to implant trackers on their teammates, found himself prioritizing the urgent task of locating Dr. Banner. After all, aside from his identity as the Hulk, Dr. Banner possessed extraordinary intelligence and research capabilities. Perhaps by finding Dr. Banner, they could follow the clues to the lair of the invaders and potentially thwart the creation of a terrifying army of monstrous beings. With this thought in mind, Stark swiftly connected the tracker to the artificial intelligence, Jarvis's computer. Jarvis, utilize all accessible global satellites to connect with the tracker and pinpoint its location. Understood, sir. Initiating connection with global satellites. Connection established. Tracking the target. Connection complete. The target is located at the foot of Yellowstone National Park. Jarvis, being one of the most advanced AIs globally, accomplished this feat in a mere minute, successfully scanning all American satellites to identify Dr. Banner's whereabouts. Chapter 125. Breaking through the fifth layer. Upon receiving Jarvis's message, Stark immediately informed the others of Dr. Banner's location. Nick Fury promptly arranged for a helicopter to be dispatched. This time, the Avengers did not have to wait long. Within half a minute of Fury's orders, a helicopter landed at the entrance of the Avengers Tower. The agents and Avengers present quickly boarded the helicopter en route to Yellowstone National Park. Meanwhile, at the foot of Yellowstone National Park, the Hulk had escaped the onslaught of clones and was now sprinting through unfamiliar terrain. To evade danger, he plunged into the dense forest of Yellowstone. Upon arriving at the park's foot, the Hulk immediately reverted to Dr. Banner, leaving him shivering in his shorts amidst the wilderness. It was the dead of night, and Yellowstone was still a national park of the United States, teeming with ferocious beasts. Vulnerable and desperate, Dr. Banner wished to summon the Hulk again, as the surroundings posed a significant threat. As an ordinary man, the encroaching sounds of wild animals heightened his fear, causing him to tremble. Just as Dr. Banner was at a loss for what to do, a tall figure silently appeared behind him, raising its right hand to strike the nape of his neck with precision. Crack! The impact rendered Dr. Banner unconscious instantly. The assailant was Zhou Hong, who had been tracking the Hulk using a soul imprint. Despite being only at the 4th level of Qi refinement, Zhou Hong found it challenging to keep pace with the Hulk's escape. However, once the Hulk transformed back into Dr. Banner, Zhou Hong effortlessly subdued him. Zhou Hong, aware that he might not stand a chance against the Hulk in a fair fight, seized the opportunity to incapacitate the now ordinary Dr. Banner with minimal effort. The ease of this process made Zhou Hong question whether fate itself was aiding him. As Zhou Hong prepared to carry Dr. Banner back to his laboratory, the thunderous sound of a helicopter echoed above. With his keen night vision, he quickly recognized it as a S-H-I-E-L-D helicopter, evidently targeting the unconscious Dr. Banner, indicating that he must have a tracker embedded. Realizing his current capabilities might not suffice against the Avengers, Zhou Hong opted to abandon his plan of taking Dr. Banner entirely. However, having taken such action, he could not simply relinquish his objective. If he could not transport the whole person, he would settle for a part. I'm sorry. I had hoped to bring you back unharmed, but that seems impossible now. I can only take a little piece with me. With S-H-I-E-L-D-S helicopter drawing closer, Zhou Hong swiftly drew a blade crafted from adamantium, the metal found within Wolverine, and struck down at the unconscious Dr. Banner. Snap! The adamantium blade sliced through Dr. Banner's right arm with ease, akin to cutting through tofu, despite Zhou Hong exerting little force. Ah, that hurts! The abrupt loss of his arm jolted Dr. Banner awake, the intense pain stirring the Hulk persona within him. The Hulk's remarkable healing abilities kicked in, and the bleeding from the severed arm stemmed almost immediately, though the arm itself would not regenerate quickly. Without his crucial arm, the Hulk let out a primal roar, akin to that of a child. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong had already retrieved the severed limb and discreetly retreated from the scene. sealing the wound to prevent further bleeding and obscuring all traces of his presence. When the SHIELD agents and Avengers arrived, they found only the rampaging one-armed Hulk, who was beyond reason, unable to be calmed even by Black Widow, Natasha. Anyone approaching was perceived as an enemy. All they could do was watch from a distance as the Hulk wreaked havoc around him. Eventually, after expending his fury, the Hulk relinquished control back to Dr. Banner, who succumbed to unconsciousness from the overwhelming pain. At this moment, SHIELD and the Avengers dared to approach, retrieving the unconscious Dr. Banner back to their headquarters. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong, having secured Dr. Banner's severed arm, raced back to his laboratory without delay. Following extensive extraction processes, Zhou Hong finally obtained the Hulk's serum and successfully fused it with Wolverine cells, creating a new clone embryo. A week later, Zhou Hong gazed at the 3-meter-tall, muscular green creature within the cultivation chamber, unable to conceal his exhilaration. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This rich and alluring life energy is irresistible. The vitality contained within this single clone far surpasses that of hundreds of Wolverine clones. Indeed, a more robust body harbors denser life energy. This one is equivalent to the life essence of 1,000 ordinary humans. The newly birthed being, a fusion of Wolverine's infinite healing and the Hulk's boundless strength, showcased a physical power already exceeding 300 tons, far surpassing the Hulk's usual capacity to lift 200 tons. Two genetically fused beings, born from a serum, possess not only immense power, but also inherit Wolverine's primal instincts, allowing them to keenly sense surrounding dangers. Upon absorbing the cultivated clones, Zhou Hong's strength surged instantly to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Now, Zhou Hong's prowess utterly overshadowed that of the Hulk. Even without utilizing demonic energy, his physical strength surpassed that of his green adversary. With this newfound strength, Zhou Hong no longer had to worry about his research being exposed. Even if all members of the Avengers were deployed against him, Zhou Hong could easily annihilate them, especially after harnessing his demonic energy. Moreover, he realized that the cloned beings not only possessed a rich life force, but also exhibited a life quality far superior to that of ordinary humans. No wonder. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners of demonic arts tirelessly sought out robust warriors or body cultivators. The aura emitted by high-quality life forms is utterly captivating. Chapter 126. Yunxia. This further solidified Zhou Hong's resolve to capture and absorb those potent life forms. However, he lamented not having brought over the clone cells of Superman Clark from the previous omnipotent universe. If he had access to even 10 or 8 clones of Superman, he could swiftly ascend to the Foundation establishment stage. Unfortunately, that was not the case, and he could only focus on the Hulk and Wolverine. Though inferior in quality to a Superman clone, their sheer numbers could compensate. If 10 or 8 could not match one Superman clone, then he would create thousands. With this thought, Zhou Hong dedicated himself to cultivating Hulk clones. This time, he intended to produce 1,000 clones of both the Hulk and Wolverine. Once he succeeded in creating this vast quantity, he could propel himself into the later stages of Qi refinement, thus alleviating any lingering concerns about his original self. Just as Zhou Hong immersed himself in his research, an unexpected phone call disrupted his plans. He hesitated upon seeing Yunxia on the caller ID, uncertain whether to answer. Although he had absorbed all the memories of his original self and inherited its aspirations, he did not share the emotional ties to the orphanage family. Initially reluctant to pick up, Zhou Hong felt a sudden agitation within the essence of his original self, as if it was trying to break free. This essence transcended mere soul. It was pivotal to Zhou Hong's ascension to celestial realms. Only a pure essence devoid of distractions could allow him to absorb and transform into a parallel self, paving the way for the creation of another multiverse beyond the Golden Core universe. This was the key to becoming a celestial being. Yet, the essence still harbored deep-seated obsessions, which would only dissipate once the original S wishes were fulfilled. As he sensed the increasing agitation within, Zhou Hong reluctantly answered the call. "Brother, they are coming again. This time I fear I might disappear. What should I do? I don't want to leave everyone. Brother, please think of a way to save me." A clear, frightened voice echoed through the phone. Understanding the significance of the caller to his original self, Zhou Hong offered words of comfort. Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Stay calm and don't be afraid. I will handle things here and return to you as soon as possible. No one will take you away. Upon hearing Zhou Hong's reassuring voice, the caller seemed to regain her composure, though fear still lingered. Brother, I overheard the directors say they will come to take us in half a month. What should we do? It's all right. I've already found a way to protect you. Just continue your daily life as usual until I return. When I come back, follow my instructions and everything will go smoothly. Okay, brother, I believe in you. You will protect me. I have faith that you will rescue me. It had been a long time since they last spoke, and this call allowed Yunxia to express her worries at length. Zhou Hong endeavored to comfort her, embodying the essence of his original self. After hanging up, Zhou Hong quickly delved into the memories of his original self. The mere call from Yunxia had stirred such intense agitation in the essence, revealing her profound importance. From his recollections, he learned that Yunxia was the little sister his original self had met at the Xian Country Orphanage. She had always been like a shadow, following him around. When Yunxia first arrived at the orphanage, she was frail and pale, with brittle yellow hair. Moved by her plight, Zhou Hong's original self often took on the responsibility of caring for her. It was during this time that Yunxia seemed to have bonded with him. Wherever his original self went within the orphanage, she was sure to follow. Even after Zhou Hong's original self entered high school, during breaks or weekends, Yunxia would always be waiting at the orphanage gate for him. The bond between them grew stronger, especially as Zhou Hong's original self endured bullying from mysterious caretakers, who deemed him weak due to his mutant abilities. When Yunxia first arrived at the orphanage and became his shadow, she witnessed Zhou Hong's original self being beaten by those caretakers. In a moment of courage, the small and fragile Yunxia rushed in to stop them. Unaware of her latent abilities, the caretakers kicked her down, intending to eliminate both. Zhou Hong's original self, accustomed to such bullying, could only protect his head with his arms. However, seeing Yunxia stand up for him touched him deeply. When she was knocked down, he disregarded his own injuries and shielded her with his body. Yunxia, witnessing her brother endure such torment, felt a surge of determination. Her latent powers erupted, releasing a formidable energy that obliterated the bullies. From that day forth, Zhou Hong's original self and Yunxia became inseparable. 3 years ago, Yunxia graduated from middle school and was likely nearing her high school graduation now. Many of those who had vanished without a trace from the orphanage were around that age. Yunxia was able to reach Zhou Hong because he had gifted her an old mobile phone with his scholarship funds, allowing them to stay connected. Perhaps Yunxia was the most important person to Zhou Hong's original self in the orphanage. Their years of mutual support and companionship formed the essence of his original self's attachment. Zhou Hong originally intended to gradually elevate his standing in the Xia Kingdom after returning from 6 months of study abroad, thereby gaining the influence necessary to affect the existence behind the orphanage, ultimately leading to the genuine salvation of the children residing there. However, circumstances compelled Zhou Hong to return prematurely. The restless agitation within his essence severely disrupted his cultivation plans, with his obsessions subtly yearning to detach from the control of his original source over this body. It is important to note that Zhou Hong's consciousness had merely descended into this vessel. Even the power of his soul had not yet manifested, let alone any significant force. Sensing the persistent turmoil of his essence within his mind, Zhou Hong spoke with an irritable tone. Silence yourself. My current strength is insufficient to confront the dark forces within the Xia Kingdom. If you wish to assist Yunxia, do not disturb my pursuit of power. Otherwise, I would rather relinquish this portion of my essence than return to save the children of the orphanage. Upon hearing Zhou Hong's words, the essence within his body fell silent. It was merely the lingering obsession of his original soul. As long as the being within the body was willing to rescue Yunxia, it would not interfere. Conversely, if the entity within had no intentions of fulfilling the original's wishes, the obsession would attempt to seize control of the body. Regardless of whether the obsession could wrest control, it would ultimately lead to the dissolution of the essence. This urgency was why Zhou Hong was determined to fulfill his life's ambitions, as his essence transcended mere soul. It constituted the very foundation of life itself. Zhou Hong had initially contemplated the mass production of clones resembling the Hulk and Wolverine to rapidly accumulate high-quality life energy for his cultivation. Yet, this unexpected call had disrupted his plans. The creation of high-quality life forms required substantial time, and Zhou Hong had less than half a month remaining. Unless Zhou Hong could harness vast amounts of energy to expedite the growth of the clones, his only option was to produce a small batch of them, allowing the energy expenditure to be compensated by his own resources. Thus, he managed to cultivate over 100 whole clones. To provide these clones with sufficient nurturing energy, Zhou Hong redirected all previously created Wolverine clones into energy reservoirs. After 12 days of diligent cultivation and infusing significant amounts of energy fluid to accelerate their growth, the new clones were finally ready. As he gazed upon the towering figures, each exceeding 3 meters in height, Zhou Hong eagerly drained their vital essence. A torrent of potent life energy flooding into his dantian. Breakthrough. Mid-stage of Qi refinement, 5th level. Peak of Qi refinement, 5th level. 6th level of Qi refinement. 7th level of Qi refinement. A formidable aura emanated from Zhou Hong, permeating the entire laboratory, the heavy pressure causing the clones to tremble involuntarily. At this stage of Qi refinement, he could withstand the force of an explosion. Even a standard missile would struggle to inflict serious injury. At this level, unless faced with a large-scale military force, he was virtually invulnerable. Additionally, the speed of his explosive power exceeded that of sound, allowing for swift escapes if necessary. Such strength posed a significant threat to urban safety. This was precisely why Zhou Hong insisted on reaching the later stages of Qi refinement before returning to the Xia Kingdom. In a world rife with supernatural abilities, lacking adequate strength to intervene in the shadowy dealings of the elite would only lead to his own demise. With his newfound power capable of endangering urban safety, Zhou Hong could leverage it to compel the higher-ups in the Xia Kingdom to confront the nefarious transactions occurring in the shadows. After calming his breath, Zhou Hong observed the emaciated yet towering clones in the laboratory, deciding to return them to their cultivation chambers. Despite their current frail appearance, their cells, derived from Wolverine and the Hulk, would allow them to recover their energy over time, making them valuable resources for future cultivation. Moreover, he could control their actions through soul imprints. Each of these clones possessed strength exceeding 300 tons. Each clone surpassed the conventional Hulk, who, in his normal form, only boasted around 200 tons of strength. In order to safeguard his laboratory from potential intrusions upon his return to the Xia Kingdom, Zhou Hong approached the crime lord Jin Bing, accompanied by one Hulk clone and several Wolverine clones. Jin Bing trembled slightly at Zhou Hong's presence, still haunted by the memory of their previous encounter. Zhou Hong wasted no time, gesturing toward the clones behind him. I will be returning to my homeland shortly. These are my research results, and I can entrust them to you, provided you ensure the security of my laboratory in my absence. Perhaps you are unaware of their capabilities. Do you recognize the Hulk from the Avengers? The tallest one is a clone of him. As the Dark Emperor of America, Jin Bing was well aware of the Hulk's prowess within the Avengers. However, could this emaciated figure towering over him truly be a clone of the Hulk? Zhou Hong noted the skepticism in Jin Bing's eyes, but chose not to elaborate further, simply giving the Hulk a silent cue. Upon receiving Zhou Hong's signal, the gaunt green giant turned and delivered a powerful punch to the thick wall beside him. Bang! The half-meter-thick wall was obliterated, leaving a 2-meter-wide gaping hole, revealing the terrified expressions of Jin Bing's bodyguards in the adjacent room. This individual appeared frail due to insufficient energy during development, but given time, he will evolve into the Hulk you envision. I entrust his control to you, along with several other formidable clones. However, remember, no one, not even you, is permitted to enter my laboratory. With that, Zhou Hong departed from Jin Bing's domain, his mind occupied with numerous tasks. The foremost being to secure identification for the 2 Hulk clones accompanying him. By the time all arrangements were completed, it was already the following afternoon. Zhou Hong initially contemplated delaying his return to the Xia Kingdom by another day, but the obsession within his essence seemed to sense his hesitation, growing increasingly restless. Reluctantly, Zhou Hong soothed the turmoil within him and boarded a flight back to the Xia Kingdom that very evening. The next day, in the southern city of Xia Kingdom, Zhou Hong, flanked by 2 imposing men standing 2 meters tall, ascended the aircraft steps, setting foot on Xia's soil. Upon returning, Zhou Hong did not immediately head to the local welfare institute, but instead contacted the local security department. He was acutely aware of the intricate web of factions within the Xia kingdom, which also housed a superpowered squad entirely loyal to governmental organizations. This is not America. In the Xia kingdom, superhumans are organized under a strict system. Additionally, mutants within Xia kingdom face no discrimination whatsoever. In fact, they are often recruited by government departments. This has resulted in the government's ability to mobilize a far greater number of superhumans than that of America. Currently, Zhou Hong, who is merely at the late stage of qi refining, cannot contend with such a colossal force. Moreover, in order to protect his siblings residing in an orphanage, he is inevitably compelled to confront the powerful figures behind the orphanage. If he could establish connections with the governmental departments of Longhua, he would be able to leverage their authority to investigate the missing children from the orphanage. Otherwise, as a mere student returning from abroad, he would stand little chance of bypassing the Xia Kingdom's government to confront the forces behind the orphanage. Through a review of the original memories, Zhou Hong has already formed a rough conjecture regarding the whereabouts of the missing mutant children from the orphanage, and he suspects that the individuals behind the orphanage hold considerable status within Xia Kingdom. Chapter 128. Cooperation. Zhou Hong simply stated over the phone that he had brought back the blood serum of the American Hulk, prompting an immediate response from the security department, who dispatched someone to fetch him. Zhou Hong understood that while Xia Kingdom is not lacking in formidable superhumans, it is indeed short of those with potent regenerative abilities. The Hulk serum he brought back not only has the potential to create obedient and powerful superhumans, but also holds the promise of yielding nearly universal medicinal applications through research. Soon, personnel from the security department arrived, including a handsome middle-aged man, a silver-haired young man, a young man with blonde hair, and a stunningly beautiful woman with long black hair. These individuals were secret agents from the security department, and Zhou Hong could sense that each of them possessed strength comparable to that of a level 4 mutant, exceeding even Storm from the X-Men. Even Zhou Hong, who had some familiarity with the Marvel Comics universe, had no recollection of these 4 formidable superhumans. It seemed improbable for such powerful beings to remain inconspicuous. Upon reaching Zhou Hong, the striking middle-aged man, evidently the leader, extended his right hand for a handshake and introduced himself. Mr. Zhou Hong, I presume? I am Hulai, captain of Team 3 from a Security Bureau's 1st Division. If you don't mind, you may call me Brother Hu. Our superiors have sent us to escort you. Would you like to visit our branch in Nandu? After a polite handshake, Zhou Hong replied, Hello, Brother Hu. I am Zhou Hong. I truly appreciate your effort in coming all this way for me. It's not suitable to talk here. Let us head to your branch and discuss further. Of course, Mr. Zhou, Hulai acknowledged, recognizing that this was not the right place for a conversation. He promptly summoned his team members to drive Zhou Hong and his companions to the Security Bureau's branch. Upon arriving at the Security Bureau, Zhou Hong was introduced to Minister Li Zhaoxiu. The two engaged in a lengthy discussion in Li Zhaoxiu's office until evening. When Zhou Hong finally departed, the two burly men who had accompanied him remained at the Security Bureau. Zhou Hong left alone, carrying a briefcase gifted by Minister Li Zhaoxiu, and the satisfaction on both their faces indicated that their conversation had been fruitful. After leaving the Security Bureau, Zhou Hong did not return directly to the Nandu Welfare Institute. Instead, he first visited a prominent high school in Nandu, where his sister, Yunxia, was enrolled. Although Yunxiao's senior class had already completed their college entrance examinations and all students had left the school, Zhou Hong had previously instructed Yunxia to remain at school for a few extra days after the exams, awaiting his return to accompany her back to the Welfare Institute. Before arriving at the high school, Zhou Hong had already informed Yunxia over the phone of his intention to pick her up in the afternoon. Thus, when he arrived, he had yet to spot her figure. Suddenly, a soft figure leaped into his embrace. Although Zhou Hong was fully capable of reacting, the memories embedded in his mind and the instincts of this body prevented him from evading. Gazing at the girl in his arms, Zhou Hong felt a twinge of surprise. The once timid and fragile girl had blossomed into a charming young woman. The girl who had once been frail and with unkempt hair was now a striking young lady. Standing at 7 meters tall, her long black hair tied into a waist-length ponytail, clad in a high school uniform that accentuated her figure. Zhou Hong affectionately ruffled her silky hair, his voice laced with nostalgia. Little Yunxia has grown up. You're almost as tall as your brother now. I can hardly believe how much you've changed in just over 3 years. Upon hearing his words, Yunxia's round face broke into a sweet smile. Hee, not at all in my eyes. You will always be the tallest. All right, my dear sister, let us go. This isn't the place for chit-chat. I'm taking you out for a feast. Zhou Hong playfully tousled Yunxia's hair again before taking the luggage from her hands and ushering her into a vehicle borrowed from the security bureau. Since seeing Zhou Hong, Yunxia appeared to have relaxed, chatting animatedly about her school adventures and gossip during the ride. Her voice, already melodious, now filled the vehicle with lively laughter. Zhou Hong made a concerted effort to embody the role of a caring brother, engaging with Yunxia's stories. He drove them to a well-known local restaurant nestled on the mountainside, which has been in operation for over 40 years, with the chef said to be a former royal cook from a feudal dynasty. This restaurant not only serves authentic dishes from Xia Kingdom, but also imports exotic delicacies that are hard to find domestically. Zhou Hong led Yunxia to a cozy private room on the upper floor, where they could enjoy a beautiful view of Nandu's nightscape. Little sister, today, your brother is treating you. Feel free to order whatever you desire. I made a fortune abroad, so I'm not worried about a little expense. Go ahead and indulge. Today, Zhou Hong exhibited an unusual demeanor, typically composed, even during moments of excitement. He now radiated genuine joy. Thank you, brother. I won't hold back. I'm going to feast like a queen today. Yunxia, intrigued by Zhou Hong's exploits abroad, was unaware of how he had acquired such wealth, yet she had unwavering faith in her brother. For Yunxia, the original self of Zhou Hong is her sole reliance in this world since childhood. Even if Zhou Hong were to deceive her, she would willingly accept everything. Moreover, Yunxia cannot fathom that her brother, Zhou Hong, would ever betray her. The dinner stretched until midnight, although this hour merely marked the onset of nightlife in the southern city. Considering that Zhou Hong had just returned to the country, Yunxia, despite having enjoyed the finest meal she had ever had, hastily satisfied her hunger. It was all to ensure that Zhou Hong could retire early for rest. Both she and Zhou Hong's original self always prioritized each other's well-being. Zhou Hong, discerning Yunxia's unspoken thoughts, chose not to confront her. After all, he was not the original self and did not share the same sensitivity to Yunxia's feelings. Following dinner, Zhou Hong escorted Yunxia to a 5-star international hotel in the city. Although he intended to book 2 presidential suites, Yunxia insisted on staying with him. Seeing her steadfastness, Zhou Hong could hardly object, as the suite was spacious enough for the two of them. However, Zhou Hong soon regretted his decision. He had not anticipated that Yunxia would be so clingy. The presidential suite, with its ample space and 2 bedrooms, should have sufficed for each to have their own room. Yet, Yunxia, with her innocent wide eyes, gazed at him with a pitiful expression, silently conveying her fear of sleeping alone without companionship. Ultimately, Zhou Hong succumbed to those sorrowful eyes, turning to collapse onto the soft bed, only for a delicate figure to swiftly dive into his covers. At Zhou Hong's level of existence, sleep was no longer a necessity for survival. Nonetheless, having gone years without a restful slumber, he found himself yearning to relive the simple joys of mortal rest. That night, Zhou Hong enjoyed a refreshing sleep, feeling a newfound tranquility in his internal energy. However, upon awakening the following morning, he discovered a fragrant, soft body nestled in his arms. Yunxia had unknowingly crawled into his embrace during the night. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Hong playfully swatted Yunxia's rear, eliciting a crisp sound. As she blinked awake and met his scrutinizing gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson. Realizing she had grown up, Yunxia recalled how, as a child, she would similarly snuggle into Zhou Hong's embrace at bedtime. Yet now, as an adult, she felt embarrassed for still seeking comfort in her brother's arms. Feeling a twinge of shyness under his gaze, Yunxia quickly got up, feigning nonchalance as she exited Zhou Hong's room. However, the moment the door closed behind her, she clasped her hands to her flushed cheeks, taking a deep breath to compose herself. Yunxia, how shameless you are. You're already an adult, yet you still curl up in your brother's arms to sleep. But his embrace is still as warm as ever. Outside the door, Yunxia savored the memory of being in Zhou Hong's arms, chuckling to herself like a lovesick girl before heading to the washroom. During breakfast, Yunxia's face remained a rosy hue as she occasionally stole glances at Zhou Hong. He, on the other hand, maintained his usual calm demeanor, observing her antics without any visible reaction. After their meal, Zhou Hong retrieved a paper figure he had prepared and placed it on Yunxia's table, his expression serious as he instructed her. Do not inquire about this. Simply know that it is a substitute I have prepared for you. Later, you will need to drop a drop of your blood on it. As for the subsequent matters, leave them to me. You need not worry about anything else. Yunxia gazed curiously at the pristine 3-inch paper figure, but, respecting Zhou Hong's wishes, refrained from further questioning and nodded in agreement. All right, I will listen to you, brother. Unaware of Zhou Hong's intentions or methods, she trusted him implicitly. I have paid for this room for a month. During this time, do not leave the hotel. You may study or play games here, but remember, do not venture outside. Understood. Zhou Hong seemed to have anticipated her straightforward compliance, and the two shared an unspoken understanding as they calmly passed the day. The next morning, Yunxia awoke to find Zhou Hong's absence. The bed's warmth had long dissipated, indicating he had left some time ago. Reading a note he had left by her bedside, a hint of sadness crossed her face, only to vanish swiftly. Yunxia never doubted that her brother would leave her. Even if he did, it would be a fleeting absence. For Zhou Hong had never let her down. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong had returned to the welfare home with another version of Yunxia, much to the delight of the director, who had feared they would never return after sensing the anomalies within the facility. Although the purpose of their return remained unclear, the director felt relieved that his mission had been accomplished. Above the welfare home, concealed within the clouds, Zhou Hong observed the other Zhou Hong and the paper figure of Yunxia, a smile playing on his lips. Is it not sufficient? I have allowed your obsession to control your body for 2.5 days. You have now fulfilled your wish to reunite with your sister. Can you not return to your essence? Since forming a partnership with the Ministry of National Defense, Zhou Hong had temporarily relinquished control of his body to the original self's obsession. During his time with Yunxia, most of his actions had been governed by this obsession, which is why he had exhibited such rich emotional expressions. As the obsession gradually retreated to its source, it conveyed a final message to Zhou Hong. Protect my brother and sister. I will fade away. With that, the weight of the obsession lifted, leaving Zhou Hong feeling unshackled. The essence within him had diminished significantly, rendering his consciousness more pure. The other Zhou Hong and the paper figure of Yunxia spent 2 peaceful days at the welfare home. On the 3rd morning, a mist suddenly enveloped their respective rooms, lingering for 3 minutes before dissipating into the air. As the mist dissipated, a group of burly men donned in gas masks carefully lifted the unconscious Zhou Hong and Yunxia onto a stretcher, subsequently joining others who emerged from various rooms to throw them into the back of a massive truck. The design of the orphanage and the men's adeptness suggested that they were well accustomed to such undertakings. As the truck slowly made its way toward the borders of Xia country, Zhou Hong felt a sense of vindication for having secured cooperation with the Department of Defense. For Xia country, all mutants and superpowered individuals represented a crucial reserve of strength, which led to the establishment of the Department of Defense. If the Divine Spear Bureau was an organization oriented towards international relations, the Department of Defense served to oversee all organizations of superpowered individuals, including the Divine Spear Bureau itself. Zhou Hong had also learned from Minister Li Zhaoxu of the Department of Defense that the upper echelons of the Divine Spear Bureau had been infiltrated, with suspicions of collusion between high-ranking officials and foreign superpowered organizations. In recent years, the spate of missing superpowered individuals and children at risk of becoming superpowered or mutants in Xia country had been orchestrated by foreign organizations. They had bribed numerous high-ranking officials across various regions, including those within the Divine Spear Bureau, to obscure or exert pressure on local governments regarding the cases of missing persons. Chapter 130. The darkness of humanity high above the clouds. Zhou Hong observed the truck as it gradually ventured into the border jungle, puzzled as to why they did not immediately exit Xia country. Instead, they appeared to be entering the depths of the jungle. Could it be that their hideout lay within this very wilderness? With lingering questions, Zhou Hong resolved to refrain from intervening for the time being. As the truck delved deeper into the jungle, the path grew increasingly winding, obscured by the dense foliage along the roadside. From above, only a rugged mountain trail could be faintly discerned. After more than half an hour of navigating the thick forest, the truck finally came to a halt at a mountainside deep within the woods. Upon stopping, the previously dense vegetation parted, revealing a cavernous entrance before Zhou Hong's eyes. Several vans emerged from the cave, and men alighted, engaging in brief conversation with the truck driver before he, with an untroubled demeanor, opened the truck's rear compartment. Inside the truck, lying in a disoriented heap, were numerous individuals, men and women, young and old, who had once lived ordinary lives but now lay unconscious within the truck's confines. The men from the vans retrieved a detection device from their backpacks and climbed onto the truck, scanning the unconscious individuals one by one. Those who did not elicit a response from the instrument were promptly lifted into the van's trunks, while those who triggered a beep remained undisturbed. When Zhou Hong and the paper doll Yinxia were scanned, the device emitted a sound as well. Upon completing the sweep, the majority of those taken were unresponsive, while only a scant few remained. The leader among the men nodded approvingly upon seeing the vans filled with captives. He then gestured to a scar-faced man, who understood the cue and retrieved a laptop, presenting it to the leader. After a few swift operations on the laptop, the leader gestured an OK sign to the truck driver. The driver, confirming the accuracy of the transaction details, shook hands with the leader, exchanging pleasantries about their collaboration. From his vantage point in the air, Zhou Hong clearly observed the string of numbers displayed on the laptop. So this is the human trafficking trade? I had only heard rumors before. I never expected to witness it firsthand. They are remarkably cautious, retreating into the depths of the mountains and transforming an entire mountain into a base. It seems they have been in this business for quite some time. I wonder when they began. Zhou Hong watched as the transaction unfolded beneath his very eyes, refraining from action for the moment, as the orchestrators remained concealed. Moreover, Zhou Hong and the paper doll Yinxia still lay within the truck, indicating that another transaction was yet to unfold. As he had surmised, once the truck driver confirmed the transaction amount over the phone, he exchanged a few words with the leader before driving the truck onward. This time, Zhou Hong did not follow the truck, but instead cast an invisibility spell upon himself, trailing alongside the vans into the dark tunnel. Inside the truck, the puppets Zhou Hong and Yinxia required no guidance during their creation. Zhou Hong had already imbued them with two faint souls that allowed them to act entirely on his behalf without the need for direct control. After following the vans for 2 minutes, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, prompting the vans to gradually decelerate. Once the vans came to a complete stop, an expansive space unfolded before Zhou Hong. Observing the scene, he could not help but frown. Despite the cavern's vastness, a nauseating stench of blood lingered in the air. Brightly lit within the cavern, a network of tunnels housed numerous rusty iron cages haphazardly arranged within the dugout earth. Inside these cages were disheveled individuals, their bodies shackled with handcuffs and leg chains, each wearing an expression of numb despair. Among them, Zhou Hong spotted children no older than 5 or 6 years. The number of children far surpassed that of the adults, who were notably fewer. Just as Zhou Hong scrutinized the cavernous structure, a heavy iron door creaked open, revealing several individuals clad in protective gear. Their garments were stained with blood, and they immediately began sifting through the unconscious individuals in the vans. One of the personnel suddenly removed her helmet, revealing a cascade of lustrous black hair and a stunningly beautiful face that captivated all in attendance. This woman was not just strikingly attractive. Her figure, accentuated by her protective attire, suggested an alluring presence. With an air of indifference, she approached the leader, bypassing the others who were scrutinizing the unconscious victims in the vans. In a tone devoid of emotion, she addressed him, "Trafficker, a significant client requires a pair of young, vigorous kidneys, as well as a healthy, robust heart. You must urgently identify a young, healthy male and ensure he is delivered to my table shortly." "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." The proposals on the table remained utterly silent from beginning to end, without a single reaction, even as every organ within his body was meticulously extracted. This scene before Zhou Hong was mirrored in over a dozen other locations within the vast cavern. A video call connected him to an elderly man on the other end, who appeared to struggle under the weight of his own body. Upon witnessing Hong Jie remove the critical organs she required, the old man abruptly ended the call. After meticulously packaging the athletic student's accustomed parts, Hong Jie sighed with relief upon realizing that the call had been disconnected. The pressure exerted by the employer moments ago had been overwhelming for Hong Jie, despite the fact that he had said nothing and made no move. As a creature of the shadows, she couldn't shake off her trepidation in the presence of such an influential figure. After ensuring everything was secured, she did not neglect the remaining body parts on the table. Instead, she retrieved a chainsaw, directing it toward the mangled form of the student. Once she had dismembered the entire body, she pressed a button to alert the trafficker to come and finalize the matter. The other body parts, although deemed unnecessary by Hong Jie, represented a lucrative source of income for the traffickers. Chapter 132. Leaving no trace, the traffickers merely needed to vacuum pack the remaining parts post-dismemberment, allowing them to be sold through specialized channels to those across the globe in need. While these superfluous parts were of little value to Hong Jie, the traffickers saw the potential for a significant profit from just this one student. Zhou Hong looked upon these traffickers and their organ trafficking organization with disdain, particularly for their willingness to exploit even the most inconsequential remains of their victims. In his eyes, there was little difference between their actions and those of malevolent practitioners of dark arts. In this world, there could only be one devil, and that was Zhou Hong himself. No one could outmatch his wickedness. Moreover, the sheer waste of cultivation resources infuriated him. Every living being in this world had long been regarded by Zhou Hong as nourishment for his own cultivation. The senseless death of any creature represented a grievous loss of resources for him. Thus, his fury boiled over. Is this not wasteful? Do you comprehend the magnitude of loss I suffer for my cultivation with each life extinguished? Just because a frail old man, a vigorous young individual, has been robbed of the opportunity to contribute to my ascension. This is nothing short of heinous. A voice filled with wrath echoed throughout the cavern. The traffickers instantly became alert, gripped by an overwhelming sense of panic at the sudden proclamation. Those engaged in such illicit activities feared nothing more than the exposure of their identities. If captured, they would prefer to be apprehended by the authorities, as that would at least guarantee their survival. However, should they fall into the hands of ordinary citizens, they would face relentless retribution. In the midst of their chaos, Hong Jie, the head of the operation, stepped forward. What is all this commotion? Silence. We would like to know who this brave soul is that has graced us with their presence. Her clear voice resonated throughout the cavern, restoring a semblance of calm among the flustered crowd. As they regained their composure, they hastily armed themselves, casting wary glances around. Though the unseen intruder did not respond, Hong Jie interpreted the silence as a glimmer of hope for negotiation. I know not who you are or how you located us, but you must understand that establishing such a substantial processing facility within Dragon Country requires connections beyond your imagination. Why not reveal yourself so we may discuss matters? As long as you do not expose us, we can offer you a substantial reward. If you insist on reporting us to the authorities, know that our connections will not allow you to escape unscathed. While she attempted to persuade Zhou Hong to reveal himself, she scanned the dim corners of the cavern for any potential hiding spots. Do not think of calling anonymously to report us. Our associates can easily trace your identity through national satellite surveillance. Even if your report succeeds, you would still face ceaseless oppression from the upper echelons of the government, endangering your friends and family in the process. So, my friend, come forth and let us engage in a fruitful discussion. Yet, despite Hong Jie's attempts at persuasion and intimidation, silence reigned. Just as she prepared to escalate her threats, a pale hand emerged from behind her. Before she could react, a sharp snap echoed, and her gaze shifted instinctively to her heels. A searing pain shot through her nerves, blurring her vision and robbing her of strength before plunging her into darkness. With a resounding thud, Hong Jie collapsed, her once alluring form rapidly deflating like a punctured balloon, transforming into a mere skeletal figure. The assembled traffickers and members of the organ trafficking organization watched in horror as Hong Jie's head twisted unnaturally, a sickening crack resonating as her neck turned 180 degrees. Even more astonishing, her once voluptuous physique had been reduced to a desiccated corpse in an instant. It was not until her lifeless body hit the ground that they awakened from their stupor, panic spreading like wildfire. Those with weaker constitutions brandished their makeshift weapons, emptying their magazines into her lifeless form. However, their actions were in vain. The pale hand continued to appear behind them, claiming one life with each manifestation. The atmosphere within the cavern grew increasingly tense, as the invisible adversary claimed their comrades with each strike. Fear stripped them of their composure, and in the face of this ominous foe, they resorted to indiscriminate shooting in desperation. Their frantic movements did not disrupt Zhou Hong. who remained unperturbed as he dealt with the traffickers one by one. As the last of them fell, Zhou Hong revealed himself, donning a black jester's mask. The events within the cavern sparked a flicker of hope among the previously despondent victims, who had been coerced or seduced by promises of wealth. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, they found a renewed sense of optimism for survival. "Help! Benefactor, save me. I have been kidnapped by them. Please let me out quickly. You must be sent by the Dragon Kingdom to rescue us. Hurry and release us. Why did you arrive so late? Why did it take you so long to come to our aid?" The victims within the iron cage clamored for Zhou Hong's assistance, desperately seeking to be freed. Initially, their pleas were tinged with desperation, but at some point, they seemed to have concluded that Zhou Hong was indeed a representative of the Dragon Kingdom. Their tone shifted to one of increasing assertiveness, eventually threatening Zhou Hong with complaints if he did not act promptly to liberate them, as if it were their inherent right. They expressed no gratitude for the government's intervention, but rather lamented the length of their confinement in the cage. Zhou Hong dismissed their threats with disdain. "Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Since you all are destined to perish, why not merge with me and become the cornerstone of my cultivation? It is an honor for you to join me in eternal life." As his words hung in the air, a dense black mist emanated from Zhou Hong's being, swiftly splitting into countless tendrils that surged into the bodies of all present. The former victims of the organ trafficking ring lost their lives the moment the black mist made contact, their bodies rapidly transforming into desiccated corpses. The black mist that had entered their bodies soon emerged, now glowing with a vivid red hue. Chapter 133. Internal Strife. After absorbing every living soul in the cavern, Zhou Hong felt a subtle tremor in his cultivation level, having already reached the pinnacle of the 7th stage of qi refinement. He sensed a faint inclination towards breaking into the 8th stage upon consuming the essence of all those present. Alas, just a fraction more, and I could attain the 8th stage of qi refinement. But it matters little. I have ample resources for cultivation. If necessary, I shall simply capture more. Gazing at the now silent cavern, Zhou Hong sighed softly. As he prepared to exit the cave, he noticed a jade bracelet adorning the wrist of the lifeless Hong Jie. Though seemingly unremarkable, the verdant bracelet possessed immense significance for Zhou Hong, who had been pondering how to uncover the identity of a mastermind behind the scenes. Upon spotting the bracelet, an idea sparked in Zhou Hong's mind. A brilliant notion indeed. He would utilize Hong Jie and her jade bracelet to forge a soul plate, subsequently collecting all lingering souls within the cavern into this artifact. Without hesitation, Zhou Hong removed the bracelet from Hong Jie's wrist and channeled the pure energy from his dantian, transmuting it into flames as he began to heat the jade. As the temperature of the energy flames escalated, the previously solid bracelet began to melt into a flowing magma. Under Zhou Hong's control, the molten mass gradually transformed into a palm-sized jade plate. After inscribing a few characters upon the plate and casting several spells, a brand new soul plate came into existence. To swiftly gather the drifting souls within the cave, Zhou Hong infused his energy into his eyes, transforming his perception of the surroundings. The once empty cavern now swarmed with ethereal entities, each attempting to assault Zhou Hong's form. However, they dared not approach within 3 meters of him, intimidated by his formidable presence and the palpable aura of death. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Hong raised the soul plate above his head and commanded his energy to draw in the souls from every corner of the cave. Hidden in the shadows, the spirit of Hong Jie watched in disbelief as Zhou Hong demonstrated his ability to confront the ethereal beings. She had assumed that after being killed by Zhou Hong, she would no longer have to fear him in her spirit form. Yet she was astonished to discover his power over spirits. Suddenly, a chill coursed through her spectral form as Zhou Hong began to absorb one of the spirits into the jade plate. Sensing impending danger, Hong Jie cleverly distanced herself and sought refuge in an unnoticed corner. Yet, Zhou Hong had already infused his energy into his eyes, rendering all spirits visible to him, particularly the glaringly vivid essence of Hong Jie's spirit. With a slight gesture, he directed his focus towards her location and, with a gentle pull, Hong Jie felt an unseen force ensnare her spirit. An irresistible power propelled her towards Zhou Hong. Gazing at her vividly colored spirit, Zhou Hong grasped the top of her ethereal head and initiated the soul-searching technique, effortlessly absorbing a vast array of memories. Hongjia's entire life unfolded before Zhou Hong's mind, revealing how she had risen to the position of base leader and all the high-ranking individuals she had encountered. The deputy mayor of Yundu City? I hadn't anticipated the depth of this intrigue. The mastermind remains elusive, yet merely the head of this operation holds a deputy mayor's rank. It seems I must expend further effort to unearth the true puppeteer behind the scenes. Zhou Hong cast a significant glance at the concealed camera, then turned and departed from the dark cavern. Meanwhile, in a lavish villa within Yundu City, Deputy Mayor Zhou Hong furiously swept all items off his desk. Who dares disrupt my base? Damnable. If I find out who is responsible, I will ensure their entire family pays the price. Having vented his rage, Deputy Mayor Zhou extracted his phone and dialed a number associated with the big boss. When the call connected, the furious expression on Zhou Hong's face transformed into one of subservient deference. Boss, our hidden base in the remote mountains has been compromised. Not a soul escaped. We have no intel on the assailants. A powerful voice resonated from the other end. Useless. You can't even handle something so trivial. Your base has been overrun, and you still don't know who did it. Listen closely. I grant you satellite access, whatever means you employ. I want to know of the culprit's disappearance within a week. Yes, boss, I will certainly uncover their identities within a week. I will ensure their entire family becomes our merchandise. Good. I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, you may find yourself without a position. With that, the enigmatic big boss hung up the phone. Upon seeing the call end, Deputy Mayor Zhou Hong quickly retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. As the deputy mayor of Yundu City and a candidate for the next mayor, he could not help but feel trepidation in the presence of the big boss on the other end of the line. The background of this individual was far too fearsome. Zhou Hong had once been a mere community director in a small county, but through a chance encounter, he had met the big boss who had come from the capital to visit Yundu province. At that time, the big boss, seeking excitement, had entered a private residence with a few subordinates and brutally assaulted the female occupant before her husband. After the incident, the entire family of 5 residing in the house was brutally murdered, and the perpetrator swaggered away without a care. Zhou Hong, who was acutely aware of the background of the mastermind, was overly eager to advance in his career. To secure his future, Zhou Hong assisted the mastermind in concealing the truth and shifted all the blame onto a local fool. Following that event, the mastermind expressed great admiration for Zhou Hong, leveraging his familial connections to elevate Zhou to the position of deputy mayor of Cloud City in a mere decade. The organ trafficking operation that Zhou Hong took over was merely a side venture for the mastermind, yet it flourished under his influence throughout the Dragon Nation, aided by forces from beyond its borders. According to Zhou Hong's knowledge, the mastermind's family background included high-ranking officials within the Dragon Nation, along with a lineage that traced back to the land of cherry blossoms. This intricate heritage enabled the mastermind's family to ascend to positions of power within the Dragon Nation, primarily because, during a period of hardship, they had contributed an immeasurable sum of foreign currency to acquire citizenship. After decades of discourse, few remember the mastermind's original nationality, which explains how his family rose to prominence within the Dragon Nation. Contemplating the formidable family behind the mastermind, Zhou Hong could not suppress a sigh. Alas, hard work pales in comparison to the advantages of a prestigious lineage. If only I possessed such a family background, I would not need to grovel before others. Suddenly, the door to the study burst open, prompting Zhou Hong to become immediately alert. This villa had been arranged for his 4th mistress and served as a recreational retreat for the mastermind. The 3rd floor, where he currently resided, was his private domain. His mistresses would never dare ascend without his permission, let alone intrude upon his sanctum. Yet, Zhou Hong caught a fleeting glimpse of a cold glimmer. A searing pain erupted from the palm of his right hand, and he could not help but cry out in agony. However, despite the intensity of his screams, they did not disturb anyone, as he had deliberately chosen a secluded location when purchasing this villa. Unbeknownst to Zhou Hong, his 4th mistress had already become a lifeless corpse. Lying in the bathtub, his anguished cries went unnoticed, save for those of Zhou Hong and himself. Another flash of cold light appeared, and Zhou Hong's left hand was pierced as well, eliciting an even louder scream from him. His face contorted in pain, tears and snot streaming down. As Zhou Hong continued to launch steel nails into Zhou Hong's limbs, the air was filled with his piercing shrieks. while Zhou Hong observed Zhou Hong's contorted visage with keen interest. After a prolonged scrutiny, Zhou Hong finally spoke. Enough of this charade. You must understand why I have come for you, and today, you must meet your demise. Zhou Hong is agonizing, well abruptly ceased, and his previously tortured expression transformed into a mask of calm. Friend, must you proceed in this manner? I am merely a subordinate, a pawn in this game. Killing me would jeopardize your own life. Regardless of my transgressions, as long as I remain an official of the Dragon Nation, my demise will prompt a thorough investigation by the government. Even if you hide your tracks well, the truth will inevitably surface. Let us sit down and discuss this matter. Zhou Hong, a man who had risen to the position of deputy mayor, displayed remarkable cunning and composure, even with steel nails piercing his body. He had previously faced retaliation from others, but he had always managed to navigate through such challenges, owing to the protection afforded to him as a mid-level official of the Dragon Nation. He believed that today would unfold similarly, and as long as he survived this encounter, he would exhaust every resource to locate his assailant, ensuring that they experienced profound despair. However, this time, his adversary was Zhou Hong. Even if his identity were revealed, had no family or friends to fear. Zhou Hong disregarded Zhou Hong's words and continued to methodically drive steel nails into his body. Zhou Hong, witnessing the indifference to his pleas, found it increasingly difficult to withstand the excruciating pain that penetrated to his very bones. In a moment of desperation, Zhou Hong swiftly covered Zhou Hong's mouth with a cloth, preventing him from using his screams to divert attention. Unable to escape the torment of the steel nails embedded in his flesh, Zhou Hong felt his life force dwindling. Zhou Hong, observing the fading light in Zhou Hong's eyes, raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. With a mocking smile, he addressed the dying man. Did you think death would bring you relief? Oh no, you are mistaken. Your flesh may perish, but your soul endures. Moreover, I must inform you that your wife and 2 children have already met their end at my hands. And before they died, I ensured they experienced the agony of dismemberment. Zhou Hong's pale, contorted face betrayed a profound hatred, yet a flicker of hope still lingered deep within. However, Zhou Hong had no intention of allowing his victim to die easily. He aimed to instill despair in Zhou Hong's heart. Are you pondering the fate of your legitimate wife and children, or perhaps your mistresses and illegitimate offspring? Did you believe I would come unprepared? Since your ascension as an official, you have had a total of 14 lovers, excluding your legitimate wife. 12 of them have borne your offspring. I dealt with them all before arriving here, ensuring they too experienced the sensation of organ extraction. Oh, and your parents and relatives? I took care of them as well. No need to thank me. I merely wish for your family to reunite in death. Now it is time for you to die. As Zhou Hong gazed at Zhou Hong in disbelief and despair, Zhou Hong delivered a light punch to his head. The room was instantly splattered with a viscous, crimson liquid. Simultaneously, a list implicating numerous officials and tycoons of the Dragon Nation lay on the desk of the head of the National Security Department. The list comprises individuals ranging from village officials to high-ranking national leaders, as well as founders of major affluent groups in Longwa, totaling over 10,000 people. These individuals have, without exception, participated directly or indirectly in the auction of human organs. Some have done so for their elderly relatives, while others seek to prolong their own lives. Under the leadership of the shadowy masterminds behind the organ trafficking syndicate, they have utilized their extensive networks to form an organization that spans nearly the entire territory of Longwa. Initially, their operations were conducted furtively, attempting to evade the attention of the Longwa government, but the immense profits from organ trafficking have driven them to madness. In recent years, their organ trade has expanded globally, leading to an unprecedented demand that they have recklessly exploited. Within a mere year, leveraging their connections and the protection of government officials at various levels, they have orchestrated tens of thousands of missing persons cases across Longwa. This surge in disappearances has instilled widespread panic among the populace, despite the efforts of complicit officials to suppress the news. Minister of Defense Li Jianya stared at the list of individuals involved in the organ trafficking organization, now laid before him on his desk. Alongside the horrifying cases they had committed, even the Minister of Defense, the highest-ranking official beneath the 7 elders of Longwa, was taken aback. The list included thousands of government officials and tycoons, far beyond his capacity to manage. Alarmingly, several high-ranking leaders of his own caliber were also named. Chapter 135. A major cleanup. Those officials of equal rank were beyond his authority to influence, as they wielded resources and power that were anything but trivial. Li Jianya could only pass the list to the 12 cabinet members of Longhua and thereafter follow their directives. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Li Jianya hastened to the political core office of Longhua with the list in hand. Given the distinct responsibilities of the 12 cabinet members, he first submitted the list to his direct superior, the second counselor. The second counselor, a middle-aged man with white hair, bore a visage that belied his years. The recent spate of significant natural disasters across Longhua had left him perpetually weary, with the only respite being the journeys to disaster-stricken areas. This relentless strain had transformed his appearance and health dramatically. As Li Jianya handed over the list and detailed the circumstances, the frail and aging form of the second counselor trembled. While listening, he shakily flipped through the pages of the list. Suddenly, blood erupted from the second counselor's mouth. Second counselor, medical assistance. Someone quickly. The second counselor is bleeding. Seeing the blood, Li Jianya was overwhelmed with anxiety. Rushing to support the second counselor while calling for medical personnel. The guards outside, alerted by his cries, promptly notified the medical team responsible for the 12 cabinet members, always prepared for emergencies involving the 7 elders. In less than half a minute, a group of medical staff clad in white coats burst into the second counselor's office, their expressions tense as they attempted to lift him onto a stretcher. No need for that. You may all return. I am aware of my condition. It is merely a result of excessive agitation. I am fine now, the second counselor reassured the frantic staff, gesturing for them to leave. But, leader, your health. The lead medical staff member attempted to persuade him to accept treatment, but the second counselor firmly declined. It is of no consequence. Once I have organized matters, I will cooperate with your treatment. For now, I have pressing work to attend to. You may leave. Xiao Li, you must immediately inform the other 11 counselors that there will be a significant decision-making meeting at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and they must all attend. Yes, leader. I will arrange it right away. At 2:30 p.m., in a grand and imposing hall, the tall and authoritative first counselor studied the documents in his hand with utmost seriousness. His expression inscrutable, yet an immense, palpable pressure filled the meeting room. After reviewing the documents, the first counselor solemnly inquired, Xiao Li, is the information contained herein accurate? Li Jianya, who had been standing behind the second counselor throughout the meeting, felt a cold sweat break out as he responded urgently. First counselor, the majority of the data has been verified and confirmed as accurate. Though a small portion cannot be corroborated, yet based on the records and the investigation team's deductions, they are also deemed credible. The first counselor's countenance darkened, his once towering figure appearing somewhat hunched in that moment. Good. It is astonishing that after merely a few decades of stability in Longhua, they have forgotten the sacrifices made by our ancestors for this peace, and now they dare to turn against their own compatriots. Clearly, they have lost sight of their identity as citizens of Longhua. With a sudden surge of emotion, the first counselor stood, slamming the documents onto the desk, his gaze heavy and serious as he addressed the other 6 elders, whose faces were etched with anger. Comrades, Longhua stands at the brink of peril. The enemy has extended its claws into our midst and taken root. If we fail to act decisively, we risk annihilation. We cannot allow the new Longhua, forged from countless sacrifices, to be squandered in our hands. This time, we must eradicate the darkness within and eliminate every extending limb. The first counselor's grave voice resonated in the meeting hall, enveloping the space in a palpable sense of determination and resolve. Therefore, I propose we enter a state of national readiness. Let us deploy our forces to cleanse all darkness and evil completely. Let's raise our hands for a vote. Those in favor of my proposal, please raise your hands. Upon concluding his statement, the first counselor was the first to raise his hand high, and 10 out of the 12 counselors, including himself, agreed to use force for suppression, with only the second counselor and the fourth counselor expressing dissent. The 10 counselors turned their attention toward the second and fourth counselors, yet the second counselor remained resolute, straightening his frail body and declaring, I oppose. Merely using force is insufficient to warn the world. I believe all participants should be executed. Furthermore, their families must face appropriate punishment. This is also an opportunity to expel all those who do not belong to Longhua. We must ensure none remain. Should we encounter resistance during the execution, We shall proceed with immediate execution. The fourth counselor expressed strong agreement with the second counselor's proposal. Upon hearing the objections raised by the second deputy speaker, the other members of the assembly found themselves momentarily speechless. They had presumed their own views to be sufficiently radical. Yet the traditionally conservative second deputy speaker deemed their stance overly cautious. Nevertheless, they refrained from contesting the second deputy speaker's proposal, fully aware of the current precarious situation facing the Dragon Nation. Over the past several decades, due to deficiencies in technology and talent, the Dragon Nation had been compelled to continually recruit foreign researchers and actively participate in various international rankings. This had resulted in a diverse array of outsiders permeating the nation's universities and urban centers. After years of relentless effort by several generations, the Dragon Nation finally caught up with developed countries, surpassing them in several high-end precision fields. The nation no longer required validation from other countries. It possessed both the capability and the strength to launch a decisive strike against malevolent forces. Now was the opportune moment to eradicate domestic instability and to demonstrate to the populace that the Dragon Nation could indeed safeguard its own tranquility. As the 12 distinguished members of the Assembly reached a consensus, a series of classified operational orders were simultaneously dispatched to the leaders of various military corps. Within an instant, every military district across the Dragon Nation was placed on high alert. Even the long-stored secret nuclear weapons were paraded once more by the leaders of these corps. Over 3 million active-duty soldiers and 2 million reservists were mobilized, equipped with an array of advanced weaponry, and deployed to the cities. Concurrently, the Dragon Nation halted all transportation routes, grounding all aircraft and vessels, and sealing off every checkpoint within the nation. Outside an old royal palace in the capital, the Dragon Nation's army encircled the premises with precision, leaving no avenue for escape, while armed helicopters patrolled the skies above. Chapter 136. A single trigger sets all in motion in the capital. Anyone residing within the old royal palace belonged to distinguished families of notable renown. Today, however, 3 families found themselves besieged: the Pu, Xing, and families. These families were not only the orchestrators behind organ trafficking networks, but also served as eyes and ears for both the Sakura Nation and the United States within the Dragon Nation. These 3 prominent clans had resurfaced on the political stage after changing their names during the old dynasty, now representing a feudal lineage. For decades, they had been entrenched as agents of the Sakura Nation, aided by external political resources that enabled their members to ascend within the political hierarchy of the Dragon Nation. Currently, the head of the Pu family, Pu Qing, held the position of director at a significant governmental department, wielding control over substantial resources. Over the years, numerous pro-Sakura narratives and corporate services had originated from their influence. Yet, chaos erupted within the grand estate of the Pu family, as its members pondered the sudden military encirclement. They had received no prior warning, and given their prominent status within the Dragon Nation, it was inconceivable that the military could act without justification. In the conference room of the Pu family, the 4 principal authorities, Pu Qing, the eldest elder Pu Man, the second elder Pu Zhao, and the third elder Pu Gua, sat with grave expressions. Why are we being surrounded by the military? We have remained inactive for quite some time. They cannot possibly know of our plans for restoration. What do we go wrong? Pu Man inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. This is not the time for such discussions. We must ascertain why the military has encircled us. Third brother, you usually maintain close ties with those brash soldiers. Please make an inquiry. Pu Qing directed at the third elder. I have tried. All communications are blocked. It appears the military has disabled all communication devices in the vicinity. Eldest brother, we should consider fleeing. The deployment of the military suggests we have been compromised. If we preserve our lives, we can seek further opportunities. Very well. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted, followed by a rapid succession of shots. What is happening? Where is that gunfire coming from? Has something occurred outside? As the leaders of the Pu family contemplated stepping outside to investigate, a young member of the family burst into the conference room in a panic. Head of the family. This is grave. The young clan leader was shot dead by the military while attempting to prevent them from entering the estate to conduct a search. After executing the young leader, they stormed in and began shooting anyone they encountered. The young man was a subordinate of the young clan leader, Pu Wang, who often leveraged his superior's name to assert his influence. In his haste, he conveniently omitted the fact that the young leader had provoked the military officers outside. The contingent surrounding the Pu family was led by the young leader's previous rival, and Pu Wang had mistakenly believed that this was merely a ploy to harass him using military power. Little did he know, after a few provocative remarks and a refusal to cooperate with the investigation, the military had responded with deadly force. Upon hearing of his son's demise, Pu Qing was consumed by rage, momentarily forgetting the critical discussions regarding the family's survival. He retrieved a hidden firearm, intent on avenging his son's death. However, as soon as he stepped out of the conference room, soldiers surrounded him, guns aimed at his head. A cold sweat broke out as he realized the precarious position in which his family now found itself. Yet, as a high-ranking official of the Dragon Nation and a member of an ancient royal lineage, Pu Qing quickly regained his composure. What do you intend to do? I am a minister of the Dragon Nation. When did the military gain the authority to besiege the homes of its citizens? Who is your commander? I demand to know who dares act so brazenly. Who authorized you to use weapons? How dare you fire upon us? I shall report this matter to the cabinet. You will face military tribunal for killing citizens in the capital. Pu Qing proclaimed with righteous indignation, conveniently omitting the fact that it was his own son who had been killed. Understanding the intricacies of the political landscape, he recognized that without irrefutable evidence, he could not place all blame on the military. For now, he aimed to voice his grievances on behalf of the populace. Once the situation unfolded and the military revealed any weaknesses, he would seize the opportunity to suppress them thoroughly. Pu Qing understood that surviving this immediate crisis was paramount. Only then could he contemplate the future. Once the dust settled, all present would be unable to evade responsibility, destined to accompany his son in death. He envisioned using this incident to bolster his reputation among the people, enhancing his political prospects. Perhaps he could even secure a position within the national cabinet. In the future, he aspired to empower his family and descendants, gradually replacing the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation's political sphere. When the time was ripe, he would orchestrate a coup and restore the dynasty. At that moment, he would not merely be a leader of the Dragon Nation, but rather the emperor of the Qing dynasty. His descendants would forever be regarded as the most esteemed royalty of this land. As Pu Qing reveled in his triumph, a maniacal laughter echoed within him. What significance did a mere son hold? As long as he could procure substantial benefits for himself, even the death of his son would seem worthwhile in furthering the grand ambitions of the family. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat! The leader of the Dragon Kingdom's military, observing the fluctuating expressions and gaze of Pu Qing, the head of a certain department, understood all too well the thoughts swirling in the latter's mind. He could not help but scoff internally. What era was this? A feudal dynasty had been extinguished for centuries, yet here was someone still dreaming of restoring the throne. The usually hot-tempered military leader could no longer restrain himself and fired a bullet at Pu Qing's forehead. This act was akin to igniting a powder keg, prompting the soldiers to raise their rifles and unleash a torrent of fire upon the members of the Pu family. Within a mere 30 seconds, the soldiers had already changed their magazines multiple times. The Pu family, comprising over 300 individuals, was utterly annihilated. Not a single soul was spared, not even the most inconsequential of beings. The military showed no mercy, executing even the distant relatives of the Pu clan. Similar events unfolded across several grand residences in the capital in less than half a day. The Dragon Kingdom eradicated threats that had been lurking both domestically and abroad for decades, if not centuries. Beyond the capital, a vigorous campaign to eliminate hidden dangers erupted across the Dragon Kingdom, cleansing the environment within mere hours. Meanwhile, the common populace remained blissfully unaware of the upheaval, sensing only an unusually tense atmosphere, occasionally punctuated by the sound of firecrackers. The Dragon Kingdom's decisive actions captured the attention of global powers, marking the first time since its establishment that the nation entered a state of full military readiness. Speculations arose about whether the Dragon Kingdom had resolved to reveal its formidable side to the world. In response, nations across the globe convened significant meetings, intensifying their military preparedness. Chapter 137. The affairs of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom's bold maneuvers stirred global tensions, prompting even the nation of Haigua, known for its animosity, towards the Dragon Kingdom, to swiftly reach out to its parent nation, the United States. At that moment, the United States found itself in a state of confusion. The Dragon Kingdom's actions had nearly eradicated the agents it had placed within the country, leaving only minor players who lacked access to sensitive information. In light of this predicament, the United States had no choice but to recall all aircraft carrier fleets engaged in foreign missions, fortifying its homeland defenses. After all, no one could guarantee that the Dragon Kingdom would not descend into madness. It was not until the third day of military readiness that the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs held a press conference, announcing a transition from first-level to third-level military readiness, returning to routine management. Countries that had previously harbored disputes with the Dragon Kingdom found their initial panic somewhat alleviated upon hearing the news. However, the sudden nationwide military mobilization had indeed instilled fear in neighboring nations, especially as the Dragon Kingdom unveiled its previously sealed nuclear capabilities. One misstep could potentially thrust the world back into a primitive state, as no nation or faction dared to underestimate the resurgent Dragon Kingdom. A week later, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom remained oblivious to the changes occurring both domestically and internationally. They continued their daily routines, working diligently or leisurely strolling without any apparent alteration to their lives. Yet, some observant individuals began to notice subtle shifts within the Dragon Kingdom. The once dominant information regarding the nation's affluent elite had vanished from public view. Particularly in recent times, the official websites and television channels of the Dragon Kingdom had been flooded with reports of high-ranking government officials being detained or placed under investigation. Every day, the news broadcasted on Dragon Kingdom television detailed the penalties imposed on numerous officials. This barrage of reports led to a sense of disillusionment among the populace regarding the governmental system. Various public intellectuals and online influencers emerged to criticize the situation, lambasting this or that aspect. Prominent figures, including renowned scholars, academicians from certain institutions, and international experts, vocally condemned the Dragon Kingdom's institutional framework. While ordinary citizens may have been perplexed, those who paid attention to the official channels recognized that these so-called renowned scholars were merely self-proclaimed titles within a small circle. The true academicians acknowledged by the Dragon Kingdom, who had made significant contributions, were but a select few, deserving of the title in the eyes of the public. Their outcry prompted the Dragon Kingdom's authorities to take action once more. Within half a day, the online realm was scrubbed clean of the so-called renowned experts. Additionally, keen-eyed netizens noted the conspicuous absence of the individuals from the Black State who had once dominated the Dragon Kingdom's online space. Even the most prestigious universities in the Dragon Kingdom seemed devoid of these individuals, as if they had vanished overnight. Countless young women, once friends with those from the Black State, wept inconsolably, uncertain of how to navigate their futures. For the men of the Dragon Kingdom adhered to an unspoken rule. They would rather spend money on a woman driven to desperation than associate with someone who had befriended individuals from the Black State. This was a peculiar standard that many foreigners could not comprehend, yet it epitomized the exclusive fastidiousness of Dragon Kingdom men. Thus, those young women who had mingled with the Black State now faced an awkward predicament. The Black State had vanished, leaving them behind, while the men of the Dragon Kingdom exhibited a strong aversion to this particular type of woman. Perhaps what awaited them in the future was a solitary existence, laden with the whispers of countless individuals. Of course, they could only hope for the mercy of a certain person. Otherwise, not only would they face a life of solitude, but they might also disappear without a trace one day, unbeknownst to anyone. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong observed the stabilization of the turmoil within the Dragon Kingdom, feeling a sense of relief as the lingering obsessions within himself dissipated significantly. This was merely a test for Zhou Hong. The question was, to what extent should he protect the younger siblings in the orphanage? Or was it a matter of wanting to help eliminate the remnants of danger that had once threatened his caretakers? Regardless of the nature of the original wish, he would endeavor to fulfill it, no matter how arduous the task. Some tasks were straightforward, while others were more complex. For instance, the complete eradication of all organ trafficking organizations and human traffickers within the Dragon Kingdom. This accomplishment assured him that the younger siblings in the orphanage would no longer vanish without reason. Thus, the stubborn obsessions within him began to wane, with only a small fraction remaining tied to a certain figure. Although the primary criminal organizations within the Dragon Kingdom had been dismantled, the true orchestrators still resided abroad. Even with the eradication of the principal factions within the Dragon Kingdom, as long as foreign forces persisted, it would not be long before they lured the greedy individuals within the Dragon Kingdom back into the abyss of organ trafficking with their substantial riches. Although resolving the issues abroad may seem feasible, under the allure of profit, it is likely that individuals will once again engage in such activities in the near future. However, for the time being, this will not involve the Dragon Kingdom, and this period of tranquility should be sufficient for Zhou Hong to fulfill the original self's wishes. After addressing matters within the Dragon Kingdom, Zhou Hong hastened southward, following the soul imprint within the puppet of Zhou Hong, and crossed the sea to reach the kingdom of NEET. This place is the final destination for the original self's aspirations. While it may not be the ultimate source of the orphan's disappearances, it undoubtedly serves as a significant transit point. Once he dismantles the stronghold here, Zhou Hong is confident that the original self's obsessions will dissipate entirely. NEET is a major nation on the international stage, boasting a population of 240 million, with industrial development that rivals many developed countries. The memories of this nation are deeply ingrained in Zhou Hong's mind. He vividly recalls the intense hatred emanating from the original self upon revisiting these memories. In a certain period of the past, a shocking incident occurred on this territory, where numerous individuals from the Dragon Kingdom were humiliated. During that incident, over 100,000 citizens from the Dragon Kingdom were brutally slaughtered, countless women were subjected to indignities, and the streets were stained with the blood of the people. As a native of the Dragon Kingdom, the original self naturally harbored immense resentment towards the kingdom of NEET. However, none of this concerns Zhou Hong. His sole purpose in arriving in this universe is to seek the essence of the original self. Whatever transpires in this world is irrelevant to him. With the obsessions within his essence having largely dissipated, Zhou Hong feels a sense of joy and is in no rush to fulfill the original self's final wish. Thus, he leisurely wandered through NEET, savoring the essence of life around him, gazing at the bright moon and the sparkling stars. He couldn't help but reminisce about the times he once experienced such a luminous night. While strolling through the streets of NEET, Zhou Hong suddenly halted. The moon hung large, round, and exceptionally bright in the sky. Countless stars twinkled in the heavens. In this populous nation of 240 million, he exclaimed, "Ah, this!" Chapter 138. The arrangement of the blood sacrifice array. His current strength is at the 7th level of Qi refinement. He can now utilize paper-making techniques to create paper figures for the array. Moreover, as the blood sacrifice array does not rely on his own true energy for maintenance, it can be activated with true energy and sustained by the moonlight and starlight. With the right timing, location, and support, he exclaimed, "Haha, destiny is on my side. Even the heavens know that the Taoist requires cultivation resources guiding me here. Considering my insufficient cultivation level, the heavens have arranged the necessary conditions for the blood sacrifice array. If I refuse this, it would be a slight to the heavens. Thus, I shall not hold back." Hey. Zhou Hong felt that the will of this universe was truly remarkable, almost making him feel embarrassed. Yet, out of respect for the heavens, he reluctantly accepted this gift. It can only be said that the beauty of the night, with its bright moon and stars, dazzled Zhou Hong. Many citizens from the Dragon Kingdom have come to work in the kingdom of NEET, establishing a community over the years. They formed the Dragon Kingdom Street, where Zhou Hong found the materials needed to create paper figures. This time, the scale of the blood sacrifice array is significantly larger than in the previous universe. While the previous array only needed to encompass a single city, this time Zhou Hong aims to perform the blood sacrifice across the entire kingdom of NEET, requiring an astronomical amount of materials. To successfully carry out the blood sacrifice for the entire kingdom of NEET, Zhou Hong struck under the cover of night, robbing all the vermilion and black ink from Dragon Kingdom Street. He then proceeded to the printing district, seizing all the stock from the paper mills. Zhou Hong observed the celestial signs, knowing that the bright moon and stars would wane in 12 days, as the kingdom of NEET would enter winter. At that time, the moon and stars would be hidden behind the clouds. Thus, he must complete the entire arrangement of the blood sacrifice array within 12 days. Missing this window would mean waiting until next year. For the following week, Zhou Hong continuously crafted paper figures from the borrowed vermilion and black ink. Due to the vast scale of the blood sacrifice array, the number of formations to be inscribed was immense. Every day, after creating the paper figures, he dispatched them to various cities in the kingdom of NEET to preemptively inscribe the array patterns. The inscriptions required a significant amount of essence blood, and with Zhou Hong occupied in crafting numerous paper figures, he had no time to gather the essence blood. Thus, the task naturally fell to the paper figures. However, the crafted paper figures differed considerably from ordinary individuals. If exposed during the day, even those with average vision could perceive their oddities. As a result, the paper figures could only operate at night, leading to numerous cases of missing persons across the cities of NEET. With a population exceeding 200 million, the kingdom of NEET was home to many superheroes and mutants. These superheroes posed considerable challenges for Zhou Hong's paper figures. Moreover, with the recent surge in missing persons cases, the superheroes intensified their efforts, significantly delaying Zhou Hong's progress in inscribing the array. By the time Zhou Hong realized that the array inscribed by the paper figures was being sabotaged by superheroes, 7 days had already passed. After tirelessly sending thousands of paper figures to various cities, he was on the verge of completing the array when the superheroes of NEET keenly detected the paper figures' intentions. By tracking their movements, they uncovered the array being inscribed. Although the superheroes were unaware of the array's purpose, their ominous premonitions and intent to disrupt the enemy's arrangements inadvertently led them to dismantle the blood sacrifice array's diagram. The city where the array was disrupted was none other than the capital, the printing district of NEET. When Zhou Hong noticed that part of the array had been compromised, much time had already elapsed. Re-establishing such a dense array within the remaining time was no longer feasible. But Zhou Hong refused to abandon the idea of sacrificing NEET. However, the capital's printing district was a hotspot for superheroes and superpowered individuals. Although sending paper figures to re-establish the array might still be possible, the prepared superheroes would undoubtedly be on high alert, likely already anticipating his moves. Faced with this situation, Zhou Hong had no choice but to temporarily abandon his plans to set up formations in the capital of NEET Kingdom, instead hastening the deployment of formations in other cities. Perhaps due to the vast expanse of NEET Kingdom, the materials Zhou Hong borrowed were utterly insufficient to replicate the intricate formations from the previous universe. In a bid to conserve resources, he decided to forego the originally intended maze formation, which was designed to cloak the blood sacrifice process from the surveillance of satellites from various nations. However, the materials remained inadequate for the deployment of all other formations, compelling Zhou Hong to also eliminate the illusion formation. The former was intended to prevent the world's satellites from detecting the blood sacrifice, while the latter was meant to immerse the lives of all beings in NEET Kingdom into an illusion, allowing them to endure the activation of the formation without feeling any pain. Now, with both formations rendered impossible to set up due to a lack of materials, it was likely that the commotion caused by the blood sacrifice would be evident to the major powers. Furthermore, without the illusion formation, the blood sacrifice process would entail extracting and dissolving all of a person's life essence, a torment few could withstand. Yet, Zhou Hong could no longer afford to concern himself with such matters. He sensed that once he thoroughly destroyed the mutant beings and the superpower research base of NEET Kingdom, the lingering attachments of his original self would dissipate entirely. At that point, being exposed to the world would be of little consequence. Achieving the dissolution of his original self's attachments would signify the fulfillment of his purpose in this world. Ultimately, the extent of the benefits he could reap would hinge on his ability to withstand the world's pursuit. Currently, aside from the capital, the formations in all other cities of NEET Kingdom had already been inscribed and arranged. The final formation in the capital would be personally executed by Zhou Hong. As the last day of concealed stars and moonlight approached, he had to complete the formation's inscriptions before nightfall. Upon entering the capital of NEET Kingdom, even in his invisible state, Zhou Hong felt the palpable presence of prying eyes. To ensure the formation's completion, Zhou Hong dispatched 2 teams of paper figures. One team was to attract the attention of superheroes, while the other would take advantage of the distraction to continue setting up the core of the blood sacrifice formation in secluded corners. Everything seemed to progress smoothly. Yet the superheroes, having anticipated an ambush, were led by a particularly perceptive mutant who quickly located the paper figures at work. Reluctantly, Zhou Hong had to reveal his true self to obstruct the superheroes that were destroying the paper figures. Chapter 139. Stalemate in the central square of the printing city. The superheroes of NEET Kingdom, Super Kuin and Ragged Skin, were engaged in a fierce confrontation with the last paper figure that was setting up the formation. Their superhero team consisted of 8 members, with the perceptive mutant being the first to unveil the purpose of the paper figures. This official superhero team of NEET Kingdom was composed of individuals with formidable abilities. Super Kuin possessed unparalleled throwing precision, and with his astonishing arm strength, the government had specially crafted basketball-sized explosives for him, capable of detonating at a mere glance. Ragged Skin was originally a child from a slum, favored by the burly men of the area due to his handsome looks and slender physique. One day, he suddenly awakened powerful mutant abilities, enabling him to alter his size at will, leading to the demise of all those who had bullied him. During his escape, he received an invitation from the official organization to join the superhero team. The other members of the team primarily served as support, focusing on intelligence and reconnaissance, while the main combat prowess lay with Super Kuin and Ragged Skin. Watching the paper figure torn to shreds, Zhou Hong displayed no discernible emotion, merely casting a cold glance at the scattered remnants of paper before speaking softly. "Was it you who destroyed my paper figure?" Super Kuin, holding a bomb resembling a basketball with one hand in his pocket, looked up at Zhou Hong with disdain. "Indeed, it was our Kuin team that annihilated your evil paper figure. With our Kuin team around, your nefarious schemes shall not prevail." Next to him, Ragged Skin, his dense hair obscuring his eyes, wore a face thick with makeup reminiscent of an actor, emanating a vaguely sinister aura as he trembled as if electrified. "Absolutely. We are the ones thwarting your evil plot. Truly formidable." Observing the 2 bizarre individuals before him, a vein throbbed on Zhou Hong's forehead. Their antics felt unsettlingly familiar. However, he had no time to waste on such absurdities. His focus was solely on completing the formation. With a sudden movement, Zhou Hong appeared before Super Kuin, delivering a powerful punch that left Super Kuin's handsome face crumpled and sent him flying hundreds of meters away. In midair, Super Kuin's body erupted into a spray of blood. On the other side, Ragged Skin was caught off guard, only to witness a shadow flash past him, followed by a massive fire dragon surging toward him over a distance of several dozen meters. A searing heat overwhelmed Ragged Skin, rendering him breathless. By the time he realized what was happening and attempted to defend himself, it was too late. The colossal fire dragon engulfed him, leaving behind only a pile of charred ashes when the flames subsided. The 2 official superheroes of NEET Kingdom, known for their strength, had perished in an instant without even a chance to react. The onlookers and fellow superheroes were left in shock. 4 Super Kuin and Ragged Skin were among the most formidable heroes in the kingdom. To think that they would be slain by a criminal in mere moments was utterly unfathomable. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. Typically, one would expect an exchange of blows, where the powerful criminal would overpower the superheroes, only for them to suddenly unleash a surge of strength and triumph over evil, restoring peace to the world. Wasn't this the conventional narrative? While the crowd remained in stunned disbelief, Zhou Hong summoned hundreds of paper figures. As soon as they materialized, they lunged toward the terrified onlookers. Though Zhou Hong's paper figures were no match for the powerful superheroes, they were more than adequate for the unarmed civilians. After all, despite their weaknesses, they were still Zhou Hong's creations, enhanced through his meticulous crafting and inscribed spells, reaching the peak of ordinary chi refining. At that moment, the crowd of thousands surrounding them was immersed in the terror of witnessing the superhero's demise at the hands of the criminal. They could hardly fathom that this malevolent offender could conjure hundreds of faceless, towering figures, who, moving at astonishing speed, closed in on them in the blink of an eye. "Ah, help! Run! He is killing people! Spare me! I do not wish to die! Ah!" Hundreds of paper warriors surged into the surrounding crowd, their every movement imbued with the force of thousands, toppling the onlookers with ease. Each punch and kick rendered a civilian unconscious. Zhou Hong, indifferent to the chaos around him, unleashed dozens more paper figures, each more vividly colored and intricately crafted than the last. These figures, imbued with refined blood, possessed the strength of the second level of chi refining. Not only were they more powerful, but their minds were also agile, capable of executing Zhou Hong's commands to create complex formations. As soon as these second-level figures emerged, they swiftly dragged the fallen civilians to the center of the plaza, systematically cutting the throats of each unconscious victim. Those fleeing glanced back, witnessing the horrific scene, their faces pale and legs weak, collapsing to the ground. In less than 10 minutes, the thousands who had initially gathered as spectators were all rendered unconscious, while the hundreds of paper warriors who had attacked the civilians now joined in the grim task of throat-slitting. Another 10 minutes passed, and the central square of the plaza was littered with corpses, blood pooling across the ground. On the outskirts of the square, the police had encircled the area, having rushed to the scene after receiving reports. However, upon learning that a powerful supercriminal was at the center, the officers opted for caution, tightening their perimeter to prevent significant casualties while contacting nearby superheroes for assistance. Zhou Hong had anticipated this, dispatching paper figures to capture the surrounding residents, using them as shields to prevent the police and superheroes from interfering with his intricate arrangements. Calmly, Zhou Hong continued his preparations in the plaza, unperturbed by the actions of the police and superheroes. With over 1,000 residents as leverage, the officers and heroes dared not make any bold moves. Initially, the superheroes contemplated a forceful assault, but one of the strategically placed paper figures shouted a warning to the police. "Our master has decreed that should you make any move, we shall randomly execute 10 civilians. If you're indifferent to their lives, feel free to try." This declaration left most officers and superheroes feeling cornered. Yet, some skeptical heroes attempted to infiltrate the plaza stealthily. However, they were discovered, and the figures on the periphery swiftly severed the limbs of 10 hostages, presenting the gruesome evidence to the watchful police. This act rendered the officers and heroes paralyzed with fear, leaving both sides in a stalemate. Chapter 140. The blood sacrifice begins. Time passed in this tense standoff. Before long, it was midnight. Zhou Hong's earlier commotion had attracted global attention. Even the efforts of NEET country to conceal it proved futile. Not only were foreign intelligence agents on the ground, but developed nations were also monitoring the events in real time via satellites. Across the ocean, at the headquarters of SHIEL, Director Nick Fury and members of the Avengers were observing everything unfolding in NEET country through satellite feeds. The atmosphere was heavy with concern as they witnessed Zhou Hong's unprecedented abilities. With mere paper figures, he commanded hundreds, even thousands of powerful puppets, each displaying remarkable intelligence in their actions. "What do you propose we do in light of these methods?" Nick Fury roused the deep in thought Avengers. Iron Man, Tony Stark, felt a headache coming on, his anxiety resurfacing. The enemy can summon numerous puppets, each possessing strength and speed beyond that of ordinary humans. Dealing with them is quite troublesome. And let us not forget, the enemy's own power is formidable. Both Super Kuan and the Wretched Skin were easily dispatched. I cannot fathom a solution to counter him. Thor Odinson scoffed at Tony's remarks. Although he had gained Odin's recognition, his pride and arrogance were deeply ingrained. He is but a mortal. Defeating him would be effortless. Should he dare face me, he shall learn the power of God. Thor's bravado did little to alleviate the tension in the room, as the others were accustomed to his grandiose claims. Sensing their disbelief, Thor's pride was pricked, and he prepared to summon his hammer. However, Captain America, Steve Rogers, halted him. While eager to stop Zhou Hong's rampage, they lacked sufficient intelligence and the consent of NEET country to intervene directly. "Thor, calm yourself. We are unaware of his full capabilities, and NEET country is actively preventing us from entering their territory. We have no right to interfere." Reluctantly, Thor ceased his summoning, though his displeasure was evident. "You Midgardians are troublesome. Just storm in and deal with him directly without all this caution. You lack the decisiveness of us as Guardians." "Is that what you call decisiveness? You are merely a bunch of muscle-bound brutes," Tony Stark retorted, refusing to coddle Thor. Thor bristled at this insult, as he prided himself on being the embodiment of both wisdom and strength, unwilling to let Asgard's honor be belittled. In a fit of indignation, he slammed his hand on the table, calling forth his hammer, determined to teach this disrespectful Midgardian a lesson. A streak of light shot through the night sky. Swiftly arriving in Thor's grasp, it was Mjolnir. Not to be outdone, Tony Stark stood up, revealing his latest anti-Thor battlesuit. He knew he was no match for Thor, but he refused to back down. With a crash, his suit burst through the windows of the Avengers Tower, rapidly enveloping him in armor. As the suit adorned him, the expressions of the other Avengers turned peculiar, struggling to suppress laughter. Thor, upon seeing Stark in his suit, wore a look of utter disdain, feeling deeply insulted. Tony Stark remained oblivious, his eager expression visible behind the armored visage. The latest iteration of the anti-Thor suit, while maintaining the familiar aesthetics of its predecessors, was adorned with flickering arcs of astonishing power. How do you like it? This suit has been specially crafted to combat you. Shall we see if the god of thunder can withstand the high-voltage electricity of my creation? Thor, unable to tolerate such provocation, resolved to teach this audacious Midgardian a lesson. Just as he prepared to lift Mjolnir and engage Tony Stark in a decisive battle, Nick Fury intervened, disrupting their impending clash. Stop! Look, what have the criminals done? Why does everyone's expression seem so tormented? Fury's astonished voice captured the attention of all present. On the projected satellite video, the indistinct figure of Zhou Hong swiftly formed a hand seal, and the dark red blood in the square coalesced into a complex array. Simultaneously, the godly forces from Dragon Country, the Round Table of the Sun Never Sets, the Cherry Blossom Shinobi, and the Temple of Asan, among others, detected the anomaly. 10 minutes earlier, Zhou Hong stood in the square, glanced at the sky, and a faint smile crept onto his otherwise expressionless face. The time has come. I await my opportunity. What do you all wait for? Ha! The once bright night sky was suddenly veiled in a sanguine hue. Zhou Hong rapidly sealed his hands, directing the dark red blood to form a magical formation in the square. The encircling police and superheroes, alerted by Zhou Hong's laughter, felt an ominous sensation rise within them. They contemplated intervening but hesitated, fearing for the safety of the hostages. Unfazed by their trepidation, Zhou Hong continued as the dark red blood flowed, completing the intricate array. When the blood from either end of the formation perfectly joined, an eerie red light flickered within the array. Zhou Hong gazed upon the completed array, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, before channeling his internal energy into the core of the formation. With the infusion of his energy, the blood-formed array erupted in radiant red light, and a 10-meter-wide column of crimson surged skyward. The moon, once merely shrouded in a thin layer of red, transformed into a foreboding blood moon, captivating all who beheld it with an entranced expression. Boom! The ominous blood moon unleashed an immense column of crimson light, which surged into the array in the square. Chapter 141, Blood Sacrifice Boom. As the blood column from the blood moon permeated the atmosphere, the vast blood array in the square seemed to be empowered by boundless energy, with crimson threads shooting forth from the formation. These blood-red threads descended at an astonishing velocity into every city within the realm of NEET, revealing the hidden blood arrays in unremarkable places. In no time, the skies above NEET were enveloped in countless crimson threads. Rapidly, blood-red barriers rose around the entirety of NEET, tightly encasing the expansive territory within. As the formations throughout the land interconnected, the entire domain of NEET was shrouded in a thick mist of crimson fog. Due to Zhou Hong's insufficient materials to carve out a complete illusion and labyrinth array, numerous superpowers worldwide could still catch glimpses of the unfolding events in NEET through satellites. Amidst the thin red mist, the populace of NEET descended into chaos. Panic surged, spreading among the frightened citizens. Zhou Hong did not keep them waiting long. Upon the completion of the interconnected formations, he soared into the sky, arriving high above NEET. Observing the chaos below, perhaps exacerbated by the fog, the citizens of NEET quickly descended into disorder. Once seemingly amiable individuals revealed their inner darkness, unleashing a torrent of recklessness amidst the pandemonium. This nation had always harbored darkness. Otherwise, decades prior, it would not have been the site of a globally shocking incident. Now, under the blood moon's pall, their inner turmoil magnified, leading to unrestrained chaos as fear gripped the populace. They began to lash out at those around them, engaging in violence, murder, arson, and other heinous acts, with no regard for morality or familial bonds. Mother, father, daughter, son, these relationships dissolved into a primal desire to vent their darkness and thirst for bloodshed. Zhou Hong observed the turmoil below, his heart unperturbed. Since his arrival in this universe to cultivate the dark arts, he had long abandoned any semblance of a moral compass. his mind consumed solely by an unwavering resolve to achieve his aims. Gazing up at the blood-red night sky, he sensed something and spoke softly. "Have you seen enough? After such a prolonged spectacle, surely your appetite is sated." As he uttered these words, Zhou Hong cast another incantation, sending a crimson beam from his hand into the core of Yi's array. The blood-red array below resonated with the blood moon and the stars above, as silvery starlight streamed from the depths of the cosmos. The starlight traversed the outer reaches of the planet, shattering meteors in its wake, and the satellites observing from space met a similar fate. In an instant, the observational satellites of nations and factions worldwide were extinguished, their screens plunging into darkness. As the starlight and mist enveloped the planet, they surged into the blood-red array. This time, the formation encompassing NEET became infused with endless energy. Upon contact with the crimson mist and starlight, it ignited into a raging inferno. The citizens of NEET, already enveloped by the blood mist, were consumed by the flames as they transformed into crimson fire. Though the temperature of the blood-red flames was not high, they proved fatal upon contact with living beings. As the flames entered their bodies, the citizens felt a warm heat igniting within them. The blood-red flames utilized their blood as fuel, continuously incinerating the essence of life within. The populace felt their bodies scorched, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, akin to having their very bones extracted. This was the relentless refining of life energy through the blood sacrifice array, extracting the very essence of existence from their beings. As the blood flames raged on, NEET succumbed to a sea of fire, the infernal glow illuminating the night sky. The anguished cries and wails of the citizens echoed throughout NEET, as the torment of having their life essence stripped away became an unspeakable agony for all. Fortunately, the Kingdom of NEET is an island nation, vast in size, spanning several hundred square kilometers. However, it is isolated from other maritime nations, or else the piercing screams echoing through the night sky would undoubtedly cause severe disturbances. Below, the anguished wails resonated, and Zhou Hong, somewhat entranced, closed his eyes, as if savoring a sublime symphony. Perhaps the brutality of the moment rendered the Kingdom of NEET akin to a hellish realm. Life is but a fleeting few decades. Rather than toiling through a mundane existence, why not fulfill the Taoist master's final obsession by becoming the cornerstone of his path to the infinite, eternal realm? Once I, the Taoist master, consume the essence of my being and ascend to the realm of celestial immortality, I shall eternally honor your sacrifices, and your essences shall be reborn within my world. In that time, you too shall revel in immortality alongside me. Thus be grateful to the Taoist master. You need not do anything but offer your lives in this existence, and you shall share in the eternal life that many seek in vain. Hey, hey, hey. As the blood moon and myriad stars poured forth their energy, the agonizing cries from below gradually ceased, ultimately fading into silence. Zhou Hong observed the crimson flames extinguish, the life energy no longer fueling the array, which dissipated in kind. Once tranquility returned, Zhou Hong descended swiftly, arriving once more at the plaza of the printing city. The scene had transformed drastically. The once vibrant city, alight with festivities, lay in ruins, consumed by flames, leaving only smoldering remnants in its wake. Throughout the Kingdom of NEET, no signs of life remained. Zhou Hong was the sole survivor. Even flora and trees had turned to ash, the ground scorched to barren earth. At the center of the printing city plaza, a dazzling, fist-sized crimson gemstone hovered delicately 1 meter above the ground. The radiant jewel exuded a faint, alluring fragrance, a crystallization of life forged from countless essences. The gem emanated an enticing aroma, compelling anyone who beheld it to covet its possession. Zhou Hong grasped the floating red gemstone in his hand, admiring the allure of life it embodied. Suddenly, lost in thought, he lamented, "Alas! It is regrettable that time and materials for crafting the array were insufficient to perfectly depict the grand formation. The incomplete array has merely yielded a life crystal. Had it been a complete blood refinement array rather than a flawed blood sacrifice array, what would have been refined would be blood pills and soul pills, not merely a life crystal. Nevertheless, it is fate. My spiritual consciousness is now sufficiently potent. I no longer require soul pills to enhance my spiritual power. This life crystal is ample to propel me to the Foundation Establishment Realm. Chapter 142. The Arrival of the Ancient One. Once I reach the Foundation Establishment Realm, I shall be able to locate the objects transmitted from my original body through the resonance of my spirit. I can then utilize these items to cultivate a batch of blood sustenance, swiftly advancing to the nascent soul immortal realm. Haha! After relishing the life crystal, Zhou Hong was about to depart Enmud when his formidable spiritual power suddenly detected a spatial disturbance. Realizing it was too late to flee, he composed himself and gazed towards the source of the anomaly. As a spark ignited in the air, it rapidly spiraled and expanded, forming a 2-meter-wide spatial portal in the blink of an eye. Emerging from this portal was a mage clad in a yellow robe, the Ancient One, the supreme sorcerer of the Marvel Universe. However, the Ancient One's condition was far from what it once was, despite her hood obscuring much of her face. Anyone with keen eyesight could discern the deep shadows encircling her eyes. Zhou Hong could also sense the decay and darkness emanating from her, indicating that she was nearing her limits. Upon arriving in the skies above the kingdom of Enmud, the Ancient One did not immediately attack Zhou Hong. Instead, she solemnly surveyed her surroundings. Upon detecting no traces of life within the hundreds of square kilometers of Enmud, she turned her intense gaze upon Zhou Hong. I sensed a significant disturbance on Earth, and initially feared it was the dimensional demons or hellish fiends. I did not anticipate that a human was the cause of this devastation. Who are you, and why have you so ruthlessly slaughtered billions of innocent lives? The Ancient One questioned Zhou Hong, her expression grave. In the face of her inquiry, Zhou Hong felt a twinge of apprehension, but maintained an air of disdain. Ah, so it is the renowned Ancient One, feared across the multiverse. Are you not able to probe the timeline? Can you not discern my identity? Surely, even a supreme sorcerer cannot be stumped by such a trivial matter. Unfazed by Zhou Hong's taunts, the Ancient One, having lived for centuries, had long since become impervious to mere provocation. Yet, his words did surprise her. While she could indeed probe the timeline through the time stone, most who accessed this information were entities of singular universes or greater. The fact that this individual possessed such knowledge indicated that he or his benefactor belonged to a realm beyond mere universes. Moreover, the Ancient One confirmed that within countless timelines of this universe, there was no record of this individual, suggesting he was undoubtedly an outsider from beyond the cosmos. Given his indiscriminate slaughter of Earth's populace, it appeared that he was a servant of some malevolent deity, explaining why she could find no information on him. With this realization, the gravity in the Ancient One's gaze lessened significantly. Understanding her opponent's background would make confrontations considerably more manageable. So, you are a servant of an evil deity, daring to invade Earth while I contend with the dimensional demons. It seems I have neglected to purge the lurking evil from Earth, allowing them to believe I have grown weak and feeble. Young one, which malevolent deity do you serve? No need to answer. Once I deal with you, I shall trace your aura back to your master. I am eager to discover which deity has grown impatient enough to set its sights on Earth. As she spoke, the Ancient One prepared to strike, exuding an aura akin to that of a celestial being. Though it bore an unusual quality, beneath the divine light lay a hidden depth of darkness and decay. This was the Ancient One's way of extending her lifespan with dark powers while contending with the repercussions of her battle against the dimensional demons. Though outwardly unremarkable, her soul and body had been deeply corroded by this darkness. Zhou Hong was not surprised by her intent to attack. After all, the role of the Supreme Sorcerer was to safeguard Earth from the invasions of interdimensional demons and evil deities. Oh, so you intend to make a move? Ancient One, just how long do you believe you can endure? Do you truly think you can defeat me here? Zhou Hong, upon encountering Gu Yi, immediately prepared for confrontation. His aura no longer concealed. A magnificent force surged skyward, powerful waves radiating outward from Zhou Hong's core. Ascending into the air, he addressed Gu Yi with a calm demeanor. Gu Yi, however, did not respond verbally. Instead, she unleashed a magical whip with a flick of her wrist, the golden tendril cutting through space with a howling wind. Aimed directly at Zhou Hong. With a resounding crack, the infinitely extending magical whip was narrowly evaded by Zhou Hong, striking instead the ruins of the realm of En and I. Boom! Boom! The whip's impact fractured the earth, fissures spreading from the epicenter, causing the entire realm of NEET to tremble violently under the force of the blow. A colossal rift extended from the capital of NEET to the coastline, leaving devastation in its wake, even forcing hidden magma to the surface. The sky erupted with thunder and lightning, as numerous purple bolts danced amidst the stormy clouds. The ground shook, and surging waves generated tsunamis towering tens of meters high, crashing ferociously against the shore. Why is this getting so serious? Zhou Hong thought incredulously. Indeed, the screen had deceived him. In the movies, the supreme sorceress Gu Yi, though hailed as Earth's protector capable of resisting dimensional demons, never displayed such formidable power. The might she exhibited now was merely in her presence. It was enough to shroud the skies and shake the ground. A single strike from her whip nearly cleaved the realm in twain. Fortunate was Zhou Hong for dodging in time. With only the cultivation of the 7th level of qi refining, he could not have withstood such a terrifying magical assault. Having witnessed Gu Yi's prowess, Zhou Hong's thoughts turned solely to escape. His current physical form was far too weak to contend with her. Gu Yi, do you truly intend to engage me here? Remember, your current body cannot endure this. Even if you were to slay me, you might not survive long enough for a new sorcerer to take your place. Outmatched, Zhou Hong resorted to persuasion. He had never engaged in battles without confidence. Victory offered him no gain, while defeat meant the obliteration of his current being. A mere minion of an evil god, eliminating you requires little magical energy. This loss is acceptable, Gu Yi retorted, ceasing further dialogue. With a single hand, she wielded the several hundred-mile-long magical whip against Zhou Hong, while her other hand traced a terrifying blade of space that sliced through the void toward him. Chapter 143. The art of feigned death. On one side, the whip radiated golden light. On the other, the space-slicing blade loomed ominously. As the two formidable attacks neared, Zhou Hong found himself with no avenue for escape, forced to brace for one of the impending strikes. Choosing to evade the spatial blade, he resolved to endure the magical whip's onslaught. Though the whip's power was immense, he had encountered it before. The unknown spatial blade, however, posed a far greater threat. The unseen assault was the most perilous. Zhou Hong seized the moment, narrowly dodging the incoming spatial blade just before it struck. Yet, as if it possessed sentience, the magical whip altered its trajectory, suddenly curving to strike Zhou Hong as he evaded. Bang! Caught off guard, Zhou Hong felt the whip cleave his lower body in two, his torso crashing down onto the soil of NEET. Even as a practitioner at the 7th level of qi refining, Zhou Hong's vitality remained remarkably resilient. Though bisected, he still retained a formidable life force. Quickly, he channeled his inner qi to staunch the flow of blood. Indeed, the supreme sorceress, when serious, could sever a qi refining level cultivator in one swift motion. This was only to be expected. Gu Yi, in the hierarchy of the Marvel Universe, would be classified at least as a celestial level, comparable to a cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core. To withstand an attack of such caliber and remain alive was a feat worthy of acclaim in the realm of cultivation. With only his upper body intact, Zhou Hong felt no desire to fight. His sole aim was to escape swiftly. To facilitate his retreat, Zhou Hong unleashed most of the paper figures he had conjured. In an instant, thousands of paper figures transformed into 2-meter-tall figures, wielding various talismans as they surged toward the airborne Gu Yi. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Hong's upper half dashed towards the periphery. However, he had gravely underestimated the strength of the supreme sorceress Gu Yi and overestimated the power of the paper figures he had summoned. Though those summoned figures possessed only the strength of the 1st and 2nd levels of qi refining, they wielded potent fireball talismans, each capable of unleashing explosive force akin to that of a small missile. Yet, even this formidable barrage merely posed a minor inconvenience to Gu Yi, a fact exacerbated by her currently weakened state. In the realm of cultivation, even the weakest Golden Core cultivators possessed physical resilience capable of withstanding planetary-scale explosions. In the Marvel Universe, however, sorcerers often neglected physical training. Otherwise, Gu Yi would not have regarded these fireballs so lightly. As Zhou Hong's upper half prepared to slip from Gu Yi's line of sight, her patience wore thin amidst the hindrance of the thousands of paper figures. Ekern's journey. In an instant, the skies above NEET were filled with thousands of Gu Yi's duplicates. Ekern's journey was a signature spell of the supreme sorceress, capable of summoning hundreds of her own avatars. Though their power paled in comparison to her true form, they could still wield the same spell she commanded. Through her research and enhancements, Gu Yi could summon an astonishing number of duplicates far exceeding the limits of standard magic, fueled by dark energies. While these avatars lacked her raw strength, they easily dispatched the paper figures Zhou Hong had summoned. In mere moments, Gu Yi's countless duplicates obliterated all of Zhou Hong's paper figures. Employing spatial magic, Gu Yi teleported directly before Zhou Hong. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Hong hastily produced the remaining paper figures, while he himself descended rapidly to the ground, employing the 5 elements escape technique to burrow underground. Yet, Gu Yi, ever vigilant, ignored the approaching paper figures, invoking her mirror magic instead. In an instant, the world turned upside down, mountains and rivers overlapping. Zhou Hong felt a disorienting shift, a powerful force propelling him from the surface, only to find himself enveloped in a space where the very fabric of reality was inverted. Along with him were the numerous paper figures he had cast, now meandering aimlessly as if trapped in a labyrinth. Only Zhou Hong, with the remnants of his upper body, understood that this was Gu Yi's mirror realm. Without shattering the illusion, escape would be impossible. Thus, he exerted his will, commanding all the paper figures to converge toward Gu Yi at the mirror's heart. Though each paper figure could only withstand a second before being scattered by Gu Yi's avatars, this brief moment afforded Zhou Hong the time he needed to gather his strength. Kakin sword, wind sword technique, ice arrow technique, fire. Zhou Hong could wield the elemental arts to relentlessly assault the mirror dimension. However, even the formidable spells capable of annihilating a small town merely stirred ripples across the surface of this ethereal realm. Meanwhile, having dispatched all the paper figures, the supreme mage Gu Yi stood with an air of nonchalance in the void, observing Zhou Hong's persistent attacks on the boundary of the mirror dimension. She exhibited no concern that it might shatter. Yield yourself, minion of the dark god. You shall never breach my mirror dimension. Upon hearing Gu Yi's declaration, Zhou Hong finally ceased his onslaught against the mirror space. Gazing at the supremely confident Gu Yi, Zhou Hong, now reduced to only his upper half, smiled faintly. Even if you, Mage Gu Yi, were to slay me, you cannot thwart the invasion of the great dark god. Prepare yourself. Your body cannot endure much longer. To persist, you must descend into darkness. And when that time comes, bereft of the power of the Emperor Veshan, how will you defend against the great Dark Lord's incursion? Although you may bring about my demise now, I shall be reborn in the presence of the Dark Lord. I will be waiting for the day you succumb to darkness. With that, Zhou Hong erupted into laughter, though a glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, Zhou Hong's upper body swelled, unleashing a torrent of energy that cracked his form. Boom! The violent energy detonated from Zhou Hong's upper half, creating a breach in the mirror dimension that had previously withstood all his efforts. Zhou Hong's self-detonation caught the supreme mage Gu Yi off guard. The explosion was so abrupt that even she, situated nearby, was affected. Were it not for her timely reaction in conjuring a magical shield, she might have sustained grave injuries. Fortunately, her protective barrier manifested just in time, allowing the remnants of Zhou Hong's explosion to merely shatter the shield before sending her stumbling backward a few paces. Indeed, a minion of the Dark God. Such a reckless act is fitting. Damn, he has dispersed the residual magical aura. It now becomes difficult to trace the Dark God lurking behind. After meticulously searching for the lingering traces left by Zhou Hong, Gu Yi hastily departed. She needed to return to continue safeguarding the sanctuary. It was only due to the temporary substitution by Old Wang, Master Wang, that she had the opportunity to confront the minions of the Dark God. An hour after the supreme mage Gu Yi had left, in a desolate ruin, Zhou Hong's lower half transformed into a puddle of liquid, seeping into the ground, disappearing from sight. Chapter 144. Exposure. A week later, within a 5-star luxury hotel in the southern city of Longhua, Zhou Hong reappeared unscathed in the opulent presidential suite. In retrospect, Zhou Hong realized he had been somewhat careless, believing that the calamities of the Marvel Universe would go unnoticed while he refined the populace of a nation. Little did he anticipate the intervention of the Earth's strongest human, the supreme mage Gu Yi. Pondering this, Zhou Hong found himself perplexed. Was he the supreme mage, primarily tasked with preventing incursions by dimensional demons and extraterrestrial dark entities? When did she begin to oversee the affairs of humanity on Earth? In New York, during the Chitauri invasion, Gu Yi had not intervened. Yet here, he found himself nearly vanquished. Moreover, the Chitauri had come with the intent to conquer Earth. And they were indeed invaders from beyond stars. In contrast, he was a quintessential Earthling. The repercussions of his actions paled in comparison to the Chitauri's dominion over Earth. Was this not a blatant case of double standards? Was this not an affront to the righteous? The more Zhou Hong contemplated, the more incensed he became. Once he confirmed that Gu Yi intended to strike against him, his mind began devising an escape plan. Especially after witnessing her formidable prowess, his resolve to flee solidified. That single lash of her magical whip nearly cleaved a nation, one of the largest on Earth, in half. Had he not seized the opportunity to transfer most of his soul and power to his lower half, he would have surely perished at her hands. Even after separating his lower half, Zhou Hong refrained from immediate flight, fearing that Gu Yi might detect him. At that moment, with her ability to traverse space at will, evading her would have been nearly impossible. Even after his escape, the injuries to his body and soul took nearly a week to heal. Damn you, Gu Yi. I shall remember this. You nearly thwarted my path to enlightenment. Wait for me. One day, I shall avenge today's obstruction to my journey. Zhou Hong retrieved countless life crystals, forged from the essence of myriad beings, each brimming with vibrant life energy. Fortunately, I managed to relocate the life crystals in time. Otherwise, all my prior preparations would have been in vain. It is now time to find a secure place to restore my foundation. Once I break through that barrier, I shall plot to seize dominion over this multiverse. With this thought, Zhou Hong hastily approached the hotel front desk. As he produced his room key to inform the receptionist of his checkout, he noticed her engrossed in a short video. The video depicted an official report from Longwa regarding a catastrophic natural disaster in any country. A beautiful female reporter, microphone in hand, reported mournfully amid the ruins of any country's cities. Any country recently experienced a devastating natural disaster, a magnitude 10 earthquake. The violent tremors triggered the simultaneous eruption of several major volcanoes, engulfing surrounding cities. Furthermore, the earthquake induced a colossal tsunami that submerged all coastal cities of any country. We are currently on the scorched land of any country, surrounded by the charred remnants of volcanic devastation. The receptionist, seemingly an emotional person, commented on the official report as she scrolled through the video. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Hong interrupted the receptionist's video watching, as he was unwilling to squander time on trivial matters. His focus was solely on locating a safe haven to make his breakthrough. As for the video's content, he recognized it as Longwa's attempt to obscure the true cause of any country's demise. After all, he had sensed numerous prying eyes during his time in space. As one of the few powerful nations on Earth, Longwa had no reason to be oblivious to the events unfolding in any country. However, it made sense had they not concealed the truth, revealing that an entire nation and its millions had been slaughtered. The global populace would be incredulous. The receptionist, noticing that a guest stood before her, hastily tucked away her phone. It was, after all, her working hours, and a complaint from a guest over such triviality could spell disaster for her job. Front desk positions in five-star hotels were highly coveted, with countless younger, more beautiful girls vying for a role. This was a position that offered the chance to interact with affluent elites, and many young women longed for a delightful encounter with such individuals. In a flurry of confusion, the receptionist lowered her head, repeatedly apologizing. Enough of the apologies. Expedite my checkout process. The receptionist felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing Zhou Hong's words. The customer's assurance implied that he would not be bothered by such trivial matters, thus securing her position. Certainly, sir, I will assist you right away, she said, taking the room card from Zhou Hong. As she processed the check-in, she repeatedly expressed her apologies. Once completed, she discreetly tucked the card into the documents and shyly cast a glance at Zhou Hong. Sir, this is my number. I sincerely apologize for disturbing your mood today. Please feel free to call me if you need anything, she said. Zhou Hong replied nonchalantly as he accepted the documents and exited the luxurious hotel, stepping into the taxi he had reserved in advance. After informing the driver of his destination, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Yinxia's number. Following a few rings, the call connected, and Yunxia's concerned voice came through. "Brother, why did you take so long to call? I've been so worried." Listening to her voice, Zhou Hong felt an inner calmness, the restlessness that usually plagued his mind dissipating. Noticing the driver's gaze, a smile involuntarily spread across his face, and he spoke to Yunxia in a gentle tone. "It's all right now. I've resolved the issues at the orphanage. Such incidents will not occur again. I have urgent matters abroad that require my immediate attention, so I won't be able to bid you farewell. A new director and staff have been appointed at the orphanage, arranged by the state, so you can cooperate with them when you return. I will reunite with you once I finish my obligations overseas." "What? You're leaving so soon? That's unfair. We finally got to see each other after so long." "Oomph. I'll forgive you this time, but you must hurry back to be with us. Otherwise, I want to acknowledge you as my brother. Of course, I promise to complete my studies abroad quickly, and then I'll spend time with you all. For now, goodbye." "Goodbye. Love you, big brother." After hanging up, Zhou Hong noticed that the driver's attention had shifted, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He had been endeavoring to mimic the original's emotions, yet he sensed a subtle shift in Yunxia's tone during the call. Perhaps she had noticed the original's strangeness from their initial meeting. After all, they had been close for over a decade, and such familiarity made it unsurprising that she could sense any changes. Chapter 145. Re-establishing foundations. From Yunxia's words, Zhou Hong discerned a tone of wariness and suspicion. Her vigilance and distance were precisely what he desired. Had it been anyone else, Zhou Hong would have taken action, but she was the original's closest kin, and she had not provoked him. There was no need to eradicate her presence over a mere hint of wariness. He was not a malevolent figure. He could be quite amiable as long as his path was undisturbed. As for Yunxia's doubts, he believed that with diminished contact, she would gradually distance herself, allowing him to treat her as a stranger in the future. With this thought, Zhou Hong's demeanor relaxed. Since returning to Longhua, he had been imitating the original's every move, which had left him feeling somewhat fatigued. Now, he was relieved to be free from that burden. Furthermore, since he had eradicated the presence of the Yinmuduo from Earth, the attachment to his original self had also faded, ensuring that nothing would hinder his decisions henceforth. "Young man, we've arrived at your destination. Please ensure you check your belongings before leaving the vehicle." The driver interrupted Zhou Hong's thoughts. Opening his eyes, Zhou Hong found that the taxi had brought him beyond the city, to the outskirts of the enigmatic Shawandishan. Shawandishan is a dense mountain range connecting the provinces of Nandu, Gidu, and Yun, stretching several hundred kilometers. It is home to numerous precious ancient trees and a variety of protected species native to Longhua. This was precisely Zhou Hong's intended destination, close to Nandu, yet sufficiently secluded and secure. "Thank you, driver. I truly appreciate your assistance," Zhou Hong said as he bid farewell to the driver. He then slowly walked toward a nearby village, and once the taxi was out of sight, he waved to store his suitcase in his spatial storage. Subsequently, he transformed into a concealed streak of light, delving deep into the heart of Shawandishan. Zhou Hong traversed several hundred miles before halting in a lush, picturesque forest. Surveying the verdant surroundings, he nodded in satisfaction and used his spiritual power to examine the terrain. Upon locating a hidden cave nestled on a cliff, he promptly soared toward it. The scenery blurred past him in an instant, and despite his speed surpassing that of sound, his rapid movement produced no sound, as if he existed in a different spatial dimension entirely. Upon reaching the cave, Zhou Hong noticed its discreet location, accompanied by a small stream and waterfall nearby. The crystal-clear water cascaded down the cliff, crashing vigorously into a small pool below. Zhou Hong was quite pleased with the scenic beauty surrounding the cave. The mountains were serene, and the mist generated by the waterfall enveloped the forest in an ethereal ambience, reminiscent of an ink painting brought to life. For reasons unknown, since embarking on his cultivation journey, Zhou Hong had developed a newfound appreciation for nature. Whenever he found himself amidst beautiful landscapes or under a starry sky, he would pause to absorb the beauty around him. Each time he admired the scenery, he felt a renewed sense of clarity, fortifying his resolve. Perhaps this was why ancient cultivators often sought solace in nature, while it may not directly enhance their cultivation. The benefits for their spiritual journey were immeasurable. However, Zhou Hong had not come to admire the scenery, but rather to seek a concealed place to break through to the foundational stage. Returning from his reverie, Zhou Hong leaped into the cave. Inside, He was greeted by the damp scent of decaying wood. While not unpleasant, it was somewhat musty, particularly the earthy odor of decaying, moist timber. Zhou Hong intended to reside here for an extended period, so to ensure a conducive environment for cultivation. He employed a technique to expel the dampness and debris from within the cave. He then used a metal-based spell to carve a stone bed and table from a massive boulder. For the time being, Zhou Hong did not plan to commence his cultivation immediately. Instead, he aimed to first restore his body and soul to their optimal states before attempting a breakthrough. 3 days later, with no lingering issues in his body or soul, Zhou Hong retrieved a life crystal and began cultivating its vitality. A day later, he broke through to the 8th level of qi refinement. A week later, Zhou Hong, at the pinnacle of the 12th layer of qi refinement, gazed at the life crystal, which had only diminished slightly in size, and sighed deeply from the heart. Truly worthy of being the essence of life forged from countless lives. Transitioning from a 7th to the 12th layer of qi refinement has consumed but a fraction. I am confident that this remaining essence shall suffice for my breakthrough to the foundation establishment. Seizing the moment, I must hasten my advancement to the foundation establishment stage, thus commencing my next training plan. With this thought, Zhou Hong swallowed the entire life crystal in one gulp. He then sat cross-legged upon the stone bed, beginning to refine the essence contained within. The immense life energy surged chaotically within Zhou Hong's body, but was swiftly harnessed by his formidable soul. Guided by this spiritual force, the life energy traversed the microcosm of his body, strengthening him as it flowed through his meridians, ultimately transforming into true qi that gathered in his dantian. As the life energy continued to pour in, Zhou Hong's dantian brimmed with true qi. With the relentless compression of his soul's power, the true qi gradually vaporized and, upon reaching a certain threshold, transformed into true essence liquid. This true essence, infused with the might of his soul, granted Zhou Hong complete mastery over the power within him, allowing him to wield the formidable forces of heaven and earth with each gesture. As the true essence liquid coalesced, it washed over Zhou Hong's body under the guidance of his soul. The regions within his body that were cleansed by the true essence expelled impurities and hidden dangers, enveloping him in a thin layer of black sludge. Indeed, a practitioner's body sheds impurities as their realm ascends during the qi refinement stage, enhancing their innate cultivation talent. However, at this moment, Zhou Hong's physical form was his own, and he had opted for a demonic cultivation method that disregarded the repercussions on his body. Thus, the previous qi refinement stage had only marginally aided in purging impurities. While the demonic method allowed for rapid cultivation, it also bore significant drawbacks, often falling short against orthodox practices in the early stages. Zhou Hong, endowed with sufficient life energy, could afford the luxury of cleansing the impurities within his body. A luxury most demonic cultivators would not dare to indulge in with such precious life essence to solidify their foundation. As the impurities continued to be expelled, Zhou Hong's complexion became increasingly fair, while his bones gradually transformed into a jade-like quality. When the enveloping black sludge finally shed, Zhou Hong's body emitted a subtle, jade-like radiance. Upon fully entering the foundation establishment stage, Zhou Hong slowly opened his eyes, revealing a deep, dark gaze that hinted an enigmatic brilliance. Before he could fully appreciate the power of the foundation establishment stage, an unbearable stench assaulted his senses, prompting Zhou Hong to notice the black sludge that had fallen to the ground after being expelled from his body. Unable to endure the foul odor, Zhou Hong swiftly employed a cleansing technique to blow the sludge from the cave, simultaneously refreshing the air within the cavern. Chapter 146. Scheming Multiplicity. Soon after, Zhou Hong hurried to a nearby waterfall to wash away the non-existent sludge clinging to him. After his bath, Zhou Hong emerged feeling invigorated, his body subtly radiating a pleasant fragrance reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze, imbued with a hint of vitality. Though he felt no fatigue after his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, the long-held habits compelled him to take a moment to rest and nurture his body and mind. Zhou Hong's notion of nurturing, or resting, entailed simply gazing at the landscape, allowing the beautiful surroundings and natural scenery to soothe his inner self. Time passed in this serene state, as Zhou Hong sat cross-legged, appreciating the natural beauty exuding an aura of tranquility, with a glimmer of infinite light dancing in his eyes. Despite practicing a demonic cultivation method, Zhou Hong's presence seemed more attuned to nature. If previously he appeared as an anomaly, detached from the world around him, now he melded harmoniously with the environment, his essence aligning with nature itself. As Zhou Hong deepened his connection with nature, his aura intertwined with all living things, transforming him from an outsider into an integral part of the natural world. The forest and mountains regained their tranquil ambience, with insects and animals emerging to frolic about. A few birds flitted through the trees, pausing to rest on a rugged stone platform, seemingly fatigued from their foraging. Even at rest, the birds remained playful, chasing one another across the stone and occasionally darting around Zhou Hong, perceiving him as just another stone or tree, seamlessly blending him into their surroundings. As time slipped by in Zhou Hong's meditative state, twilight descended, and the birds eventually returned to their nests. The once still Zhou Hong slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was devoid of tumult, calm as a mountain pool, and he no longer bore the distinctive aura of separation from the world. Now, Zhou Hong resembled an ordinary person, devoid of any peculiarity, embodying the essence of the mundane. Is this enlightenment? This sensation is quite pleasant. It is not the path I seek. All paths are valid. Aligning with nature is a path. Survival of the fittest is a path. Devouring all beings is also a path. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of personal choice. With this declaration, Zhou Hong consciously withdrew from his harmonious state with nature, his demeanor now starkly contrasting with the surrounding world, as if he were inherently above all. This is Zhou Hong's path. In his eyes, all worldly phenomena are mere illusions, and the myriad forms of existence serve as stepping stones on his journey of conquest. This state feels far more comfortable than any notion of harmony with the universe. How exhilarating it is to reign supreme over all. Zhou Hong no longer lingered on the concept of enlightenment. His sole desire was to expedite his breakthrough to the celestial immortal realm. Once he ascended to the nine heavens celestial immortal stage, he would no longer fear anyone, including the omnipotent one above all from the Marvel Universe. After obliterating all life in the kingdom of NEET, the obsession of his former self had dissipated entirely. Now, Zhou Hong could seamlessly return to his true form at any moment, bringing with him the essence of his former self. However, having arrived in this omnipotent Marvel Universe, merely returning with a fragment of his essence would be a waste. With the assurance of his former self's essence, any subsequent gains would merely be delightful bonuses. Thus, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity to make a significant impact in this realm. With careful planning, enveloping this omnipotent universe within his grasp is not beyond possibility. When that time comes, what one above all or supreme deities will merely be akin to ephemeral insects, easily manipulated at will. Now that he has breached the foundation establishment stage, Zhou Hong is also capable of communicating with his true form through the box he had sent earlier. With this in mind, Zhou Hong soared back to the cave. He retrieved some jade stones he had previously collected from his storage space. Inside the cave, he arranged a grand soul refining array, measuring a zhang in diameter, according to the positions of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. This formation was designed solely to refine the soul, transforming spiritual entities into a form of soul liquid. This soul liquid, once produced, could enhance a practitioner's spiritual awareness for a limited time, potentially elevating their soul to a higher realm. After setting up the soul refining array, Zhou Hong procured several jet black jade stones and 1 emerald green jade stone from his storage space. The jet black jade stones were remnants of souls collected during the blood sacrifice of the kingdom of NEET. Had it not been for the fear of attracting the attention of the Lord of Hell and the personification of the cosmic rules, death itself, Zhou Hong would not have limited himself to collecting merely a few million souls. He would have long since gathered the souls of over 200 million lives. Alas, I have lost over 200 million spiritual entities. I shall remember you, Lady Death and the Lord of Hell. One day, I will refine you into my essence for my cultivation. With a fierce declaration, Zhou Hong cast all the jade stones containing souls into the soul refining array. He hastily infused it with true essence to activate the formation. As the array came to life, countless anguished cries echoed within, the tormented wails of souls being refined from the jade stones. In life, Their physical forms had already been melted away, enduring the agony of their bodies dissolving bit by bit. Now, transformed into spiritual entities, they were subjected to Zhou Hong's relentless refinement, their fates seemingly predetermined to contribute to his cultivation. Much like the existence of mere mortals who labor tirelessly to create value for capital during their lifetimes, only to become instruments of profit after death. Time slipped by, and the wretched cries within the array gradually subsided. The once pitch-black jade stones began to turn pure white, and above the array, countless black threads coalesced, ultimately forming a gray liquid. This gray liquid was the soul liquid. Upon witnessing the soul liquid's formation, a trace of joy graced Zhou Hong's otherwise calm visage. He then bit his index finger, allowing a drop of his essence blood to emerge, enveloped it with his spiritual essence, and guided it to his forehead. Essence blood as the guide, spiritual essence as the path, fate intertwined. Zhou Tian's connection let the souls intertwine. Zhou Hong ignited his essence blood and spiritual essence, employing the technique of spiritual essence tracking to connect with the spiritual essence he had cast into the items. This method differed from the typical probing of spiritual consciousness, which indiscriminately scanned everything within a vast radius. Instead, spiritual essence tracking allowed him to sense similar spiritual essences from afar by burning his essence blood and spirit. While the former could only probe a few thousand to 10,000 kilometers even at the foundational level, the latter, aided by the soul liquid, could transcend spatial limitations. As Zhou Hong activated the spiritual essence tracking, his consciousness plunged into a realm of utter darkness. There was no color, nor any concept of time or space. In this abyss, he sensed a familiar spiritual essence emanating from a certain direction, seemingly very close, as if within reach. Yet, Zhou Hong understood that this was merely an illusion born from the similarity of their essences. In this dark realm, proximity was deceptive, and the actual distance was likely unfathomably vast, perhaps beyond the Milky Way. Upon sensing the location of the item, Zhou Hong felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, accompanied by a faint burning sensation. The soul liquid within the array had nearly depleted, forcing him to burn his own spiritual essence to sustain the tracking technique. If he did not cease this self-sacrifice promptly, he risked damaging his very foundation. Realizing his spiritual essence was igniting, Zhou Hong swiftly halted the tracking spell. His spirit slowly withdrew from the dark void, returning to the cave. Although he had successfully extracted his essence, a significant portion had already been consumed. Emerging from the dark space, Zhou Hong felt sharp pangs in his head, fatigue clouding his eyes. The box I sent is too far away, and my current body has not yet achieved the golden core realm, making it impossible to traverse space. Am I to seek the space gem from Odin? Unwise. Not only is it uncertain whether I could procure the gem from the All-Father, but I also cannot reach Asgard as celestial body at this moment. It seems my only option is to contact my true self. Perfect timing to transmit my essence alongside the threads of fate to my true self. Besides, the subsequent plans will require his strength. With this thought, Zhou Hong endeavored to communicate with the power of fate. However, as he attempted to channel his spiritual essence, an intense pain surged through his mind, the scorching sensation engulfing his spirit. Ah, that hurts, having expended a vast amount of spiritual essence for the tracking technique. The remnants of his spirit were insufficient to engage with the threads of fate. Communicating with the forces of destiny is not a trivial endeavor. Zhou Hong's ability to do so, even at the foundational level, stemmed from the fact that his consciousness originated from the primordial divine essence. Now, with the majority of his spirit consumed, he had quality but lacked quantity. He could only connect with the threads of fate once his spiritual essence was restored. However, after burning his essence, he could only wait for its natural recovery unless he possessed extraordinary treasures to expedite the process. Though Zhou Hong lacked such treasures, he did have a soul-refining array at his disposal, capable of producing soul liquid. While it would not fully restore his spirit, he could utilize the soul liquid to facilitate the connection with the threads of fate. At this moment, Zhou Hong dared not create further disturbances. Who could say whether the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, would return? Given the precedent of his escape, she would likely be more cautious next time, making his own retreat uncertain. Thus, Zhou Hong reluctantly retrieved the Jade Soul artifact he had previously refined in the Cloud City of Long Country, casting it into the Soul Refining Array. Initially, he had intended to use the Jade Soul artifact as a foundation, gathering materials to forge a soul banner capable of containing the souls of all deities within the Marvel Universe. Imagining his true self wielding a resplendent soul banner amidst battle, unleashing millions of shimmering divine souls upon his foes. What a sight! What a spectacle! Who among the myriad worlds possesses such grandeur? Alas, such thoughts remained mere fantasies for now, as the materials required for crafting a soul banner capable of holding divine souls likely only existed within the primordial universe of Marvel. At present, this was but a fleeting wish. The Jade Soul artifact he possessed might not even qualify. With this in mind, Zhou Hong resolutely cast the Jade Soul artifact into the Soul Refining Array, skillfully infusing true essence to refine all the souls within. In the end, the process yielded merely half a drop of soul liquid. Swallowing the soul liquid, he activated his mystical arts to accelerate its assimilation, replenishing his spirit. Half a day later, thanks to the soul liquid, Zhou Hong managed to recover a fraction of his spiritual essence. To fully restore his spirit, he would need to consume millions of souls once more. However, the spiritual essence he had regained was sufficient to connect with the threads of fate. Sensing his spirit could now engage with these threads, Zhou Hong eagerly initiated contact with his true self, in a void space beyond the omnipotent Marvel Universe. A minuscule speck of dust within an infinitesimal cosmos, a sacred, noble, and towering entity slowly opened its eyes. Is this the essence of my true self? Indeed, it is wondrous beyond compare. Upon absorption, it enhances my life essence. Yet, the quantity is far too scant to propel me to a higher plane. However, it has shown signs of birthing parallel worlds within my golden core realm. Ah, how intriguing! To increase the quantity of my essence by seizing the primordial source of the universe. If successful, I might encompass the entire Marvel Universe within the realm of my golden core. Should I fail, there would be no loss. Since I have nothing else to occupy my time, I might as well take action. Hey, my cultivation resources, here I come. Boom! Zhou Hong's true form instantly transformed into an immensely towering deity as the boundless void around him shattered inch by inch, engulfed by a ferocious aura. Surrounding Zhou Hong's magnificent divine figure were ethereal cosmic realms, minuscule as pearls, merely embellishments adorning his presence. With a raised hand, Zhou Hong directed a punch towards the infinite expanse of the Marvel Universe. Wherever his fist passed, the void disintegrated and spatial storms raged. Just as his fist was about to strike within the cosmic cluster, a colossal hand emerged from the Marvel Universe, firmly blocking Zhou Hong's blow. With a powerful shove, the gigantic hand repelled Zhou Hong's fist, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Subsequently, a semi-transparent, towering deity materialized within the Marvel Universe. Within this grand figure, countless galaxies swirled as if they were the cells of a giant. Intruder, have you grown stronger? The deity that appeared was none other than the first celestial of Marvel. Gazing at the first celestial, Zhou Hong's eyes deepened with insight. Have you not also grown in strength? It seems you have reclaimed considerable authority, though I wonder to what extent. Zhou Hong's words rendered the first celestial's expression more grave. How could this being possess such knowledge of his condition? It appears you are well acquainted with me. Knowing of my existence, do you still dare to invade my realm? This time, I shall not let you escape. I will not allow you to interfere with my plans. With that, the first celestial advanced, launching a massive punch towards Zhou Hong. Unyielding, Zhou Hong met the blow with one of his own. The two mighty deities clashed in the void beyond the universe, the aftermath of their collision sending ripples through the surrounding emptiness. The nearby Marvel Universe fractured under the impact, as countless beings and deities within wailed in despair. Though the first celestial was more powerful than Zhou Hong, at that moment, it had yet to regain its full strength, unable to completely dominate the fight. Despite having the upper hand, subduing Zhou Hong would not be an easy task. Witnessing the destruction of the outer Marvel Universe due to their clash, the first celestial felt a pang of regret. These universes were remnants of its own shattered form, a vital source of strength. Now, dissipating because of their confrontation, how could it not feel sorrow? For the sake of its future foundation, the first celestial resolved to simultaneously battle while restraining Zhou Hong away from the Marvel Universe. Zhou Hong, though inferior in strength, could only retreat from the first Celestial's fierce onslaught, as both unleashed their true powers, shattering the surrounding void. Once they distanced themselves from the Marvel Universe, a diminutive figure stealthily tossed an inconspicuous object into the Marvel realm. It was a small, round orb that darted towards a specific direction upon entering the Marvel Universe, towards the singular universe where Zhou Hong's consciousness had descended. Chapter 148. The true form injured after the diminutive figure cast the orb, it completely vanished into the void. Zhou Hong, having achieved his objective, ceased his entanglement with the first Celestial and, after creating some distance, gestured for a pause. First Celestial, while my strength may not match yours, capturing me will consume considerable time. Should I perish, I might still retaliate and inflict serious harm upon you. How would you face the Eternal Ones then? The first Celestial hesitated. Zhou Hong's assertion was not unfounded. Although it was the embodiment of the original Marvel Universe, its body had been shattered in a past conflict. The fragments of that body had, over countless ages, transformed into myriad Marvel multiverses, and its current power was far diminished compared to its former self. Moreover, the Marvel Universe still harbored several generations of Eternals that continuously devoured its strength, having finally reclaimed a portion of its power and authority through cunning. The thought of sustaining injuries in battle was daunting, as it would return to face the onslaught of the second to eighth generations of Eternals. Furthermore, OAA, the entity responsible for its original body's destruction, was the most formidable threat in its mind. Had it not been for OAA, the Black and Color Pantheon would not have engaged in battle, nor would they have shattered their original forms. Yet, the first Celestial was reluctant to let Zhou Hong slip away so easily, for it sensed immense malice and greed emanating from him. There lingered an aura it detested, coupled with an ominous sense of mortality. Logically, it should be invulnerable to death. Even OAA could not obliterate its existence unless an entity capable of erasing the very concepts of the Marvel Universe emerged. However, such an entity was improbable. OAA, the supreme god next door, and the most powerful beings within the Marvel Universe, might destroy the omnipotent universe, yet none could erase its fundamental concepts. Though the being before it appeared weak, the palpable threat it exuded was unlike any it had ever encountered. The first Celestial wished to avoid returning to the Marvel Universe severely injured, yet it was equally unwilling to allow this being to grow stronger. Having reached a conclusion, a resolute glint shone in the first Celestial's eyes. Today, it was determined to annihilate Zhou Hong, even if this led to its own injuries and subsequent suppression by other Eternals. As long as it existed, there remained a chance for a comeback. Should it allow the presence that threatened its life to survive and flourish, it would face true annihilation in the future. Zhou Hong, observing the first Celestial's increasingly fierce gaze, understood its intentions, inwardly lamenting the situation. He never anticipated such decisiveness from the opponent, but if he were in their position, he would undoubtedly be even more resolute. Life transcends all. Being suppressed is merely a phase. Even if dignity is ground into the dirt, it matters not. Survival offers the prospect of resurgence. Should any enemy pose a threat to his life, he would not hesitate to strike decisively while they remained weak. The battle between Zhou Hong and the first Celestial endured for an extended duration, as they fought deeper into the void. Zhou Hong primarily evaded, while the first Celestial relentlessly pursued him. However, as they distanced themselves from the Marvel realm, the first Celestial began to tire. After all, the first Celestial's essence was the Marvel Universe. The increasing distance gradually sapped its energy. Though it could still overpower Zhou Hong, it could no longer threaten his life. Recognizing the situation, the first Celestial reluctantly relinquished its pursuit of Zhou Hong. Following another clash between them, the first Celestial utilized Zhou Hong's force to retreat rapidly. But before returning to the Marvel realm, it issued a harsh warning. Intruder, I shall spare you for today, but next time, I will ensure your demise. With that, the first Celestial swiftly soared back to the Marvel Universe. Calm and composed, Zhou Hong observed the retreating figure of the first Celestial sphere, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. He could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed into the void. He truly tires me. If this fellow doesn't tee apart soon, I, the Taoist, shall be unable to endure any longer. This is but a fragment of the first Celestial sphere. Were it in its prime, I shudder to think of its terror. Gasping for breath, Zhou Hong spoke. However, When we meet again, it shall be a different tale. Once my plans come to fruition, prepare yourself to enter my soul banner. Ha ha ha. After regaining a modicum of strength in the void, Zhou Hong quickly concealed his presence and stealthily returned to the vicinity of the Marvel Universe. Marvel Universe 101. Since contacting his true self, half a month had elapsed. During this period, Zhou Hong had been remarkably subdued, causing no further incidents. Instead, he quietly returned to New York, America. With only a few days remaining before the vacation concluded, Zhou Hong's first order of business upon his return was to clone a body identical to his own. Utilizing a nurturing solution without regard for expense, he successfully created a clone in less than a week that mirrored his own physique entirely. However, a minor complication arose during the cloning process. Zhou Hong had overlooked the fact that his current body was that of a foundational stage practitioner. While the clone lacked the original's level and true essence, it nevertheless inherited a fraction of the formidable physical strength characteristic of a foundational stage cultivator. This resulted in the newly formed clone awakening with its own consciousness and considerable power, leading it to annihilate the thousands of Hulk and Wolverine clones housed in the laboratory upon awakening. Had Zhou Hong not intervened, the experimental facility would have faced utter destruction. Once the clone was subdued, Zhou Hong brought it back to his original residence. He then erased the clone's self-awareness, leaving only a trace of sentience without any memories. Subsequently, he infused the clone with all of his memories from childhood to the present, fabricating a narrative that the clone had been studying in a rented room since the arrival of the original's consciousness. As for the clone's formidable physical strength, Zhou Hong altered it to reflect the powers awakened after his mutation. Henceforth, this clone would assume the original's life, and no one would suspect that the original had been replaced, as it possessed all of the original's memories and emotions, even believing itself to be the original. When the original returned to school to continue his mundane life after the vacation, Zhou Hong had already departed from America. However, before leaving, he returned the experimental facility, sponsored by Jean Bing, to its rightful owner, destroying only the records pertaining to the original's clone. The remaining data, including the Hulk and Wolverine clones, was gifted to Jean Bing. Moreover, before his departure, Zhou Hong imparted a parting remark that left Jean Bing in a state of contemplation. I have left all the clones and experimental materials in your care. I hope you do not disappoint me. By the next time I return here, I trust you will have become the true underground emperor of America. Soon after, Zhou Hong boarded a flight to the land of cherry blossoms, where he intended to commence his true plan. Chapter 149. The Descent of the Deity. As Zhou Hong set foot on the soil of the cherry blossoms, twilight gradually enveloped the sky. His first destination in this land was its capital, Tokyo. Tokyo was not only the capital of the cherry blossom nation, but also its most bustling city, being the largest AV hub in the world. As Zhou Hong arrived, he immediately sensed the rich cultural atmosphere of Tokyo. The situation arose as Zhou Hong, newly arrived, sought temporary accommodation. After much effort in contacting an agency, he was introduced by a beautiful woman to a villa, which he promptly secured using the black card provided by Jean Bing. Just as he settled in and began organizing his belongings, the doorbell rang. Curious as to who might be visiting at such a late hour, Zhou Hong opened the door, only to find the beautiful woman who had shown him the house, accompanied by a teenage girl. Li sang, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this hour. I am Sora Akaho, the sales agent from the agency. I feared you might struggle alone after moving in, so I brought my daughter, Sora Koharu, to assist you. I hope we haven't interrupted your rest. Sora Akaho bowed repeatedly with her daughter, Sora Koharu, in tow. Zhou Hong had assumed the name Li Hao using a fabricated identity provided by Jean Bing. He found Sora Akaho's gesture puzzling. Was it customary in this land for rental agencies to offer moving assistance? Yet, this made little sense. Why would they bring a daughter along to help? Furthermore, both women were dressed in loose-fitting kimonos. It was common knowledge that women donning kimonos in this land wore no undergarments. As they bent down, Zhou Hong inadvertently caught an unrestrained glimpse of their alluring forms. Ultimately, Zhou Hong declined their offer to assist with the tidying up, primarily due to the late hour. As a young man in a new place, it was prudent to protect oneself. After all, Zhou Hong's current identity was that of an innocent male university student, possessing both height and looks. Should these two women harbor ulterior motives, he could find himself in peril. After bidding farewell to Sora Akaho, and her daughter. Zhou Hong intended to venture out for a stroll to experience the local culture, aware that this place would soon become a wasteland, rendering future exploration impossible. However, not long after stepping outside, he encountered numerous instances of flirtation and invitation from high school girls in a bustling district. Upon returning to the villa, Zhou Hong's previously shy demeanor transformed into an air of indifference. Indeed, this is the world's largest AV hub. The pervasive industry is woven throughout Tokyo. Trulia familiar cheri blasem nabe. Nonetheless, it matters not. Regardless of the beauty this city possesses or the sins it harbors, it shall ultimately be reduced to ruins. Now, it is time for the world to dance beneath the fabric of lies I have woven. Ha ha! As Zhou Hong's voice faded, a brilliant meteor streaked across the night sky, crashing heavily onto the East City South, Fengqing Street. Boom! The entire East City trembled violently. On Fengqing Street, the meteor created a massive crater, 10 meters deep and several hundred meters wide, engulfing the area in cries of despair. Countless citizens, caught off guard, wailed in agony amidst the rubble. At the center of the crater, a golden box lay quietly, starkly contrasting with the charred edges surrounding it. The sound of the meteor's impact roused East City from its slumber as countless citizens poured out of their homes, scantily clad in their panic. As an island nation, earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions had become the norm. The populace had long since adapted to the ever-present threat of natural disasters, honing their instincts for survival. Just as the citizens of East City fled in disarray, the golden box nestled in the crater suddenly erupted in blinding light. The resplendent golden glow illuminated the entire night sky as a beam of golden light shot upwards, brightening half the globe. The eruption of this golden pillar drew the attention of powerful nations and organizations worldwide. Leaders from all nations were awakened in the dead of night, and upon learning of the significant event in the island nation, their gazes turned towards it. The American Avengers and SHIELD, the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Spear Bureau, the Ministry of Defense, the British Empire's Round Table, and others. In that moment, the island nation became the epicenter of global focus. As the world's eyes were fixed upon the island nation, the towering golden beam gradually faded. From the dissipating light, a celestial being, radiant in golden hues, emerged. With a surveying gaze, the deity looked over all living beings on Earth, as if assessing its dominion. Under the scrutiny of the Earth's inhabitants, the deity slowly spoke. I am the creator of the universe, the architect of all that exists, and the ultimate force of annihilation. This universe has grown far too tranquil for my liking, and I have endured countless ages devoid of amusement. I have grown weary of this monotonous existence. Now, I present to you an opportunity, a chance to please us. This is the essence of divinity I have collected after the slaughter of the cosmic deities. If you can find it, you shall possess the power to become a god. Henceforth, I bestow this divine essence upon you. After the celestial being concluded its proclamation, it pointed towards the golden box, which suddenly erupted in intense golden light. Then, sacred orbs of light surged forth from the box, swiftly dispersing to every corner of the earth. Go forth, seek the divine essence, master the power of the gods, and then please us. Alternatively, you may attempt to resist us with this power. Ha ha ha. The golden celestial being laughed heartily before stamping its foot, transforming into a flash of golden lightning that shot into the cosmos. Yet, that seemingly casual stamp caused immense suffering for the populace of the island nation. For that single stomp obliterated East City from the face of the earth, unleashing seismic tremors and tsunamis that ravaged the entire island nation. That gentle stomp resulted in the loss of 1/3 of the island's population, while the subsequent earthquakes and tsunamis claimed countless lives. Chapter 150. The conspiracy begins with the departure of the golden celestial being from Earth. A wave of panic swept across the globe. Setting aside the veracity of the celestial being's words, the sheer magnitude of its divine presence was enough to instill unease in all life on Earth. God truly exists. What news could possibly stir the world's populace more than this? In the diminutive nation of Vatican City, the smallest country in the world, yet a significant religious center, the aged Pope convened a meeting with the bishops. My fellow believers in God, we must immediately declare that the golden celestial being is the messenger of the Almighty. It is a divine envoy sent to save Earth. Notify all world leaders. This divine essence is a gift bestowed upon us, the most loyal of believers. No one shall withhold the divine essence from our distribution. The bishops in attendance exchange bewildered glances. Surely, this elderly pope has lost his mind? Setting aside whether the celestial being is indeed a messenger from God, why would it heed your call, particularly given the pope's frail condition and unclear faculties? That is divine essence, the essence that grants one the power to become a god. Who wouldn't desire it? Though the bishops held their disdain within, they maintained a facade of respectfulness in their responses. Each harbored their own ambitions, perhaps hoping to be fortuitous enough to acquire divine essence, thus positioning themselves for the papacy, indulging in the whimsical desires within the sacred hall. At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in America, a grim-faced Nick Fury summoned the Avengers and senior agents for a meeting. Everyone, the time for our trial has arrived. The Earth is in peril, and an unknown entity has scattered divine essence at various corners of the globe. These essences are seeds of danger. Such perilous powers must be kept within our grasp to ensure the peace of Earth. At the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Spear Bureau, senior officials and agents gathered, with Director Zhang wearing a serious expression. Everyone, our bureau is currently facing a grave situation. During the recent major purge, 5 of our senior officials were arrested by the Ministry of Defense on charges of colluding with foreign entities to serve as a criminal organization as protectors. Our superiors are deeply disappointed. We have allowed corruption to infiltrate our ranks, severely tarnishing our department's reputation. We must act swiftly to regain their trust. The unknown deity's casting of divine essence across the globe presents our opportunity, as well as a test for the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, I implore each of you to reassess your responsibilities. Strive to locate the scattered divine essences. Reclaim your duty as guardians of the Dragon Kingdom. In America, South Dragon Street, within a residence named Hao Ian Martial Arts School, the Master Yi Hao received a task from the Divine Martial Arts System to collect more than 5 divine essences within a month. At the moment he received the System's task, Yi Hao was engrossed in sharing martial secrets with an apprentice from the Black Pearl Martial Arts School. The sudden task startled the devoted martial artist Yi Hao, and with no choice, he hastily concluded the lesson. He promptly dismissed the Black Pearl apprentice and summoned all students in the martial arts school to gather at the training ground. Gazing upon the diverse assembly of disciples, Yi Hao donned a solemn expression, exuding an aura of profound wisdom. Once all 100 apprentices had gathered, he finally spoke with gravitas. My disciples, you have diligently trained under my tutelage for some time now. I entrust you with a task, collecting the divine essences of the golden celestial scattered across the world. Those who complete the task may become the esteemed disciples of their master, imparted with the true essence of martial arts. Go forth, and let the world witness the might of our Haotian Martial Arts Academy. Yes, master. All the disciples of the academy responded in unison before dispersing to seek the scattered divine essences. Amelie, wait a moment. Your strength is still too weak as a novice. I shall impart several years of my power to you shortly. Ami? Yes, thank you, master. A tall woman with a slightly dark complexion beamed with excitement upon realizing she was the one being addressed. Once the other disciples had departed, Yi Hao led Amelie into a bedroom. Amelie, unaware of the experience awaiting her, felt a surge of joy at the thought of receiving the profound teachings from the enigmatic Master Yi. After Amelie entered the transmission hall, Yi Hao turned and closed the door behind him, understanding that the process of imparting martial power must remain confidential. He then reassured the somewhat flustered Amelie. There is no need for such tension, Amelie. Relax and trust in your master. Without doubt, Amelie followed Yi Hao's instructions and prepared herself. Once she was seated on the stone platform, Yi Hao approached her from behind, speaking softly. The process of impartation may feel intrusive, but do not concern yourself with trivial matters. Once the transmission is complete, you will possess strength equal to that of your fellow disciples. Though Amelie felt some confusion, the allure of the legendary Dragon Kingdom's martial arts quickly swayed her acceptance. An hour later, Yi Hao regarded Amelie, who was adapting to her newfound strength, with a sense of reflection. Indeed, imparting power is quite exhausting. Henceforth, Only the most exceptional disciples shall be deemed worthy of this privilege. Tonight, an insomniac night was destined to unfold. The commanding voice of the golden celestial reverberated throughout the globe, reaching both the sleeping and the awake with clarity. All were aware that the golden celestial had scattered the divine essences of the gods across the earth. While some remained in confusion, others had already embarked on a quest to locate these essences. Every human on earth yearned for the divine essences. Some sought them to defy fate, break the shackles of class, and ascend to unparalleled power, indulging in a life of luxury previously unimagined. Others sought the essences to save lives, aspiring to become celebrated heroes, guardians of peace. Yet, ultimately, all shared a common goal: to discover the scattered divine essences. Whether to defy fate and rise above, or to remain true to their altruistic intentions, the acquisition of just one essence promised the realization of their desires. The once tranquil and stagnant populace erupted with fervor as the world, rigid in its class divisions, welcomed a new vitality. This heralded a transformation that would reshape the global landscape. Those who wielded the divine essences would emerge as the new sovereigns of the world. Chapter 151. Turmoil in the world above the cherry blossoms. Zhou Hong gazed at the completely vanished eastern capital and the Sakura populace enduring various natural calamities. His expression one of indifference. The seeds have been sown. Now, I merely await their growth. From henceforth, I too shall enjoy the privilege of gaining strength even in slumber. To think that a spontaneous idea could be so effortlessly realized. Not only shall I relish the continuous enhancement of my power, but I shall also reap a bountiful harvest of delightful fruits in the future. Truly, I am remarkable. He. Zhou Hong reveled in his own triumph. Having initially descended into this Marvel universe with the singular goal of devouring his original essence. Yet, a flash of inspiration led him to devise a method to dominate the Marvel realm. The items sent by his original self were merely modified devil fruits, intended to foment chaos within the Marvel universe. Now he had dispatched a force that transformed those modified devil fruits into what could be termed divine essences, which, after slight refinement, evolved into a converter capable of absorbing and growing within the rules of the Marvel universe. These divine essences, born from the altered devil fruits, would incessantly draw from the essence and rules of the Marvel realm. The minuscule portions of essence and rules absorbed would fortify the holder's body, while the majority would be consumed by Zhou Hong. This elucidated why Zhou Hong claimed he could grow stronger while reclining. However, this was not the principal advantage. The most significant function of these divine essences lay in their ability to assist Zhou Hong's original self in refining the essence of the Marvel Universe, while simultaneously absorbing the world's essence and rules. These divine essences were but seeds, destined to augment the strength of their holders and ultimately transcend the confines of the universe, propelling them toward the omnipotent Marvel cosmos. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong's original self could discreetly refine the entirety of the Marvel Universe's essence from outside its bounds. This constituted Zhou Hong's grand plan for domination. Given sufficient time, these divine essences would proliferate throughout the omnipotent Marvel Universe, at which point it would be Zhou Hong's moment to reap the rewards. Zhou Hong felt immense satisfaction with his scheme. Now, he merely awaited the fermentation of time to commence his grand endeavor of refining the entire Marvel Universe. However, I must exercise caution before fully occupying this singular universe. After all, there remains an old acquaintance in America. Who would have thought that my breakthrough opportunity stemmed from him? Yeehaw. The system. Quite intriguing, ha ha ha. Indeed, the hallmark of a transmigrator, the system's golden finger is remarkably powerful, capable of escaping the destruction of a universe. But this time, I wonder how you will escape my grasp. Hey. With a sinister chuckle, Zhou Hong vanished into the void. His mission was complete. Now, he awaited the passage of time, yearning for a secluded space to relish the grand spectacle he had orchestrated. Who shall emerge as the protagonist of this era? How thrilling! 3 days later, in the Dragon Kingdom, Inli Family Village, Sichuan Province, a man in his 60s, despite the sweltering early autumn, donned an excessively thick fur coat, tightly enveloping himself. The old man, named Li Jinxin, had suffered a grievous loss a year prior when his son, Li Xinmin, was tragically struck down by a luxury car running a red light while commuting to work. Despite desperate attempts at resuscitation, the young man succumbed. Though the luxury vehicle was at fault, the court unjustly placed the blame on Li Xinmin, demanding that the grieving family compensate the car owner a total of $2 million for vehicle repairs, medical expenses, and emotional distress. Yet, the Li family was but a humble rural household, with no means to afford such exorbitant reparations. Moreover, Li Xinmin's driving record revealed no violations whatsoever. This was a blatant miscarriage of justice, a wealthy car owner bribing the judge to evade responsibility. Despite Li Jianxin's relentless appeals, even seeking recourse from provincial and municipal governments, he found no semblance of justice. For a whole year, he had tirelessly pursued appeals, not seeking compensation, but merely striving to clear his son's name. Yet, even this modest request remained unfulfilled. A month ago, the old man's partner, overwhelmed by grief, passed away, leaving the frail and elderly Li alone to endure the agonies of this world. Having recognized the darkness that envelopes society, Li has relinquished all hope in justice and law. He now seeks to take matters into his own hands. Drawing upon methods he learned in his youth, he concocted over 10 pounds of explosives, which he strapped to his own body, concealing them beneath a down jacket. Once prepared, he gazed at the shattered remnants of his family, at the photographs of his wife and children displayed in the morning hall, his heart resolute. "My dear wife, my children, I shall soon join you. Alas, I am but an old fool, unable to uncover the whereabouts of those responsible. Fear not, I shall bring those corrupt judges who condemned us to their rightful fate. Our family shall reunite soon." Li stood before the altar for a long while, weeping bitterly, before resolutely embarking on his path of vengeance. He had been observing the courthouse for some time, clearly recalling the faces of the judges who had rendered their verdict. Today marked another court session. Although the case bore no relation to his family, the very judges who had wronged him were present. Li intended to detonate the explosives within the courthouse, believing that if justice could not be served for his family, then all who deserved damnation should accompany him into the abyss. In a world devoid of fairness, he resolved to seize it for himself. Just as he prepared to embark on his vengeful quest, a radiant six-sided crystal, crackling with lightning, erupted from the deep mountains of Li's village. Before he could comprehend the phenomenon, it pierced his brow. Boom, boom. As the crystal penetrated him, purple lightning surged forth from within, instantly igniting the explosives strapped to him. The cataclysmic explosion obliterated his clothing, yet miraculously left his body unscathed and untouched. The thunderous blast reduced Li's home to rubble, fortuitously sparing neighboring villagers due to their considerable distance from his residence. With a sizzling sound, dazzling purple lightning erupted from Li, incinerating the earth within a 10-meter radius. In an instant, his body convulsed, his once gray hair transformed to a deep black, the wrinkles fading from his face, and his stooped form straightening. The brilliant lightning enveloped him in an ethereal glow, crackling through the air, scorching it as it struck. When the brilliance subsided, the aged Li had metamorphosed into a tall, stern young man in his 20s. The essence of the thunder god. What the golden deity spoke of that night was indeed true. There are gods that exist in this world. Why? Shouldn't the divine beings uphold peace in this realm? Why do they not punish the wicked? Where were they when we suffered injustice? Chapter 152. Social death, if deities truly exist. Why do they not safeguard fairness in the world? Why? Li, or rather the reborn Li Jianxin, howled to the heavens. But the only response was the echo of his own voice in the mountains. Who are you? What have you done to the old man, Li? A frail, aged female voice interrupted Li Jianxin's spiraling thoughts. The explosion had roused the nearby villagers, who had not witnessed Li Jianxin's transformation. As they emerged, they beheld a shameless young man, suspended in the air, his body naked and adorned with tattoos shimmering with electric light. Below, the ruins of Li's former home lay in shambles, and Li himself had vanished. In rural China, neighbors typically maintained good relations, and the villagers were concerned for Li's well-being, prompting their inquiries. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Jianxin paused momentarily, glancing down to see villagers gathering around him. The elderly woman who spoke was Wang Soa, a neighbor with whom the young Li had shared an unspeakable secret in his youth. A chill wind swept through, and a sudden awareness washed over Li Jianxin as he realized he was completely naked, surrounded by familiar faces. The shame of his nakedness surged within him, perhaps heightened by his youthful form, stirring feelings of embarrassment once more. Suspended in the air, Li Jianxin felt awkward. His toes instinctively wiggled in the void as a profound sense of humiliation enveloped him. It's over. In that moment, he wished the ground would open up and swallow him whole. If only he had flown directly to the city courthouse for his revenge. What had possessed him to question the heavens in such a mad frenzy? Now he faced social death. Hey, you perverse naked man up there. I'm asking you a question. What have you done to Li? As Li Jianxin pondered how to escape the embarrassment of social death, Wang Zuihua's voice broke through his thoughts. Youthful vitality sharpened his mind, and he quickly realized that now, as a young man, he would be unrecognizable to those below. Indeed, if no one recognized him, there would be no social death. I do not know the Li you speak of. Perhaps he has departed. I must take my leave. Having regained his composure, Li Jianxin delivered an evasive reply and, seizing the moment before the villagers could react, transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight. The villagers below only perceived a blinding flash of lightning before the naked young man disappeared from the skies. As they gathered their wits, they hastened to the ruins of Li's home, desperately searching for him. Only Wang Zuihua lingered, momentarily stunned, as the young man in the sky had struck her with an uncanny familiarity. Could that strange naked man resemble Jianxin in his youth? Even a mole on his backside was identical. Surely not. Though the resemblance was striking, the young man appeared far more handsome and well-built. No, it couldn't be. Murmuring to herself, Wang Zuihua observed the villagers rummaging through the debris, her eyes betraying a hint of something unspoken, before she trembled and turned to return home. Yet, when she turned, hidden from the others' gaze, a faint smile graced her weathered face. Young again, how wonderful! Li Jianxin soared through the skies like a bolt of lightning, and as he passed over the bustling market in town, he effortlessly snatched a complete set of clothes drying on a rooftop to adorn himself. Upon reaching the courthouse in the city, he discovered he still had over an hour before the proceedings commenced. Thus, he hovered in the air, fixated on the courthouse below, the glaring inscription on the sign igniting a fierce hatred within him. Strict law enforcement, serving the public? Truly a paragon of fairness and justice. Since you are incapable of fulfilling this duty, allow me to enact judgment upon the world's evils. Li Jianxin did not act immediately. Instead, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, concealing himself amidst the clouds, manipulating the electric forces to collide and spark. This singular action summoned dark clouds that gathered ominously in the once clear sky, darkening the atmosphere under Li Jianxin's command. Within a mere half-hour, the entire skyline of Shanchuan City was engulfed in thick clouds, with flashes of blinding lightning and the resounding roar of thunder echoing in the ears of its citizens. Under the oppressive shroud of clouds, Shanchuan City became unusually somber, an inexplicable irritation rising within the hearts of the populace. At the entrance of the Shanchuan City Court, a portly middle-aged judge hurriedly arrived, casting anxious glances at the darkening heavens, a wave of deep unease swelling within him. This sensation left him distinctly unsettled. What infernal weather is this? Wasn't it forecasted to be sunny today? How could it suddenly turn so overcast? Alas, to hold court in such weather. It has thwarted my rendezvous with my young assistant. Her husband finally had to work late today, and I had hoped for some intimate moments with her. The middle-aged judge cursed the weather as well as the commoners appealing today. However, the memory of a gift delivered to his home by the defendants a few days prior dissipated his irritation, casting a delightful glow over his mood. I sincerely wish for more cases like this. Merely speaking and striking the gavel allows one to acquire wealth that ordinary people could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Truly, my choice to become a judge was a wise one. Soon, the judge adjusted his demeanor at the court's entrance, donning a solemn expression as he stepped into the sacred courtroom. Where the freshly polished characters, strict law enforcement, serving the public gleamed with an aura of sanctity. Time passed, and the moment of court proceedings arrived. Today's case involved a demolition accident, instigated by a construction company that, upon receiving governmental approval for renovation, sought to minimize compensation by forcibly demolishing a few homes as a warning to others. The construction manager, accompanied by a group of thugs armed with clubs, stormed into the homes of residents, causing chaos. In a drunken frenzy, one thug struck an elderly resident, resulting in a fatal injury that could not be treated in time. The residents were plunged into grief, torn between a desire for vengeance and fear, ultimately opting to bring the construction company to court, leading to today's trial. Yet, how could ordinary city dwellers afford a competent lawyer? They were left with no choice but to hire a standard law firm to represent them. They would never suspect that no matter their efforts, it was all preordained by the construction company, with both the judge and their own attorney already secured through monetary means. This trial, which hadn't even begun, had its outcome predetermined. The gaze and class barriers confined ordinary people within an insurmountable barrier. Above Shanchuan City, amidst the heavy clouds, Li Jianxin's vision pierced through the veils of limitation, perceiving everything. In that moment, he truly seemed to embody divinity, sensing every occurrence within the city. The hidden darkness laid bare before him. Chapter 153. The chaotic beginning. Lightning flared in Li Jianxin's eyes, filled with wrath as he fixated on the solemn, sacred courtroom. A bunch of soulless wretches. Go and atone my family. You are unworthy to exist in this world. Li Jianxin commanded the lightning amidst the clouds, illuminating the dim and oppressive skies of Shanchuan City with blinding radiance. The clouds churned and the wind howled. Countless bolts of thunder crisscrossed the heavens, transforming the once dull city into a spectacle of brilliance. The intertwining flashes of lightning converged towards the storm's epicenter, forming a massive sphere of lightning above Li Jianxin's head. This sphere continued to expand, fed by the relentless surge of thunder and lightning. Soon, the citizens of Shanchuan City noticed the dazzling sphere of lightning. Those who had never witnessed such a phenomenon paused in awe, some even capturing the extraordinary sight with their phones. Accompanying captions read, "Encountered a once-in-a-millennium colossal sphere of lightning. Yet why can't I find my heart's desire?" Click, send all in one breath. As the citizens marveled at this rare occurrence, they suddenly discerned a vague silhouette emerging from the center of the enormous sphere of lightning. In stark contrast to the sphere's exaggerated size, the figure appeared diminutive. However, under the figure's command, a colossal, blinding pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, instantly piercing through the hallowed and dignified courtroom of Shanchuan City. The immense lightning illuminated the entire city, and before anyone could react, the once sacred courtroom was reduced to smoldering ruins. All gazes were fixed in disbelief at this scene, their hearts shaken by the sudden onslaught of the lightning, their legs trembling as they beheld the courtroom's transformation into a wasteland. Oh my, the court is gone. As the citizens of Shanchuan City remained in shock, Li Jianxin in the clouds reveled in delight. Ha ha ha, my dear wife, my son, I have avenged you. Fear not. The architect of our family's demise will soon descend to atone for their sins. No matter their hiding places, I shall deliver them one by one. Ha ha ha. Li Jianxin's gaze pierced through the distances, resting upon the courtroom reduced to ash, his face alight with a frenzied joy. Though for some unknown reason, tears began to well in his eyes. At this moment, he should have felt elation, yet an uncontainable sorrow surged within him, the tears evaporating before they could form. Joy and grief intertwined within him, a tempest of complex emotions driving Li Jianxin to a state of agitation. Memories of his family's ordinary yet warm life flooded his mind. The concerned yet teasing words of his wife, the dutiful gestures of his son, countless recollections surged forth. A heart-wrenching sadness, suffocating in its intensity, compelled Li Jianxin to unleash his pent-up emotions. To vent this sorrow, gazing down upon the dim Shanchuan City, recalling the evils lurking in its shadows, an inexplicable sentiment welled within him. Why? We ordinary folk merely wish to live in peace. Why do you seek to destroy all that? We only wish to live well. Why must you strip us of even this last desire? You all deserve death. Go to hell and repent. With madness etched upon his face, Li Jianxin commanded the colossal sphere of lightning to unleash thousands of electric arcs upon those criminals and evildoers lurking in the darkness of Shanchuan City. The skies roared with thunder as blinding lightning struck every corner of the city, rendering it as if facing an apocalypse. Countless individuals were struck by the lightning, convulsing on the ground, frothing at the mouth, yet the relentless bolts continued their merciless assault. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts, 10 bolts, until the writhing figure on the ground was reduced to a charred corpse. He would not relent. As Li Jianxin commanded the thunder, striking down upon those who deserved it. A massive, invisible aerospace carrier broke through the heavy clouds, hovering above Shanchuan City. Li Jianxin's formidable perception immediately detected the presence of the colossal vessel, even recognizing the official insignia emblazoned upon it. Having been accustomed to the life of an ordinary citizen, Li Jianxin's mindset had yet to shift. Only the deep-seated desire for vengeance had spurred him on. But as the flames of hatred within him flickered out, the dread of the official authorities resurfaced, compelling him to flee the scene. Yet, despite Li Jianxin's swift retreat, his visage remained exposed to the agents of the Divine Spear Bureau aboard the aerospace carrier. Though they could not ascertain his true identity at that moment, one must never underestimate the intelligence capabilities of any official force. With a mere photograph and the actions he had taken, the agents aboard the vessel deduced Li Jianxin's identity in less than an hour. Thus, it serves as a reminder: never underestimate the reach of official forces. Within the confines of Longhua, any matter deemed significant can be unraveled with astonishing speed. As for the cases of missing persons, the traffickers were adept enough to discern who could be provoked and who could not. In all the cases of disappearance, none involved relatives of officials or affluent families. They were merely common citizens, hardly worthy of extensive investigation. Moreover, these traffickers had powerful local elites shielding them. Upon uncovering Li Jianxin's identity, the Divine Spear Bureau meticulously scrutinized everything that had transpired with his family. However, as Li Jianxin had transformed into lightning to escape, they were unable to apprehend him at that time. Ultimately, the Divine Spear Bureau placed Li Jianxin's photograph on a wanted poster, disseminating it across Longhua, and in an instant, he became a nationwide fugitive. Yet, it was as if he had never existed. No one knew where he was hiding, and despite the relentless searches by the authorities, his whereabouts remained elusive. During this period, fortunate individuals worldwide began to discover divine essences, bestowing upon them tremendous powers, elevating them beyond the ordinary. On the continent of Hezhou, an elderly lion, during a hunting expedition, inadvertently swallowed a peculiar divine essence, which not only granted him remarkable intelligence, but also the ability to wield fire. Having once tasted the thrill of bipedal movement, the old Lion King could not forget it. After consuming the divine essence, his newfound strength, combined with his intelligence, allowed him to wreak havoc across villages and towns, transforming the underdeveloped continent of Hezhou into his hunting ground. This led to the old Lion King becoming a terrifying legend on the continent. In a romantic land of Western Europe, a dual-headed creature named Nick fortuitously acquired a divine essence, instantly gaining the ability to transform into a gigantic wild boar, impervious to blades and bullets alike. Realizing that modern weaponry posed no threat to him, Nick became increasingly audacious, turning the romantic land into his playground. Previously struggling to find companions, Nick transformed the entire romantic city into his realm of joy, befriending not only the residents, but even non-human entities. Chapter 154. A New Paradigm in the Nation of Asan. A great water buffalo and a so-called ancient monk also fortuitously obtained divine essences. At the moment the water buffalo received its divine essence, it was being attended to by several Asan individuals. The divine essence instantly endowed the water buffalo with the wisdom of an adult and the ability to alter its size. Overcome with shame, the buffalo transformed into a 100-foot-tall divine beast, trampling the Asan individuals. Understanding the sacred status of buffaloes in Asan, the now wise creature made its way to a revered temple, maintaining its colossal form. Along the route, all who beheld the magnificent buffalo bowed down, proclaiming it a miracle. A divine being manifested in the form of the buffalo, which soon became revered as a divine beast of Asan. Meanwhile, the ascetic monk, after acquiring his divine essence, revealed godlike powers before the masses. Once an ordinary monk, he now ranked among the highest echelons of Asan society. On the continent of Ao, a young boy, long subjected to bullying, discovered a divine essence that granted him dominion over water elements. Perhaps due to enduring years of humiliation, the boy's psyche became warped. Upon gaining powers surpassing those of ordinary humans and mutants, he encircled his school with water. The school, enveloped in water, appeared from a distance as a massive pearl. While inside, everyone was submerged, gasping for breath, blood streaming from their orifices due to the immense pressure. The AO government dispatched nearby military forces to quell the situation. Coordinating with the nation's superhero team, However, in a single confrontation, the boy summoned towering waves, engulfing the entire military, even impacting neighboring towns. The superhero team, relying on their various abilities, managed to survive, but when they launched an assault on the boy, they discovered that no form of attack could harm him. Before them, the boy demonstrated what it meant to possess divine power. He not only conjured titanic waves with a mere gesture, but also proved immune to all assaults, including elemental and magical attacks. Every effort against him proved futile. Upon witnessing the boy's overwhelming might and the irreversible devastation he caused, the president of AO made an unprecedented call to the president of America, requesting a nuclear strike against the boy. The American side, eager to comply, had been grappling with domestic terrorists and supervillains who had also acquired divine essences. However, these supervillains had been hiding in densely populated cities, which led America to refrain from deploying nuclear strikes. Yet, this restraint only emboldened the supervillains, leading many citizens to join the ranks of chaos makers upon seeing the inaction of the American authorities. With AO's leaders reaching out, the Americans readily agreed, seizing the opportunity to intimidate the supervillains. Thus, in response to AO's request, America targeted the boy's location with a low-yield nuclear weapon. Before the boy could react, the missile struck the city center at hypersonic speed, placing him directly in the explosion's epicenter. As a blinding light erupted, a colossal mushroom cloud rose over AO, and the devastation could only be described as cataclysmic. The city, within a radius of several kilometers, was reduced to rubble, leaving behind a crater hundreds of meters wide, with terrifying radiation extending for miles. The news of America's nuclear strike against the boy could not be concealed from the world's major powers, who now awaited the final outcome with bated breath. The beings, or humans who have attained divinity, exhibit powers that far exceed the imagination of the masses. Even the mutants, once a threat to the world, do not possess the formidable strength displayed by these divine entities. Not only the major powers of the world, but also the first batch of these formidable existences are observing the unfolding events. This represents a monumental occurrence capable of altering the global landscape. Should nuclear weapons prove effective against these divine beings, the world order might shift, yet the overarching deterrent of the great powers would persist, maintaining their influence over the divine entities. However, as the smoke from the nuclear blast dissipated, the Australian boy, though disheveled and bearing the scars of decay upon his skin, gradually shed the remnants of his affliction, revealing a frail yet unscathed physique. At that moment, the hearts of global leaders, who had been anxiously awaiting the outcome, sank. Humanity's ultimate weapon, nuclear arms, posed no threat to those of divine stature. Thus, the last means of restraining the powerful had failed. Only those who possess divinity can threaten one another. They should no longer be merely referred to as divine beings. They have acquired a new title, gods. They command methods beyond the comprehension of contemporary human technology, which cannot pose any threat to them, and they shall only grow stronger with the passage of time. Humanity has begun to label these incomprehensible existences as gods. A new world order is on the brink of formation, with these gods emerging as the true rulers of the realm. When the god boy from Australia emerged unscathed from the nuclear explosion, a grim expression adorned his visage, clearly incensed by the sudden devastation. "You have truly angered the gods, a pitiful horde of mortals, daring to attempt divine slaying through technology. You shall soon bear the wrath of the gods." After proclaiming his threat, the Australian boy transformed into water elements, merging with the essence of the world. While he departed from the inland city, he had no intention of sparing the Australian government. Through his embodiment as a water element, he ascended above the ocean, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort as he approached the sea. Amidst the tumultuous waters, he stirred the waves, which began to rise ominously, while the skies darkened with ominous clouds, crackling with thunder. Across the globe, powerful nations observed from satellites the boy's ability to command the ocean, their hearts turning cold as they witnessed the towering waves advancing towards Australia, stretching for thousands of kilometers and reaching heights of hundreds of meters. These colossal waves threatened to engulf the nation, marking an existence beyond human control. Imagine the sheer terror of such immense waves, extending thousands of kilometers, surging towards one's homeland. No nation could withstand such a catastrophic force. Moreover, The boy had taken the form of a sea deity wielding a trident, with the towering waves barely reaching the deity's knees. Initial estimates suggested that the boy's sea deity form stood over 3,000 meters tall. In that moment, leaders around the world issued uniform commands to their subordinates, declaring that, at all costs, they must court the divine beings. In the forthcoming era, only the gods could contend with other gods. Chapter 155, Courtship. The news of nations courting divine beings spread like wildfire. However, at this juncture, the President of Australia found himself with no opportunity to engage in such endeavors, for his appeal to America had incited the furious retaliation of the Australian god boy. Chaos reigned among the populace of Australia. For them, this day was shrouded in darkness. The emergence of the god boy, who annihilated an entire university, followed by the nuclear strike that reduced a thriving city to ruins, resulted in the evaporation of all its inhabitants. Now, with the onslaught of colossal waves stretching thousands of kilometers, towering hundreds of meters high, the citizens could no longer bear the weight of their despair. They blamed the president for seeking American aid, which led to the nuclear assault. The bomb not only failed to vanquish the god boy, but instead ignited his fury, heralding a devastating retribution upon the Australian nation. Consequently, the people took to the streets, armed with their firearms, even storming the presidential residence, intent on capturing the president to deliver him to the gods, hoping to quell the divine wrath. Yet the Australian god was merely a boy, rebellious and impulsive, his reason eclipsed by rage. He heeded no counsel. His sole desire was to avenge the nuclear assault. As the colossal sea deity, he commanded the towering waves, crashing heavily towards the Australian continent. In an instant, all coastal cities were obliterated, the immense force shattering all life in its path. At that moment, no one could escape, vividly illustrating the fury of the gods. The titanic waves surged across Australian territory at a speed exceeding hundreds of meters per second, annihilating all vitality. Every proud structure, fortress, and construction met their demise. A day later, Australia lay submerged, the remnants of the land exposed, ravaged by the overwhelming tides. The powerful nations of the world witnessed this catastrophic event in real time, helplessly observing as their vast ally, Australia, succumbed to the wrath of a single god, manifested through a youth of their own nation. In the Dragon Kingdom, the 12 elders convened alongside the heads of various departments. Esteemed colleagues, the times have changed. Within a mere 2 months, the nations of Eni, Sakura, and Australia, 3 leading powers, have been obliterated, all due to individual might. This is a grave trial. In the future, those who possess divinity will, to some degree, represent national power. We cannot remain passive. We have endured the darkest of times 100 years ago, and now that our people's lives have finally improved, can we allow ourselves to be defeated by this new challenge? The elders spoke with solemnity, acutely aware of the monumental shifts in the global landscape. They must prepare swiftly for the impending new era. This meeting gathered all the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, each of whom had proven themselves capable of navigating these turbulent waters. Understanding the implications of the evolving circumstances, they had long since prepared, proactively courting those who had attained divinity. Other nations across the globe extended olive branches to the divine beings, promising immense wealth and even substantial power. America, in particular, perceived the so-called mutant threat as no longer significant. Compared to the newly arisen gods, mutants were merely ordinary individuals with specialized abilities. Perhaps a select few powerful mutants could rival the emerging gods, but those were exceedingly rare. Whereas the number of newly emerged gods was estimated to have already reached into the thousands. Crucially, the capabilities of mutants had been predetermined since the moment of their awakening. The possessors of divine powers have been observed and studied by various powerful nations, revealing that their strength has been steadily increasing with the passage of time. While countries spare no expense to recruit newly emerged deities, an earth-shattering event has transpired in the Dragon Kingdom. The first divine power possessor to reveal himself to the world, Li Jianxin, unexpectedly unleashed his abilities to attack a luxurious ancient residence in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The owner of this grand estate was a leader of a certain department, and his household was thriving, boasting a lineage of over 300 individuals, almost enough to establish a prestigious family. The offspring of this family held significant positions in various government departments. and even the collateral branches were composed of local magnates. Li Jianxin's assault coincided with the birthday celebration of the elderly patriarch of the household, during which the family members had gathered to honor him. Yet, amidst this grand festivity, a colossal pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, instantly obliterating the ancient residence and all its inhabitants, including officials from the Dragon Kingdom and wealthy merchants who had come to pay their respects. This act incited furious outrage among the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, although they had resolved to recruit new deities at any cost. It did not imply that these so-called deities could brazenly violate the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. The actions of Li Jianxin posed a severe threat to their safety and the very foundation of the Dragon Kingdom itself. Most of the 12 elders of the Dragon Kingdom hailed from its 10 prominent families, with only a few emerging from the common populace. Each elder possessed substantial family fortunes, and none could assure themselves that their own family would not be the next to face annihilation. Consequently, they summoned all divine power possessors from their families, along with the elite forces from the Divine Spear Bureau and the secret weapons of the Defense Department. Their aim was not only to eliminate the threat posed by Li Jianxin, but also to demonstrate to the swelling ranks of new deities that they must submit to their leadership. They sought to convey the message that possessing divine powers did not elevate one above them. As the foundational strength of the 10 great families of the Dragon Kingdom was unveiled to the world, various global factions were awed by their depth and influence. A total of 15 divine power possessors were revealed, and it remained uncertain how many more were concealed in the shadows. The Divine Spear Bureau and Defense Department were equally resolute, dispatching 3 divine power possessors and an additional 15 formidable superpowered individuals, each at the pinnacle of their abilities. The rationale behind deploying such a multitude of divine power possessors was their understanding that divine powers vary in strength. The newly emerged deities they sent forth possessed only ordinary types of divine powers, while those capable of merging with elemental forces represented the highest echelon. Currently, only Li Jianxin and a young man from Australia exhibited top-tier divine powers, possessing the ability to manipulate elemental forces and natural disasters. Thus, in their desire to showcase their might and quell Li Jianxin, the 10 great families of the Dragon Kingdom each dispatched a divine power possessor, complemented by the weather, which leading the Divine Spear Bureau's celestial team, the secret organization 8 Immortals, and a covert squad from the Defense Department. This assembly of 33 members formed the most formidable superhero team in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, commanded by the director of the Divine Spear Bureau, Zheng Xian. In a concerted effort to confront Li Jianxin, these members epitomized the current might of the Dragon Kingdom, including the weather, which capable of controlling the elements. The Monkey King with his 72 transformations and superhuman strength, and the 5 brothers of the Multitude Hero who could harness the powers of all citizens, including mutants. Additionally, the 8 Immortals, such as El Dongbin, Tai Guai Li, Han Xiangzi, and He Xinggu, along with members of the 10 great families who had transformed into newly emerged deities, comprised this superhero team, representing the strongest force on Earth. Notably, among them was the Multitude Hero, who, sensing the strength of the Dragon Kingdom as populace, possessed the power to devastate land, with speed reaching the threshold of distortion, superluminal, to avoid impacting civilians during the battle. The Dragon Kingdom designated the vast expanse of the Lop-Nur Desert as the battleground. Initially, Li Jianxin did not appear in the Lop-Nur Desert, but for reasons unknown, he ultimately ventured there alone. The confrontation was imminent. The sky crackled with thunder, and the entire Lop-Nur Desert began to tremble violently. The superhero forces of the Dragon Kingdom sprang into action. The weather which attempted to seize Li Jianxin's control over lightning, engaging him in aerial combat. On the ground, over a dozen divine power possessors underwent a transformation, their battle attire straining against their expanding forms, their bodies covered in dense fur. A colossal jade-white divine elephant, towering over 3,000 meters, stomped across the desert, surrounded by swirling clouds, with even the lofty clouds unable to ascend beyond its knees. A lion, several thousand meters in length and gleaming like gold, roared skyward, its powerful sound waves dispersing layers of clouds, revealing the starlit sky beyond the previously bright blue expanse. A divine bird, enshrouded in blue flames, soared through the heavens, its massive wings dispersing the storm clouds conjured by Li Jianxin. unleashing a fiery sandstorm as it swept its wings downward. Another divine power possessor transformed into a towering, upright ape, its platinum fur shimmering with a metallic sheen, its roar echoing into the skies, causing the very fabric of space to creak under the pressure. Even more terrifying was a divine power possessor who melded with the Lop Nur desert, imbuing it with a semblance of sentience. As the sand coalesced under his command into a colossal, sandy titan, a black tortoise, 1,000 feet wide, burned with black flames, a clouded leopard, 1,000 meters long, ablaze with azure fire, and a serpentine dragon, stretching 10,000 feet long, along with a 1,000-meter divine wolf, engulfed in gray-white flames. These were among the various exaggeratedly sized beasts that emerged from the desert. As these bizarrely majestic behemoths manifested, their sheer presence distorted the surrounding void, causing the very fabric of space to fracture, with gaping fissures stretching thousands of meters across the atmosphere, strikingly alarming. In an instant, these colossal creatures encircled Li Jianxin, trapping him in their midst. Is this a battle we can intervene in? Are we not merely pawns destined for demise? Grayston exclaimed, her face etched with terror. As a mere hacker, she possessed the ability to manipulate a modicum of dark matter, facilitating brief teleportations for others. Now, standing beside the colossal embodiment of a divine entity, the overwhelming pressure and the crushing weight of life as hierarchy forced her to kneel, rendering her breathless. Grace's trepidation stemmed from her past as a dissenter against the Dragon Kingdom, having organized or participated in various protests against its laws, resulting in her arrest 3 times by the Dragon Kingdom's government. Even the legendary Monkey King, inheritor of extraordinary powers, found himself in agreement with Grace's sentiments. He yearned to escape this dire predicament, but the immense pressure exuded by the surrounding behemoths rendered him immobile. Once a notorious crime lord within the Dragon Kingdom's underworld, the Monkey King had fortuitously assumed the legendary powers associated with his namesake. However, his past misdeeds had not gone unnoticed, as the Divine Spear Bureau sought to recruit him. Now, he harbored suspicions that this operation was a pretext for the Dragon Kingdom to eliminate their former criminal associates. Despite their formidable abilities, they remained physically akin to ordinary humans, utterly dwarfed by these titanic entities. The disparity in life levels made any movement impossible. Even the ostensibly mightiest of heroes, the Multitude Knight, trembled in fear, his elder brother, Tao Yuan, wearing a countenance of dread. How is this possible? These behemoths could likely withstand the combined might of our brotherhood, amounting to 1 billion divine powers. How can we possibly engage them? Suddenly, the weather which plummeted from the clouds, having attempted to seize control of the natural elements above. In the blink of an eye, she was vanquished, unable to wield any natural force under the oppressive might of the behemoths. She fell from a height of 1,000 meters, meeting a gruesome demise. The former captain of the former dynasty's team, and now the leader of the Divine Shield team, the Weather Witch, capable of manipulating various weather phenomena, had perished in her hubris. She foolishly sought to contest a deity for dominion over the skies, momentarily lost in her own self-perception. Unaware of the true extent of her opponent's power, members of the Divine Shield team and the 8 immortals of the Defense Department attempted to catch her, but the overwhelming pressure and hierarchical oppression stifled their abilities. Even the smitten blade, enamored with the Weather Witch, could only watch helplessly as his beloved fell to her doom, paralyzed by the oppressive force surrounding them. The secretive squad of the Defense Department stood by in sheer terror, comprised of unremarkable disciples from Kunlun and Kamar Taj, possessing only rudimentary skills in martial arts and magic. Now, they faced a battle of divine proportions. In this moment, they fully grasped the gravity of the Golden Celestial's words upon their arrival on Earth. It was evident that the divine essence he had imparted was indeed genuine. Merely having assimilated a fragment of it had already unveiled such formidable strength. Chapter 157. The stances of all parties. Everything that transpired in the Lop Nur desert of the Dragon Kingdom was meticulously recorded by monitoring systems from various nations hovering above and along the periphery. In the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the elder statesman observed the display of power exhibited by members of the 10 great families with palpable satisfaction. While their divine strength did not rival that of the Australian divine youth, capable of annihilating a continent, it was nonetheless formidable. Each of these divine beings, should they step beyond the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, would possess the capability to obliterate a medium-sized nation. Under specific conditions, one might even wield the power to devastate an entire continent. Esteemed colleagues, with these 15 divine powers at our disposal, dealing with a single Li Jianxin should be a trivial task. However, let us not become overly complacent, he cautioned. We must learn from this incident. I implore each of you to rectify internal management upon your return, ensuring that such occurrences do not repeat. I do not wish for your kin to exploit your authority to undermine the rule of law within the Dragon Kingdom. The other elder statesmen and high-ranking officials nodded gravely, acutely aware of the true power of the divine beings they had just witnessed. They silently rejoiced at their strict upbringing of their own family members, ensuring they did not dare to oppress the common populace. As the preeminent families of the Dragon Kingdom, they had always maintained a rigorous standard of conduct, instilling in their progeny a sense of humility, ensuring they rarely appeared before the public eye. Only the newer or less disciplined families tended to foster members with brazen and unruly temperaments. Typically, these elite families would ensure their offspring received stringent training, either placing them in government positions or the military to cultivate their capabilities. Thus, the progeny they raised would be superior and well-mannered, ensuring they could seamlessly inherit their legacy in the future. However, the cabinet members and high-ranking officials silently resolved to expedite the recruitment or training of divine beings within their own families. Only then could they safeguard their current status in the face of impending change. In the United States, on a remote island in the Pacific, this small island, spanning less than 100 square kilometers, was adorned with opulent villas. It was a haven for the wealthiest magnates of America, a paradise for celebrities and the affluent, yet a veritable hell for young girls and children. Throughout history, renowned figures and affluent individuals from America had frequently visited, indulging in experiences unimaginable to those outside. Here, they reigned as kings of a bygone era of slavery, where every whim could be satisfied, and all that was forbidden in the outside world, such as the exploitation and hunting of innocents, could be freely indulged. At the heart of this opulent isle, the magnates of America gathered around a lavish table, including the Rothschilds, the Earl family, and the Yu family, among others. These 6 families alone wielded 80% of America's economic lifeblood and held significant sway over the majority of its armed forces. The so-called American billionaires and arms manufacturers were mere footnotes in the shadow of these 6 families, who also clandestinely influenced smaller nations beyond America's borders. Today, the heads of these 6 families convened upon receiving news that the Dragon Kingdom had resolved to launch a crackdown on a premier divine entity. As the unseen architects of America, they were eager to ascertain the hidden powers lurking behind the Dragon Kingdom. As the heads of the 6 families gazed upon the images of the awe-inspiring behemoths, casting shadows that blotted out the sky, they were filled with profound admiration, particularly upon seeing Li Jianxin. Ensconced within the encirclement, an insatiable desire flickered in their eyes. They had long since deployed loyal informants within the Dragon Kingdom, possessing comprehensive knowledge of every individual within the Lopner region, no matter if they were members of the 10 great families or agents of the Divine Spear Bureau. There was naught they could not uncover. However, upon viewing Li Jianxin's information, an uncontrollable surge of desire and greed arose within them. The formidable power to command the rules. The ability to reclaim youth. The 6 individuals represented the 6 illustrious families of America, and there was nothing these families could not achieve. The allure of wielding the authority of a global superpower and an inexhaustible wealth captivated them. Indeed, there seemed to be no one in this world more eager for eternal life and the gift of youth than they. Divine essence. If we obtain the divine essence, we shall possess prolonged life and youthful vigor. Acquire it at any cost. We must secure a piece of divine essence. Such are the thoughts of the heads of the 6 families present, for having reveled in the pinnacle of worldly power and wealth. Their thirst for the power of immortality surpassed that of anyone else. On the desolate Australian island, the landscape lay in ruins, ravaged by tidal waves. A youth was gazing down from an altitude of several tens of thousands of meters, observing the Lopner desert of the Dragon Kingdom. With golden hair and azure eyes, the once frail body had transformed into one of formidable stature, his features now a harmonious blend of ruggedness and beauty. He was the divine youth who recently commanded towering waves that swept across the Australian continent, and his displayed prowess hinted at a title of the strongest. The youth was aware of the external accolades attributed to him. Initially, he felt a sense of pride upon learning this, and as time passed, he sensed his growing strength, even feeling a feigned ability to manipulate all the waters of the globe. Yet today, while traversing the ocean, he suddenly sensed a dozen formidable auras. Though they could not rival his own, they were not far behind. Startled, the youth soared above the ocean surface and discovered that the source of these auras emanated from the depths of the Dragon Kingdom's desert. Utilizing his command over the water elements, he peered into the happenings of Lop Nur with clarity. Across the globe, powerful beings and holders of divine essence sensed the events unfolding in the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, their gazes converging upon it. Meanwhile, in the Lop Nur desert, Li Jianxin, encircled by 18 other divine essence holders, maintained a calm demeanor, showing no sign of concern for his predicament. In fact, Li Jianxin wore a sardonic smile, seemingly mocking the 18 divine essence holders surrounding him. The once dense clouds in the sky were dispersed by a shock wave, only to regroup, unleashing countless bolts of thunder. Amidst the colossal forms of the 18 beasts, Li Jianxin appeared diminutive, akin to an ant. Yet, his tranquil aura and disdainful gaze elevated him to the status of a sovereign surveying the common folk below. I have no desire to engage in battle with you, but if you insist on forcing my hand, it seems my previously understated approach has led you to believe I am easy to intimidate. Very well, come forth. Boom, boom. The white jade divine elephant was the first to strike, charging through the desert with each step causing the ground to tremble, the air quaking beneath its weight. Ultimately leaping high into the air, its enormous forefoot crashing down towards Li Jianxin. Enveloped in the ominous clouds, the white jade divine elephant withstood countless bolts of lightning, absorbing them without so much as a ripple. Li Jianxin regarded the approaching colossus with neither joy nor sorrow, slowly raising a hand and gently gesturing towards the white jade divine elephant. With thunder, shatter the darkness. Chapter 158 suppressed a beam of violet lightning, nearly 100 feet wide, descended from the heights of several tens of thousands of meters. The all-encompassing pillar of lightning struck the white jade divine elephant squarely on its forehead. Boom! The elephant staggered under the impact, its massive form collapsing to the ground from the force of the strike and the billions of volts coursing through it. The towering beast crashed to the earth, creating a vast pit in the Lop Nur desert. With the weight of millions of tons crashing down, the ground shook violently, akin to the onset of an earthquake. Just as Li Jianxin had felled the white jade divine elephant, a metallic claw descended from the sky, its several hundred-meter length viciously slashing at Li Jianxin's back. Zzz. Li Jianxin transformed into a bolt of lightning, evading the perilous strike. Before he could retaliate, a massive, furry paw came crashing down towards him, having just solidified half of his form in the air. The terrifying paw, accompanied by a deafening roar, surged towards him, shaking the very fabric of space, shattering portions of the clouds above. As the paw descended, it seemed certain to send Li Jianxin flying. However, he swiftly transformed into a burst of purple lightning, evading the assault. Though he temporarily evaded the attack, the sheer number of adversaries, all seasoned in combat, far surpassed Li Jianxin, a former simple farmer. Each time he attempted to coalesce his form, an attack would disrupt his concentration. In that moment, Li Jianxin could only dart about like a flash of lightning, evading the onslaught. The divine essence holders dispatched by the 10 major families of the Dragon Kingdom were all former soldiers with exceptional combat skills, adept at coordinating their efforts. From the outset, they had completely subdued Li Jianxin. Even with the top-tier divine essence of the Thunder God, he could not gain the upper hand, forced to evade the relentless barrage of attacks. While the battle primarily unfolded in the air, the massive beast traversed the ground, causing tremors beneath them. Occasionally, the beast's strikes left deep craters, each several thousand meters wide, in the desert. As Li Jianxin adeptly dodged the attacks, the previously downed white jade divine elephant suddenly roared towards the sky, its tremendous sound wave shattering the clouds above. Even Li Jianxin, transformed into lightning, was caught in the wake of the sonic assault, causing his form to dissipate into scattered elements of thunder. Li Jianxin was momentarily dazed by the sudden sound wave attack. his thoughts briefly blank. Before he could regain his composure, a wave of blue flames engulfed the void, its searing heat crackling ominously. Wherever the blue flames traversed, everything was incinerated. The other natural elements in the air evaporated instantly. A piercing pain engulfed Li Jianxin's body, as if set ablaze, snapping him back to reality with intense agony. Enduring the burning sensation, he once again concentrated on reassembling the scattered thunder elements, breaking through the enveloping blue flames at speeds exceeding 100 times the speed of sound. Subsequently, Li Jianxin transformed into a streak of lightning, surging through the barriers and eluding countless attacks as he ascended towards an altitude of 10,000 meters. Having finally escaped the onslaught of the dozen or so divine essence holders transformed into colossal beasts, Li Jianxin, despite the enhancement from the Thunder God's essence, felt a twinge of fatigue after his relentless evasion. However, before he could catch his breath, the 10 massive beasts on the ground launched themselves into the air, charging towards Li Jianxin's position. Seeing this, Li Jianxin had no choice but to transform into lightning once more, seeking refuge at even greater heights. In his attempt to evade capture, he discreetly manipulated the surrounding clouds with his mind, drawing them closer. At an altitude of several 100,000 meters, the air was thin, and the pressure was immense. The once agile behemoths on the ground now moved with a hint of sluggishness in the high skies. This made it easier for Li Jianxin to evade and allowed him to devote more energy to manipulating the clouds around him. As the clouds thickened, Li Jianxin's control over the elements of thunder became increasingly potent, intensifying his speed. The authorities soon took notice, realizing his growing power, and as they pursued him, they relentlessly dispersed the surrounding storm clouds. Li Jianxin had attempted to leap onto the backs of other colossal creatures, hoping to redirect their attacks onto his pursuers. However, he overestimated his own capabilities and underestimated the formidable defenses of the officials who had transformed into towering beasts. To Li Jianxin, the devastating force of these giant strikes was immense. Even though they did not unleash their full power against their own kin, the targeted beasts withstood the blows. Remarkably, those struck merely staggered back a few thousand meters, shook their heads, and rejoined the fray against him. The sheer resilience and might of their rugged bodies posed a significant challenge for Li Jianxin. Their assaults posed no threat to their own, yet when directed at him, they could inflict catastrophic damage. Despite his mastery of the thunder element, even the enhanced bodies blessed with divine attributes could not withstand the onslaught from these titanic creatures. It was evident that the powers of the divine varied greatly. While the destructive potential of thunder ranked among the highest of divine abilities, its weaknesses were equally apparent. Enhanced physiques, unlike the mighty beasts of the animal domain, could only barely breach defenses through sheer electrical force. Thus, it became exceedingly challenging for Li Jianxin to breach their defenses using lightning alone. In one-on-one confrontations, he could easily shatter opponents' defenses with minimal effort. Yet now, facing over a dozen divine beings, he found no opportunity to gather his strength. He could only rely on his superior speed to create distance and ascend ever higher. Soon, he burst free from the Earth's atmosphere into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Having grown accustomed to the gravity and environment of Earth, the sudden silence of space enveloped Li Jianxin, stirring within him a profound sense of solitude, as if he were the sole being in the boundless universe. A chill coursed through his body, swiftly dissipating. The temperature in the vacuum of space was frigid, and any ordinary human exposed to it would instantly freeze solid. Beyond the isolation and cold, the most terrifying aspect of the cosmos was radiation. The light from the sun and countless stars harbored lethal radiation that, unfiltered by the atmosphere, would cause human flesh to decay in an instant. Only through the enhancement of his divine attributes could Li Jianxin withstand the harsh conditions of the cosmos. Chapter 159. The Pillar of Destruction. Once he adjusted to the environment of the cosmos, Li Jianxin was awestruck by the sight before him. The serene expanse of space stretched infinitely, with a beautiful blue planet beneath him, and countless stars shining above, radiating eternal brilliance. Those who had never ventured into the cosmos could never truly appreciate its beauty. In that moment, Li Jianxin felt a strong urge to abandon the ongoing battle and simply sit and revel in the magnificent view. However, he quickly regained focus, glancing at the beautiful blue planet below and the colossal beasts approaching him. His gaze hardened, as if he had resolved to take decisive action. With determination, he raised his hand high, fingers splayed towards the infinite sky, gathering a swirling mass of destructive black lightning in his palm. The dark matter energy of the universe seemed drawn to him, transforming into frenzied bolts of lightning that converged into his grasp. In the silent expanse of space, a brilliant light erupted as torrents of lightning surged from Li Jianxin, illuminating the cosmos and eclipsing even the sun's rays. Within the planet, the colossal beings, striving to break free, felt an intense surge of unease as a blinding light erupted above them, pulsing with an unspeakable sense of impending doom. The fierce white light completely overpowered the sun, turning a clear day into one where only a faint silhouette of the sun could be perceived. Countless humans on Earth, as insignificant as cells in a body, sensed the change in the sky. As the blinding lightning eclipsed the sun, they were filled with astonishment and confusion. Unlike ordinary humans, the other divine beings within the planet, sensing the gathering threat of the brilliant lightning, instantly recognized the dire peril, like a lethal weapon poised to strike at any moment. They understood the source of their dread. Stop! Quickly! By the gods! Are you trying to obliterate the entire planet? Li Jianxin, halt! You cannot do this. Realizing the grave danger, the other divine beings unleashed their powers, some transformed into towering behemoths, racing through the void, while others ascended as radiant suns or colossal rock giants. Others melded into the elements of nature, becoming one with the environment. A multitude of newly born divine beings surged towards the heart of the battlefield, fervently praying that their opponent's strength was not as formidable as feared. If Li Jianxin's gathered attack could indeed annihilate the planet, they would all perish. Thus, they hurried to intervene. Yet, they were too distant from the battlefield. Even the closest divine embodiment would require half an hour to reach the scene. Meanwhile, the radiant lightning in Li Jianxin's hand showed no signs of waiting, as dark matter energy continued to transform into lightning bolts. In less than half a minute, the amassed lightning had grown to an astonishing height of 100,000 zhang. With a mighty roar, Li Jianxin unleashed the colossal purple lightning pillar, infused with cataclysmic energy, which pierced through the atmosphere and descended violently towards the surface. Boom! Boom! The colossal beasts, their eyes wide with terror, realized that the earth-scraping lightning pillar, bearing destructive energy, was beyond their capacity to withstand. As it bore down upon them, golden magical circles unfurled in the air, radiating a holy light, yet evoking a disquieting sensation, as if the divine power was merely a facade hiding profound darkness. These magical circles expanded, ultimately forming an immense protective barrier of 18 layers. Crash! With a thunderous clash, the first layer of the magical shield shattered, only to be followed by a collision with the second layer. Crack! Boom! Amidst a cacophony of thunderous roars, the 18 layers of magical shields shattered under the onslaught of a destructive lightning column, a force too potent to be thwarted. Just as it seemed poised to strike the earth, a figure clad in a yellow robe materialized in midair. This formidable sorceress, the supreme sorceress of the Marvel Universe, the Ancient One, had orchestrated the very shields that now lay in ruins. Although her involvement was not warranted, given that this conflict was an internal strife among humanity, she found herself compelled to intervene. The cataclysmic lightning unleashed by Li Jianxin posed a grave threat to Earth, and if left unchecked, could inflict irreparable damage. Yet, the Ancient One underestimated her adversary's might, as the 18 magical shields were formidable defenses derived from the powerful tome of the Vishani. Typically, even the most potent dimensional demons would struggle to breach such defenses. However, it seemed that the dimensional disparity rendered them incapable of fully harnessing their strength, resulting in the shields being effortlessly penetrated. As the Ancient One appeared, a pure yet dark energy suffused the void around her. She gestured, weaving intricate sigils in the air, culminating in a substantial magical array that emanated an earthy solidity, invoking a sense of unyielding fortitude. The destructive lightning column collided with a formidable magical array, unleashing a tempestuous shockwave that fractured the surrounding space, akin to glass shattered by a hammer. Yet, against all odds, the magical array held firm against the onslaught of the lightning. As the lightning surged, the Ancient One struggled to maintain her position, channeling the borrowed dark energy and absorbed white magic into the protective array. Just when it seemed they might hold the lightning at bay, the array buckled under the strain, only to consume vast amounts of the lightning's energy, causing it to diminish in size. Exhausted, the Ancient One found herself drained of magical energy. And without risking her own physical stability to draw further power from the dark dimension, she could not summon another defense of such magnitude. No, I shall not permit you to harm the land and people of the Dragon Kingdom. The once terrified white jade elephant, witnessing the impending strike upon the Dragon Kingdom, suddenly became frenzied, charging toward the descending lightning. Yi Feng, have you lost your mind? You cannot shield the lightning with your body. The other colossal beasts, witnessing the white jade elephant's reckless charge, wished to intervene, but the words eluded them. Beneath them lay a realm of peace secured by their ancestors' sacrifices. They had been taught from youth that the nation's safety superseded all else. Although they were members of the 10 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, privileged beyond the common populace, they understood that their very existence hinged upon the kingdom's well-being. Exchanging determined glances, the giants surged forward, unflinchingly confronting the cataclysmic lightning column. The towering white jade elephant charged, a behemoth several thousand meters high, yet how could it obstruct a lightning column of such vast width? The collision was but a fleeting moment. The immense elephant was knocked down, its once white form scorched and charred, the scent of cooked flesh permeating the air. However, this impact momentarily stymied the relentless advance of the lightning column, slightly diminishing its ferocity. Following this, a massive black tortoise collided with the column, further disrupting its descent. The tortoise's shell cracked audibly, splintering under the immense strain. Just as the shell began to give way, a mighty silverback gorilla thrust its powerful arm, pushing the tortoise aside, and charged toward the lightning with its robust shoulder. The black tortoise, now intermittently erupting with sparks of lightning, emitted a scent reminiscent of overcooked meat. Its shell reduced to charred remnants. 18 colossal beasts, in a valiant attempt to hinder the lightning, hurled themselves into its path, each sacrifice aimed at diminishing its formidable power. Yet, despite their unwavering resolve, they found themselves unable to impede the overwhelming force of the lightning. After each of the 18 beasts had taken their turn, they bore the scars of their tribulations, their bodies rendered nearly immobile by the relentless electrical strikes. The cataclysmic lightning, however, remained undeterred in its destructive path. No, I shall not allow anyone to tread over my body and harm our nation before my demise. Yi Feng, the white jade elephant, battered and bruised, staggered to his feet, letting out a resounding roar that reverberated through the heavens, charging once more toward the indomitable lightning. In that moment, Yi Feng felt an inferno of strength surging within him, as if every fiber of his being was ignited. A tremendous force erupted from within, catalyzing a transformation. The once white elephant began to radiate with a brilliant metallic glow, evolving into a magnificent creature towering several thousand meters high. Before the mightiest peaks of Earth, the gargantuan elephant now appeared as mere grains of sand. The colossal ivory tusks, now of brilliant platinum, collided with the violet lightning column. The earth trembled, the sky ruptured, and even in daylight, the stars became visible through the fissures in the heavens. In that instant, the very fabric of reality stilled as the lightning's trajectory was altered by the impact of the platinum elephant. Previously, the colossal beast had met the lightning head-on, reducing its destructive power but failing to halt its advance. This time, the white jade elephant, in a decisive moment, struck the lightning just as it was poised to devastate the earth. Not only did the elephant's form swell in size, but its once white exterior transformed into a radiant platinum. In this form, the elephant could materialize elemental forces, and upon colliding with the lightning, it redirected the cataclysm away from its intended path. It was this collision that caused the straight descent of the destructive lightning bolt to veer off course, hurtling towards another direction. As is commonly acknowledged, the Earth is a sphere. Thus, the obliterating lightning bolt, altered midair, was now barreling towards the southern region of the neighboring nation. This monumental lightning bolt, trailing sparks and thunder, laid waste to the capital of the neighboring nation and another city before it finally breached the Earth's atmosphere. Even after escaping the confines of the atmosphere, the terrifying destructive bolt did not deplete its energy. Instead, it surged forth with even greater velocity. propelled by the absence of Earth's gravitational pull, and collided with the moon amidst the cosmos. Boom! The immense penetrative force of the lightning bolt pierced straight through the moon. Ultimately, the dreadful destructive bolt continued its chaotic journey through the cosmos until it vanished from sight. The leaders and numerous factions on Earth gazed upon the penetrated moon with expressions of horror. In the capital of the Dragon Nation, the elder statesman, along with the other 11 elders, observed the moon's gaping wound via satellite, their faces pale, etched with dread. They could scarcely fathom the catastrophic consequences had that fearsome lightning bolt not been diverted, but instead struck the land of the Dragon Nation directly. Regardless of whether Earth would meet a similar fate as the moon, the Dragon Nation would undoubtedly face annihilation from such an impact. The inner council of elders exchanged glances, as if realizing a grievous error had been made, one that nearly led to the destruction of both the Dragon Nation and the Earth itself. What do we do now? We cannot allow them to continue this battle. If Li Jianxin strikes again, who can guarantee that we will be able to withstand it once more? The second elder, observing the silence of the higher-ups, felt a surge of discontent within. Among the gathered elders, only he and the 11th elder had risen from humble beginnings, and thus he was more acutely concerned about the safety of the Dragon Nation's populace. Previously, when the 10 prominent families convened to mobilize those who had attained divine status against Li Jianxin, the second elder had voiced his dissent. Yet ultimately, the majority prevailed, and the proposal to confront Li Jianxin received the cabinet's approval. Now, witnessing the current predicament, those who had supported the initiative remained silent. However, the second elder could not afford to remain quiet. Continuing the conflict would only devastate the land of the Dragon Nation and imperil countless lives. He could not stand idly by while the citizens suffered. Growing increasingly anxious as the other elders remained mute, the second elder felt time slipping away. Each moment wasted could lead to irrevocable losses. He could not wait for others to act, for by then it might be too late. Since you choose to remain silent, allow me to propose a solution. What is your proposal? Upon hearing this, the other elders turned their expectant gazes toward the second elder, their eyes brimming with anticipation. They were not devoid of options. Rather, they were reluctant to bear the blame themselves. Now that the second elder had stepped forward, they naturally looked to him with hope. Fully aware of the sentiments of the gathered elders, the second elder articulated his suggestion. Let us immediately contact our personnel to cease hostilities with Li Jianxin. I trust you all have reviewed his profile. Having contributed to the Dragon Nation's development, he will likely agree to our proposal. Subsequently, we can send representatives to negotiate a peaceful resolution, confident the mutually satisfactory outcome will be achieved. As soon as the second elder concluded, he cast an anxious glance at the cabinet elders present. Yet at that moment, the other elders remained silent. Although the proposal was commendable, its execution would severely tarnish the cabinet's reputation. While they may not care personally, they were unwilling to shoulder the blame. Thus they waited. They waited for someone to step forward and assume responsibility. Indeed, it was once again the second elder who took the initiative. I understand your thoughts. When the time for negotiation arrives, I shall represent the Dragon Nation officially and mediate with Li Jianxin. I will bear all responsibility myself. Can we now proceed with this proposal? With the second elder willingly accepting the burden of responsibility, the elder statesman hurriedly rose to diffuse the tension. Ha, second elder, you are too humble. How can we allow you to shoulder this alone? We shall issue a joint statement declaring this a unified decision of our cabinet. Do you all agree? Indeed, this is a collective decision. We cannot let the second elder bear this alone. This proposal was agreed upon by all of us, and we shall share the responsibility. Exactly. How could we allow the second elder to carry this alone? Indeed, with the elder statesman leading the way, the other elders quickly rallied in support, approving the second elder's proposal. Subsequently, the elder statesman contacted the director of the Divine Spear Bureau, Zheng Xian, instructing him to withdraw the official personnel from the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, Li Jianxin felt a pang of regret. He had never anticipated that his full-force strike would penetrate the moon, although he harbored anger towards the actions of the Dragon Nation's officials. He had grown up there and felt a deep-rooted affection for his homeland. He had never contemplated betraying or annihilating the Dragon Nation or the Earth. His intention had merely been to teach them a lesson. Yet he was astonished by the extent of his own power. Now, he was filled with trepidation. However, caught up in the ongoing battle, his stubborn nature prevented him from seeking peace. Instead, he lingered alone in the cosmic void, awaiting the opponent's response. Meanwhile, the official personnel on the ground received contact from headquarters. Upon learning that they could withdraw and no longer engage in combat, a collective sigh of relief swept through them. They were utterly weary of the ongoing conflict. Li Jianxin was exceedingly agile. Not only was he extraordinarily fast, but he could also transform into lightning, blending seamlessly with the elemental forces of nature, making him nearly impossible to strike. Moreover, the might of his attacks was formidable. Even a slight buildup of energy could injure their personnel. Fighting a foe who was both elusive and powerful was a prospect they wished to avoid for the rest of their lives, particularly since their own forces had sustained grievous injuries while attempting to thwart that cataclysmic lightning bolt. They could barely hold on. Had it not been for the sense of duty that bound them, they would have likely fled long ago. Now, with headquarters' message finally received, they felt a wave of relief wash over them, grateful to be spared from further struggle. Seizing the moment before the emergence of new divine beings worldwide, the officials of China dispatched Sangshi, who transformed into a divine bird, to establish communication with Li Jianxin in the cosmos. Though reluctant, Sangshi complied with the order and soared into outer space as a radiant blue divine bird. Upon spotting Li Jianxin, whose demeanor was tinged with wariness, Sangshi dared not approach too closely, opting instead to call out from a distance. "Mr. Li, please refrain from striking. Our superiors have messages to convey to you." With that, Sangshi tossed a specially designed communicator toward him from afar. Li Jianxin deftly caught the communicator and activated it, yet no sound emerged. Sangshi, somewhat exasperated, reminded him, "Mr. Li, we're in outer space. While our enhanced bodies can transmit sound, the communicator will not function in a vacuum." Li Jianxin listened to Sangshi's words, his face betraying no emotion, yet internally he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Upon discerning the reason why the communicator failed to transmit sound, he utilized his abilities to create a space insulated from the external vacuum. Just as this modification was complete, a voice emerged from the communicator. "Mr. Li, I am Zheng Xian, the director of the Divine Spear Bureau of the Dragon Nation, appointed to negotiate with you." Li Jianxin's expression remained impassive, his heart a tumult of indifference. After the series of events he had endured, his trust in the authorities had waned significantly. Were it not for the lingering sentiment of patriotism towards the Dragon Nation and his reluctance to further engage in conflict with the officials, he would have preferred to forego any dialogue with them altogether. Moreover, the official's tone was laced with the bureaucratic jargon he detested most. "Speak plainly. Spare me your bureaucratic rhetoric. I cannot comprehend your so-called official discourse." Li Jianxin's sardonic remark incited irritation in Director Zheng Xian, yet as they were the ones seeking assistance, Zheng was compelled to suppress his indignation and responded with a tone tinged with awkward inquiry. "Emedi, Yuyist, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Continuing this conflict would prove detrimental to both parties. Why not cease hostilities and sit down for proper discussion? I have nothing to discuss with you. A ceasefire is possible, but it requires someone with the authority to negotiate." While Li Jianxin yearned for a truce with the authorities, he recognized that they were incapable of making decisive choices, and he had no desire to squander time on futile exchanges. Zheng Xian, equally exasperated, was well aware of Li Jianxin's past and recognized that the current predicament was indeed a result of their own shortcomings. Yet he felt powerless to rectify the situation. Cursed be that family! Had they managed their descendants better, they would not find themselves in such a predicament. With this thought, Zheng's frustration deepened. But he was acutely aware that he was facing an individual capable of threatening both national and planetary security, compelling him to suppress his dissatisfaction. "Very well, Mr. Li. I shall contact my superiors and provide you with a response." The temporary cessation of hostilities between the Dragon Nation and Li Jianxin brought a collective sigh of relief from various factions on Earth. Particularly vivid in their minds was the recent devastating lightning strike that had traversed the moon. No one wished to endure a repeat of such a harrowing spectacle. A minor misstep could spell doom for their planet. Although both sides had momentarily paused, they remained vigilant, unwilling to depart immediately, ready to respond to any unexpected developments. Director Zheng Xian conveyed Li Jianxin's words to the cabinet. Upon receiving the call from the Divine Spear Bureau, the Dragon Nation's cabinet connected the communication to the Second Elder, who engaged in dialogue with Zheng. After an exchange with the Second Elder, Li Jianxin acquiesced to the conditions set forth by the Dragon Nation, agreeing to halt hostilities with official representatives. Upon returning to the surface, the second elder accompanied officials from the Dragon Nation to converse with Li Jianxin once more. This discussion remained shrouded in secrecy, known only to Li Jianxin and the second elder. Upon concluding their conversation, the second elder emerged with a relaxed demeanor and, upon returning to the cabinet, remarked, "The matter has been settled. They only require that our people refrain from interference, with no further demands." Meanwhile, Li Jianxin returned to his hometown, where he constructed a new residence. As the winds of change blew and time marched on, the Dragon Nation enjoyed 2.5 years of tranquility, yet the global landscape underwent profound transformations. Chapter 162. Changes in the global landscape. 2.5 years elapsed. During this time, the ramifications of the previous conflict between Li Jianxin and the Dragon Nation's officials were undeniably significant. In an effort to mitigate the consequences of the recent war, 1 month post-conflict, the second elder submitted his resignation to the Dragon Nation's cabinet. He cited his failure to adequately guide his department, which precipitated the turmoil. To provide the citizens with accountability, the second elder felt compelled to accept responsibility. Initially, the cabinet sought to retain him, but after a month, they ultimately approved his resignation. As the second in command of the nation, the second elder was expected to retire comfortably at the headquarters. However, he chose instead to venture alone to Li Jianxin's hometown, settling in the impoverished mountain village to become his neighbor. The two forged a deep friendship, spending their days engaged in chess at the village square and occasionally fishing by the river. The reasons for the second elder's choice to relocate to a rural area, where communication was challenging, remained a mystery to all. Li Jianxin never inquired, yet he had long harbored an understanding in his heart. Half a year prior, an incident occurred that filled Li Jianxin with profound regret. A middle-aged Caucasian man clad in a tight-fitting uniform arrived from America seeking Li Jianxin. Upon laying eyes on Li Jianxin, the man launched an immediate ambush without uttering a word, with a mere slight parting of his lips. A wave of destructive sound energy obliterated Li Jianxin's house, which had been completed less than 2 years prior. The force of the destructive sound wave struck Li Jianxin, causing even his divinely enhanced physique to stagger back by 2.5 steps. Witnessing the destruction of his newly built home, reduced to rubble, ignited a fierce wrath within him. Particularly infuriating was the sight of his freshly planted vegetable garden in the yard, which he could no longer contain. Li Jianxin considered himself merely an ordinary farmer, diligently tending to his land, yet now he found himself under assault, with his crops laid to waste. For a farmer in the Dragon Nation, nothing incited greater ire than the ruin of their fields. "If you obstruct my ability to cultivate, then I shall bury you in the soil." With nothing but a glance, a bolt of golden lightning erupted from Li Jianxin's eyes, striking the middle-aged assailant with lethal precision. Boom! The golden lightning pierced through the man's chest in an instant. As he beheld the gaping wound, the middle-aged man's eyes dimmed, and he collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. In his final moments, the man felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. 2 years prior, he had been the king of the alien race on the moon. That day, he had been engaged in routine state affairs alongside his queen when a terrifying bolt of lightning struck the city's protective shield, shattering it as if it were naught. All of his subjects were annihilated in an instant, and he helplessly watched as his beautiful queen and princess vanished before his eyes. Had he not sensed the impending doom and unleashed his destructive sound waves to mitigate some of the attack, he too would have perished in that moment. After enduring a perilous journey through a special channel to Earth, he conducted extensive investigations, ultimately identifying the one responsible for the destruction of his kingdom. Initially intent on avenging his fallen nation, he never anticipated that his formidable sound waves, which he believed could obliterate anything, would fail to inflict harm on his adversary, instead resulting in his own demise. Even the most reluctant middle-aged white individuals find their grievances futile, ultimately succumbing to an abyss of despair and overwhelming hatred. Over the course of the past 2.5 years, the global landscape has undergone profound transformations. Let's first turn our gaze towards the continent of Africa. Regarded as one of the most underdeveloped and primitive regions on Earth, it remains entrenched in tribal systems and clings to its most rudimentary modes of existence. This continent has contributed nothing to technological or civilizational advancement, earning a global reputation for its lethargy and savagery. The only contribution it has made to the planet lies in its pristine ecological environments, its grasslands and forests. Upon receiving the divine seeds bestowed by the golden deity, the inhabitants of this continent found their hearts swelling with an inflated sense of self-worth, while the divine beings of other continents remained in a state of observation. The fortunate denizens of Africa proclaimed themselves deities, utilizing their newfound divine power to overthrow existing rulers and establish a terrestrial kingdom of gods. Perhaps due to the ease with which they dismantled the former regime, these empowered individuals from Africa formed a coalition known as the Black Alliance. Aspiring to extend their influence into Europe, the divine powers they wielded enhanced their physical capabilities, rendering technological weaponry ineffective against them. And the divine beings of Europe failed to unite in a timely manner to confront the Black Alliance. In a remarkably brief period, the Black Alliance managed to seize 1/10 of European territory. After their initial conquests, they refrained from further expansion, opting instead to initiate a horrific campaign of forced reproduction that incited dread across the globe. In a grotesque display, men, women, and children alike found themselves engulfed in unspeakable darkness on that occupied land. Major global powers and factions vehemently condemned the actions of the Black Alliance, issuing a unified warning demanding their swift withdrawal from Europe. However, the already inflated egos of the Black Alliance and the black-skinned inhabitants of Africa disregarded these warnings, even resorting to the massacre of nearly 1 million civilians in the occupied territories in a defiant response to international condemnation. They fervently asserted that their deities were favored by the Creator and that their race was the most noble on earth, insisting that all nations should submit to their dominion. They further demanded that countries around the world annually offer tribute in the form of pure maidens for the enjoyment of their so-called superior race under the rule of their deities. Across the globe, people of African descent seemingly discovered a newfound faith, rallying online in support of the African continent's call, even igniting fervent protests within various nations. This declaration incited the ire of global powers. In response, nations swiftly employed military force to suppress the black populations within their borders. Consequently, the number of black immigrants plummeted to a historic low. What was once a vibrant presence in the streets became a rarity, nearly facing extinction. Following the suppression of the Black Tide, nations convened and formed an anti-black alliance, dispatching divine beings to cleanse the African continent. They prepared for a thorough eradication of the black population, intending only to preserve a few seeds as evidence of their existence. Chapter 163. Changes in the global landscape. 2. The divine beings from various nations assembled a cleansing squad comprising over 200 members. Upon gathering, this squad promptly set off for the territories in Europe occupied by the Black Alliance, commencing indiscriminate attacks on the black population. The Black Alliance, unwilling to yield, retaliated against the cleansing squad. However, even with divine power, these primitive individuals only instinctively wielded their newfound abilities, lacking any strategy for effective application. Moreover, their inflated egos, having swelled to an extreme after acquiring their divine powers, left them indulging in their basest desires without contemplation on how to harness their strength. Throughout history, they have contributed nothing to global progress, distinguishing themselves as a species unlike any other, possessing intellect, yet failing to utilize it. How could such individuals possibly compete against those backed by numerous research teams dedicated to the development of divine powers? In the initial clashes, the members of the Black Alliance found themselves overwhelmed, crying out in despair. Had it not been for the autonomous enhancement of their bodies by divine power, the members of the Black Alliance would have surely faced annihilation at the hands of the cleansing squad. Ultimately, relying on their augmented physiques, they barely managed to withstand the onslaught, retreating to the African continent in a battered state. Those unable to escape from Europe were subdued by the military forces dispatched by various nations. Remarkably, instead of succumbing to despair, the subdued individuals defiantly proclaimed their intent to assault the armed forces of different nations. They declared that their deities would ultimately rule the world, vowing to burn all men from every nation alive upon their ascendance. Bound by the terms of the prisoner of war treaty, the armies of the world could not eliminate the surrendered individuals, enduring their vile taunts instead. On the second day, after capturing members of the Black Alliance, the communication devices of the global armies were sabotaged, rendering them unable to monitor the movements of the prisoners. One audacious individual ventured into the armory in search of weapons to resist, naively taking a canister of biochemical weaponry. In a misstep, the canister was broken, resulting in mass poisoning among the captured individuals, leaving behind only skeletal remains. Simultaneously, the cleansing squad commenced a comprehensive eradication of species on the African continent. This operation persisted for a full 3 months. Primarily, it was the divine beings of the Black Alliance who, bolstered by their enhanced physiques, managed to endure for 3 months. During this period, the cleansing squad obliterated countless members of the Black Alliance. Yet, the powers of the divine enabled the Black Alliance to recover from the onslaught, even allowing them to be restored after complete destruction. However, with each cycle of obliteration, the members of the Black Alliance grew increasingly weakened, finding it progressively difficult to wield their divine powers. Ultimately, on a fateful day 3 months later, one of their number was obliterated and failed to revive, leaving only a golden hexagonal divine fragment suspended in midair. With the demise of the first member of the Black Alliance, the remaining members were systematically eradicated by the cleansing squad. When the last member vanished from existence, it signified the completion of the cleansing mission against the African continent. Even the hidden Wakanda kingdom within Africa was discovered by the cleansing squad. Though they were taken aback by the kingdom's technology, they proceeded with their orders, resulting in the total destruction of the nation, with all advanced weaponry and data seized by the world powers. The cleansing operation left the entire Black continent ravaged, pockmarked with craters, its mountains shattered and rivers rerouted. This once pristine ecological environment has been irrevocably altered, leading to the extinction of its unique species. The human population on the Black continent has been decimated, with only a remnant of its original inhabitants surviving, now confined to a solitary island. Their civilization has been obliterated, and their memories erased through the intervention of mutants, leaving them with only the instincts for survival, effectively trapping them in a primitive state. While nations around the world profited immensely from the operation, acquiring divine powers and mineral exploitation rights from the Black continent, a discontent brewed among those who had previously enjoyed the favor of the Black Lords. With their protectors eradicated by their own governments, their perceived superiority vanished, leading to unrest among these once privileged individuals. They organized protests, some resorting to public acts of defiance against law enforcement. The leaders of various nations found themselves in a quandary. These dissenters held citizenship in their respective countries, making them untouchable. However, as their protests escalated, the governments could no longer tolerate the disruption. Thus, the First Nation dispatched enforcers to apprehend the protesters, sending them to the Black continent for labor, which remarkably improved domestic order. Other countries soon followed suit. Just as the world anticipated a return to relative peace, ambitious individuals empowered by divine forces began to rise, toppling the rule of smaller nations and declaring themselves sovereigns. This trend spread rapidly, as numerous divinities sought to carve out territories for themselves, heralding an era of divine dominion over Earth and initiating explorations beyond its confines. Countries like the Dragon Kingdom and the United States maintained their stronghold amidst this upheaval, fortified by advanced technology and loyal deities of their own cultivation. This was the foundation of their enduring governance during the reign of the gods. Historically, powerful deities had sought to seize control, yet they were vanquished by the loyal deities nurtured by various nations, with divine powers being hoarded or distributed among their devoted subordinates. In the wake of the cleansing, the leaders of the nations had integrated the divine powers they confiscated, transforming into formidable deities themselves, thus eliminating any threat of being overthrown by other ambitious beings. Chapter 164. Thanos and Earth. In the ensuing period, the remaining powerful nations entered a phase of relative tranquility. However, in regions beyond these strongholds, new deities periodically emerged to challenge the old, ultimately becoming the rulers of their territories. This cyclical conflict plunged ordinary citizens into distress, with frequent divine wars erupting, each new ruler imposing additional taxes, rendering life unbearable. Only recently did these regions begin to stabilize, not due to a lack of ambition among deities, but rather the absence of new contenders. Over time, the disappearance of one or two deities from these areas became commonplace, even among the most potent beings, without any trace left behind. As more powerless deities vanished, those remaining grew increasingly wary. Some astute deities pieced together the unfolding events, realizing that as the powerful nations produced new divine bearers, the weaker ones continued to disappear. In response, these powerless deities united, forming alliances to safeguard their territories against the covert hunts orchestrated by the powerful nations. The establishment of these divine coalitions proved effective, thwarting the ambitions of the stronger nations to hunt isolated deities, leading to a temporary peace across the planet. As the strength of deities within nations grew, their aspirations turned towards the cosmos. After 2.5 years of evolution, many capable deities could transcend Earth, some reaching the power of 2.5 years prior, able to obliterate celestial bodies with a single strike. Deep within the mountains of the Dragon Kingdom, in a secluded cave, Zhou Hong, through his connection to divine power, could perceive all that divine bearers could. He found himself effortlessly absorbing the energy returned from the universe's essence without any exertion or training, embodying a new paradigm of effortless growth. Yet, he was dissatisfied with the pace of their advancement. After 2.5 years, the strongest among them had only just entered the Golden Core stage, falling short of his expectations. At this rate, the prospect of expanding their influence across the universe appeared dauntingly distant. He mused on the necessity of intensifying their efforts, recognizing that only through relentless conflict and disruption of the cosmic order could they expedite their absorption of the universe's essence. It was imperative for them to shift their focus beyond Earth, for the vast cosmos held infinite civilizations that awaited their exploration. Calculating the time, he anticipated the arrival of the eternal titan Thanos, recognizing that only through contact with external civilizations could they grasp the universe's true expanse. He eagerly awaited the moment when Thanos and his Dark Legion would confront the myriad of deities and countless super beings on Earth, envisioning the spectacle of reactions that would ensue. Eternal Titan Thanos has now amassed the soul, power, reality, and space infinity stones. He merely requires the mind and time stones to sacrifice all life in the universe to appease the goddess of death. Indeed, within the confines of Universe 101, Thanos has succumbed to the seductive whispers of the goddess of death, completely losing his sense of self and becoming obsessively infatuated with her visage. In the past, the goddess had promised him that if he could offer up an entire universe's worth of life, she would manifest beside him and fulfill her vow. With an expression of obsession etched upon his purple visage, Thanos repeatedly caresses the 4 gems embedded in the Infinity Gauntlet, his heart racing with anticipation to behold the goddess of death. Then, a series of light yet powerful footsteps resonate. As the enchanting figure of Dark Knight Proxima appears in the hall, she gazes up at Thanos' towering form, her eyes brimming with an unquenchable fervor. Dark Knight Proxima is one of Thanos' 5 dark generals and the beloved of Corvus Glaive, yet she remains his most devoted subordinate, willing to forsake everything, including her love and life for him. Kneeling upon one knee, her face radiates a fervent zeal. "My lord Thanos, all dark legions have assembled, awaiting your command." Thanos ceases his tender ministrations to the Infinity Stones, a bizarre fervor igniting within him. "Let's depart. I can hardly wait to collect all the Infinity Stones and offer the lives of every being in this universe to death. The goddess will surely be pleased with me." Ha ha ha. With his double-edged sword in hand, he strides forth from the palace. In the starry expanse of Titan, sleek black interstellar warships are arrayed in perfect formation, their myriad dark and profound cannon mouths showcasing their formidable might. The sheer number of these vessels stretches beyond the horizon, crewed by an array of bizarre cosmic beings, each adorned with various bone spurs or blades, their streamlined bodies seemingly crafted for war. Previously, the Chitauri army appeared insignificant in comparison to these Dark Legion warriors. As Thanos stepped beyond the palace doors, he was met by Corvus Glaive, Ebony Maw, Supergiant, and Black Dwarf, all kneeling in greeting. Outside the palace, on a vast ruined square, countless commanders of the Dark Legions also knelt in reverence to their overlord. Above, colossal warships blotted out the sun, casting the earth below into shadow. Satisfied, Thanos surveyed his Dark Legions, his expression morphing into one of unrestrained zeal as he bellowed to all, "My warriors, the final gem has appeared. Now we shall embark to seize it. None shall stand in our way. Go forth, conquer them, acquire the gem. For the supreme goddess of death, we shall offer the gift of death, and in her divine realm, we shall attain eternal life. For the goddess of death. Now, let us set forth. Chapter 165. The changes of the Avengers as Thanos' words echoed in the air. Fervent expressions ignited among the Dark Legion, their grotesque faces revealing a thirst for blood. For the goddess of death. Annihilate them. Kill. All for the goddess. In honor of death, bring forth death to the goddess. Thanos was the first to board a black and gold interstellar warship, taking his place upon his war throne. As he settled in, the Dark Legions boarded the pre-prepared vessels. Once all ships ascended, breaking free from Titan and venturing into the cosmic abyss, the command was given. Set forth. For the glory of the goddess of death. The main cannons of the leading warships charged energy, and dozens of them unleashed a barrage, tearing through the dark expanse of space, creating a rift thousands of meters wide. One by one, the colossal interstellar warships began to enter the cosmic fissure in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, in New York City, America, at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, an exquisitely slender Asian woman focused intently on various data displayed on her computer. Suddenly, the alarm system erupted into a frenzy of alerts. Quickly, she checked the source of the alarm and activated the emergency alarm for the entire building, connecting all departments of the Avengers Tower. Whenever this alarm sounded, it signified an energy surge or event threatening Earth safety. In an instant, the Avengers Tower was filled with the blaring alarms as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the Avengers team rushed to the assembly hall. Upon their arrival, the Asian woman, armed with data, joined them. Director, a satellite in outer space has sent an alert. A powerful surge of spatial energy has erupted, predicting the emergence of a spatial rift, identical to the method employed by the Chitauri when they attacked New York. Nick Fury, his complexion already dark, grew even grimmer, a chilling aura emanating from a single eye. The atmosphere around him turned frigid, causing the Asian woman beside him to feel as though she were engulfed in ice. It appears the masterminds behind the Chitauri may be poised to strike Earth once more. What are your thoughts on the current situation? Tony Stark. Having undergone significant changes over the years, compounded by Earth's entry into the Age of Gods, Tony Stark was no longer the dashing figure he once was. His appearance had grown disheveled, his attire lacking the meticulousness of yore, and even his once charming visage now evoked discomfort. The most striking alteration was his head, now an enormous bald dome, ridged and cavernous, nearly matching the width of his shoulders. Nevertheless, Tony Stark felt quite well. 2 years prior, he had fortuitously merged with the divine essence, leading him to discover that this essence was that of the God of Wisdom. Perhaps due to the vast cosmic knowledge bestowed upon him by the God of Wisdom, Tony's head had mutated to accommodate his expanding intellect, resulting in his current peculiar appearance. Upon hearing Nick Fury's inquiry, his eyes sparkled with an enigmatic gleam, a disdainful glance sweeping over everyone in the assembly hall. Whether or not they are invaders is no longer of consequence. Do you genuinely believe that the current Earth can withstand a threat like the Chitauri? Nick Fury faltered, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. Having been the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long, he often became instantly tense in the face of threats to Earth safety, neglecting to acknowledge the immense changes that had transpired in recent years. In the era of the gods, Earth has undeniably acquired the strength and confidence to resist extraterrestrial invasions. The once ultimate trump card, Captain Marvel, now appears somewhat insignificant in the face of the newly emerged deities of Earth. Had it not been for Captain Marvel's fusion with a divine essence, any of the newly ascending gods would have easily overpowered her prior to that transformation. However, Nick Fury, being an astute veteran, swiftly masked his momentary embarrassment. My inquiry pertains to the distribution of spoils post-battle. They are, after all, extraterrestrial entities, and I believe they possess advanced spatial technology. Securing their knowledge could propel us deeper into the cosmos. Tony Stark, upon hearing this, could not help but adopt a serious demeanor. The era of American dominance has long passed. Although still among the most powerful nations on Earth, other powers cannot be overlooked. Rest assured, we are no longer the superheroes of old. Let us not forget that we are now among the mightiest deities on this planet. We shall ensure that America once again stands as the beacon of civilization, reclaiming its position as Earth's foremost leader. Tony Stark's proclamation ignited a fervor within the Avengers Assembly, as they eagerly anticipated showcasing their evolution over the years. Since merging with their respective divine essences, Earth has entered a relatively stable phase, leaving them devoid of opportunities to act. They yearn to demonstrate to the world that even in this new age of gods, they remain the primary guardians of Earth's peace, and that America continues to be the most powerful and free nation on the globe. Nick Fury, having listened to Tony, nodded in agreement, casting a satisfied gaze upon the spirited Avengers. Among them were the god of war, Steve Rogers, the god of strength, Bruce Banner, the god of forging, Thor Odinson, the god of hunting, Hawkeye Barton, the god of deception, Natasha Romanoff, the spider god, Peter Parker, the god of technology, Vision, the god of magic, Wanda Maximoff, the god of space, Captain Marvel, the god of wisdom, Tony Stark, and himself, Nick Fury, who had fused with the essence of the god of ice. Although Tony Stark, infused with divine wisdom, may not possess the strength of lesser deities, all present understood that his true capabilities were far more formidable than he let on. His ability to merge the essence of the god of technology into Vision alone speaks volumes, and few are aware of the hidden cards he holds. Having previously ventured to the Black Continent to hunt for divine essences, this is the current might of S.H.I.L.D. and the Avengers, capable of overwhelming any divine alliance outside the major powers. Simultaneously, other nations and factions on Earth convened similar meetings, their primary concern being the allocation of spoils following their victory over the alien invaders. Each aspired to seize the core technologies of the extraterrestrial visitors, thus ushering in a true era of cosmic exploration. Chapter 166. The arrival of Thanos in the Dragon Kingdom's cabinet conference hall. Elder Yi Jianya maintained his customary demeanor, appearing as timeless as ever. Apart from the deeper and more inscrutable intensity in his gaze, he bore no outward changes. Not only the elder, but the newly appointed second elder and the other 10 elders also retained their aged appearances. They did not wish to revert to their former youth or vigor. As the highest leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, even with their divine essences, they must not display such transformations. Should each elder suddenly regain youthful visages, how would the populace perceive their governance? Would they be accused of self-serving motives or monopolizing the divine essences belonging to the national treasury? Thus, they could age and retire post-tenure, but must not reveal any signs of their divine fusions during their terms. Elder Yi Jianya, though shrouded in age, exuded an aura of profound mystery, his expression now grave. I trust you have all received news regarding our extraterrestrial visitors. What course of action should we take to ensure that no other factions harbor grievances over the distribution of the spoils? His intentions were clear. The Dragon Kingdom sought to claim a substantial share of the alien resources and technologies. There's nothing to discuss. With our strength, other factions will not dare to protest. Anyone who objects shall face the consequences. The newly appointed second elder, Wang Xinghua, spoke bluntly. Though new to his position, he hailed from the illustrious Wang family, one of the top 10 families, and felt emboldened by their dominance over the other factions. However, the elder's mere glance sent a chill through Wang Xinghua, swiftly diminishing his earlier bravado. This was not just a result of the elder's long-established authority, but also a reflection of the overwhelming power of his divine essence. To this day, no one knew the specific type or level of the divine essence the elder had fused with. What if we were to communicate with a few other nations in advance? We could agree that whatever is defeated or captured belongs to the victor, thereby avoiding unnecessary disputes. Just as Wang Xinghua's face flushed under the elder's intimidating presence, another elder from the Wang family stepped forward to ease the tension. The elder finally retracted his intimidating aura, nodding in agreement with the sixth elder's suggestion. He addressed the other council members. If that is the case, then the sixth elder shall coordinate with representatives from other nations. This meeting is adjourned. You may all disperse. Elder Yi Jianya waved dismissively, signaling the conclusion of the cabinet meeting. Once everyone had departed, he rubbed his temples, feeling a sense of helplessness regarding the current cabinet dynamics. Traditionally, each of the top 10 families occupied a position, with 2 outstanding individuals chosen from the ranks to fill the remaining seats. However, the sudden resignation of the previous second elder left a vacancy, and finding a suitable replacement proved challenging. The current second elder, a prominent military figure from the Wang family, was well regarded and had been elected to the cabinet through a broader selection process. Although Elder Yi had initially opposed this choice, he ultimately succumbed to public pressure and allowed Wang Xinghua to assume his position. Yet this decision now seemed misguided. The once stable balance of power within the cabinet has been disrupted, with the royal faction surging in influence and authority, coupled with the alliances formed among several prominent families. The royal house has subtly seized the ultimate voice within the cabinet. Now, the Grand Elder finds himself compelled to intervene and suppress the burgeoning momentum of the royal family. Alas, I should never have allowed the second elder to depart. Not only was he exceptionally capable and willing to challenge authority, but he also selflessly prioritized the welfare of the people amidst the might of the 10 great families. Now, we are left without anyone to stand firm against them, and the burden falls squarely upon my shoulders. As Grand Elder, Yi Jianye lamented the future landscape of the cabinet, a fissure abruptly manifested in the starry expanse surrounding Earth. With relentless force, the rift shattered and rapidly expanded to thousands of meters in length. From the profound darkness of the spatial rift, a metallic interstellar battleship, measuring several thousand meters, emerged with a slow majesty. Its black and gold hull exuded an aura of chilling potency, flanked by hundreds of colossal cannon ports, with a primary artillery piece of over 10 meters in diameter mounted atop. The overwhelming energy radiating from the battleship, coupled with its myriad ominous cannon mouths, signified its formidable firepower, a veritable instrument of war crafted for conflict. As the first interstellar battleship fully revealed its imposing and frigid body, dozens of identical vessels gradually followed suit from a rift. Instead of immediately advancing towards the nearby Earth, these ships drifted silently through the vast cosmos, as if awaiting a signal. The monumental disturbance occurring in the outer space of Earth captured the attention of many on the planet. Although the violent spatial fluctuations preceding the rift's emergence had already been sensed by the deities on Earth, the weaker superhumans and ordinary individuals remained oblivious to the unfolding events. It was only when the rift erupted with a resounding crash that they became aware of the phenomenon. Meanwhile, the divine beings, having fused their essences with divine attributes, had already congregated beyond Earth, currently awaiting the arrival of the invaders on Saturn, one of the 9 planets. Though they would prefer not to wait on a distant celestial body, their powers no longer permitted them to engage in combat near Earth. Given their immense strength, even a minor miscalculation could result in catastrophic consequences for Earth's surface dwellers. Thus, after deliberation, they collectively decided to convene on Saturn, leaving several formidable deities endowed with guardianship abilities to protect Earth from any collateral damage during the impending conflict. As the deities gazed upon the interstellar battleships emerging from the spatial rift, their eyes ignited with fervor, their greedy glances sweeping over the advanced vessels, longing to seize them at once. In the era of divine beings, Earth has not alleviated its resource scarcity. Rather, with the advancement of technology, energy consumption has escalated. Even though several major powers have mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology, the ongoing exploration beyond the solar system has further intensified energy demands. The energy provided by controllable nuclear fusion is woefully insufficient for Earth's spacecraft to reach other stellar systems.